Bang, bang, bang. Focus. Is this your way of defending yourself? I aim to defeat you. With a sharp reprimand, Bick delivered a powerful kick that sent Wu Fan flying. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the boy's petite frame smashed through the rocks, becoming buried beneath a cascade of debris. As the dust settled, Bick discovered that only Wu Fan's head remained above ground, his breath faint, clearly rendered incapable of movement. Is this the extent of your abilities that you dare challenge me? If you prove so feeble again, I shall take your life without hesitation. With a menacing proclamation, Bick turned on his heel, his cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Yet, beneath his seemingly cold exterior, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Initially, he had intended to cast this pampered youth onto a desolate island to hone his survival skills, never anticipating the defiance that would greet him the very next day. A month of cat-and-mouse antics had utterly transformed his understanding. Each seemingly lethal assault was met the following day by a challenger, remarkably unscathed. Even more perplexing was the exponential growth in Wu Fan's defensive capabilities. Now, Bick found himself compelled to exert his full strength to subdue his opponent. This anomalous rate of growth was both unsettling and exhilarating. Should he continue to cultivate this punching bag, his own prowess would undergo a monumental transformation. Unbeknownst to Bick, as his silhouette faded, a faint cough emerged from the rubble. I did it. Wu Fan's eyes flew open, and the injuries that marred his body vanished as if erased by an unseen hand. The stones erupted as he stood anew, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually closed his eyelids. The earth-shattering noise startled Bick, and as he beheld Wu Fan, standing unscathed, he froze in disbelief. What nonsense is this? This is impossible. Yet, regardless of his unwillingness to accept it, the truth lay manifest before him. The boy, now in meditative repose, as if attuned to the very essence of the world, had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. This moment, Sun Wu Fan was no longer the naive child he once was. The corporeal form remained, yet the essence had irrevocably changed. On the very day Bick had brought him to the island, the original Wu Fan's consciousness had been completely consumed by this visitor from another realm. His former self had been merely an ordinary otaku, lost in the world of anime, with all his knowledge derived from a series called Dragon Ball, never imagining he would become the son of its protagonist. Without any system enhancements or prophetic advantages, he was accompanied only by a luminous pearl known as the Pearl of Heavenly Path. The secrets of this treasure had been inscribed into the depths of his soul at the moment of his arrival. Legend holds that this pearl is a crystallization of the great Tao, embodying the will of the Heavenly Path. In ancient tales, the Taoist Hong Jun of Investiture of the Gods attained dominion over the primordial chaos through this very opportunity. While Wu Fan remained uncertain whether his pearl shared the same origin as Hong Jun's, a month of life-and-death trials with Bick had finally allowed his physical form to harmonize perfectly with the divine pearl. Now, this body had acquired the trait of immortality. So long as his true spirit remained intact, even if reduced to ashes, he could restore himself instantaneously, his regenerative abilities surpassing even those of Majin Buu. After all, Buu requires residual cells to regenerate, whereas he could conjure life from nothing. In a world where no one has yet mastered the art of obliterating souls, this signifies that he stands on the precipice of invincibility. One must express gratitude to Brother Bai. Ku. The youth stroked his chin, suddenly breaking into a menacing grin. However, that month's intensive training warrants a proper recompense. Boom! The pent-up energy, suppressed for over a month, erupted in an overwhelming explosion. Waves of force radiated outward from Wu Fan, carving the earth within 100 meters down by 3 feet amidst the chaos of flying sand and stones. With each resounding blast, his stature rose, his muscles rapidly transforming into a robust and striking form. When the tumult subsided, the once youthful child had metamorphosed into a gallant young man. At the zenith of 17 or 18, nurtured by the Pearl of Heavenly Path, he would never succumb to the ravages of time. This flawless physique would ultimately serve as his eternal foundation in the battles across the heavens. That a dark, abyssal aura surged forth from within him, sending a shiver down Ku's spine, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. 30 brushes with death, 30 rebirths from the cocoon. Did you truly believe it was merely a matter of tough skin and flesh? Wu Fan slowly opened his eyes, his lips curling into a perilous arc. Now, I stand at the threshold of Super Saiyan. A battle power in the tens of millions is beyond the comprehension of a mere insect like you. As Wu Fan stepped forward, Baiku recoiled in alarm. What exactly are you? Although the opponent exuded no aura at that moment, the overwhelming pressure that had erupted moments before was etched deep within his marrow. Son Wu Fan. The youth tilted his head, revealing a playful smile with his fangs. I never imagined the fearsome Lord Baiku would tremble. Nonsense. Baiku's voice quivered. Son Wu Fan cannot possibly be such a monster, merely the limitations of your understanding. Wu Fan toyed with his cascading locks. As a token of gratitude, allow me to share the secret of the Science with you. Each return from the brink of death results in an exponential surge in power. For this past month, I have been enduring, carefully concealing my training while nurturing a ferocious beast. With each step he took, the ground silently fissured with spiderweb-like cracks. As Baiku retreated to the edge of a cliff, Wu Fan suddenly donned an innocent smile. By the way, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude for awakening my Scion bloodline. You may not realize, it is this terrifying potential that led to the annihilation of the Scion race. A once immensely powerful entity in the universe, fearing the threat posed by the Scion's growth to his dominion, unleashed a devastating assault upon them. Yet, a few survivors managed to escape. Sun Wukong is among them, as is Raditz, along with the 2 Scions who will arrive on Earth in a year. And I, being a hybrid of Scion and Earthling, am destined to become a catalyst for the resurgence of the Scion race. That he gazed upward towards the horizon, his eyes profound and inscrutable. After merging with the Pearl of Heavenly Path, even his temperament underwent a transformation. Had it been the timid otaku spirit of yore, he would never have possessed the audacity to suppress a being like Baiku. Believe it or not, the truth remains unchanged. There is no need for further elaboration. I have decided to leave this island. Will you still attempt to stop me? Wu Fan retracted his thoughts, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bick could only manage a bitter smile and shake of his head. The formidable pressure emanating from his opponent caused him to tremble uncontrollably. How could he even contemplate obstructing such a force? Yet, deep within, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps, with a powerhouse like Wu Fan watching over, the impending arrival of the Scions might not be as daunting as he feared. But why did a profound sense of unwillingness still surge within him? Were the Scions truly this powerful? Were the 2 who would arrive a year hence? Your gaze suggests skepticism towards my words. Or perhaps you wish to personally experience the terror of the Scions. Wu Fan smirked wickedly. Conveniently, I must also settle accounts for the past month of hospitality. Allow me to showcase merely a fraction of my strength. A mere fraction, yet still exceeding 10,000 in combat prowess. Given Bick's current realm, he stood no chance of defense. Before he could gather his wits, Wu Fan had teleported directly before him, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. Poof! Dark purple blood sprayed forth as Bick was propelled backward like a marionette with severed strings. Wu Fan's figure followed closely, executing a soaring kick that sent him hurtling into the sky, before reappearing behind him, his palms aligned like a hammer crashing down. Boom! Bick plummeted into the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a massive crater that spanned 100 meters, clouds of dust erupting around him. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. He barely felt the pain until it enveloped him with a delayed intensity. His bones felt as if they were on the verge of shattering, and his very soul seemed to be jolted from its corporeal confines. Is this all you can withstand? How disappointing, Wu Fan remarked, standing at the edge of the pit with an expression of indifference. Damn it! Bick's eyes widened in fury, the agony igniting a fire within him that pierced through the chaos. Trembling, he struggled to raise his body, his nails digging deep into the scorched earth. I am Bick the Great Demon King, destined to dominate the world. I am Bick the Great Demon King. Fueled by rage, Bick's dignity could not be trifled with. He unleashed a torrent of power and charged straight at Wu Fan. Finally displaying a semblance of villainy. But alas, you remain utterly ineffectual. Wu Fan scoffed, delivering another punch that sent him flying. The ensuing battle was a one-sided massacre, as Wu Fan relentlessly pummeled Bick with overwhelming force. treating him like a mere punching bag. Yet, despite his battered state, Bick never uttered a sound of pain. Only the fire of rage in his eyes grew ever more intense. The self-important Bick, the great Demon King, had never endured such humiliation. The heart that had been purified by Son Wukong began to slip back into darkness. Time seemed to stretch on, and finally, Wufan ceased his assault, leaving Bick sprawled on the ground, gravely injured and nearly immobile. I shall spare your life, as a gesture of gratitude for aiding my ascension. From this moment forth, we owe each other nothing, Wufan declared coldly, stepping upon his body. Though grievously wounded and on the brink of death, Bick gritted his teeth, his fists clenched until they bled, his eyes burning with a fierce and wild defiance. He vowed within, the humiliation of this day would be repaid 100-fold. Even if the Scions were insurmountably powerful, he would fight until his last breath. Bick, what will your future hold after this encounter? It is truly something to anticipate. A.S. Wufan swiftly departed from the battlefield. A meaningful smile graced his lips. He was acutely aware that countless formidable warriors would rise in the future, far surpassing his current self. However, with his insight into the unfolding narrative, he was confident in his ability to vanquish all adversaries. Moreover, he possessed the extraordinary Dao Pearl, a remarkable boon that defied the heavens. His future was destined to be one of solitude in pursuit of defeat. Thus he sowed a seed of uncertainty now to ensure that the future would not be devoid of intrigue. Despite his exceptional talents, his growth had been stunted by the influence of Son Wukong, which had dulled his wildness. Now, Wufan had not only witnessed true power, but had also ignited a fire of hatred within him. Perhaps, in time, he would evolve into a true Super Namekian warrior. To spare you is an act of gratitude. To rekindle your ambition is purely for the sake of amusement. Indeed, in this world where the weak are devoured by the strong, power is paramount, and the mighty can act with impunity. Wufan ceased his contemplation and turned his gaze toward the horizon. His next destination was the Korin Tower and the Sacred Temple. Although he had never visited the temple, he could sense the gathering of powerful auras within its confines. At this very moment, Krillin, Tin, and others were cultivating at the temple, their energies far more pronounced than those of ordinary martial artists. 10 minutes later, Wufan stood before Master Korin. The instant he ascended to the tower's summit, he felt an invisible barrier envelop him, akin to a divine aura cast by a celestial being. This seemed to validate the original tale's assertion that those who do not rely on their own strength can never reach Korin Tower. After all, there were deities obstructing the way. Son Wufan scoffed at the idea of climbing by mere physical effort. He shattered the barrier and materialized at the tower's apex. Who exactly are you? Master Korin gazed at the suddenly appearing youthful figure, his whiskers quivering. The visitor's aura was completely restrained, yet he hovered effortlessly in the air. Such power was undeniably unfathomable. I am Son Wufan. Absurd. Master Korin nearly toppled his teapot. Ignoring the other's astonishment, Wufan cut straight to the chase. Hand over the ultra-divine water. Do you truly need this at your level? Despite his irritation at Wufan's demeanor, Master Korin tossed a ceramic vial. Those who could reach the summit were entitled to claim the 3 treasures of the tower: the limited production Senza beans, the selective Nimbus cloud, and the lethal ultra divine water. Wufan tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents of the vial without even furrowing his brow. Master Korin secretly hoped this arrogant youth would succumb to the poison, even if he was indeed the son of Son Wukong. Yet, reality proved disheartening. The young man merely closed his eyes to sense the effects for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. Indeed, the potential has long been exhausted. In addition to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he harbored within him an even more formidable hybrid mutated energy, a power beyond even that of Super Saiyan 3. Unfortunately, neither the ultra-divine water nor conventional training could awaken it. Perhaps Trunks and the others had yet to awaken simply because their time had not come? What a waste of time. A.S. Wufan turned to dash toward the temple. Master Korin murmured, watching the diminishing silhouette of the boy. How could a 4-year-old possess such a gaze? That cold indifference that looks down upon all beings. His paw unconsciously caressed the teacup. I hope Mr. Popo and the deities can contain this young wolf in this world. Wu Fan experiences a profound sense of alienation. To him, it merely appears as an illusory animated scene, where all characters are mere fabrications, leaving no room for a sense of belonging. You have finally arrived. The deity raised his aged countenance, gazing upon the orange-clad youth ascending the steps. Evidently, this guardian of Earth had anticipated the encounter, having deliberately dismissed the likes of Klin and other distractions, even sending away his loyal attendant. Popo.Wu Fan, too, sought solitude, intentionally avoiding the crowd. The deity truly lives up to his reputation. The youth toyed with his gauntlet, chuckling lightly. In this compact sanctuary, you possess an astute awareness of affairs in the mortal realm. Surely, you need not inquire further about my background? The ambiguity within his words lent an intriguing flavor to the exchange. I have sensed your connection with Bicker. The deity sighed, leaning on his staff. It is a pity about that nascent heart of justice. That is a fallacy. Wu Fan raised a finger and gently shook it. That was merely the crystallization of the malevolent thoughts you severed from yourself. Imposing justice distorts its very essence. It may eliminate an adversary, yet it jeopardizes the true strong. Moreover, a glimmer flashed in the youth's eyes. The distinction between good and evil is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Thus, you intentionally allowed him to grow stronger? The deity's wrinkles revealed his astonishment. Observe the unfolding events is all. The deity then inquired, what brings you here today? This divine being had already discerned the reality. Not to mention the unfathomable Wu Fan. Even Klin and others had slipped beyond his control. Maintaining the current equilibrium was the extent of his capabilities. I wish to negotiate a transaction. Wu Fan cut straight to the point, proposing to exchange a secret of your lineage for an item. What did you just say? The staff clattered to the ground, and the divine being trembled all over. The origins, hidden for centuries, were suddenly brought to light by this young boy. After a moment of emotional turmoil, he spoke solemnly. What do you seek? Your childhood residence, the boy replied. Noticing the confusion on the divine being's face, he added, you will soon understand its purpose. Suddenly, a mischievous grin broke out on the boy's face. Please teach me the language of Namek. The divine being appeared puzzled. You will comprehend shortly. The boy maintained his air of mystery. The divine being responded calmly. I can teach you anything I know. It is merely a language, nothing of great significance. After all, apart from the languages of Earth, I am only familiar with one other. At that moment, the divine being felt a vague premonition but suppressed the tumult within, quietly awaiting the boy's explanation. The boy gazed intently at the divine being and began to speak. You are not of Earth. You hail from Namek. Namek was once a bountiful and beautiful planet, but it suffered a catastrophic climate change years ago, leading to near extinction of your kin. You must have been sent to Earth for refuge during that disaster. Your father had intended to follow, but he likely did not survive. In that instant, the divine being came to understand his lineage, and tears welled in his eyes. After a long pause, he steadied himself and asked, you mentioned my father. Do you know him? The boy shook his head. No, I merely understand the traits of the Namekian people. Your race consists entirely of males, reproducing through a process of power separation. Hence you have a father, but no mother. Is that so? The divine being was struck with realization. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the boy's words, as fragmented memories lingered in his mind. However, due to childhood trauma and the passage of time, those memories had nearly faded. Now, as the boy spoke, those vague images began to sharpen, perfectly aligning with the boy's narrative. Moreover, the boy had no need to seek out his house. If he truly desired it, he could simply take it by force. Then, my house is, the divine being suddenly awakened, astonished. You wish to travel to the universe? Indeed, the boy replied candidly. That building is a spacecraft from Namek, and it can be activated using the Namekian language. There should still be survivors on Namek. If you wish to know their exact location, you can inquire with the king of the universe. As for the spacecraft, once I have Bulma study it, replicating one will not be a challenge for her capabilities. With the knot of his heart untied, the divine being felt a tremendous weight lift from his shoulders. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy erupted within him, his aura ascending, and his visage became increasingly youthful. His martial prowess had once again transcended its limits. How fascinating! The boy smiled, inspired by this newfound vigor. The divine being had broken through his bottleneck as well. If the two were to merge in the future, They could likely overpower even the complete form of Cell with ease. However, whether the current being could still fuse with Nezuko to become the perfect Namekian remained an uncertainty. "Thank you, Wufan." The divine being rose, bowing deeply, and then said, "I shall take you to retrieve the spaceship." He placed a hand on Wufan's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished without a trace. Shadows flickered at the grand gates of the temple as Bobo and his companions hastily rushed in. "Divine Lord, what has transpired?" Sensing a sudden shift in the divine aura, they arrived in a flurry only to find nothing amiss. This is troubling. Could it be that the Divine Lord is in distress? Panic gripped the group. If the Divine Lord were compromised, the Dragon Balls would be ineffective, and Wukong's resurrection would be hopeless. Just then, Bobo received a telepathic message from the Divine Lord, easing the tension that had weighed heavily on their hearts. Amidst the biting cold winds, two figures emerged at the Sabaton Heights. "Is this the spaceship you mentioned?" Wufan surveyed the colossal structure, encrusted with moss. The Divine Lord gently caressed the rusted framework, remarking, "My old companion of several decades. Be sure to return it once you are finished." "It's a promise," Wufan replied readily. Suddenly, the Divine Lord raised his hand and touched the boy's forehead. Feeling the benevolence, Wufan accepted it with poise. A warm energy surged into his mind, and an unfamiliar language flooded his consciousness, Namekian. The Divine Lord withdrew his finger, asking, "Shall we not wait until the Scion incident concludes before setting off?" Wufan, undeterred, replied, "Those two individuals pose no real threat. With Kurson here and Wukong returning from King Kai's planet." He paused, adding, "I suggest you remind King Kai to precisely calculate the return time to avoid any missteps from that reckless individual." The Divine Lord realized this was indeed a prudent precaution. Moreover, Wufan's gaze flickered slightly. The super divine water might be well suited for Krillin and the others. The Divine Lord scrutinized the boy with a knowing look. Beneath his seemingly indifferent demeanor lay a mind that was ever thoughtful. He could hardly fathom that Wufan's every action stemmed from the purest of motives, curiosity. Now that Kurson and Krillin have both grown stronger, it will be quite amusing to witness Wukong's reaction when he returns and sees the gap has narrowed. I truly wish to see his expression. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation villa, Bulma called out, "Mom, there's a handsome young man at the door for you." The golden-haired matron, with eyes crinkling in a smile, entered the living room. Though approaching 50, Mrs. Brief maintained her youthful appearance, embodying the essence of a refined lady. Bulma, standing at 30, exuded a youthful charm alongside her mother. "Who is it?" Bulma inquired, scratching her cheek as she stepped outside. "Make sure to invite him in for coffee." Her mother chimed in, cupping her cheeks. Bulma stumbled slightly, her expression turning serious as she quickened her pace. "What nonsense! That handsome guy is obviously for me." Outside in the courtyard stood a youth clad in white, his profile illuminated by the sunlight, causing Bulma's heart to race. "Have we met before?" she murmured as she opened the door. This striking visage was certainly unforgettable if he were a classmate. After all, how many old classmates could be this youthful? "Bulma, auntie." "I'm Son Wufan," the boy greeted with a refreshing smile. After leaving Sabaton Heights, he had borrowed some resources from the affluent and changed his attire before arriving. "Wufan." Bulma nearly broke the doorknob in disbelief. The boy scratched his head and explained, "I broke free from Kurson's control and grew a bit taller." "If you don't believe me." He was interrupted by a playful smack on the head. Upon realizing he was indeed Son Wufan, she dismissed any inappropriate thoughts and adopted the demeanor befitting an elder. This statement signifies her formal acceptance of Wufan's identity. Bulma, beaming with delight from the compliments, playfully clutched his arm and teased, "You little rascal, not only have you grown taller, but you've also become quite bold to tease me. Calling me sister is acceptable too." It is amusing to think that not long ago, she could hold him in her embrace, yet now she could only link arms with him. The softness of her chest brushed against his arm, and a delicate fragrance lingered at his nose, causing Wufan's heart to race, nearly distracting him from his thoughts. In his mind, Bulma was akin to a goddess. While he felt indifferent when reading the manga, her lively character paired with her sweet voice in the animation gradually captivated him. Upon entering the luxurious villa, Wufan could not help but marvel at the grandeur befitting the wealthiest individual on Earth, a rarity in 2 lifetimes. Observing the scene before him, he felt a pang of sorrow for his adoptive mother, Chi-Chi. In her youth, she was also a radiant beauty, but after marrying Son Wukong, who was solely devoted to cultivation, she had been relegated to the role of a mere cook, turning around the stove. Not only had she aged prematurely, but her appearance had also become increasingly dowdy, living a frugal life. Each time she encountered something refined, she would react as if she had never seen the world. Had it not been for his later success as a renowned scholar and his marriage to the daughter of the devil, who often provided assistance, Chi-Chi's later years would have been quite miserable. Now that he had taken the place of the original host, he was determined not to allow Chi-Chi to repeat her past mistakes. What is he thinking? Why does he look so serious? Bulma pulled him to sit down on the leather sofa, their proximity increasing. Perhaps due to the presence of a handsome youth before her, she subconsciously felt a greater sense of intimacy. It's nothing. Wu Fan dismissed his thoughts and shifted to the main topic. Bulma, I wish to invite you to assist me in researching a highly advanced technological product that surpasses Earth's current technology. The phrase high technology sparked the genius scientist's enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled Wu Fan toward the exit, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." As Wu Fan was being led away, he suggested, "The location is a bit far. How about I carry you and fly there?" You can fly now?" she exclaimed. "But then again, if you can defeat Beijia, you must be stronger than Wukong." After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded. "Then it's hard work for you, Wu Fan." Although she found his mindset akin to that of a 4-year-old child, it was merely an excuse she crafted for herself, and deep down, she felt a budding anticipation. A glint of mischief flickered in Wu Fan's eyes. Youth indeed bestowed certain advantages, allowing him to openly seize opportunities while justifying his actions. He effortlessly lifted Bulma's soft form into his arms, and with a surge of energy, they soared skyward like an arrow released from a bow. "Are we off already?" Mrs. Brief, holding a drink, gazed at the fading light in the sky, puzzled as she adjusted her glasses. Young people really are so impatient. I wonder if that handsome lad will be monopolized by Bulma. The wind howled past their ears as Bulma tightly grasped Wu Fan's clothing, exclaiming, "Slow down. This speed is terrifying." The young warrior slightly tightened his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her hair. "Even if you fall, I will catch you in an instant. I would never let Sister Bulma lose even a single hair. Who taught you such sweet words?" Bulma's ears perked up as she cautiously opened her eyes to gaze down at the miniature city beneath the clouds. As Wu Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice carried an intentionally childish tone. "If I could marry someone like Bulma in the future, that would be wonderful." The little fellow was already contemplating lifelong commitments. Bulma chuckled softly, yet felt her cheeks inexplicably warm. Given Wu Fan's qualities, he would undoubtedly find someone more exceptional than me. But I believe Bulma is the finest woman in the world. The boy interrupted with his innocent gaze, his fingertips brushing subtly against her nape. Bulma suddenly realized their proximity was overly intimate, burying her face against the boy's chest to mask her fluttering heart. Wu Fan deliberately caressed her flushed ear with his fingertip. "So warm. Are you feeling unwell?" After speaking, he gently blew into her ear, causing her to shiver as if electrified. "Don't stop." Bulma's voice trembled, her fingers tracing a few creases on his back. As the soles of her boots met the frozen ground of Sabaton, she felt so hot she could almost emit steam. She stumbled out of his embrace, only to find her legs as weak as overcooked noodles. The biting mountain wind swept past, yet it could not extinguish the boiling currents of blood beneath her skin. "Sister, your face is so red." The boy feigned concern, his arms subtly encircling her slender waist. The young woman playfully struck him. "You little rascal, it's all your fault." She remained oblivious to how suggestive their position was, leaning closer into the boy's embrace. Once she regained her composure, she suddenly realized her nose was pressed against his sturdy chest. "Are we in Antarctica?" Her voice quivered as she inched closer to the heat source. The boy's lips curled into a triumphant smile. He had deliberately chosen the furthest landing point. Tightening his arms around her, the cold wind of the Sabaton Plateau is indeed biting. "However, you won't feel cold while holding me." A continuous warmth radiated from their touching skin, and the boy took the opportunity to caress her a few more times, ensuring she remained warm. As they ventured deeper into the stone forest, the woman suddenly broke free from his embrace and pointed towards the mountain peak. "Look at that. An alien spacecraft." The boy lowered his head, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, rumored to be capable of interstellar travel. "Goodness," the woman exclaimed, turning to plant a kiss on his lips. "This is the greatest discovery of the century." "Wait, how do you know?" "It's a gift from the current deity," the boy replied, caressing his cheek where she had kissed him. In truth, all past deities were extraterrestrial immigrants. No wonder they resemble stick insects. The woman suddenly realized, wait, were you just intentionally? The boys' hearty laughter echoed through the snowstorm. They arrived at the steep base of the mountain, with the spacecraft resting atop the peak. Bulma privately estimated that, given her stamina, it would take her at least half a day to climb this summit alone. She cast a sidelong glance at the boy beside her, wondering why they were walking when they could soar straight up. Wufan flashed a mischievous smile. Bulma, how about I carry you up? Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly. She vaguely sensed the boy's intentions, but felt too shy to voice it. Before she could respond, the boy had already lifted her by the waist, leaping towards the summit. During the leap, their bodies occasionally brushed against each other. Bulma felt her body weaken. If she couldn't discern the mischievous intentions of this young lad at this moment, she would be unworthy of the title genius. This little trickster, finding ways to take advantage, was likely reaching the age of budding romance. She scolded him silently in her mind. Yet couldn't he help but ponder, did he truly wish to marry me based on his earlier words? Setting aside the age difference, the matter concerning Yamcha stirred her anger anew. Reflecting on the boyfriend who had once ignited her ire, Bulma found herself surprisingly lenient towards the boy's transgressions. This superficial relationship was destined to conclude sooner or later. You previously mentioned that the wise men of Namek could create Dragon Balls. Could there be something similar there? Bulma forcibly shifted the topic, striving to escape the awkward situation. Not only do they exist, but their power surpasses that of the Earth's Dragon Balls. Son Wufan's ship landed steadily beside them. This vessel was borrowed from the god of heaven to journey to Namek. Are you willing to accompany me? Bulma gently tapped the ship's exterior. This material does not resemble metal. She quickly resumed her role as a scientist. As an expert, I must accompany you, not only to test flight data, but also to study the energy systems. However, do you possess the coordinates for Namek? What if we exhaust our energy and drift in space? Her meticulous considerations evoked admiration from Son Wufan. The boy shouted towards the ship in Namekian. Bik. The hatch opened in response. Bik in Namekian means otherworld, serving as the activation command. He took Bulma's hand and led her into the cabin, assuring her that the energy would suffice for her research. Upon reaching the cockpit, the boy issued commands in an unfamiliar language, causing the intricate dashboard to illuminate brightly. As Bulma surveyed her surroundings, filled with curiosity and about to speak, she suddenly heard Wufan utter something peculiar, prompting her to ask, "What did you just say?" Training tools. Beep. A string of electronic codes flashed on the control panel, which Bulma found entirely incomprehensible. I set it to fly towards Jupiter. Wufan replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the ship jolted violently, a powerful sensation of weightlessness engulfing them. Bulma gasped and lost her balance, nearly tumbling, but Wufan swiftly caught her. Within mere seconds, the ship stabilized, and through the porthole, the immense Jupiter loomed before them. My goodness, have we truly arrived at Jupiter? Gazing at the scene outside, Bulma was filled with exhilaration, bouncing and clinging to Wufan, exclaiming, "This ship is simply magnificent." "As long as you enjoy it," Wufan replied softly, faintly sensing the softness in his embrace. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly released him, composing herself as she said, "Let us head to my home. Once I make some modifications, we can set off in a few days." She could hardly contain her eagerness for the interstellar journey ahead. "No rush. I'll first teach you Namekian, so you can also control the ship." Before Bulma could respond, Wufan gently touched her forehead, directly transmitting the Namekian language into her mind. He did not employ the same supernatural powers as the god of heaven, but rather harnessed the power of the Dragon Pearl. To be honest, even he was uncertain of how many unknown abilities the pearl possessed. "Wow, how did you do that?" Suddenly proficient in a foreign language, Wufan gazed in astonishment at Bulma. She realized that Wufan was indeed different than before, both in appearance and capability, igniting her curiosity. When a woman becomes intrigued by the opposite sex, it is not long before she finds herself deeply ensnared. Wufan offered little explanation, merely inviting Bulma to attempt piloting the spacecraft, and soon they returned to her home. As for the coordinates of planet Namek, they were already recorded in the ship's navigation system. Wufan requested her to construct a high-gravity chamber and a combat power detector, preferably one capable of unlimited enhancement. The detector could be updated with new materials and memory, but the high-gravity chamber posed a challenge. With Earth's current technological resources, the maximum gravity achievable was 50 times. Anything beyond that would necessitate the development of new alloys. Nonetheless, 50 times gravity would suffice for the time being. After agreeing to meet Bulma again in a month, Wufan departed, intending to find Chi-Chi and leave some money for her. That handsome young man has left again? What a pity. I was hoping to invite him. Bulma's mother lamented as she looked towards the door. Mom. Bulma shot her a helpless glare. He is the son of Wukong, making him practically your grandson. This little rascal is from the Wukong family, much more handsome than his father. Bulma's mother, oblivious to the embarrassment, cradled her impressive curves and mused aloud. While that may be true, I am not that old yet. You're not hoping to monopolize him, are you? Rolling her eyes at her mother's remarks, Bulma felt her ears flush with warmth as her thoughts were laid bare. Choosing silence, she swiftly retreated into the spacecraft laboratory. I knew it. Bulma's mother triumphantly shook her head, but then furrowed her brow. What a shame. Since he asked the young man my daughter fancies, I, as her mother, cannot be too overbearing. As the mountain winds brushed through the treetops, Wufan remained blissfully unaware that he had become the subject of conversation. Following the route etched in his memory, he soon caught sight of the outline of Baobao Mountain within half an hour. This is my abode now. Gazing at the dilapidated wooden cabin in the distance, a wave of bitterness surged within the boy's chest. He did not mind living in modesty, but the thought of Chi-Chi enduring hardships due to Son Wukong's brash nature made his nails dig into his palm. Now that I am Son Wufan. The young man took a deep breath and abruptly accelerated towards the cabin, crashing through the rickety door. Where is everyone? The interior was devoid of life. He concentrated, sensing the vicinity for miles around, yet could not detect a single trace of human presence. Could they have gone to Old Turtle? In the original narrative, Chi-Chi indeed visited the Kame house in search of her son. However, they were either on the island or with the Ox King. Contemplating this, Wufan raced towards the location etched in his memory, but when he beheld the coastline, his blood ran cold. What is this madness? The once vibrant island now lay in ruins. Among the debris lay the battered forms of Master Roshi, the Ox King, and others, each nursing wounds. Yet, the familiar figure of Chi-Chi was nowhere to be found. Chi-Chi is not here. He frantically extended his senses, but found no trace within a 100-mile radius. Even more perplexing was the question of who could inflict such grievous harm on Master Roshi in this contemporary world, aside from warriors. Wake up. The young boy leaned down and slapped the turtle hermit's cheek. Although the old martial artist was on the brink of death, his resilience prevailed, and soon he trembled and opened his eyes. Who are you? His murky gaze suddenly narrowed. Let's talk. Where's Chi-Chi? Wufan gripped the other's collar tightly, his voice cracking with urgency. He had resolved not to acknowledge that battle-crazed father. Yet the woman who had endured so much must be the mother he vowed to protect for a lifetime. The turtle hermit coughed a few times and, noticing Wufan's worried expression, replied despite his confusion, It's the Red Ribbon Army. They injured us and abducted Chi-Chi. The Red Ribbon Army. Wufan's entire being trembled. Wasn't that organization annihilated by his father long ago? Rumor had it that only Dr. Gero remained, but his android project was not due for completion for several more years. Without further contemplation, he hurriedly pressed the turtle hermit for more details. The old turtle hermit gasped for air and said, I'm not entirely sure, but there's a terrifying individual called Number 10 who can obliterate this place with a mere energy blast. They know Chi-Chi is Wukong's wife and intend to capture her to threaten him. Damn it. Wufan's fury erupted, the violent energy exploding forth. The surrounding ruins shattered instantly, sending the turtle hermit and others flying several yards away. Wow. The turtle hermit fell to the ground, bloodied, gazing at him in horror. Wufan, stop. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared, barely shielding the turtle hermit and his companions. What do you want? Wufan retracted his imposing aura, casting a cold glance. The newcomer was none other than the god of destruction. The god of destruction smiled wryly. With such a powerful presence emanating from you, how could I not notice? Less chatter. Tell me where my mother is. Wufan interrupted sharply. The god of destruction was taken aback, the boy, having awakened his scion bloodline. Called Wukong by his name, but still referred to Chi-Chi as mother. He had observed Wufan for a while and found that although his character had changed dramatically, he was not inherently malevolent, which brought him some relief. Perhaps, as Wufan suggested, the distinction between good and evil was not so clear-cut. Calm yourself. The god of destruction closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, suddenly pointing eastward, 3,482 kilometers from here. Before he finished speaking, Wufan had transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The god of destruction shook his head, chuckling to himself. Filial piety is the greatest virtue. Such a devoted individual, even if somewhat arrogant in his actions, is merely reflecting the innate nature of a scion. Now that his strength has surged, how could the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army pose any threat to him? God of destruction? The turtle hermit staggered to his feet, as if in a dream. Did you just say that was Wufan? In just over a month, that timid child has transformed into such a formidable force. His power is truly terrifying. The turtle hermit's first reaction was to suspect that Krillin had led Wufan astray. With his increased strength, his temperament had grown increasingly ferocious. As for his abnormal physical development, it was hardly surprising. Extraordinary events unfolded daily in this world. The god of destruction first tended to the injuries of the turtle hermit and his companions. And once they regained consciousness, he promptly explained Wufan's situation to prevent them from inadvertently provoking the young boy, leaving the turtle hermit and the others behind. Wufan sped along the direction indicated by the god of destruction, swiftly arriving at his destination. Before him lay a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence save for the lush trees that surrounded him. Did that old coot deceive me? Wufan furrowed his brow momentarily before dismissing the thought. It was inconceivable that he would lie, and surely his words were left unfinished. Upon closer inspection, the young man finally discerned the subtle clues. Indeed, it was the handiwork of Dr. Gallo, who had concealed the base underground. Wufan concentrated energy into a sphere in his palm and casually hurled it towards the ground. With a resounding explosion, blinding white light engulfed the forest, vaporizing trees and rocks in an instant. The earth carved away to a depth of several meters. Since hearing Master Roshi mention the existence of Android 10, Wufan had surmised that he was facing the failed creations of Dr. Gallo, which were merely glossed over in the original narrative. If confronted by an adversary of Android 17's caliber, Wufan would indeed struggle. However, dealing with these defective models would be a matter of sheer dominance. Should they inflict even a modicum of harm upon him, he would not hesitate to send Dr. Gallo to the depths of hell. What manner of fool are you? For figures surged upward from the billowing dust, their faces smeared with grime, glaring furiously at the solitary youth amidst the ruins. Wufan merely cast a fleeting glance at the four before redirecting his focus below. With precise control, his power exploded into the ground, revealing the metallic structure of the underground base, the surrounding terrain utterly flattened. Though this several hundred square meter alloy edifice remained intact, it had lost its concealment. Through his sensory perception, Wufan confirmed the familiar energy signature of his companion, which remained unscathed. A weight lifted from his heart. Simultaneously, he noted the complete absence of biological energy fluctuations emanating from the four in the air, a hallmark of artificial beings. "You little rascal," bellowed the largest of the men, his voice booming with fury as he saw the audacity of being disregarded. In an instant, he lunged towards Wufan, unleashing a fist the size of a cooking pot. "Number 9, hold back," shouted a taller youth from behind. Wufan's gaze flickered. He had confirmed his first opponent as Android 9. During the time when Sun Wukong single-handedly infiltrated the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters, he had encountered Android 8. If this one was merely Android 9, then there must be Androids 10, 11, and 12 lurking behind. The original narrative had scarcely mentioned these androids, stating only that those preceding Android 17 were failures. Their sudden emergence now raised questions. Had they been deemed too weak for inclusion in the original tale, or had his very presence altered the course of history? Regardless, those who dared to harm his companion should not expect to escape unscathed. Boom. Android 9's powerful punch struck Wufan squarely on the head, sending him flying several meters before crashing heavily into the ground. Android 9 scoffed derisively. "Is that all? I expected a greater challenge. I mentioned wanting to leave a survivor." The tall youth, Android 10, reprimanded him with dissatisfaction. "Silence." A stern middle-aged man interjected coldly. "The boy is still alive." Everyone turned to see Wufan standing amidst the dust, unscathed, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Impossible. Android 9's pupils dilated in shock. This boy was proving to be even more formidable than Sun Wukong himself. He was acutely aware of the force behind that punch and could hardly believe the youth had withstood it. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that someone unable to evade would have their strength limited. Wufan assessed silently. That strike had been comparable to Krillin's full power. Yet it was evident that Android 9 had not unleashed his true potential. In a fierce confrontation, it is evident that number 9 is far from being a formidable opponent. possessing a combat prowess at best of 4 to 500, which explains his classification as obsolete. The tall figure is number 10, and the crowd exhibits a particular reverence towards the middle-aged man, who is presumably number 12. The remaining individual is undoubtedly number 11. Whether or not this conjecture holds true is of little consequence. To assess the capabilities of the androids, they cannot rely on sensing their aura to gauge strength, prompting Wufan to deliberately absorb the blow. While this may seem redundant, caution is never unwarranted. Upon reflection, if Dr. Gero truly believed these androids could triumph over Son Wukong, why would they be discarded? At their peak, they would only match Raditz S level, utterly insufficient to satisfy the old madman's ambitions. Their deployment now serves merely as pawns to create chaos. Having endured the battle against Raditz, the Dragon Ball warriors are experiencing exponential growth in power. Having discerned the situation, Wufan no longer intends to show mercy. The boy, number 12, refrains from immediate attack, instead surveying him thoughtfully. I am quite curious about your origins. How exactly did you find your way here? A palpable sense of menace fills the air. The dead are unworthy of inquiry. A glint of cold light flashes in Wufan's eyes as a violent wave of energy envelopes him. The middle-aged android, number 12, tightens his brow. Logically, they possess no aura and cannot sense energy, yet every nerve is screaming. Danger. Death. Number 9 can no longer restrain himself. His metallic form erupts forward once more. Arrogant little brat, let me teach you a lesson for your parents. Regardless of what his superior might wish to inquire, wouldn't it be more gratifying to deliver a crippling blow first? Crack. The menacing expression on number 9's face freezes instantly. His powerful strike is effortlessly halted by a single finger of the youth. Regardless of how he revs his engine, the mechanical joints creak under the strain. Yet that finger seems to absorb his fist like a black hole. Illusion technique. Number 9's pupils tremble violently, even for an android. Encountering an incomprehensible phenomenon provokes an instinctual shudder. Do you fancy this trick? A cruel smile curves Wufan's lips as he delivers a vicious uppercut that shatters No. 9's abdominal armor. A torrent of coolant mixed with artificial blood erupts from number 9's mouth. Damn it! The metallic claws of number 10 slice through the air, only to be intercepted by Wufan's index finger upon nearing his hair. Amidst the cacophony of metal clashing, No. 10 is horrified to realize that his ultimate technique fails to even graze his opponent. 11. 12. Activate overload mode. Number 12 finally bellows, initiating the overload alongside the female android. Number 9 forcibly reboots his damaged systems to join the assault. For humanoid weapons transform into a whirlwind of death, each strike aimed precisely at vital points. They finally comprehend that showing mercy to this monster equates to folly. With a mere flick of his fingertips, Wufan effortlessly deflects the barrage of attacks, moving gracefully through the metallic storm like a dragon in flight. The exquisite techniques of Machik Star are awakening within him, absorbing force, utilizing momentum, and anticipating movements. These battle arts, deeply ingrained in his being, are being forged into his muscle memory through real combat. Vegeta's defeat was not without reason. The youth evades number 12's plasma slash and suddenly realizes that even at equal levels of power, this unrivaled technique can grant the user an invincible position. At this moment, he compresses his strength to match the 4 androids, gradually gaining control of the battlefield through increasingly refined skills. From the initial clumsiness of blocking to effortlessly countering the combined assault of 4 adversaries within 30 seconds. The shattered remnants of machinery danced around Wufan, resembling a brutal ritual of ascetic training. The androids, initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, soon recognized that they were merely being utilized as training tools as they observed Wufan's increasingly fluid maneuvers. I have spared your lives. That is my promise fulfilled. In a fit of rage, number 9 unleashed their full strength in a heavy strike, only for Wufan to gracefully evade with a sidestep, responding with a spinning kick that sent number 9 flying several dozen meters. Who are you? Why do you torment us? Fear spread among the androids, leaving even the typically composed number 12 pale with dread. They clenched their trembling fists, having completely lost the will to fight. Torment you? Do you think you deserve such consideration? Wufan scoffed, gesturing towards the distant metallic structure. My mother is imprisoned there, and you dare to ask me who I am? Mother? Number 12 was momentarily taken aback, then gasped in horror. You are Son Wufan? What a joke! Number 10 shrieked. As records indicated that Son Wufan was merely 4 years old. He is a future entity. Number 11 suddenly realized, though uncertain of the reasons behind the timeline anomaly, the resemblance between father and son was unmistakable. Wufan regarded the female android with interest. He had thought number 18 was the only female model. But this batch of defective products concealed an anomaly. Compared to number 18's delicate features, number 11 exuded an alluring, sinister beauty, her exaggerated curves emanating a dangerous aura. Unfortunately, this type was entirely outside of Wufan's aesthetic preferences. We are willing to release her. Please spare us. Number 12 begged on its knees, the metallic joints producing a harsh grinding sound. We will never provoke the Son Wukong clan again. The other androids crawled in supplication, even the fiercest, number 9, resorting to all fours. They had once believed they could dominate the earth, yet they found themselves unable to contend with the son of a scion. Observing this pitiful assembly, Wufan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. In Dr. Gallo's hideout, the cold words rendered the androids rigid with fear. Number 12 trembled as it confessed. We are discarded defective products who narrowly escaped the destruction protocol. Number 11 hastily added, driven by desperation, we sought to prove our worth by attempting to eliminate Son Wukong. However, we could not locate him. Wufan's eyes gleamed with icy fury. You escaped from the base and do not know the location of your lair? We truly do not. Number 11's forehead struck the ground, creating a crack. That cunning fox was already prepared. Number 12 cried out in panic. Dr. Gallo erased our memories before the modifications. We have no knowledge of him. He is always cautious, conducting all communications through electronic means. No one knows his actual hideout. This indeed aligned with Dr. Gallo's usual methods. Wufan was convinced they would not dare deceive him. Since you are of no use, then you shall cease to exist. Before the words had fully left his lips, Wufan swept his leg, and number 12's head erupted in a violent burst. Stop! On the 11th, a piercing scream erupted, and in a state of sheer terror, it turned to flee. The 9th and 10th were equally stricken with fear, dashing off in different directions. In a flash, Wu Fan caught up with the 11th, his hand closing like a vice, and with a dull thud, mechanical parts mixed with blood erupted from his fingers. These artificial beings had undergone extensive mechanization. In the next moment, a small energy projectile obliterated the 11th. Wu Fan remained unfazed, his eyes betraying no emotion. He gathered an energy orb in each hand, precisely striking the fleeing 9th and 10th, instantly reducing them to mere dust. Even the mightiest among them, the 12th, lacked combat prowess exceeding 2,000, appearing as insignificant as ants before Wu Fan. In the blink of an eye, for artificial beings were reduced to nothingness. Dr. Gallo, since this matter does not concern you, Wu Fan sneered as he gazed at the alloy base. I shall spare your life for now, but I hope you can create more amusement. With a resounding roar, the alloy door shattered. Wu Fan suddenly raised an eyebrow, discovering the presence of hidden vermin. Earlier, his concern for his mother's safety had led him to focus solely on her aura, but now he sensed 3 more individuals within the base, their presence as faint as insects. Had they perhaps been captured? Wu Fan did not pursue them immediately. His priority was to rescue his mother. After all, those ants had nowhere to escape. Following the familiar aura, he arrived before an alloy door. With a wave of his hand, the heavy door disintegrated into fragments. Ah! A robust exclamation echoed from within. Upon hearing his mother's distinctive voice, Wu Fan's anxious heart finally settled. However, upon seeing the scene inside, he was left both amused and bewildered. This was hardly a prison. It was clearly a 5-star suite, with genuine leather sofas, smart appliances, exquisite meals, and even service robots. It was lavishly equipped. Chi-Chi had been leisurely watching television, surrounded by an array of fruits and snacks, merely startled and huddled in the corner of the sofa. As she gazed at the unfamiliar young man suddenly before her, Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback. When she recognized his handsome visage, her tense expression visibly softened. Is it really you? She exclaimed, rushing forward and grasping his arm. Wu Fan. It's truly my Wu Fan. Wu Fan instinctively assumed a defensive posture, fearing that his mother might attack him. But upon hearing her words, he immediately relaxed, only to be unexpectedly enveloped in a warm embrace. The fresh scent of shower gel lingered in the air. Years of household labor had left Chi-Chi's skin less delicate than that of a younger woman. Yet her martial training allowed her to retain remarkable flexibility and vitality. Realizing that the person in his arms was indeed his mother, Wu Fan quickly dispelled his distractions and, filled with confusion, asked, "How did you recognize me?" This was indeed puzzling. Others hesitated to question his identity, yet his mother had recognized him without a moment's doubt. "My child, how could a mother fail to recognize her own?" Chi-Chi replied firmly. Perhaps this was the bond that connected mother and child. Even though Wu Fan's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming more elegant and striking than before, his mother's gaze remains capable of piercing through the scars left by time. Listening to the continuous praises of his growth, the young man's ears flushed with embarrassment, and he helplessly remarked, "Aren't you curious as to why I suddenly matured?" Curiosity aside, it is always a good thing when a child grows up. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's expression changed drastically. She urgently pushed him towards the door, insisting, "Do not linger. You must leave this place quickly. Those villains may return at any moment. You are my only hope. You cannot afford to be in danger. Hurry." The warmth of her trembling palms sent a wave of warmth through Wu Fan's heart, and he gently clasped her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear. I have dealt with those people. I am here to take you home. Have you only practiced for a month and already learned to boast?" Chi-Chi began to sob. "Your skills are not even enough to defeat your mother. If we do not leave now, I will truly be angry." Wu Fan felt a mix of amusement and heartache as he hurriedly wiped her tears, saying, "I am not lying. I am indeed strong now. Would you like to see for yourself?" Seeing her son's resolute expression, Chi-Chi reluctantly followed him outside, where the sight before her left her utterly astonished. What is this? She clearly remembered the landscape upon her arrival, but now the entire surface seemed as if it had been overturned by a colossal plow, with the yellow earth layer lowered by several meters, forming a terrifying depression. "Now do you believe me?" Wu Fan's lips curled into a bright smile. "Did you do all of this?" Chi-Chi's voice trembled with shock. The young warrior nodded proudly, his expression reminiscent of a child awaiting praise. To Wu Fan's surprise, Chi-Chi suddenly struck his head lightly, exclaiming in anger, "Wu Fan, how could you do this? I have always told you not to emulate your father. Let him indulge in his fights. You should focus on your studies and aspire to be a remarkable scholar. But now, oh my Wu Fan, how have you become like this?" With that, Chi-Chi burst into tears, leaving Wu Fan momentarily stunned. However, he soon understood the depths of his mother's emotions. Chi-Chi had married a man obsessed with battle, neglecting family matters, a man whose voracious appetite could consume meals meant for dozens. Only she knew the hardships of sustaining their household. To outsiders, Sun Wukong was a hero saving the world, but to Chi-Chi, he was an inadequate husband. Nevertheless, deeply rooted in tradition, she had never complained about her disappointments with Wukong. She had always urged Wu Fan to study diligently, hoping he would acquire knowledge and wisdom, ensuring he would not follow in his father's footsteps. Little did she expect that merely a month apart would see Wu Fan treading the same path as his father. For Chi-Chi, regardless of how strong Wu Fan became, as long as he pursued the martial way, the family's future would be bleak. Wu Fan sighed with empathy, tightly embracing his mother, softly comforting her. "Do not cry, mother. I promise I will never become like him. I have grown up, and from now on, I will not allow you to suffer any more grievances. This family will be entrusted to me to protect." This was the first time he sincerely called her mother, his heart brimming with affection. The words of Wu Fan seemed to possess a magical quality, compelling one to unwittingly believe in them. Although he still appeared as a child in her eyes, his statement brought her a profound sense of reassurance. "Wu Fan, do you truly mean it?" Chi-Chi looked up at him, her tear-streaked face now alight with surprise. Wu Fan gently wiped away her tears and vowed, "I promise. I will never allow mother to suffer again. My Wu Fan has truly grown up." Chi-Chi finally smiled, tenderly caressing Wu Fan's cheek. It was then she noticed how he had transformed into a handsome young man, his features sharply defined, causing her to blush slightly. "Mother, please wait here for me." Wu Fan sensed that the three ominous presences were gradually receding. Any further delay would risk losing their trail. He urged Chi-Chi to remain in place and swiftly pursued his target. Watching Wu Fan's retreating figure, Chi-Chi felt a swell of pride. Wu Fan had now become a true man. Following their conversation, she resolved to no longer interfere in Wu Fan's choices. The current Wu Fan stood tall and strong, both physically and mentally mature, no longer the little boy who would hide in her embrace seeking affection. Following the energy fluctuations, Sun Wu Fan effortlessly intercepted a low-flying miniature aircraft. Through the shatterproof windows, the familiar faces in the cockpit made his pupils constrict. Indeed, it was these three rascals, The young martial artist's aura surged dramatically, producing a sonic boom as he positioned himself across the aircraft's flight path. With a resounding crash, the trio inside were violently thrown against the control panel by inertia. When they finally lifted their dizzy heads, the alloy hatch had been torn open by some terrifying force, and a figure stood resolutely, palm pressed against the nose of the aircraft. Lord Sun Wufan. The blue-skinned dwarf slumped in his seat, trembling in fear. Just 3 hours prior, they had witnessed this young man dismantle 4 androids, reducing them to scrap metal through the surveillance feed. With a swift motion, the boy's arm pierced the bulletproof glass, shards flying as he entered the cockpit. The cold glint of his tactical visor swept over the quaking trio, the cunning King Pilaf, his dog-headed strategist, Asu, and his ever-tight-clad subordinate, Xiao Wu. You were the ones who alerted the authorities during the last incident at Dr. Jero's laboratory, weren't you? Wu Fan's fingertips radiated a faint golden flame, and the entire aircraft began to emit a mournful metallic wail under the strain. Suddenly, Pilaf tumbled from his throne, prostrating himself on the floor. Please, allow me to explain. It was all Dr. Jero's doing, coercing us to create false coordinates to distract Uncle Bick. He pleaded. And what about the incident where that boy revealed the existence of the Namekian Dragon Balls to my mother? The aircraft erupted into a fireball midair. 3 charred figures hurled in different directions by the shockwave. Wu Fan hovered amidst the flames, gazing at the chaos experts plummeting toward the sea in free fall, his battlesuit still emitting wisps of smoke. Father was right, he thought, turning his gaze toward the distant military base still shrouded in smoke. Some pests indeed require regular extermination. As Sun Wufan spoke, the expression on King Pilaf's face darkened with each word, ultimately leaving him slumped on the ground, his countenance ashen. He had never anticipated that his opponent would possess such intimate knowledge of his secrets. At this juncture, any attempts at deceit were utterly futile. Sun Wufan had merely deduced, based on Pilaf's character, that the targets of the androids were solely Goku. Apart from being cautious of a few Dragon Ball warriors, they paid no heed to insignificant individuals. To the androids, even though Chi-Chi was Goku's wife, she was no more significant than an ant. What need was there to regard her? Do not harm Lord Pilaf. Suddenly, the maid Xiaowu and the mechanical dog Asu lunged from either side, tightly gripping Sun Wufan's legs, while turning to shout, Master, flee. Sun Wufan kicked Asu away, causing the mechanical dog to convulse and collapse, unable to rise, while Xiaowu remained entwined around his leg like a vine. It was not out of pity for her delicate form that he felt restrained. Rather, the softness that pressed against him had morphed under pressure, rendering him unable to break free. She was both striking in appearance and loyal, a fine specimen indeed. Although he initially held no regard for this nameless subordinate, he now harbored a different sentiment. Xiaowu, Pilaf, lifting the unconscious Asu, saw the maid still clinging desperately to their adversary and was overwhelmed with tears, yet dared not approach. Do not concern yourself with me. You must escape. Xiaowu gritted her teeth, her arms tightening further. Where could Pilaf escape to at this perilous altitude of several thousand meters? Sun Wufan allowed the humanoid ornament to dangle from his leg, declaring to the two, I may spare your lives, but Xiaowu must come with me. The trio froze simultaneously. Xiaowu's fingers slackened slightly, confusion flickering in her opened eyes. Agreed. Pilaf suddenly cried out, winking vigorously at Xiaowu. The maid understood. This was a signal for her to feign submission and seek an opportunity to escape, to safeguard the lives of the three. She bit her lip and nodded gently. Sun Wufan scoffed. Having entered his grasp, how could she dare to renege? Begone, he said, sweeping his sleeves as he turned away. Pilaf, at that moment, felt a sudden gust of wind rush toward him. Do you need to be escorted out? The force of Sun Wufan's wind blast erupted, sending both master and servant screaming as they plummeted from the cloud's edge. Despicable. I will bite you to death. Xiaowu, in a fit of rage, re-wrapped herself around his leg and bit down fiercely. A mere dog? Sun Wufan bared his teeth, inhaling sharply. A slight flex of his muscle could shatter her silver teeth, yet he ultimately refrained from retaliating. However, he felt a measure of admiration for this devoted protector and chose merely to speak calmly. I have spared their lives, which suffices to fulfill my promise. Their survival henceforth lies in their own fortunes. You would do well to release your grip immediately, since you have chosen to follow me. You must understand the consequences of defying your master. In the end, Xiaowu relinquished her bite, not out of fear, but because she realized that no matter how fiercely she struggled, She could not inflict harm upon Wufan, not even tearing his pant leg. Regardless of your choice, I will support you, she huffed, glaring at Wufan, her cheeks puffed out, lending her an air of playfulness. Wufan's lips curled into a slight smile. By following me, you shall experience an unprecedented life of luxury. Silks and riches will be at your disposal, far superior to the meager existence alongside that worthless Pilaf, who is forced to endure hardships. As long as you remain compliant, everything you desire will be within reach. Why suffer in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls? Xiaowu's loyalty to Pilaf stemmed solely from her lack of better alternatives. In comparing the two individuals, it becomes apparent that the former master is utterly lacking, and the resentment in her heart dissipates somewhat. However, it remains inconceivable for her to wholeheartedly commit to Wufan at this moment. Given the current disparity of power, she can only suppress her indignation and inquire, "What exactly do you require of me? Should your demands be excessive, I would rather perish than comply." Wufan finds her response amusing. Even if he harbors certain intentions, how could she resist? She cannot even wish for death. Yet, he currently harbors no such thoughts and simply replies, "It is quite simple. In my absence, care for my mother. If you perform well, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards, ensuring your future is free from want. Is this not what you desire? Is that all?" Xiaowu is momentarily taken aback. This condition is far simpler than she had anticipated. Upon receiving confirmation, her spirits soar with delight. Such a fortuitous opportunity is indeed hard to come by. The effort required is hardly a burden. As for Pilaf, to hell with him. In the vastness of the cosmos, a uniquely designed spaceship hurtles through space. Inside the cabin, Wufan gazes out at the eternal starlight beyond the porthole. Lost in thought, 2 days have passed since departing Earth, and the initial thrill of interstellar travel has long since faded, dulled by the monotony of the scenery. At this moment, it has been an entire month since the incident involving the androids abducting Chi-Chi. Wufan did not set off early. After successfully rescuing Chi-Chi, he purchased a luxurious residence next to the Bulma family in West City to provide her with a proper home. Not only did he invite Xiaowu, but he also took in the lonely Lanqi, offering both generous salaries to care for Chi-Chi's daily needs. After spending a joyful month with Chi-Chi, Wufan left behind a fortune and set off on his journey. He was indifferent to the fate of that money, as it was all acquired through unconventional means. He could always procure more when necessary. Naturally, Chi-Chi, filled with joy, sought to inquire about the source of this wealth. After all, although Wufan appeared to be 18, he was in reality only 4 years old. Wufan explained that during his training with Bic, he discovered a rare vein of ore and gained profits through cooperation with the Bulma family in its development. Upon learning of Chi-Chi's past hardships, Bulma was more than willing to endorse this narrative. Moreover, the spaceship Wufan provided greatly benefited her, making it a repayment of sorts. The maturity and filial piety exhibited by her son filled Chi-Chi with immense satisfaction. Thus, when she learned of Wufan's intention to embark on a space journey with Bulma, though she felt a pang of reluctance, she did not impede his plans. Over the course of the month, the gravity chamber and the detector were fully prepared. Bulma collaborated with her father, Dr. Brief, to enhance the gravity chamber's maximum multiplier to 100 times, and it could now be contained within a portable capsule. Should they discover materials with greater density in space, upgrades could be made at any time. The detector also achieved an infinite range of detection. However, the larger the data, the more apparent the discrepancies, as reaching a certain level of power cannot be measured by simple numerical values. Nonetheless, this was already sufficient for Wufan. One must acknowledge Bulma's genius. Traditional detectors required placement in the ear, with extended lenses obstructing vision and manual buttons to display data, making them both cumbersome and prone to damage. The newly designed detector, transformed by her ingenuity, now resembled contact lenses, activated merely by the user's breath. The self-assessment results revealed that Gohan's current combat strength has just surpassed 10 million, aligning with his expectations and significantly exceeding Son Wukong's typical limits. Upon reaching this echelon, the only way to continue advancing is to transform into a Super Saiyan. Regular training can merely enhance reaction times, yielding no substantial progress. What troubles him is the minimal effect of the 100-fold gravity. He adapted completely after just an hour. With the perfect physique granted by the Dragon Balls, he does not need to rely on gravity to gradually strengthen his body. It seems that until they reach Namek, he can only indulge in leisure. Missing home already? Ready to turn back after just 1 day? Bulma's teasing voice floated from behind him. Gohan turned around, momentarily frozen in place. Under his influence, Bulma had not cut her beautiful blue hair. At that moment, her damp strands cascaded over her shoulders, glistening with droplets of water, clearly having just bathed. Clad in a white short nightgown, her freshly bathed skin radiated a dewy sheen, as captivating as a flower kissed by morning dew, making it nearly impossible for Gohan to divert his gaze. "Little brat, where are your eyes wandering?" Bulma feigned anger, though her cheeks flushed a delicate pink. That burning gaze was unrestrained, as if intent on devouring her whole. Gohan grinned widely. "Bulma, you look stunning. With just the two of us on the spaceship. Isn't dressing this beautifully meant for my eyes?" "Nonsense. It's merely a nightgown," Bulma retorted, her ears turning crimson as she unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment. She would never admit that since last month's unexpected intimacy, this youth frequently invaded her thoughts. Noticing Bulma's weary expression, Gohan suddenly asked earnestly, "Haven't you been resting well lately?" This unexpected concern warmed Bulma's heart. "Perhaps it's the discomfort from interstellar travel. I feel unwell all over," she sighed, rubbing her sore shoulders. A mischievous glint flickered in Gohan's eyes. "I happen to have an effective remedy, but I fear you might not dare to try it." "Don't underestimate me." Bulma, indeed, was provoked enough to raise an eyebrow. "What is your solution?" "A full-body meridian massage," Gohan explained leisurely, "to promote blood circulation and relieve muscles. Especially effective for insomnia." Full body. Bulma's voice shot up, then she attempted to regain her composure. "Why, you really know how to do that?" "Of course," Gohan sighed deliberately. "But Bulma, you seem rather conservative." "Shut up." Bulma abruptly pulled him toward the bedroom. "What have I not seen before?" In truth, both were tacitly aware that this was merely a game of unspoken understanding. Bulma, who had been sleepless for days, secretly anticipated the unexpected touches that might occur. "Just joking. It's Bulma after all. What is there to fear?" Despite sensing Gohan's mischievous grin was somewhat peculiar, Bulma held her chin high defiantly. Gohan swayed his index finger lazily. "This full-body meridian massage can invigorate blood flow and alleviate blockages, specifically treating your condition. If you maintain the treatment, it could eradicate the issue entirely." "A full-body massage." Bulma's ears instantly turned scarlet as she stammered. "Why, you really think this wild approach works?" "With absolute certainty." Wufan deliberately elongated his tone, fearing that certain individuals might hesitate to attempt it. After all, there exists a distinction between genders. Who would dare label a refined lady like Bulma as a timid little girl? Bulma sprang up in a fit of indignation, scolding the immature child who had yet to fully mature. "Come with me inside right now." Observing Bulma's fierce demeanor, Wufan couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. The two were tacitly performing in this little play. Bulma had already seen through this little rascal's antics. Yet the torment of sleepless nights had left her in a state of agitation. If it could remedy her troubles, allowing him to gain a slight advantage wouldn't be a loss. She even felt a flicker of excitement. "Wait, why does Bulma's skin look as smooth as a freshly shelled egg?" Wufan suddenly cupped her face, inspecting it closely, and he noticed not even a trace of fine lines around her eyes. "Is this for real?" Bulma hastily retrieved her makeup mirror, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Heavens! I feel rejuvenated, as if I've returned to my 20s. What on earth is happening?" Before she could finish her sentence, her body inexplicably floated into the air, causing her to flail her arms and exclaim in shock. Wufan's gaze sharpened as he seized her flailing wrist, pulling her back into his embrace, while allowing a hint of energy to flow into her for examination. "What just happened?" Bulma's voice trembled as she clutched Wufan's clothing. "The spaceship has a gravity system. How could there be sudden weightlessness?" "Ha ha." Wufan's booming laughter reverberated through the cabin walls. "Little rascal, you must explain this." Bulma tugged at his ear in mock fury. "Congratulations. Sister Bulma, you've hit the jackpot." Wufan grinned as he revealed the combat power detector. "Not only have you regained your youth, but your power level has skyrocketed to 800. With a bit of training, you could easily defeat Krillin." Bulma stood there, mouth agape. The sensation of youthful vigor was undeniably real, yet the latter part about fighting and killing was immediately filtered out by her mind, as violence was what she detested the most. Before she could inquire further, the entire spaceship suddenly trembled violently, alarms piercing the air. Wufan smirked, a proud expression on his face. "Of course, this is all due to me. Your husband's extraordinary talent has transformed your physique since being with me. Perhaps you'll never age again." "Stop boasting," Such things aren't possible. Though Bulma felt a sweetness in her heart, she ceased her questioning. Wufan was well aware that this was not due to his own abilities, but rather the power harnessed from the pearl of the heavenly path. Don't believe me? Then let me allow you to experience it firsthand, and see if what I say holds true. Wufan feigned an intention to act. Wait. I believe you, all right? The journey to planet Namek would take a month, and the voyage was indeed long. Occasionally, Wufan would guide Bulma in harnessing her energy, not necessarily for self-defense, but at least to learn to fly for emergencies. However, Bulma's patience in this regard was limited. After a short practice, she found it tedious. Despite her combat power exceeding 800, it took her over half a month to barely grasp the flying technique. Beyond instructing Bulma in her training, Wufan devoted much of his time to exploring the mysterious power within him. If he could fully awaken this power, even foes like Frieza would be no match, and he would easily contend with Majin Buu. Regrettably, this formidable power is not easily controlled. After more than 20 days of research, I remain utterly perplexed, having yet to ascertain its source. In 3 days, we shall arrive at Namek. Darling, you are seeking the Dragon Balls, are you not? Bulma nestled against Goku, her delicate fingers tracing gentle circles on his chest. With Goku's repeated reminders, her calling him darling has become quite natural. Goku nodded, affirming, indeed. The Dragon Balls on Earth are intended to resurrect Son Goku. They will certainly not relinquish them easily, unless I resort to force, which would be futile. After all, I require more than one wish, so it is better to head directly to Namek. During this time, Goku had divulged many details to Bulma. She harbored little affection for Son Goku now, hence she was indifferent to his name being mentioned. She was also aware that the Dragon Balls on Namek could grant 3 wishes each time. During the lengthy interstellar journey, this young couple, newly acquainted with the joys of intimacy, remained inseparable, wrapped in each other's affection. Nevertheless, Goku did not neglect to take the time to instruct Bulma in the application of ki, hoping she would at least master the skill of flight for unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, Bulma's patience was notably limited. Her training was often sporadic. Despite possessing a combat power exceeding 800, it took her over half a month to barely achieve flight. During the remaining time, Goku was engrossed in studying the mysterious force within him. If he could unlock his latent potential, he would only need a single strike to confront opponents like Frieza, and even adversaries of Majin Buu's caliber would pose no challenge. Regrettably, this power is not easily mastered. After more than 20 days of exploration, Goku still found himself at a standstill, unable to even approach the source of this strength. In 3 days, they would reach Namek. Later, as Bulma nestled against Goku, her fingertips glided softly across his chest. Is it for the Dragon Balls that you are going there? With Goku's persistent corrections, her calling him darling had become quite instinctive. Indeed, Goku explained, the Dragon Balls on Earth are meant to resurrect Son Goku. They will not hand them over lightly, unless I forcibly seize them, which would be pointless. In any case, I need more than one wish. It is best to go directly to Namek. Over these days, Goku had shared numerous details with Bulma, and she had grown indifferent to Son Goku, thus feeling no discomfort in referring to him by name. She was also aware that the Dragon Balls on Namek could grant 3 wishes. Bulma inquired, according to your assertions, you are already strong enough. What use are the Dragon Balls to you now? The Dragon's abilities are limited by its creator. They should hold little value for you, no? Goku replied, I only need the Dragon Balls to master a few auxiliary skills, which can indirectly enhance my strength, rather than relying directly on the dragon to grow stronger. Moreover, once the Scions arrive on Earth, the forces behind them will become aware of the Dragon Balls and Namek's existence. We must act first. Are you referring to Frieza? Is he truly that fearsome? Even you cannot defeat him? Bulma's understanding of Frieza naturally stemmed from Goku's insights. As Wufan nodded and shook his head, he remarked, I do not fear him, yet my current strength renders victory difficult, unless I can transcend into a Super Saiyan. The primary objective of our journey to Namek is to break through this barrier. He longed to witness the legendary Super Saiyan. Bulma, somewhat skeptical, responded, with your current power, if you were to amplify it 50-fold, wouldn't you be able to obliterate a planet with the mere snap of your fingers? Wufan chuckled. Destroying a planet has become trivial for me. Even annihilating a galaxy is merely a matter of time. However, the cosmos is vast and teeming with formidable foes. The path of martial arts is an endless journey. In the future, we will encounter adversaries far more terrifying than Frieza. If I do not strengthen myself swiftly, How shall I protect my beloved Bulma? You certainly have a way with words. Bulma playfully chided. Regardless of your decisions, I will support you. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently, as if it had collided with an unseen obstacle. What is happening? Wu Fan, stirred by Bulma's teasing, had been eager to embrace her, but the unexpected event ignited his fury. He hastily donned his attire and rushed to the cockpit, where the piercing alarms and flashing red lights filled the space. Alert! Under attack from an unknown energy source. Hull integrity compromised. Backup shields activated. Energy remaining at 50. Thrust power reduced to 80. A mechanical voice incessantly announced. Wu Fan squinted through the viewport and beheld a sleek interstellar battleship hovering in the distance, continuously unleashing dazzling beams of light. Despite the timely activation of the protective systems, the initial onslaught had inflicted severe damage. Had it not been for the automatic evasion system, their ship would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Yet, the enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and it was only a matter of time before they were struck again. Bulma, quickly, to the cockpit. Wu Fan called urgently. Although he possessed the power of the celestial pearl that enabled him to withstand the vacuum of space, Bulma would undoubtedly perish if exposed. What is happening? Bulma arrived swiftly, fully equipped, and her nerves tightened upon witnessing the scene before her. Leave the controls to me, she said, calm and composed as she took over the system. Her slender fingers danced across the control panel, and the previously wavering spacecraft became agile, weaving skillfully between the energy beams. As she maneuvered, she assessed the distant enemy ship. Its technological prowess was evidently superior to theirs, yet she pondered the reason behind their sudden assault. Wu Fan clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the cockpit. Despite his immense combat strength, he found himself unable to unleash it in the vastness of space. For now, his only option was to seek a safe haven and await an opportunity to retaliate as the enemy pursued them. The ancient spacecraft they were aboard had miraculously withstood the onslaught of the modern battleship thus far. Meanwhile, Chiu-Yi languidly reclined in the command chair. After completing Lord Frisia's assignment, he had intended to return directly, but stumbled upon this ancient vessel during his journey. Amused, he initiated an attack, only to be surprised that the adversary could withstand the main cannon's bombardment. This sparked a flicker of intrigue in his crimson eyes. Admiral Chiu-Yi, the enemy ship's pilot exhibits exceptional skill. We are currently unable to bring down the target. Shall we accelerate the pursuit? A middle-aged figure clad in black battle armor knelt. Seeking permission, Chiu-Yi stroked his chin and suddenly erupted into a cacophony of laughter. How amusing. The officer looked up in confusion. Change of plans. Chiu-Yi raised a finger, shaking it. Maintain our current distance and force them to land nearby. Understood. Despite his reservations, the officer swiftly retreated to execute the command. The crimson liquid swirled in the chalice as Chiu-Yi gazed intently at the agile, evasive alien vessel on the monitor. He licked his lips, contemplating. This untamed starfield conceals extraterrestrial technology, though it lags behind us by several centuries, if we can extract the coordinates. On the screen, the silvery ship danced gracefully amidst the barrage of gunfire. The piloting was indeed exquisite. Chiu-Yi crushed his empty cup into powder, thinking it wise to recruit this pilot. Meanwhile, within the fleeing spacecraft, Bulma's combat suit was drenched in sweat. Wu Fan's clenched fists rattled, his gaze fixated on the approaching green planet displayed on the radar. They were nearly there. Bulma's fingers left streaks of blood on the control panel. A chilling glint flashed in Wu Fan's eyes. Let's see who dares to challenge us. As the spacecraft traversed the atmosphere, the pursuing enemy ship abruptly ceased its bombardment. Bulma keenly sensed the anomaly. Darling, they are deliberately forcing us to land. The ship, capable of easily closing the gap, maintained its distance, evidence of a deeper conspiracy. This saves me the trouble of luring them in, Wu Fan thought, his eyes glinting coldly. As the ship landed steadily on the plateau, Bulma slumped into her seat, gulping down the icy drink Wu Fan had prepared. These aliens are so uncouth, firing without so much as a greeting. I'm exhausted. Wu Fan tenderly wiped the beads of sweat from his wife's forehead with a towel, but Bulma, blushing, snatched the towel away. The great hero should attend to more pressing matters. Though she feigned refusal, the crescent-shaped smile at the corner of her eyes betrayed her inner sweetness. As the hatch opened, Wu Fan's gaze sharpened. He could tolerate the enemy targeting him, but allowing harm to come to Bulma was an unforgivable sin. None of you shall leave alive today. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent colossal ship descended 100 meters away. The hatch released dozens of bizarre alien warriors, toad-like creatures, purple beings with tentacle-like appendages, and a few humanoids that barely conformed to human aesthetics. Upon seeing their uniform battle attire, Wufan's pupils constricted. These were unmistakably the standard issue of the Frisia Force. As the purple-skinned alien with a wide mouth exited the spaceship, Wufan couldn't help but scoff. Chiao-E? What a narrow path for old foes. The once formidable opponent of Vegeta, possessing a mere combat power of 19,000, turned out to be him. In the original narrative, Chiao-E was nothing more than a tool to highlight Vegeta's growth, incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Wufan had anticipated a worthy adversary, only to discover this novice, which instantly extinguished his enthusiasm. Oh, there's a hint of strength. No wonder he dares to obstruct my path, he mused. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Chiao-E pretentiously activated the detector in his left eye, strutting forward with an air of arrogance. Remarkable, surpassing 1,000? In such a desolate place, I encounter someone like you. Was that vessel yours? The Frisia Force, accustomed to unbridled tyranny throughout the cosmos, leaned on Frisia's infamous reputation to assert their dominance. With most capable fighters having been conscripted, their arrogance only grew. Wufan crossed his arms and sneered. Whether it is or isn't, what concern is it of yours? Listen here, I shall generously offer you a chance to pledge your loyalty and surrender this planet, he proclaimed. If you refuse, Chiao-E, with his arms crossed, showed no regard for the other's demeanor, clearly aware of the fate that awaited those who resisted the Frisia Force. Wufan nearly laughed aloud. Using Frisia as a scare tactic? His departure from Earth was geared towards settling accounts with Frisia. Lord Chiao-E, why waste breath on such insignificant vermin? Just capture him, and he will naturally comply, shouted a commanding alien nearby. This subordinate, named Rabishu, had a combat power barely reaching 2,000. Wufan could hardly be bothered to activate the detector in their eyes. He was merely a fledgling with 1,000-level combat power. That makes sense. Chiao-E waved his hand dismissively. Rabishu, just cripple him. As you command. Rabishu licked his lips and approached. You, boy, cannot be allowed to live. Wufan replied with a disdainful smile, flicking the edge of his garment. Do you dare defy your master's orders? Are you not afraid of losing your head? Look at you, a country bumpkin. I bet you haven't even heard of the Frisia Force. Rabishu sneered at Wufan's simple attire, letting out a derisive snort. Killing a few worthless beings would not affect the army. Even if he dispatched you, Lord Chiao-E would merely commend the slaughter. After all, what he truly desired were the coordinates of your planet. If you perish, what about that little mouse aboard your ship? Wufan's eyes gleamed, the detector's blue light flickering at the corner of his vision. Let me make one thing clear. Wishing for mercy? Rabishu suddenly burst into laughter, energy coalescing into a sphere in his palm. Unfortunately, Lord Chiao-E desires you in a state of half-life. If I accidentally break you, he lowered his voice. But if you are willing to obediently divulge the coordinates, Wufan watched with keen interest. Who was it that claimed to spare the pleasantries? In fact, he wanted to declare, as a golden aura erupted around him, my combat power exceeds your wildest imagination. Rabishu's mocking grin froze on his face. Bang! As green blood erupted from his abdomen. His wide eyes reflected Wufan's fleeting silhouette. The detector clearly indicated a reading of 1325, and the thud of his collapse startled the dazed soldiers. The formidable Lord Rabishu, with a combat power of 3,000, was vanquished in an instant. That young man unleashed his power, skyrocketing to 5,000. Chiao-E frantically pressed the detector button, yet the numbers remained frozen at 1325. He squinted his crimson eyes, finding it intriguing, a fleeting display of strength. Energy orbs crackled ominously between his fingers. Listen well. He snarled with a wicked grin, baring his sharp teeth. Reduce this wretch to nothingness. Amidst the polished prose and refined punctuation, the intensity of the actions and scenes is paramount. He sensed the presence of another individual aboard the ship, but the energy shield obstructed his detection. However, backed by Frisia, this fellow named Chiao-E strutted about as if he possessed a talisman of invincibility. As you command, Lord Chiao-E, his subordinates chorused in unison, lunging at Wufan like ravenous wolves. These cosmic marauders were bloodthirsty and never hesitated. With the strongest warrior, Rabishu, now deceased, the remaining 40 or so, despite their average combat power barely exceeding 2,000, believed they could exhaust Wufan, confident that any temporary increase in power would not endure. The clamor was deafening. Wu Fan's gaze sharpened, and a sudden surge of energy erupted from his being. Crack! Crack! The detectors exploded in succession, showering sparks like a dazzling fireworks display. The marauders froze collectively, their assault collapsing in an instant. Snap! Qiu Yi's advanced detector also met its demise. This device, capable of measuring up to 20,000 in combat power, was indeed 1,000 more than his own. What folly to suggest anything above 20,000. Qiu Yi's facial muscles twitched, yet he feigned composure. It must be some underhanded trick that damaged the detector. In this moment of clearing the field, Wu Fan thrust his palms forward, unleashing a colossal wave of light that engulfed the bewildered marauders entirely. Their screams were abruptly silenced amidst the incandescent torrent. As the brilliance faded, even the clouds in the sky had been scrubbed clean, pristine as if licked by a tongue. Gulp! Qiu Yi's throat convulsed violently. Now he comprehended. It was not a malfunction of the detector, but rather an overwhelming display of his opponent's power. Even faced with the undeniable truth, he could not accept it. Outside of Friesia's army, how could such a monster exist? Qiu Yi was it. Wu Fan turned, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do repeat your earlier statement. I did not quite catch it. Who are you? Qiu Yi stumbled back, the arrogance he once held evaporating into thin air. Mind your own business. Wu Fan's gaze turned frigid. Where is Frisia? Speak. Are you seeking Lord Frisia? Qiu Yi's eyes darted nervously, his tone dripping with sycophancy. Could it be that you wish to ally with him? With your capabilities, I would gladly recommend you. Observing the debris strewn across the ground, he calculated silently. This individual had effortlessly annihilated dozens of elite warriors and still appeared unscathed. His power surely surpassed that of Lord Zabo. If only he could establish a connection. The earlier arrogance had transformed into humility, revealing his innate tendency to bully the weak. That dwarf is hardly worthy, Wu Fan scoffed. Qiu Yi's complexion paled. Why you dare to provoke Lord Frisia? What is stopping me? Wu Fan barked, his voice sharp as a blade. Speak another word, and I shall send you on your way. Qiu Yi felt a surge of delight, a foolish, oblivious wretch. But as he anticipated Lord Frisia's wrath, terror washed over him. Lord Frisia is currently on Frisia planet. The coordinates are. Excellent. Wu Fan noted the coordinates. He was acutely aware that the affairs of the Frisia force could not remain concealed, so he chose to take the initiative. Moreover, that individual served as an excellent testing stone for his blade. Can I leave? Qiu Yi feigned a bow, yet his toes subtly turned toward the spaceship. Leave? I shall personally escort you. Wu Fan's figure surged forward, declaring his intent. Qiu Yi, in a panic, erupted with energy, transforming it into a radiant stream as he lunged towards the ship. Could he escape? Wu Fan shadowed him closely, perpetually maintaining a lethal distance. Though he could have ended Qiu Yi in a single strike, he opted to toy with him, demanding 100-fold retribution for the fright Bulma had endured. The howling wind whipped through the air, and sand and stone were sent flying as Qiu Yi retreated frantically, his fingertips unleashing a series of blinding energy blasts that poured down like a torrential rain upon the pursuing Wu Fan. Amidst the fiery chaos, Wu Fan moved like lightning, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy projectiles. The aftermath carved countless charred trenches into the ground, yet it did nothing to hinder the advance of that golden figure. Wu Fan, my dear. Bulma suddenly emerged from behind a rock, her arms waving anxiously. That spaceship was indeed the spoils I had claimed. This proclamation struck like thunder, and Qiu Yi's sinister gaze abruptly fixed upon Bulma. He grinned malevolently, gathering all his energy to unleash a scarlet beam aimed directly at her heart. Seeking death, Wu Fan's eyes blazed with golden flames as he transformed into a streak of light. His hands, like iron claws, shattered the deadly beam within his grasp. Before the dust could settle, Wu Fan materialized before Qiu Yi. The sound of a heavy punch echoed as Qiu Yi plummeted to the ground like a broken kite, the shockwave overturning the earth within a 100-meter radius. Spare me. Qiu Yi struggled to crawl from the deep pit, only to find Wu Fan hovering above, his cold killing intent palpable. That previous punch was for Bulma's fright. Wu Fan slowly raised his right arm, his knuckles glowing with blinding golden light. The next punch was for your ignorance of mortality. In that moment, it seemed that only Qiu Yi's wretched screams filled the heavens. With each flash of his fists, the sound of bones shattering resonated through the air. The once arrogant invader had now been reduced to a limp, bloody sack of flesh. I have changed my mind. Wu Fan gripped Qiu Yi's throat, lifting him effortlessly, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. Scum like you are unworthy even of a swift death. Qiu Yi was struck again and again. Though his internal organs remained unscathed, the accumulated agony became unbearable. Initially, he gritted his teeth, but as the pain intensified, the despair of being unable to die consumed him. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, kill me. Qiu Yi finally cried out, trembling. Wu Fan looked down coldly. Now you wish for death? It is too late. This is all of your own making. Before his words had fully escaped, he suddenly seized Qiu Yi's left arm, exerting pressure until the bones emitted a chilling crack. Qiu Yi's body went limp, devoid of the strength to struggle, only able to emit a hoarse wail. Blood mixed with cold sweat soaked through his body, and in a daze, he recalled that name. Frisia will surely avenge me. Frisia? Wu Fan scoffed, increasing his grip. Your fate will be far worse than his. Is this truly your only capability? Such disappointment. Half an hour later, Qiu Yi's left arm hung limply like a mass of clay, its only connection to his body being a thin layer of skin. For him, this fleeting moment felt more interminable than eternity itself. Initially, he could still scream in agony, but now he was rendered voiceless. Consumed by profound regret within his heart. If there were a next life, he would never provoke this demon again. Finally, after regaining her composure from the shock, Bulma trembled as she called out, Wu Fan, please don't end this so quickly. The sound of his wife's voice caused the crimson hue in Wu Fan's eyes to fade slightly. He secretly lamented that while it was indeed satisfying, he should not have subjected Bulma to such a gruesome spectacle. Consider yourself fortunate, Wu Fan declared, retracting his torturous stance as energy began to coalesce in his palm. This is the mercy bestowed upon you by my wife. Upon witnessing the light emanating, Qiu Yi displayed a look of relief, even casting a grateful glance towards Bulma. In that moment, death appeared as a blessing, and his sole thought was to escape. No matter if it meant descending into hell, he wished never to cross paths with this harbinger of doom again. Boom. The energy blast pierced through Qiu Yi's chest. Wu Fan, having completed his charge, pushed forward with both palms, unleashing the energy projectile that swiftly obliterated Qiu Yi, marking an end to this drawn-out ordeal. With a sigh of relief, Wu Fan landed on the ground, yet he suddenly clenched his fists. The overwhelming sense of brutality provoked by Qiu Yi's taunts had rendered him a stranger to himself. Had Bulma not intervened in time, he might have truly ground his opponent's bones to dust inch by inch. This is not who I am, he thought, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the charred battleground. Even if he sought to avenge Bulma, he would never succumb to such a pathological state. Could it be the agitation of his scion blood? According to his father's research, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation, insufficient anger might trigger aberrations such as the pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Yet, the state he had just experienced was likely not even that. It was merely the unrestrained ferocity coursing through his veins. I must remain vigilant against this loss of control, Wu Fan cautioned himself. The untransformed state of fury would only deplete his stamina. The immediate priority was still Wu Fan. Bulma jogged to catch his arm, her fingertips trembling. Your expression just now was like that of another person. It's all right now, he reassured her, gently patting her hand. Point to the wreckage of the spaceship. Let us store it in the capsule. We must reach Namek before Frisia does. At the Frisia planet, has Qiu Yi's team been annihilated? Frisia mused as he sipped a crimson liquid, the floating pod swaying slightly. Zabo bowed and presented the projector. The final footage shows that the opponent dispatched them with a single move. The energy blast that erupted engulfed the entire scene, and Frisia's tail curled in delight. Given his combat power, it exceeded 30,000, even surpassing you in your transformed state, Mr. Zabo, he chuckled, delicately covering the corner of his mouth with mirth. Indeed, Frisia, it appears there are such formidable beings lurking in the universe. It was my oversight. Zabo admitted with calm demeanor, acknowledging his inferiority. Then let us dispatch the Jinyu force to deal with him. Unless he wishes to submit to me, Frisia, he must pay the price for slaying my subordinates. Frisia's expression darkened abruptly, revealing his capricious nature. The Jinyu force happened to be nearby, making it effortless to pinpoint their location. However, Sabo suddenly paused, hesitating to speak. What is it? Have you made a new discovery? Frisia narrowed his eyes. Indeed. While tracking our target, I stumbled upon a vibrant planet nearby, and upon further investigation, I encountered unexpected findings. I believe Lord Frisia would be most intrigued by it. Mr. Sabo, You must understand that I detest circumlocution. Frisia's voice turned icy. I apologize, Lord Frisia. Sabo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly explained. That planet is called Namek. The records indicate that although the Namekians possess average strength, they have a peculiar ability to create orbs known as Dragon Balls, which, when gathered in a set of 7, are said to grant any wish. Any wish? Frisia's pupils contracted, his breath suddenly quickening. Are you certain? The records state as such. Yet their authenticity remains unverified, Sabo replied cautiously. Excellent. The plan is altered. Frisia rose from his seat, his gaze intense. Forget about Chu-E for now. Dispatch the Jinyu force directly to Namek and ensure they collect all 7 Dragon Balls before our arrival. You intend to go personally? Sabo could not hide his astonishment. To him, the prudent course of action would be to let the Jinyu force retrieve the Dragon Balls for verification, especially since Frisia had not left headquarters since the destruction of planet Vegeta. If the Dragon Balls are indeed as miraculous as legends suggest, it warrants my presence, Frisia sneered. Should the rumors prove false, neither the Namekians nor that murderer shall escape. Sabo ceased further words, accepting his orders, preparing for the journey while contacting the Jinyu force. Meanwhile, Goku and Bulma piloted Chiu-Yi's spaceship, racing towards Namek at full speed. At the current pace, it would take 3 days to arrive. As the days passed, Goku did not indulge in pleasantries with Bulma, but instead focused on training and preparation. Anticipating Frisia's immediate awareness following Chiu-Yi's demise, he foresaw that initially, minions would be sent to probe their strength, but once those pawns were defeated, the tyrant himself would inevitably make an appearance. Though Goku was unafraid of Frisia's generals, he knew he could not match the overwhelming power of the universe, thus he remained vigilant. Bulma was also cognizant of the dire situation. Not only did she refrain from disturbing him, but she also harbored a fierce determination stemming from their previous encounter, training tirelessly day and night. This once reluctant girl, who held disdain for conflict, now recognized the necessity of possessing the strength for self-preservation. A woman in love inevitably undergoes transformation, and the Bulma of the original tale, untouched by martial pursuits, no longer existed. A power level of 1250? With a mere touch upon the detector, a ripple of pride surfaced in Bulma's eyes. Achieving such a breakthrough in just 3 days likely put her on par with Goku's scion brother. She had indeed poured her heart and soul into this endeavor. Following Goku's guidance, she diligently honed her energy perception and persevered in the 5 times gravity chamber, quite a feat for a girl accustomed to a life of luxury. Did Krillin's power level stand at 206? She suddenly burst into laughter. Surely she could now defeat him single-handedly. Reflecting on the years of arduous training that the bald warrior had endured, it was astonishing that her physical prowess had surged so dramatically after her encounters with Goku, leaving her to ponder the depths of that young man's strength. The smile on her face faded abruptly. Bulma furrowed her brow, recalling the extraterrestrial beings they had encountered just days prior, whose combat prowess was said to reach a staggering 20,000, purportedly the weakest of Frisia's minions. Her fingers absently twisted her hair's ends. The pride of a genius would never allow her to dwell in the shadows of others, even if it were merely for self-preservation. She would not allow herself to become a burden. Nevertheless, she stretched lazily and made her way to the bathroom. After all, training must be approached with patience and diligence. Moreover, the emerald-hued planet outside the viewport was drawing near. It was Namek. Within the cockpit, Goku sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. The energy scanner revealed 7 Dragon Ball markers, while the radar displayed several beleaguered green-skinned figures encircled by 5 oddly dressed aliens. The Jinyu force had arrived at Namek ahead of Goku. Their presence felt long before his. They were utterly distinct from the incompetent lackeys serving Frisia. With overwhelming might, the 7 Dragon Balls swiftly fell into their possession. At that moment, they were attempting to pry the secrets of the Dragon Ball's usage from the stubborn Namekian populace. Yet, the Namekians remained steadfastly defiant. Even as their comrades fell, the survivors refused to utter a single word. Stubborn green-skinned fiends. Captain Jinyu seethed. If you do not speak the truth, prepare for the annihilation of your race. Although they had successfully gathered the Dragon Balls, failing to extract the method for wishes would bring the wrath of the tyrant upon them. With an eccentric hairstyle, Rikuum cracked his knuckles and grinned malevolently. Leave it to me, Captain. I guarantee they will regret ever being born in this world. He relished in tormenting his prey. Being captured was far more agonizing than death. Such foolish delusions. The gravely injured elders spat blood, declaring that the Dragon Balls would never fulfill their ambitions. Even on the brink of despair, the benevolent Namekians only sought to repel the invaders or recognize the futility of resistance. Seeking death, veins bulged on Jinyu's forehead. With Rikuam's permission, he sauntered towards the elder, while the other team members coldly observed the unfolding scene. Demon. The elder summoned his final vestiges of strength and lunged. But Rikuam effortlessly kicked him aside. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the frail body crashed heavily against the rocky wall. A futile struggle. Rikuam stepped on the elder's head, grinding it beneath his foot, and amidst the screams, two figures suddenly emerged. Two warriors unleashed their full energy, their combat power soaring to 3,000. However, Rikuam dismissed them with a careless wave. With a sickening crack, the attackers were sent hurtling away, collapsing in a pool of their own blood. The last two Namekian children clung tightly together, trembling. The dying elder summoned his remaining strength to howl. Run, quickly. With a fierce shout, the Namekian elder unleashed a surge of power, toppling Rikuam to the ground. The two youths immediately turned to flee, fully aware that remaining would only weigh them down. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, a searing beam of light pierced one of them. Kakarot. The elder's eyes widened in anguish, glaring at the ambusher, Jinyu. How dare you bring shame upon me? Rikuam, rising once more, swung his fist in fury, and the elder's head exploded instantly. Fool, we have yet to extract the Dragon Ball's usage method. Jinyu scratched his pineapple hairstyle in irritation. Apologies, Captain. It was a moment of impulse. Lycum smirked, his gaze shifting to the last trembling child, who undoubtedly possessed knowledge. Two green figures suddenly intercepted, with a Namekian warrior shouting, Dandy, flee quickly. Pestering ants. Lycum gathered energy in his palm, when a thunderous roar resonated from the heavens. An unidentified spacecraft crashed nearby, stirring up a circular shockwave. Members of the Jinyu force exchanged glances. Is it Lord Frisia's new vehicle? I've never seen this model before. However, the two Namekian warriors' pupils constricted. This was clearly a spacecraft from the ancient era of their home planet. Could it be fellow compatriots wandering in the cosmos? One of them expressed deep concern. The timing is dreadful. His companion whispered, We must provide cover and ensure our kin can escape on the ship. They clenched their fists, flames of determination igniting in their eyes. The confrontation between the Earth warriors and Frisia's army unfolded as the spaceship slowly descended onto the desolate planetary surface. The moment the hatch opened, two figures swiftly leaped out. Son Gohan and Bulma eagerly inhaled the fresh air, the oppressive feeling from their prolonged space journey finally dissipating. There are fluctuations from energy collisions. Bulma's attention was suddenly drawn to the distant battle. Upon noticing a middle-aged warrior with green skin, her eyes widened in astonishment. Demon King Piccolo? No, the Namekians here all bore an uncanny resemblance. The young half-scion smirked slightly. It seems others have arrived before us. Even before their descent, he had sensed multiple powerful auras wreaking havoc on this planet. Hey, who are you two? Captain Jinyu squinted, noticing the perplexed expression on his companion Neru. Suddenly, Jice exclaimed, I've got it. This is the Earth kid who defeated Kaiatsu. He was in the footage Sabin sent back. Oh, is he the one with a battle power exceeding 30,000? Jinyu, intrigued, pressed his scouter, only to find it registering a mere 1000. He doesn't even measure up to these two Namekians. The tall Bart excitedly twisted his neck. I've heard they can elevate their battle power during a fight. Why not let me? The universe's fastest. Test him. Don't all rush at once. Captain Jinyu flexed his joints, declaring, It's my turn to stretch my muscles this time. The special forces immediately erupted in protest. The captain is too cunning. He always does this. We want to participate too. Even the weakest gold was eager. His unique time-stop ability often yielding miraculous results. Let's stick to the old rule and decide by rock, paper, scissors. Jinyu's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Amidst the cheers of rock, paper, scissors, this group of cosmic warriors completely disregarded their present adversaries. Veins appeared on Wufan's forehead, while Bulma stifled a laugh behind her hand. At that moment, two Namekian warriors appeared before them, shielding Dandy and forming a defensive barrier against the Jinyu force. One of them spoke, though we do not understand your origins. You do not appear to be villains. We implore you to assist in escorting Dandy to safety. The strength of these opponents is terrifying. We can only manage to hold our ground for a brief moment. There is no escape. Jinyu barked sharply between rounds of rock, paper, scissors, then immediately refocused on the game. The two Namekians stood frozen, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wufan chuckled lightly as he patted the speaker's shoulder and strode forward confidently. "Gentlemen, why go through the trouble? Why not strike together?" Just as the Namekians were about to dissuade him, Bulma chimed in from behind with a smile. "Don't worry, my husband will ensure our safety." She had learned from Wufan about the Namekian's simple nature and, possessing strength comparable to the two, felt no fear. The Jinyu force, having reached a stalemate, paused upon hearing this. "Captain, he dares to challenge us all." Berta grinned mischievously. "How curious. It's the first time I've encountered someone bold enough to provoke the entire Jinyu force." Jeez added with a sarcastic tone. Jinyu grinned wickedly. "Since he seeks punishment, let us indulge him. Remember to savor the moment and torment him slowly." "No problem." The team quickly formed their positions. Raikum, angle left at 45 degrees. Berta, angle right at 45 degrees. Jeez, kneel on your left knee and raise both hands. Guldo, kneel on your right knee and raise both hands. Jinyu, bend backward and peek through your legs, palms facing up. Everyone assemble. The formation shifted, and they all shouted in unison, "Jinyu force." A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of wind rustling through the treetops. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the onlookers. Although Wufan had witnessed this absurd display in animation, the reality of it still caused his eyelids to twitch. He coughed lightly and asked, "Frisia sent you?" This remark, devoid of malice, inadvertently sparked misunderstanding, for the Jinyu force was indeed an elite under Frisia. Jinyu flushed with rage. "You insolent wretch! How dare you belittle my meticulously crafted formation? Today, I shall take your life." His teammates glared furiously, and Guldo sneered. "Any one of us could dispatch you with ease. Now, the entire Jinyu force is joining forces against you. That's enough for you to brag about for a lifetime." As soon as the words left his mouth, the five of them instinctively spread out, encircling Wufan from multiple angles. Bulma, meanwhile, tugged at Dandy, signaling the two elderly Namekians to retreat to a safer area. "Are you sure this is all right?" one of the Namekians asked anxiously. Bulma waved her hand nonchalantly. "Relax. My husband is incredibly strong. He'll definitely leave them in awe." Wufan, caught in the encirclement, surveyed the Jinyu force with a sense of exasperation. These guys were utterly ridiculous. It seemed that to gather more intelligence on Frisia, he would first have to deal with them. "Kid, it's too late to beg for mercy now." "Guldo," Jinyu commanded sharply. Guldo understood, holding his breath as he charged at Wufan, lifting his leg to deliver a flying kick intended to send him soaring into the air. Jinyu had suggested a thorough and enjoyable experience, so he planned to treat Wufan like a soccer ball, allowing his teammates to take turns kicking him. Bang! Wufan effortlessly raised his hand to block the kick. "Is that all you've got? How disappointing." He couldn't even be bothered to counterattack, his face filled with disdain. "This is impossible. All 8 of us are wiped out." The entire Jinyu force was taken aback. To understand the unparalleled time-stopping ability of Guldur, it is evident that only Jinyu stands a chance against him. Even the likes of Raikum are susceptible to this power. How could this young man possibly be perceived as a threat? They certainly would not believe that Wufan's combat strength exceeded 100,000, dismissing it as Guldur's ability being ineffective against him. "Bardock," Jinyu commanded once more. The being renowned for his unmatched speed, Bardock, launched a swift assault, delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at Wufan. Although Guldur's combat prowess was meager aside from his time manipulation, as a teammate, he could not simply stand idly by. Nevertheless, in Wufan's eyes, this so-called supreme speed appeared ludicrously slow, as he effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand. "Was it that you are too weak, or am I simply too strong?" A smirk graced Wufan's lips. The sensation of overwhelming a novice was exhilarating. Before his adversaries could react, Wufan suddenly exerted force, gripping the ankles of both Guldur and Bardock and violently lifting them. The two figures collided with a resounding crash, blood spraying forth, as Wufan flung them aside as if they were mere sacks of grain. "This is impossible." Jinyu's team, witnessing their comrades' uncertain fate, felt their hearts race in disbelief, as if trapped in the most absurd nightmare. Even the Namekian Dan stood agape, his mouth wide enough to swallow a Dragon Ball, as those devils they feared so greatly crumbled before Wufan like children. Jinyu's forehead throbbed with veins, his battle suit moving of its own accord. "Captain, he possesses at least 50,000 in battle power." Jeez swiftly assessed the situation, his mechanical eye flashing ominously. Jinyu nodded grimly, Finish this quickly. We cannot afford to delay in obtaining the Dragon Balls. What was once thought to be an easily subdued prey had transformed into a formidable beast, and worse yet, they had already lost 2 members. 3 figures surged forth simultaneously, their battle suits screeching as they sliced through the air. A group assault? Wufan could scarcely be bothered to adopt a defensive stance, his orange and black martial arts uniform billowing in the gusts. Die, monster! Raikam's massive fist, capable of shattering metal, thundered toward Wufan's temple. A deft sidestep allowed Wufan to evade the blow, sending Raikam stumbling forward like a rampaging mammoth. Geese erupted in a plume of milky light, coordinating a pincer attack with Jinyu. Silver tactical gloves and purple combat boots lunged at Wufan's vital points, only to be repelled by an invisible wall of energy upon contact. With mere protective energy, Geese executed a mid-air maneuver to dissipate the force. His mechanical eye flashing data streams frantically. Jinyu suddenly grinned wickedly. Rapid fire. Dozens of energy orbs erupted from Ji's palms as he maneuvered behind the youth, forming what should have been a flawless killing combination. Yet, Wufan remained utterly unfazed. Get back! Jinyu roared internally, his violet visage contorting in anger. The blinding energy sphere illuminated Wufan's calm countenance, and just as it was about to make contact, it was suddenly shredded by a golden vortex. At that moment, the energy orbs hurtled toward him, but Wufan merely turned his head to glance at Jinyu, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a single hand, he swatted away the energy orbs, reversing their trajectory and sending the glowing sphere hurtling directly at Jinyu's face. Damn it, you little brat. The Jinyu force found themselves in a precarious situation as the searing heat of the energy blast grazed past Jinyu's battle suit, sending a shiver down his spine. A thunderous roar erupted as the distant mountains crumbled under the blinding light, their towering forms vaporized like cream, with shockwaves propelling debris thousands of meters into the air. Damn it! Jinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Ji's. Did you see his combat power reading? The monitor emitted a frantic alert, and just as Raikam regained his footing, he exclaimed, the peak value surpassed 80,000 when he deflected the energy blast, but now it has reverted to its base level. 80,000. Gee's pupils constricted sharply beneath his visor, the tactical display reflecting a constantly fluctuating red warning box. None of the Jinyu force members, apart from their captain, had surpassed the 50,000 threshold. This figure invoked memories of the rebel leader executed by King Frisia. Jinyu descended slowly onto the cracked terrain, the sound of his battle boots crushing gravel sending shivers through the air. It seems we have all underestimated his naive exterior. He tore away the tattered remnants of his cloak, ravaged by the shockwave. You all step back. It is the captain's time to hunt. Son Goku maintained his stance with arms crossed, stray strands of hair whipping in the wind. I had already suggested you all encircle him. The young warrior's voice rang out with an infuriating calmness. With this level of coordination, you wouldn't even qualify as my sparring partners. There must be limits to your arrogance. A spiraling vortex of energy erupted around Jinyu, the pressure causing the rocky ground beneath him to collapse 3 meters. Let you personally experience the vast chasm between a combat power of 120,000 and 80,000, a gap measured by the number of obliterated planets. As the alarm from the monitor blared frantically, the members of the special forces displayed sinister grins, certain of their victory. This ignorant scion child had no comprehension of what it meant to provoke the captain of the universe's strongest team. In my eyes, Son Goku suddenly raised his index finger. You are all worthless. In a flash of white light, Jinyu surged forward in a fit of rage, the earth itself rippling like waves beneath his might. The pressure generated by his full combat power of 120,000 forced Gi's, observing from a distance, to raise a protective shield against the splattering lava. The outcome of this battle seemed predetermined in their eyes. Perhaps he can offer me a worthy challenge, Son Goku mused. Choosing not to end the fight swiftly, but instead to maintain his strength at the level of 80,000, engaging Jinyu in direct combat. Since his arrival, he had yet to truly experience a battle of equal footing. Though overpowering his opponents felt satisfying, it lacked a sense of genuine accomplishment. Defeating Jinyu with an 80,000 combat power would validate his mastery over strength. The clash of their blows echoed continuously as the two figures intertwined at astonishing speeds. The onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of blurred shadows, each collision igniting explosive bursts of air, sending invisible shockwaves radiating outward and forcing spectators to retreat. Is this truly the pinnacle of what humanity can achieve? The two Namekian elders observed in astonishment. One of them, after careful observation, suddenly noted, "This young man's fighting style bears an uncanny resemblance to our own." At first, he did not pay much attention to the ability to sense the energy of others. But the techniques displayed in the midst of battle revealed far more than expected. The knowledgeable Bulma quickly elucidated the connection between Bick and the deities, dispelling their confusion. The members of the special forces were equally astonished. Bart and Gordo, who had just awakened, were taken aback to discover that the opponent they had previously underestimated possessed such formidable strength. "Bart, their speed seems to surpass yours?" Gordo prodded his companion's calf. "Shut up." Bart snapped in irritation. At that moment, he finally comprehended the absurdity of the title the fastest in the universe, realizing that Captain Ginyu had perhaps always been mindful of his pride. On the battlefield, both sides continued to engage fiercely, despite the suppression of his power. Wufan fought Ginyu to a standstill with his exquisite combat skills. In contrast, Ginyu, exerting himself to the utmost, began to exhibit signs of fatigue, each attack draining his immense stamina. "Damn it! How can I not defeat him despite my superior strength?" Jinyu's inner turmoil intensified. The prolonged stalemate not only jeopardized his standing within the special forces, but also threatened the mission to acquire the Dragon Balls. If Lord Frieza arrived before the task was completed, the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his techniques grew, and he began to reveal vulnerabilities. As the battle reached its climax, Wufan remarked, "Is this all you're capable of? What a waste of my expectations. It seems I am indeed too powerful." He effortlessly repelled Ginyu, languidly yawning and wiping away the moisture from the corner of his eye. He genuinely felt bored. He had anticipated that suppressing his battle power to around 80,000 would provide some challenge against Jinyu's 120,000. Yet he found his opponent's combat techniques so lacking that even with a 40,000 advantage, he was able to maintain complete dominance. In this universe, aside from those reclusive strongmen, it seemed only Frieza was worthy of being his rival. Seeking death, Ginyu, seething with anger at being belittled, felt the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he found himself utterly helpless against Wufan. He had already given his all, but having faced no worthy opponent for years. Jinyu's combat skills had languished, unable to compare with the martial arts of Namek. "It appears your journey ends here," Wufan said, shaking his head in disappointment. Resolved to eliminate the Ginyu force entirely to prevent future troubles. You seem to be holding back?" Ginyu suddenly calmed, a strange smile spreading across his lips. Wufan openly admitted, "Indeed, this is merely the tip of the iceberg of my strength, but it is more than sufficient to deal with you." "Excellent." Ginyu laughed heartily. "I was hesitating, but now it seems I can avoid unnecessary complications. At least your physique won't be inferior to mine," his gaze sweeping over Wufan's robust form. "I admire your youthful body." Such remarks sent a chill down Wufan's spine. Had he not been aware of Jinyu's capabilities, he might have misconstrued his words as a peculiar inclination. He scoffed inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Nonsense. Is the approach of death driving you to madness? Hey, you will understand soon enough." Ginyu snarled, suddenly plunging his hand into his own chest, tearing open a horrifying wound that nearly reached his heart. The expressions of Bulma and others changed abruptly, filled with shock. The two Namekians furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous unease. A being like Ginyu would never harm himself without reason. It seemed he had truly gone mad. Wufan snorted coldly, yet his eyes scanned the surroundings, alert to any potential changes. Despite Jinyu's weakened aura and his body slowly descending, his voice was laced with a warped excitement, proclaiming that soon, one would no longer be able to laugh. Whether Wufan was exaggerating or not was uncertain, but from his poised demeanor, it was evident that his combat prowess overwhelmingly surpassed that of Ginyu, not to mention his impeccable fighting techniques, which would soon belong to Ginyu in due course. Alas, this battle appeared to have frightened off the nearby creatures. Even the frog from the original story failed to make an appearance. As Wufan and Ginyu landed slowly, a hint of regret lingered in his heart. He had wished to witness the intricacies of the body-swapping ability firsthand, but it seemed he would have to resolve the matter with Ginyu directly. Given his strength, it was reasonable to believe he would not be swapped. Yet once Ginyu activated his ability, there would be no turning back. Should an accident occur, the consequences would be dire. Swap! Jinyu roared, flames igniting around him as he unleashed a beam of white light, hurtling toward Wufan. The speed of the beam was astonishing, far exceeding Jinyu's own mobility, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. However, Wufan's dynamic vision was more than capable of tracking its trajectory, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. At that moment, an idea struck him. In the original story, Jinyu had successfully swapped bodies with multiple individuals. What if the target was an inanimate object? With this thought, Wufan retrieved a universal capsule and hurled it toward the beam, simultaneously shouting, "Go, Pikachu! Thunderbolt attack!" Of course, such a scenario was impossible. The capsule exploded with a bang, and to everyone's astonishment, a pure white female thong flew out. A collective cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the onlookers. Bulma clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "If you don't give a reasonable explanation later, we're far from finished." This was unmistakably her personal item, which she had intended to wash after it had been soiled due to special circumstances, only to find it missing. She never imagined it would be hoarded by Wufan. Had he secretly cherished it, Bulma would have begrudgingly accepted the embarrassment, but to have it thrown out in public left her utterly mortified. Wufan silently cursed, realizing he carried multiple capsules filled with various daily necessities, yet he had inadvertently pulled out this unique item. What a disaster! What was this? Jinyu's heart raged, but he could no longer retract his attack, helplessly watching as the soul transfer beam struck its target. A brilliant flash erupted and then faded, leaving everything in stillness. Thud! Jinyu collapsed to the ground, rigid. Flap! The white fabric drifted down gently. Time seemed to freeze as everyone stood in stunned silence. Bulma and the Namekians wore expressions of bewilderment, while the members of Jinyu Force could hardly believe the scene before them. At that moment, Wufan felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. He had never anticipated that Jinyu's body-swapping technique could even exchange with an inanimate object, and more absurdly, that he had swapped bodies with a piece of underwear. One could only imagine Jinyu's soul weeping profusely at this moment. Nevertheless, who would care? Wufan simply lamented the waste of a rare collectible thong. Could this possibly be an illusion? The captain has actually failed to transform, Gulder exclaimed, his four eyes wide with disbelief, stuttering, "G-Eyes, pinch me to confirm." Without hesitation, G-Eyes delivered a sharp slap, sending Gulder flying like a kite with its string cut. Crashing to the ground several meters away, coughing up blood, Gulder shouted in fury, "G-Eyes, what madness is this? Wasn't it your request?" G-Eyes feigned innocence, concealing the shock within. Even he was struggling to accept the unfolding events. What now? With the captain down, we are likely no match for this adversary, even if we join forces. Bart, renowned as the swiftest in the universe, also began to falter. Lycum spoke solemnly, "Contact Lord Frisia immediately. Our only hope now is self-preservation. However, even in death, we must ensure this fiend pays dearly." Gee's eyes darted, and he beckoned. "Gulder, come over and discuss our strategy." Gulder shot G-Eyes a fierce glare before reluctantly returning. At that moment, Lycum had already reported the situation to Frisia via the communicator. While the four plotted, Wufan gathered two energy spheres with one hand, reducing Jinyu and his underwear to ashes. "Alas, my cherished limited edition is thus destroyed." Jinyu met an untimely end. "It seems I must seek retribution from others." Wufan cast a gaze filled with murderous intent towards G-Eyes and the others. The members of the Jinyu force froze in place, sensing the lethal aura. "Attack!" Lycum, suppressing his fear, shouted and charged at Wufan. Gulder, fearing that his time-stopping ability would be ineffective against Wufan and could harm his allies, followed closely behind Lycum into battle. The two, with twisted expressions and a murderous gleam, were poised for a desperate fight. G-Eyes remained in place, gathering energy for a massive energy sphere, requiring more time to prepare. Meanwhile, Bart, claiming to be the universe's fastest, dashed towards Bulma and the others. A mere glance was all Wufan needed to see through their tactics. Had they coordinated like this earlier, it might have piqued his interest. Unfortunately, without Jinyu, these mere clowns lacked the qualifications to warrant his seriousness. Seeking trouble, Wufan scoffed, intercepting Bart with lightning speed, crushing his skull with a kick, then swiftly launching two energy blasts aimed at Gulder and Lycum. Gulder, with his meager strength, could not even defend himself before being reduced to ashes. Lycum attempted to resist, but could barely last a moment before following Gulder into oblivion. At this juncture, Gee's energy was finally charged, Yet before he could unleash it, he stood frozen in shock. In mere moments, he was the sole survivor of the Jinyu force. His expression shifted from daze to panic, his legs trembling, unable to move an inch. In his frenzy, his energy spiraled out of control, resulting in his own explosive demise. Wufan could not help but facepalm. He had intended to spare a life to extract information about Frisia. All annihilated. The two Namekian elders, witnessing their nemesis crushed like an infant, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Bulma joyfully rushed towards Goku, exclaiming, "My husband is incredibly handsome." However, her gaze caught sight of a familiar fabric, causing her to abruptly halt and place her hands on her hips, playfully scolding, "Goku." The young man quickly begged for mercy. "I truly did not intend to take the wrong one. Allow me a modicum of dignity for now, and I promise to face the consequences later." With her ears tinged pink, Bulma huffed lightly in acquiescence. "I have eagerly awaited this grand gift for quite some time." At that moment, the three Namekians stepped forward to express their gratitude. "Oh, mighty cosmic warrior, we thank you for vanquishing the vile foes." The elder, Ibwa, introduced himself. "This is Pale, and the little one is Dondi." Although Dondi timidly hid behind the others, his eyes brimmed with curiosity as he peered at Goku. Goku's demeanor towards Bulma was casual, often appearing indifferent, yet he maintained an air of detachment in the presence of outsiders. With a gentle wave of his hand, he calmly inquired, "Are you the last three survivors of Namek?" While he could ascertain the state of the planet through sensing their energy, and the 7 glimmering Dragon Balls on the distant ground attested to the Elder's survival, Goku chose to feign ignorance. He wished to conceal his profound knowledge of Namek to avoid unnecessary inquiries. The three Namekians looked despondent, with Ibwa's eyes reddening as he spoke. "Besides us and the Elder, only his guard, Neru, remains. Our kin were already scarce, and now." Bulma interjected, "But don't you have the Dragon Balls? You could simply wish for your people to return." In her moment of empathy, witnessing Ibwa and the others' sorrowful expressions, she inadvertently forgot that Goku's purpose for coming was also to seek the Dragon Balls. Her words momentarily eased the trio's expressions. Although Namekians were typically cautious with the Dragon Balls, the dire circumstances facing their race warranted a departure from tradition. Ibwa suddenly grew wary. "How do you know about the Dragon Balls? And what of the invaders?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, Bulma fell silent, nervously glancing at Goku, fearing she might be mistaken for having ties to the Jinyu force. Goku calmly elucidated, "There are also Namekians on our planet, and Dragon Balls exist there as well. As for how the Jinyu force learned of them, I am uncertain." "Your planet has Dragon Balls too?" Ibwa was taken aback. The Namekians capable of creating Dragon Balls were exceedingly rare. Although he was aware that there were fellow Namekians on Earth, he was unaware that Dragon Balls existed there as well. Goku then got straight to the point. "Please take me to see the Elder. I have urgent matters to discuss." After a moment of hesitation, Ibwa finally nodded. "You have helped us eliminate our enemies. You are a benefactor to Namek. The Elder should be willing to meet with you." He signaled Pale to lead the way, taking to the air himself, with Pale closely following, cradling Dondi in his arms. As Bulma gazed at the sparkling Dragon Balls on the ground, she couldn't help but softly remind, "Darling, weren't we here to find the Dragon Balls? Those warriors who once vowed to protect them now seem indifferent to their treasures." Goku chuckled softly and took Bulma's hand, reassuring her. "The Dragon Balls won't sprout legs and run away. There are no outsiders on the planet now, so there is no need to rush." He continued to follow along with Bulma, adding, "Let's meet with the Elder first." Due to Ibwa and Pale's limited combat abilities, their flight was slow, and it took nearly an hour for the group to reach the Elder's dwelling. Without the companionship of Bulma, Goku would likely have lost his patience on this journey. Upon reaching the summit of the stone peak, they were greeted by a Namekian warrior resembling the renowned Piccolo, who awaited their arrival. "Elder Nail, how is the situation?" Goku inquired after landing. The figure before them was none other than the legendary first warrior of Namek, capable of merging with Piccolo, possessing a power level exceeding 40,000. However, in the face of the Jinyu force, such strength was still deemed insufficient. Hence he remained steadfastly by the Elder's side. "The Elder has anticipated your arrival," Nail remarked, turning to Goku and Bulma. "Please follow me." "He's almost a spitting image of Piccolo," Bulma whispered in awe. Goku smiled without a word, taking her hand as they followed the group. This venerable Namekian Elder bore similarities to the Earth's deity, possessing the ability to sense the world and create Dragon Balls. However, judging by the size of the Dragon Balls, his power was evidently superior. The guests have arrived, Nail announced, leading them to a colossal figure. Bulma gazed upward in astonishment. Goodness, this is immense. Thank you for aiding my people, the elder said weakly. Goku, direct as ever, stated. I have two purposes for coming here. It is also for the Dragon Balls, isn't it? The elder abruptly interrupted him. Nail and the others immediately became alert, and the atmosphere grew tense. The elder reassured them. If he truly intended to seize them by force, we would be powerless to stop him. The choice for a discussion indicates there is no ill intent. A wise judgment, Goku acknowledged. Indeed, I do require the Dragon Balls. Moreover, I have heard you can unlock potential. I wish to request your assistance in that regard. Despite knowing the odds were slim, he still yearned to awaken the dormant power within him. I regret to inform you that I am unable to assist, the elder declined. As soon as the words left his lips, Nail and the others assumed defensive stances, shielding the elder behind them. Goku's expression darkened instantly. While he was known for his fierce demeanor, he was no bloodthirsty individual. The elder's outright refusal left him displeased. Why? Goku's brow furrowed. And if the elder intended to provoke him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Hold your anger. The elder sensed his intent and spoke softly. It is not that I am unwilling. It is simply beyond my capabilities. Observing your energy flow, it is evident that you have already unlocked all your potential. To advance further, you must seek other methods. I assume you are already aware of this, so do not be too disheartened. Goku took a deep breath, his expression gradually clearing. Very well, then may I borrow the Dragon Balls of your esteemed planet? Surely, you would not refuse? That is only fitting. The elder stroked his beard. If it were not for your intervention, Namek would have long been obliterated. This is but a rightful obligation. He had originally hoped to ask for a wish to revive his fallen kin, but ultimately refrained. Knowing that the Namekian Dragon Balls could only resurrect one individual at a time, such a request would be futile. Since we are being so forthright, allow me to offer a word of caution, the elder continued. Goku listened intently as the elder warned. Frieza is vengeful, having slain his minions. He will not rest until he exacts his revenge. You have incurred his wrath, and even should you flee to the farthest reaches of the earth, you will find no refuge. Frieza. The Namekians hissed at the mention of his name, clearly aware that the Jinyu force served under him. The Grand Elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, acknowledged, I understand, old Frieza. Thank you, Earthling. I am Son Wufan. The youth corrected him, displeased. Such a title resembles that of a deity looking down upon mortals. It is I who have been disrespectful, the Grand Elder replied, turning to his attendant. Ibwa, please escort our esteemed guest to the altar. As Wufan was about to depart, he paused. If you do not mind, you may temporarily relocate to Earth for safety, and we can devise a plan after I vanquish Frieza. Bulma, taken aback by his words, had already discerned during their journey that this young man held himself in high regard, far from being a benevolent soul. Is that not too much of an imposition? Though the Grand Elder was unaware of Frieza's true nature, the notorious reputation of the villain resonated throughout the universe, and his suggestion struck a chord. No problem. Come to my capsule corporation. We can accommodate hundreds, Bulma interjected warmly. The Grand Elder, mistakenly assuming the two would reside together, bowed deeply. I thank you on behalf of my entire clan. The young woman blushed, but chose not to clarify, believing it to be a matter of time. Subsequently, Wufan and Bulma followed Ibwa to the site of the Dragon Balls. Along the way, Bulma whispered to Wufan, inquiring why he chose to assist the Namekian. Do you perceive your husband as a villain? Is there a need for a reason to do good? Wufan countered with a soft laughter. Bulma scoffed. What do you think of my character? I know you all too well. Indeed, you have scrutinized me thoroughly, even to the minutiae, Wufan retorted. Who has time to count your few hairs? Bulma lightly mocked. Wufan then explained earnestly, though Earth possesses Dragon Balls, neither the Kaioshin nor the Namekians are immortal. Should they encounter peril, we would still need to rely on the Namekian Dragon Balls in the future, thus it is vital to maintain amicable relations. He was not fearful of death, yet considering Bulma and others' safety, if Earth faced formidable foes, they would need the strength of the Namekian Dragon Balls. This was merely prudent foresight. Wufan pondered silently. Future Trunks could certainly contact the Kaioshin, so why not use the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect the warriors? Each time formidable enemies appeared, they were compelled to flee to parallel timelines. I knew it. Bulma's expression confirmed his suspicions, prompting Wufan to shake his head in resignation. Although his motives were rooted in this rationale, He genuinely admired the Namekian's pure-hearted nature. Even without the connection of the Dragon Balls, he would still offer assistance within his capacity. However, he chose not to voice this, knowing Bulma would not be easily convinced, thus sparing himself unnecessary words. Upon arriving at their destination, Iboa invoked the dragon using the Namekian language. Wow, is this the Namekian dragon? It differs greatly from Earth's. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Wufan concurred. From an aesthetic standpoint, Earth's dragon aligns more with my taste. You have seen Earth's dragon? Bulma asked, astonished. Wufan found himself momentarily speechless, for the original owner of his body had indeed never witnessed the dragon's true form. Fortunately, Iboa timely intervened. Please state your wishes. You are limited to 3. Bulma's attention swiftly shifted. Her curiosity piqued as she awaited Wufan's wishes. First, to master the Kaioken. Second, to learn instant transmission. Wufan began to articulate, but Iboa had already commenced translation. Although proficient in the language of Namek, one must raise their voice to be heard in the presence of the colossal dragon. Naturally, one would relish the ease of having someone else do the task. A peculiar sensation surged into his mind as Wufan discovered that certain knowledge had suddenly emerged from his memory. It turned out that the principle behind the Kaioken technique was rather straightforward. It merely involved manipulating the internal energy to flow at high speed, instantly unleashing power. Akin to the operation of the 8 gates. After enhancing his combat prowess, the volume of his energy did not increase, resulting in a decrease in endurance, while an excessively strong energy flow could harm his meridians and physique. However, Wufan's immortal body allowed him to disregard the side effects of the Kaioken, which was precisely why he chose to cultivate this technique. In Dragon Ball Super, even the Super Saiyan Blue form of Wukong could stack the Kaioken, demonstrating its might. Just as Wufan was contemplating the Kaioken, another stream of information flooded his mind, this time regarding instant transmission. Ordinary warriors could master instant transmission to the level of the Yard Rats, while the spatial movements of the Kaioshin were beyond the reach of mortals. Naturally, he had grasped the former. Mr. Wufan, the dragon declared, the first 2 wishes have been granted. I would turn to inquire, what is your 3rd wish? Wufan temporarily set aside his research into the new skill and replied, let me freely control my emotions. Control over emotions? Iboa expressed confusion. Indeed, Wufan elaborated. I wish to enter states of joy or anger at will and adjust the intensity precisely. Essentially, this was a clever method to breach the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan by managing his anger levels. In the original tale, the first transformation required extreme rage. Yet with the protection of the Dragon Balls, Wufan rarely experienced true anger, hence he devised this crafty approach. As for the notion of pure justice or righteousness, he regarded it as nonsense. Neither his father Wukong nor Vegeta could be deemed pure, let alone the young Wutian and Trunks. Although Iboa did not comprehend his reasoning, she relayed his wish to the dragon faithfully. Very well, the dragon's crimson eyes shimmered, and Wufan immediately sensed the acquisition of a new ability. As the 7 Dragon Balls scattered and flew away, Wufan wasted no time in experimentation. Anger. In an instant, an unnameable fury engulfed him, his eyes turning blood-red. Simultaneously, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, and lightning danced among the ominous formations. Bulma watched her husband's transformation with unease. Wufan had just explained the situation to her, and understanding his actions, she tugged Iboa back a few steps, waiting quietly, yet still harboring a hint of concern. The young man clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his roar shattering the airborne dust, while a violent wave of energy lifted the ground within a Tinjong radius. Yet the golden aura failed to ignite. Only his garments fluttered wildly in the turbulent air. As the energy reached its zenith, the cracked earth spread like a spider's web, and the entire planet trembled beneath this tremendous force. Iboa's legs nearly buckled in fear. He had never witnessed such terrifying power. The surviving Namekians were equally shaken. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's prior prophecy, they might have mistaken this celestial phenomenon for apocalyptic doom. The energy storm raged for a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. Wufan exhaled a deep breath, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes. He was still a step away. He rubbed his palms together, the power that had just erupted far exceeding his usual strength. Yet the boundary still loomed ahead. Bulma gently caressed his talk back. Perhaps the anger he had deliberately summoned was ultimately separated by a thin veil. To become a Super Saiyan, it seemed, One must ignite a fury that emanated from the very depths of the soul. A bitter smile crossed the boy's face at the thought of such soul-fueled wrath. Although the dragon's gift of emotional control was remarkable, it resembled watching flames through a glass, lacking the searing intensity that could incinerate one's very essence. However, in a moment of clarity, his eyes sparkled with renewed determination. If he could channel his controlled rage, a mere spark could ignite a conflagration. Besides, even if transformation eluded him, the power of the Kaioken at 50 times its usual strength was nothing short of astonishing. Of course, the transformation into a Super Saiyan demanded less energy and, more importantly, signified a comprehensive metamorphosis of strength. My dear, Bulma sighed in relief as she saw his brow unfurl, her heart now tethered entirely to this young warrior. Goku gazed up at the heavens. He had initially intended to strike directly at Frieza, but knowing that the Dragon Balls were here, the tyrant would undoubtedly come himself. You take that Namekian back to Earth. I will await him here. I must stay? Bulma, frantic, grasped his sleeve. Even a moment apart felt like an eternity of anguish. Goku gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders and whispered, "Do not fret. Engaging Frieza could endanger the entire planet, and you would not be safe here." But just as Bulma was about to protest, her lips were suddenly sealed. She resisted slightly, only to succumb to the fervent kiss. How might one truly awaken such latent potential? Must he truly seek assistance from the Kai realm? Goku furrowed his brow as he stood, a flicker of golden light coalescing in his palm. Since he had sensed the extraordinary energy dormant within him, he had attempted countless methods, each more taxing than the last, surpassing even the trials of becoming a Super Saiyan. This was, perhaps, reasonable. The power of the fully awakened mysterious form far surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3, and its control lay between that of Super Saiyan 2 and 3. It had been 15 days since he persuaded Bulma to retreat. During this time, he had to acclimate to the burden of the Kaioken while also mastering emotional control techniques, devoting every remaining moment to awakening his potential. The 20-fold Kaioken was his current limit. Exceeding this threshold would risk rupturing his meridians. Although the Dragon Balls could mend injuries, even a fleeting vulnerability in a life-or-death struggle could be fatal. He had grown adept at emotional regulation, vaguely sensing a pattern. When anger surpassed a critical point, it would manifest as a cultivable energy entity. The more he honed this anger, not only would his combat prowess soar, but the likelihood of breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier would significantly increase. The aura of Frieza's malice approached. Goku suddenly opened his eyes, a spiraling wave of energy enveloping him. This fated confrontation arrived sooner than he anticipated. At that moment, all his vitality coiled like a taut bowstring, while the oppressive force from outer space drew near. Through the spatial awareness gained from his instant transmission training, he could pinpoint a presence light years away. Returning to Earth now would be but a fleeting instant. Come forth. Goku's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle, the golden aura erupting with fervor. This gift is one I have awaited for quite some time. Son Gohan stood atop the mountain, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the grace of a youthful gentleman. Upon sensing Frieza's presence breach the atmosphere, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a radiant brilliance. 10 Super Saiyans, he exclaimed. Special beam cannon. Before Frieza's spacecraft could descend, Gohan had already gathered a dazzling wave of energy in his palm, directing it towards the ominous shadow in the sky. This technique, originally conceived by Piccolo, had long been mastered by Gohan, boasting power surpassing that of the Kamehameha, yet it could only be unleashed as a singular strike. Should it be blocked, he would need to recharge. With a thunderous explosion, the ship, though timely enveloped in a protective shield, proved utterly defenseless against such overwhelming force. Disintegrating into a shower of fiery debris, the minions trailing Frieza were instantly reduced to ashes. Now I can focus on you, Gohan declared, gazing at the figure gradually materializing through the smoke. To his surprise, alongside Frieza stood another figure, Zarbon, who had barely evaded the lethal strike after completing his transformation. You insufferable brat. Zarbon glared furiously, yet dared not act recklessly. Through the intelligence gathered by the Ginyu Force, he recognized this boy who had obliterated an entire special operations team. Interesting, Frieza mused, observing Gohan with keen interest. So you are the one who annihilated the Ginyu Force? How about becoming my chief commander? With a flick of his fingertips, Gohan unleashed another wave aimed directly at Zarbon. Frieza is present. And you dare to. Zarbon stumbled in his attempts to evade, but the wave pursued him relentlessly, curving around Frisia, who remained an aloof spectator, showing no intent to intervene. With a resounding crash, Zarbon was reduced to mere dust. In a matter of seconds, Frisia's entire army lay vanquished. "It seems you have rejected my kind offer," Frisia remarked darkly, his irritation not stemming from the loss of his subordinates, but rather from Wufan's disdain. Wufan stood firm, calmly stating, "Reveal your final form. You are not worthy in your current state." Frisia's brow arched slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I underestimated you. You appear to have a keen understanding of my capabilities. Very well, today you shall witness the true power of the universe." He suddenly rose from his floating chair, carelessly kicking it to the ground, where it shattered into metallic fragments. Simultaneously, a purple-black aura erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion, distorting the very sky with its energy fluctuations. Since receiving reports from Lycum, he had meticulously analyzed Wufan's combat data. His instincts told him that this hybrid scion harbored even more astounding energy within him. If he were to maintain his current form, he would likely struggle even against Frisia's second transformation. The thought of his grotesque third form momentarily filled Frisia with revulsion. In that case, he clenched his fists, energy surging dramatically around him. "Let me show you true despair." Boom, boom, boom. The torrent of energy surged into the heavens, violently tearing open the atmosphere. The ground around him collapsed in a radial pattern, causing Namek to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the surface like a spider's web. Had he not deliberately controlled the direction of his energy, the mere backlash of the eruption would have been sufficient to obliterate the planet. With a pained roar, energy veins appeared on Frisia's surface, pulsating with power. As the energy amassed reached a critical point, a blinding white light erupted violently, engulfing him entirely. Is this what combat prowess exceeding 100 million feels like? Wufan crossed his arms to shield his face, as the energy wall quivered intensely amidst the tempest of energy. He could distinctly sense that his opponent's energy index continued to surge, even as he, through sheer fury, broke through to a combat power of 12 million. Feeling utterly insignificant in comparison, gradually, a new figure emerged from the swirling dust. The newly transformed Frisia flicked his fingers, and a devastating beam grazed past Wufan's ear, instantly vaporizing the mountains behind him. Surprised? This is merely my norm. The frost demon elegantly rotated his wrist, declaring, unlike those inferior races, my power requires layers of seals from birth. Now, choose your fate, kneel or be obliterated. Wufan's battle boots sank deeply into the ground, and golden flames surged skyward. Don't get too complacent. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards his adversary. Sensing the aura, Frisia immediately assumed his final form, his combat power skyrocketing to 20 million, far exceeding the original 100,000. Faced with the sudden oppressive force, Wufan chose to strike first. Seeking death, Frisia contemptuously raised his hand. What appeared to be a casual punch sealed off all escape routes. Unaware of Wufan's true identity, he contemplated subjugating this being capable of sweeping the universe for his own purposes, intent on conquering rather than annihilating him. The moment their fists collided, a violent tremor surged through Wufan's entire arm, propelling him like a cannonball into the mountainside. As debris flew, he emerged unscathed from the rubble. This is your final warning. Frisia lightly tapped the void with his fingertip. My patience is limited. Wufan remained silent, gathering his strength as his aura roiled around him. When his energy peaked beyond 15 million, he suddenly vanished from his position, moving at over double his previous speed. Interesting. Frisia's crimson tongue flicked across his lips. But the next moment, he was sent flying by a sudden powerful punch. Before he could steady himself, a barrage of energy blasts had sealed off all his escape routes. Amidst the fiery chaos, two shadowy figures began a deadly contest that surpassed the speed of sound. Blinding beams rained down upon Frisia, yet he remained motionless, charging directly through the onslaught, delivering a fierce kick. Ultra-explosive demon energy wave. Wufan, filled with righteous fury, unleashed a cataclysmic vortex of energy that erupted from his core. Not good. Frisia's expression shifted drastically. Retreating was no longer an option. With a thunderous roar, the blinding energy sphere completely consumed both combatants, placing Frisia at the heart of this storm of destruction. Wufan withdrew from the range, his chest heaving with tumultuous energy. having barely touched upon the secret of the Super Saiyan transformation. Intensify. I crave even greater pressure. The youth roared within, witnessing Frisia's form gradually re-emerge, and immediately lunged once more. You reckless little brat. You have ignited my wrath. Frisia's eyes were bloodshot, his body marred by countless wounds. Having lived a life of luxury for many years, he had long forgotten the taste of pain. Today, however, he found himself at a disadvantage against this brash young lad, which could not help but ignite his fury. Brace yourself, Frisia. Prepare to receive my ultimate strike. Wufan roared as he concentrated all his energy into his fist, the sheer force of his blow warping the very fabric of space. Although Frisia sensed the catastrophic energy contained within, he was too late to augment his power and could only bellow in anger, channeling his existing strength to counter the assault. A thunderous shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants, causing the ground beneath them to crack and collapse into an unfathomable abyss. Ultimately, both sides were evenly matched, and they were simultaneously repelled by the backlash. Coughing up blood, Wufan found himself wounded but fortunate that the pearl of the heavenly path within him was rapidly healing his injuries. Frisia, too, felt the sting of defeat. Having underestimated his opponent, he had only utilized 20% of his power and was now injured from Wufan's meticulously honed punch. This only fueled the flames of rage in his eyes, while his aura surged violently, teetering on the brink of explosion. I will reduce you to ashes. Prepare to meet your demise. Frisia's energy soared to 50%, a force potent enough to obliterate Wufan entirely. Yet, drawn by the shifting tides of battle, Wufan felt an unprecedented sensation coursing through him, a profound realization that mere anger was insufficient. He required an unwavering desire to grow stronger. Clarity enveloped Wufan's mind, and elation surged within him as he finally unlocked the gateway to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Just as Frisia unleashed his energy, Wufan let out a primal scream, veins bulging on his forehead as his power surged at a terrifying pace. What is happening? Frisia, intent on finishing his opponent, was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Relying on his combat power detection device, he had been unable to sense the true fluctuations of his adversary's strength. Yet, in this moment, he instinctively realized that the power awakening within the boy far exceeded his own. With a thunderous roar, Frisia unhesitatingly pushed his energy to its utmost limit. Dark clouds once again enveloped the sky, lightning danced amidst the inky clouds, and violent winds whipped into a tempest. Vegetation within miles was instantly vaporized, and the surrounding mountains crumbled like sandcastles. As Frisia's combat power peaked at 100%, the golden-haired youth's transformation continued unabated. Arcs of electricity flickered within his light green irises while his black hair and golden aura alternated in a fierce tug-of-war. With each flash of lightning, the radiant gold claimed more ground. What nonsense is this? Frisia's purple visage twisted in disbelief. I am the mightiest being in the universe. His roar was laced with an almost imperceptible tremor of fear. The overwhelming pressure mounting upon him awakened a primal dread buried deep within his genes. A fear of a rival engraved in his very bloodline. A torrential barrage of destructive energy suddenly erupted, each energy orb harboring the power to annihilate stars. Yet, before these attacks could reach him, they were effortlessly repelled by an invisible barrier forged from golden flames. As the mightiest bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, Wufan's metamorphosis approached its climax. His golden hair stood erect like flickering flames, and the azure aura transformed completely into a resplendent gold. The youthful figure, bowing his head, conjured the illusion of being observed by higher-dimensional beings within the cosmos. The Super Saiyan, beneath the calm declaration, surged an impulse for destruction. At this moment, Goku's power level escalated wildly, ultimately freezing at a staggering 600 million. This was no battle, but an overwhelming annihilation. The initial transformation into a Super Saiyan was exceedingly unstable, which is why Goku had hastily distanced himself from the original Gohan. He could not guarantee he would not inadvertently harm his dear friend. At this instant, Gohan too was ensnared in a frenzied state. If he could not promptly release the torrent of energy coursing within him, his body risked being unable to withstand the burden. My identity. Gohan coldly glanced back, his violet eyes reflecting Frisia's contorted visage, a hybrid of Earthling blood and Saiyan lineage, Son Gohan. As a token of gratitude for aiding my breakthrough, I grant you the privilege of witnessing the form you dread most. Neither the souls of the Jinyu Force nor the fallen warriors of Namek were privy to this secret. Yet Frisia, the catalyst of this metamorphosis, was indeed worthy of such knowledge. A hybrid? A super scion? Absurd. How utterly absurd. The universe screamed in hysteria, countless energy blasts cascading like a torrential downpour. Amidst the crimson aura, his voice twisted further. Even if legends were true, what of it? I, Frisia, am the supreme being. Your era has come to an end. Gohan raised his hand, seemingly pressing down, and the myriad light blasts abruptly froze in midair. As his fingertips trembled, a series of brilliant flashes illuminated the sky. Yet not a speck of dust marred his garments. The afterimage lingered on Frisia's retinas as excruciating pain exploded from his abdomen. By the time he realized he had been gravely injured, his body had already crashed through 7 mountains. As blood spurted from his clenched teeth, the golden radiance surged once more. With each strike, the earth moaned in anguish. When the 17th shockwave dissipated, Frisia, deep within the crater, could not even twitch a finger. The unforgivable humiliation of being bested by a mere lowly warrior seared his nerves like molten lava, and in his near-death state, he suddenly broke into a sinister grin. The energy within him began to irreversibly collapse, disrupting the planet's magnetic field. Let us perish together. In this splendid finale, Gohan observed the other's desperate struggle with cold indifference. Unlike his father's mercy, he had already discerned the outcome of this farce. What of the destruction of Namek? The vacuum of space would merely become his new battlefield. A futile struggle. The youth's fingertips coalesced into a brilliance akin to the stars. As Frisia's proud obliteration beam erupted, Gohan's calm voice pierced through. This is the true essence of a super scion. The final syllable was engulfed in a torrential flood of blinding light. Intertwined realities of blinding white light suddenly erupted between heaven and earth, and the terrifying energy amassed within Frisia erupted violently. The Namekian planet was instantaneously obliterated by this destructive force, and several barren planets nearby were reduced to cosmic dust. Target locked. Gohan keenly detected Bulma's faint presence and executed instant transmission before the wave of energy swept over them. 200 kilometers away, 2 young men stood at the edge of a cracked cliff. The man with the severed arm clenched his left fist, producing a sound of cracking knuckles, while another youth with violet hair stared, eyes reddened, at the mushroom cloud rising on the horizon. Those artificial monsters, half a continent deemed unforgivable, but your injuries remain here. This is an order. The boy suddenly grasped the other's cloak. Do not think of abandoning me. Just as the words left his mouth, a pitch-black rift tore open 3 meters above the cliff. Amidst the jarring sound of shattering, a figure stumbled and fell. Who goes there? The two immediately assumed combat stances. The violet-haired boy brushed off the sparks from his cloak and, upon looking up, felt his pupils constrict sharply. The youth wielding a sword before him was unmistakably a younger version of Trunks, and the scar crossing the left eye of the one-armed man, along with the familiar orange martial arts uniform. What in the world? He stared at another version of himself, astonished, as time and space had inexplicably thrown him into this moment. Memories of comic plotlines flashed rapidly. This was indeed the darkest timeline just before future Trunks made his first time travel. The violet-haired youth pointed his sword at him. Answer me. Why are you impersonating Mr. Wufan? Wufan caught a glimpse of the one-armed Wufan subtly shifting his position and suddenly broke into a grin. He deliberately rotated his gauntlet to reveal the time regulator. What needs explaining is your crime of altering the continuity of time and space. This sudden accusation visibly unsettled both. In 3 years, Trunks would venture to the main timeline. Should he discover that Bulma was with him, the situation would indeed be precarious. I once entertained the thought of resolving matters along with Trunks, but even without him, Bulma still exists in this world. The encounter between the two Bulmas would only result in further complications. As for the Bulma of this world, I had never contemplated her demise. It seems there is but one path ahead, to resolve their crisis with the androids. In doing so, Bulma would no longer need to create a time machine. Hey, I'm talking to you. Trunks raised his voice. The counterpart from the parallel timeline blocked Trunks, his demeanor wary. Do not act recklessly. This person is extremely dangerous. I gazed at another version of myself for a long while before finally sighing. There is no need for tension. I harbor no ill will towards you. After all, we are of the same origin. Before I could finish, I suddenly unleashed my aura, golden light swirling around me as I transformed into a super scion. A super scion? they exclaimed in unison. In any case, that fellow has already been dealt with by Sun Wufan. The onlookers, including Krillin, watched in astonishment, completely unaware of the destructive energy emanating from me. Bulma, from a distance, cupped her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. Is this the super form that Wufan Kuan mentioned? It's so dazzling. Only Vegeta sat slumped on the ground, trembling all over. This was not forgiveness, but a profound humiliation. Rage and resentment burned fiercely in his eyes. Yet the boiling energy had already dissipated with that decisive blow. Vegeta's pupils constricted, his face pale, as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. The legendary Super Saiyan? His voice trembled, losing all melody. The proud Saiyan prince, at this moment, felt as though all his strength had been drained, mechanically shaking his head. Impossible. How could a mere half-breed achieve this? He clutched the earth beneath him, his knuckles turning white. The legendary realm he had pursued his entire life had been surpassed by a hybrid born of a woman from Earth. This humiliation was far more suffocating than being defeated by Kakarot. Hey, is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared in front of his son, his golden hair standing on end, exuding the excitement of a child who had just discovered a new toy. Come on, let your old man feel it. Sun Wufan's forehead throbbed with veins. Even a fart now could send you to Namek. He raised his index finger, shaking it, 50 times amplification. Are you sure you want to try? The watching Krillin tightened his fists, the sound of his gloves creaking. Although he could not discern the specific values, his beast-like instincts were wildly alerting him to the oppressive aura emanating from that golden figure, an insurmountable chasm of despair. 50 times. Krillin and the others gasped in unison. Yet, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a child who had stumbled upon a candy store. Incredible. I want to become a Super Saiyan too. His frenzied gestures prompted Sun Wufan to sigh and facepalm. Ultimately, Sun Wufan resignedly lowered his shoulders. All right, let us consider this an early training session for you. He raised his hand and gently touched Sun Wukong's forehead, imparting the path to becoming a Super Saiyan. Initially filled with resistance, he now felt an inexplicable softness, perhaps due to their blood connection, or perhaps from the fondness accumulated from watching the animated series. He would never utter the word father to Sun Wukong, nor would he allow any semblance of reconciliation between them. This was the obsession of nearly all traversers. Since he could not take action, it was better to illuminate the path of cultivation. This way, he could break free from entanglement. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The enhanced perception from transforming into a Super Saiyan caught the approach of two terrifying energies outside the atmosphere, the weaker of which was enough to overwhelm everyone present. Save for Android 18. This is serious. The voice of King Kai erupted in their ears. Sun Wukong jolted awake from his meditation. King Kai? Frieza is not dead. He and the king spoke with trembling voices, though their worried gazes were directed towards Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan had anticipated this. He foresaw today when he deliberately let Frieza go, but the energy intensity he sensed now far exceeded his expectations. The father-son duo, now mechanically enhanced, had power levels that were worlds apart from the recorded one. 6 billion combat power in the original narrative. However, the pressure they currently felt made it abundantly clear that Sun Wufan, at full power as a Super Saiyan, would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat him. Could it be that my transformation into a Super Saiyan far exceeds the level of Sun Wukong in the original, prompting the resurrected Frieza to train specifically to combat me? Sun Wufan's mood turned slightly heavy. It is known that in Dragon Ball Super, Frieza could defeat Super Saiyan Blue after merely 4 months of training. If he truly underwent special training for this, the situation would be quite precarious. Even though there are discrepancies between the settings of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, no matter how much Frieza trained, he could never touch the realm of gods. Yet, even at a discount, he would undoubtedly be incredibly strong. Returning to his normal state, Sun Wufan regulated his breathing, suddenly revealing an excited smile. This is getting interesting. Frieza is coming? What is going on? Had he not been vanquished by Gohan? The warriors present displayed sudden changes in their expressions. Although they had never laid eyes on Frieza, King Kai had long since informed them of his terrifying nature. Yet, the thought that he had already been defeated by Gohan eased their tension, preventing any excessive panic. Upon hearing King Kai's telepathic message, Vegeta immediately shook off his despondency. For the mere mention of Frieza still held a formidable sway over him. Upon learning that Frieza had previously been slain, he shot up. Glaring at Krillin, What nonsense are you spouting? Frieza can be killed? What on earth is happening? Krillin, casting a glance at the indifferent Gohan, proudly declared. Half a year ago, Gohan encountered Frieza on Namek and personally dealt with him. King Kai himself confirmed it. Though Vegeta was unfamiliar with King Kai, the resolute expressions of those around him compelled him to believe. Humph, do they think Frieza is some mere fish? Vegeta forced a cold laugh. But a Super Saiyan can achieve that. Krillin retorted immediately. Vegeta, his face reddening with fury, shouted, now that Frieza has returned. You Earthlings are utterly incapable of standing against him. You need not worry about that. Krillin replied, emboldened by the support of Gohan and his father. Frustration gnawed at Vegeta. Unfortunately, in his current weakened state, even the weakest warrior could subdue him. Be quiet. Suddenly, the always serious Son Goku interjected. Vegeta, you seem quite familiar with Frieza? Gohan suppressed a smirk. Of course, he was familiar, especially since he still bore the identity of a member of Frieza's army. Gohan, uninterested in their bickering, swiftly moved to the side of Android 18 and Bulma. Aunt Bulma, why don't you return to Capsule Corp for now? Frieza is far stronger now than he was back then. I fear you might get hurt. Bulma, hands on her hips, stomped her foot. What harm could come from just taking a look? You sent me away during that incident on Namek. This time, are you denying me even the pleasure of witnessing? Gohan sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. I'm worried about the aftermath of the battle. You needn't concern yourself with me. Bulma interjected, linking arms with Lazuli. With my 18 protecting me, what could possibly happen? The two young women had indeed become inseparable lately. Android 18 tilted her head in confusion. According to the data, Frieza could hardly contend with a Super Saiyan, right? Gohan's expression suddenly turned grave. Do not be deceived by the statistics. That guy has never truly trained. He relies solely on his innate talent to overpower the vast majority of warriors. If he were to genuinely train, would a martial arts prodigy like you be so wary? A spark of interest flickered in 18's eyes. I'd like to have a word with him. She understood that Gohan was primarily concerned about Bulma. Given Frieza's abilities, he was hardly a match for Gohan. Some have grown complacent. Gohan playfully pinched 18's cheek. In the past, you would have rushed out to fight by now. Smack. 18 swatted his hand away, rolling her eyes in annoyance. That's called an improvement in quality of life, you know? Since arriving in this timeline, she had long cast aside the notion of fighting. Wasn't it delightful to shop and sip tea every day? Unless absolutely necessary, she would never resort to violence. Here he comes. Gohan suddenly looked up towards the sky. Coincidentally, Frieza's spaceship was descending towards this very location. In the distance, the conversations of Sun Wukong and his companions abruptly ceased. An ominous wave of energy, laden with a sense of destruction, made the very air tremble. Is this some kind of jest? Frieza's energy is. No, there's an equally formidable presence. It must be the king mentioned by the Kai. Sun Wukong's clenched fists trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Merely sensing this energy is suffocating. I am indeed no match for it at this moment. However, recalling the training materials transmitted by Wufan, a thrill of excitement curved his lips. The path of evolution for the Super Saiyan. The staircase of transformation beyond limits. This was precisely the pinnacle of martial arts he had longed for. If only he could cultivate according to this method. Frieza had truly appeared. The situation was dire. Vegeta barely sensed that energy. Frieza was his deepest fear, and he would never mistake it. This method of perception, devoid of any detectors and relying solely on sensing energy, made Vegeta acutely aware of Frieza's terror. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan himself, he believed he would not fear Frieza. But at this moment, another Super Saiyan existed, and despair washed over him as he contemplated the impending destruction of both Earth and himself. Damn it! Frieza's spaceship gradually came into view. Wufan snorted coldly, gathering energy into a sphere within his palm. Much like in the past on Namek, he initiated the attack, offering no chance for the enemy to land. This defeated foe should have vanished entirely. Who would have thought he would be resurrected, just as in the original tale, by King Cold, descending upon Earth to wreak havoc? Fool! Vegeta suddenly barked, silencing him. You will only provoke him, hastening our demise. Silence. Wufan's gaze was like lightning. The sudden surge of pressure caused beads of sweat to stream down Vegeta's face. It dawned on him that the boy before him was no longer the weak child of yesteryear, but rather the legendary Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, Wufan's energy blast was easily repelled by the transparent shield of the spaceship. It seems he has learned his lesson. Wufan smirked disdainfully. Although he could amplify his power to obliterate the ship, he chose to remain still. After the ship landed smoothly, over a dozen warriors clad in battle armor surged forth. Following them, a large and a small figure appeared at the hatch. Krillin and the others were not surprised by the appearance of these extraterrestrial beings. For Vegeta had long recounted his past service in Frieza's army. Although the warriors exuded a strong aura, it was insufficient to pose a threat. Everyone's attention was focused on the father-son duo that emerged thereafter. The environment on Earth is indeed pleasant. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, his mechanical body glinting coldly. After that disastrous defeat, he had been forced to undergo cybernetic enhancements. Beside him, King Cold maintained his second form, albeit in an exceptionally massive size. In contrast, Frieza appeared remarkably diminutive, barely reaching the height of his father's thigh. Was it you who just attacked the spaceship, the so-called Super Saiyan? King Cold crossed his arms, revealing a menacing smile. Indeed, my Lord Father. Frieza raised his head with an air of superiority. Look, he is approaching. They completely disregarded Son Wukong and the others who were watching from a distance, merely perceiving them as ordinary inhabitants of Earth. In the eyes of Frieza and his son, only the Super Saiyan could be deemed a formidable adversary. The rest of the races were of no consequence. Is this what they call a Super Saiyan? No different from those savage monkeys. Frieza's gaze was frigid, his tone dripping with disdain. No matter how powerful he may be, we must eliminate him by any means necessary. Our race is the true sovereign of the universe, and we shall not tolerate any challengers. As Frieza spoke, he scrutinized the approaching figure of Son Goku. Yet he could not detect any formidable energy emanating from this youth. However, he had already learned from Frieza about Goku's ability to perfectly conceal his power, making it unsurprising that it eluded his perception. Son Wukong. Frieza suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his prior calmness evaporating, replaced by an overwhelming hatred. Did you not anticipate this? I am still alive, and I have come specifically to claim your life. Today, not only you, but this entire planet shall be obliterated. Back then, Wukong had believed Frieza to be doomed, which led him to reveal his identity. Little did he know that this had allowed Frieza to locate Earth. Despite this, Wukong remained unruffled. In his eyes, no matter how much Frieza might strengthen himself, he could never be his match. Whether you live or die holds no significance for me. Wukong looked down upon him, his tone indifferent. If I were you, I would not foolishly rush to meet my end. After barely escaping death, why would one seek their own demise? Revel in your arrogance. Frieza sneered, clenching his fists. 9 months is ample time for me to grow stronger. Do you think I would come to challenge you unprepared? Ridiculous. I have trained for years specifically for today, to utterly crush you. In my presence, you are insignificant. Boasting is easy for anyone. Wukong scoffed, reminiscent of that Saiyan prince you once toyed with, who proclaimed he would annihilate Earth, only to be easily bested by a mere warrior. This mockery not only targeted Frieza, but also rendered Vegeta's countenance ashen. He gritted his teeth, yet dared not retort. At this moment, he was far from being a match for either a Super Saiyan or Frieza. Saiyan Prince. Frieza paused, scanning the crowd before finally noticing Vegeta among them. And a sly smile crept across his face. Vegeta, I did not expect to see you here. It seems there is something on Earth that piques your interest? Indeed. Lord Frieza. Vegeta stiffened, forcing himself to step forward. At this moment, his strength had yet to surpass its limits, and he remained oblivious to the Saiyan's true potential. Years of fear had compelled this proud Saiyan prince to bow his head. There is another Saiyan who was exiled long ago. I have come to find him. But he refuses to cooperate, Vegeta confessed. Before he could finish, Frieza interrupted with a cold laugh. All Saiyan infants are tested for power levels at birth. The weak are relegated to menial tasks on lower planets. That Saiyan on Earth must be one of your race's inferior specimens, I presume? Gazing at Wukong's figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Frieza's eyes. He had initially believed that the bloodline of a Super Saiyan must be noble, only to discover that it originated from a warrior of the lowest tier. That individual was named Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards Son Wukong in the distance. Frieza followed his line of sight, and his pupils constricted suddenly, as that face bore an uncanny resemblance to the warrior who once resisted his annihilation of planet Vegeta. No wonder Frieza erupted into laughter. It turned out he was a descendant of Bardock. Among the entire Saiyan race, he alone was worthy of the title of warrior. His eyes swept over Vegeta, openly displaying his disdain. Frisia's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a cruel smile. But none of this truly matters. Vegeta, have you never questioned the destruction of your home planet? Vegeta's expression changed drastically. Frisia raised a finger, revealing that the meteorite was merely a facade. I personally obliterated planet Vegeta, he said, looking down at the trembling Vegeta. You should be grateful for my mercy. I deliberately spared your life back then. These words struck like thunder. Son Wukong and the others stared in disbelief as they watched Vegeta collapse to the ground, his nails digging deeply into his palms. No one had anticipated that the near extinction of the Scion race stemmed from the sinister plot of the demon before them. Frisia cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, nonchalantly stating, "There are far too many talented individuals like you among the Scions. Had you banded together to resist, it would have been troublesome, which is precisely why I destroyed planet Vegeta in advance." Is that the reason? Vegeta's roar shook the air. Hearing his enemy's confession firsthand ignited a fury far greater than the recounting by Dodoria. Although he often feigned indifference towards his home planet and compatriots, the seething anger at that moment shattered his facade completely. Vegeta, are you planning to rebel? Frisia chuckled with amusement. Come back and serve me obediently. I will not only make you stronger, but also allow you to take Jinyu's position, since that fellow has already been dealt with by Son Wukong. I was worried about the dull days ahead, but it seems you've awakened early as well. Jinyu is dead? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that Son Wukong had already surpassed Super Saiyan. Yet, this revelation was like a stone cast into a deep pond, failing to stir any ripples in his heart. You scoundrel! Vegeta suddenly howled at the sky, energy erupting from him like a volcano. His extreme fury, fueled by his Saiyan bloodline, caused his combat power to surge dramatically. Frisia remained unfazed. Even with this slight increase in power, what can you possibly achieve? Just as everyone assumed, he was about to fight desperately. Vegeta abruptly redirected his focus towards Wufan, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, Wufan, aren't you a Super Saiyan? Hurry and finish him off. Wufan rolled his eyes. Having just claimed that victory seemed unlikely, now, he changed his tune, thinking this guy was clearly asking for a beating. With a casual wave, the violent energy wave sent Vegeta crashing into the rock wall, leaving only half of his body exposed amidst the flying debris. That concludes the warm-up, Wufan calmly said, fixing his gaze on Frisia. Let me witness your true abilities. Since the battle against Cell, he had not encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time. Frisia's sinister smile twisted upon his lips. Do not let fear overwhelm you. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying wave of energy erupted violently. It became evident that he had been suppressing his true power, and now, all seals had been lifted. The earth trembled under the onslaught of this ferocious energy, and the battle power readings soared to unprecedented heights. In an instant, the unleashed might dimmed the very heavens, causing the ground to quiver lightly. Indeed, it did not disappoint me. This power seems to surpass even the peak form of Cell, albeit just slightly. However, this should suffice without invoking the King's fist. Wufan concentrated, sensing Frisia's aura and pondering deeply. To his confusion, the invisible detector displayed a series of meaningless garbled characters. How strange, given Bulma's level of technological prowess. The detector should not malfunction. Could it be that Frisia, after augmenting his strength, acquired a unique ability? Or perhaps, when power reaches such a magnitude, the aura is potent enough to disrupt electronic devices, rendering even the infinite detector ineffective. Though perplexed, Wufan chose not to dwell on it. The detector was initially designed for convenience, and the current level of power had long since transcended what data could quantify. Whether it worked or not had become inconsequential. Meanwhile, witnessing Frisia's impending strike, the king commanded his subordinates, I entrust you with a task. Eliminate all Earthlings before the battle concludes. As you command. The universe warriors responded in unison, grinning malevolently as they dispersed. For them, it was a task as easy as pie, even igniting a spark of excitement. You shall not succeed. Son Wukong and the others swiftly unleashed their auras to intercept. The king had brought merely a dozen subordinates. Each of them faced 2 or 3 opponents, leaving virtually none to escape. Oh, Earth boasts such formidable warriors, each possessing tens of thousands of battle power. The king, without the aid of the detector, discerned the strength of each individual. Observing that his subordinates could not breach the defensive line, he cracked his joints, sneering. In that case, allow me to entertain you. Given Frisia's nature, this battle would not conclude swiftly. Frisia's purpose here was to relish the confrontation. He would stop at nothing to annihilate his foes, yet he would first savor the thrill of battle, seeking to utterly devastate his opponents both physically and psychologically before delivering the final blow. Step aside, these few are mine. The king emanated a formidable aura and soared into the fray. His eagerness was not born of concern for his subordinates, but rather a restless itch for combat. Those under his command were swiftly overwhelmed by Son Wukong and his allies, and upon hearing the king's words, they felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Retreating hastily, the king's appearance, however, left all in dread. Faced with a powerhouse boasting over 100 million in battle power, they could not even harm a single hair on his body. How could they possibly contend? Looking to Wu Fan for aid, they found him locked in a standoff with Frisia. They had no choice but to fight with all they had. Son Wukong's expression grew grave as he began to gather his energy. He was uncertain of the extent to which he could push himself, but he resolved to buy time. If he could hold out until Wu Fan defeated Frisia, Earth might stand a chance. A cold, feminine voice sliced through the air as number 18 teleported to the forefront of Wukong and the others. She had noticed Wu Fan's waning strength. At this moment, she was the only one capable of countering the king. Who are you? Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Though this woman was seen accompanying Wu Fan, she was indeed unfamiliar. Her name is Lazili, Clin interjected, Wu Fan's beloved. What? That boy already has a partner? Wukong's eyes widened. In his martial-obsessed mind, matters between men and women were far more formidable than facing a deity of destruction. Unexpectedly, his son had become remarkable at the tender age of 5. Clin smirked to himself. If he were to reveal the tale of Bulma, wouldn't that surely leave this fool in shock? Alas, now is not the time for idle gossip. Since she is Wu Fan's, it would be unwise to let you face her alone. Wukong shook his head, concealing his astonishment. Number 18 regarded the legendary scion. After shedding the burdens of the android, he appeared rather endearing in his sincerity. You? A slight smile curved her lips. Can you withstand a single strike from him? Wukong immediately wilted, not to mention countering. Even the oppressive aura made his hair stand on end. Wu Fan had praised Lazili's prowess. Clin played the peacemaker. Really? Wukong's eyes sparkled. To gain the recognition of a super scion is no trivial feat, especially considering the earlier display where she shattered the moon with a mere wave of her hand. Mind those insignificant foes. Number 18 turned to confront King, silver hair billowing without wind. Half of that is a calamity. Were it not for Wu Fan, she would hardly waste her breath on this crowd. The warriors, seeing this, ceased their chatter and leaped toward the enemy ranks. Yet as they soared, they were collectively distracted by two battlefields, the silver-haired girl confronting King, and at the horizon, Frisia had unleashed his full oppressive force. He anticipated witnessing the trembling of the Super Saiyan youth, yet Wu Fan remained as tranquil as a deep pool, not even a flicker of his brow. Frisia smirked internally, thinking Wu Fan was merely arrogant due to his ignorance of true power. Perhaps you still do not understand. Frisia licked his lips, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. I was born as the universe itself, never needing to cultivate. However, to personally crush you, I made an exception and trained for a few months. If you beg for mercy now, you might leave with your life intact. Wu Fan, uninterested in idle chatter, looked skyward. If you wish to fight, let us do so in space. Do not destroy the earth here. Do as you please. The outcome shall remain unchanged. Frisia snickered, believing his opponent was concerned for the planet's safety. Below, the battlefield was being cleared with overwhelming force by Son Wukong and his comrades. These lowly fighters posed no challenge whatsoever. It was merely the mercy shown by the group that extended the time taken. When the last minion fell, everyone suddenly froze in place. Cell had transformed into cosmic dust. Number 18 nonchalantly tossed her golden locks and lifted Bulma, ascending into the sky, leaving the others in stunned silence. Clin swallowed hard. I cannot sense her energy at all. Yamcha and the others collectively branded this formidable android with an absolute label of fear. Only Son Wukong was exhilarated, his eyes shining brightly. This instinctive reaction to witnessing strength made Krillin tightly clench his fists. Having already struggled with being surpassed by Wu Fan, now even Wu Fan's partner left him feeling utterly inferior. As the battle in the skies was about to commence, everyone set aside their thoughts and hurriedly followed number 18 into the atmosphere. At this moment, his expression remained unperturbed. Whether due to an accumulation of hardships that had rendered him numb or a deliberate concealment of his emotions deep within, beyond the reach of any observer. After the crowd dispersed, several unconscious extraterrestrials lay scattered across the ground, their injuries grave, having lost even the ability to care for themselves. Suddenly, a trembling hand emerged from the rubble. The forgotten Vegeta struggled to crawl out from the debris. How infuriating! As the Prince of the Science, I refuse to accept such a fate. Absolutely refuse. Vegeta roared towards the heavens, forcibly suppressing his internal injuries as his aura surged fiercely, propelling him skyward in pursuit of Goku and others. When they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, the fierce battle between Goku and Frieza had reached its zenith. Two silhouettes clashed at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the collision of fists and feet erupting in deafening explosions, energy ripples spreading through the void like waves. Unlike his father Goku's tentative approach, Gohan, having gauged Frieza's power, immediately unleashed his full Super Saiyan form, launching an all-out assault without reservation. Frieza, initially planning to engage cautiously, was taken aback by Gohan's sudden surge in strength and was compelled to respond with equal intensity. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows, their speed so swift that even Goku struggled to follow, with only Android 18 managing to keep up. While the rest could only watch in awe, Goku was invigorated by the spectacle, yearning to partake in the exhilarating clash. As Gohan had suggested, Frieza was indeed a formidable adversary. Android 18 observed gravely, the display of power before her far exceeding her expectations. In the face of such a disparity, she could scarcely muster the courage to intervene. "Can you discern their movements, Lazuli?" Bulma inquired, her frustration evident. At this altitude, her control over Ki was still rudimentary, relying entirely on Android 18's assistance to maintain her position in the air, let alone keep pace with the lightning-fast exchanges. Observing Bulma's dejection, Android 18 couldn't help but chuckle. "I can barely track their movements myself. Currently, both sides are evenly matched, but neither has yet revealed their full potential, so the outcome remains uncertain. Even Goku and the others struggle to discern the battle's course, and you've just begun your training, so there's no need to be overly concerned." This reassurance offered Bulma a measure of comfort. Just then, a resounding crash reverberated through the skies as Gohan and Frieza retreated after a fierce clash, both breathing heavily. However, outwardly, Frieza appeared more disheveled, clearly having been slightly outmatched in their recent exchange. TSK, Frieza, you truly are a remarkable talent," Gohan remarked, shaking his slightly numb fist with admiration. "Achieving such a level with only brief training is indeed impressive. I must say, I view you with newfound respect." Compared to the parallel cell, Frieza is the more suitable opponent. At this moment, Frieza's power slightly surpassed Gohan's full Super Saiyan form, providing neither absolute dominance nor the inability for Gohan to fully unleash his capabilities. Quite unexpectedly, Frieza squinted, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his crimson lips. The growth potential of Super Saiyans was more astonishing than he had anticipated. "Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise I would have truly met my downfall this time." The Frost Demon trembled inwardly, for the power of the Super Saiyan surpassed all expectations. No wonder they had become the sworn enemies of his race. Had he not undergone rigorous training before arriving on Earth, he would have not only faced humiliation, but perhaps even death. After a brief exchange, Frieza was convinced he still held the upper hand. Though his advantage was minimal, it was sufficient to defeat the Saiyan youth before him. Wufan, sensing the shift in his opponent's demeanor, flashed a toothy grin and, without hesitation, launched another assault. Engaging with the enhanced Frieza allowed him to experience the thrill of battle in an unusual way. Such an evenly matched opponent was indeed rare. One who was neither overwhelmingly powerful nor incapable of drawing forth his full potential. Boom! Frieza suddenly unleashed all his energy, and the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. The earlier disadvantage stemmed merely from underestimating Wufan's strength. Now, having regained his composure, the Frost Demon swiftly reclaimed the initiative. "Are you still not grasping reality?" Frieza taunted, blocking the incoming fist, his knee crashing into Wufan's abdomen as he watched the youth soar backward, a cold smirk etched upon his face. Wufan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes igniting with an even fiercer fighting spirit. He abandoned the idea of utilizing the Kaioken, desiring instead to defeat Frieza with a power that was slightly inferior for a more gratifying victory. In the heat of the fierce melee, Frieza, with his energy fully unleashed, indeed overpowered Wufan. Yet, this sense of oppression merely ignited the Scion's combative nature. As Frieza had not transformed into his golden form, he experienced no stamina drawbacks, and both fighters grew ever bolder as the battle raged on. However, the Frost Demon ultimately lacked the Scion's unique ability to thrive under pressure. He was merely adapting gradually to the newfound power, converting it fully into combat capability. Wufan exhibited astounding growth during the fight. Initially, he was completely suppressed by Frieza, but gradually he began to counteract, ultimately displaying a momentum that reversed the tide. Boom. At the moment their fists collided, Frieza was unexpectedly pushed back several paces. "This is impossible," Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. He clearly sensed that Wufan's power should not have surpassed his own. After prolonged combat and enduring numerous heavy blows, Wufan should have reached his limit. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary. Wufan not only remained standing, but continued to ascend in strength, now towering above Frieza. How can a Scion be stronger than my kind? Such a thing must not be allowed to transpire. In a fit of rage, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, saturating the space around Wufan. This frantic assault only betrayed his inner turmoil. In truth, while ordinary Scions possess the trait of growing stronger with each battle, their enhancement is far less exaggerated than Wufan's. Were it Goku or Vegeta in his place, they would have already fallen, requiring healing to regain their strength. However, Wufan possessed a unique constitution that allowed him to rapidly heal from any injury. Frieza's earlier attacks not only failed to severely wound him, but instead catalyzed his awakening of power. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts all missed their target. Wufan, with ghostly speed, materialized behind Frieza, gathering destructive energy in his palm. You will never comprehend the true terror of a Scion. Thus, you are destined for failure. No matter how many times you repeat it, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Feeling a terrifying surge of energy behind him, Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, and the pent-up fear erupted completely. Stop! How could I, Frieza, possibly be defeated? In his moment of desperation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the energy within him began to surge uncontrollably. Not good. He is about to. The warriors observing the battle changed their expressions dramatically. Even someone as formidable as Beerus displayed a grave demeanor. A being of Frieza's caliber possessed the power to obliterate an entire planet. 18. Bulma anxiously glanced at the android beside her. Yet, Android 18 merely smiled calmly. Do not worry. If such a level of threat could end Goku, he would have perished long ago. Although she had not witnessed the climactic battle between Goku and Cell, she was acutely aware that Cell had attempted similarly, but had been effortlessly neutralized by Goku. You wish to employ the same trick again? Frieza, you underestimate me far too much. A cold smile graced Goku's lips. This opponent proved to be utterly predictable, resorting to old tactics time and again. Not to mention him. Even his father, Son Goku, or Uncle Beerus would never fall into the same trap twice. Farewell. Reflect upon your sins in the depths of hell. A golden aura surged violently, and a brilliant blue energy blast erupted from his palm, instantly engulfing Frieza's body. A blinding white light tore through the heavens, carrying the anguished cries of the enemy skyward. The earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the universe, and wherever the energy hurricane swept through, even the floating clouds seemed to freeze in its wake. The destructive energy was precisely directed into outer space, ultimately erupting in a dazzling display of flames in an uninhabited star system. This time, without the interference of the Dragon Balls, the universe would witness a true conclusion. Yet, the silver-haired warrior remained unconvinced, and an additional energy blast obliterated any potential remnants of cellular life. Faced with this genocidal foe, Goku felt an unexpected surge of gratitude within him. It was precisely the two instances of pressure from Frieza that had propelled him to break through his limits. Awakening as a Super Saiyan for the first time, and now he had advanced an additional 20% in his full power form. Just as he was prepared to revert from his transformation, a sudden pulse made his brow twitch. A violent wave, transcending light years, grazed his sensory network. Though fleeting, it left a vivid imprint. The familiar essence of brutality brought a smile to his face. Just when I was worried about the monotony of the days ahead. I did not anticipate your premature awakening. Lord King Kai, are you there? He called out into the void, having sensed a Scion energy reaction deep within the cosmos, requesting confirmation of the specific coordinates. Yes, yes. The voice of North Kai was tinged with barely perceptible tension, I will conduct a stellar scan immediately. A scion? To my knowledge, the only surviving scions in the universe should be Goku and Vegeta. Could there be other surviving scions? While North Kai spoke thus, he nonetheless began searching for Goku. As the overseer of the North Galaxy, pinpointing an individual's energy from the vast cosmos was no simple task. But since Goku could sense the other party from such a distance, it indicated that the energy was extraordinarily powerful, and tracking the strongest energy signature would suffice. Moments later, the King Kai's tone shifted to one of astonishment. How is this possible? With no need for the King of Worlds to elaborate, Wu Fan confirmed his suspicions from the shocking reaction. Several planets had mysteriously vanished, seemingly at the hands of the individual you mentioned, and according to my senses, he is indeed a scion. The king's tone grew increasingly agitated, even momentarily suspecting that Wu Fan might be responsible, for among the scions, only he possessed such power. Do not be astonished. Tell me the precise location of that individual and how far he is from me. I shall see if I can reach him via instant transmission. Wu Fan interjected, urgently pressing for information. Wait a moment, let me check. Learning of Wu Fan's intention to proceed, the king breathed a sigh of relief and pondered. According to Earth's coordinates, the direction is. Wu Fan had already taken flight toward Earth's direction. Meanwhile, the other Dragon Ball warriors, Bulma and Android 18, had returned to the ground but were still awaiting Wu Fan's return. As soon as Wu Fan landed, the others were about to greet him. Yet he directly inquired of Bulma regarding the corresponding coordinates. Bulma contemplated for a moment, then quickly tapped on her calculator, responding. Using the spacecraft we brought back, the one from Chio-E, as the Supreme Kai-S has already been returned, it will take approximately 2 weeks to reach that location. Oh, Wu Fan, why are you asking about that place? Are you planning an interstellar journey? Sun Wukong remarked somewhat helplessly. I was hoping to train with you. Wu Fan felt a pang of anxiety. If he were to be entangled with this martial arts enthusiast, peaceful days would be a thing of the past. You should seek out Vegeta. You are both pure-blooded scions, and sparring with each other will better ignite your potential. Wu Fan swiftly redirected his focus and, lowering his voice, added, besides, with you watching over him, it will prevent any potential harm to Earth. Vegeta, currently with nowhere to go, had decided to remain on Earth. Wu Fan was determined not to let him stay at Bulma's house as in the original storyline. Although it seemed unlikely to repeat history, all potential risks must be eliminated. Additionally, having Wukong keep an eye on Vegeta had its advantages. As long as he was engrossed in battle, he would forget about home and would naturally not seek out Chi-Chi. Indeed, Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he jumped up. Can I tell him how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Not far away, Vegeta, who had been seething with anger due to Wu Fan's forceful push toward Wukong, suddenly flashed with interest upon hearing Wukong's words. Wu Fan actually revealed the transformation secret to Kakarot. Did this imply that all Saiyan descendants had the potential for a breakthrough? Vegeta's mind raced as his fingers unconsciously clenched. As a proud member of the Saiyan royal family, he firmly believed that mastering the transformation technique would allow him to surpass this father-son duo. At this moment, he was willing to temporarily set aside his dignity in pursuit of this power. Although Wu Fan did not lift his gaze, he discerned Vegeta's thoughts from the tumultuous aura surrounding him. Suit yourself. Sooner or later, he will comprehend. The youth's tone was languid, secretly contemplating that these two battle maniacs would likely remain oblivious to being used as pawns until their demise. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately leaped with excitement, while Vegeta suppressed his exhilaration, feigning indifference. If you wish to learn, then come and train with me. Wukong deliberately provoked, and before his words could fully escape his lips, he soared into the air, hastily leaving behind a message. Please convey my apologies to Chi-Chi. Observing the two distant figures, Wu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Given the operational styles of his father and Vegeta, they would undoubtedly exhaust conventional training methods before contemplating the use of the Room of Spirit and Time, which conveniently afforded him a moment of respite. Wu Fan and Krillin intercepted the departing youth, cautioning him. Your determination to venture into the universe may prove to be too burdensome for you at this stage. Wu Fan interjected, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. If you believe Earth can no longer satisfy your training needs, perhaps you should explore the cosmos. The Sacred Temple possesses a spaceship, and Dr. Brief can provide technical support. Before his words had fully settled, he had already vanished in a flash alongside Bulma and Android 18, leaving the warriors on the ground in a state of astonishment. Have we been underestimated by the younger generation? Krillin remarked with a wry smile, the sunlight casting dazzling reflections on his bald head. Yamcha scratched his head, helplessly stating, "This lad is nothing like his father. He is truly difficult to deal with. I certainly cannot manage him." Tien Shinhan, arms crossed, replied thoughtfully, "I find merit in what he says. With our current strength, it is challenging to achieve further breakthroughs on Earth. Perhaps we should venture into the universe, where unexpected opportunities may arise." He recalled a few years prior when he had triumphed over Son Wukong at the World Martial Arts Tournament. And now the disparity between them had grown increasingly pronounced, leaving him with a bitter taste in his heart. "Tien Shinhan, I want to go too," Dent exclaimed, bouncing to his side. This little shadow had always been inseparable from Tien Shinhan. In the original work, the two had never parted ways. Wufan had sensed an unusual bond between them while reading the manga, especially considering Tien Shinhan's indifference even towards the affections of the blue-haired launch. Krillin turned to Bick and proposed, "Why don't we go together? It would be beneficial to look out for one another on the journey, as the cosmos is fraught with unknowns." Bick scoffed, "If you're going, be prepared for the possibility of death. You might meet your end the moment you leave Earth." This remark caused Yamcha to shrink back, exclaiming, "Earth suits me just fine. With Wufan and the others here, my training won't make much of a difference. If you all decide to go, count me out." Yamcha had always been this way. Though he stood on the side of justice, he was perpetually cautious, unwilling to risk his life unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, he became the weakest among the Dragon Ball warriors, even inferior to Dent. Fortunately, Krillin and the others never pressured him. So upon hearing his words, they simply acquiesced. Ultimately, the decision was made for Bick, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Dent to seek a spaceship from the sacred temple, with their destination set for Namek. In truth, the destination was of little consequence. What mattered was encountering stronger opponents along the journey. As for Wufan, he hardly regarded this matter with any weight. He planned to first return home with Bulma and Android 18 to greet Chi-Chi, before embarking on a journey through space in search of that mysterious presence that had suddenly appeared and vanished. Unable to pinpoint the location, he could not utilize instant transmission. Thus he would have to search slowly. "Wufan, who is it that has captured your attention so?" Android 18 inquired, tilting her head as she scrutinized the pensive Wufan within the dimly lit spaceship cabin. On this space voyage, Goku initially intended to bring only Android 18. But he could not resist Bulma's persistent insistence to accompany them. Chi-Chi also expressed a desire to join, but regrettably, her fighting prowess was exceedingly inadequate. Even with Goku and 18's support, she would merely be a burden. After much persuasion from Ox King, Chi-Chi ultimately decided to remain on Earth, vowing to train diligently until she could reach a level of strength sufficient to accompany her son across the universe. This was a stark contrast to the original portrayal of her character, who had kept Goku tethered at home. Now, aboard the spaceship, only Goku, Android 18, and Bulma were present. Bulma was comfortably nestled in Goku's embrace, relishing his skilled massage, taking every opportunity to enjoy his closeness. Although 18 felt a twinge of jealousy, she refrained from competing for his attention and instead inquired about something that concerned her more. Since defeating Frieza, Goku had been acting rather strangely. In her memory, this young man had always been nonchalant, even in the face of formidable foes like Frieza. However, on the eve of this battle, Goku's demeanor was unusually grave, as if he were preparing to confront an adversary far more powerful than Frieza. Goku did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "This time, we may face the legendary Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan," 18 replied, her expression one of slight confusion, as if she had misunderstood. Bulma also displayed a look of skepticism upon hearing this title. "The legendary Super Saiyan is even more potent than my transformed state. He embodies madness and brutality." Aligning more closely with that ancient legend, Goku elaborated. The aura he sensed was indeed that of the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. What legend? Both 18 and Bulma still wore puzzled expressions. Currently, only Vegeta had any knowledge of this legend, albeit limited. Upon witnessing Goku's transformation, Vegeta mistakenly believed him to be the legendary Super Saiyan. Drawing from his memories of the movie, Goku recounted Broly's true nature to the two women. After listening to his description, 18 and Bulma finally grasped the terrifying extent of this opponent. Such a warrior exists? 18, as an android, felt a sense of shock. If he is that dangerous, why challenge him? Aren't you worried about failure? Bulma abruptly rose from Goku's embrace, grasping his arm and declaring, We must return immediately. Regardless of whether you can prevail, there is no need to take such a risk. From your description, it is evident how formidable this enemy is. The legendary Super Saiyan possesses the trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity. The more ferocious the attacks, the more pronounced his strength becomes. Unless one can achieve a decisive blow, challengers would only invite ruin upon themselves. Evidently, Goku did not intend for a swift resolution. Instead, he was preparing to allow Broly's full power to manifest before engaging in combat. This notion met with staunch opposition from Bulma, and even 18 sought to forcibly take Goku away. Now, they finally understood the gravity of Goku's serious demeanor. "Do not be anxious," Goku said with a smile. "The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, but I have my methods of coping. I have important people to protect and will not take unnecessary risks." With that, he pulled Bulma back into his embrace, and 18 was also drawn close, each woman resting against Goku on either side. Wufan gently kissed the cheeks of the two lovely ladies and softly reassured them, "Do not worry. Since I have taken the initiative, I am entirely confident." From another perspective, that individual bore the blood of a scion and would inevitably come knocking. Rather than granting him time to grow stronger, it would be prudent to eliminate him now. The legendary Super Saiyan resembled a relentless killing machine, devoid of the capacity for communication. To avert future troubles, Wufan had resolved to eradicate Broly. However, before taking action, he intended to awaken the opponent's potential until he sensed a sufficient threat. This endeavor was, in fact, Wufan's opportunity to transcend the Super Saiyan realm. Initially, he had hoped to ascend to Super Saiyan 2 with Frieza as pressure, but alas, the latter's strength barely surpassed his own, failing to provide the necessary sense of urgency. Android 18 furrowed her brow. "How can you be so certain that he remains weak? He might very well be stronger than you now." As she spoke, she unusually did not resist Wufan's affectionate gestures. With a confident smile, Wufan replied, "Is it too much to ask for a little faith in your husband? I am a Super Saiyan who has repeatedly surpassed my limits. He is merely a legendary being." It was precisely because he understood Broly's true nature that he remained so composed. Seeing that his words had not swayed her, 18 exchanged a worried glance with Bulma. Noticing this, Wufan jested, "Look, I even brought Bulma along. What is there to worry about?" Suddenly, he mischievously glanced at 18. "If you are truly concerned, I have an excellent method to boost your fighting spirit." "Absolutely not." 18 sensed danger and attempted to flee, but it was too late. She soon succumbed under the onslaught. The following morning, 18 was astounded to discover that her combat power had indeed doubled. The energy limits that androids were supposed to be unable to surpass had now been completely shattered. Bulma, observing this, grinned slyly. It seems Wufan was right. You truly can help others break through their limits, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. Enough of that. Wufan feigned anger. Who was it that made such a commotion last night? Had it not been for the conditions in space, Bulma would have merely taken advantage while pretending to be innocent. If not for Wufan's arduous efforts, how could she have so swiftly attained tens of thousands in combat power? With her lazy demeanor, dreaming of becoming stronger is simply unrealistic. "Oh, it's not as dire as you make it sound," Bulma said, clinging to Wufan's arm playfully. "All right, dear Wufan, do not wear that stern face. I am genuinely grateful." Now that sounds like a proper remark. Wufan seized the moment to plant a kiss on Bulma's cheek. Their exchange finally clarified the situation for the listening 18. "So you were saying that my strength has actually increased since last night?" 18 blinked in disbelief. "Absolutely true," Bulma exclaimed cheerfully, waving her finger. "I told you, ever since that night, my body has undergone changes, and I can fly with just a little practice." Wufan promptly interjected. "A little practice? Someone has been pestering me for intensive training for a full month." All right, I know my Wufan is the best," Bulma waved her hand dismissively. She had always despised training. Had it not been for the fear of lagging behind, she wouldn't have bothered to harness any power, regardless of how potent it might be. Now, with 18 as her formidable bodyguard, she had nearly abandoned her training altogether, much to Wufan's chagrin. The 18th had now become certain that her enhanced strength was linked to Wufan, and although the reasoning eluded her, becoming stronger was undeniably a boon. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes. Could it be that each time would yield significant improvements? While she recognized the likelihood was slim, the prospect of such a gain was utterly enticing, for the 18th was utterly enamored with Wufan. Before Wufan could respond, Bulma interjected with a roll of her eyes. "Dream on." Only the initial effect is pronounced. Subsequent enhancements are rather limited. Nevertheless, since you are now tied to Wufan, a steady, gradual growth is preferable to arduous training. This was Bulma's pride. Her combat prowess effortlessly eclipsed that of Krillin and his peers, who had toiled for decades. Even without mastery over Ki, simply spending time with Wufan would allow her to dominate through her foundational strength alone. The 18th's eyes suddenly radiated with fervor. Previously, she had approached such matters with caution, yet now her gaze upon Wufan resembled that of a famished wolf eyeing a plump lamb, sending a chill down Wufan's spine. Oh my, could it be that Lazuli wishes to conduct another experimental validation? Bulma teased with a mischievous grin. Once the determined 18th broke through her psychological barriers, she became unrestrained, brushing off Bulma's jests with confidence. Of course, I must validate. How else would I know if you are colluding to deceive me? Before the words had fully escaped her lips, she transformed into a blur, tackling the unsuspecting Wufan to the ground. Hey, you woman! Wufan's startled cry echoed through the air. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a painless disappearance, the 18th declared coldly. Do not move. As Wufan attempted to turn, a fierce glare from the 18th compelled her to comply and lie still. In that moment, she displayed a rare, enchanting defiance. Perhaps allowing her to gain the upper hand occasionally was not such a bad thing. When dealing with an arrogant Ice Queen, excessive suppression could easily backfire. The fleeting fortnight passed in a blink. Wufan and the others were inseparable, their days flying by. Despite sensing Broly's energy several times, the newly formed bond with the 18th took precedence in his choice to accompany his beloved, with his target's energy signature firmly locked in. As long as that fellow did not deliberately conceal his presence, he would inevitably be tracked. The objective lay ahead on the planet, coordinates 250. Wufan tapped the radar screen, preparing for descent. Due to Broly's frequent rampages, the original coordinates had turned to ruins. They were now pursuing the remnants of newly emerged energy. The 18th, biting her lip and twisting her fingers, remarked, "Is it truly necessary to take such risks?" Wufan, wrapping his arms around her waist with a hearty laugh, replied, "It is precisely because formidable foes abound that I must ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Only then can I ensure your safety." He gently brushed his fingertips against her nose. "Flattery will get you nowhere," the 18th retorted, swatting his hand away, though a faint blush graced her ears. Over the course of their time together, the icy facade she wore began to reveal a softer charm. Bulma, hands on her hips, interrupted. "We need to focus on the task at hand." Under her adept control, the spacecraft descended smoothly, its enhanced performance making atmospheric entry a breeze. Wufan, smiling, pulled her into an embrace. "How could I forget my brilliant scientist?" All right. It seems someone has spotted our ship. They will likely pursue us soon. Let us not cause any more commotion." Bulma realized the urgency of the situation and hastily pushed open the hatch. In truth, Wufan had already sensed two distinct presences approaching, and it seemed that apart from them, no other humans existed on this desolate planet. "You should secure the spaceship first. When the battle commences, try to stay at a distance," Wufan instructed with earnestness as he descended the ship with Bulma and number 18. Though number 18 possessed considerable strength, Wufan preferred to err on the side of caution. The two nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. Not long after the spaceship was stowed away, two figures swiftly emerged from the distance, their presence unmistakable. Indeed, it was Broly and his father Paragus, just as depicted in the cinematic portrayal. Paragus scrutinized Wufan and his companions with suspicion, evidently perplexed as to why they had appeared on this barren world, while Broly stood silently, vacantly following in his father's wake. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Paragus demanded, landing before Wufan with Broly at his side. Wufan disregarded Paragus entirely, fixating his gaze upon Broly, and declared, "Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, I have come to test your strength." This proclamation caused a flicker of intrigue in Broly's eyes, yet he remained silent. While Paragus's expression shifted dramatically as he gasped, "How do you know of Broly?" He was internally astonished. Although he had unwavering confidence in Broly's power, he was acutely aware that such immense strength could spiral out of control at any moment. Until he fully mastered Broly, he did not wish for their existence to be revealed to the outside world. Wufan continued to disregard Paragus, addressing Broly once more. "Broly, do you wish to find Kakarot? Defeat me, and I shall reveal his whereabouts." Upon hearing the name Kakarot, Broly's demeanor instantly changed. A fierce aura erupted from him as he transformed into his Super Saiyan. His body engulfed in golden flames, hair billowing in the wind. Kakarot! Kakarot! He bellowed, his fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging, and his previously lean frame suddenly swelling with raw power. Broly, calm down. Paragus, disregarding his earlier inquiries, hastily attempted to suppress Broly with the control device. However, under Broly's fierce resistance, the device could no longer fully restrain him. Kakarot! Broly's energy surged once more, his hair shifting to green, pupils vanishing, muscles expanding uncontrollably, and his physique growing even more formidable, resembling the third transformation of a Super Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, Broly's emotional index skyrocketed to level 58, plunging him back into a state of uncontrollable fury. The control device in Paragus's hands instantly overloaded, shattering into fragments. Paragus's face turned ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly, and he hastily leaped backward. He glared at Wufan, teeth gritted. No matter who you are, the consequences of your recklessness will exceed your imagination. None who have encountered the true power of Broly have ever returned. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan of lore? Number 18 and Bulma were forced to retreat, overwhelmed by the tumultuous energy waves, adhering to Wufan's earlier warning to vacate the center of the battlefield. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly's eyes burned crimson as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Wufan. He pondered in confusion. What connection did his father have with this raging warrior? Amidst the howling winds of combat, Goku deftly twirled. Broly's heavy fist struck the earth, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, creating a crater several dozen meters wide. Is this all you've got? The golden aura soared into the sky as Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, swiftly retaliated. A simple yet direct punch sent Broly flying hundreds of meters away. After the sensor malfunctioned on Frieza, Goku abandoned mechanical assessments and relied solely on his instinctive sense to gauge Broly's power at this moment, which was comparable to his initial Super Saiyan level, around 6 to 700 million in battle strength. A Super Saiyan. Paragus's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, despite the tail signifying a Saiyan identity. The existence of a second legendary warrior, aside from Broly, utterly shattered his understanding. Merely another doomed soul. After a brief moment of astonishment, Paragus revealed a chilling smile, only to realize a graver predicament. The uncontrollable killing machine had been activated. In the absence of a controller, even he, as a father, was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. A cosmic catastrophe loomed on the horizon, and that meddlesome Saiyan had completely obliterated his aspirations of galactic domination. Without Broly as his formidable ally, Paragus was rendered inconsequential. His battle prowess likely inferior even to Krillin and the others, and his previous ambitions evaporated into thin air. Just as Paragus contemplated a discreet escape, two figures silently appeared behind him. Where are you in such a hurry? Android 18, arms crossed, regarded the turning Paragus with a bemused expression. Although Goku was engaged with Broly and she could not intervene, she had no intention of letting this scheming Paragus slip away. Paragus's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes darting in search of an escape route while he feigned composure. I advise you to leave this place quickly. You may have heard of the legendary Super Saiyan, but no one knows him better than I do. Now that Broly has lost control, staying here is akin to awaiting death. Such needless chatter. Android 18 snorted coldly, gathering energy in her palm, and without hesitation, obliterated Paragus into nothingness. Beside her, Bulma chuckled. Lazily efficient, aren't you? There's no need to waste time on such a character. Android 18 rarely smiled at Bulma, but this was an exception. Paragus's demise stirred not a ripple. Soon, 18 and Bulma's focus returned to the fierce battle between Goku and Broly. At that moment, Broly rose once more, his ferocious aura surging anew. Kakarot! Where's Kakarot? The obsession with Goku fueled Broly's power, as he roared and charged again at Goku. Truly a legendary figure, his growth rate was astonishing. Goku narrowed his eyes, sensing that Broly's battle strength had surpassed 1 billion, yet a significant gap still existed between them. In the face of Broly's onslaught, Goku remained composed, deftly evading, before delivering a punch that sent Broly hurtling backward, crashing through numerous rocks and trees. Kakarot refers to Goku, right? Why is he so fixated on him? Android 18 inquired. Bulma nodded. It seems so. Both Vegeta and Raditz refer to Goku in that manner. With a deep sigh, Android 18 remarked, with Broly in this state. I truly cannot fathom how this will conclude. At this pace, if Broly continues to break through, the situation may soon spiral beyond control. No matter how hard she tried, she could not devise a countermeasure. While she had managed to keep pace with Broly previously, now, after his power surge, she found herself utterly overwhelmed. Broly suddenly shattered the debris that weighed upon him and rose from the rubble. As anticipated, his aura surged once more, growing exponentially. The greater the base power, the more astonishing the increase in strength. At this moment, he had already reached 50% of Goku's power. With such abilities, you cannot even surpass me. Let alone dream of challenging Kakarot. Goku continued to stoke the flames. Silence! Silence! Broly roared in fury, flames erupting around him as he unleashed a devastating energy blast from his palms. Kamehameha. Goku had long been prepared, countering with his own wave of energy. The two forces clashed violently, momentarily suppressing Broly's onslaught and sending him crashing into the ground below. The explosion of raw energy detonated within a semicircular force field, causing the earth to tremble and collapse into a chasm hundreds of meters deep. As the dust began to settle, Broly, situated at the epicenter, unleashed his energy, dispersing the residual force. The intensity of his aura sent shivers through Goku's pupils. Finally caught up? Sensing that Broly's power had surpassed his own, Goku's fighting spirit ignited. Though the advantage was slight, it was sufficient for a sparring match. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. Before Broly could catch his breath, Goku charged forward. However, this berserker required no adjustment. The more intense the battle, the more it catalyzed his evolution. Kakarot! Broly bellowed, swinging a heavy fist as his muscles swelled once again. The exaggerated dimensions of his form surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3, yet retained the agility of Super Saiyan 2. This was his unique and ferocious evolution. The collision of their fists echoed like a meteor striking the earth. The shockwave generated from their stalemate flattened the surrounding area for miles, carving the rock layers down by several meters. Ha ha ha! Goku laughed heartily. Even Frieza had never provided him with such exhilarating combat. The stinging of his fists and the trembling of his body caused his Saiyan blood to boil. Continue. Goku shifted his techniques, opting for finesse over brute strength. Channeling his energy into his fists, aimed directly at Broly. The rapid exchange of punches erupted with thunderous sounds. Though Broly's techniques were slightly lacking, his overwhelming aura surged forth, allowing him to withstand Goku's onslaught. The two figures battled fiercely, ascending from the ground to the skies, their energy waves roaring like thunder, creating ripples that expanded outward. The landscape transformed where they fought. Hurricanes tore through the earth, magma burst forth from the crust, and even dormant volcanoes erupted with searing lava. The residual energy from their clash tore the ground apart, leaving fissures stretching for miles, and the surrounding peaks were ground to dust. It was a scene of utter cataclysm. Bulma, shielded within Android 18's protective barrier, gasped in horror. Had it not been for the android's safeguard, even at such heights, they would have been unable to escape disaster. As the 18th android's azure pupils constricted sharply, she had already anticipated the extraordinary prowess of Goku. Yet she was taken aback by his ability to stand toe-to-toe with the legendary Saiyan, who grew stronger with each battle. Another wave of energy surged forth, and blood trickled from the corner of 18's mouth. Retreat was imperative. Grasping Bulma tightly, she soared backward, stabilizing the protective shield only after retreating several kilometers. At this juncture, the battlefield had condensed into two mere silhouettes, while the brilliance of their collision illuminated half the sky. Exhilarating. Broly, this is still far from sufficient. Goku unleashed a powerful thrust against his adversary, his fighting spirit surging like molten lava. Months of recuperation had allowed him to master the overwhelming power he possessed. In his Super Saiyan form, the dormant rage within him was on the verge of a final metamorphosis. Now, he awaited the ultimate opportunity for breakthrough. The fierce battle reached an impasse. Despite Broly's ferocious onslaught, he could not breach Goku's defenses. Intentionally provoking his foe, Goku ignited Broly's fury completely. Veins bulged across Broly's body as his violent energy surged exponentially. His iron fist, imbued with the force of thunder and wind, sent Goku crashing into the earth. Die! The unhinged Broly transformed into a green specter, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Goku, who lay in the pit. Each powerful blow reverberated through the ground, causing the terrain within 100 meters to crack and collapse, creating a terrifying circular abyss. Goku was drenched in blood from the deluge of attacks, shards of his armor scattering in every direction. Damn madman. Goku felt every bone in his body cry out in agony. Were it not for the healing power of the mysterious orb within him, he would have surely been shattered to pieces. At that moment, he endured unprecedented pain, a torment severe enough to shatter the will of an ordinary person. Yet, it was precisely his intent to incite Broly that led to such a ferocious onslaught. On the brink of life and death, Goku suddenly opened his eyes, transforming the raging fire within him into a surging energy. The instinct to battle, deeply embedded in his Saiyan heritage, was fully awakened, and an invisible barrier began to shatter. Boom! A blinding golden light shot skyward, and the violent energy wave sent Broly flying. Lightning danced around Goku's form, his hair standing more upright, the remaining strands swirling wildly in the tempest of energy. As the golden aura transitioned into a concentrated beam, a confident smile graced his face. This was Super Saiyan 2. His clenched fists radiated an unprecedented sense of power. The qualitative shift in speed and strength allowed him to clearly perceive the disparity in realms. At this moment, Goku realized that mere numerical values of combat power could no longer quantify this dimensionally superior force. While the Super Saiyan 2 form could dramatically enhance fighting strength, it bore significant drawbacks, imposing considerable physical strain and exhaustion on the user. Even mastering this form to perfection, it remained challenging to sustain for extended periods. As for the even higher Super Saiyan 3 transformation, its energy consumption reached staggering levels, with the burden soaring to 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. This elucidated why characters like Goku and his companions in the original narrative favored the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. How magnificent! Goku has grown even stronger. Bulma exclaimed excitedly from a distance, sensing the shift in energy. Though 18 could not perceive the aura, her keen eyesight allowed her to clearly discern the changes enveloping Goku. Is this his ultimate goal? The Super Saiyan has astonishingly managed to ascend further. How formidable is this race? A profound sense of shock surged within Android 18. With a thunderous roar, Broly, propelled by energy, shattered the mountains and re-emerged onto the battlefield. This typically ferocious warrior now exhibited a hint of hesitation, seemingly affected by the overwhelming aura of Gohan. Broly, I must express my gratitude. However, now that I have attained Super Saiyan 2, your existence holds no value. Gohan revealed a fierce smile. While it might be advantageous to continue utilizing you to enhance my strength, allowing you to grow unchecked poses a significant threat. Gohan was not afraid of Broly's increasing power. Rather, he could not tolerate this looming menace to the world. Should carelessness lead to the harm of loved ones, regret would come far too late. With his objective accomplished, he resolved to eliminate this danger once and for all. Perhaps, for Broly, this would be a form of liberation? Being trapped in an endless cycle of rage must be excruciating. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a painless departure. Gohan cautiously approached. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly seemed to sense something, his energy once again surging violently. Gohan found it perplexing why Broly was so fixated on him. Although introducing him to his father might be beneficial, Broly at present could not withstand even a casual strike. If there were genuine grievances between them, it would make sense. But Broly's obsession was utterly baffling. Could it merely be due to their energies intertwining at birth? If anyone should harbor resentment, it would be Goku, who as an infant had been frightened to tears by Broly's aura. Perhaps this was the price of being the protagonist. If one steals the spotlight, they must endure lifelong animosity. Gohan felt a twinge of pity for Broly, whose mind was inherently flawed and irredeemably fated for a tragic end. As Broly continued to howl at the heavens, Gohan joined his hands together, channeling all his might into a Kamehameha, thus sealing Broly's tragic fate. Do not hold it against me on the path to the afterlife. In truth, I am aiding your liberation, Gohan whispered to himself, then returned to his usual demeanor. Merely executing this technique in Super Saiyan 2 had drained much of his energy. It was evident that Super Saiyan 2 should not be overexerted. He ought to focus on enhancing his foundational combat prowess. The training for the Kaioken must also be intensified, striving to break through to higher multipliers in his Super Saiyan form. As for the mysterious power, the time for awakening had come. After briefly outlining his plans, Gohan utilized instant transmission to return to Bulma and Android 18's side. Gohan. Bulma approached swiftly, Broly's energy has suddenly vanished? Yes, it's been completely resolved. Gohan embraced both of them. The brief separation had only deepened their bond. Android 18 gazed at him. What was that form you just displayed? She held no interest in Broly, but was filled with curiosity about Gohan's new transformation. Each metamorphosis of a scion brought about a qualitative leap, rendering androids almost laughably weak in comparison. This is the advanced form of Super Saiyan 2. Gohan smiled as he demonstrated the transition from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. What an overwhelming pressure. Bulma involuntarily took a step back. At this moment, Wufan's golden hair stood on end, crackling with arcs of electricity, enhancing his allure. Although number 18 could not perceive the specific energy, an instinctive sense of danger washed over her. Simultaneously, she found herself irresistibly drawn to this formidable presence, feeling increasingly grateful for her decision to follow Wufan. On their return journey, the trio tacitly refrained from utilizing teleportation, opting instead to enjoy the rare solitude aboard their spacecraft. Having tasted the sweetness of power, number 18 yearned to enhance her strength further. As she could not cultivate herself, the only path available was through the space combat. Within the ship, the three were entwined in an intimate moment when, suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The entire vessel shook violently, the harsh sound of twisted metal jolting them from their reverie. Wufan cursed under his breath as he tightened his battle suit, peering through the viewport to see a colossal shadow blocking out the sun. A battleship of aircraft carrier proportions was locking onto them with its ominous cannon. Persistent nuisances. Wufan's golden aura flared explosively as he burst through the hatch into the void of space. Inside the cockpit, Bulma's fingers danced across the control screen, leaving behind ghostly trails. Energy readings soared past the million mark. Number 18's nails dug deeply into the control panel, her artificial pupils reflecting the distant, charging annihilation cannon. Could they retaliate? Unless they dismantled that cannon with their bare hands. Bulma yanked the control stick, and the spacecraft veered sharply like a startled archer fish. In the vacuum, Wufan raised two fingers. The gathered golden light illuminated the darkness at the instant the cannon fired. The shockwave from their clashing energies shattered space debris within a 10-mile radius. Where had such advanced space technology come from? Wufan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his mind, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished. Whoever dared to thwart his plans would certainly pay the price. This was his first battle in the cosmos. The massive ship seemed within arm's reach. He had assumed that a full-speed dash would bring him to it in mere seconds. However, after a prolonged burst of speed, he realized the vessel had only marginally increased in size, its distance almost unchanged. Confusion struck him. He smacked his forehead, remembering his ability to teleport. He halted midair, preparing to sense the energy within the ship. Suddenly, hundreds of high-energy lasers erupted from the vessel, tracing lethal trajectories through the vacuum. It was clear that they had locked onto him. Despite the overwhelming barrage of lasers, his speed allowed him to evade them with ease. The complication arose from the fact that Bulma was aboard the spacecraft. Even with her exceptional piloting skills, it would be nearly impossible for her to escape unscathed from such a dense volley. As for whether the ship's shields could withstand the onslaught, damn it, rage exploded within him. How could a proud Scion warrior be cornered by space weaponry? In a hasty response, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, shattering the incoming beams but failing to counterattack the enemy ship. Before he could catch his breath, a second wave of laser rain descended, and he sensed that the enemy was charging up for a clearly escalated assault. You bastards! Enraged, Wufan's arms surged with golden light, and a larger wave enveloped him as he charged toward the enemy formation, transforming himself into a dazzling streak across the cosmos. At the spacecraft's viewport, number 18 and Bulma stared in awe at the monitoring screen. They had never witnessed him in such a state of disarray. He was safeguarding us, murmured the artificial warrior. For if he were to confront the enemy alone, he would not be so agitated. Bulma gazed at the luminous figure in the holographic projection, her fingertips instinctively resting over her heart. With a companion who would fiercely defend her, what more could one desire in this lifetime? The eyelashes, forged from alloy 18, quivered slightly. At this moment, they would unhesitatingly lay down their lives for this man if the need arose. Just as Sun Wufan conversed with Bulma, her delicate fingers danced across the control panel, swiftly piloting the spaceship away from the battlefield. Her singular mission was to ensure that she was not a burden to Wufan. Wrapped in a golden aura, Wufan held the Kamehameha, launching himself towards the colossal enemy ship like an arrow released from its bow. Countless laser beams shot forth from the enemy vessel, yet upon contact with the Kamehameha, they disintegrated into nothingness. Suddenly, the energy readings of the enemy ship's main cannon surged to a critical point, the barrel beginning to coalesce a blinding red light. Originally aimed at Bulma's ship, the cannon, unable to lock onto its target, redirected the death ray towards the oncoming Wufan. Faced with such a formidable energy assault, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of Wufan's mouth. He held the Kamehameha steadily, his speed not only maintained but heightened. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a blood-red, ultra-high-temperature plasma beam erupted from the cannon, tearing through the Kamehameha's shield. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wufan's eyes. This energy cannon was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed a unique attribute that countered his own. However, the flames of hatred burned even more fiercely within his chest. With a thunderous shout, golden energy surged upward. Wufan, with no time to gather strength, transitioned directly into Super Saiyan form, unleashing an even more potent Kamehameha from his palm. Amidst the piercing shrieks of the violent clash of energies, the crimson beam began to retreat. Ultimately, with Wufan's furious roar, the Kamehameha, entwined with the enemy's energy, surged back with overwhelming force. They were courting death. A cold glint surged in Wufan's eyes as the wave suddenly expanded several times. He could have teleported to eliminate the enemy, yet at this moment, he preferred to witness the demise of these nefarious beings with his own eyes. As the torrent of mixed energy was about to engulf the enemy ship, a transparent force field suddenly enveloped the entire vessel. Alas, this protective shield shattered like gossamer before Wufan's onslaught. With a cataclysmic roar, all fell silent. Once more, from the enemy ship's cannon, a massive beam imbued with liquid fire energy was unleashed. The fusion of the two energies resulted in a transformation, exponentially increasing its power and momentarily suppressing Wufan's Kamehameha. More troublesome still, after the energy shield had disintegrated, the massive ship deployed 3 layers of new, advanced shields, the stacked barriers radiating a cold light surpassing Earth technology. The level of this technology caused Wufan's knuckles to whiten from exertion. He had initially believed that the Kamehameha in his Super Saiyan form would easily conclude the battle. However, he now found himself compelled to reassess the situation. Despite being merely a probing attack, the technological prowess displayed by the adversary was sufficient to establish dominance within the galaxy. The thought of the ever-complaining Bulma regarding the lack of materials made the young man's tightly pursed lips suddenly relax. If he could seize this warship, the eyes of that brilliant scientist would likely shine as brightly as Madame Curie's upon the discovery of a new element. Perhaps it could indeed lead to the recreation of time machine technology from a future timeline. However, this hopeful notion was abruptly severed by a crimson laser cutting across the starry sky. The flexible beam, like a whip, swept through the cosmos. Planets shattering along its path as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. Most perilously, that deadly beam was relentlessly approaching Bulma's position, with the speed of human reflexes. No matter how refined the control, a moment of impact was inevitable. You seek death. In an instant, the explosion of golden flames erupted. The pressure of Super Saiyan 2 crushing the floating space debris. The Kamehameha, breaking the sound barrier, carried with it the energy to distort space, piercing through 3 layers of shields, melting the entire warship into a molten amalgamation of iron and data streams. In the aftermath, Wufan's pupils suddenly constricted. A flash of deceptive light was attempting to escape amidst the chaos. The young man locked onto that presence with his aura perception, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely to his liking. The earlier rage had indeed obliterated valuable research samples. But now he had a superior plan. By following this elusive fish, he could strike directly at the enemy's lair. Not only could he bring back a more complete extraterrestrial technology for Bulma, but perhaps he could also procure an intelligent kitchen that could cook automatically. Of course, this reasoning was one he must not let Master Bick know. After pinpointing the enemy's energy signature, Wufan nonchalantly reverted from his transformation and executed instant transmission back to the spacecraft. So cool, Wufan. You reduced that colossal warship to rubble with a single move. You must receive a thunderous applause. Bulma exclaimed, her heart still racing as she rushed over, recalling the planet-shattering power of that annihilation cannon. Had it truly struck the spacecraft, the shield would have been utterly ineffective. Android 18 cast an admiring glance. acknowledging that even she would have struggled to destroy a space fortress of such magnitude. Don't rush. There's a surprise, Wu Fan replied with a mysterious wink. Did you notice the technological level of that warship? It's at least 200 years ahead of Earth. Upon mentioning their area of expertise, Bulma instantly began to analyze it in detail, considering the possibilities of reverse engineering. They've escaped, Wu Fan interjected. The main ship had someone evacuate in an escape pod, which serves as our guide. 18 raised an eyebrow. They managed to slip away from you? They must possess formidable strength. Wu Fan gazed towards the sea of stars, resolute that even if they fled to the ends of the universe, he would unearth those elusive individuals. Bulma activated the engines, pursuing in the direction Wu Fan indicated, suddenly recalling, no need for instant transmission? For safety's sake, Wu Fan replied, his eyes fixed on the glowing points on the navigation screen. One must allow the prey some time to return to their lair. Within the dim blue escape pod, Idaris pounded the control panel in frustration. Damn it! What manner of beast can strike a warship barehanded? Beside him stood two striking women clad in crisp military uniforms. One wore a frosty expression, while the other exuded an alluring charm, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The three individuals in question were the very ones who had inexplicably attacked the group of Wu Fan and managed to escape in a lifeboat before the main ship was destroyed. They bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, yet their skin was a deep crimson hue, their noses were prominently aquiline, and atop their heads were upright, cat-like appendages. According to Earth's aesthetic standards, they appeared somewhat peculiar, but each possessed a remarkable beauty. Idolus was, in fact, a Parakian, a species renowned throughout the cosmos for its cutting-edge technology, ranking among the top 3 civilizations in terms of advancement. However, while the Creator bestowed upon them extraordinary intellect, it simultaneously diminished their physical strength. The average Parakian's physique was inferior even to that of ordinary Earthlings. Yet, this was merely their initial form. As they developed biochemical agents to enhance their bodies, the elite class, through the refinement of advanced drugs, achieved a corporeal strength comparable to that of Earth's Dragon Ball warriors. Coupled with their sophisticated technological equipment, they were capable of assembling an interstellar force formidable enough to rival the Frisia force. This race had attempted to expand into deep space 3 times, only to repeatedly encounter the Jinyu force. In the face of such a stark disparity in combat capabilities, they barely managed to survive thanks to their advanced technology. After several failures, the Parakians ultimately abandoned their ambitions of galactic dominance. As the foremost heir of the Idolus family of Perak, the ambitious Idolus had already begun to exhibit talents surpassing those of his father. Despite not yet reaching the age of maturity, realizing that inheriting the position of clan leader would require time, this aspiring noble turned his gaze toward the vast cosmos. So arrogant was he that he transformed his technological superiority into a grave miscalculation. When he derisively targeted that outdated spacecraft, he could scarcely have anticipated the exorbitant toll this interstellar game would exact upon him. My lord, your father has long warned you that any race capable of traversing the stars is not to be trifled with. The icy tone dripped with foreboding. Silence, Casey. Idolus forced the words through clenched teeth. You are in no position to admonish me. If you had acted in time, how could our team of 250 have returned like a pack of stray dogs? We nearly suffered total annihilation. Oh dear, Casey is not to blame for this. Another woman interjected, her delicate fingers tracing the contour of Idolus's cheek, her gaze playful. The individual we faced was extraordinarily powerful. Even if we sisters had joined forces, we could not have withstood more than 3 strikes. Fleeing was the wisest choice. Idolus's muscles tensed abruptly, yet he refrained from speaking further. This seemingly frivolous gesture served as a warning. Should he persist in his inquiries, the next touch would not be so gentle. However, the bitter taste of defeat still churned within him. That golden figure had become his obsession, and he was willing to resort to the most despicable means to confront it. Yet, fear had also burrowed deep into his bones. To physically confront an interstellar battleship, even the mightiest warriors of Perak, Casey, and Mezzalin appeared as mere ants in the face of such power. Perhaps only planetary-grade weaponry could suffice. At the Parakian spaceport, upon the descent of the boarding ladder, a butler who had been waiting approached immediately. Your father is furious about your unauthorized departure from the planet and demands your immediate presence. His gaze swept over the battered small spacecraft, but refrained from further inquiries. Just as well, I have matters to discuss with him as well. Idolus waved his hand, turning away. You two should rest. You will soon be needed. Casey crossed her arms with a cold laugh, while Mesalyn toyed with the ends of her hair, giggling. Surely, you do not intend to seek out that gentleman again, do you? Pardon my frankness, but I have no inclination for a burial companion next time. Before the young man could unleash his wrath, she had already hummed a tune and wandered off, expressing a desire to savor the essence of such a formidable male. Alas, he belongs to a lesser civilization. This astonishing declaration elicited knowing smiles from the surrounding guards. A fiery rage ignited in Idolus's eyes. Mezzarine, know your place. You are merely hired thugs of the Yadur family, unworthy of bargaining with me. Mezzarine's elegantly arched brows lifted slightly, her lips curling into a captivating smile, remaining utterly unmoved. At that moment, a chilling aura emanated from Casey, the intent to kill freezing the very air and causing the temperature to plummet. The attendant who had delivered the message stiffened, hastily retreating several steps, eager to distance himself from the situation. It was not disloyalty. Rather, he was acutely aware of the unique status these two held within the Yadur family. Formally, they were hired help, yet their treatment surpassed that of mere guests. Even the family head treated them with utmost respect. This young clan leader, known for his lofty demeanor, seldom displayed kindness even to his own father. His current obstinate stance was undoubtedly a misstep. What the hell? Why are you so frightened? True masters do not allow themselves to be manipulated. While a cordial discussion might have sufficed, such an approach would not only fail to command respect from this duo, but could also lead to humiliation. Unbeknownst to Idolus. Despite sensing Casey's murderous intent, he squinted defiantly. What? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do not forget, this is Parkla. Should you harm even a single hair on my body, prepare to wander the cosmos as strays. This threat was not mere bravado. Casey's murderous aura slightly diminished. Yet her tone remained as frigid as ever. If I so desire, no one can stop me from taking your life. Mezzarine chuckled, teasingly remarking, speaking of which, interstellar wandering can be quite romantic. Perhaps one might encounter that powerful gentleman. It is a pity he is not one of us Perik. The Perik people have always prided themselves on their beauty, firmly believing that their race is the most perfect in the universe, even if they seldom venture into outer space. When they first encountered the Wu Fan, the distance was too great, leading them to imagine the other as no different from the grotesque extraterrestrials they were accustomed to. It was only in this moment that Idolus realized the two were not merely posturing. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. If they truly decided to act, even if the Yadur family sought vengeance afterward, his life could not be restored. For the life of the esteemed young clan leader was not something these two women could be compared to. Ah, dear brother, how is it that you return on foot? Aren't you the one who values pomp? A voice laced with sarcasm pierced the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this voice, Idolus's expression darkened further. He had intended to depart swiftly from the dock, but was confronted by the last person he wished to see, his utterly detested half-brother. Idakas, if you are tired of living, I wouldn't mind sending you on your way. Idolus's voice was edged with ice. This half-brother had always coveted the position of clan leader, yet lacked both talent and birthright, and the friction between them was no secret. Whenever an opportunity arises, Idakas is certain to take revenge upon him. Just as Idakas was about to continue his mockery of his elder brother, a servant rushed into the cabin in a fluster. Young clan leader, Lord Cass. 2 unidentified life forms have been detected in outer space, approaching at faster-than-light speed. Faster-than-light life forms. The entire cabin erupted in chaos. Given the technological prowess of Perik Star, achieving faster-than-light travel is not an insurmountable feat for a spacecraft. However, for biological entities, even clad in the most advanced battle armor, breaking the light-speed barrier is utterly impossible. Can we discern their forms? Idolus suddenly recalled something, his voice rising in urgency. The servant pressed a button on his wristwatch, and a holographic projection materialized, revealing 2 indistinct luminous figures. This is the image captured by the space telescope. Due to the target's high velocity, the imaging system could not render it clearly. In the footage, 2 figures bathed in blinding white light traversed in a manner that defied the laws of physics, their trajectory aimed directly at the spaceport. Indeed, it was them. The usually composed Idolus turned pale, seizing Casey and Meslin to rush outside. Activate the Perik annihilation system immediately. Only that can deal with. You've lost your mind. Idakas grasped his brother's wrist tightly, fully aware of the consequences of initiating that system. You are the one who does not understand the situation. Idolus roared, shaking off his brother, the clanking of their armor echoing sharply. Casey exchanged a glance with Maislin. Although the color of the flames shifted from gold to white, which was indeed peculiar. Who else could surpass the speed of light and flesh but that fiend from that day? Subject 18 gazed intently at the increasingly distinct metallic planet, its alloy structures gleaming coldly under the sun's rays. A slight smile graced her lips. The level of technology here is indeed impressive. Even Dr. Gallo's laboratory pales in comparison. The entire planet resembled a colossal, intricate machine. No natural disaster could ever shake these eternal steel sanctuaries. All transportation here consists of various flying vehicles, not only constructed from exceptionally sturdy materials, but also boasting speeds that far exceed any terrestrial apparatus. Even more astonishing are the highly intelligent robots ubiquitous in the vicinity, capable of performing tasks as vendors, servants, and even bodyguards. However, these so-called intelligent machines seem devoid of self-awareness, executing their master's commands strictly according to pre-programmed instructions. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that the technology here is not incapable of producing self-aware robots. Rather, it is because the robots' capabilities far surpass those of humans. Allowing them to possess self-awareness could very well lead to a reversal of roles, with humans being subjugated. Nonetheless, Subject 18 harbored no interest in these rudimentary products. As a synthetic being, she naturally looked down upon such low-end creations. Although the overall technological level is indeed more advanced than that of Dr. Gallo's research facility, Dr. Gallo focuses on the field of artificial beings. If he were to invest a similar amount of time in technological advancement, it is conceivable that he could match or even surpass this place. At this moment, Subject 18 floated high in the air alongside Wu Fan. Their fingers interlocked as they gazed down upon this unfamiliar planet. Bulma, lacking sufficient combat strength, remained aboard the spaceship in orbit, leaving only the two of them to traverse the atmosphere and arrive here directly. On the 18th, while observing the surroundings, Wu Fan suddenly sensed something and smiled, remarking, "That Idolus is quite astute. As soon as we entered the atmosphere, it concealed itself, evidently plotting how to confront us. In truth, their space reconnaissance had detected us long before we breached the atmosphere." With a light chuckle, the 18th said, "However, if we wished to remain undetected, they would never have observed us. I simply do not comprehend why you don't just charge indirectly. Why complicate matters?" Wu Fan playfully flicked the tip of the 18th's nose and replied, "Did you voice any objections? Let's consider it a bit of amusement. Besides, I am curious to see the caliber of the planet's top weaponry. Do you think they will deploy ultimate weapons?" The 18th's eyes sparkled with interest. Uncertain, however, if they refrain from doing so. Wu Fan confidently proclaimed, "I shall compel them to unleash it." The 18th promptly cautioned, "Don't take all the glory. I specifically accompanied you to stretch my limbs." Having grown restless after languishing in this timeline for too long, she was eager for action. "Rest assured," Wu Fan assured her. "I will let you make the first move." Given the 18th's current prowess, she could indeed stride confidently through this era. Following the aura of Idolus, the duo swiftly arrived at the Ida Family S spaceport. Under Idolus's command, the location had entered a state of peak readiness, with all advanced weapon systems locked onto targets. Energy shields operating at full capacity and high-voltage currents crackling within the defense grid. The display was formidable, yet it signified their prudence. Wu Fan gazed at the heavily fortified defense system, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Watch this." Suddenly, the 18th broke free from Wu Fan's grasp, her petite form shooting towards the shimmering blue energy barrier like an arrow released from a bow. The two sides needed no words. From the moment Idolus attacked their spacecraft, it was destined that this game of pursuit would culminate in reckoning. At this moment, the clash of offense and defense was merely a diversion for the two warriors. Should they choose to engage earnestly, a single energy blast could reduce this planet to cosmic dust. "Look, that person intends to breach the energy field with flesh and blood? Utterly self-destructive. Wait, her internal energy readings are skyrocketing. This is no ordinary human. Good heavens, what sort of formidable entity has the young master provoked this time?" The energy levels far exceed any superhuman we have encountered in the past. To the guards of the Ida family, superhuman was a collective term for energy beings. At this moment, the guards stationed at the port turned ashen, the frenzied readings on their monitoring equipment sending chills down their spines. This was merely the prologue to a nightmare. What followed would utterly shatter their understanding. Although the 18th's strength paled in comparison to Wu Fan's astonishing abilities, her combat prowess had surged to nearly 1 billion after potential development. For ordinary humans, this constituted a dimensional strike. The 18th navigated the hail of gunfire as if traversing an uninhabited realm, swiftly reaching the energy shield. Nonchalantly, she swung her fist. What appeared to be a casual strike caused the entire energy matrix to tremble violently, with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The so-called indestructible shield disintegrated into countless sparkling fragments in the vacuum of space. It was inconceivable that she had not even employed any weapon. How could the human body possibly contend? Our advanced technology appeared as mere child's play before these monstrous beings. Immediately call headquarters. We require assistance. The warriors of the Yadur family, though trembling in fear, maintained an astonishing level of discipline. Not a single soul faltered. All persisted in fulfilling their duties, even though such resistance was destined to be futile. How utterly dull. Number 18 sighed in boredom, casually unleashing an energy blast that transformed an entire row of defense turrets into a magnificent display of fireworks before they could even activate. After all, this was merely a space hub. No matter how well equipped, it could hardly be compared to a true military fortress. Even the pinnacle of technology on this planet would likely falter against a mere flick of number 18's wrist, let alone these facilities, which were far from cutting edge. Her ennui was, therefore, entirely understandable. This was a grave misfortune for the garrison of Perak Star. Several technological weapons were reduced to scrap metal the moment they powered up, the defense line crumbling in an instant. A devil. This was undoubtedly the arrival of a demon. Activate the Alpha Energy Shield. Engage the dynamic core. We must contain her before reinforcements arrive. It is impossible. Her energy readings exceed our defensive limits. We must buy time with our flesh and blood. This is a direct order. Amid the chaos of the ground command center, number 18 hovered in midair, her golden hair dancing in the wind. If she were to strike seriously, these lives would not even have time to cry out in alarm. Allowing them to struggle at this moment was merely her way of discovering what intriguing toys this civilization had to offer. Suddenly, a jarring ripple of energy caught her attention. At the pinnacle of a towering apparatus in the distance, a metallic spike akin to a lightning rod was compressing a formidable energy into a sphere the size of a football, with electric serpents dancing across its surface, revealing the terrifying pressure within. Finally, something substantial had arrived. Number 18's lips curled into a captivating smile. This weapon might be the ultimate trump card of the spaceport. Its energy intensity comparable to the full-force eruption of a million-class warrior. Although still insufficient to threaten her, the highly concentrated energy characteristics warranted serious consideration. She halted her descent, shifting to a defensive stance. The onlooker, Wu Fan, remained unfazed. As long as number 18 stayed vigilant, such technological weaponry could not harm her in the slightest. He had brought her here merely for amusement, and since she was clearly enjoying herself, Wu Fan suddenly turned his head, noticing that a newly assembled armed force was surging in from all directions. Though they were but small fry, their sheer numbers could not help but dampen the mood. In a flash, he plunged into the enemy ranks, coalescing a cerulean vortex in his palm. Violent, demonic wave. A tempest of chaotic energy erupted around Sun Wu Fan, the shockwaves radiating outward like ripples. Only then did the fully armed soldiers awaken from their stupor, terrified screams rising in a cacophony. Who is over there? What is happening? Amid the cries of distress, whether they fled in panic, attempted to counterattack, or stood frozen in place, none could escape the fate of being consumed by this devastating energy. Although Sun Wufan did not exert his full strength, the feeble Perak aliens were utterly incapable of withstanding his prowess. Their prideful weaponry was rendered utterly futile in the face of absolute power. No matter how sophisticated the armaments, if they are not deployed in time, they are no more than scrap metal. After delivering a decisive blow, Sun Wufan ascended into the air without a backward glance, fully aware that the surviving foes posed no threat. Meanwhile, the main battlefield remained ensnared in the illusion of awaiting reinforcements. The defenders understood all too well that they must find a way to restrain the actions of Android 18. Although this golden-haired android seemed disinclined to act at present, no one could guarantee what she might do in the next moment. In truth, Android 18 was indeed waiting for her adversaries to make the first move. The slow accumulation of energy was gradually testing her patience. Had it not been for her curiosity regarding the new weapon, she would have already lost her composure. With energy fully charged, she awaited the command to fire. Members of the Ida family hurriedly operated this so-called ace high-tech weapon. The frantic calibration by a dozen operators evoked a shake of her head from Android 18. Was it truly the pinnacle of technology if it required such cumbersome manual operation? In her view, this inefficient device would be better off destroyed at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, while an automated system is swift, it also makes attack trajectories easier for elite fighters to predict. Manual operation, conversely, can introduce greater unpredictability. At that moment, the operation team was already drenched in sweat, astonishingly completing their final adjustments just before Android 18 completely lost her patience. Target locked, fire. At the commander's command, the device, resembling a lightning rod, suddenly coalesced a sphere of energy the size of a soccer ball at its apex, which, after a rapid contraction, transformed into a deadly beam hurtling towards Android 18. As expected, Android 18's lips curled into a cold smile. A flicker of impatience danced in her eyes. She had anticipated that the weapon's attack modes were merely two, direct or area effect, and the current scenario confirmed her suspicions. If it were an area attack, she could withstand it. However, facing a focused penetrating strike, even her formidable physique would not tempt her to take unnecessary risks, no matter how resilient her body. It might not endure the rapid-fire onslaught of piercing light. More critically, such an attack converts all energy into pinpoint penetrative force, which can essentially be evaded by a mere sidestep. A tiresome trick. With a nonchalant half-step to the side, the searing white beam narrowly grazed the hem of her attire. She cast a glance at the launch platform, her fingertips idly playing with the gradually forming energy sphere. Should I deem it your childishness or my own folly for making an adult wait for a child's toy performance? Just as she prepared to conclude this farce, she suddenly noticed the twisted arc of the commander's lips. That mocking smile slithered into her line of sight like a venomous serpent. Lazuli. Son Wufan's roar shattered the air. The instant golden flames erupted from within him. The laser that should have been receding abruptly collapsed 100 meters away, transforming into a dazzling core of light before exploding with a thunderous detonation. The expanding energy cloud completely engulfed Android 18, while the forceful charge of Wufan could not halt, as he was drawn into the swirling vortex of destruction. A hit. A double strike. The members of the Ida family, momentarily stunned, erupted into frenzied cheers. Someone pounded on the control panel, howling, a historic double kill in weaponry. Even the superhumans should be reduced to ashes. The technician, adorned with tactical goggles and possessing a higher energy reading, suddenly scoffed. What a mindless brute. Rushing to hell for burial. The sound of collapsing metal frameworks echoed amidst the smoke, yet the jubilant crowd remained oblivious. They trampled on the fallen shards of masks beneath their boots, as if they had already envisioned the young master adorning his chest with medals. Had they exercised a modicum of caution, perhaps they might have evaded their fate. It seemed only the Peric weapons could deal with such terrifying figures. One could only wonder how the young master had provoked such formidable adversaries. Is it your place to comment on the young master's private affairs? First, assess the losses. To take down two individuals at such a cost, what is there to celebrate? There was no doubt that Wu Fan and number 18 could survive such an onslaught. And even the thought of confirmation was deemed unnecessary. The energy unleashed by the weapon was capable of shattering planets. Upon direct impact, all energy would collapse to a singular point, releasing catastrophic force in an instant. The struck targets would leave no remnants, yet the surrounding area would remain unscathed. As the energy aftershocks gradually dissipated, several subordinates instinctively glanced skyward. Their pupils constricted violently, their bodies freezing as if plunged into a frigid abyss. What the hell? Scared to this extent? A colleague beside them mocked, but upon witnessing the sky, his expression turned ashen. 17 playing escape room games? An increasing number of Ida family members sensed something amiss. Even the typically composed commander trembled, muttering, "Impossible. How could it fail?" In the smoke-free expanse, two unscathed figures gradually materialized. "My apologies," number 18 murmured, pressing her lips together. "It was my oversight." The energy explosion did not affect Wu Fan, even without his arrival. Such a shock would only leave her slightly disheveled, not injured at all. She apologized solely because her momentary negligence had caused Wu Fan to worry, leading him to recklessly rush to her aid. Had the energy been any stronger, it could have cost her husband his life. Wu Fan playfully tapped number 18's nose, smiling. Don't speak foolishly. It is only natural for a husband to be concerned for his wife. If you truly feel guilty, direct your wrath towards those rascals below. This sentiment resonated perfectly with number 18. How dare these mere ants plot against her? Though unscathed, she felt a profound humiliation. This anger must be quelled by their screams. Flee. Quickly flee. When the mightiest weapon failed to even ruffle the enemy's garments, the survivors finally succumbed to despair. The commander, lost amidst the crowd, was indistinguishable from the common foot soldiers at that moment. If I allow even half of them to escape, while number 18 conjures dozens of energy spheres, would I not become the subject of ridicule? The cascading energy orbs resembled the keys of death, each impact upon the ground resonating with a symphony of destruction. Boom, 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 boom. Although the individual power was not particularly formidable, it was perfectly timed to detonate the docking station. The shockwave sent the fleeing Ida clan members soaring, their cries silenced in an instant, crushed by the cacophony. Even the Wufan couldn't help but shrink his neck. The executioner from the future, number 18, showed no sign of trembling lashes. The docking station, after the smoke of battle had cleared, resembled a biscuit ravaged by a colossal beast. Number 18 flicked her golden hair. Boring, let us return. It was she who insisted on coming, while Wufan grumbled in silence. The evening breeze swept through the ruins, carrying the last remnants of charred scents into the starry sky. Wufan indeed found great intrigue in this place. For instance, that weapon from earlier was quite fascinating. If he could comprehend its principles, he too could unleash similar energy waves. Just imagine, an energy wave he launched evaded his opponent, only to erupt suddenly behind them, compressed and explosive. That scene would be exhilarating. However, such high technology was better left to Bulma for research, as Wufan was not particularly skilled in that area. Although number 18 had destroyed that weapon in a fit of rage, there were surely more stockpiles on this planet. Or at the very least, related information could be found. Let us go. That fellow seems determined to fight to the death, and we shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Wufan smiled, grasping number 18's hand as they swiftly soared into the distance. The people at the docking station were merely pawns used by idolists to buy time, a fact Wufan had long seen through, though he couldn't be bothered to address it. Ultimately, only strength forms the foundation of all rules. No matter how much scheming the weak engage in, it is ultimately futile. The two sped along, occasionally admiring the scenery of planet Perak, resembling tourists on a jaunt. Wufan casually seized a Parakan, using the orb of divine insight to extract memories, thus gaining a general understanding of the planet's condition. Planet Perak was technologically advanced, yet relatively backward in terms of lifestyle and entertainment. The Adolf family controlled a significant portion of wealth and power. The one who had previously attacked their spaceship must have been their young patriarch, Idolus. Wufan succinctly summarized, adding, in other words, controlling the Adolf family equates to controlling the entire planet Perak. If the Adolf family were to fall, the civilization of this planet might regress by centuries. They were merely a swarm of ants. Slay them, retrieve what we seek, and leave this dreary place. Number 18 huffed, still brooding. Wufan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, and accelerated alongside number 18, guided by Idolus's aura, not wishing to delay any longer. Although he hadn't fully satisfied his curiosity, he acquiesced to her wishes. Soon, the two arrived above a colossal fortress. The fortress was comparable in size to a city, entirely enveloped in robust metal, far exceeding any materials found on Earth. Wasn't the Adolf family in control of much of planet Perak? What purpose did such a fortress serve? Did they face formidable foes? Number 18 gazed at the exaggerated war fortress, slightly puzzled. Wufan elucidated. They constructed this stronghold primarily to contend with extraterrestrial races like the Psions, who possess formidable combat prowess. The Parakans have inferior physical attributes and can only rely on advanced technology to compensate. When facing warriors like us, they are at a distinct disadvantage. Hence the creation of such sturdy defensive works. Number 18 had previously suffered at the hands of the Parakans' weaponry, which could inflict lethal damage on warriors with combat power below 10 million. Nevertheless, regardless of the superiority of weaponry, it ultimately requires a skilled user to unleash its potential. Even the most advanced arms in the hands of an ordinary individual would struggle to find an opportunity against elite warriors, who would not afford them a moment's chance to act. This is precisely why the Ida family spared no expense in constructing this colossal fortress. They can launch assaults from within their formidable protective barrier, while the Scions must first breach this impenetrable line of defense to retaliate. The defensive specifications exhibited by this fortress evidently surpass the standards of conventional defense systems. Sun Wufan could not help but smile. If Bulma were to see this apparatus, she would likely be so thrilled that she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink all night. Although he had yet to experience the fortress's power firsthand, its exterior clearly revealed the advanced technology it housed. Such a discovery would surely captivate Bulma to the point of neglecting her rest in pursuit of research. To obliterate it outright would be a pity, yet relocating it entirely would entail an enormous undertaking. After a brief contemplation, Sun Wufan concluded that they must first neutralize any hostile forces present before allowing Bulma to select which equipment to salvage. He turned to Android 18 and inquired, "Will you accompany me inside, or would you prefer to remain outside?" "Of course, I want to go in. I wasn't satisfied earlier," 18 responded without hesitation. And before she could finish her sentence, she dashed toward the fortress, displaying no caution from their previous encounter. For warriors of great strength, it was merely another game. "Your end is nigh," Sun Wufan mused inwardly, matching 18's pace with no intent to show mercy. As they approached the fortress, dozens of electromagnetic cannon barrels suddenly emerged from the metallic walls, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that instantaneously sealed off all avenues of advance. Clearly, the Ida family had anticipated this intrusion, launching an assault the moment they detected the invaders. While theoretically sufficient firepower could pose a threat, this depended on the accuracy of the attacks. For Sun Wufan and his companion, evading such an assault was remarkably effortless. Yet, 18 opted for a more direct approach, activating her shield and boldly advancing through the onslaught, perfectly embodying her fierce combat style. Who are they? How can they be this formidable? In the core command room of the giant fortress, the assembly watched in astonishment as the two evaded the electromagnetic cannon's strikes with agility, one employing a protective barrier to boldly break through the barrage. The sheer power of these electromagnetic cannons could obliterate a mountain several hundred meters in diameter and 1,000 meters high in an instant. Yet, before the two, they appeared ludicrously toy-like. The room was predominantly filled with the upper echelons of the Ida family, who had originally scoffed at seeking refuge here. However, Ida Ruris insisted on activating the highest alert level, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Though they were initially skeptical, they ultimately chose not to gamble with their lives and congregated here. The older generation harbored dissatisfaction, having berated Ida Ruris upon arrival, accusing him of overreacting and being a source of unnecessary anxiety. Yet now, as the images flickered across the monitors, this group fell into stunned silence. Indeed, the universe of super warriors concealed dragons and crouching tigers, harboring such formidable entities. "Idaris, the trouble you have stirred is considerable," the patriarch Idavaman remarked gravely. However, he understood that this was not the time for accountability. The immediate concern was how to repel the enemy and safeguard the planet of Parakra. As for vanquishing the opponent, such thoughts were beyond contemplation in the face of such formidable adversaries, where victory seemed utterly unattainable. If a diplomatic resolution could be achieved, it would be most desirable. Yet observing the overwhelming pressure exuded by number 18, no one in the command room dared to voice that notion. Humph, from the demeanor of the opposing party, it remains unclear what kind of grievances Idaris has incited. In my opinion, the best course of action would be to surrender him to quell their wrath. Otherwise, the safety of Parakra is at stake. Idaka seized the moment to strike a blow. Although he knew this suggestion would likely be dismissed, the sight of Idaris in distress sufficed to satisfy him. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when Idaris erupted in fury. "Silence. Idakas, should you utter another foolish word, I shall cast you out to confront those two super warriors myself." His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, already overwhelmed, yet this brother dared to add fuel to the fire. With the support of their elder, Idakas felt no fear, sneering, "Do you still have the audacity to be enraged? Is this calamity not of your own making? Enough." Idaris was about to retort, but Idavaman interjected sternly, "Look at the current situation. Here you are squabbling amongst yourselves. If you possess the capability, devise a means to confront the enemy. If not, remain silent." Idakas muttered under his breath. "My earlier suggestion was clearly aimed at dealing with those two super beings. Yet Father sees only Idaris. Humph. Were it not for your constant favoritism towards him, he would not have caused such a disaster." Although he dared not voice it openly, His resentment towards Idaris deepened. Open the fortress entrance, allow them entry, while simultaneously activating the first level of defense to confine them. Ida Vamon's gaze fixed intently on the surveillance feed, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He was acutely aware that this fortress might not withstand those two super beings. Yet it was imperative to showcase the capabilities of Parakara to secure bargaining power in negotiations. Oh, the gate opens of its own accord. It appears they are rather astute. Realizing these barriers cannot impede us. Upon witnessing the colossal fortress doors swing wide, number 18 scoffed, unhesitatingly soaring inside. Hey, there might be traps waiting for you. You'd best be cautious, lest I have to come to your rescue again. Wufan jested. Nevertheless, he wore a relaxed expression, betraying no sign of worry. With number 18's prowess, few threats could pose a danger to her, especially with him present to ensure her safety. Number 18 rolled her eyes. Should they dare to pull any tricks, I shall obliterate this planet. Do not blame me for not leaving any data for Bulma afterward. Wufan could only smile helplessly. He hoped these individuals would refrain from provoking her, for even he might not be able to intervene. Of course, he had no intention of stopping her. Even if number 18 did indeed decide to annihilate this planet, he would merely lament the lost technology. In the vastness of the universe, there would always be planets with more advanced technology. At worst, he could seek the dragon for assistance. As the two traversed through the entrance, they found themselves in a straight corridor, flanked by robust metallic walls. Wufan tested the walls. Without employing formidable force, it was indeed challenging to breach them. He was inwardly astonished. If the inhabitants of this planet were inherently suited for cultivation, the rulers of the universe would not have been the Frisia force. Fortunately, the world maintains a balance. While they were endowed with great intelligence, they were inevitably deprived of other attributes. However, such considerations were of little consequence to Gohan. Even if the Parakans could cultivate, they would only produce a few adversaries of Frisia's caliber, which paled in comparison to the Scion bloodline. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the retreat was blocked by shifting metal walls, leaving only a path forward. A childish trick. Android 18 disdainfully raised her hand, but Gohan halted her. Hold on. Let's see what lies ahead. Perhaps we might encounter something intriguing. Gohan was not eager for 18 to unleash her power immediately, for the fortress would likely be reduced to rubble in an instant. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to preserve its integrity. He cherished 18, yet he had never overlooked Bulma's presence. Understanding Gohan's reasoning, 18 bore no jealousy like an ordinary woman. Instead, a warmth blossomed within her, realizing that Gohan held thoughts of Bulma in mind as well. No entry ahead. No entry ahead. The alarm blared, its mechanical warnings echoing in the distance. Soon, a humanoid robot approached swiftly, its design entirely modeled after the Parakans, resembling a young man in his 20s. Were it not for its hollow eyes, rigid tone, and lifeless features, one might have mistaken it for a living human. An artificial being? 18's first instinct was to think so, but a closer examination confirmed that this was merely an ordinary robot, fundamentally different from her own composition. Humph, regardless of whether it is an artificial being or a robot, none shall obstruct my path, she scoffed, gathering an energy blast in her palm and unhesitatingly hurled it at the robot. As a being altered from human origins, had she not encountered Gohan, her life would have been nearly destroyed. Thus, she harbored a deep disdain for artificial beings, extending her contempt to robots that resembled them. Naturally, her greatest loathing was directed towards those who had engineered Android 16 and orchestrated the modification plans. Bang! To her surprise, the robot crushed the energy blast with its bare hands. Though this was merely a casual strike from 18, the energy contained within was still formidable, for she possessed nearly limitless power and never hesitated to unleash it. No entry ahead. No entry ahead. The robot repeated its warning, yet it obstructed the only path, evidently provoking them. This scrap metal may be resilient, but does it truly deserve to impede us? Gohan scoffed derisively, glancing at 18 and signaling her to take action. Without hesitation, she darted forward, delivering a powerful punch to the robot's head. Based on its previous movements, she had calculated its limits. This strike would be sufficient to obliterate it entirely. The robot's words were abruptly silenced. It attempted to counterattack, but its speed was far inferior to 18's swiftness. Boom. The head exploded in an instant, sparks flying, exposing its internal mechanical structure. Clang. The control system appeared to be located in its head, having lost its cranium. The robot wobbled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Such a worthless piece of scrap, unable to compare even to an android. With a swift kick, Number 18 sent the wreckage flying, followed by a powerful energy blast that obliterated it completely. Wu Fan smiled. In the vast universe, only a handful of robots can stand alongside androids, and individuals as exceptional as you are truly one of a kind. Stop flattering yourself. Number 18 retorted with a dismissive roll of her eyes. The primary distinction between her and the other androids was precisely this individual before her. As they traversed the dim corridor, a sudden expanse opened up before them. The lofty, circular hall dispelled the earlier sense of oppression. Why not just level this place? Number 18 suggested, crossing her arms. After all, Bulma could restore it. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it would suffice. Her patience was wearing thin. Wu Fan nodded. The issue is identifying their hiding place first. Otherwise, we might have to turn the entire base upside down. Suddenly, a heavy metal gate descended behind them with a thunderous crash. Playing an escape room game? Wu Fan raised an eyebrow. How did you all end up here? Number 18 exclaimed. In an instant, thick, green poisonous mist erupted from all around, rapidly filling the entire space. Number 18 dashed forward, covering Wu Fan's mouth and nose. Don't breathe. I'm an android, so it won't affect me. The warmth of her palm brought a slight comfort to Wu Fan. This girl, who often masked her true feelings, always thought of him first in critical moments. It's all right, he gently pushed her hand away. My constitution is unique. Such toxins are ineffective against me. He exaggeratedly took a deep breath to emphasize his point. Number 18, somewhat skeptical, relaxed when she saw he was indeed unharmed. Do they intend to trap us here? Anger ignited in her eyes. Always one to take the initiative, the current feeling of frustration was more suffocating than the poison mist. Wu Fan's gaze grew cold. He had anticipated a direct confrontation, but was instead met with underhanded tactics. Oh dear, the plan has failed. A silvery laugh echoed unexpectedly. Unbeknownst to them, two figures had appeared in the corner of the hall. Number 18 turned to look. Did you discover something? Wu Fan replied. The poison mist seems to obscure our presence. I had no inkling of their approach. However, he dismissed this minor detail and was instead intrigued by the two women who had suddenly emerged. The appearance of the Peric Star natives was indeed striking. Since their arrival, Wu Fan had yet to encounter anyone of mediocre looks. And these two were exceptionally beautiful. One as cold as ice, the other exuding fiery charm, embodying a fusion of frost and flame. Kathy, it's time for you to make a decision. Meiseling smiled alluringly, yet her eyes were shadowed with despair. She and Kathy had intended to ambush Wu Fan and the others while they were incapacitated, but the situation had turned out to be entirely different from their expectations. To make matters worse, their escape route had been sealed. If they forced the passage open now, their opponents would undoubtedly break through. The Adair family would never grant them access. They could only resort to their backup plan. Kathy's face was as cold as ice, irritation flickering between her brows. Not to mention facing two opponents. Even a solitary confrontation with number 18 would be futile. Meiseling frowned. Must we resort to such a terrifying appearance? It ruins our image. Do you think I find this enjoyable? Kathy scoffed coldly. Do you have a more brilliant strategy? Enough. We're at a dead end regardless. Mersline finally succumbed in a state of dejection. This seemingly inconsequential dialogue ignited a silent amusement within Wu Fan. They were acutely aware of their disparate strengths. Yet they engaged in a serious discourse on strategies, oblivious to the fact that this interval could cost them their lives multiple times over. Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by the trump cards the two women relied upon. Young sir, considering your decent looks, despite not being of Peric lineage, Mersline remarked with a glimmer in her eyes. According to Peric aesthetics, red skin was a symbol of nobility. Although Wu Fan's appearance was commendable, it did not reach the pinnacle in her eyes. It is not too late for you to leave now. We may have been the aggressors, but you have suffered no harm. Should we be compelled to resort to our final measures, the situation may spiral out of control. How insipid. Number 18 muttered under her breath. Unbeknownst to her, Mersline possessed an innate charm, her gaze imbued with allure, not merely a fade. Mersline's entreaties evidently failed to sway Wu Fan. Wu Fan responded calmly. I would also advise you to unleash your capabilities promptly. Once I lose my patience, you shall find yourselves deprived of any opportunity to act. As you wish. Mersline understood that mere words could not induce Wu Fan's retreat. She merely sought to establish that she was not truly at odds with Wu Fan. perhaps hoping for mercy in the event of defeat. Alas, her calculations were destined to fail. Number 18, having grown increasingly dissatisfied with Mersline's frequent covert glances towards Wufan, stepped forward assertively, stating, "Leave these two to me." Wufan shrugged indifferently. He held no interest in such trivial opponents, regardless of their decent appearance. Unless they were characters from the original work, he felt no inclination to engage. Mersline exchanged a glance with Casey, their expressions suddenly grave. Simultaneously, they nodded, and brilliant white light erupted from their forms. Onru Lightwave. Although they shouted, Wufan keenly discerned that they merely activated a switch on a device. This blinding radiance was emitted by the equipment itself. The so-called Onru Lightwave radiated with a brightness akin to the sun's fist, compelling Wufan and number 18 to close their eyes under its relentless glare. However, if Mersline believed this would suffice to subdue them, she was woefully naive. Not to mention that Wufan could perceive his surroundings through the flow of energy. Even number 18 could rely on the scanning system of the android to compensate for her vision. At that moment, Mersline's voice echoed under the illumination of the light wave. Your energy will be significantly diminished, allowing you to exert only half your strength. Meanwhile, we, catalyzed by the light wave. With a tearing sound, their bodies rapidly expanded, their garments disintegrating. Their originally graceful figures were momentarily exposed, only to be swiftly covered by a rapidly secreted layer of keratin. Their muscles bulged as if inflated, and their faces gradually morphed into a fierce, leopard-like visage. It was no wonder they seldom utilized this transformation. Any woman from any planet would likely find such an unsightly metamorphosis difficult to accept. Though their eyes were shut, Wufan was acutely aware of the conditions through the shifts in air currents. The exaggerated transformation prompted him to shake his head in silent disapproval. The transformation process of these two women invariably resulted in their garments tearing. Why not opt for elastic materials? Did they perhaps revel in this exposure? Or did they believe that the blinding light would permit them to unabashedly display their forms? In truth, although Wufan finds it challenging to open his eyes under intense light, wearing sunglasses allows him to completely evade the effects. Moreover, certain individuals with unique constitutions remain utterly unperturbed by such bright illumination. Thus, one might ponder whether these two women are at risk. However, these concerns are irrelevant to Wufan. He meticulously attunes to his internal state, confirming, as Meisland suggested, that this light wave indeed exerts a significant suppression on energy. Yet, perhaps due to his overwhelming strength, the suppressive effect is diminished to merely 20 to 30%, allowing him to retain 70 to 80% of his power. Humph, such trifling techniques hold no sway over me. I possess an everlasting energy source. Number 18 smirked disdainfully. Even if her power were truly halved, her opponent would still be no match for her. This is precisely why I detest transformation, Meisland grumbled, having completed her metamorphosis. Casey urged, do not waste time. They remain calm, and the Anglu light wave may have minimal effect. Just as she was about to strike, she exclaimed, what the devil? Is that Burr's light? Wufan, standing behind number 18, suddenly shouted, his tail erect, his features contorted, and his body began to uncontrollably swell. With a rip accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Wufan's clothing shattered, and he rapidly began to transform into a great ape. The thunderous roar astonished everyone, even number 18, who had not anticipated such a turn of events. The most dismayed was Wufan himself. He had never imagined that the Anglu light wave contained a high intensity of Burr's light, and while attempting to adapt to the bright light with his immortal form, he inadvertently triggered the great ape transformation. At this moment, it was too late for regret. He could only hope that he would retain his sanity in this new form. Destroying the Peric planet might be acceptable, but accidentally harming number 18 would lead to irreparable regret. Wufan, number 18, stunned, couldn't help but smile. She had only witnessed Vegeta's great ape transformation, and since Wufan had never elaborated on the side effects of the Scion transformations, she was unaware that losing one's sanity was a consequence. Otherwise, she would have retreated immediately. This was not abandonment, but rather an understanding that the power in great ape form surged tenfold, rendering Wufan virtually untouchable at his level of mastery. If sanity were lost, it would be sheer folly for number 18 not to flee. At that moment, Wufan was unable even to issue a warning. As the raging energy within him felt as though it might explode his very being, every muscle screamed in agony. Heavens! What is happening? Maislin and Casey, immersed in the Anglu light wave, widened their eyes, witnessing the astonishing transformation of the youth. On Perik, the number of individuals who could complete a transformation using light waves was already exceedingly rare, but the scene before them surpassed their comprehension. Although they could not grasp the phenomenon, a profound unease surged within both female warriors. When Wufan managed to transform, their advantage evaporated in an instant. Before they could recover from their shock, Wufan's physique had swelled to towering heights, shattering the sturdy metallic dome above him. With a resounding crash, the entire ceiling was forcefully torn away by his massive hands, and amidst the cascading metallic debris, Maislin and her companion stood frozen in disbelief. Despite having completed their transformations and seemingly secured victory, the situation had abruptly reversed. Before the towering golden giant ape, their once proud physiques now appeared pitifully diminutive, scarcely reaching the height of the ape's knees. To their astonishment, the transformed giant ape of Wufan was far more striking than Vegeta. Number 18 leisurely crossed her arms, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. As Wufan experienced his first transformation into a giant ape, it felt as though a volcano erupted within him. Every cell surged with frenetic expansion, and the searing pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Strangely, despite the tumultuous energy coursing through his veins, his consciousness remained remarkably clear, perhaps due to the protection of the Dragon Balls or the influence of his emotional control abilities. This was fortuitous, he mused. While it might complicate his future ascension to Super Saiyan 4, at least he would not inadvertently harm Lazuli. It was not until number 18's exclamation broke the silence that he noticed the distinction between himself and his father and Vegeta. Wufan, why is your hair golden? Is it because you are stronger? Looking down, he was greeted by a cascade of resplendent golden locks. Fragments of memory flickered in his mind, and he suddenly grasped the reason. Upon surpassing the limits of a Saiyan and mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the giant ape form would also manifest in dazzling gold. When one could control the Super Saiyan transformation freely and had undergone sufficient training, combined with the tail and the mighty Blutz waves, the evolution to Super Saiyan 4 was possible. Just how far was he from that so-called sufficient training? He recalled that in the storyline, Vegeta had ascended to Super Saiyan 4 merely through the exposure to Blutz waves, even before completing his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. This thought flitted through Wufan's mind as his continuously expanding body finally ceased its growth, towering hundreds of meters high, rendering number 18 and the others exceedingly small in comparison. Yet, the power in this state was undeniably astounding, with a battle prowess amplified tenfold. Distinct from the transient bursts of the Kaioken technique, he pondered whether he could initiate the Super Saiyan transformation in this form. No, it should be referred to as the Super Saiyan ape form. Just as he contemplated this possibility, the violent energy within him abruptly halted and began to retract rapidly. Without warning, his body shrank like a deflating balloon. What was happening? Faced with this sudden alteration, even Wufan was taken aback. On the ground, number 18 and Maislin had yet to recover from witnessing the giant ape transformation when they suddenly saw Wufan erupting in blinding golden light, prompting them to instinctively shut their eyes. Even those whose eyes could adapt to the Onru light waves found it impossible to gaze directly at this brilliant golden radiance. The air crackled with electricity, and a tempest of chaotic energy swept through the surroundings. The sturdy metallic fortress trembled violently, emitting a deep rumble as the walls began to warp and distort. Number 18 quickly erected a protective shield and stepped back, struggling to maintain her balance. However, Maislin and Casey were far less fortunate, swept away by the ferocious gusts and crashing heavily against the metal walls, leaving deep indentations. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the dazzling golden light grew ever brighter, only to suddenly retract. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to the entire space. The imposing figure of the giant ape in the hall has vanished, replaced by a being with dark hair and a crimson mane. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan 4? Wufan gazes down at his newly transformed state, feeling the calm, yet exponentially heightened energy surging within him, as if caught in a dream. He never anticipated that after enduring countless defeats and years of relentless training to reach the Super Saiyan 2 level, he could so effortlessly achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. While reason dictates that his prior accumulation of power was indispensable, the suddenness of this breakthrough leaves him with a complex array of emotions. This transformation is not merely a change in form. It represents a tenfold increase in power from his previous state. At this moment, Wufan's Super Saiyan 4 form exhibits a combat prowess equivalent to 10 times that of Super Saiyan 2. When compared to Super Saiyan 3, this new form amounts to a 40-fold enhancement over Super Saiyan 2's strength. Unlike the previous forms, Super Saiyan 4 possesses a unique energy conservation characteristic. The first two transformations lead to rapid energy depletion, whereas Super Saiyan 4 maintains energy stability even in a non-combat state. This form displays a remarkable duality, calm and composed in everyday existence, yet capable of unleashing astonishing ferocity in battle, perfectly embodying the notion of being as tranquil as a pine, yet as swift as the wind. Although the fortress was inadvertently destroyed during the transformation, Wufan's heart swells with joy. The successful breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4 is evidently of greater significance than the destruction of the structure. Wufan, is that really you? Number 18 approaches from a distance, her eyes wide with disbelief. She struggles to comprehend how her companion, who moments ago was a golden giant ape, has now transformed into a red-haired warrior. This appearance closely resembles the Super Saiyan 4 form exhibited by Goku in the series, differing only in facial contours and hairstyle details. He shares the same crimson mane, golden eyes, deep red eyeliner, and long black hair, though Wufan's locks are notably more sleek and refined. Just a change in appearance. Wufan responds with a charming smile, exuding the allure of a mature man, causing even the ever-familiar number 18 to blush. But your voice has changed, and your power seems to have increased, she remarks, gently stroking Wufan's crimson mane, her tone filled with curiosity. The power of Super Saiyan 4 indeed surpasses expectations, representing a tenfold amplification of the Super Saiyan 2 state. Wufan explains that this form does not necessitate a progression through Super Saiyan 3. Rather, it hinges on an absolute mastery of Saiyan energy, coupled with the transformation into the giant ape in specific conditions such as maintaining rationality to revert to human form. Given the complexity of the explanation, Wufan decides to elaborate further at a later time. Now, having completed his breakthrough, he is eager to depart. He reaches for number 18's delicate hand and states, "It is time to conclude matters on planet Perik. We shouldn't keep Bulma waiting." Number 18 huffs impatiently. "We should have acted sooner. I thought this planet might provide some amusement, but it has turned out to be utterly tedious." Wufan refrains from further conversation, ignoring the two figures embedded in the metallic wall, swiftly locking onto Idolus's energy signature and executing instant transmission. In a flash, the two figures appear at the opposite end of the fortress. In a spacious command room, dozens of Parallax aliens stood frozen before a large screen, their faces etched with astonishment. The screen was replaying the scene of Wufan's transformation in the hall, and it was evident that this spectacle had left them utterly shocked, struggling to regain their composure. The sudden appearance of Wufan and number 18 jolted them back to reality. "How could you be here? No, this is impossible." The 19 super Earthlings quaked in fear, their legs trembling, devoid of any courage to resist, their minds consumed by a singular thought: the Adur family was doomed, and the Parallax Star was likely to share the same fate. Wufan paid no heed to their panic, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on his target, Idarus, the architect of the ship's assault. "It's him. He is the cause of all this. It has nothing to do with me. If you must kill someone, let it be him." Idakas, witnessing the unfolding chaos, frantically attempted to deflect blame, desperately distancing himself from the situation. Those present understood that Wufan's intentions were far from benevolent. They had originally hoped that Meiseling could subdue him, but now they found themselves at his mercy. Having witnessed such overwhelming power, they dared not entertain thoughts of resistance. Idakas's words incensed the very man in question. Idawum's expression darkened, yet others echoed support, urging Wufan to solely pursue Idarus. "I will bear the consequences of my actions." Idarus trembled as he stepped forward, whether out of pressure or genuine accountability, yet his quaking legs betrayed his fear. Nevertheless, whether he confessed or not, Wufan would never let him escape after having dared to strike against Bulma and number 18. "Let us just eliminate them all." Number 18, uninterested in further discussion, casually unleashed an energy blast, which engulfed the entire command room. In an instant, everyone was reduced to ashes, leaving no remnants behind. "Your efficiency is astonishing," Wufan remarked, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he turned to number 18. Number 18 replied with a slight grin, I couldn't care less about their ramblings. This way is far better. My ears are at peace, and I can do as I wish. Wu Fan sighed. But you've obliterated the command room. How much information can possibly remain? Had it not been for the concern over this data, I would have leveled this place long ago. Why bother with such effort? Yet now, one energy blast had destroyed everything. As for her destroying both of them in the blast, it was of little consequence. Such an attack would not harm them in the slightest. Observing Wu Fan's exasperation, Number 18 lightly covered her mouth and chuckled. Rest assured, I checked beforehand. The 250 system is connected to that computer over there. The data you need should still be intact. Just copy it for Bulma. However, I cannot guarantee its completeness. Following her pointed direction, Wu Fan noticed a high-end computer still operational, clearly avoided by her. You are indeed reliable. Wu Fan embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek, prompting a playful protest from number 18. Curiosity piqued, he asked. But how did you recognize that as the mainframe? Number 18 shot him an exasperated glance. I am an android. I have a chip in my brain, allowing me to identify such things at a glance. It seems Dr. Gero's technology is truly ahead of its time. Had he pursued the right path, Earth's progress would not have stagnated. Wu Fan reflected with a sense of longing. Now he has come to a realization. Although the technology of parallax is formidable, the disparity with Earth is not one of epochs. Perhaps the entire universe operates at this level. Certainly, bringing these advancements back would greatly benefit Earth. With the assistance of number 18, Wu Fan successfully copied the data, a task in which he was rather inept. According to number 18's assessment, this information encompassed over half of Parallax's technological achievements, prompting Wu Fan to decide against further searching and to prepare to return to the spacecraft with her. Suddenly, number 18 called out to him. Have you forgotten about the two individuals? Those two women are still alive. Should we deal with them? It was only then that Wu Fan recalled the two transformed female warriors. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Forget it. I owe my breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4 to their contributions as well. Let them fend for themselves. Number 18 raised an eyebrow. Although you haven't fought them, their strength is considerable. If left alive, they will eventually dominate this planet. Are you certain you are merely too indifferent to care? After the downfall of the Adur family, if those two women are clever enough, they could certainly seize control of Parallax. What do you think? Wu Fan slightly lifted his brow, but refrained from giving a direct response. Number 18 scoffed lightly. Though their transformations are rather hideous, they are undeniably beautiful in their normal forms. One is as cold as ice, the other as fiery as flame. Even I find myself enchanted. Have you not considered taking them under your wing? Wu Fan sighed while pinching his forehead. Do you really think I am so desperate that any woman would catch my eye? Isn't it so? Number 18 questioned, her face reflecting skepticism. Wu Fan spread his hands. No matter how beautiful a facade may be, it is merely superficial. Someone like you, possessing both beauty and intellect, with a unique character, is a rare find. Humph. Suit yourself. Number 18 shot him a glance, fully aware of the flattery, but still feeling pleased nonetheless, and thus refrained from further argument. In truth, Malin and Kasai were indeed enticing. Acquiring two exotic women could satisfy one's curiosity. However, Wu Fan was not inclined towards such thoughts at the moment, opting to leave it be. Should he regret this decision in the future, he could always return. After all, he had already noted their coordinates and energy signatures. Leaving the two unconscious women behind, Wu Fan and number 18 teleported back to the spacecraft. The bored Bulma, sensing the commotion, was about to rush towards Wu Fan when she noticed a red-haired oddity standing beside him. Though distinct from the ordinary, there was an undeniable charm about her. Naturally, Bulma would not fall into infatuation. She was merely astonished that number 18 was accompanying a stranger. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Wu Fan's face. Do not be alarmed. It is just me. Wu Fan quickly explained the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 and handed Bulma the data from Parallax. All the technological information is here. For details, consult Lazuli. I must return to my quarters. Before Bulma could fully grasp the situation, Wu Fan had already vanished. Bulma was left in confusion. Why is he in such a hurry? Number 18 revealed a slight smile. Perhaps he is concerned about his attire. Transforming back from Super Saiyan 4 might leave him without clothing. Bulma couldn't help but laugh. After all this time, he is still shy. Nonetheless, Wu Fan's Super Saiyan 4 form was indeed captivating. The reality was far from a concern about modesty. Having just completed the transformation, Wu Fan needed to stabilize the turbulent energy within him, which was the true reason for his hasty retreat. Sitting cross-legged in the room, the young warrior furrowed his brow in contemplation. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the mysterious power remained unresponsive. Must he seek assistance from the old Kai? Yet, Super Saiyan 4 surpasses the enigmatic state. Is it necessary to continue its development? After a moment of deliberation, he reached a resolute conclusion. He could not forsake this unique power. Attaining the title of Super Earthling was not merely an honor, but also a recognition of his own Earthling heritage. In the original narrative, Goku had failed to integrate the mysterious power with the Super Saiyan transformation, a shortcoming stemming from insufficient exploration. Now, he possessed the potential to forge a new dual transformation. If he could wield both Super Saiyan God and the mysterious power simultaneously, perhaps he could surpass Lord Beerus. With this thought, a determined glint sparkled in his dark-haired eyes. As for Whis and the Grand Zeno, their true strength remained unfathomable at present. Once his energy stabilized completely, the advantage of having a tail would allow him to switch forms freely without reliance on machinery. Upon returning to the main chamber after changing, he was taken aback by the eager gazes of the two ladies. Could you demonstrate the Super Saiyan 4 transformation again? Android 18 asked candidly. Although somewhat perplexed, Goku readily transformed once more. His muscular form, draped in a vibrant red fur, stood out strikingly within the cabin. This time, his clothing remained intact, a testament to his mastery of the transformation technique. Unlike traditional methods, the Super Saiyan 4 form could leap directly from the base state, bypassing incremental stages, yet still achieving a tremendous increase in power. This appearance is simply breathtaking. Bulma gazed intently at Goku's new form, her eyes shimmering with starlight. Though she had long outgrown the fervor of her youth, she could never quite conceal her excitement when faced with Goku, a unique sentiment that even he could not comprehend. Before he could ponder further, the two ladies had already pinned him to the ground. With a playful smile, Android 18 teased, I want to test the special experience of this form. Bulma, too, eagerly shed her garments, joining the silver-haired warrior in exploration. Goku chuckled in bemusement, quickly turning the tables. Here, 3,000 words are omitted. The hidden advantages of the Super Saiyan 4 form revealed themselves in the realm of romance, with both duration and intensity far exceeding that of the base state. As the spaceship glided past the moon, the two ladies had already melted into a blissful stupor, their satisfied flush lingering. The journey thereafter transformed into a continuous sweet entanglement, and it was only when the Azure Planet came into view through the viewport that Goku, rubbing his lower back, lamented, At this rate, are we really going to wait? Suddenly, he froze. Someone seemed to be only 5 years old. Bulma teased as she poked his cheek. Android 18 chimed in. Indeed, someone should report certain individuals for their exploitation of youth. It then dawned on Goku that this body was merely 5 years and 3 months old. Due to the Dragon Ball's influence, his body remained perpetually in peak condition, coupled with the mental maturity brought by his travels, often causing others to overlook his actual age. When Bulma deliberately mentioned his 5 years, Android 18 couldn't help but chuckle. How can there be such a peculiar child as you? Even if there were a special department, they would only deem you insane. Dare to underestimate me? Goku suddenly lunged at Android 18, mischief gleaming in his eyes, as it seemed earlier was not enough fun. Seizing the moment, stop it. The spaceship has already reached Earth. With a startled gasp, number 18 concealed herself behind Bulma, inadvertently bringing her down as well. Amidst their laughter, a warm current surged within the hearts of the three. Rather than waiting, it was wiser to anticipate the appearance of the villainous Majin Buu. When the time came, the Supreme Kai would undoubtedly seek assistance, and the old Kai's intervention would facilitate matters considerably, for that mysterious power was not an urgent necessity. In the interludes of training, Goku enjoyed a leisurely life. At night, he was accompanied by Bulma and number 18, while during the day, he was under their meticulous care. In his free time, he delighted in playful frolics with Mai and Launch. Such carefree days surpassed even the status of a deity, especially considering that the gods of the Dragon Ball world held little value. Goku and Vegeta remained enveloped in rigorous training, although they had yet to meet. Through their auras, Goku sensed their significant enhancement in strength, yet they had not yet attained the Super Saiyan level. Without the aid of the hyperbolic time chamber, it was estimated that they would require another 6 months to a year to break through. Krillin and the others had ventured into space, leaving only Yamcha stranded on Earth, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Goku had little interest in him and thus paid no heed. Having intended to visit Dandy, who was still on Earth, Goku learned that he had departed with a team, both to recuperate and to return to Namek. Seizing the opportunity while his family was away, Goku took the last remaining Mai out to enjoy the day. Recently, Bulma and number 18 had struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Each time they were exhausted, Goku found himself still yearning for more, and the constant transformation met with refusal left him quite troubled. It was for this reason that he contemplated including Mai and Launch in his embrace. Surely, sharing the burden among four would alleviate the current predicament. The girl before him, who appeared even more enchanting in feminine attire, stirred feelings within Goku, even though he was already blessed with two extraordinary beauties. "Do you recall our conversation upon our first meeting?" he inquired as they strolled through the streets, glancing back at Mai, who followed closely behind with her head bowed. To avoid acquaintances from West City, he had deliberately brought Mai to a distant city, a thought that was all too transparent. However, Mai seemed oblivious to this. The playful teasing and subtle gestures did not repel her, but rather made her feel a budding affection, causing her to respond with a half-hearted push. Upon hearing his question, she merely huffed softly. Goku turned to press further. "Do you regret it? Or do you still harbor resentment regarding the Pilaf incident?" "Not at all," Mai hastily denied. If she truly bore a grudge, how could she accompany him alone? Mai was not a dull-witted person. She had long sensed Goku's intentions. Yet the current state of her life brought her immense satisfaction. The feelings she had quietly nurtured for Goku led her to believe that being his secondary partner would not be such a bad fate. With such thoughts in mind, how could she possibly regret her previous choices? Pilaf had long since faded into oblivion in her heart. Noticing her reaction, Goku couldn't help but smile. His words had been unintentional, yet Mai's strong reaction revealed how much she valued his opinion. Finally, she firmly added, "The matter with Pilaf is long settled. Even if he begged me to return now, I wouldn't spare him a glance." Goku's smile deepened. His spirits lifted as he cheerfully asked, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I can take you around." Mai momentarily stood in surprise. The topic had shifted too abruptly, leaving her perplexed at his sudden joy. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to eat something delicious." Truly, she was an unabashed foodie. With a resigned shake of his head, Wufan acknowledged that the Scion blood coursing through his veins rendered him equally passionate about culinary delights. Casting his gaze around, he pointed toward a nearby eatery, suggesting they first indulge there, promising that if it did not satisfy, they would simply move on to the next one. "Today, we shall savor the entire city," he declared. "Wufan is the best." Little Dance cheered, her exuberance drawing the attention of passers-by, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the jarring crack of gunfire, sending the crowd into a frenzy of screams and chaos, transforming the street into a scene of disarray. "Run! Help!" The panicked throng surged like headless flies, clogging the thoroughfare, leaving Wufan and Little Dance ensnared in place. "What is happening?" She attempted to peer ahead, but the fleeing masses obstructed her view. Wufan sighed inwardly. The gunfire had already conveyed the gravity of the situation, yet the mindless rush of people only exacerbated the turmoil. In the face of crisis, ordinary individuals had no recourse but to flee in terror. At that moment, the wail of police sirens crescendoed, signaling their swift arrival on the scene. Wufan could not help but muse on the promptness of the police response in this world, lamenting, however, their woeful capacity to manage such crises. Throughout the myriad troubles faced in the Dragon Ball universe, it seemed that no matter the strength of the adversary, the police had never once succeeded in resolving the conflicts. "Listen up. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately and lay down your weapons." The police's monotonous proclamations were met with a barrage of taunting gunfire. As the pedestrians dispersed, Wufan's view cleared, revealing a familiar criminal scene that prompted him to facepalm. Yet another bank heist. How could these fools ever capture me? I, Pilaf, am destined to conquer the world. The brazen shouts from within the bank momentarily stunned both Wufan and Little Dance. Little Dance's expression shifted as she recalled her past entanglements with Pilaf and Ashugan. Hearing such juvenile proclamations now made her ears feel warm. Having accompanied Wufan for some time, her perspective had undeniably evolved. Wufan, meanwhile, marveled at the resilience of these criminals, akin to cockroaches surviving a fall from great heights. Just as he contemplated this, The police unleashed a volley of gunfire, which only sparked against two leaping robots. Through the glass, they could see Pilaf gleefully dancing with stacks of cash in hand. These modified robots were evidently far sturdier than the one that had once transformed into an ostrich. Ordinary firepower could barely inflict a scratch. "Little dance, what do you think?" Wu Fan inquired. Though he could have easily slipped away, he chose to consider her feelings. The warmth in her eyes was palpable as she gently shook her head. "Let us go? I wish for our peaceful life to remain undisturbed." Just as Wu Fan was about to acquiesce, an even more exaggerated laugh interrupted them. "Wahaha! Criminals! Heed my words. I, Lord Satan, have come to deal with you." At the sound of that name, Wu Fan turned abruptly. There stood a middle-aged man with an outlandish appearance, striking a dramatic battle pose against the robots. Catching a glimpse of Satan's figure, Wu Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. This future father-in-law had an uncanny knack for appearing at the most inopportune times. Even now, he was posing triumphantly before Pilaf's robots. In a moment of desperation, the youth made a wish to the dragon, envisioning a future where he would marry the enchanting Bidalai 5 years hence. A sigh escaped his lips. Despite Satan's combat prowess being inferior even to that of his juvenile father, if left unchecked, the headlines of tomorrow might proclaim the catastrophic defeat of the world champion at the hands of a mechanical monstrosity. The chants of the onlookers crescendoed, nearly overturning the street. "With Mr. Satan here, we are safe. Punish those villains." 3 years ago, by a stroke of fortune, Satan had claimed victory at the martial arts tournament, meticulously crafting himself into a national idol. In that moment, he basked in the adoration, arms outstretched, blissfully unaware of the mechanical whirring that accompanied the robot's joints. Official records indicated that his combat power stood at a mere 8 points, even less than his initial encounter with Bulma. As the metallic fist cleaved through the air, Satan was still blowing kisses to his fans. With a resounding crash, his body crumpled a nearby sedan, its mangled door mocking the absurdity of the scene. Pilaf, covering his ears, cursed, "What fool dares to disrupt this moment?" Meanwhile, Ash stared at the dented wreckage, swallowing hard. The previously thunderous applause fell abruptly silent, leaving the street engulfed in an eerie stillness. In the shadows, Goku rubbed his temples. Rescuing this ostentatious father-in-law was certainly a hassle. Yet if Bidalai were to inquire about her father's perilous predicament, the answer could not possibly be that he was witnessing his own defeat, could it? The youth's fingertips began to gather shimmering waves of energy. The cheers abruptly ceased, and the audience gaped in disbelief at Satan, who was sent hurtling through the air. Was this truly the global king of martial arts they had placed their hopes upon? "Retreat, Ash." Pilaf jeered, shaking his mechanical gauntlet provocatively as he strode away, head held high, under the frozen gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, Satan, embedded within the wall, slid down, expelling a pool of crimson foam. Surveying his surroundings, he straightened his back and pointed an accusatory finger at Pilaf's retreating silhouette, bellowing, "Coward! How dare you strike when this champion is complacent? I, Satan, vow that you shall pay dearly for this treachery." Curiously, despite the pain that drew gasps from his lips, his body seemed forged from steel. Aside from the blood at his mouth, there were no visible signs of severe injury, and his roar echoed painfully in the ears of those nearby. This revelation enlightened the spectators. The champion had indeed been ambushed. Had they not heard his thunderous voice when he cursed? The arena erupted once more in resounding support. Pilaf's mechanical foot ground to a halt, his temples throbbing. Unable to endure the incessant provocation from this insignificant foe, he finally succumbed to a murderous intent. "I once battled alongside Son Goku and his father," he thought, now reduced to being scorned by a mere insect. He grimaced, making a throat-cutting gesture in response to Ash's inquiring gaze. Two mechanical phantoms lunged towards Satan. "Naive, do you think the same trick will work twice?" Satan launched himself into the air, his iron fist aimed directly at the cockpit's glass. Clang! "Ouch! My hand!" Satan staggered back, shaking his swollen fist, astonished that the glass bore no mark. He gazed in disbelief at his fractured knuckles, a hand capable of shattering 20 concrete tiles. Ash, initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter, pounding on the control panel. "Fool. This is indeed a composite armor capable of withstanding anti-material assaults." The mechanical fist, accompanied by a piercing howl, came crashing down. Satan instinctively performed a backflip to evade, only to hear the shattering sound of tempered glass behind him. Those so-called bulletproof, transparent barriers were now transforming into a cascade of crystalline rain. Satan paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "I have warned you all before. Do not dare to commit evil before me, Satan. Now you have witnessed my prowess, have you not? Surrender at once." He excelled at turning others' blunders into his own triumphs. And though it was Acheron who had made the mistake, Satan's words twisted the narrative to make it seem as though he had vanquished him. The gullible onlookers, naturally, believed him, erupting into thunderous applause once more. Seizing the moment, Satan charged forward, yanking Acheron out of the mech with brute force. Devoid of the mech's protection, Acheron resembled a lost dog, helplessly at Satan's mercy. This scene sent a shiver down Pilaf's spine. While the mech's defenses were as sturdy as a tortoise's shell, Satan's agility made him a formidable opponent. With Acheron captured, Pilaf stood no chance against Satan alone. Satan tossed Acheron to the police, then pointed at Pilaf, stating, "Surrender now, and you may receive a lighter sentence. If I have to beat you into a pulp before you admit defeat, the suffering will be yours alone." This declaration earned him widespread admiration, as many praised his benevolence. Others urged him to eliminate the criminal outright to avert future troubles. Little did they know, Satan was inwardly lamenting. Acheron was indeed an easy target, but he felt utterly helpless against Pilaf, who remained holed up in the mech. If the standoff continued for too long, his own weaknesses might be exposed. However, fortune favored Satan remarkably. After much deliberation, Pilaf, realizing he had no feasible options and surrounded by the police, chose to disarm and surrender. He thought to himself that a mere visit to the precinct would allow him to escape with ease later. Why endure a beating only to be shackled? Satan, Mr. Satan is so impressive. With him in command, who would dare to stir up trouble? The flattery rose and fell like waves, sending Satan into a euphoric state as he posed for adulation. Observing from a distance, Wu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. He could not tell whether to lament Pilaf's incompetence or to marvel at Satan's extraordinary fortune. He had intended to intervene, but found no opportunity to do so. "Xiao Wu, should we assist them? After all, they were once your companions," Wu Fan inquired. Considering Satan was unharmed, Wu Fan began to contemplate Xiao Wu's feelings. Xiao Wu calmly shook her head. "No need. They are accustomed to such matters and will escape soon enough. We have no ties now. Whether they live or die is of no concern to me." Wu Fan sensed her sincerity. She had indeed lost interest in Pilaf and his crew. A faint smile graced his lips as he chose to disregard the unfolding events, leading Xiao Wu on a journey of exploration. Nevertheless, he quietly noted Satan's presence, contemplating a future visit to catch a glimpse of his future bride. After spending the entire day indulging in delightful adventures, or rather, sampling exquisite cuisine, both returned home with expressions of contentment. Through their time together, Xiao Wu's perception of Wu Fan had elevated him to the status of a considerate gentleman, and their bond had undeniably grown closer. If Wu Fan had chosen a forceful offensive approach, he would have already conquered the land. However, he opted for a gradual strategy, intending to cultivate her affections before making any calculations, which naturally included the maid named Lanchi. Following the guidance of the air, Wu Fan effortlessly located the abode of the devil. How clever to profit under the guise of a champion. He gazed at the opulent mansion and mused, "This is quite acceptable. It certainly spares my dear Bidalai from any indignity." Indeed, the devil possessed a knack for deception, amassing such wealth in merely 3 years. Yet, what concerned Wu Fan more was the little figure playing alone in the backyard. As the setting sun painted the courtyard crimson, 5-year-old Bidalai spotted the boy descending from the sky. She not only felt no fear, but rather gazed up with her clear eyes and inquired, "Who are you? How can you fly?" Her porcelain-like features were already beginning to reveal an extraordinary beauty, prompting Wu Fan to desire to embrace her and ruffle her hair. A gesture purely born from an elder's affection for a younger one, devoid of any sinister intentions. "Do you wish to learn how to fly? I can teach you," he said, his eyes sparkling. "See, now that's the quintessential line for enticing someone." "Oh, yes, yes." The little girl clapped her hands in delight. Curiously, although she was usually quite astute, at this moment, she inexplicably felt an unreserved trust toward this unfamiliar boy, as if a voice deep within her soul urged her to draw closer. However, Wu Fan furrowed his brow in private concern. Such blind trust in strangers could lead to peril. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to impart lessons on vigilance to this little girl. This location was clearly unsuitable for practicing flight. The devil could appear at any moment, and any ensuing conflict would be troublesome. Wu Fan proposed to Bidalai. How about we first experience the sensation of flying? That sounds wonderful. Let's begin, she exclaimed, joyfully grasping Wu Fan's hand. Playing alone was indeed tedious, and the presence of companionship filled her with extraordinary joy. Ever since her father became the world martial arts champion, he was surrounded by sycophants, while genuine playmates gradually distanced themselves. Under the adults' deliberate guidance, her former companions now treated her with unwarranted reverence. Holding Bidalai's delicate hand, Wu Fan felt a surge of protectiveness. This innocent and exuberant girl, he vowed to safeguard her completely. With a shift of his breath, he soared into the heavens, carrying Bidalai high above, flying beyond the cruising altitude of airplanes toward the outskirts of the city. Hardly had they departed when the devil anxiously called for his daughter to dine. Bidalai, respond to your father. Unable to locate his beloved daughter, he frantically searched, nearly upturning the mansion in his desperation. For him, even the loss of a single hair from his daughter was a source of deep anguish. Meanwhile, above the clouds, Bidalai exclaimed, "Wow, I am flying. This is amazing." She did not yet comprehend the significance of flight. She simply found it exhilarating. The brisk air flushed her cheeks crimson, yet she displayed no signs of fear. Wu Fan purposely maintained an open style of flying, merely reducing speed to prevent the winds from harming her. After all, isolating the experience with a protective shield would significantly diminish the purity of this joy. After soaring freely for nearly half an hour, Wu Fan gently landed with her atop a secluded mountain peak. Just a little longer. Let's fly some more. Upon touching down, Bidalai eagerly shook his arm, pleading. Wu Fan lightly tapped her nose and smiled. Would you like to learn how to fly on your own? That way, you can soar freely whenever you wish. Really? I want to learn. The little girl clapped her hands in excitement. However, the cultivation process was arduous, requiring long-term perseverance. Bidili immediately straightened her back and declared, I am the best at persistence. All right, let us begin with sensing the breath, Wu Fan said with a smile as he invited her to sit on the ground. Initially intending merely to introduce themselves, they naturally embarked on this impromptu lesson. Once Bidili mastered the manipulation of qi, she would essentially be safe from danger on Earth. Even if he could not always be by her side, there would be no need for concern. You haven't told me your name yet, Bidili asked, tilting her small face upwards before the training began. Wu Fan revealed a warm smile, saying, My name is Son Wu Fan. Remember it well. Also, in the future, aside from me, do not trust others easily. Bidili playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, I won't be that foolish. It's precisely because you're brother Wu Fan that I am willing to follow you. Observing the clever and lively glimmer in the girl's eyes, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shared a knowing smile. This girl truly was a little genius. Although he did not understand why Bidili felt particularly close to him, he recognized that she was not the sort to be easily deceived, and thus he thought no further on the matter. The lesson commenced in earnest. In the original story, she had already displayed remarkable talent, and now, untainted by worldly influences, her pure heart made learning remarkably efficient. From a nearby mountain peak, the sounds of fierce combat echoed. Two figures engaged in a dazzling exchange of punches and kicks, their speed blurring the eye. Accelerate. Strike with power. Maintain the correct elbow angle, and keep this rhythm. Suddenly, Wu Fan found himself propelled backward over 10 meters by the petite girl, skidding several steps upon landing before regaining his balance. Incredible. To reach this level in just 2 months, he exclaimed in genuine admiration, gently ruffling Bidili's hair. It's all thanks to brother Wu Fan's excellent teaching. She purred like a kitten against his palm, her face radiating happiness. Unable to contain his amusement, Wu Fan suddenly lifted her high and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, eliciting a fit of giggles from Bidili. Time flew, and the 2 months of intensive training transformed Bidili completely. She sensed the presence of qi upon her first encounter and mastered flying techniques in merely half a day, a feat that had taken her an entire day to barely achieve in the original story. Perhaps the purity of her youthful spirit enhanced her learning efficiency beyond expectations. Now, Bidili's combat strength surpassed 100 points, and she had seamlessly integrated the combat techniques from planet Namek. Across the entirety of Earth, few could stand on equal footing with her. Notably, there was a day when Wu Fan discreetly took Bidili away. When Satan discovered his daughter was missing, he frantically turned the city upside down, nearly resorting to broadcasting a missing person announcement. Upon his exhausted return home, he found Bai Dilly peacefully asleep in her room, leaving him utterly astonished. Regardless of Satan's relentless inquiries, Bai Dilly remained tight-lipped, merely stating that she had played until exhausted and inadvertently fallen asleep under the bed, which is why her father could not find her. From that point on, Wu Fan frequently took Bai Dilly on outings. She regarded this as a delightful game, playfully engaging in hide-and-seek with her father. Occupied with the affairs of martial arts championships, Satan often failed to notice his daughter's occasional disappearances. Despite his relentless efforts to investigate, he could uncover no trace of her whereabouts. Observing that his daughter not only remained safe but also grew increasingly sensible, he decided to allow her the freedom to explore. This decision brought about a profound transformation in Bidali's life. She came to possess extraordinary abilities, showcasing a maturity that surpassed her peers at such a tender age. Regarding her mentor and friend, Wu Fan, she harbored deep curiosity yet refrained from inquiring about his origins, fearing that such questions might cause him to vanish. Nevertheless, what was destined to come eventually arrived. One day, as Wu Fan gently caressed Bidali's hair, he spoke softly. "You have already embarked on your training. Henceforth, you may practice independently. I will be unable to visit you for some time." With Frisia's defeat, more than 3 years remained until the emergence of the androids. As Wu Fan instructed Bidali, he himself experienced remarkable progress in his training, having reached a plateau in all aspects except for the mastery of his mysterious powers. He contemplated attempting time travel, yet he was still unable to precisely control the temporal coordinates. Upon hearing of Wu Fan's impending departure, Bidali's tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread, leaving Wu Fan flustered. The more he wiped her tears, the more fervently they flowed. Segment 1. Do not cry, do not cry. The young man gently wiped the moisture from the girl's cheeks, reminding her that she was already a little adult, was she not? A weeping child could hardly be a superhero. The violet-haired girl sniffled as she grasped the hem of his shirt. "Then you must promise to return. You must come to see me every time the moon is full." He suddenly knelt before her, meeting her gaze. "I vow to the eternal dragon that if I lie, I shall never taste my mother's strawberry cake." This peculiar oath finally coaxed a smile from the girl. The evening glow stretched their shadows long. As they parted, Bidali secretly tucked the training headband she had lost into his pocket, akin to planting a seed that would someday sprout. Segment 2. In the instant the metallic hatch closed, the control panel erupted with alarms. "Did you tamper with the navigation program again?" The young man frantically adjusted the dashboard. As the mischievous little devil with braided hair shook the data cable, "Now the spaceship only listens to me, unless you slyly blink and promise to teach me that glowing technique." Nearby, a boy of about 7 or 8 reclined comfortably in his seat, oblivious to the commotion around him. "Huh, got you. Hand over the keys." The violet-haired youth feigned retreat to deceive the girl, only to suddenly pivot and pin her to the seat, a victorious smile curving his lips. However, the girl, with a quick flick of her eyes, slipped the key into the depths of her collar. The young man froze, watching helplessly as she revealed a triumphant grin, leaving him dejectedly releasing his grip. "Is our team truly all right?" He could hardly reach into the girl's clothing to retrieve the key, just as he found himself in a dilemma. A flash of white light suddenly illuminated the cabin. Wu Fan, experimenting with his time travel abilities, appeared abruptly. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, he opted to conduct the test alone this time, graciously declining the companionship of Bulma and Android 18. Had he deviated from the coordinates again? This marked his 5th blunder in traversing dimensions. In previous instances, he had found himself in desolate cosmic expanses, but unexpectedly, this time he had intruded upon someone else's spacecraft. Once his vision cleared, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes were fixed intently upon him. To his astonishment, he recognized all 3 faces. "Dad, you're not here to drag me back, are you?" "I refuse." The girl with the skyward ponytail swiftly concealed herself behind the young man with purple hair. The dark-haired boy tilted his head in confusion. "Wu Fan, when did you learn to teleport?" He then rubbed his eyes vigorously. "Wait, you don't seem to be our Wu Fan. Grandpa is getting forgetful." The girl peeked out from behind the young man, suddenly struck dumb. "Huh? Why does this dad look even younger?" The boy, stroking his chin, murmured. "The aura is similar yet distinctly different." The purple-haired young man immediately assumed a defensive stance. Though he did not know much about Sun Wu Fan, his companion's reaction was enough to raise his suspicions. At that moment, Wu Fan's heart was tumultuous. Having mistakenly entered the future last time was one thing, But this time he had directly leaped into an alternate timeline. Before him stood the very trio embarking on a cosmic journey to seek the Black Star Dragon Balls, Son Wukong, Trunks, and Pan. Upon reflection, arriving in this world was rather intriguing. Encountering his future daughter, Pan, and spending time with her in advance seemed quite appealing. However, this ability to traverse time and space posed quite the conundrum. Although he had grasped some of its nuances, Wufan still could not fully master it. "Hey, are you truly my father? How did you suddenly appear here?" Pan had already emerged from behind Trunks. It seemed that Wufan was not there to take her back, which eased her tension considerably. Gazing at the quirky yet adorable Pan, Wufan felt a peculiar sensation in his heart, even more delicate than when he first encountered his parallel self. This was indeed his future daughter. "Why do you keep staring? It's quite rude." Pan pouted in dissatisfaction. Thanks to Wufan's calm demeanor and his resemblance to the Wufan of this timeline, aside from Trunks, who remained vigilant, both Pan and Son Wukong appeared rather at ease. "Apologies." Wufan snapped back to reality, averting his gaze as he spoke. "How should I put this? I am indeed Son Wufan, but perhaps somewhat different from the one you know." Before his journey, Wufan had read numerous novels in which travelers were often evasive about their origins, as if revealing them would lead to being subjected to research. However, upon contemplation, there were countless extraordinary phenomena in this world. Traversing time and space was not particularly extraordinary compared to abilities that could obliterate the Earth. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, who would dare harbor ill intentions? Even with an extraordinary treasure? Moreover, the Dragon Ball universe inherently contained the concept of time travel, with future Trunks serving as a living testament. Thus, Wufan decided to disclose his identity, albeit with slight embellishments on certain details. In simple terms, "I hail from a parallel universe and have traversed through time to arrive here. You may regard me as another Son Wufan, one devoid of any blood relation to you." Wufan meticulously organized his thoughts and explained, "Parallel universes?" The words were utterly incomprehensible to the diminutive Son Goku, whose intellect seemed to regress to childhood along with his stature. However, even if he maintained an adult mindset, he likely wouldn't grasp the concept. Conversely, Trunks, hailing from a family of scientists, immediately understood, while the astute Xiaofeng grasped much of it as well. "Parallel universes? How extraordinary. Do you possess any evidence to support this claim?" Trunks maintained a cautious demeanor. Wufan raised an eyebrow and playfully flicked his tail, which coiled around his waist. "To draw attention, this is the mark of a scion. Mr. Goku should recognize it. In this era, those who still possess tails are likely extinct. Son Goku had broken his tailbone in battle long ago and had only regained his form through the old Kaishin's power, while Vegeta and the local Wufan had never regenerated theirs after losing them. The younger Trunks, belonging to Son Goku's generation, had never possessed such an appendage since birth, indicating that the scion lineage was indeed fading. Wait, a tail? It was only then that Son Goku and his companions noticed the brown furry tail deliberately concealed within the folds of the visitor's attire. Scanning the cosmos, aside from the warrior race of scions, it was inconceivable to find another species sporting a monkey-like tail. There was no need for validation. Xiaofeng sprang forth, her braids flying high, proclaiming, "I wholeheartedly believe what he says." Perhaps a shared genetic code flowed deep within their veins, allowing them to sense an inexplicable kinship even across dimensional barriers. Son Goku, blissfully unaware, rested his arms behind his head, dismissing the concept of parallel universes. Who cares? Though I can't fathom what a parallel universe entails, this kid and Wufan are almost indistinguishable. Wufan sighed in exasperation. Didn't you encounter visitors from other timelines before? He gestured discreetly towards Trunks. The youthful Trunks appeared utterly perplexed, but Son Goku suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this just like that kid's situation?" He nearly spoke further, but refrained, mindful of the current Trunks being present, making it inappropriate to delve into matters concerning future Trunks. "We come from different timelines." The alternate Wufan waved his hand dismissively. "By rights, your timeline should precede mine by over 20 years, yet you seem even younger. It's all that Pilaf Gang's fault." Son Goku erupted into laughter, scratching the back of his head, the sound reminiscent of rustling leaves. "They foolishly used the Dragon Balls to turn me into a little brat. If Chi-Chi insisted on being pedantic, he could only gather the Dragon Balls anew." Wufan was well aware of this backstory. In the original narrative, the baby incident had delayed the wish, and later he could transform freely into Super Saiyan 4, a matter that was left unresolved. His feigned inquiry was merely a guise to appear oblivious to this world, sparing himself from endless probing by the inquisitive group. Grandpa, if we can't retrieve the Black Star Dragon Balls, Earth will be doomed in a year. Xiaofang stamped her foot in distress, but upon noticing the unfamiliar Wu Fan, she suddenly straightened her posture, forcing her youthful voice to adopt an air of maturity. This effort to appear grown-up only rendered her all the more endearing. Xiaofang lightly tapped her head by Wu Fan, who feigned confusion and said, "One moment you call me father, and the next you refer to Wukong as grandfather. Am I truly your father in this realm?" "Indeed, indeed." Xiaofang eagerly nodded. Compared to the Wu Fan from the parallel universe, she appeared exceptionally obedient in front of this dashing and handsome Wu Fan. Perhaps this was the innate closeness a daughter feels towards her father. After all, a daughter is often a father's little sweetheart in a past life, and one's appearance undoubtedly influences affection. The young girl tilted her head, scrutinizing Wu Fan, and suddenly found herself in a quandary. "But you look so young. When we stand together, we resemble siblings. Must I still call you father?" "Call me whatever you wish. It matters not," Wu Fan replied, slightly embarrassed. Although the combined experiences of 2 lifetimes made him nearly 30, the identity of a father felt exceedingly foreign to him. Xiaofang's eyes twinkled as she pondered. "Can I call you brother instead?" "Absolutely not." Trunks immediately interjected in protest. "A father is a father. To call him brother would be utterly inappropriate. Wouldn't tea that diminish Mr. Wu Fan's stature before me?" Son Wukong also chimed in. "Even if he hails from a parallel world, he is still your father." This martial enthusiast was not concerned about the hierarchy, but rather worried about the chaos that might ensue from the titles. Unsure whether to refer to Wu Fan as son or brother. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang's eyes brimmed with tears. Her pouty expression directed at Wu Fan was enough to melt anyone's heart. "Why are you scaring her?" Wu Fan protectively pulled Xiaofang close, shooting a glare at the two, declaring that any form of address was acceptable, each to their own. "By the way, Wukong, I have no intention of calling you father. That is of no consequence." Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. As laughter filled the air, the initial awkwardness dissipated. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That said, Wu Fan, you are far superior to your counterpart in this world. Let us spar." "Grandfather, do not bully him," Xiaofang interjected, spreading her arms protectively in front of Wu Fan. "Who doesn't he know you're the strongest in the universe? My brother won't he fight you?" However, Wukong wore an eager expression. "I have a feeling he might be even stronger than I am." This martial enthusiast's instincts were notoriously accurate. Both Xiaofang and Trunks were momentarily stunned, their gazes filled with surprise, collectively turning towards Wu Fan. They were well aware of the strength of the Wu Fan from the parallel universe, which was indeed significantly inferior to Wukong's. Especially after neglecting his training post-marriage, he could no longer even achieve Super Saiyan 2, let alone the mysterious power he once wielded to defeat Majin Buu. If this Wu Fan could truly rival Wukong, he must have remained steadfast in his training, a stark contrast to the scholar-like image they held of him in their memories. "How about this? Once the spaceship lands, we shall find a place to spar. Having traversed multiple timelines, I am eager to witness your current prowess," Son Wukong suggested enthusiastically. Xiaofang blinked with anticipation, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, are you really as strong as grandfather claims?" "Only a duel will reveal the truth," Wu Fan replied with a wry smile, raising his hands in surrender before turning to Wukong. "It seems refusing you will not deter your persistence. Your temperament remains unchanged across any timeline." Wukong grinned widely, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Ever since the Buu incident, I have not encountered a worthy opponent. Although OOB was decent, he still fell short in some aspects. I believe you will certainly push me to my limits." This was the quintessential Wukong style. He felt restless without a fight. Wu Fan understood that once he caught Wukong's attention, there was no escaping. Strangely, Wu Fan felt a similar sentiment at that moment. When one's strength surpasses others, the loneliness of being at the top is palpable, making it a rarity to find a match of equal caliber. The strength of Wukong from the main timeline still displayed some disparity, yet this version of Wukong, even with his diminished physical form, retained the card of Super Saiyan 3. If Wu Fan engaged with Super Saiyan 2, the outcome would indeed be unpredictable. As he pondered, Wu Fan suddenly felt a gentle tug at the corner of his clothing. Turning around, he saw Xiaofang tugging at his garment, her eyes glinting with mischief. "What is the matter?" Wu Fan inquired, puzzled. "Follow me," Xiao Fang exclaimed, seizing his hand and dragging him toward the cabin. Just before the door closed, she cheekily stuck her tongue out at Wukong and Trunks, declaring, "No peeking." Wukong shrugged indifferently, muttering, "So mysterious." Trunks suddenly clapped his thighs and exclaimed, "Wait. Xiao Fang, first give me the main control key." Xiao Fang made a face, tossing the key over her shoulder. Once Wu Fan was pulled into the cabin, he surveyed his surroundings. The spaceship was equipped with 2 rooms filled with disorganized supplies. It was evident that Xiao Fang intended to claim this space for herself. Just as the door shut, Xiao Fang released her grip and dove into the soft bedding with a joyful leap. Wu Fan, both amused and exasperated, asked Xiao Fang, "What on earth are you being so secretive about by dragging me in here?" Though she was his adopted daughter, her sweet, soft calls of daddy were undeniably endearing. However, leaving her there without explanation felt rather peculiar. Xiao Fang sat up straight, her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. "Grandpa says he can't stop talking about battles. It's so annoying. I want to hear about your world." She pulled at his arm, dragging him toward the bed, her knees creating 2 small indentations on the sheets. If it were an adult woman engaging in such behavior, one might have deemed it inappropriate. Yet, gazing at the little girl's fluffy hair swirl, Wu Fan's heart softened. She merely wished to monopolize her father's attention. "What do you want to hear?" he asked, ruffling her small head. "Start with Mom." Xiao Fang suddenly leaned in, her nose almost touching his chin. "Surely, you don't have a girlfriend in your timeline yet? Maybe your first kiss." Wu Fan nearly choked on his own saliva. Xiao Fang's demeanor shifted abruptly, her face flushing a deep crimson from her ears to her neck. "Oh, of course I do. Just last week, I went to the movies with a boy from the next class." She twisted the bedsheet into a swirling pattern with her fingers, who knew that her date had been interrupted by a robbery, and she had flung the assailant away, while her date fled faster than a rabbit. Wu Fan struggled to contain his laughter, feeling a knot form in his stomach. In the original story, this girl had been single until the age of 18. Yet now she presented herself as a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance. He feigned a worried sigh, saying, "It seems I must impose a curfew on you in this parallel world, lest some rogue boy charms you away." "Stupid brother," she retorted playfully. In an instant, Xiao Fang sprang up, her fists thudding against his shoulder with a resounding impact, her soft-footed antics rendering me unable to even touch her with my fingertips. Suddenly noticing the teasing glint in her eyes, I felt a surge of indignation and, in a fit of flustered anger, grabbed a pillow and smothered her, exclaiming, "I dislike you so much." The feathers of the pillow burst forth, eliciting laughter from Wu Fan, who remarked that her spirited outburst had more force than Aunt Chi-Chi's frying pan. Wu Fan gently pulled the round-cheeked Xiao Fang into his embrace, tousling her hair and saying, "I'm not teasing you anymore. Didn't you want to hear stories from my world? In your timeline, Baidili is still just a little squirt." He carefully omitted any inappropriate content, using concise sentences to narrate the tale to the little girl. Initially irked, Xiao Fang gradually became captivated by the plot, nestling into Wu Fan's arms as if listening to a fairy tale, occasionally probing for details. Their exchange was so warm and affectionate that it resembled that of a biological father and daughter. Curiously, Xiao Fang found herself naturally drawn to Wu Fan. Although her uncle in the parallel world cared for her, he was simply too dull. The age gap alone was enough to render him unengaging. In contrast, this young man exuded vitality, prompting her to feel an unbidden urge to be playful. As the story progressed into its latter half, Xiao Fang's eyelids began to droop, and eventually, clutching Wu Fan's shirt, she succumbed to slumber. Despite several futile attempts to pry her little hand away, Wu Fan resigned himself to remaining in that position, serving as her makeshift pillow. Throughout the ensuing journey, Wu Fan chose to remain aboard the spacecraft. Although he possessed the ability to teleport away, he decided to indulge Xiao Fang's persistent pleas for assistance in locating the Dragon Balls, opting to wait until their adventure concluded before returning. With Wu Fan present, Xiao Fang transformed dramatically. She eagerly volunteered for chores like mopping the floors and washing the dishes. Had her culinary skills been more commendable, she might have even taken over cooking duties. Even Wu Kong expressed his astonishment, stating he had never seen his granddaughter so enthusiastic about household tasks. Isn't this a bit extravagant? The cooking responsibilities, which had initially fallen to Trunks, were unexpectedly taken over by Wu Fan after he showcased his culinary skills one day, thus being thrust into the role of a full-time chef. In truth, He had always enjoyed culinary arts prior to his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe. But the terrifying appetite of the Scions had forced him to rely on ready-made meals. Now, having been appointed head chef by unanimous vote, he could only accept his fate. The two rest cabins on the spaceship were quickly reassigned, with Xiaofang unceremoniously shoving her grandfather and Trunks into one room while she claimed the other for herself, dragging Wu Fan along. Sharing a bed was of no concern, as they were ostensibly father and daughter. Besides, the little girl was an excellent sleeper, curling up like a koala in Wu Fan's embrace, neither snoring nor tossing about, which was a relief. Wu Fan was quite pleased with this arrangement, understanding that true grace was never merely a matter of eloquence. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Trunks lounged on the couch, idly flipping through magazines, while Wukong performed sit-ups on the floor and Wu Fan played card games with Xiaofang. King Bong, this is fantastic, I'm sure to win, Xiaofang exclaimed, tossing down her final 2 cards, raising her arms in jubilant celebration. With a mischievous smile, she seized a marker and pondered, what should I draw this time? How about this? The marker danced across Wu Fan's face as Xiaofang displayed her little tiger teeth in satisfaction, even flashing a victory sign. Wu Fan found himself utterly perplexed by the whimsical little girl. With his card-playing prowess, he could easily triumph over her even with his eyes closed. Yet, every time Xiaofang lost, she would sulk, pouting her lips in feigned discontent, and although he was well aware of her theatrics, he willingly let her win. Ironically, it was more taxing to lose to the inept Xiaofang than to win. However, the radiant smile that blossomed on her face when she claimed victory made it all worthwhile, even if it meant he ended up looking foolish. Suddenly, the entire spaceship trembled violently, causing everyone to stagger in disarray. Xiaofang tumbled directly into Wu Fan's embrace, and he immediately steadied himself to maintain balance. Wukong and Trunks, on the other hand, collided with each other, crashing against the cabin wall in a disheveled heap. What on earth is happening? Trunks exclaimed, his face contorted in confusion. The others hurriedly rushed to the porthole, only to witness spaceship components detaching and drifting into the vastness of space. We're doomed. Trunks' face turned ashen. Wukong was still trying to grasp the situation. What is going on? Something big is about to happen, Trunks stammered, pointing at the scene outside. Only Wu Fan understood that before their departure, Xiaofang had insisted on assisting with repairs, and after being dismissed by the adults, she had impulsively kicked the spaceship in frustration. At the time, it seemed inconsequential, but after a week of flight, the latent danger had finally manifested. Of course, he wouldn't bring that up. After all, who could bear to blame this innocent, carefree little girl? First, we need to find a place to make an emergency landing, Wu Fan reminded the dazed Trunks, emphasizing the necessity of a thorough inspection of the ship. Right. Immediately, Trunks dashed toward the cockpit. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. The cabin erupted with panicked cries as the spaceship rocked violently. Son Wukong staggered into his seat, hurriedly securing his safety harness. With only 2 lifeboat seats available, Wukong occupied one, leaving just one remaining spot. As Wu Fan was about to place Xiaofang in a seat, she clung tightly to his neck. Can we squeeze together? In truth, Wu Fan's strength ensured that he could hold her securely, but the little girl merely craved the warmth of his embrace. A knowing smile flickered in Wu Fan's eyes as he settled Xiaofang on his lap, fastening the safety belt to secure them both. Contentedly, she nestled against his chest, displaying no fear, but rather a sense of comfort as she closed her eyes. On the other side, after fastening his seatbelt, Wukong let out a sigh of relief. It was quite amusing to see such a top-tier warrior in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Trunks was sweating profusely at the control panel, the spaceship's controls shaking violently in his grip. We must make an emergency landing on a nearby planet immediately. Continuing to fly will lead to our demise. Are you joking? Xiaofang's back stiffened in alarm. I wish it were a joke. Trunks gritted his teeth, wrestling against the uncontrollable system as dangerous sparks flared on the dashboard. If they did not land promptly, they would ultimately be reduced to stardust. I don't want to die. I haven't even had a proper date yet. Xiaofang suddenly burst into tears, her earlier comfort vanishing entirely. Wukong anxiously queried, what about our mission to collect the Dragon Balls? It was remarkable that even in such dire circumstances, she was still fixated on that task, her thoughts utterly unconventional. Compared to such matters, my date holds far greater significance. Oh, I want to return home to my mother. Tearful Xiaofang was completely oblivious to the presence of Sun Wufan behind her, Perhaps she never considered that this embrace could herald a turning point. Do not worry. I assure you a safe landing. Trunks, gradually stabilizing his nerves, attempted to soothe her. Just as the insincerity of his words lingered in the air, Sun Wufan gently stroked her hair, declaring, "With me around, you shall not be harmed." Remarkably, Xiaofeng, who had just been sobbing uncontrollably, instantly ceased her tears, wiping her face with the back of her hand and once again encircling his waist. "Trust Trunks, even in the direst circumstances. I can use instant transmission to whisk us all away." Sun Wufan's calm voice brought complete tranquility to Xiaofeng. At that moment, she nestled tightly in this reassuring embrace, as if all dangers had vanished. Indeed, Sun Wukong suddenly slapped his forehead. "I can still use instant transmission." Wufan sighed inwardly, lamenting his father's hopeless obliviousness. Moreover, with his body reduced in size, he could not effectively execute instant transmission. Nevertheless, the spaceship merely faced a minor malfunction, and a habitable planet lay ahead, posing little danger. His mention of instant transmission was merely to instill confidence in Xiaofeng. Upon hearing Wufan's assurance, Trunks felt invigorated. Gripping the controls tightly, he navigated the jostling spaceship toward the distant planet. The azure orb soon appeared before them, resembling an oasis amidst a desert. "Prepare for landing." Trunks' face tightened with determination, his knuckles whitening from the strain of his grip. Though he was rich in theoretical knowledge, this was his first experience piloting a spaceship, and he appeared somewhat flustered in practice. The intelligent navigation system proved immensely helpful. Despite the vessel swaying like a drunken man, they successfully traversed the atmosphere without incident. The final landing, however, could only be described as violent, as the entire craft plunged into the desert like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Wufan, well prepared, securely protected Xiaofeng, while the other two passengers were jolted, seeing stars. As they exited the cabin, Wukong and Trunks stumbled, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. She gleefully tugged at Wufan's finger, a wave of security washing over her. "Your landing skills are quite abysmal," Wukong complained, rubbing his temples. It was the spaceship's sudden malfunction. Trunks defended himself, feeling unjustly accused. Xiaofeng, hiding behind Wufan, discreetly stuck out her tongue, not daring to admit that she had kicked the spaceship before departure. "Let us first check the spaceship," Wufan suggested with a smile, "and we can also search for spare parts on this planet." Trunks nodded and turned to enter the still smoldering cabin. Though Wufan appeared youthful, he was in fact older, having traversed time and space, and thus possessed a broader perspective. He acted with prudence, unlike his father Wukong, who concealed a playful heart beneath a mature exterior, nor did he resemble the naive Xiaofeng, who only knew how to frolic. Unbeknownst to them all, Wufan had become the nucleus of this group. Trunks swiftly completed the inspection of the spacecraft, discovering that only a minor component was missing, which relieved him greatly, as procuring the part should pose no challenge, and he was fully capable of executing the repairs himself. "Shouldn't we take the ship with us in a capsule? We know nothing about this planet, and losing it could lead to significant complications," Caffin cautioned, noting Trunks' apparent negligence. In the original story, it was precisely because they abandoned the ship that they later discovered it had been taken. "Indeed, Trunks, you are rather careless," Xiaofeng chimed in, making a playful face in agreement. She had become increasingly attached to Caffin, gripping his hand tightly, and even began to synchronize her speech with him. Trunks, exasperated by Xiaofeng, shook his head and chose to ignore her, instead extending his gratitude to Caffin before placing the spacecraft into the capsule. "Xiaofeng, can't you fly on your own? Must you cling to Caffin?" Wukong remarked helplessly from the side. As everyone soared towards the desert, Xiaofeng continued to hold onto Caffin's hand without any intention of letting go. Caffin was unbothered, but Wukong was keen on the idea of sparring with his son and was naturally reluctant to see his daughter monopolize Caffin's attention. "Grandpa is so annoying. If you want to compete with brother, just say so." "I certainly won't agree," Xiaofeng pouted, showing no signs of relinquishing her grip. At least not until after they procured the necessary parts to repair the spacecraft. Wukong, having been exposed by his granddaughter, felt a bit sheepish and refrained from further comment. Trunks jested, "You always claim you're not a child, yet is this not a display of childishness? Besides, it seems you've mistaken your target. Your real father is still on Earth. Mind your own business." "I dislike you, Trunks," Xiaofeng retorted, her cheeks puffed with indignation, prompting laughter from everyone around. Even Caffin couldn't help but smile, pondering that perhaps upon their return, He should wish for Shenron to grant Bibi a quicker growth so they could soon welcome this little bundle of joy. Welcome. Come and take a look. Here. First-class goods from Amigia are on special offer. The bustling market at the edge of the desert was alive with chatter. Amidst the vendors' calls, they learned that this planet was called Amigia, renowned for its trade. However, Wukong was acutely aware that beneath the surface of prosperity lay a harsh reality. Dongjia had monopolized all resources on the planet. The residents, aside from their own bodies, had no claim even to the air they breathed, which was owned by Dongjia. Any incoming spacecraft would be seized upon arrival, forcing newcomers into servitude. More terrifying was the presence of a fearsome bodyguard named Li Jike, who, in the original narrative, even Wukong required to transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat. Under this oppressive regime, merchants were compelled to engage in forced sales, merely to meet exorbitant rental fees. At that moment, Wukong was busy savoring the local delicacies, Trunks was on the lookout for spacecraft parts, while Xiaofang was enchanted by the jewelry displayed on the street. Observing her captivated by a necklace, Wukong smiled at the vendor and said, "Please wrap these up." He paid with the gold and silver he carried, earning a delighted embrace and kiss from his sister. Just as Trunks suggested they find lodging, a commotion erupted in the distance as a group of individuals clutching their wares rushed towards them. In an instant, Wu Fan lifted Xiao Fang into the air, aware that the farcical spectacle of aggressive bargaining had commenced. Sun Wukong and Trunks found themselves encircled by enthusiastic merchants who relentlessly stuffed various goods into their arms. Before long, Trunks was adorned with several new garments, a hat askew upon his head, and his face thickly smeared with rouge. Sun Wukong was no better off. His lips painted a vivid red, indulgently clutching a basket of fruits and savoring their sweetness. "You look absolutely splendid in this attire. This ensemble is bound to captivate everyone. Our master's craftsmanship is truly unparalleled." The merchants surrounded the two with effusive praise, entirely oblivious to Wu Fan and Xiao Fang floating above them. Trunks, bewildered, questioned, "What is the matter with the people of this planet?" These fruits are delightful," Sun Wukong mumbled between bites. Xiao Fang, having narrowly escaped a predicament, laughed heartily. "Grandpa, you both look utterly ridiculous." It was only then that Trunks snapped back to reality, urgently exclaiming, "We are here to purchase spaceship parts. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The merchants promptly revealed a heap of components before Trunks. The latest model at a discounted price of 10,000 Canadian dollars. This set is merely 50,000. No returns accepted. Staring at the exorbitant price tags, Trunks was left speechless. These parts were utterly useless to them. "Let us go." He urgently pulled the still munching Sun Wukong along. "But my fruits," Sun Wukong lamented, glancing back. It was then that the merchants finally realized what was happening and shouted in pursuit, "Stop! You haven't paid. Block their path. Quick, chase them." However, how could these ordinary people hope to catch up with Trunks and company? Wu Fan, holding Xiao Fang's hand, ascended into the sky, evading the gaze of those below, leisurely following Trunks and his companions. "Hee, brother, this planet is truly amusing. Trunks and the others are so foolish." Xiao Fang clapped her hands in delight, reveling in the spectacle. Wu Fan merely chuckled quietly, aware that had he not been present to protect his sister, she would likely have found herself in a similarly awkward predicament as Trunks, devoid of such leisure. "It's all your fault, Wukong. If you hadn't been preoccupied with eating, we could have escaped much earlier, instead of running several blocks to shake off our pursuers. And Wu Fan, you were so inconsiderate, watching as they charged at us without a word of warning, waiting for us to make fools of ourselves." After successfully evading the merchants, Trunks continued to complain incessantly, resembling a wronged bride. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though he had suffered some grave indignity. Trunks was indeed filled with grievances. The spaceship had encountered a malfunction shortly after launch, and while trying to procure parts, he had been besieged by hundreds of people. What embarrassed him the most was that Xiao Fang had been laughing at him throughout the ordeal, leaving him utterly humiliated. "It's just a trivial matter. Why dwell on it? After all, we haven't lost anything," Sun Wukong declared nonchalantly, reclining with his hands behind his head, a broad smile adorning his face. "Exactly. Trunks, you are being overly sensitive," Xiao Fang teased, sticking out her tongue. "I merely jested about you a little. Is it really necessary to fret about it all the way? Next time, I'll accompany you in your escape." At this moment, the kind-hearted Xiaofang felt somewhat guilty. It was then that Wu Fan spoke up. "Trunks, you truly need not be so concerned. Although they are mere mortals and you wish to avoid causing harm with your prowess, a mere display of intimidation would suffice for your escape. The precise control of one's aura is, in itself, a form of cultivation. Trunks was rendered speechless by these words. Indeed, in that moment, he had refrained from using his power for fear of inadvertently causing casualties and attracting further trouble. He could think of no alternative but to flee, and he was astonished to find that Wufan made it seem so simple. Upon reflection, these merchants, no matter how troublesome, were ultimately just ordinary people. A slight exhibition of strength would suffice to intimidate them without the need for actual violence. Wukong, who had remained silent, suddenly brightened at this revelation and eagerly inquired, Wufan, are you serious? What kind of cultivation is this? What do you mean by precise control of aura? All eyes turned toward Sun Wukong, as even the young girl understood the concept of microcontrol, while the esteemed martial arts master appeared clueless. More absurdly, this was hardly the time for discussing cultivation. Grandfather, could you please hold your horses? Xiao Fang glared at her grandfather, whose youthful appearance belied his age. The immediate priority was to find a place to stay. Wukong scratched his head and replied, all right, we can discuss it later. In the blink of an eye, they stood before the infamous establishment. Wufan, already aware of the outcome, made no attempt to intervene. After all, he had nothing better to do and saw no harm in indulging them. The unfolding events mirrored his memories precisely. The front desk robot processed their check-in for the luxurious suite and, as usual, treated Wukong as if he were luggage. This is your guest room. The mechanical attendant paused before the intricately carved wooden door. Upon opening it, Trunks gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this is far too extravagant. Even extraterrestrial visitors must adhere to such regulations. Perhaps due to the additional occupant, the suite was more spacious than he remembered. The gilded wall sconces cast a warm glow upon the silk-covered walls, while an exquisite enamel ornament graced the area beside the leather sofa. Wow! Xiao Fang's exclamation echoed from behind. Suspended in midair, Wukong wriggled his body. Hey, shouldn't you let me down now? Please pay the service fee. Please pay the service fee. The robot's chest plate suddenly slid open, revealing a coin slot that glimmered ominously. Its monotonous voice conveyed a sense of threat. Trunks, it seems to be asking you for something. Wukong called out to the boy, who was examining the crystal chandelier, utterly perplexed. Even robots are demanding tips now. Trunks muttered as he approached and dropped a coin into the slot with a clink. Thank you for your patronage. Have a pleasant evening. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call. After receiving the coin, the robot abruptly released its grip, and both Wukong and the luggage tumbled onto the carpet. As everyone stared in astonishment, the mechanical attendant glided away without a backward glance. The layout of the suite differed from the original text. The two bedrooms were situated on opposite sides, finally avoiding having the beds positioned directly in the living room. Clearly, the establishment was well aware that it was wise to take advantage of a full house and had deliberately upgraded their room type. Trunks sank into the plush embrace of the velvet sofa, exhaling a sigh of comfort. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm off to take a shower. Don't forget to wash up later, brother. With that, Xiao Fang unburdened herself of her backpack and, clutching a change of clothes, bounded towards the bathroom. Wufan, distracted, responded absent-mindedly while his gaze roamed over the ostentatious decor that filled the room. These gaudy embellishments paled in comparison to the practical technology of the Bulma household. Fortunately, the essential appliances were all present. He approached his father, who was rummaging through the refrigerator, and casually extracted 2 cans of soda. Trunks, catch. Trunks received the tossed beverage, opened one for himself, and settled into the sofa, switching on the television. Thanks. Taking a sip, he scrutinized the can's packaging and remarked, this tastes delightful. Reminiscent of locally sourced fruits. We should bring some back on our return. Suddenly, the television screen erupted with entangled images accompanied by breathy, suggestive sounds. Wufan, sipping his drink, nearly choked and hurriedly fumbled for the power button. What on earth is this? The station is airing such content. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. It wasn't that he was being overly prim. He merely considered the presence of minors in the room. Were he alone, he wouldn't mind studying the filming techniques of such films. However, the television stubbornly refused to turn off, and the visuals grew increasingly explicit, the suggestive sounds reverberating throughout the suite. It dawned on Wufan that this hotel's peculiar setup meant that once any device was activated, it could not be halted midway and would continue to incur charges. He hastily switched channels. skipping past several similar programs until he finally landed on a news station reporting on Eastern Jia. What is happening? Did I just hear something strange? Xiaofeng, preparing for her bath, rushed in. It's just the noise from the television. Wufan internally rejoiced at having changed the channel, relieved that he hadn't corrupted the young girl. Xiaofeng, still skeptical, returned to the bathroom, muttering, "What kind of program makes those weird sounds?" Just as Wufan exhaled a sigh of relief, he caught sight of Trunks, his face flushed, eyes darting nervously. Though Trunks was in his early 20s, as a sheltered young heir, the fleeting glimpse of the earlier scene had evidently left a significant impression on him. Understandingly, Wufan placed a hand on his shoulder and teased, "I suppose you've been rather sheltered at home? Now that you're out, why not take the opportunity to broaden your horizons?" Trunks initially appeared bewildered, but soon comprehension dawned, his ears turning crimson. "You can't be serious." Wufan shook his head, the esteemed heir of the Capsule Corporation, possessing both wealth and good looks. "If it were anyone else, they'd be seasoned in matters of the heart by now, not like you, so inexperienced. Every young person has their moments of infatuation." Trunks remained single not out of lack of desire, but due to the constraints of his social circle. The weight of his mother's business responsibilities rested on his shoulders, while his father's strict training regimen left little room for romantic pursuits. At that moment, Wufan's words intertwined with the earlier imagery in Trunks' mind, causing him to drift into thought. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, he chuckled wryly. "Wufan, stop joking with me. Honestly, I do wish to find love, but it requires meeting the right person. Life, as experienced by individuals like us, is often incomprehensible to ordinary girls." Wufan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Who says one must seek out an ordinary girl? No wonder you remain single." Trunks, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and curiously inquired, "You sound quite experienced?" This familiar question had been posed to Xiaofeng not long ago. Now it was his turn to be countered. Wufan smirked mischievously. "Of course. In my timeline, I am the husband of 2 ladies." He silently added to himself, "One of whom is your mother, Bulma." This revelation left Trunks utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the scholarly Wufan could lead such a contrasting life in a parallel world. In this realm devoid of marital constraints, Wufan's circumstances merely astonished Trunks regarding his friend's capabilities. "Setting aside my affairs, would you like to relax during this journey? I could introduce you to some girls," Wufan suggested, his tone playful, albeit with the caveat that this must remain a secret from Xiaofeng and Wukong. He was intrigued to witness how this innocent youth would fare in a more adult setting. Would Bulma be displeased to discover how he was leading her son astray? Suddenly, from the bathroom, Xiaofeng rushed out, wrapped in a bathrobe, exclaiming, "The faucet won't turn off." Her unexpected entrance interrupted the conversation. As Trunks stood to investigate, he tripped over a sudden chain at his feet. What on earth is this? He wondered, bewildered by the chain binding him. Wufan had anticipated such an occurrence, feigning surprise. He helped Trunks free himself while he carried Xiaofeng to inspect the bathroom. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, with the bathtub overflowing. "There is indeed a problem. Trunks, check if anything else seems amiss." Wufan feigned concern, guiding Xiaofeng towards the bedroom. "Hurry and change, you'll catch a cold dressed like that." Although her bathrobe was oversized, its fabric was not flimsy, and considering her extraordinary combat prowess, Wufan's worry was clearly unfounded. His insistence stemmed from a desire to shield Trunks and Wukong from seeing Xiaofeng in such attire, a reflection of his underlying male chauvinism. Xiaofeng, however, took his feigned concern to heart, feeling a sweetness bloom within her as she obediently dashed into her room to change. "This little one is already maturing," Wufan mused, recalling the sensation of holding her, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. Her soft form made it difficult for him to let go, and he could foresee her blossoming into a graceful figure in the future. At that moment, Trunks suddenly noticed that every piece of furniture concealed a meter, the numbers fluctuating wildly. Good heavens, the food in the refrigerator is overflowing. Wukong emerged from the kitchen in disarray, pursued by a cascade of ingredients. "This hotel is problematic." Trunks paled, realizing that he lacked the funds to cover the rapidly escalating charges. Just as Xiaofeng emerged in her new attire, she was met with the chaotic scene. Trunks in a panic and Wukong buried beneath a heap of food. "Run!" Trunks shouted, grabbing his backpack and preparing to dash outside. "Wait!" As Wukong clutched a bounty of food, he was abruptly seized by Trunks. Wu Fan intervened, urging his flustered companion, "It's pouring outside." We ought to wait until dawn before we leave, at least until the staff arrive. How can that be? Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. Despite the hotel's lack of integrity, he could not bring himself to dine and dash. Even Sun Wukong shook his head in disapproval, as they had always conducted themselves with honor. The only one remaining silent was Xiaofang. While she did not agree with such behavior, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to voice her opposition, given that it was Wu Fan's suggestion. I have had enough of you all. Wu Fan sighed, exasperation evident in his tone. The universe's mightiest warrior and the heir of the Universal Capsule Company are reduced to this? If you don't wish to stay for free, simply leave the payment at the front desk before departing. Folding his arms, he added, it's already generous of this dubious establishment to accept payment. What is there to deliberate? His words left both Wukong and Trunks momentarily dumbfounded, their faces flushing crimson. Huh, well said. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head and adjusting his misaligned sports collar. Why couldn't I see it this way? Trunks released his grip on the doorknob, murmuring with a heated ear, if it weren't for Wu Fan's intervention, we would likely be drenched in this downpour right now. Xiaofang, witnessing their chagrined expressions, erupted in laughter, delighted by the spectacle. Indeed, it was their brotherly figure, Wu Fan, who proved most reliable, rendering even the legendary invincible grandfather speechless. Interestingly, in the original storyline, Xiaofang was supposed to idolize Sun Wukong, her childhood memories and adventures binding her to a lifelong admiration that could have left her unmarried. There are claims regarding Sun Wukong's lineage, suggesting he is a descendant of Wu Tian rather than Wu Fan's bloodline. However, in this timeline, the girl's affections had quietly shifted. Watching Wu Fan tidy the bedding, Xiaofang jumped up, exclaiming, I want to share a room with Wu Fan. I'm so hungry I could devour a whole cow. Wukong groaned, patting his rumbling stomach and tactfully diverting the conversation as he dove into the food pile. Only Trunks remained, awkwardly stuck in place, torn between staying and leaving, as he had originally intended to remain but now seemed to be sulking. Wu Fan, suppressing a chuckle, offered a way out. Trunks, you and Wukong will continue to share a room. Xiaofang is with me. Let us tidy up. The blue-haired youth felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and shot a sharp glare at the snickering Xiaofang as he left. That expression of Trunks was priceless. As soon as the door closed, Xiaofang collapsed onto the tatami mat, rolling in laughter. Wu Fan lightly tapped her forehead. Keep your voice down. If they hear, it will only infuriate them further. The girl quickly covered her mouth, though her crescent-shaped eyes continued to tremble with mirth. All right, I understand. Let us rein it in. If you laugh any harder, your face might cramp, and then it wouldn't be pretty. No sooner had Wu Fan finished speaking than Xiaofang instantly composed herself, a terrifying image of her face twitching flashing through her mind, causing her to retract her neck and shake her head vigorously. Seeing her innocent demeanor, Wu Fan couldn't help but smile, gently patting her head. If you're hungry, either go ask Wukong for food or wait until I finish my shower to cook for you. I want to eat what you make. Xiaofang raised her hand enthusiastically. The refrigerator was filled with frozen meals, but nothing could compare to Wu Fan's culinary skills. During this period, her appetite had become quite spoiled. Very well, you may remain honest. Wu Fan initially intended to advise her against watching television, but then reconsidered. This girl is at a rebellious age. The more one forbids her, the more she is inclined to defy. Without a specific reminder, she might not even think to turn on the television. Brother, may I rub your back? Just as Wu Fan turned towards the bathroom, he was startled by Xiaofang's mischievous suggestion, causing him to stumble. Xiaofang giggled uncontrollably. What are you shy about? I'm still young. Even if we bathe together, it wouldn't matter. After all, you are still my father. Stop your nonsense. Wu Fan turned back and playfully gave her a light tap on the head. Ouch, that hurt. Xiaofang pouted, clutching her head. Wu Fan found himself utterly exasperated with her. It was entirely his fault for being too indulgent in the past. And now she was becoming increasingly unruly. It is worth noting that they were not biologically related. Wu Fan shared the same genes as his parallel universe counterpart. Thus, although Xiaofang was not his biological daughter, she was akin to one. Wu Fan adored her, yet he always maintained the appropriate boundaries of a father. If she were younger, bathing together might not be inappropriate, but she was growing increasingly aware, making such actions quite unsuitable now. The water in the tub, used by Xiaofang, had not been replaced in time, so Wu Fan had to make do with a quick rinse. To his dismay, the shower also malfunctioned. And after much hassle, he finally managed to dry himself. Once finished with his bath, Wu Fan prepared a lavish feast. The Scions devoured the meal ravenously, leaving the plates empty in no time. Only Wukong, already full from frozen food, looked longingly at the spread, feeling anxious. You are all so cunning. You only cooked once I was full. Wukong stomped his feet in frustration. For a battle enthusiast, watching delicious food without being able to eat was far worse than not having a fight at all. Blame Grandpa for being so greedy. He brought this upon himself. Xiaofang stuck out her tongue and made a face. At dawn the following day, Trunks left some money on the table, and the group quietly departed, entirely unconcerned about the hotel possibly pursuing them for skipping out on the bill. The three of them donned local attire from Jamaica, all borrowed from the hotel. As they walked the streets, their outfits still appeared somewhat out of place, but at least they no longer attracted the same attention as the previous day. The local residents seemed to have accepted these outsiders as their own, no longer daring to bully them. Trunks was tasked with searching for spaceship parts, while Sun Wukong leisurely followed behind, and Wu Fan was being energetically pulled around by Xiaofang, who was eager to explore. This curious girl purchased an abundance of flashy trinkets, and Wu Fan willingly indulged her shopping desires, as the currency was easily acquired and he spared no expense. As Xiaofang sat on a park bench licking an ice cream cone, the evening glow painted the sky in hues of red. Brother, Trunks and Grandpa have been gone for quite a while just to buy a few parts. What could be taking them so long? She finally remembered to ask. Wu Fan understood all too well. This planet, monopolized by Dongjia, could not possibly supply spaceship components. Yet he reassured her, with their abilities, they will be fine. Perhaps they are facing some challenges. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the distance. Xiaofang waved excitedly. Grandpa, over here. However, the approaching duo wore grave expressions. Have you been forced into purchasing something? The girl inquired. If that were the case, it would actually be simpler. Trunks sighed despondently. The entire commercial district lacked spaceship parts, and we nearly faced capture. They claim that private ownership of spaceships is a grave offense. Sun Wukong scratched his head in addition. Trunks explained in a somber tone. This planet is under the control of Dongjia, who oversees everything. The residents must pay rent for their basic necessities. Otherwise, their property will be confiscated. What? Is there truly such a detestable individual? Xiaofang exclaimed, her eyes widening, then tilted her head to ask, but how does this relate to our spaceship? The trouble lies here. Even extraterrestrial visitors must adhere to this regulation. In other words, aside from our personal clothing, all our belongings are under Dongjia's control. Trunks, agitated, ran his fingers through his hair and added, to prevent residents from fleeing Emigia, that tyrant outright forbids private ownership of spacecraft, and now we can't even procure parts. Oh no, without parts, we can't repair the spaceship. Without repairs, Xiaofang fretted, pacing anxiously in circles before suddenly stopping and clenching her fists. Wait, let us go to Dongjia and demand the parts. Trunks shook his head with a wry smile. I fear that won't work. You've seen his demeanor. Let us give him a good beating first. Wukong suddenly perked up, eager to demonstrate his skills and stretch his limbs. After all, it's not a bad deed to bully a villain. Grandfather. Xiaofang stamped her foot in frustration. Can't you think for a moment? If we knock him out, we still won't obtain the parts. She turned to the ever-silent Wu Fan. What do you think, brother? Wu Fan, with a resolute gaze, nodded. I concur with taking the initiative. Dongjia's warehouse surely has supplies, and eliminating such a menace is a righteous act. Excellent. Xiaofang cheered, raising her fist, which prompted Wukong to exclaim, that is unfair. I said something similar to Wu Fan. Why do you only criticize me? Because you're only thinking about fighting. The girl retorted, hands on her hips. Wukong fell silent, scratching his head in a comical fashion. Trunks interjected with concern. However, it is said that Dongjia is accompanied by a super bodyguard named Lijike, who is unmatched on this planet. If we disturb such a formidable opponent, our plans for the Dragon Ball's Lijike? Wukong's eyes suddenly sparkled, his previously languid demeanor stiffening instantly. He coughed discreetly, yet the upward curve of his lips betrayed his true thoughts. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. If we don't confront Dongjia, our quest for the Dragon Balls will be delayed. What alternative do you propose for leaving Emigia? The pressing matter is to deal with Dongjia and Lijike to acquire what we need. Xiaofang immediately chimed in. Trunks, stop hesitating. Brother is right. You really are a little sycophant. Trunks sighed in resignation, realizing he had no other choice. Dongjia's lair was situated within the planet's colossal castle, visible from the skies. This egotist, in his quest for authority, perpetually puts on airs, demanding worship from his subjects, and could easily gather information about his whereabouts from any passerby. However, the inhabitants of Amigia, though outwardly submissive, secretly harbor a desire to consume one another. It has come to my attention that Wu Fan and his companions are intent on confronting Dongjia, and each one eagerly vies to provide directions. In midair, Trunks suddenly interjects. Shouldn't we devise a plan? Are we truly going to storm in and seize the spaceship parts? That fellow will surely deem us mad. Wukong, unfazed, retorts. What does it matter? As long as we obtain the parts, that's all that counts. Grandpa, don't complicate matters. Xiaofang, wide-eyed, points out the multitude of guards within the castle. A brazen intrusion would undoubtedly alert everyone. I believe we should sneak in instead. Just as Trunks nods in agreement, Wu Fan interrupts. That's unnecessary. Those insignificant foes cannot possibly hinder us. We can simply fly over them. Even if a few formidable leaders are stirred, Wukong can handle them, for no one on this planet is his match. Excellent, Wukong exclaims, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Xiaofang, exasperated, admonishes Grandpa. Please don't get so caught up in fighting that you forget the main objective. I know. Wukong mumbles. After all, I am a grandfather. It's precisely because you act this way that I worry. Xiaofang pouts, but reassures herself that with her brother overseeing matters, there would be no major catastrophe. Xiaofang, you really have lost faith in me. You were not always like this, Wukong complains, scratching his head. The little girl who once clung to him has now grown up, treating him as if he were the child. Xiaofang sticks out her tongue. I understand things now. It seems you are becoming more childlike. Wukong falls silent, his dejected demeanor eliciting muffled laughter from Wu Fan and Trunks. Only Wu Fan can manage this sharp-tongued girl. Trunks casts a furtive glance at Wu Fan, pondering why Xiaofang behaves so obediently in his presence, as if she were an entirely different person. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves suspended above the Dongjia castle, their presence undisguised as they plunge directly towards the courtyard. Halt! Intruders shall perish. The guards finally react, unleashing a barrage of energy beams. However, the accuracy of this disorganized mob is severely lacking, with only a few stray shots prompting Wu Fan and the others to slightly adjust their positions. Stand down. A robust man steps forward from the crowd, accompanied by a similarly petite woman. The guards, as if granted a reprieve, promptly lower their weapons. The duo exchanges a glance and simultaneously unleashes a brilliant energy blast. Just in time, Wukong exclaims, spinning to counter their assault, the azure wave effortlessly dismantling their offensive and propelling him towards the distant rooftops. At that critical moment, a figure on the eaves casually waves a hand, dispersing the shockwave, the bright light illuminating his stern features. Re-kick. Wu Fan's pupils constrict. Father, you handle him. We shall take care of this. Re-kick, who is not even a match for the first level of Super Saiyan, fails to pique Wu Fan's interest. Is that really Re-kick? He is indeed formidable. Wukong, filled with excitement, rubs his hands together, tossing out a cautionary remark to ensure their safety before dashing towards Re-kick. It's always like this. How can I possibly relax? Xiaofang pouts in dissatisfaction. Wu Fan affectionately ruffles her hair. Don't say that. After all, he is your grandfather. All right. I shall refrain from further remarks. Xiaofang exhibited an astonishingly docile demeanor before Wu Fan, provoking a roll of the eyes from Trunks. Wu Fan, how shall we deal with these individuals? Trunks gestured towards Gale and his entourage. Wu Fan dismissively waved his hand. No need to concern ourselves with them. They are mere trifles. The trio then soared towards the palace, leaving Gale stranded below, caught in a dilemma due to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Realizing that pursuing them would be futile, boom, the palace doors were forcefully kicked open by Xiaofang, her voice preceding her presence. Dongjia, come out. With Wu Fan's backing, she strode in with unwavering confidence. Inside the palace, Dongjia, adorned in red with pink hair, was reveling in a towering pile of cash. No matter how I count it, it seems never-ending. However, a shrill phone call abruptly shattered his blissful reverie. What is all this racket? He snapped, picking up the receiver with an air of annoyance. This is bad. Intruders have breached our defenses, and Lord Gale could not hold them back. You worthless fools. I've wasted so much money on you. Dongjia furiously slammed the phone down and commanded Raikik to come immediately, just as he was about to activate the surveillance. The main door exploded open with a resounding crash. Xiao Fang charged in first, followed closely by Wu Fan and Trunks. "Who are you?" Dong Jia exclaimed, a mixture of anger and surprise on his face. "We are fully aware of your crimes," Xiao Fang declared, hands on her hips, her fury palpable. Dong Jia's expression shifted dramatically. "It appears you know far too much." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Fang's fist was already hurtling towards him. Having heard from Wu Fan that he could be taught a lesson, she dashed forward without hesitation, determined to subdue him before acquiring the spaceship parts. Suddenly recalling the original storyline, Wu Fan shouted, "Xiao Fang, retreat." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Dong Jia coldly pressed a button on the table, directing a blinding beam of light straight at Xiao Fang. While the attack was not lethal, Wu Fan, wishing to shield Xiao Fang from harm, instantaneously teleported beside her and pushed her out of harm's way. Caught off guard, Xiao Fang gasped as she steadied herself, only to witness the beam striking Wu Fan. "Brother!" she cried, tears brimming in her eyes. Had it not been for his protective instinct, Wu Fan would never have been hit. Wu Fan found himself ensnared within a white cylindrical energy shield, crackling with arcs of electricity, evidently filled with high-voltage currents. Yet, he maintained his composure, reassuringly stating, "Xiao Fang, do not fear, such trivial contraptions cannot harm me." Seeing Wu Fan unharmed, Xiao Fang finally exhaled in relief but still rushed forward, intent on shattering the shield to rescue him. "Is that futile? Then let us see how you fare against this." Dong Jia cackled as he pressed another button, and dozens of machine guns emerged from the palace ceiling. Perish! Countless red energy projectiles rained down like a tempest, engulfing not only Wu Fan, but also Xiao Fang and Trunks who had rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds reverberated, shaking the entire palace amidst a cloud of smoke. Dong Jia's smirk of triumph froze on his face the next moment. "This is impossible." Through the haze, three figures gradually emerged, Wu Fan cradling Xiao Fang, Trunks crouched beside them, all three unscathed. Such a degree of assault could not harm Xiao Fang in the slightest, let alone Wu Fan and Trunks. In truth, Wu Fan deliberately allowed himself to be ensnared by the energy shield, intending to impart a lesson to Xiao Fang, urging her not to act recklessly again. Judging by the current situation, the outcome seems quite effective. "Brother, I am sorry. It is all my fault for being so impulsive," Xiao Fang exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes as she sprang from Wu Fan's embrace. Wu Fan gently brushed her nose with his finger and smiled. "As long as I am here, you may cause as much trouble as you wish. However, when you are alone, you must exercise utmost caution." "Understood." Xiao Fang's heart warmed, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "That fellow is now your responsibility." Wu Fan turned to gaze at Dong Jia, who was trembling in his chair. At this moment, Dong Jia's ally, wreak, was locked in fierce combat with Son Wukong high above, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Once Wukong had his fill of play, he could easily dispatch him. Xiao Fang smirked, advancing with clenched fists. Dong Jia's face turned pale, and he scrambled back in a panic, shouting, "Do not be arrogant. Once Lord wreak arrives, you shall see how this ends." "Huh, are you referring to the one up there?" Xiao Fang pointed to the gaping hole above, just in time to witness Son Wukong transform into a golden warrior, delivering a beating to wreak that left him utterly disoriented. This hole was created by Dong Jia's earlier reckless attacks. As Dong Jia glanced up, a thunderous crash erupted as Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha, shattering the desk piled high with cash. Dong Jia's legs turned to jelly. Wukong landed gracefully, grinning at the ruins where wreak lay. "If you practiced more, you would surely become stronger. I too have worked tirelessly to improve. Let us spar another day." "Humph," grumbled wreak, battered and lying amidst the rubble, yet an inexplicable smile crept across his face. Although he had been hired at a high price by Dong Jia as a bodyguard, he had never relished taking orders and had little interest in his employer's affairs. This encounter with Son Wukong had elicited a sense of mutual respect, prompting him to abandon his post. As Dong Jia attempted to command him against Wu Fan and his companions, wreak responded with a powerful punch. The subsequent developments mirrored the original narrative. Under Xiao Fang's enthusiastic meddling, Dong Jia was compelled to abolish all tyrannical clauses, allowing the Amigia people to reclaim their freedom at last. Not only did Wu Fan and his companions successfully procure the spaceship parts, but they also became celebrated benefactors on the entire planet, with grateful residents even desiring to erect a statue in their honor. It was only then that Dong Jia recognized his tarnished image in the eyes of the populace, Filled with remorse, he vowed to reform himself and become a competent leader. Having just concluded his urgent matters, Wukong eagerly bounded over to his grandson. There stood Wukong, slightly shorter, gazing up with eyes shimmering like a puppy seeking scraps. Anyone familiar with Wukong's temperament would understand that this was a clear indication of his restlessness and desire for a fight. To an outsider unaware of the context, it might appear as though a child was merely pestering an adult for sweets. "Grandfather, could you please calm down? We have yet to make any progress on locating the Dragon Balls." Xiaofeng interposed protectively before Wufan. Wukong pouted and grumbled, "But Wufan clearly promised me. Besides, I didn't get enough action against wreak earlier. I simply want to see how strong Wufan has become." As the words escaped his lips, not only did Sun Wukong perk up, but even Trunks and Xiaofeng were all ears, for curiosity about Wufan's true prowess was palpable. Xiaofeng opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Wufan was acutely aware that avoiding a contest with Sun Wukong was not an option. Otherwise, it would haunt him for a lifetime. Moreover, the blood of a scion coursed through his veins, and since his victory over Broly, he had not engaged in genuine combat. Regrettably, Wukong's current strength had diminished significantly, and he had yet to transcend to the Super Saiyan 4 form. Otherwise, Wufan could showcase the Super Saiyan 4, which he had never utilized in actual battle. Admittedly, he had previously employed the Super Saiyan 4 form for other purposes, never demonstrating it in combat. "Very well. It seems I must reveal some of my true abilities," Wufan declared. "Let us proceed to the desert, where we can unleash our full potential." Wufan accepted the challenge eagerly. Wukong leapt with joy, and Trunks and Xiaofeng displayed expressions of anticipation, completely forgetting their initial disapproval of the contest. The group swiftly arrived at the heart of the desert, far removed from the habitation of the Amigians. Here, they could devastate the vast expanse of sand without concern, as long as the entire planet remained unharmed. "Wukong, since we are both Scions, there is no need for pretense. Your current form restricts your strength. You might as well transform into Super Saiyan 3 directly." Wufan floated in the air, gazing across at Wukong from several hundred meters away. "True enough," Wukong grinned, "but is it truly wise to leap straight to Super Saiyan 3? Despite his words, the fervent spirit of battle ignited within him, prompting him to transform immediately. With a swift motion, Wukong erupted with an astonishing aura, effortlessly achieving the Super Saiyan 1 form. Transitioning to Super Saiyan 2 required a brief moment of focus, but by the time he reached Super Saiyan 3, he had expended all his energy. In his Super Saiyan 3 form, his golden locks cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow furrowed, and his emerald eyes regained their dark pupils. His surrounding aura solidified into a radiant glow, no longer fluid as it typically was. "This power is overwhelming." Trunks and Xiaofeng gasped in astonishment. It was no wonder Wukong was hailed as the mightiest warrior. This energy far exceeded their expectations. At that moment, only Wukong could assume the form of Super Saiyan 3, while Vegeta remained at Super Saiyan 2, and the parallel world-s Wufan struggled to maintain even Super Saiyan 1. Trunks had diligently honed his skills, but Sun Wutian had long since neglected his martial arts, finding himself in a predicament akin to that of parallel Wufan. Even if Wutian and Trunks successfully fused, it would be a challenge for them to reach the Super Saiyan 3 level. Meanwhile, in a remote area of Amigia, wreak, who had recently been defeated by Wukong, suddenly looked up, his face reflecting horror. Is this the aura of Sun Wukong? Has he become this powerful? It appears he concealed his strength during our previous encounter. But on Amigia, who else could provoke him to unleash such might? Without hesitation, wreak raced toward the source of Wukong's energy, eager to uncover the secret behind his newfound strength and to witness the legendary warrior's opponent. Amidst the swirling sands, Wufan sensed the overwhelming aura, his eyes glinting with astonishment. Sun Wukong truly lived up to his reputation. Even with his diminished stature and waning power, he could still maintain such astonishing strength. The countenance of the young warrior gradually took on a serious demeanor. Even in his diminished Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong still surpassed his Super Saiyan 2 state. This realization made him acutely aware that in his complete form, Wukong's base combat strength was likely on par with his own. Now, that was invigorating. With a slight smile at the corner of his lips, Wufan let out a sharp exclamation and, in an instant, transcended from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2. His hair billowed, electric arcs danced around him, and his expression grew increasingly formidable. How incredibly handsome. Xiao Fang clasped her hands over her heart, her cheeks flushed with color. Trunks cast a helpless glance at the infatuated girl beside him, only to be further awed by Wu Fan's imposing presence. This power was only a hair's breadth less than the current Super Saiyan 3 Wukong. Wu Fan, are you still unable to break through to Super Saiyan 3? Wukong inquired, a hint of disappointment in his tone. After all, in full force, his Super Saiyan 2 form was closely matched with Wu Fan's. If you can defeat me in my current state, I will let you witness a power that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. Wu Fan replied coldly. Surpassing Super Saiyan 3? A fervent light ignited in Wukong's eyes, his battle spirit soaring. Then let us begin, he thundered, launching a punch directly at his opponent. The moment their arms collided, a thunderous sound erupted. What appeared to be a simple clash was, in fact, a precise control of energy contained within the confines of their engagement, without the slightest hint of leakage. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. Trunks and Xiao Fang could only catch fleeting glimpses of distorted space, utterly unable to keep pace with the phantasmagorical speed of the two combatants. The battlefield oscillated between the sky and the sandy ground, with deep craters continuously emerging from the swirling sand. Is this the power of top-tier warriors? Trunks was left speechless. At that moment, wreak, arriving on the scene, was struck with awe by the spectacle before him, staggering and nearly falling from the heights. Trunks, can you discern their movements? Xiao Fang anxiously tugged at her companion's sleeve, aware that she was vastly outmatched compared to Wu Fan and Wukong, feeling somewhat disheartened even to be a mere spectator. Isn't this just absurd? Trunks lamented, also feeling dejected. Their strength utterly overwhelms me. We are not even in the same league. Hearing Trunks' words, Xiao Fang felt a slight equilibrium restore to her mood. Nevertheless, the more powerful Wu Fan became, the stronger her admiration for her brother grew. With such a formidable protector, she felt no fear, even when recklessly traversing the cosmos. Meanwhile, wreak struggled to extricate himself from the sand, still gazing at the fierce battle above, utterly astonished. Such formidable beings exist in this world. It seems Son Wukong was not mistaken. I truly need to double my training efforts. However, the person battling Son Wukong appeared to be his companion. Perhaps they have yet to unleash their full potential. Since this was merely a sparring match among allies, it would naturally lack the ferocity of a life-and-death struggle. Contemplating this possibility, wreak shuddered, unable to fathom the terrifying spectacle that would ensue if those two were to unleash their full energy. The clash between Wu Fan and Wukong did not stagnate for long. After hundreds of exchanges, it became evident that Wu Fan, slightly inferior in strength, was gradually falling behind. Ha, Wu Fan, this time victory is mine. Wukong displayed a confident smile, seizing the opportunity to strike, delivering a sudden kick. At that moment, Wu Fan found it too late to alter his strategy. Don't celebrate too soon. The corners of Wu Fan's mouth curled upward as he abruptly teleported behind Wukong, executing a retaliatory kick. Instant transmission? I can do that too. Wukong's figure flickered, yet he oddly appeared in an unexpected position. Although he narrowly evaded Wu Fan's assault, he remained directly in front of his opponent. What on earth is happening? Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Wu Fan, however, would not grant him a moment's respite, decisively thrusting a kick that sent Wukong plummeting from the sky. Initially, Wu Fan had intended to defeat Wukong in his Super Saiyan 2 form, but the current circumstances revealed that relying solely on this state to conquer Super Saiyan 3 Wukong was nearly impossible. He had already exerted his full strength, nearly resorting to the Kaioken to reverse the situation. With only the power of Super Saiyan 2, Wu Fan realized he must seize every opportunity and relentlessly pursue victory. Before Wukong could rise, Wu Fan dove down at high speed, harnessing the gravitational potential of his fall, his fist coalescing with all his might before striking down fiercely. Though he couldn't fathom why Wukong often utilized instant transmission, winning against him would not be so simple. Naturally, Wukong would not remain passive, quickly flipping to stand upright, stepping forward to meet Wu Fan's descending attack with a punch. Go, brother. Defeat Grandpa. Xiao Fang finally managed to discern the movements of the two, shouting excitedly. Trunks shook his head helplessly. Xiao Fang, your favoritism is glaringly obvious. Mind your own business. Xiao Fang retorted defiantly, hands on her hips. If Grandpa wins, he will become insufferably smug, pestering brother for matches every day. If Wu Fan emerges victorious, wouldn't Wukong be even more relentless in challenging him? Right. Xiao Fang rested her chin on her hand, her eyes twinkling as she suddenly raised her fist and exclaimed, "Brother, just knock Grandpa down. Let him never dare to challenge you again." Thud. Trunks buried his face in the sand. At this moment, the battle had reached a fever pitch. As Wukong and Wu Fan confronted each other with all their might, they had yet to unleash their world-shattering techniques. Yet the energy erupting from their blows shook the heavens. Boom. The roar was even more intense than before, a surge of energy bursting forth, then oddly retracting, creating a visible vortex of energy within the spherical space, warping even the light around it. Wukong's forehead pulsed with veins, his fingertips exerting power. Once he entered combat, his gaze focused solely on his adversary. Growing bolder with each exchange, Wu Fan matched his intensity, having previously gained a clever victory. To resort to tricks again would be dishonorable. Moreover, after enduring that flying kick, the two were surprisingly evenly matched. In a prolonged battle, I would undoubtedly lose, but I cannot afford to be defeated. A fierce determination ignited in Wu Fan's eyes. Not only was his sister present, but he also bore the pride of a traveler. He had always triumphed over others. How could he falter now? Even in the face of Super Saiyan 3, surrender was not an option. Roar. Wu Fan's fist cracked, blood seeping from his gums as he strained to extract every ounce of his strength. Since the standoff was disadvantageous, he resolved to push beyond his limits. Even if it is but a fleeting moment of eruption, one must strive to alter the course of battle. To his astonishment, just as he exerted his strength, Wukong simultaneously escalated as well. Under the collision of two energies that transcended their limits, the equilibrium remained unshattered. What nonsense is this? Wu Fan's pupils constricted sharply, an unwilling inferno igniting within his chest. The obsession to defeat Sun Wukong tore at every nerve. Crack! A barely perceptible sound of fracture echoed within his body. A surge of primordial chaotic energy suddenly rushed in. Though it was but a mere thread, it propelled Wu Fan's combat prowess to an exponential height. Even he was left astounded. This power? Wukong, on the opposite side, was equally horrified. Just as he was about to claim victory through sheer will, his opponent's energy surged geometrically. Before he could react, an overwhelming force had already sent him flying. Boom! The golden figure sliced through the air, carving a 1,000-meter ravine in the desert. Fortunately, he was merely shaken by the shockwave. Had he been struck directly by this explosive force, Wukong would surely have sustained severe injuries. What is happening? Wukong steadied himself, his expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Is this the power that Wu Fan had mentioned, surpassing Super Saiyan 3? No, it resembled more the latent potential that the old Kaioshin had once guided him to awaken. Suddenly, Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is that kind of power. It seems that Wu Fan has yet to fully harness it. Nevertheless, it is truly remarkable that he has achieved such a level without activating his latent potential. Wukong actually lost. Trunks stood in shock, unable to close his mouth. This feat, which even his father Vegeta had failed to accomplish, was achieved by Wu Fan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This news would surely be met with disbelief. Xiao Fang was initially taken aback, but soon erupted into jubilant cheers. Though she had been rooting for Wu Fan, she had not anticipated his victory. Witnessing it firsthand only deepened her admiration for him. On the contrary, Wukong wore a face of delight. For him, having a worthy opponent was a cause for celebration. What he dreaded most was the absence of challengers. This mysterious power, even Wu Fan himself found somewhat incredulous, unexpectedly breaking through at a critical moment. Even more astonishing was that this force was invoked while in Super Saiyan state. Though it was merely a leak of energy, it was sufficient to serve as a direction for further research. Wu Fan firmly believed that he would soon master it completely. Originally, he had only accompanied his father for training, yet unexpectedly gained a breakthrough, which was truly delightful. Congratulations, Wu Fan, you have grown stronger. The recently restored Wukong approached, expressing admiration, having not anticipated the existence of untapped power. Once the Dragon Balls are gathered, should we go to the Kaioshin realm to have the old Kaioshin assist you in fully unlocking it? Wu Fan then recalled that this was the realm of time. The old Kaioshin had long been unsealed. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. No need, I wish to comprehend it on my own. If he remained at a loss, perhaps he would consider the suggestion. However, Having glimpsed the path, self-exploration would evidently be more advantageous for mastering this power. The Wu fan of the parallel world, due to long-term neglect and training, had experienced a significant decline in strength, and even the mysterious power had not been retained. Perhaps the old Kaishin's ability was merely a transient activation, not necessarily achieving full development. After all, that old man was rather unreliable. This is also beneficial. The strength gained through self-discipline is easier to control. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, for he indeed possessed considerable experience in this realm. Brother, Grandpa, Xiaofeng rushed in swiftly, diving into Wu Fan's embrace, her voice laced with concern. Brother, you weren't hurt, were you? Trunks followed closely behind, gazing at Wukong and Wu Fan with profound admiration. Despite his relentless efforts to potentially transcend to Super Saiyan 2 or even 3, he knew that, constrained by his innate talent, he could never catch up to these two. Wukong pouted, feigning dissatisfaction. Xiaofeng, why aren't you worried about my injuries? Although he cherished his granddaughter dearly, he felt an increasing distance in their relationship, even fearing that one day Xiaofeng might not recognize him. With his simplistic mind, he attributed this to being regarded unfavorably after his transformation, and he resolved to gather all the Black Star Dragon Balls to restore his former appearance as soon as possible. Upon seeing that Wu Fan was unharmed, Xiaofeng sighed in relief, sticking out her tongue at Wukong. It's your fault for insisting on a duel. If you got hurt, it would be self-inflicted. Wukong immediately wilted, appearing deeply disheartened. Well, Grandpa is so formidable. How could he easily sustain injuries? Seeing his despondence, Xiaofeng's heart softened as she offered comforting words. This statement instantly revitalized Wukong. As he shifted his focus excitedly to Wu Fan, didn't you just mention showcasing power beyond Super Saiyan 3? Do it now. Power beyond Super Saiyan 3. Xiaofeng and Trunks exclaimed in unison. Super Saiyan 3 was already immensely powerful. Did such further strength truly exist? Brother, you're not joking, are you? Xiaofeng asked, her face filled with skepticism. Wu Fan gently flicked her nose. Is my word so untrustworthy? No. Xiaofeng shook her head vigorously. It's just that Super Saiyan 3 is already formidable enough. The idea of surpassing it is simply unimaginable. But since it's you, brother, it must be true. Wu Fan laughed heartily, setting Xiaofeng down and teasingly approaching Wukong. Wukong, we had an agreement that you would defeat me first before I demonstrate. But I clearly won just now. Wukong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, that was merely a moment of oversight. Don't take it too seriously. Indeed, Wukong at Super Saiyan 3 should have been stronger than Wu Fan at Super Saiyan 2, had it not been for his excessive use of instant transmission draining his stamina, allowing Wu Fan to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Brother, Xiaofeng gently tugged at Wu Fan's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to see it too. Wu Fan had intended to merely amuse them, but upon witnessing her eagerness, he ruffled her hair with a smile. Very well, in light of your assistance, Wukong, I shall make an exception and let you witness Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. The trio gasped in unison. Wukong leaned forward abruptly. Wait. You can't even transform into Super Saiyan 3. How can you suddenly transcend to Super Saiyan 4? Who said one must follow a linear progression? Wu Fan raised an eyebrow. Interrupting, just watch closely. After saying this, he pushed Wukong back to his original position, which prompted Xiaofeng to glare at her father in frustration. Concealed behind the rocks, Raikik trembled, his nails digging deep into his palms. How could they still evolve under such oppressive circumstances? The residual energy from their earlier battle had already left him breathless, and now Wu Fan's surging power felt like an endless cosmic tide, utterly shattering his lifelong aspirations. At the very least, I could witness the legendary Raikik, grimacing as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was undoubtedly aware that he had long been seen through, yet those scions lacked even the interest to expel him, akin to ants devoid of the qualification to be regarded. The enigma of the Super Saiyan 4 lay in the awakening of one's bloodline. Suddenly, the white light surrounding Wu Fan collapsed, his voice wavering amidst the storm. With sufficient opportunity, even a Super Saiyan Grade 1 could unleash a force. The white aura erupted into a spiraling vortex that reached towards the heavens, instantly shredding the sand and stones into powder. Wukong crossed his arms to shield himself, his combat boots carving deep furrows into the ground. Xiaofeng and Trunks had already been hurled several meters away, desperately clinging to the protruding rocks. The mere aftershock caused Wukong's pupils to constrict violently. Within his perception of energy, the core of the tornado was undergoing a dimensional leap, each passing second overturning his understanding of the Scion limits. As the crimson light pierced through the storm, the entire expanse of the desolate land trembled. Wukong beheld the increasingly distinct figure, adrenaline surging wildly. This was a power that transcended all known forms, a truly legendary force. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, he could not possibly withstand a single strike from the Super Saiyan 4 form, and ultimately, he had to relinquish that thought. The ravaging winds persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Had it merely been a transformation, Wu Fan would have already mastered the Super Saiyan 4 form to perfection, requiring no such astonishing display. However, in order to allow Wukong and the others to deeply appreciate the might of the Super Saiyan 4, he intentionally released his aura fully, resulting in this awe-inspiring spectacle. As the storm began to dissipate, the scarlet hair and robust silhouette became increasingly clear, and Wu Fan's Super Saiyan 4 form was fully unveiled before everyone. Absolutely stunning. Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with starlight, nearly unable to contain her urge to rush forward. This appearance was simply breathtaking. Trunks and Wukong, however, keenly sensed a more crucial piece of information: the unrestrained, overwhelming aura. Trunks felt as if his tongue had tied itself in knots. In his understanding, Super Saiyan 3 was the pinnacle of power. Yet he was astonished to discover a higher level of transformation, with an amplification far beyond imagination. Wukong's pupils trembled violently. When the oppressive aura of Super Saiyan 4 enveloped him, fear and ecstasy surged within him like two torrents. This was the realm he had desperately pursued for years, yet could never attain. How is it? Are you satisfied with this surprise? Wu Fan's voice in the Super Saiyan 4 state was deep as a tranquil pool, his brow etched with a stony severity, emanating an incredibly oppressive and mature aura. Absolutely mesmerizing. Truly magnificent. Xiao Fang finally broke through the barriers of reason, taking a bold step into Wu Fan's embrace, her fingers entwining with his scarlet hair, while her other hand excitedly patted his granite-like chest. In the original tale, she had been similarly overwhelmed when witnessing Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, but at that time, Wukong's demeanor had been grim, compounded by the recent trauma of uncontrollable great ape transformation, which deterred her from approaching carelessly. The Wu Fan before her now was entirely different. There was a sense of intimacy forged by blood ties, coupled with the fact that he had transformed of his own volition while fully conscious. Xiao Fang's exuberant reaction was thus entirely understandable. As Wukong and Trunks circled for several weeks, their gazes meticulously scanned every detail as if they were sophisticated scanners. Wu Fan, how is this even possible? Wukong couldn't help but inquire, for in terms of energy requirements, this feat was far more challenging than the transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3. Wu Fan, with one hand stabilizing the excitedly wriggling Xiao Fang, replied in a low voice, Super Saiyan 4 is not merely a matter of energy accumulation. To be frank, my current state is also a fortuitous occurrence. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two. Given your current cultivation stage, Wukong, you are not yet capable of transformation. As for you, Trunks, I must candidly say that this is likely a realm you may never attain. How can one succeed if they tremble before the battle? Wu Fan's words were indeed somewhat disheartening, yet they reflected the reality. Wukong, undeterred by such challenges, pressed on. Stop beating around the bush. As long as I understand the method, there will always be a way to break through. This was Wukong's nature. He never easily conceded defeat, which allowed him to create what seemed like miracles to others. The answer is remarkably simple. The key lies in this tail. Wu Fan displayed his tail, now a vibrant crimson, before everyone. Curious, Xiao Fang reached out to touch it, but was gently deterred by Wu Fan, who elicited a playful pout and a cheeky face from her. A tail? Wukong blinked, turning to look behind him, only to remember that his tail had long been sealed by the deity and had not regenerated for many years. At that moment, Trunks also grasped Wu Fan's implication. He had been born without a tail, which was why he could not surpass the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Being a descendant of the Saiyans, this truth weighed heavily on him. Therefore, Wukong, to transcend into Super Saiyan 4, you must first find a way to regrow your tail. And that process is not without its discomforts, Wu Fan remarked with a hint of jest, then turned serious. Once, under the moonlight, I inadvertently transformed into a golden great ape. Perhaps due to the nature of the Super Saiyan, This transformation differed from previous ones. Later, in a unique state, I regained my sanity and subsequently completed the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4 automatically. Wufan cleverly omitted certain crucial details in his account. Yet the essence of the breakthrough process remained intact. Trunks and Xiaofang had no knowledge of the great ape transformation and were left bewildered. But Wukong instantly grasped the underlying principle. I see. Your current power is equivalent to that of the transformed great ape. No wonder it surpasses Super Saiyan 3 by such a margin. It appears I truly must find a way to regrow my tail. When it came to martial arts training, Wukong was always the most persistent. Even knowing that this method might not suit all Saiyans, he resolved to give it a try. What do you mean by great ape going out of control? Brother, please explain it to me clearly. Xiaofang, completely lost, clung to Wufan's arm, shaking it incessantly in a playful manner. Wufan patiently elaborated. This relates to the unique characteristics of the Saiyan tail. The pure-blooded Saiyans possess tails. Perhaps my Saiyan lineage is more potent, which is why I was born with this tail. He succinctly elucidated that Saiyans transform into great apes upon exposure to moonlight, ultimately concluding that Wukong and Vegeta's tails have not regrown. Furthermore, having mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan and refrained from moonlight exposure, they remain unaware of the immense energy contained within their tails. Ah, I see. However, as you mentioned, maintaining lucidity after transforming into a great ape is exceedingly challenging. Wukong's grandfather remarked. Even if you manage to get rid of your tail, do not attempt it lightly, understand? Xiaofang cautioned Wukong earnestly after grasping the situation. Don't worry. Wukong replied nonchalantly. If worst comes to worst, I can always transform away from Earth. Should Vegeta learn of this, he would undoubtedly find a way to experiment with it. You should be more concerned about whether he might transform into a great ape on Earth. This statement led everyone to believe that Vegeta would disregard the safety of the Earthlings. However, Wukong overlooked the fact that Vegeta retains his intellect post-transformation, and he has now developed a desire to protect Earth as well. Regardless, the matter at hand has concluded. Let us continue our journey. Wufan resumed his usual demeanor and set Xiaofang down. Suddenly, she exclaimed, perhaps this planet also harbors the Dragon Balls we seek. Such a coincidence is unlikely. Trunks replied skeptically. Let us check with the radar. Wukong proposed. Trunks retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, but suddenly, he yelped as if electrocuted, dropping the radar to the ground. We need energy. We need energy. A robot the size of a soccer ball emerged from the sand, using magnetism to snatch the radar away. Humph. Wufan noticed the anomaly and kicked the robot away, ensuring the radar remained unharmed. What just happened? Wukong and Xiaofang were still processing the situation. That is a robot with depleted energy, Wufan explained. It sought to use the radar as its power source. What? It intends to consume the radar? Xiaofang gasped. This radar can only be manufactured by Bulma, and its core chip is exceedingly rare. If it were to be destroyed, we would have to return to Earth to recreate it, wasting a significant amount of time. Contemplating this consequence, Trunks felt a wave of dread, grateful that Wufan acted promptly. Trunks, you can't even hold onto the radar properly. Xiaofang scolded. What would you say if it had been consumed? Trunks, his face flushed, scratched the back of his head and stammered. Who knew a robot would suddenly appear, seeking a recharge? I didn't control my strength well just now. I will certainly be more cautious next time. Observing his sincere apology, Xiaofang huffed lightly, then turned to cling to Wufan's arm, playfully saying, You are the most dependable, brother. Trunks and Wukong exchanged helpless glances. Recently, Xiaofang had grown increasingly affectionate towards Wufan while maintaining distance from them. That robot was indeed Jiro. Wufan understood that even if it swallowed the Dragon Ball radar, it could convert the detection function into its own capabilities. As long as they were accompanied by Jiro, the radar would hold little significance. He kicked Jiro not merely due to its previous mischief towards Xiaofang. Although they initially quarreled, their relationship had subsequently flourished. Reflecting on this, Wufan felt an inexplicable irritation. Even if it were merely a robot, it was still male. Wu Fan was determined to prevent this individual from approaching his sister. So he deftly kicked him away. With his strength, it was likely that the internal circuits of the robot would be rendered inoperative upon landing. The onlookers viewed this merely as a brief interlude, as they were unfamiliar with the robot and thus paid it no mind. Trunks reactivated the radar scanning button, and an immediate beeping sound signaled the discovery of a Dragon Ball. Trunks exclaimed with delight. Really? Let me see. Xiaofang bounced over eagerly. inquiring about the location of the Dragon Ball. Just a moment, Trunks replied, carefully checking the coordinates, which indicated it was situated in the northern region of the Omega Star. Fantastic. We found the first Dragon Ball so quickly. Xiaofang clapped her hands in joy and leaped about. Once the target was confirmed, everyone promptly prepared to embark. They boarded the spacecraft one by one, leaving only Wukong lingering at the hatch. Re-kick, train hard. We'll spar again next time, he called out, waving vigorously towards the distance. Re-kick, hiding nearby, was nearly frightened into fleeing at those words. After witnessing Wukong's prowess, he dared not seek out trouble. Grandpa, stop dawdling. Xiaofang stamped her foot anxiously in the cabin, fastening Wu Fan into his seatbelt as the spaceship was about to take off. Here it comes. Wukong swiftly jumped into the cabin and secured his seatbelt with ease. Let's go? Xiaofang tied her seatbelt to Wu Fan's and raised her hands in celebration. Do you want some water, brother? Can I feed you a snack? Are your shoulders sore? Let me massage them. Inside the spacecraft, Xiaofang flitted around Wu Fan like a busy little bee, while Trunks and Wukong observed with incredulity. It was evident that her attentiveness was reserved solely for Wu Fan, as she had always been indifferent towards them. Recently, however, Xiaofang's behavior had seemed somewhat unusual, almost as if she were deliberately trying to ingratiate herself with Wu Fan. Even Wu Fan felt a bit uncomfortable with her excessive care, prompting him to say, Xiaofang, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to fuss so much. He had always indulged this girl, granting her every whim. So there was no need for such flattery. Oomph, brother, you're thinking too poorly of me. Xiaofang puffed out her cheeks. You've saved me so many times on Omega Star. What's wrong with me doing a few things for you? It dawned on Wu Fan that her actions were motivated by gratitude for his help on Omega Star. Was it possible for her to feel shy? Back then, she had recklessly charged forward in front of Dong Jia, causing Wu Fan to become trapped in a 160,000-volt light beam while trying to rescue her. Later, when she attempted to save Wu Fan, even Dong Jia had not noticed. Although those attacks could not harm her, Wu Fan had still rushed out to shield her from all harm. Had it not been for his strength, he would have surely faced dire consequences. Feeling guilty, Xiaofang sought to make amends as soon as she boarded the spaceship. Of course, there was also a bit of selfishness. She had recently become enamored with Super Saiyan 4 and wished to use this opportunity to draw closer to Wu Fan. Seeing that Xiaofang had no other requests, Wu Fan could not refuse her and cheerfully accepted her attentions while secretly probing the mysterious power within himself. During the last contest with the Super Saiyan 3 form of Goku, a surge of power was inadvertently unleashed due to his indomitable spirit. Strangely, this newfound energy, which initially merged seamlessly with his original strength, erupted with astonishing might, sending Super Saiyan 3 Goku flying. Yet, once the battle concluded, the two forces immediately diverged, akin to opposing magnets that simply refused to align. Perhaps this is why, in the original narrative, Goku was unable to wield both the enigmatic power and Saiyan energy simultaneously. However, the pressing concern at this moment was not the study of fusion, but rather the development of the entire mysterious power. Goku could vaguely sense that this force felt as if it had been sealed away, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not draw forth even a fraction of it. He gently guided the trickle of elusive energy towards the source of all power, unexpectedly discovering that the two could indeed resonate with each other. By carefully manipulating this external force, he could gradually coax out the essence trapped within the seal. Although the process was slow, as the external energy continued to grow, its pull would become increasingly potent. When their energies drew near, the entire seal would undoubtedly shatter completely. Goku. Just as he was engrossed in his research, he was abruptly roused by the melodic voice of Chi-Chi. What is it? He inquired, looking up. I've called for you several times. Chi-Chi puffed out her cheeks. The ship is about to enter the atmosphere of the Dragon Ball planet, and Trunks wants everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Given their strength, mere turbulence was hardly a concern. Nevertheless, Chi-Chi clearly relished the comfort of nestling in her brother's embrace, stubbornly clinging to Goku. Crash! As the ship landed, it collided with a rocky wall, causing the entire cabin to lurch violently. Goku's seatbelt snapped, and he tumbled to the ground. Chi-Chi, nestled in Goku's arms, felt as if stars were dancing before her eyes. Trunks, she exclaimed indignantly, a lady deserves a graceful landing. I apologize, Trunks said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This is my first time piloting a spaceship. Before he could finish, the ship tilted again. Just as Goku managed to rise, he fell once more. Goku sighed, exasperated, lamenting his unparalleled strength, yet finding himself unable to stand firm. Trunks. Chi-Chi fumed. This time, it's truly not me. Trunks exclaimed, staring at the control panel in shock. A tremendous roar erupted from outside. The group was stunned to discover that an entire mountain range was slowly shifting. These were not mere hills, but colossal beasts carrying massive stones on their backs. Roar! A gaping maw suddenly lunged at them, sharp teeth barely grazing the hull of the ship. Trunks yanked the control stick, narrowly evading disaster as the ship soared into the sky. After several evasive maneuvers, they finally escaped the pursuit. Is that the crocodile planet? Chi-Chi gasped, peering out the window. Below the clouds, hundreds of giant crocodile tortoises were leisurely swimming, carrying mountains on their backs. Goku had already leaped outside, laughter carried on the wind. Hey, this treasure trove has more than just giant crocodiles. Come out and feast your eyes. Grandpa is always so reckless. Chi-Chi tugged at Goku's sleeve, rushing towards the cabin door. Brother, let's go. Trunks shook his head in resignation. Everyone is so headstrong. As they conversed, she deftly maneuvered the spaceship in search of a landing spot. This planet resembled a realm of giants, where everything seemed magnified several times over. Insects unfurled their wings, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while flowers bloomed as if they were celestial beings. Wukong sat astride a golden beetle, while Xiaofang flitted through the blossoms like a butterfly. Look at my new outfit, she exclaimed, shaking her head, her two antennae quivering amid her hair, and her yellow translucent wings fluttering gently behind her. The orange and black attire transformed her into a humanoid bee. This costume inadvertently attracted a swarm of bees, who mistook her for their queen and whisked her away. Wu Fan gazed at his sister, a sudden softness filling his heart, and he couldn't resist ruffling her bangs. Our Xiaofang is always endearing, no matter how she dresses. A smile as delicate as flower petals blossomed beneath his touch, her eyes curving into crescent moons, while the siblings meandered through the sea of flowers. Wukong and his companions were diligently searching for Dragon Balls. In a serendipitous turn of events, they inadvertently rescued the true queen bee, ensnared in a spider's web. The setting sun bathed the petals in warm orange hues as Xiaofang nestled in Wu Fan's embrace, dipping her fingertips in nectar and offering it to his lips. Wu Fan smiled as he savored the sweet liquid. Such grace. I wonder which unfortunate lad will benefit from your kindness in the future. Brother. Xiaofang's ears flushed with embarrassment as she playfully punched his shoulder. I'm just trying to be nice, and you mock me. With that, she reclined on the petals, gazing up at the darkening sky, and suddenly asked in a soft voice, Do you think I could become a Super Saiyan? Wu Fan paused, taken aback by her sudden inquiry. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? It's not sudden. Just a girl flipping over, she retorted, her hair tips glistening with nectar. Though I possess only a quarter of the bloodline, I truly wish to shine like you all. In the twilight, her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness. With a serious expression, Xiaofang articulated her desire, and after a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan replied, I'm not certain if you can achieve the transformation, but I can guide you in your attempts. Really? Xiaofang sat upright, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Are you willing to teach me? Wu Fan gently stroked her head. When have I ever deceived you? As long as it is your wish. I shall strive to fulfill it, no matter the difficulty. You're so biased. Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with glee, her ponytail dancing behind her. Since you are determined, I shan't pry further into your reasons. Wu Fan rose, gesturing for her to follow. Come with me. The two figures ascended into the air, landing gracefully on an open expanse. Wu Fan analyzed. From my observations over these past few days, your foundational strength has reached a critical point. Although you possess only a quarter of the bloodline, theoretically, it is sufficient to trigger the Super Saiyan transformation. This exceptionally gifted girl had diligently honed her skills since childhood, earning the affection of her grandfather, Sun Wukong. However, as she matured, she encountered a plateau in her training, her potential seemingly limited compared to pure-blood Saiyans. Her desire for strength and pride had made her reluctant to seek guidance until today, when she finally summoned the courage to confide in her most trusted brother. To her surprise, Wu Fan readily agreed, and this kindness filled Xiaofang with both joy and gratitude, a vague yet profound sentiment quietly blossoming in her heart. Wu Fan succinctly explained the essentials of transformation. Now, try to harness your anger, suppress it at the critical point, and then release it completely. No matter how fiercely Xiaofang glared and frowned, her surroundings remained unchanged. Anger cannot be conveyed solely through expression. Wu Fan shook his head, envisioning the seething fury one would feel when confronting a heinous adversary, a desire to obliterate them. After a long pause, Xiaofang dejectedly slumped her shoulders, her voice tinged with a sob. Perhaps I simply lack the qualification. Nonsense. Wu Fan suddenly exclaimed with a sharp tone. How can one succeed if they falter before the battle even begins? Cast aside distractions and start anew. The unexpected sternness left Xiaofang momentarily stunned. The usually gentle brother now bore a gaze that burned with intensity, evoking feelings of both grievance and an inexplicable quickening of her heart. Wu Fan's expression unsettled her. She feared that he truly might be disappointed in her, and that he would cease to acknowledge her altogether. Hastily, Xiaofang collected her thoughts, closed her eyes, and endeavored to summon her anger, striving to sustain that emotion. Yes, just like that. Now imagine your grandfather, Trunks, and I facing an overwhelmingly powerful foe who effortlessly vanquishes us all, rendering even Super Saiyan 4 utterly helpless in his presence. Wu Fan guided her patiently. This formidable enemy does not strike us down immediately, but rather intends to torment us, crushing our bones one by one. We cry out in agony, powerless to resist, while you can only watch helplessly, utterly unable to save us. Xiaofang seemed to be completely immersed in this fictitious scenario, her anger intensifying and the energy she emitted becoming increasingly violent. This transformation sparked a glimmer of hope in Wu Fan. It appeared that Xiaofang indeed possessed the potential to become a Super Saiyan. Trunks is dead, his bones shattered, leaving only a layer of skin, and you are powerless to intervene. Wukong has also perished, facing a fate even more brutal than Trunks. All of this is because you are not strong enough. With each statement, Xiaofang's body trembled, her released energy growing more intense. Your beloved brother Wu Fan, with his last ounce of strength, gazes at you before being reduced to mere pulp by that formidable enemy. Wu Fan shamelessly bestowed upon himself a title. As his words fell, Xiaofang suddenly let out a piercing wail. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. I swear, I will make you pay the price. Tears welled in her eyes as her energy surged. A powerful gust of wind sweeping away her headscarf, her dark hair dancing in the air. Wu Fan felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps he should not have approached Xiaofang in this manner. Witnessing her suffering, his heart ached as well. In truth, even if she could not transform into a Super Saiyan, what of it without sufficient strength? He could protect Xiaofang himself. There was no need to pressure her so. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Interrupting now would be akin to undermining their efforts, especially since Xiaofang was evidently on the brink of breaking through her limits. With a resounding boom, as the energy reached its zenith, accompanied by a thunderous roar, Xiaofang's hair began to shift between shades of gold and black. Wu Fan recognized this as the precursor to her transformation into a Super Saiyan. They were merely a final step away, just a little more effort. In his heart, Wu Fan silently cheered for her, holding his breath in fear of disturbing the pivotal moment for Xiaofang. Should this initial attempt fail to awaken her potential, subsequent endeavors to transcend her limits would become exceedingly arduous, potentially leaving her forever stagnant at this juncture. Observing Xiaofang's arduous struggle, Wu Fan felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him, surpassing even the tension he experienced during his own breakthrough years ago. Boom, boom, boom. The successive bursts of energy reverberated through the air as Xiaofang gritted her teeth and emitted a pained howl, her contorted expression stirring deep compassion in Wu Fan. As thunder split the sky, the girl's golden hair stood on end, with only her bangs cascading down, radiating a dazzling light. Amidst the rustling golden aura, Xiaofang gradually regained her composure, staring blankly at her palm, which shimmered with a soft glow. Considering the inappropriateness of detailing the transformation of minors, descriptions of clothing changes are omitted here. She succeeded. You have truly awakened the power of a Saiyan. Wu Fan stepped forward in a swift motion, enveloping the girl in his embrace, his voice slightly trembling. It is my fault for allowing you to endure such pain. I should have always protected you. In her Super Saiyan state, Xiaofang instinctively felt a desire to struggle, yet the moment she heard his words, her defenses crumbled. Warm tears streamed down uncontrollably, and the surging tempest of energy was miraculously soothed by this tenderness. Wrapped in happiness, the girl finally comprehended the bond that transcends mere power. Brother, don't say foolish things, Xiaofang chuckled through her tears, raising her hand to wipe away the glimmer at the corners of her eyes. You have shown me a greater potential. The sound of something slicing through the air abruptly interrupted this tender moment. Wukong's distinctive voice grew louder as he approached. Strange. How is Xiaofang's energy? The girl hastily broke free from the embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she tidied herself. She certainly did not want her grandfather to see her in such a teary state. Goodness. It was Trunks, who stood there, astonished. Wukong, however, burst into hearty laughter. Incredible. To break through at such a young age. You're far more impressive than I was back then. Wu Fan could only shake his head in resignation. His father had awakened his potential on the brink of life and death. Not to mention Wu Tian had completed his transformation at the age of 7. Such comparisons were hardly relevant. Here, unrelated symbolic sections are omitted. Although Xiaofang had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Wu Fan could distinctly perceive that her transformation was considerably weaker than theirs, with her power amplification likely falling short of even 50 times. This was likely due to the gradual dilution of her Saiyan bloodline. Moreover, Xiaofang's baseline strength was not particularly formidable. Thus, with such a low amplification upon transforming, even as a Super Saiyan, she might struggle to surpass Wu Fan's ordinary state. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, achieving transformation was indeed a moment of joy, shattering the rumors that female Saions could not transform, a commendable beginning. How can this be? Xiaofang has genuinely transformed into a Super Saiyan? Trunks still bore an expression of disbelief. Xiaofang placed her hands on her hips, proudly lifting her chin. Humph, why shouldn't I be able to transform? This isn't a talent exclusive to you. I am exceptionally gifted. Mind your own business. I believe this should be credited to Wu Fan's efforts. Don't you think? Upon hearing that remark, Xiaofang's expression froze in pride. She would never claim credit for Wu Fan's accomplishments. Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired. Wu Fan, how did you teach Xiaofang to transform? I thought she was incapable of such a feat. How could I know it was impossible without trying? Wu Fan replied, shaking his head in resignation. I merely imparted my own experiences of transformation to her. However, she indeed possesses remarkable talent. She succeeded on her first attempt. It is worth noting that during the Cell Saga, it took Wukong several months to teach Wu Fan to transform successfully. Although Wu Fan's previous lack of strength played a significant role, it was evident that Wukong was not the most effective teacher. After receiving Wu Fan's praise, Xiaofang beamed with pride, maintaining her Super Saiyan form and proudly showcasing her new appearance. By the way, Wukong, have you found the Dragon Balls? Wu Fan shifted the conversation. Wukong retrieved a shimmering orb from his pocket and waved it. Indeed, I have found it. It is the 4-star ball. After obtaining the 4-star ball, the group did not linger. They immediately boarded their spaceship to their next destination. Wow. So this is the Dragon Ball. It is truly beautiful. Xiaofang, having returned to her normal state, cradled the black star 4-star ball in her hands, examining it closely. Feeling elated after her successful transformation, she hummed a tune, closely following Wu Fan. Is this your first time seeing a Dragon Ball? Wu Fan asked. In truth, it was also Wu Fan's first encounter with the Black Star Dragon Ball. Apart from the stars within being black, it appeared no different from an ordinary Dragon Ball. Xiaofang nodded. Wu Fan smiled and remarked, the Black Star Dragon Ball is indeed not as beautiful as the Red Star ones. Once we return to Earth, let us seek out the Red Star Dragon Balls and craft them into accessories for you, shall we? That sounds wonderful. It's a deal, Xiaofang exclaimed, her eyes narrowing with joy. Perhaps she was not particularly enamored with the idea of Dragon Ball accessories, but Wu Fan's thoughtful gesture filled her with warmth. Once Xiaofang was thoroughly satisfied, Wu Fan spoke earnestly. Safeguard the Dragon Ball. Now I will teach you the secrets of advancing your Super Saiyan training. Upon hearing that martial arts would be imparted, Xiaofang immediately composed herself, sitting up straight like a diligent student in a classroom. Trunks and Sun Wukong, who had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, also perked up their ears, eager to glean insights that could address their own shortcomings. Wu Fan began his explanation without reservation. He narrated the journey from the initial stage of Super Saiyan to the full power form, and as Xiaofang absorbed the information, he unveiled the secrets to breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. Although Sun Wukong could transform into Super Saiyan 3, he listened intently, fully engaged. When the explanation concluded, he suddenly exclaimed, I see now. My transformations have always relied on instinct, and your words have indeed illuminated that. This somewhat dull reaction prompted a collective sweat drop from those present. Such theories were of little use to Wukong, who had always trained through muscle memory. However, Trunks, who was stuck at full power Super Saiyan, cherished every word, committing them to memory in preparation for future attempts to break through. Despite having a father of extraordinary strength, Vegeta's teaching methods were simplistic and brutal, relying solely on physical prowess, leaving his son to navigate his own understanding. Reflecting on the winding paths he had traversed, Trunks couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. Had I received guidance from Wufan earlier, I would not have found myself stagnant. Observing the systemically instructed Xiaofang, envy swelled within him. Throughout the ensuing journey, Xiaofang immersed herself in experiencing the pinnacle of her state, while Wufan continued to harness his mysterious powers, and Wukong steadfastly adhered to his foundational training. Inside the autopilot spacecraft, Trunks also commenced practicing the newly acquired techniques. After several days, the Dragon radar guided them to descend upon the verdant life planet. The environment, reminiscent of Earth, evoked a sense of familiarity among the group. Following the radar signals to the outskirts of a village, they beheld a sparse cluster of stone houses standing silently. Why is there not a single sound? Xiaofang tiptoed to peer around, discovering that the entire village was utterly deserted, devoid even of the presence of birds or beasts. There is not a soul here, Trunks remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Wukong, rubbing his stomach, complained, "I'm so hungry." Xiaofang retorted, "Grandpa, didn't we just finish the food on the ship? You're always so unserious. Enough of the nonsense. The Dragon Balls are in the village ahead. Let us take a look." Wufan glanced at the Dragon radar with a composed demeanor. Although he had used the Dragon Balls before, the circumstances on Namek were entirely different, as the Dragon Balls had been directly delivered to him. Now, personally wielding the radar for a search was a novel experience, despite his prior knowledge of the situation here. As the leader of the group, Wufan's voice commanded attention, prompting the others to fall silent and follow him toward the village. The entire village was eerily quiet, as if it were completely uninhabited. Upon reaching the center, they discovered the villagers gathered together. Seemingly the entirety of the village's populace was present. These individuals bore resemblance to Earthlings, albeit with slightly darker skin and expressions inherently tinged with sorrow. What are they watching? Xiaofang craned her neck for a better view. Wufan glanced at the radar. The Dragon Balls are among the crowd. Let us inquire. Upon hearing that the Dragon Balls were within reach, Xiaofang and Wukong immediately perked up, hastily approaching the gathering. "Excuse me, what is happening here?" Trunks inquired proactively. It was only then that the villagers noticed the unfamiliar faces. Yet they exhibited no signs of wariness, for these visitors resembled them too closely. "It's all the fault of Zanama," one villager exclaimed indignantly. "Zanama?" The group was puzzled, when suddenly Xiaofang's eyes lit up as she pointed to a woman in a nearby house, exclaiming, "Look, she has a Dragon Ball." Before the others could react, she excitedly dashed over, with Wukong and Trunks closely in tow. The trio surrounded the woman, fixated on the six-star ball adorning her chest, entirely disregarding etiquette. "What are you doing? Bursting into someone else's home without permission is unacceptable." The man inside the house frowned and scolded. "My apologies," Wufan entered calmly, stating, "They are young and do not understand proper conduct." Although he uttered an apology, his expression remained serene. Being referred to as children irked Trunks somewhat. Yet he recognized the abruptness of their earlier actions and promptly stepped back. Trunks shrugged, expressing, "I sincerely apologize. We came all the way from Earth to seek the Dragon Balls, specifically this glass orb. It's been quite the journey to find it, so it's only natural to be a little excited." Doma, with a darkened expression, interrupted, "I have no interest in your trivial matters. Who knows when Zanama will make an appearance?" Reinu softly advised, "There's no use in directing anger towards them." Wufan noticed the fair-skinned woman amidst the crowd of sorrowful faces, standing out with an ethereal grace. "You keep mentioning Zanama. What exactly is it?" Wukong interjected, scratching his head. Xiaofang followed suit with her inquiries. "Yes, could you clarify? Can you elaborate on the situation?" Trunks also joined in the questioning. Wufan sighed inwardly. Clearly, the quest for the Dragon Balls was of utmost importance. Yet these individuals persistently meddled in matters that were not their concern. Were it not for the protagonist's aura, it seemed they might spend a lifetime unable to gather the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. "It's coming." The villagers huddled together in panic. Outside the window, a massive, dark green creature swayed ominously closer. Wherever it passed, houses crumbled and chaos reigned. It was a gigantic catfish spirit. Have you made up your mind, Maz? Have you chosen your bride? The monster inquired, leaning down. Bride? Xiaofeng gasped in shock. Everyone turned their gaze toward the village chief. The elderly man bowed his head and said, "The lottery results show my daughter, Reinu. This is outrageous. What era are we living in to still have such practices?" Trunks exclaimed indignantly. Zanama outside was dancing with glee. Hee, a bride is finally coming. I'm so happy, Maz, so happy. After writhing for a while with no effect, Zanama grew irate and shouted, "Hurry up and bring the promised bride. If you delay any longer, I shall unleash a tectonic upheaval." It threatened with its long whiskers. "It seems you must all experience my might." As its whiskers undulated like waves, the ground quaked violently. This is disastrous. The villagers, filled with terror, frantically sought shelter. The village chief sheltered his daughter Reinu in a corner, while Doma crawled under the table. Objects within the house toppled over, and even Wukong and the others struggled to maintain their footing. Xiaofeng tightly embraced Wufan to prevent falling. Zanama outside raged. "If you don't come out, I will cause a volcanic eruption. Bury the entire village in molten lava." Suddenly, Reinu broke free from her father's grasp and stepped outside, braving her fear to confront Zanama. "I am Reinu. Now that I've told you my name, stop this calamity." Doma attempted to rush out to stop her, but was firmly restrained by the villagers. Wufan calmly reminded, "Angering it now will only lead to the demise of the entire village." Doma, upon hearing this, immediately deflated. Zanama gazed contentedly at the bride before it, finally ceasing its rampage. Wufan was consumed with the thought of not relinquishing Reinu, yet felt utterly powerless to counter Zanama's threat. Perhaps he would have to sacrifice Reinu to save the village? This thought quietly took root in his mind. With a scornful smirk, Wufan turned and strode purposefully outside. "Brother?" Xiaofeng hurriedly caught up with him. Wukong and Trunks exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. The villagers left inside exchanged worried looks, filled with trepidation. While the ignorant villagers were one thing, Doma's cowardly retreat in the face of losing his fiancée, it was truly contemptible to Wufan. In my recollection, although this individual accompanied Wukong to confront Xinama, he only dared to act after hearing Xiaofeng's meticulous plan, confirming that there was no danger involved. It was evident that he wished to portray himself as a hero in front of Lei Nu and the villagers. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he cowered in the background, even faltering while attempting to trim the drunken man's beard. When Xiaofeng exposed the enemy's true nature, he hurriedly emerged to feign righteousness. A mere test was sufficient to reveal his true colors. "Is there something you need?" Xinama halted in his tracks, perplexed by the approaching Wu Fan and his group. Wukong and the others shared the same confusion. Provoking the opponent to trigger a volcanic eruption was no trifling matter. Had it been Wukong acting recklessly, Xiaofeng would have intervened, but she held unwavering faith in the typically composed Wu Fan. "Allow me to show you something remarkable." Before Wu Fan could finish his sentence, he had already darted to Xina Ma's side. With a hefty fist, he delivered a crushing blow. Ugh! Xina Ma collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "My fist," Wu Fan remarked nonchalantly, shaking his wrist while flashing a smile at the astonished onlookers. "That resolves the matter." The atmosphere was thick with silence. Lei Nu was in a stupor, the villagers were petrified, and even Wukong stood frozen in place. Was it that Wu Fan was exceedingly powerful? Or was Xina Ma pathetically weak? "My brother is so handsome," Xiaofeng cheered, leaping into Wu Fan's embrace, her signature move becoming increasingly adept. "It's not my fault," Wu Fan replied, ruffling his sister's hair. "That fellow was exceedingly weak, didn't you all notice? But he could trigger the eruption." Sun Wukong scratched his head, still thoroughly baffled. Trunks shrugged. "It seems we've all been deceived by Xina Ma. He possesses no real abilities." Wukong scratched his head again. "Is that so? My brother is the best." He saw through it at a glance. Xiaofeng clapped her hands in excitement. As if she were the one who had achieved a great feat, only then did Lei Nu come to a realization, his brow furrowed with concern. "Though he may not pose a threat to you, what if he awakens and causes the volcano to erupt?" Wu Fan calmly explained, "He is lying here now. Whatever you wish to do with him is up to you. In truth, his abilities are merely reliant on those few whiskers of his. If you don't wish to kill him, just trim his beard. However, I believe it's unnecessary. You can inquire further once he awakens." Wu Fan was well aware of Xina Ma's true nature. This individual could not incite disaster. At most, He could foresee impending calamities. As the disaster approached, his whiskers would tremble, and if the frequency aligned fortuitously, those unaware would mistakenly believe he was exerting control. I'll do it. Xiao Fong bounced over, delivering a swift kick to Xena Ma's head. Ouch! The unconscious Xena Ma sprang up like a startled fish, bewildered. What happened? What is going on? Shaking his head to clear the fog, he noticed Wu Fan and the others glaring at him, and only then did he comprehend the situation. Wu Fan's earlier punch had been devastating. Now, just seeing Wu Fan's face sent shivers down his spine. There was no need for torture. Xena Ma fell to his knees, shouting, "Please don't hit me. I'll confess everything. I don't have any superpowers. I can merely foresee disasters before they occur. With this little trickery, I managed to deceive everyone in the village." He believed that Wu Fan was confronting him due to his supposed ability to manipulate disasters, unaware that Wu Fan was not so easily fooled like the other villagers. Regardless, even if he could indeed control calamities, it would be futile in the presence of Wu Fan. It would be wiser for him to confess honestly. After all, he had merely been seeking food and drink, without committing any truly heinous acts. Acknowledging his faults might even lead to a lenient outcome. However, the moment these words escaped his lips, everyone present was left in shock. Was this truly the demon that had instilled fear in them for so long? How disappointing. Sun Wukong felt utterly let down. Hoping to encounter a worthy adversary for a duel, Xiaofeng, incensed, kicked Zanama once more, exclaiming, If you genuinely marry Leinu, her life will be ruined by your hands." Zanama, wincing in pain, could only curl up on the ground, clutching his head and begging for mercy, too frightened to even attempt to escape. Leinu, her face tinged with anger, had not anticipated being so thoroughly duped by this charlatan, nearly sacrificing her lifelong happiness. She considered delivering another kick, but ultimately softened, instead bowing deeply to Wu Fan. "Thank you. If it weren't for your timely exposure, I truly do not know what fate would have befallen me." "It was but a trivial effort," Wu Fan said, scratching his head with a smile. "If you wish to express gratitude, how about offering me that glass bead adorning your chest?" Indeed, Xiaofeng exclaimed, releasing the bruised Zanama and bouncing over. "We helped you see through the deception. It is only reasonable to reward us with the Dragon Ball." In that moment, as Leinu and Wu Fan's gazes met, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly looked down to remove the pendant. "This bead serves me no purpose. Your immense kindness cannot be repaid by something so trivial." She gently placed the exquisite, translucent Dragon Ball into Wu Fan's palm. "Curse that scoundrel!" Domar suddenly burst from the house, brandishing a hoe, his face reddened with rage as he aimed it at Zanama. His prior timidity only fueled his current embarrassment. "Stop!" Leinu cried out. Though harmed, the village had suffered no significant loss. She had intended for Zanama to atone for his misdeeds, never contemplating taking his life. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, including Wukong and Trunks, who could not intervene in time. In truth, even if the hoe struck true, it would merely inflict superficial wounds on Zanama. He feigned a desperate attempt to shield himself, yet subtly leveraged the situation. Ouch! The handle rebounded, striking Domar and leaving him bloodied and bewildered. Zanama cast a furtive glance at the unperturbed Wu Fan, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Domar collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and scrambling backward in fright. Realizing that even when pummeled by a child, Zanama was still effortlessly formidable against ordinary folk. This time, Domar had sustained significant injuries and would require at least half a year of recuperation. The pain instilled fear in him, making him wary of any potential retribution from Zanama. Zanama, with an innocent expression, protested, "I swear it was not intentional. He charged at me." Once Leinu confirmed that Domar was out of danger, she paid him no further mind and turned to Wu Fan, inquiring, "What do you think should be done about Zanama? You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not?" Wu Fan replied with a knowing smile. Renu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head and called upon several villagers to carry Doma to the medical room. Wu Fan jested, "I heard Doma is your fiancé? Why are you not the least bit anxious?" Renu's expression subtly shifted. She had grown up alongside Doma. Their bond indeed profound, yet it resembled more of a sibling affection. As Doma was the heir to the village chief, this marriage had been arranged by her father. Initially, she thought there were no better alternatives, and reluctantly acquiesced. However, after witnessing Doma's demeanor today, she began to seriously contemplate whether to annul their engagement. Naturally, She could not voice such thoughts openly and diverted the conversation. It's getting late. Why don't you all stay at my house tonight? I shall have a sumptuous dinner prepared. That sounds marvelous. I'm nearly starving. Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. This battle enthusiast turned into a foodie when not fighting. Wu Fan kindly reminded, make sure to prepare enough. Our appetites are equivalent to dozens of people. Renu smiled softly, despite the village's small size. Our grain reserves are quite substantial. Even if you could consume enough for 100, we shan't go hungry. Although she spoke confidently, Renu secretly instructed the kitchen to augment the food supplies. After a discussion at the villagers' assembly, they adopted Renu's proposal to have Xena Ma remain in the village as a guard while also participating in labor. For this homeless foreigner, a stable place to stay was a rare blessing. That evening, the village chief hosted a celebratory feast, and even Xena Ma joyfully joined the dance. The entire village was enveloped in merriment, save for Doma, who lay despondently on his sickbed. During the banquet, the attendees finally grasped why Wu Fan had previously dubbed them gluttons. Wukong showcased an astonishing appetite, leaving the guests in awe. In contrast, Wu Fan and his great-granddaughter Xiaofeng displayed far more restraint in their dining etiquette, yet by the end of the feast, their consumption was still quite considerable. Fortunately, the hosts had prepared ample food. Even with the seance indulging heartily, the reserves would not be exhausted. As the night wore on, the weary guests returned to their lodgings. Wu Fan and his companions were accommodated in the chief's residence, which was spacious enough to provide each with their own room. This left Xiaofeng feeling a tad disappointed, as she had hoped to share a room with Wu Fan, but felt too shy to voice such a desire in front of others. Just as Wu Fan finished bathing and was preparing for bed, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Renu standing there. What brings you here at such a late hour? Wu Fan inquired, puzzled. He had anticipated it might be the mischievous Xiaofeng, but to his surprise, it was Renu, a young woman visiting at midnight. Especially after having a few drinks at the banquet, certainly sparked one's imagination. Although Wu Fan held no special feelings towards her, the situation would be quite different should she choose to approach him. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Renu's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Wu Fan readily agreed, gently closing the door behind them as they walked side by side towards the outskirts of the village. The small hamlet, consisting of just over 100 households, soon faded behind them as they arrived at an open field. Is something troubling you? I am willing to be your listener. Wu Fan broke the silence. If this silence continues, we may walk until dawn. Lenu seemed to awaken from her thoughts and forced a faint smile. I apologize for making you laugh at me. No need for such formalities. Among friends, there's no room for pleasantries, replied Wu Fan. By the way, you can simply call me by my name. All right, Wu Fan, Lena beamed. Then you may call me Lenu as well. Were you feeling down because of Doma? Wu Fan inquired, noting her silence. I can see the nature of your relationship, he continued. Did today's incident spark a conflict between you two? Lenu's expression darkened as she whispered, after today, I have finally come to understand my true feelings. I have always regarded him with sibling affection, never with romantic love. Yet, when I proposed to dissolve our engagement, he stubbornly believed I was merely confused. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. It is clear that he cannot face reality. I do not wish to marry him. He has never been the partner I desired. Wu Fan listened quietly, and once her emotions began to settle, he asked, what brings you to seek me out? If it is merely to share your heart, would it not be more fitting to confide in a close friend? His gaze was bright and attentive, causing Lenu to blush deeply and instinctively lower her eyes. She stammered, nervously twisting her fingers. You have feelings for me, do you not? Wu Fan smiled warmly, gently asserting, is that why you are eager to end your engagement with Doma, because you have realized you love me? This was not mere self-delusion on Wu Fan's part. He had genuinely sensed her affection through her various actions. Emboldened by the effects of the wine, Lenu mustered the courage to confront Doma. However, she feared that when dawn arrived, Wu Fan would depart, prompting her late-night visit. Perhaps she had not intended to confess her feelings. She merely wished to spend a few more moments in Wu Fan's company. Yet, in that moment, her emotions were laid bare by Wu Fan's words, leaving her flustered and at a loss. Understanding that time was fleeting, Wu Fan recognized he could not cultivate their feelings gradually. Observing her hesitance, he decisively drew her into his embrace and leaned down to kiss her lips. Lenu's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated Wu Fan's sudden kiss. She instinctively tried to pull away but found herself firmly held in his strong arms. As Wu Fan had surmised, she had indeed harbored secret affections for him. The moment he had boldly confronted Zanama, his heroic demeanor had captivated her heart. In that instant, she comprehended that the kind of partner she longed for was indeed a grand hero, one who stood tall against the world. During the banquet, her gaze constantly followed Wu Fan's figure, though he remained oblivious. Once back at her residence, her thoughts were consumed by him. The prospect of his imminent departure left her in turmoil, compelling her to seek him out late at night. In truth, she was uncertain of what she wished to convey to Wu Fan. Yet, enveloped in his embrace, Lei Nu was utterly entranced. If this were merely a beautiful dream, she would prefer never to awaken. Time slipped away until she felt a slight difficulty in breathing, at which point Wu Fan reluctantly released her. A gentle breeze caressed them as Lei Nu, gasping softly, leaned against Wu Fan's chest, savoring the warmth that lingered after their tender moment. Wu Fan lowered his gaze to her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Although you have not explicitly stated it, my response must surely bring you joy, no? Lei Nu's ears flushed crimson as she pressed her cheek closer to his chest in silence. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she tilted her face upward, shadows flickering in her eyes. You are departing tomorrow, aren't you? The Dragon Balls are in hand. It is time to continue the journey. Will you wait for me? Wu Fan tenderly stroked her hair. Wait. A look of confusion crossed Lei Nu's features. I shall return to fetch you once my matters are settled. Wu Fan placed a kiss on her forehead, promising to bring her back to Earth then. In the meantime, spend time with your family. Lei Nu's eyes sparkled like stars, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Suddenly, Wu Fan surveyed their surroundings, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Amidst Lei Nu's startled exclamation, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms and strode purposefully toward the depths of the forest. As the starlight once again enveloped them, Wu Fan's expression grew serious. While I am away, should Doma trouble you again, let Zanama deal with him. I will ensure he knows when to cease. Lei Nu playfully pinched his arm, yet her eyes shimmered with affection. Silly, having chosen you, how could I possibly waver? Besides, knowing Doma's nature, he would certainly keep his distance upon discovering our relationship. Wu Fan considered this and found it indeed plausible. That coward wouldn't dare provoke him. Even if Lei Nu were to accompany an ordinary person, he would not dare to pursue. Initially, he had contemplated having Lei Nu play matchmaker for Trunks. But upon witnessing the dawn breaking on the horizon, he dismissed the thought. As the sun rose, their spaceship was set to embark. When the first light of dawn appeared, their conversation came to an end. Lei Nu's aura suddenly intensified, her delicate demeanor replaced by a fierce combat spirit. Wu Fan quietly escorted Lei Nu back to her chamber, gently advising her not to see him off, lest it exacerbate their parting sorrow. As the east began to brighten, for one of his strength, a sleepless night was but a commonplace occurrence. Upon entering his room, the young man abruptly froze in place. Xiaofeng, the girl, arms crossed and leaning against the headboard, pouted her cherry lips, her bright eyes fixed on him. Humph. She stubbornly turned her head away. Clearly, this little princess had sneaked in during the night and happened to catch him returning home at dawn. Wu Fan chuckled as he embraced her shoulders. Who has upset my little princess? Hearing this title, the girl's brows twitched. Yet, she suddenly scrunched her delicate nose and pushed him away, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Sister Lei Nu looked at you in a way that was all wrong during the day. You must have been up to no good. The girl's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. It was precisely because she had sensed Lei Nu's peculiar gaze that she had stealthily ventured into the room. Now, faced with the evidence, Wu Fan found himself at a loss for words. It is not as you think. He affectionately tickled the tip of her nose, assuring her, you will always be my little princess. Observing the girl's demeanor soften, Wu Fan seized the moment to raise 4 fingers. I swear. This elicited a smile from Xiaofeng. As she realized that laughter signified her forgiveness, Wu Fan promptly dove into the bed, instantly snoring like thunder. Feigning sleep, she playfully punched his back, yet a subtle smile graced her lips. As long as she held a unique place in his heart, nothing else mattered. The following day, Lei Nu's absence brought Xiaofeng a sense of relief, as she dismissed the previous day's events as mere overthinking. Little did she know that Lei Nu's absence was due to deeper reasons. Wu Fan's antics had left her unable to rise, compounded by her unwillingness to confront the sorrow of parting. Another inexplicable character has emerged. Wukong and Trunks were bidding farewell to the village chief. While Wu Fan sought out Zanama, to watch over Lei Nu. On this planet, Zanama's strength was unparalleled, ensuring Lei Nu's safety was not a concern. Moreover, Lei Nu's physique had significantly strengthened after certain experiences. Though she had not undergone systematic training, she was no longer vulnerable to ordinary threats. Suddenly, a shrill cry from the crowd pierced the air. Xiao Fang's exclamation drew everyone's attention, revealing a peculiar being in red attire with green skin, clutching her backpack. Huh, this belongs to me. The creature cackled, leaping into the air. Nearby, a mushroom-shaped spaceship descended, beaming a light to whisk him away. In the blink of an eye, the ship soared beyond the clouds, disappearing without a trace. Oh no, my Dragon Balls! Xiao Fang belatedly realized the gravity of the situation and cried out in alarm. The next day, when Lei Nu remained absent, Xiao Fang indulged in a sense of secret satisfaction, mistakenly believing her bond with Wu Fan was trivial. In truth, Lei Nu had chosen to avoid the scene of parting due to exhaustion and Wu Fan's advice. Meanwhile, Wukong and Trunks continued their farewells with the villagers, and Wu Fan once again entrusted Zanama with the care of Lei Nu. With Zanama's prowess, her safety was assured. Furthermore, the current Lei Nu was no longer the same. Even without formal training, she was not easily shaken by ordinary adversaries. Xiao Fang's scream shattered the tranquility once more. Everyone turned to see the red-clad creature had snatched her backpack again. With a maniacal laugh, he ascended into the air, swiftly escaping on his mushroom spaceship. My Dragon Balls! Xiao Fang lamented, stamping her feet in frustration. This time, both of her Dragon Balls had been taken. In reality, Wu Fan had immediately recognized the creature as one of the trio of comic mischief makers, Pambala. Had he chosen to intervene, he could have easily thwarted their escape or even teleported to pursue the ship. However, he opted to remain passive, as he had his own plans. The next destination for this group was Planet Rude. Although there were no Dragon Balls there, a figure Wu Fan despised awaited him, Rude's leader, Daruki. In the original narrative, that character dared to target the young Xiao Fang, which was reason enough for Wu Fan to journey to Planet Rude, intent on exacting a brutal vengeance. If he reclaimed the Dragon Balls now, he would lose the justification for heading to Planet Rude. Brother, Xiao Fang gazed at Wu Fan with a look of pitiful hope, clearly wishing for him to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Trunks, launch the spaceship. We pursue. Wu Fan commanded decisively. Although Wukong's instant transmission had failed, Wu Fan's abilities remained effective. Though the crowd could not comprehend why he chose not to employ that tactic, there was no time for further inquiry, as any delay would result in losing track of the spaceship belonging to Pambala. Trunks swiftly summoned the spacecraft. The group hurriedly waved farewell to the villagers and darted into the cabin. The spaceship sliced through the sky, closely trailing the fiery tail of the vessel ahead. Once they broke through the atmosphere and stabilized, Xiao Fang could no longer contain herself and murmured, "Why didn't brother use instant transmission to retrieve the Dragon Balls just now?" She was not questioning Wu Fan's decision, merely perplexed. Whatever Wu Fan chose to do, she would support him, even if it meant discarding the Dragon Balls. Besides the nonchalant Wukong, Trunks was equally awaiting an explanation. Wu Fan, prepared as ever, calmly stated, "Although I am uncertain of that fellow's true intentions, it is evident he is after the Dragon Balls." The thought lingered unspoken, yet the astute Trunks and Xiao Fang promptly grasped the implication. "You intend to trace their motives?" Trunks interjected. "Precisely," Wu Fan nodded. "Thus we must maintain our distance to avoid exposure. Should they discover our ambush, the situation could turn dire. Logically, only we should possess knowledge of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Now I understand." Trunks was in awe of Wu Fan's insight. In a moment of crisis, he not only maintained composure, but also meticulously plotted the next 3 steps. With Wu Fan at the helm, countless troubles were averted. Consider the possibility that another group might also be hunting for the Dragon Balls. An inevitable confrontation would ensue. It was far more prudent to ascertain the enemy's intentions beforehand. Should Wu Fan be aware of Trunks' thoughts, one wonders if he might blush. However, in the author's view, it is likely he would accept it all with an impassive demeanor. Brother is so clever. I never thought of that. Xiao Fang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wu Fan gently ruffled her hair, smiling. "Xiao Fang, you possess great potential as well. It's just that your experience is still limited. Over time, your thoughts will naturally become more intricate." For a young girl, praise from her elder brother was worth more than 1,000 words. The details were insignificant. The crux lay in confirming who was gathering the Dragon Balls, correct? Wukong scratched his head, clearly reluctant to dwell on complex matters. A glimmer of determination crossed Wu Fan's eyes. Perhaps that planet harbors formidable adversaries. What are we waiting for? Wukong exclaimed, instantly filled with zeal. Trunks, don't let the target escape. The group erupted in laughter, once again recognizing the Scion's pure instinct for battle. The mention of a strong opponent made this legendary warrior forget all his troubles in an instant. Thanks to Wu Fan's prudent counsel, Trunks skillfully maneuvered the spaceship to maintain a safe distance, successfully avoiding the traps encountered in the original narrative. Their journey culminated on the planet Lude, shrouded in an eerie religious atmosphere. The entire planet appeared desolate, its inhabitants ensnared in the mechanical worship woven by Delucky, reverently adoring metallic creations throughout the day. Following the trail of energy, the group soon arrived at the core of the Lude cult, a clumsily designed monolithic structure. The fervent prayers of the devotees, chanting the most sacred and enlightened King Lude, echoed in the ears of the stealthy warriors who had infiltrated the area. Within the cavern, hundreds of robed devotees were kneeling before a colossal stone statue, the dull thuds of their foreheads striking the ground resonating throughout the space. Change, commanded the priest Mukamuchi, his whip crackling through the air as he halted the ritual, his sinister gaze fixating on the trembling green-haired youth before him. What progress have you made in the search for the Dragon Balls? I have exhausted all efforts. The youth quivered, collapsing to his knees. But the vastness of the galaxy was met with disdain. You worthless fool. The whip coiled like a serpent around his neck, as the statue's eyes suddenly burst forth with malevolent light. To the horror of onlookers, the living human was instantaneously reduced to a mere fraction of his original size. Is this human body shrinkage technology? The recently returned Pombola team stood frozen in place, their hidden warrior companions equally astonished. As this phenomenon utterly defied their understanding of energy, Mukamuchi tossed the doll-like form of the green-haired youth into a massive vat before the statue, prompting a furious inquiry from Son Wukong, who struggled to suppress his rising anger. What are these people? Wasn't that one of their companions? How could you commit such an atrocity? Grandfather, please lower your voice. Xiaofang urgently tugged at Son Wukong's sleeve. Mukamuchi spread his arms wide and proclaimed, You should all rejoice. This man's flesh and soul have merged perfectly with Lord Rude, and there is no greater honor than this. His absurd rhetoric, akin to deceiving a child, left the assembly in stunned silence. Seeing no one respond, Mukamuchi furiously cracked his whip. What are you waiting for? Continue your prayers. The devotees, trembling, resumed their supplications. The Pombola trio had initially intended to flee, but recalling the Dragon Balls they held, they mustered the courage to approach. My lord, please look. We have found the Dragon Balls. Pombola respectfully presented 2 lustrous orbs. Indeed, they were authentic Dragon Balls. After scrutinizing them, Mukamuchi smiled. Pombola, Dambola, Sumbola, you have done well. We are honored by your praise. Pombola beamed. I told you there would be no issues. The other 2 shared in his joy, with Sumbola whispering, This time, we shall surely be promoted. I intended to reward you greatly. Mukamuchi suddenly shifted his tone, the whip ensnaring the 3 like a venomous serpent. Yet you were foolish enough to allow yourselves to be followed here without noticing. What? The trio turned pale. We're exposed. Xiaofang and Wukong, along with Trunks, instantly revealed themselves, swiftly dispatching the surrounding guards. It's you. Pombola recognized them in despair. The statue's eyes emitted a strange glow, transforming the 3 into dolls and casting them into the vat. Only then did Mukamuchi turn to regard the newcomers. Who are you? What is your intent? Although he sensed their extraordinary nature, he remained composed. You must be the one in charge. Xiaofang glared at the Dragon Balls on the altar. Stealing someone else's possessions without consent. Didn't your mother teach you that this is an act of thievery? Those 2 Dragon Balls were obtained through great peril. You simply took them without a word. Is it not shameful for grown adults to engage in such behavior? Mukamuchi paused, realization dawning on him. So it's you. Pombola retrieved the Dragon Balls from your grasp. But since you have come, you shall remain to serve Lord Rude. He suddenly lashed out with his whip towards Xiaofang. Be careful. As Wukong pushed his daughter aside, he deftly evaded the incoming attack. Trunks, momentarily slowed in his movements, was struck by a long whip and sent flying. Just as the battle commenced, the surrounding followers scattered in panic. Emerging from the shadows, Wu Fan swiftly caught the small Fong, while Trunks brushed past them, colliding heavily with a stone pillar. Ouch! Wu Fan, you are so biased, complained the golden-haired youth, rubbing his back. Wu Fan smiled broadly. If you admit to being more delicate than Fong, I will certainly prioritize your care. Absolutely, Fong exclaimed, sticking her tongue out and making a face. Trunks rolled his eyes. I would prefer to pass on that. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Wukong fell to the ground but quickly sprang back up, clutching his head and exclaiming in pain. It turned out that Mo-Chi, unable to gain the upper hand, had resorted to using an energy gun for a sneak attack. Despicable, Wukong shouted, his face marred with burn marks. The opponent sneered, to the victor belong the spoils. This is Lord Lud's teaching. It is time to end this. A whip crack shattered the air as a colossal blue lion leapt forth from the darkness, its golden mane flaring and fangs bared. Isn't my thunder lion adorable? Mo-Chi laughed heartily. Wukong blinked and effortlessly blasted the rocky ceiling above, sending debris crashing down and reducing the mechanical lion to scrap metal. Leave this to your father. We shall procure the Dragon Balls and conduct reconnaissance, Wu Fan said, bringing her daughter to Trunks' side. I will handle it. Fong nimbly landed and dashed toward the altar. Not so fast. Despite being taken aback by the defeat of the Thunder Lion, Mo-Chi swung his whip to intercept. In a flash, Wu Fan executed a whip kick, sending Mo-Chi crashing into the ruins like a puppet severed from its strings. Hey, Wukong exclaimed, hands on his hips. We agreed that this target was mine. Anyone who dares to harm Fong shall perish. Wu Fan crushed the remnants of energy in her palm, casting a sidelong glance at the pile of rocks. No hurry. The real danger lurks within that biting whip. No sooner had she spoken than a yellow figure howled and lunged into the dust cloud. Fong swung onto her brother's arm, the sound of the Dragon Balls jingling in her backpack. You're the best, brother. I want to be your little tail. A light tap on his nose elicited a flash of blue light in the eyes of the young warrior as a three-dimensional map of the temple unfolded on his retina, intentionally guiding his siblings away from the critical paths. In the shadows, the mechanical eye of Daruki flickered behind the statue. Followers, having undergone mass modifications, were being swept into the cultivation tank like paper debris consumed by a vacuum. He tapped the remote, and the core of Lud began to overload. Though it was sufficient to incinerate ants, the entire temple trembled. As Trunks' scanner blared a red alert, Wu Fan focused on the sudden emptiness of the Great Hall, tracking the dissipating auras of the small fry, which unmistakably pointed to the wall they had passed 10 minutes prior. We found it. Fong gathered energy in her palm. But Daruki suddenly protruded halfway from the ceiling's pipe, 6 mechanical tendrils resembling syringes extending from his chest. From a distance, Wukong shouted, "This wooden lump becomes more clingy the more I strike it." Each time he tore apart a whip, the fragments wriggled and transformed into new puppets. Wu Fan suddenly chuckled, her fingertips coalescing a faint violet energy blade, precisely embedding it into the seemingly random cracks of the floor tiles. The entire temple reverberated with the sound of shattering glass, revealing the hidden control room, exposed like a split pomegranate. The game is over, he declared. Originally supported by Trunks, he now faced the challenge alone, which proved to be somewhat arduous. He entrusted the unexpected situation to Wu Fan while concentrating fully on dealing with Mookie. Just as Wu Fan and his companions arrived at the temple, Rude had completed 2/3 of his energy accumulation. Despite the insufficient energy in the original story, it had forced Wukong and Trunks into a fierce struggle. What unfortunate timing. Dorituki sneered as he raised the remote control and aimed it at the colossal statue, declaring, "Since you dare to thwart my plans, you shall not leave alive." A spiraling beam shot forth from the remote, striking the statue's head. The entire temple began to tremble, green light emanating from the statue, its eyes turning blood red as it gradually awakened. How annoying, Wu Fan exclaimed, raising his hand to fire a shot. Ha ha. Dorituki's sinister laughter abruptly ceased as the beam unexpectedly hurtled toward him. With a resounding crash, the leader was reduced to mere ashes. Wu Fan remained indifferent to Rude's strength, perceiving him as nothing more than an unconscious energy vessel. His sole objective had always been Dorituki. Brother? Why is Xiaofeng suddenly not responding? Retreat quickly, Trunks warned, having sensed Rude's surging energy, and took a few steps back. Yet, Wu Fan and his sister remained motionless, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The followers, transformed into puppets and tossed into the vat, were indeed charging energy for this robot. Wu Fan gazed at Rude, whose crumbling form shed fragments of stone. Whatever his schemes, such a menace ought to be eliminated. Xiaofeng recalled previous observations and nodded in agreement. As the last piece of rock shattered, the pale yellow mechanical body fully emerged. The comical metallic face slowly turned toward the crowd, the sound of an engine starting resonating from its chest. "It's really a robot," Xiaofeng exclaimed, laughing at its ridiculous visage. However, Trunks was drenched in cold sweat. "Don't be careless. Its energy fluctuations are terrifying. Trunks, you're too timid, with my brother here. What is there to fear? My brother is the strongest in the world," Xiaofeng declared confidently, completely oblivious to the threat before them. Wufan gently shook his head, advising Xiaofeng, "Take Trunks back. This opponent is formidable. Leave him to me." With a playful grimace at Wufan, Xiaofeng quickly followed Trunks in retreat. Currently, Rude's energy was only at the second tier, comparable to Super Saiyan Wukong, yet lacking the combat intelligence to truly contend with him. Even so, given Trunks and Xiaofeng's abilities, facing him alone would still be challenging. Moreover, the material of this mechanical body was extraordinarily resilient, making it difficult even for Super Saiyan Wukong to destroy it easily. Without hesitation, Wufan entered Super Saiyan form, preparing to unleash his full power to obliterate his adversary. However, a colossal screen suddenly illuminated within the temple, revealing a middle-aged man with blue skin, a bushy beard, and sunglasses. He scanned his surroundings, his tone laced with indignation. "That fool Daruki dares to defy my orders and recklessly activate the uncharged lewd. Daruki, come out at once. Another inexplicable character has appeared." Xiaofeng couldn't help but murmur. Dr. Mio's failed creation has indeed learned to be clever. This planet has been beset by enemies one after another. First, there was Mukamosai, whom he presumed to be the leader, only to be followed by Muki and now Daruki, and yet another seemingly higher-ranking old fellow has emerged. "Doctor." Mio cast a cold glance at the crowd and spoke. "I am Dr. Mio. The lewd church was established by my authorization of Daruki. It seems you have compelled him to activate lewd prematurely? To survive before lewd is no small feat, but where is Daruki?" "Oh, you mean him?" Wufan shrugged nonchalantly. "I sent him to hell." He was well aware of Dr. Mio's background. This mutant robot created by the Zephyr people harbored the hatred of the Scions who annihilated his race, with the ultimate goal of seeking revenge against the Scions through the artificial life form baby. "So it is," Dr. Mio replied, his expression unfazed. "You are indeed a Scion. Although I am uncertain of your true strength, it is evident that with Lud's current second-tier energy, victory is rather challenging. Fortunately, the reserve energy is sufficient to elevate it to the third tier." Dr. Mio swiftly manipulated the instruments before him, and a violent whirlwind erupted around Wufan's altar, tearing the ground apart with flying sand and stones. The sudden gust of wind caused Wufan to stagger slightly, while Xiaofeng and Trunks nearly lost their footing, clinging desperately to a stone pillar to steady themselves. A grave expression flickered in Wufan's eyes. This was entirely different from the original narrative, where Lud was supposed to ascend to the third stage by absorbing Xiaofeng's energy. Instead, it was currently receiving energy transmitted by Dr. Mio. Once the energy level breaks through, the combat prowess of this mechanical monstrosity would increase geometrically. After all, the Super Saiyan form of Wukong had once been defeated by its complete form. What made matters more complicated was that, according to Daruki's intelligence, to destroy this creature, one must simultaneously strike its mutated core located in its chest, delivering a dual assault on both the mental and physical planes. Damn the setup. Wufan cursed inwardly as he lunged toward the control panel in an attempt to interrupt the transmission. Anticipating this move, Dr. Mio sneered as he activated the light-speed conduction mode, the golden energy torrent swiftly merging into Lud's body. Wufan abruptly halted his advance. This high-purity life energy was akin to poison for non-absorbent entities. Let the poor wretches tremble in despair. Dr. Mio's maniacal laughter pierced through the storm. This unexpected windfall filled him with ecstasy, as the racial hatred inscribed in the core program erupted in full force. Crimson lightning danced wildly across Lud's surface, while energy tidal waves pulverized the surrounding rock layers into dust. The overwhelming pressure caused Trunks' goggles to crack under the force of the shockwave. Xiaofeng clenched her trembling fists and shouted, "But my brother can transform into the Super Saiyan 4, the strongest warrior in the universe." How intriguing. As the golden hair of Gohan surged upwards, a resplendent golden aura pierced the heavens, confronting the mechanical monstrosity with the formidable energy waves of a Super Saiyan in its second stage. Whether Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form could triumph over Luther remained an enigma. Judging solely by energy intensity, He might possess the strength to contend, yet Luther, as a mutated robot, boasted an indestructible body crafted from a unique alloy, far from easily vanquished. The explosive energy fluctuations emanating from Gohan left Dr. Mew aghast on the other side of the screen, his teeth clenched in frustration. Curse Scion! How dare he conceal such power? Yet even so, he shall not defeat Luther. Just wait until my baby reaches full maturity. Although surprised by Gohan's displayed prowess, Dr. Mew, unable to accurately gauge the energy intensity through the screen, felt no substantial concern. Boom. Luther's mechanical head rotated slowly after completing energy absorption, its metallic foot crashing down upon Gohan. Gohan did not intentionally wait for his opponent to charge. Rather, during the absorption process, Luther was enveloped in a high-density energy protective layer. Unless one possessed strength far surpassing Luther's current form, a reckless assault would only lead to humiliation. Once its energy was fully consolidated, the defensive strength would revert to normal levels. At this moment, Luther proved to be a formidable adversary. Even Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form would find it arduous to escape unscathed if struck directly. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal figure exhibited astonishing agility, relentlessly pursuing Gohan with its iron fists, reducing buildings to mere dust in its wake. Trunks and Mai were compelled to evacuate the battlefield, dodging falling debris as they flew outward. What is happening? Goku inquired anxiously, sensing an extraordinarily powerful energy. Drawn by this astonishing energy fluctuation, Goku hastily resolved the situation with Maki and rushed to provide support. Upon hearing Mai's brief account, excitement ignited in Goku's eyes. That statue is a robot that absorbs life energy? I yearn to experience its might firsthand. Mai quickly restrained her eager grandfather. Let brother handle it. You need not complicate matters. She was acutely aware of the Scion's combat nature. Any interference could provoke Gohan, who was already engaged in battle. Fear not. If Gohan cannot manage, my presence will be of no consequence, Goku replied with a smile, hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance. Unless his son willingly yielded, he would never seize the opponent's role. Boom. Several columns of energy suddenly burst through the temple's dome, startling everyone into hasty evasion. Following this, a series of violent sounds erupted from within the temple. The contest of power and intelligence energy shockwaves exploded, causing the entire temple to tremble and collapse, with the dome's stone slabs flung into the air, revealing the internal combat amidst swirling smoke. Through the dissipating haze, Mai and the others discerned the silhouettes of Gohan and Luther locked in confrontation. The defensive system of Xiver technology indeed posed a significant challenge. Gohan, in the intervals of evasion, fired probing energy blasts, which erupted in azure sparks upon Luther's metallic frame. The energy tier was comparable to that of his Super Saiyan 2 form, yet the armor's hardness exceeded expectations. In the heat of battle, the mechanical giant's knee joints displayed slight delays, a revelation that caused Gohan's pupils to contract. As Luther unleashed a powerful strike, he suddenly transformed into a golden afterimage, circling behind, his battle boot delivering a fierce kick to the knee. The metallic joint emitted a piercing, distorted sound, and Luther fell to his knees. A series of precise kicks targeted the elbow joint, causing the massive mechanical being to collapse to the ground like a toppled iron tower. From above, a cheer erupted from Xiaofeng. The joints are its weak points. Continue the assault. Hovering above the giant, Wu Fan gathered his hands, a blinding light coalescing into a shuttle shape within his palms. Super Saiyan 2. Accompanied by a whisper, a high-density energy projectile pierced the neck circuitry, unleashing a torrent of electrical serpents that danced wildly across the metallic surface. Dr. Mew, watching from the monitoring screen, turned pale, his fingers digging deeply into the control console. The Scion's combat prowess can indeed overpower the perfect mechanical body. Abruptly, he severed the feed, the laboratory resonating with his cold mutterings. It seems it's time to bring General Leard into the fray. Wu Fan observed the smoking remnants of the mechanical monstrosity, his fervor gradually subsiding. This battle validated his belief that overwhelming force was unnecessary. Precise strikes would always be more effective than brute strength. In the distance, Wukong exchanged awestruck glances with Trunks, both acutely aware that size disparities were rendered meaningless in the face of absolute tactics. Wu Fan cast a glance at the large screen, paying little heed to Dr. Mew, who was merely a minor player. The true threat lay with Baby. He found himself anticipating Baby's rapid growth. as it would provide the opportunity for him to fully utilize his Super Saiyan 4 form. Perhaps a little push was in order, Wufan pondered. In the original narrative, Baby awakened prematurely due to Trunks' intervention. Left to develop naturally, it could be a long wait. It appeared they would have to follow the original storyline to Planet 2. However, matters concerning Planet Luthor needed resolution. Noticing Luthor struggling to rise, Wufan chose not to linger. He replicated his earlier maneuver, striking Luthor's knee once more to force him back down, and then began to gather his energy. This technique was immediately recognized by Wukong, who observed Wufan's fingers poised at his brow, signaling that things were about to get serious. Xiao Fang and Trunks, although unclear about the situation, watched with eager anticipation. As the energy accumulated, Luthor managed to rise again, finally grasping why Dr. Mio had abandoned him. Such mechanical thinking was indeed unworthy of attachment. Faced with the still mechanically driven Luthor, Wufan shouted with resolve, "Magic convergence light cannon." A spiraling energy beam precisely penetrated Luthor's chest, utterly shattering his core. Accompanied by a flash of electricity, the giant's form crashed to the ground. With Luthor's demise, the residents who had been transformed into puppets were restored to their original state. After coming to understand the situation, Pengbala and the others expressed profound gratitude to Wufan and his companions, insisting on erecting statues in their honor. The Wukong team graciously declined the offer and boarded their ship, departing from Planet Luthor. Although their journey had not yielded the Dragon Balls, they had acquired crucial intelligence. An enemy named Dr. Mio was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Saiyans. This individual had carelessly discarded a robot with power comparable to Super Saiyan 2, indicating that his resources and influence were formidable. Therefore, the forthcoming travels demanded heightened caution. A single misstep could lead to disaster. After a week of searching, they discovered another Dragon Ball on a desolate planet. This is indeed the very planet from which Xiao Fang fled in the original tale. Yet, due to Wufan's intervention, the event did not repeat itself. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, Xiao Fang is no longer perceived as a burden. The spacecraft continued its journey for approximately half a month. While Wufan pondered how to persuade Trunks to land on Planet 2, when an unexpected calamity struck. Bang! A violent tremor engulfed the entire cabin, catching everyone off guard and causing them to stumble. Even Wufan was not spared. After all, it is impossible for anyone to remain vigilant at all times. That hurts. What happened? Xiao Fang groaned, rubbing her reddened forehead, tears brimming in her eyes. Wufan gently blew on her injury, while Trunks and Wukong rushed to the viewport to assess the situation. Oh no, we are under attack. Trunks' face paled at a mere glance, and he dashed back to the pilot's seat to take control of the ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of beams whizzed past the sides of the vessel. Thanks to his rapidly advancing piloting skills, Trunks navigated the ship through the hail of gunfire with remarkable agility. However, the ship lacked an energy shield. A single hit could spell doom. Everyone, take your seats immediately, Trunks shouted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. To escape this onslaught unscathed, he needed to execute complex evasive maneuvers. The cabin shook violently, making it difficult for even Wufan to maintain his balance. The others quickly fastened their seatbelts. Wufan still held Xiao Fang close, his expression now grave. If the spacecraft were destroyed, even if he survived, Xiao Fang and the others would be in dire peril. Trunks' hands flew across the control panel, showcasing the innate talent of Bulma's son. Each successful evasion at the brink of disaster brought a momentary sense of relief to the passengers. Damn it, who is attacking us? Wukong slammed his fist against the seat. Trunks, is there any way for me to get out and teach them a lesson? Without turning around, Trunks replied succinctly, Wukong, don't count on it. There's no room to maneuver in a spacesuit, and their ship is far too advanced. Breaking through by sheer force is utterly unrealistic. Our only option is to find a planet to land on immediately, so we can gather our strength to deal with them. Wufan sighed inwardly, wondering why they had found themselves in such a predicament again. This marked the third occurrence. Given their proximity to Planet 2, Wufan surmised that the attackers were likely mechanical mutants dispatched by Liard, intent on forcing them down to the terrain that favored Liard. It was precisely this insight that prevented Wufan from suggesting a direct assault on the enemy ship. As for how he determined the location of Planet 2, it was entirely based on the aura he sensed during instantaneous movement. In this star system, Liard's presence was the most palpable, by tracking the strongest energy source. He could effectively pinpoint the coordinates of Planet 2. A suitable planet for landing detected. Prepare for landing. Trunks suddenly shouted, excitement flashing in his eyes. After being suppressed for so long, the moment for counterattack was finally at hand. Once they successfully landed, a few Super Saions would be more than capable of dominating this galaxy. As Wu Fan and Xiao Fang tightened their seatbelts, Trunks remained fully focused on piloting the spaceship, deftly maneuvering to evade enemy fire while descending toward the silvery, metallic planet below. Catching a glimpse of the planet's surface glimmering with cold, metallic structures, Wu Fan felt an unwavering conviction. This was indeed Planet 2. It appeared that the adversary was deliberately refraining from deploying heavy weaponry, merely seeking to drive them toward the designated battlefield. Boom! The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and landed steadily, aided by the enemy's intentional leniency. It was time for them to taste the bitterness of defeat. Having attacked them inexplicably, mercy was not an option. Wukong rolled up his sleeves, seething with anger. Trunks, with a grim visage, asserted, regardless of their motives, today they must pay the price. Count me in, Xiao Fang exclaimed, shaking her small fist. Yet, it was Wu Fan who remained silent. He understood better than anyone that setting foot on this planet meant facing a fierce battle against the Legion of Leerd. In the original narrative, even Sun Wukong had suffered defeat, nearly disassembled after being metallized. Boom! After the spaceship landed, several eerie shadows swiftly flitted across the ground. Trunks, staring at the empty hatch, muttered, "What the hell? Drones?" He noticed the anomalies on the ground, but dismissed them as mere fleeting clouds. Suddenly, the shadows coiled around them like venomous serpents, encircling the group. Xiao Fang clutched Wu Fan's sleeve, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Don't be afraid," Wu Fan reassured her, tousling her bangs. "I'm here." The girl's ears flushed crimson as she retorted defiantly, "Who, me? I'm not afraid. Just a bit unaccustomed." Sun Wukong suddenly tensed, sensing something amiss. Something's not right. His words barely left his lips when 4 mechas burst forth from the shadows. The Crimson Mech's eyes flickered with data streams. "Interesting, they can see through our disguise. Prioritize capture." A gray mech warned. "Don't forget the Dragon Ball retrieval protocol." Another chimed in. The final mech emitted a synthesized electronic cackle. With a flash of red light, an energy tide swirled debris into a vortex. Sun Wukong and Trunks were sent flying like kites severed from their strings, while Wu Fan extended a barrier to shield Xiao Fang, inwardly lamenting his father's tendency to falter at critical moments. Delightful. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his cheek, his fighting spirit surging. "State your name." "Team 2. Codename Mech Cannon Sigma," the leading mech replied coldly. Wu Fan crossed his arms, responding, "Dr. Mu's failed creations have become quite clever. This battle has only just begun." "Huh. Even Dr. Mu is aware of us. It seems he possesses some insight." "Indeed, we are the strongest mutated legion personally crafted by Dr. Mu, under the command of General Leerd. Since you ventured here, I advise you to surrender peacefully and become Dr. Mu's subjects, lest you seek your own demise." The red-armored warrior, Naiji, crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance over Wu Fan and his companions. "So, you're the despicable scientist's lackeys." Xiao Fang clenched her fists, glaring at him. "So you intentionally led us to this planet? Is this your lair?" "Quite perceptive, little girl," Naiji smirked coldly. "But unfortunately for you, here, victory is beyond your reach." Sun Wukong scratched his head, grasping only that the robots were linked to Dr. Mu. He strode forward and patted Wu Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Last time on Planet Root, you stole the show. How about leaving these fellows to me?" Wu Fan shrugged and stepped back, gesturing for him to proceed. Although these robots possessed some peculiar abilities, with prior knowledge of tactics, even Xiao Fang could handle them, which hardly piqued his interest. Despite not fully comprehending, Sun Wukong was flexing his wrists as he approached Naiji. "But your objective is the Dragon Balls, right? You should give up hope soon." Before the words had left his mouth, he shot towards the enemy ranks like an arrow released from a bow. Naiji grinned menacingly and pointed into the air. The robots beside him suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a barrage of metallic projectiles that whistled through the air. The attack radius not only enveloped Sun Wukong, but also encompassed Wu Fan and the others entirely. As the metallic spheres struck the ground, they grew into a thicket of bone-like spikes. "Isn't that a technique from Naruto used by Kimimaro?" Wu Fan thought as he scooped up Xiao Fang and soared to evade. Still retaining some memory of the storyline, though the details regarding the Mech Cannon Sigma Legion had grown fuzzy, He vaguely remembered their ability to liquefy and merge. However, Son Wukong and Trunks reacted slightly late and found themselves ensnared by the dense spikes, once again underestimating the situation. Wu Fan left Xiao Fang at a safe height and darted towards the trapped duo, proving to be quite a handful. The metallic spikes surrounding Son Wukong and Trunks suddenly reconfigured, coalescing into a dim, mechanical entity that firmly imprisoned both, leaving only their heads exposed. Haha, this time. You truly let your guard down. Son Wukong attempted to twist his body, but found all his joints securely locked, making even the flow of his breath sluggish and difficult. Trunks displayed a look of surprise. I didn't expect this guy to possess such abilities. Even Mr. Wukong has fallen for it, which isn't entirely unjust. With Wu Fan present, they did not panic as anticipated. Instead, they had the leisure to reflect on their mistakes. This was not without its silver lining. If they were to remain forgetful, Wu Fan would be tirelessly occupied with cleaning up the mess. Not a chance. The remaining 3 members of the Mech Cannon Sigma Legion formed a triangular encirclement, their objective squarely on the rescuing Wu Fan. Naiji's palm glowed with a golden light as 2 energy blasts shot forth. The mechanical warrior codenamed Biss had its chest armor slide open, unleashing a blinding beam from a massive pulse cannon. The smallest, Nate, flung a chain with a flying fist, the iron fist whistling through the air towards its target. Although the 3 attacks arrived in succession due to distance differences, they all managed to seal off every escape route just before the rescue. Such an onslaught would be lethal to an ordinary person, yet Wu Fan did not even flinch. He merely swayed slightly, effortlessly weaving through the dense barrage of fire, and in an instant, stood before the imprisoned Libet. Release them. In a calm tone, the youth had already gathered a dazzling sphere of light in his palm. Without waiting for a response, the destructive energy surged forth, obliterating most of Libet's upper body. Boom. The mechanical debris crashed to the ground, and beneath it, Son Wukong cried out, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! I'm going to be crushed." With a flash of brilliance striking down, the remaining armor exploded, and 2 fiery plumes shot skyward, leaving only a smattering of gears billowing smoke. Impossible. Naiji and the others finally awoke from their stupor. So powerful. This is entirely beyond measure. Such velocity leaves no room for reaction. Even the typically unyielding mechanical warriors began to exhibit signs of program disarray. Stay composed, Naiji urged, attempting to maintain his calm. We have yet to unleash our true strength. True strength? Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement at his father's words. Wu Fan took a step back, shaking his head as he cleared the battlefield. I leave this to you. Do not underestimate it this time. Rest assured, Son Wukong declared, his knuckles cracking with anticipation as he advanced towards the enemy. The tactics that once caused me trouble will not work again. Trunks watched with folded arms, observing, in fact. Allowing Wu Fan to handle this might be more prudent. Exactly. Xiaofang gracefully descended upon the ruins, her twin tails swaying in the breeze. Grandpa is always unreliable. Son Wukong waved dismissively without turning back. Don't undermine me, Xiaofang. That was merely an accident. He beckoned to Naiji and the others. Come on, show me everything you've got. Nate grinned wickedly. With this little brat in the mix, things have become much simpler. The 3 exchanged glances and suddenly leaped into a combined stance. Super Mech Cannon Sigma Fusion. In a dazzling display of light, the 3 mechanical bodies transformed and reassembled, ultimately merging into a colossal battle robot. The metallic shell glinted coldly under the sun, while the hydraulic joints emitted a hissing roar of steam. Oh, a fusion robot. Son Wukong marveled, his eyes gleaming with fascination. The ultimate battle power of Form 2. The robot's composite sound emitter buzzed ominously, and as its mechanical arms swung, they conjured a tempest, uprooting the rocky terrain within a 100-meter radius. Xiaofang instinctively clenched her fists. Can that foolish grandpa really handle this? That level of force won't harm him, Wu Fan reassured her, but before he could finish, the mechanical giant's arm suddenly morphed into a mace shape, crashing down towards Son Wukong with a deafening sonic boom. Trunks swiftly activated a protective shield, and the skyscraper where they had once stood was instantly reduced to rubble by the shockwave. From the dust and debris came Son Wukong's excited shout. This move is intriguing. He leaped onto the extending mechanical arm, delivering a knee strike directly to the robot's head window. Behind him lay an endless expanse of dense forest as Wukong was sent flying by a seemingly casual blow, his body shattering dozens of ancient trees in succession. In an instant, he sprang forth from the rubble, miraculously unscathed, his martial attire still pristine. Interesting. The power is indeed astonishing. His resolve intensified, the thrill of facing a formidable opponent igniting his spirit. Now it's my turn. Gazing at the advancing mech cannon Sigma, Wukong suddenly lowered his center of gravity and stomped the ground, leaving multiple afterimages in the air, rendering the opponent unable to pinpoint his location. With a flurry of heavy punches, the giant body crashed to the ground. The hovering warrior chuckled lightly. Fusion is your downfall. Such a cumbersome form cannot keep up with my speed. Haha. The meek cannon Sigma rose effortlessly, prompting an acceleration as its flight mode activated. The mechanical body suddenly unfurled its streamlined wings, and the rear thrusters erupted with fierce flames, instantly shattering the sound barrier as it soared into the sky. Could it truly transform? Wukong's pupils constricted as the incoming shockwave nearly grazed his cheek. At a distance, atop a building, Wu Fan pressed his forehead with a sigh. His father was once again playing with fire. Witnessing his father, who held a decisive advantage, deliberately suppressing his strength while being pursued around the arena, the young warrior felt veins throb at his temples. He occasionally retained his power for combat, but would never subject himself to such self-inflicted hardship. Just moments ago, his grandfather had assured him not to underestimate their opponents. Xiao Fang helplessly pressed her temples. Trunks suggested, gazing at the ongoing battlefield, why not take this opportunity to scout Dr. Miao's base? Suddenly, Wu Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke gravely. It's too late. A new energy is approaching. Perhaps sensing the meek cannon Sigma's disadvantage, the mastermind behind it all was finally preparing to make his appearance. Wu Fan signaled his companions to retreat. This foe is formidable. You must withdraw. Both Xiao Fang and Trunks sensed a terrifying energy drawing near, understanding that lingering any longer would only make them a burden, and thus they quickly moved to a safe distance. A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Fang's eyes. Despite her awareness of Wu Fan's unfathomable strength, Wu Fan offered her a reassuring glance. Leader was indeed a troublesome adversary, capable of manipulating the very metal of the planet, even merging with it. As he declared, as long as metal remained on this planet, he would be immortal. It seemed that to completely eradicate him, one might have no choice but to destroy the planet itself. Yet, Wu Fan chose to challenge the limits, aiming to defeat his opponent without causing planetary destruction. If all else failed, he could always reveal his Super Saiyan 4 form for a swift resolution. Let us split up for reconnaissance, Trunks proposed, believing it better to investigate Dr. Miao's secrets than to remain mere spectators. Otherwise, being spied upon while gathering Dragon Balls would be quite disadvantageous. Xiao Fang hesitated, glancing at Wu Fan, and upon seeing his non-committal response, she nodded in agreement. Although she yearned to witness the battle, she wished even more to prove herself, as she had yet to showcase her abilities since leaving Earth. Wu Fan permitted their actions, having his own considerations. Aside from Leader and meek cannon Sigma, the common robotic minions posed no threat. With their skills, they could safeguard themselves even with their eyes closed. Should Trunks be fortunate, he might discover a teleportation device leading to Dr. Miao's laboratory, at which point Baby's whereabouts could be exposed, thus fulfilling their ultimate objective. Suddenly, a blinding beam of pale light surged through the air, targeting Xiao Fang's throat. In a flash of golden light, Wu Fan had teleported in front of his sister, employing the Kamehameha technique preemptively. At the moment of collision between the two energies, the white light dissipated like foam. Yet, Wu Fan understood all too well, this seemingly feeble attack concealed deadly intent. If struck, the body would instantaneously turn to metal, a fate even his father had not escaped in the original tale, and he could not be certain if he could reverse such a transformation with energy. Run, he commanded sternly, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure that had appeared atop the distant building. Xiao Fang and her companions suddenly realized, had it not been for Wu Fan's intervention, Trunks would have undoubtedly met the same fate as in the original story. Transformed into a metallic slab and transported to Dr. Miao's laboratory. This time, however, there would be no Jiro to assist him. They exchanged glances, exhaling in relief. Wu Fan's demeanor was indeed far more composed than Wukong's. Hey, stop posing over there. Do you realize how ridiculous you look right now? Wu Fan remarked, crossing his arms and arching an eyebrow at the distant Leard. Leard, his physique bulging with muscles and clad in a golden metallic vest over his blue skin, presented a comical sight with nothing but a pair of deep blue cotton briefs adorning his lower half, prompting Wufan to shake his head in disbelief. Humph. Although I don't quite understand, you seem to be the strongest among this group? Liard, maintaining a stoic expression, gradually descended before Wufan. One could say that. Wufan shrugged. Since Dr. Mio has already divulged our secrets, let's dispense with the idle chatter. If you intend to fight, I suggest you do so swiftly, lest you find yourself without an opportunity to strike. Arrogant little brat, Liard smirked. Very well, let us settle this, Sion's son Wufan. Clearly, he was well acquainted with Wufan, likely having viewed recordings of his battle with Lude. Though he might not match Wufan in sheer energy, his metallic abilities could potentially secure him victory, provided Wufan remained oblivious to his powers. Suddenly, Liard unleashed a twisted beam of light. Do not embarrass yourself with such tricks. Wufan casually countered with a Kamehameha, nullifying the attack. After 2 failed attempts, Liard, rather than growing angry, laughed. Soon enough, you won't be laughing at all. With that, he abandoned his metallic beams and engaged in close combat. In the exchange of blows, Liard's fighting skills paled in comparison, as Wufan effortlessly dominated the match using only his base form. After dozens of exchanges, Liard found himself without a means to retaliate. With a dull thud, Liard's wrist suddenly slipped, sending his fist careening toward Wufan's face. However, Wufan, unlike Wukong, remained vigilant throughout the fight. He didn't even bother to dodge, simply striking out to deflect Liard's incoming fist. Had Liard's punch not been able to return to its original position, it would have been lost to the winds. Indeed, you possess some skill. It seems I can no longer hold back. Liard, fully aware of Wufan's prowess, also understood that his opponent had yet to unveil 2 additional transformations. Without genuine capability, he would not dare to challenge him recklessly. Bored, Wufan yawned and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. If we're going to fight, let us get on with it. I'm nearly falling asleep. This casual demeanor utterly infuriated Liard. Let us see if you can maintain that arrogance for much longer. He responded with a sinister grin, suddenly launching several metallic chains from the ground. Yet, Wufan nimbly dodged, taunting, "Is this all you've got?" Truly disappointing. Liard's expression shifted dramatically as a terrifying aura erupted from within him. The metallic debris around them trembled as if alive, coalescing into a towering wave that surged toward Wufan. The spectacle resembled a solitary vessel confronting a tsunami, causing even Wufan to gasp. Are you serious? The silvery torrent was poised to engulf him in an instant when Wufan suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Liard, accompanied by a dull thud. Liard plunged into the metallic wave he had conjured, creating a dazzling display of silver sparks. The surface of the metallic sea abruptly bulged, and Liard emerged unscathed, his crimson tongue licking the corner of his mouth. Your body is truly the most perfect material for modification. Wufan, uninterested in the delusions of his opponent, had already gathered a radiant sphere of energy in his hands. Kamehameha, the energy wave, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, pierced through the metallic ocean, obliterating Liard. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the metallic mass began to writhe and reorganize. This troublesome adversary was evidently not so easily vanquished. A chilling laughter echoed from the metallic tide. Futile. Even if your power overwhelms me, you shall not triumph today. Liard's voice resonated within the metallic deluge. Countless streams of liquid metal surged towards Wufan from all directions. At that moment, Liard had become one with the metal, completely unfazed by Wufan's ability to teleport. He had constructed a flawless 3-dimensional encirclement, convinced that his opponent had nowhere to escape. Now, a golden aura surged upwards, the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation shredding the metallic tide to pieces. Upon witnessing this, Liard immediately separated himself from the metal, while in the distance, the resonance of energy signaled that several metallic fragments were rapidly approaching. Wufan instantly recognized these shards as parts of the Mecha Cannon Sigma. However, what concerned him more was that his father, Wukong, would soon detect the disturbances here. As the metallic fragments fused together, Liard's form swelled dramatically, his energy rising exponentially. Wufan marveled inwardly. Dr. Mu's mechanical mutation technology is indeed impressive. Having completed his transformation, Liard clenched his fists, the metallic joints emitting a harsh grinding sound. Your Scion energy is worth Dr. Mu's relentless pursuit. But now, before he could finish, a golden afterimage tore through the air towards him. The metallic giant raised his hand to block, the collision generating shockwaves that cracked the ground like spider webs. This battle had merely begun. He had nowhere to flee. The Liard, who had previously been unable to defeat even Wu Fan in his normal state, now found himself evenly matched against the Super Saiyan form of Wu Fan. Shadows of fists intertwined. Both sides engaged in a furious exchange at breathtaking speed for dozens of rounds, with Liard slightly at a disadvantage yet showing no signs of defeat. It was no wonder that Wukong, sensing the sudden surge of energy, furrowed his brow. Another formidable foe targeting Wu Fan? Why was it always him? He had just dealt with the Mecha Cannon Sigma when those mechanical bodies bizarrely disintegrated, converging towards the battlefield. At that moment, he finally understood. The enemy was evolving through fusion, specifically targeting the Super Saiyan. Witnessing his son battling amidst the metallic tempest, Wukong clenched his fists, knowing full well that Wu Fan's stubborn nature would prevent him from accepting assistance. Tactical maneuvering. Whoosh. The kicked Liard unleashed several energy blasts while covertly firing metallic rays from his mouth. Wu Fan, seeing through the ruse, unleashed the Kamehameha, devouring both the hidden attacks and the overt assault, with the residual energy surging towards his opponent. The metallic maelstrom, a tsunami of liquid metal surged forth, erupting from the ground in a flurry of dense metallic columns, weaving an intricate net across the landscape. Even the heavens trembled at this onslaught. As a radiant golden light erupted, the Super Saiyan 2, Gohan, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts akin to a meteor shower, shattering the metallic barrier into fragmented shards. However, the breach gaps were swiftly replenished by the oncoming tide of liquid metal, an overwhelming wave of death still crashing relentlessly forward. The metallic resources of Planet 2 were nearly boundless, enabling Liard to resupply rapidly. Thus, a mere energy-draining tactic held no efficacy against him. Frustration coursed through Gohan's mind. Although Liard's raw strength was lacking, his abilities proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite exerting pressure on Liard throughout the confrontation, Gohan had yet to inflict any substantial damage. He understood well that without discovering a solution, even transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 would be futile. In many respects, Liard's capabilities were more troublesome than the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu. At least Buu could be harmed by energy blasts, and eradicating all his cells would halt his regeneration. In contrast, Liard could morph into liquid metal to evade lethal strikes, and even if parts of him were vaporized, he could immediately replenish from the environment. As long as his core remained intact, he stood invincible. Observing the battle, Goku was left in awe, yet his fighting spirit surged. Although he could not join the fray, he mentally simulated combat scenarios, only to despondently conclude that escape was the only option. Gohan, how will you respond? He knew that while his son possessed extraordinary power, without unearthing the secret, there was no solution unless they obliterated the entirety of Planet 2. However, with Xiao Fong and Trunks still on the planet, that plan was naturally rendered moot. Transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan may not have broken through the metallic encirclement, but he had shifted the tide of battle. Unlike the Goku from the original timeline, who fled in a state of utter disarray, it appeared that they must wait for the moment Liard disengaged from the metal to launch a wide-scale bombardment, a strategy that would render evasion impossible. Gohan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the undulating metal tide. This cunning foe rarely revealed his true form, necessitating a carefully laid trap. No wonder the Goku from the original timeline felt helpless. Such abilities were indeed vexing. Ultimately, Liard met his demise at the hands of Baby's parasitic prowess, a fitting end. Super explosive wave. With a thunderous roar, Gohan's body radiated with golden light, unleashing a destructive energy that instantaneously eradicated the metallic liquid within hundreds of meters. In the face of such rapid annihilation, even Liard, endowed with swift replenishing traits, could not muster new metal in time to fill the void. Yet, while Liard was taken aback by Gohan's might, he remained unperturbed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Unleash your power to the fullest. When your energy is depleted, you shall ultimately fall to me. My curiosity grows. What form will Dr. Mu transform you into? Liard's mission was to capture Gohan and others, delivering them to Dr. Mu for reformation, turning them into obedient mutated warriors. Generally, the more formidable the body before transformation, the more astonishing the battle prowess post-mutation. Prepare yourself, Liard. Gohan floated in midair, gathering a crimson energy sphere between his hands, before thrusting it forward with unbridled force. Tenfold Kamehameha. A blazing red light surged forth, catching Leard off guard, as the surrounding metallic liquid vaporized completely, vanishing along the trajectory of the wave. This attack left no trace, not even remnants of metal. Could it truly be the tenfold Kamehameha? Wukong watched in astonishment. The technique he had painstakingly mastered was effortlessly executed by another. Traditionally, the Kamehameha involves concentrating and releasing one's energy, but this is limited to the early stages of energy development. By the mid-stage, even Krillin could wield it with ease. The true tenfold amplification, however, requires the energy manipulation techniques of the Kaioken, which manifests the wave in a crimson hue. This strike not only obliterated all metal in its path, but also carved a vacuum along its trajectory. How formidable! The realm of Super Saiyan 2 could unleash pressure nearly akin to that of Super Saiyan 4. Just as Wukong marveled at this strength, he suddenly heard the sound of metal shifting. The scattered liquid metal rapidly reformed, and Leard's figure re-emerged. Indeed, only by utterly annihilating all the metal on this planet could one prevent Leard's regeneration. Observing the restored Leard, Wukong's expression turned grave. Leard, panting heavily, suppressed his shock and forced a relaxed smile, saying, "Son Wufan, don't waste your efforts. Your attacks are ineffective against me. You might as well concede now. Is that so?" Wufan gracefully descended, standing a short distance from Leard, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Your earlier tenfold Kamehameha may not have harmed you, but it surely consumed a significant amount of your energy to counter it, didn't it?" Leard's expression stiffened as he forced a smile. "You are correct. That last technique indeed took me by surprise and consumed quite a bit of my energy to avoid injury. However, compared to your expenditure, mine is negligible. If we continue this way, it will surely be you who exhaust your energy first." "I suspected as much," Wufan replied with a smile, as the radiance surrounding him gradually receded, returning to his normal form. "What? Are you conceding already?" Leard's face showed confusion. Given Wufan's nature, he would never yield easily. Suddenly, Wufan clenched his fists, releasing an astonishing surge of energy once more. "I will show you how little you truly know about me." With a roar, Wufan erupted with a storm of energy, white flames leaping forth. Though he maintained his normal state, the pressure emanating from him was even more terrifying than that of Super Saiyan 2. How is this possible? Leard's face finally displayed fear as he involuntarily stepped back. In the distance, Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's that power. But when did he master it?" "No, he must not have completely grasped it yet. He is merely tapping into a fraction of its potential. Even so, it's far stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Just as Son Wukong observed, during his time aboard the spaceship, Wufan had never ceased his training in that mysterious power. Although he had not fully unlocked it, he could now harness a considerable amount of energy, his strength firmly surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2, yet still shy of reaching Super Saiyan 3. This is troubling. This fellow harbors such vast energy within. Dr. Mew and I have both miscalculated. We must devise a means of retreat." Sensing the overwhelming momentum of Wufan, Leard has already begun to entertain thoughts of withdrawal. The second planet indeed harbors a vast quantity of metal, and we are far from being at the end of our resources. However, with the power Wufan is currently demonstrating, he is fully capable of unleashing multiple successive tenfold Kamehameha waves. Should we truly encounter a barrage of tenfold Kamehameha blasts, even if the metal of the second planet remains unscathed, Leard would be utterly defeated due to energy depletion. The metallic ground is marred by spiderweb-like cracks from the energy field, and Wufan's knuckles are turning white from the power he is gathering. He has no intention of employing strategy. Pure energy dominance is the hallmark of a Saiyan. Leard futilely writhes in his liquid metal form, while the crimson stream of a 20-fold Kamehameha has already consumed half the sky. The air is ionized in the presence of the ultra-high energy particle flow, and Wukong raises his hand to shield himself from the blinding red light. He observes his son's taut-back muscles and slightly trembling wrists, the burden of exceeding their limits rendering Wufan like a bow drawn to its fullest. Yet, when the annihilation beam sweeps across, even the metallic vapor is deconstructed at a quantum level. This technique is absolutely mesmerizing. Wukong disperses the residual plasma waves before him, his battle suit scorched by the radiative heat. He is not preoccupied with the reasons for his endurance. His mind is solely consumed by the exhilaration of pursuing his son. Wufan shakes his aching arms. The orb of the divine path is mending cellular damage, yet the nerve in his right shoulder still tingles with residual overload. Suddenly, an unfamiliar surge of energy causes his pupils to constrict. There is trouble on Trunks' battlefield. Let us go. As he grasps his father's shoulder, a spatial fold forms a closed loop around them. In the last fleeting glimpse, the glass-like crystals created by the 20-fold Kamehameha are peeling away from the edge of the lava pit. With his involvement, the original narrative may no longer be reliable, and a chain reaction could very well ensue. Should Dr. Mu still possess a trump card against him, and it inadvertently befall Xiaofang, Wufan would surely find himself regretting his choices. Wukong also displays concern, not resisting Wufan's use of instant transmission, as it is undoubtedly the most expedient solution. In the blink of an eye, the father and son find themselves in a colossal chamber. Beneath their feet, a jade-like lake glimmers with an ethereal light, with only a 2-meter-wide metallic bridge leading to a platform. Upon the platform are intricate instruments and a cultivation pod. Wufan instantly recognizes this as Baby's energy supply station. As they materialize, Dr. Mu stands before the cultivation pod, frantically manipulating the equipment, his visage contorted in a furious roar. At the entrance of the chamber, the dialogue between Xiaofang and Trunks is abruptly interrupted by the residual shockwave of the earlier explosion, which was caused by Trunks blasting open the metallic door. The confined space amplifies the echo, allowing Wufan to hear it with startling clarity from afar. Dad, Great-Grandpa. Xiaofang catches sight of them and immediately rushes over, bubbling with excitement. Wukong, closer in proximity, beams with a smile and opens his arms, only to see the little girl dart past him and dive into Wufan's embrace. Mr. Wukong can only scratch the back of his head in embarrassment as Trunks steps in at the right moment to ease the situation. Has the battle concluded? What brings you here so suddenly? Wukong, seizing the opportunity to shift the topic, inquires, what is happening on your end? What is Dr. Mu up to? Trunks' expression suddenly grows serious as he swiftly explains the current situation. Despite the absence of Jiru's assistance, he unexpectedly discovered this place and learned of Baby's intelligence, seizing the opportunity to tamper with the core program while Dr. Mu was unprepared. Damn it! It must be repaired immediately. Dr. Mu frantically struck the console, the blue light of the electronic screen illuminating his contorted face. He had to either restart the entire system or completely eradicate the invading virus data. Trunks watched with confidence, explaining to the others, this guy is attempting to dominate the galaxy. To achieve this, he not only modified monsters, but also dispatched outdated robots to wage a forceful conquest. The group steadily advanced along the metallic bridge. At this moment, Dr. Mu had abandoned repairs, kneeling beside the cultivation pod and howling, in your complete form. You were once immensely powerful. The energy transmitted through the star routes should have eternally cycled within you. Dr. Mu smashed his fist into the controller's screen, shouting, Baby. It was by absorbing the power of Lud that you became what you are today. This energy must burn brightly. My remaining hope rests entirely upon you. Wufan and his companions had quietly approached him from behind. Xiaofang gazed at the hunched figure of the doctor, sighing, he looks a bit pitiful. I actually want to spar with him. Wukong mumbled while chewing on a senza bean. Trunks firmly pressed a hand on his shoulder. Don't act recklessly. Just joking. Wukong flipped over, pressing his body against the glass of the cultivation pod, making faces at Baby, whose tiny body was gently rising and falling as energy flowed through the pipes. Silence. Do not touch Baby's life support system. Dr. Mu's eyes bulged with rage. Suddenly, the eyes of the infant within the pod opened, emitting a blinding arc of light. What? Dr. Mu staggered back, then trembled as he lunged toward the console. My baby has awakened. In the dazzling electric light, Wukong and the others were forced to shield their eyes. Trunks' voice tightened. The system has clearly failed. This is impossible. As the bright light began to dissipate, Baby's wrinkled skin visibly hardened at an astonishing rate, the curled body expanding as if inflated, while the alarms of the life support pod exploded one by one. Fantastic. A perfect beginning. Dr. Mu exclaimed excitedly as he stepped forward. I knew you wouldn't be easily defeated, Baby. Continue to grow, my child. Trunks stared in disbelief. This is impossible. How can this be? As a descendant of a scientific lineage, he was confident in the devices he had modified. Logically, Baby should not have been able to survive. Son Wufan gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Now is not the time to delve into the reasons. Perhaps he has a special constitution. Or he completed his development long ago. It has little to do with you. This reassurance eased Trunks somewhat. Just then, Baby, having absorbed ample energy, rapidly expanded. transforming into the form of a young child, yet with exceptionally developed muscles. "Trunks, you were right," Son Wukong said with a grave expression. "This being's energy is indeed beyond imagination. Even I feel a chill." This remark astonished Trunks and Xiaofeng. How could even Wukong find it challenging? Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted from the cultivation pod, sweeping the surroundings like a torrential rain. Wukong quickly shielded Xiaofeng, raising a protective barrier as he retreated. Caught off guard, Son Wukong and Trunks were sent flying by the energy shockwave. This rejuvenation chamber, the culmination of Dr. Mu's years of dedication, harbored an extraordinarily terrifying core energy. Even Wufan dared not underestimate it. Meanwhile, the closest Dr. Mu, being the weakest, was left gasping for breath amidst the turmoil. When the energy storm subsided, a childlike baby emerged from the metallic chamber, emitting a piercing roar and radiating purple flames. Such formidable energy! Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Look!" Trunks' voice trembled. "He hasn't completed his final evolution." This indicated that his interference had indeed been effective. Although he had not managed to eliminate Baby, he had thwarted the birth of a complete form. "Well done, Baby." The injured Dr. Mu struggled towards Baby, insisting, "You can still grow without that energy. Now, swiftly deal with these scions." With Baby as his trump card, he finally felt a sense of courage. Baby turned his head, rasping, "Scions." "Yes, the scions. Doctor." Mu shouted hysterically, "Annihilate them." Suspended in midair, Baby's eyes blazed with fierce fire, and the swirling purple energy around him erupted like a volcano. This power was indeed terrifying. Yet the newly born Baby clearly lacked the mastery to control it. On the ground, Son Wufan's palm suddenly manifested a dazzling energy sphere, which he hurled at Baby with great force. Though Baby sensed the impending attack, he was unable to evade it in time. With a thunderous explosion, the blinding light engulfed him entirely. Amidst the cries of anguish, Baby's form shattered into fragments, blood raining down. Those watching were momentarily stunned. Such overwhelming energy, yet so easily vanquished? Unbelievable. The scions possess such strength. Dr. Mu suddenly awoke from his stupor, trembling as he pressed a concealed button on his chest. With a mechanical roar, the platform elevated a massive spaceship, and he staggered towards the cabin. Son Wufan's pupils constricted as he clearly saw a piece of Baby's flesh silently adhering to Dr. Mu's ankle, swiftly penetrating his skin. "Dr. Mu is trying to escape," Xiaofeng cried out urgently. "He has nowhere to run," Son Wufan retorted, his right palm once again condensing an energy blast, which he unleashed directly through Dr. Mu's back heart. "If only I had 3 more months, Dr. Mu would have knelt before me, and I could have revived Baby for my galactic dominion." Before he could finish, he succumbed to death. "Brother!" Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Son Wufan's neck and planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. The demise of this villain, who had repeatedly plotted against them, brought her immense satisfaction. Son Wukong exchanged a glance with Trunks, though they held no particular obsession with Dr. Mu. The deed was done, and they chose not to speak further. As Son Wufan approached, he suddenly raised his foot and crushed Dr. Mu's skull. The sound of shattering bone echoed, and a Dragon Ball rolled out, its dark star patterns glimmering with an eerie light under the sun. "Wow, a Dragon Ball!" Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried to pick up the glowing orb, wiping it with her sleeve and examining it closely under the light. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he asked, "Wufan, how did you discover that Dr. Mu was hiding a Dragon Ball inside him?" Moments ago, he nearly intercepted Wufan. Had he succeeded, this Dragon Ball would have been lost. It is evident that Dr. Mu employed some form of shielding device, rendering the Dragon Radar utterly ineffective. Wufan shrugged nonchalantly, contemplating that Dr. Mu is no ordinary individual. Even if his heart were no longer functioning, he might still pose a threat, hence a decisive action was warranted just in case. Who would have thought that a Dragon Ball was indeed concealed? Wukong hung his head in dejection, momentarily at a loss for words. "Wukong, Wufan's actions were justified," Trunks reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, chuckling that if Dr. Mu were not truly incapacitated, a sudden ambush could have been perilous. Now, not only had they eliminated the threat, but they also fortuitously acquired a Dragon Ball. "Exactly. Grandpa, it's thanks to my brother that we didn't miss this Dragon Ball." Little Fong joyfully tucked the Dragon Ball away. Wukong muttered softly, "I never claimed he was wrong." Observing Wukong's aggrieved expression, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. The mission on Planet 2 concluded successfully, resolving the competition for the Dragon Balls while unexpectedly securing another one. In high spirits, Wukong and his companions boarded their spaceship, setting off for their next destination. With 4 Dragon Balls now amassed, exceeding the halfway mark, a sense of relief washed over the group. However, Wufan was acutely aware that the remaining 3 Dragon Balls would likely present no significant danger, and they would soon return to Earth. He merely hoped that Baby would grow stronger during this time. Should Baby remain weak upon their return, Wufan would not hesitate to eliminate him, especially with Super 17 soon to emerge. Once the spaceship had completely departed, several metallic fragments bizarrely writhed and coalesced, gradually forming Baby's silhouette. "Damn Science!" Baby roared, his voice hoarse, yet now capable of fluent speech. "That fool Dr. Mew, not only did he leak my information, but he also nearly cost me my life. Even if he still breathes, I shall not let him escape my wrath." Gritting his teeth while surveying the remnants of parasites strewn about, Baby declared, "This planet is of no further use. Son Wufan, just wait and see. The next time we meet, I shall personally slay you." With that proclamation, he transformed into a blur, racing towards Dr. Mew's abandoned spaceship. On Planet 2, the only parasites that caught Baby's eye were Lurd and Mecha Cannon Sigma, but alas, they had been dispatched by Wufan. The remaining mechanical soldiers, lacking in combat prowess, were beneath Baby's disdain. He had already devised a meticulous plan, intending to head straight for Son Wufan's home planet, Earth. His goal was to control all the Scions there one by one before Wufan's party returned, thereby enhancing his strength in the process, seeking the optimal host, and lying in wait for Wufan to unwittingly fall into his trap, a multifaceted strategy indeed. Unlike the original narrative, he lacked Dragon Balls to orchestrate his schemes and had failed to absorb Lurd and Mecha Cannon Sigma's energy, resulting in a significant diminishment of his power, rendering him no match for Wufan. Thus he abandoned further pursuit. In the original timeline, Baby had implanted live eggs in all Scions on Earth, except for Son Wukong, whom he had slain. However, at this juncture, all his animosity was redirected towards Wufan. For it was this very Wufan who constituted the linchpin in the disruption of his plans. The adventure of Wufan and his companions closely mirrors that of the original narrative, albeit omitting the segment involving the Baijilu Star Hospital. Beneath the endearing giant tiger, they uncover the 7 Dragon Balls, and from the belly of a charming dinosaur, they retrieve the 3-star ball. The final 2-star ball is found on the ice and snow planet, where Wukong inadvertently falls into an ice cavern. After gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, Wukong and his companions finally breathe a sigh of relief. Eager to return home, they promptly chart their course. Throughout the 2-month journey, Wufan spends nearly every day playing with Xiaofang, their bond growing increasingly intimate, inseparable from one another. In truth, Xiaofang clings to Wufan, fearful that he might return to the parallel universe upon completing his mission. Wufan, aware of Xiaofang's feelings, deliberately refrains from disclosing their return date, thus making her his loyal companion. As they embark on their return journey, Baby has already commenced his actions on Earth. His primary target remains Wutian, and after a fierce battle, he successfully parasitizes him, completely taking control of Wutian's body. However, as he delves into Wutian's memories, Baby is taken aback by an unexpected revelation. How could this be? The Wutian under Baby's control wears an expression of disbelief. There exists another Son Wufan on Earth? Through Wutian's memories, he confirms that this other Wufan has never encountered the 2-star ball, and while their energies stem from the same source, their strengths are worlds apart. Even if the current situation remains unclear, it matters not. As long as I possess Vegeta's body, this mere Son Wufan poses no threat whatsoever. Regaining his composure after a brief moment of astonishment, Baby swiftly dispatches Satan, who attempts to intervene, and transforms into a streak of light, racing toward Bulma's estate in the western city. By siphoning Wutian's memories, Baby is convinced that Vegeta is the strongest being on Earth at present. Should he seize this body and combine it with his own power, he firmly believes that no one in the universe will be able to rival him. 2 months pass, and Trunks' spaceship lands smoothly at the Heavenly Temple. The god of the heavens, Dandy, and Popo, seemingly unaffected, come forth to greet them. As everyone descends the gangway and exchanges pleasantries, Dandy and his companions noticeably narrow their eyes upon seeing Wufan. Under Wufan's discreet signal, Wukong opts to remain silent. Xiaofang leaps forward, hands on her hips, and proudly declares, great Lord of the heavens. It is solely due to my super courageous efforts that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, which even you could not manage. She shakes the bag filled with Dragon Balls, intent on claiming all the credit. For she had secretly snuck aboard the spaceship and is now likely worried about being reprimanded by her parents upon returning home. Indeed, you found them all. Dandy beams with delight, directing his gaze toward Wukong. Excellent work, Mr. Wukong. Wukong scratches his head with a shy grin, while Xiaofeng puffs out her cheeks, exclaiming, "Hey, it was clearly my brilliance that earned us this victory." Dandy, perspiring slightly, replies, "Yes, yes, Xiaofeng is indeed remarkable." This dismissive gesture only infuriates the young girl further, causing her to stomp her foot. Wu Fan timely places a hand on his sister's shoulder. This time, it was truly your outstanding contribution. Everyone knows that. Only then does Xiaofeng huff in a self-satisfied manner, sparing Dandy from her wrath. With a sigh of relief, Dandy hastily suggests, "We must not delay. We should reseal the Dragon Balls." Wait. Xiaofeng suddenly spread her arms to obstruct the way, ensuring that Grandpa would forever remain in a child's form. Given that the Dragon Balls could induce such a transformation, it stands to reason that they should be utilized to restore him to his original state. Observing from the shadows, Wu Fan astutely noted that at the moment Xiaofeng uttered these words, Dandy and Bobo's muscles tensed instantaneously. After all, these two pawns were scheming to present the Dragon Balls to Baby. Dandy anxiously interjected, "But if we use the Dragon Balls again, they will surely scatter across the cosmos once more. With such a scenario, Earth would face grave consequences." Trunks also displayed a look of concern. "What nonsense is this? Do you wish for Grandpa to remain in this state forever?" Xiaofeng could not come to terms with the fact that her grandfather appeared younger than herself. "I did not mean it that way." Dandy's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. "Then clarify your meaning." Xiaofeng persisted, suddenly struck by inspiration. "That's right. We can retrieve them all again." "Trunks, you think so too, don't you?" Trunks stepped back in surprise. "I really don't want to run another errand." Wu Fan placed a reassuring hand on Xiaofeng's shoulder. "All right, this matter should be left for Father to decide. Even if the Black Star Dragon Balls cannot restore him, we still possess the Red Dragon Balls." In their accustomed understanding, since the Black Star Dragon Balls had shrunk Wukong, it was only logical to rely on them for restoration. However, in reality, whether red or black, the distinction lay solely in the strength of the dragon's power. Merely altering one size is a trivial matter that any Dragon Ball can accomplish. With Wu Fan's clarification, everyone experienced a moment of enlightenment. Reluctantly, Xiaofeng handed the Dragon Balls over to Bobo. "Uncle Wukong, Wu Fan, Xiaofeng, we shall take our leave first." Trunks boarded the spaceship. Wu Fan and Xiaofeng waved goodbye, while Wukong called out, "Please send my regards to Bulma and Vegeta." As they departed from the heavenly realm, Wukong suddenly inquired, "Wu Fan, did you notice something earlier?" He had keenly sensed his son's prior unease. Wu Fan, slightly surprised, paused. "The entire Earth is shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Although it appears normal on the surface, everyone's essence subtly suggests that you should exercise caution upon your return." Only then did Wukong realize the gravity of the situation. The essence of ordinary humans was already faint, and combined with that peculiar aura, it was deeply concealed, making it nearly imperceptible without deliberate awareness. "Brother, what are you talking about? Aren't you coming back with us?" The inexperienced Xiaofeng was completely oblivious to the abnormality. Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious. "It seems Earth is indeed facing a crisis. Wu Fan, do you intend to return to the heavenly realm?" Wu Fan gently caressed Xiaofeng's hair and nodded at his father. "The 7 Dragon Balls have just been recovered. I need to ensure Dandy completes the sealing. You all go ahead. I shall join you shortly." With that, he turned and soared towards the direction of the temple. He held no worries for his father and Xiaofeng's safety. Even if his parallel self had been ensnared by the parasite, Wukong's strength was sufficient for self-preservation. As for Trunks, since he had not been possessed by Baby, there was no immediate concern. If any misfortune were to occur, assistance could be rendered after dealing with Baby. As he stealthily returned to the celestial realm, Wu Fan deliberately suppressed his presence. The true objective of his journey was the super divine water, rather than the ostensibly stated issue of the Dragon Balls. Even if Baby were to obtain the Dragon Balls, it would merely allow for the resurrection of planet Zypher, which would not alter the grand scheme of things. Simultaneously, Wukong sensed something amiss. The energy emanating from the Earthlings was peculiar, prompting him to make a decisive choice. Trunks required a warning. "Xiaofeng, Refrain from interacting with anyone for the time being, including your parents. Although you have ascended to Super Saiyan, vigilance is imperative until the situation is clarified. Xiao Fong pouted in complaint. You always treat me like a child. Yet, she instinctively sensed the anomaly and obediently soared towards Baozi Mountain. Along the way, she resolved, since you do not trust me, I shall uncover the truth myself. After acquiring her Super Saiyan powers, her adventurous spirit ignited, causing her to cast aside her grandfather's admonitions. Deep down, Xiao Fong firmly believed that her parents, regardless of any issues, would never harm her. She approached the vicinity of her home with utmost stealth, keenly perceiving that only Chi-Chi and Biddy Li's energies resided within. Concealing herself in the shadows, she observed. In the kitchen, Chi-Chi and Biddy Li prepared dinner in silence, both heads bowed, the atmosphere seemingly frozen in time. How strange. Why are Mom and Grandma Chi-Chi so quiet today? Xiao Fong mused, adopting the demeanor of a little detective, her brow furrowed in concentration. With a heightened sense of awareness, she could not let any anomaly escape her notice. Waiting idly was not an option. A mischievous idea struck her, and she stealthily grasped a nearby white rabbit, grinning slyly. Little one, do me a favor. With a resounding crash, stones outside shattered. Xiao Fong swiftly hurled the rabbit towards the pile of rubble and concealed herself once more. What is happening? Chi-Chi and Biddy Li rushed out, momentarily frozen in astonishment at the sight of the rabbit atop the debris. They exchanged bewildered glances. Confusion etched on their faces. Could a rabbit truly shatter stones? Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Fong stifled a laugh, her shoulders quaking with suppressed mirth. At that moment, she failed to notice the strange red light flickering in the rabbit's eyes. Suddenly, Chi-Chi and Biddy Li turned towards her hiding place, advancing cautiously. To her horror, two ominous figures had appeared behind her. Mom, Grandma. Xiao Fong feigned calm as she rose, only to find the peculiar smiles on their faces unsettling. A glance around revealed the chilling presence of Wu Fan and Wu Tian, their expressions equally menacing as they encircled her. Dad, Uncle Wu Tian. Xiao Fong instinctively retreated, cold sweat trickling down her back. This was dire. If they chose to strike, she would be utterly defenseless. In her heart, she urgently called out, Brother, come quickly. Anxiety surged within her. She had unwittingly fallen into their trap. The expressions of the four before her were exceedingly bizarre, and despite her prior caution, she found it hard to believe the reality unfolding. Xiao Fong, why haven't you entered the house? Playing tricks with your mother and grandmother? Biddy Li approached with a sinister grin, inching closer. Parallel Wu Fan bore a similarly ominous countenance, flanking Biddy Li as they closed in. Xiao Fong, did Grandpa not return with you? Xiao Fong's eyes darted about nervously as she retreated and stammered. Yes. I'm waiting for my grandfather. He encountered a little trouble and will be back soon. Oh, have you already learned to misbehave after just stepping out? How dare you lie? The footsteps of Pingxing Wufan drew closer. Come here quickly. Your mother will have to discipline you today to prevent you from going astray. Bai Li spread her arms, pretending to embrace her. Ah! Xiao Fong shrieked, leaping into the air. What are you hiding for? Come here. Pingxing Wufan followed her into the air, his presence oppressive. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind her, blocking her escape. Wu Tian. No, I don't want to. The 10-year-old girl had never encountered such a situation. Even her closest family members seemed unrecognizable, and she was completely overwhelmed. Mom, Dad, Grandma Chi-Chi, Uncle Wu Tian, what has happened to you? It's me, Xiao Fong. We called you because we know it's you. Why are you hiding? Pingxing Wufan finally lost his patience, and with a thunderous shout, he launched a kick. You little brat. Dare to run? Let us see how I deal with you today. Xiao Fong covered her eyes, frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to resist in the presence of her father. Boom. A golden aura suddenly erupted. In her fear, she unconsciously transformed into a Super Saiyan. The violent energy wave knocked Pingxing Wufan off balance, though it dealt no real harm. A Super Saiyan? The onlookers were taken aback. Pingxing Wufan's eyes widened in disbelief. When did you learn to transform? Regaining her composure slightly, Xiao Fong noticed their astonished expressions and felt invigorated, placing her hands on her hips and lifting her chin defiantly. Surprised? Are you? Let me tell you, no matter what monsters you are, you cannot defeat me now. Her strength had finally reached its peak, though she had only mastered the transformation for 4 or 5 months. Under Wufan's rigorous training, she could now perfectly wield the full power of a Super Saiyan. Achieving full power meant breaking through 2 limits, and even in her ordinary state, Xiaofang's strength had reached unprecedented heights. Unless Pingxing Wufan and Wu Tian transformed as well, they were simply no match for her Super Saiyan form. However, Xiaofang evidently overlooked a crucial detail, or perhaps she was unwilling to believe that the two before her were indeed the genuine Pingxing Wufan and Wu Tian. Oh, is that so? An enigmatic smile curved the lips of both Pingxing Wufan and Wu Tian. With a low growl, golden light erupted from their bodies as they instantly transformed into Super Saiyans. No, it's impossible. Xiaofang's pupils constricted sharply. The familiar energy fluctuations unmistakably belonged to her father and Uncle Wu Tian. But if it truly was them, why were they raising their weapons against her? Amidst the golden aura, Pingxing Wufan's figure suddenly blurred. Xiaofang's retina had yet to capture the afterimage when a fierce kick whooshed toward her. In her Super Saiyan state, she felt cold and focused, adopting the most rigorous defensive posture in the blink of an eye. Yet, the absolute disparity in strength became a harsh reality. Bang! The pain of her crossed arms shattering felt like a thunderclap as her entire being was sent soaring like a broken kite. Xiaofang bit her lip to stifle a scream. Yet the tears welling in her eyes pierced her heart more acutely than the pain in her arm. The father, who had never uttered harsh words throughout her life, now directed his wrath upon her. It was a final farewell. The parallel Wufan and Wu Tian simultaneously unleashed blinding orbs of energy, their lethal trajectories spelling doom. With no escape, Xiaofang lifted her tear-streaked face and cried out from the depths of her soul, "Brother!" At that critical moment, a figure burst forth from the void, shattering two energy orbs with ferocity. In the explosive aftermath, Wufan's silhouette emerged like a beacon piercing the darkness, crushing energy orbs with bare hands. The golden hair of the parallel Wufan trembled slightly in astonishment. They had yet to recognize the warrior who had appeared out of nowhere, unaware that he too possessed the ability to transform. Had they known that Wufan resolved the crisis in his normal state, they would surely have been struck with fear. Brother! Xiaofang's black hair had lost its golden luster, and her crimson headscarf had long vanished amidst the fierce battle. She trembled as she threw herself into Wufan's embrace. Her pent-up grievances transformed into a torrential downpour of tears. Wufan gently stroked her shivering shoulders, his soothing words veiling a tempest of rage. "Do not fear, I am here." His encircling arms resembled an indomitable fortress, yet beneath his gaze simmered an anger potent enough to incinerate stars. In this world, his only concern was Xiaofang. But after merely a moment's absence, she had nearly lost her life, igniting his fury. Had Xiaofang not managed to transform into a Super Saiyan and held on for just a moment longer, Wufan might not have arrived in time, and she could have perished. The flames of wrath blazed within Wufan's heart, and the dormant mysterious power within him surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sealed strength awakened completely. Boom! The violent energy stirred up monstrous waves, transforming the sky, as thunderbolts cleaved the heavens, resonating with a deafening roar. Under this terrifying pressure, Xiaofang remained enscathed in Wufan's arms, while the parallel Wufan and Wu Tian were hurled away, crashing into the ground and leaving deep craters. Even the mutated Chi-Chi and Biddy Li could not escape this calamity, tossed aside with their fates uncertain, as the structures of Baozi Mountain collapsed and vegetation was uprooted. Centered around Wufan, the earth continued to sink, consuming all matter and air in its vicinity. Truly, in moments of fury, the heavens and earth tremble, and even the gods quake in fear. Wufan's gaze turned icy, devoid of pity for these altered kin. In this parallel dimension, they were merely genetically related. His sole concern remained Xiaofang. Moreover, having been transformed, they were no longer the same individuals. Even in death, they could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Brother! Xiaofang finally regained her senses. Surveying the devastation around her and catching Wufan's expression, realizing that beneath his earlier gentleness lay a raging inferno. Deeply moved, she earnestly pleaded, "They are still my parents. Although I do not understand why they have become this way, I implore you, for my sake, spare them." Wufan's gaze softened as he caressed her hair. "Rest assured. Even if they die, they can be revived. But those who dare to harm my Xiaofang must pay the price. This lesson may bring some solace to their hearts." Upon hearing my dear Xiaofang's words, tears streamed down her face as she tightly embraced Wufan, choked with emotion. "Brother, you have been so wonderful to me. I love you the most, and I want to be with you forever." Suddenly, a crisp sound of applause resonated, and from the shadows emerged a figure, clapping in admiration. Truly moving, Wufan. You undeniably deserve the title of Scion, perhaps even more distinguished than that prince. As Wufan turned around, his pupils constricted in shock. He had anticipated that Baby would become stronger, but he never imagined that the latter had already achieved his complete form. At this moment, Baby, parasitizing Vegeta, donned a black and white metallic exoskeleton, his golden vest shimmering with movement, while his shockingly white hair cascaded down with two striking crimson stripes adorning his forehead. This was indeed the ultimate form, having absorbed all Scion energy and the resentment of Earthlings, officially termed Baby Vegeta Super Saiyan 3. Yet, Wufan instinctively sensed that despite Baby's unchanged appearance, his power had surged perilously close to Wufan's own Super Saiyan 4 level. Should Baby absorb Bulma's energy and transform into a great ape, even the Super Saiyan 4 might struggle to contend with him. It seemed to have spiraled out of control. Wufan's eyelids twitched as he experienced doubt for the first time about his potential victory. Surprised, are we? Baby smirked. The real show is just beginning. Suddenly, the ground erupted. Parallel versions of Wufan and Wutian emerged from the earth, ragged yet unscathed, standing coolly beside Baby. Following them, three figures descended from above: Son Wukong, Trunks, and Bra, their pupils glowing red as they joined the fray. "Grandpa, Trunks," Xiaofang exclaimed, while Wufan tightly restrained his daughter, who was eager to rush forward. He gazed at his father, who had been implanted with a live egg, his heart sinking. The reason Baby exceeded expectations was that he had consumed Son Wukong's energy. Now, Wufan faced not only a formidable adversary, but also the potential disruption from his father, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis for the first time since his arrival. They were all puppets of the Zuffle people, Wufan whispered urgently to Xiaofang. The entire earth has become his puppet kingdom. Be exceedingly cautious. Before Baby could respond, a loud shout echoed from beneath the ground. Everyone turned to see Satan standing side by side with Fat Bu. "Grandpa Satan?" Xiaofang stood frozen, even more shocked to see that Baby was alive, despite having been shattered by Wufan. Baby chuckled ominously. Now they are all puppets of the Zuffle people. What? Satan squinted at the sky, finally noticing the peculiarities involving two Wufans. Upon seeing Wukong's pale complexion, he panicked, trembling as he tugged at Bu's sleeve. "What is happening now?" Bu, licking a rainbow lollipop, mumbled nonchalantly. "Except for Xiaofang and the one beside her, everyone else has been parasitized by Baby." Satan's legs wobbled, nearly causing him to fall, as he frantically waved at Xiaofang. "Get down. It's dangerous." "Don't worry, I have my brother here." Although Xiaofang feigned bravado, she quietly descended, realizing that her presence in the air would only hinder Wufan, as she sensed that Baby had become a far more formidable foe. Baby cast a disdainful glance at Satan and scoffed. "I intended to transform all of humanity into Zuvulites, yet it appears there are still some stragglers. Is that fellow truly stronger than Wufan?" Stealing a furtive glance, Satan quietly sought confirmation. Upon hearing Xiaofang's affirmative response, he straightened his posture and, with a mischievous tongue-out gesture, exclaimed, "Did you see that? We have Bu backing us up. Your feeble attempts against me are futile. I once evaded peril by hiding in Bu's belly." He then turned to Wufan, giving him a thumbs up. "Now, Mr. Satan is your greatest nemesis." Hardly had the words left his mouth when he scurried behind Bu, revealing only his beady eyes. The onlookers collectively facepalmed. To dare boast so brazenly, even if Wufan had made a mistake, was sheer folly. How amusing. Baby disregarded Satan entirely. Focusing intently on Bu with a mocking smile, "Let us first eliminate this pink obstacle." As a dark purple energy sphere began to coalesce in his palm, a golden flame surged forth to intercept. Wufan's figure zipped past Bu like lightning, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to Satan's nape. "Grandpa Satan," Xiaofang gasped as Satan collapsed, eyes rolling back. Unable to endure Satan's incessant chatter any longer, Wufan decisively rendered him unconscious, then turned to Majin Bu, saying, "Bu, I entrust Xiaofang to you. Ensure her safety." "Understood." Although Fat Bu was slow to react, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He acutely felt the oppressive force emanating from Wufan, realizing that a mere flick of his finger could obliterate him. Submissively, he lifted Satan, allowing Xiaofang to climb onto his back, and in an instant, they vanished without a trace. "Do not think of escaping." Wufan, hailing from a parallel world, aimed his palm at the departing Bu. "Let them go," Baby interjected. Our primary objective is to deal with these scions before us. He turned to Wufan, a confident smile gracing his lips. I eagerly anticipate seeing if you can bring yourself to harm your family and friends. Wufan retorted with a cold smirk. Do you think I care about them? Indeed. Baby exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. You are not the Wufan of this world. You are indeed unrelated to them. Spare me the circumlocution, Wufan replied bluntly. I am Wufan, though from another timeline. This revelation momentarily stunned Baby, but soon enlightenment washed over him. He clapped his hands in excitement. How fascinating. It appears you have traversed from a parallel universe. Given your appearance, you must be under 20? I did not foresee you being so much stronger than the Wufan of this timeline. Through his readings of Vegeta's memories, Baby was no stranger to time travel. Yet he was astonished by the stark disparity in power between Wufans from different timelines. A slight smirk curled at Wufan's lips. If he were to divulge that, accounting for the time spent traveling, his actual age was under 7, one could only wonder how Baby would react. However, such trivialities were not worth mentioning. With a low growl, he awakened the dormant power within him, launching a punch towards Baby. Enough with the chatter, let our strength do the talking. The two had long since become adversaries. Wufan regards Baby as a whetstone, allowing its growth to reach this momentous battle. For Baby, the greatest source of hatred lies in the fact that it was Wufan who nearly condemned it to death at the dawn of its rebirth. After a fierce exchange of blows, surprisingly, the two combatants find themselves evenly matched. Wufan, wielding the full extent of his mysterious power, demonstrates strength that surpasses that of a Super Saiyan 3, yet he is still unable to gain the upper hand against Baby. The two engage in a rapid aerial clash, each collision sending shockwaves through the fabric of space. Aside from Wukong, none dare approach this tumultuous battlefield. As I suspected, Wufan muses. Baby has achieved its complete form merely by absorbing the energy of scions. If it were to absorb the grievances of Earthlings, the consequences would be dire. Facing a formidable foe, Wufan's scion blood ignites a thrill within him. Baby cackles uncontrollably, its assault intensifying. Son Wufan, you are stronger than when we were on Planet 2. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Both fighters appear to possess boundless energy. However, while Baby relies on external forces, Wufan draws upon his own strength, and over time, the advantage will inevitably reveal itself. Sensing a change, Baby suddenly distances itself, its expression darkening. Impossible. How can you be this powerful? Wufan retorts coldly. Stop pretending. If this is all you're capable of, I find it truly disappointing. In truth, Wufan has unleashed 120% of his power, while Baby has yet to exert its full strength. At this moment, Wukong and others swiftly converge to shield Wufan. After being implanted with a parasite, they all pledge their loyalty to Baby. Even though they have been beaten by it multiple times in the original narrative, they still take pride in their Zufar bloodline. Should Baby give the command, they would all rise to attack. Son Wufan, you never cease to surprise me. Baby, its scheme exposed, sneers as it orders Wukong and the others. No one is to interfere in this battle. I shall transform everyone into noble Zephyrians, but I will personally slay you, Scion. Baby glares at Wufan, hatred igniting in its eyes. Just as I desire, Wufan smirks slightly, glancing at his side. You think the same, don't you, Kakarot? What? Baby suddenly realizes that only Son Wukong stands frozen in a twisted expression. The golden-haired warrior clenches his fists and howls to the heavens, unleashing a ferocious aura. The movements initially directed at Wufan were merely instinctual drives of the parasite, yet Baby's command stirs a deep-seated resistance within his soul. Lacking the arrogance of Vegeta, Wukong possesses an indomitable will. The act of harming his loved ones entirely contradicts Wukong's beliefs. In a fierce struggle, his consciousness gradually clarifies, engaging in a tug-of-war with the parasite within him. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Wukong surpasses his limits, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his energy erupting like a volcano. The golden aura surges in layers, quickly ascending to the Super Saiyan 2 state, his eyes regaining clarity. Impossible. No one can break free from my parasite. Baby roars in a twisted expression. What kind of monster are you? The one who grew up on Earth, Son Wukong. Wukong's veins bulge as his golden hair continues to extend, ultimately transforming into the Super Saiyan 3 form. With a thunderous crash, the parasitic entity was shattered. Its remnants mingled with saliva and spat towards the enemy. How dare they insert such filth into my body? Super Saiyan Goku stared down at the trembling baby, his fingertips igniting with the golden flames of vengeance. Are you ready to pay the price? Perhaps I misjudged among these Saiyans. While Goku is the strongest in the parallel universe, in this moment, Goku Kakarot's strength is equally noteworthy. This differs fundamentally from Buu's method of encasing living eggs in flesh. Goku purely relied on his indomitable will to break free from control, then violently expelled the parasitic eggs within him. Such astonishing willpower is likely unmatched in this world. Even Gohan would struggle to replicate it. No, there may be one exception, Vegeta. Although he lacks such tenacity, his proud self-esteem can achieve similar feats. Alas, Vegeta has been completely consumed by Baby, his consciousness lost. Otherwise, these mere eggs could not command the Saiyan Prince. Gohan, can I handle this guy? Goku, with his back turned to the others, spoke with a voice as cold as ice. Gohan could sense his father's efforts to suppress the raging inferno within. That violent emotion was on the brink of eruption. If he is not allowed to unleash it, the consequences could be dire. In such a state, his father often creates legends. Gohan wished to hone his skills by pushing Baby to desperation, but it was clear that the opportunity should be given to his father, as his method of breaking free from shackles was truly astonishing. Gohan was also curious about the power his father could unleash in a state of fury. As you wish, Gohan replied, but can you truly win? There is no way I can lose now. Goku's words brimmed with absolute confidence. Before the echoes faded, a sudden rip resonated as a long-lost tail burst forth from the fabric of his pants. The power was finally complete. Goku seemed to have anticipated this change. What else could it be? With the rebirth of his tail, the sealed power surged back like a tidal wave, not only restoring his peak strength, but also hinting at a new realm. Gohan's eyes twitched. Good grief. Wasn't this tail permanently removed by the old Kai with pincers? The notion of self-regeneration was beyond comprehension. The narrative had undoubtedly veered off its predetermined course. However, Gohan vaguely grasped the reason. The humiliation of having living eggs implanted. The anger that sullied Saiyan honor. And most infuriating of all, being forced to obey Baby, even harming those he was meant to protect. This pent-up fury became the key to unlocking the primal power hidden deep within the tail. How dare you underestimate me, Lord Baby? Baby roared, his fierce aura transforming into a towering inferno that enveloped him. Gohan and Goku disregarded others as they debated who would confront Baby, inciting Baby's wrath. Perhaps it was his innate pride or the legacy of Vegeta's character, but he had succumbed to a fit of rage. The explosive energy forced Gohan and Goku to shield their eyes. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. Even the enigmatic Wufan and the transcendent Wukong were momentarily shaken by the surge of energy. Wufan, take care of Trunks and the others. Wukong bellowed, his aura swelling as he charged fiercely towards Baby. Left behind, Wufan soon found himself encircled by his parallel universe counterparts and others. These warriors would never allow him to interfere with the duel, which suited Wufan perfectly. He fixed his gaze on the individuals before him, a dangerous smile curling at his lips. The frustration of having his opponent snatched away by his father was an ideal outlet for his pent-up emotions. Before breaking free from their control, it seemed only fitting to teach them a lesson, especially regarding his parallel self and young Wutian. He had to settle the scores for bullying Xiaofang earlier. Die! Wufan suddenly erupted in fury. What is the point? Wufan effortlessly evaded the attacks, leaving his assailant utterly unrecognizable. He then proceeded to deal with Wutian and Trunks in a similar manner. When it was Bra's turn, he hesitated, gazing at her delicate features. Yet, in a swift change of thought, he forcefully embraced her. Wufan, known for his impulsive nature, was unconcerned with any consequences. Although the Bulma and Android 18 of this timeline had their own families, the thought of their parallel selves belonging to others ignited a nameless fury within him. Thus, taking their daughter could be deemed a form of compensation. Let go of me, Bra cried out, biting down fiercely in a futile struggle. Wufan, however, found himself captivated by her face, a blend of Bulma's beauty and spirited temperament. Ultimately, he released her, though his interest remained unabated. I will kill you, the girl threatened, her voice tinged with tears, adding a peculiar charm to her defiance. The parallel universe's Wufan and his companions lay incapacitated, leaving only Bra, who, with clenched fists, fearlessly charged at Wufan. Yet, given her strength, even if Wufan chose to forego resistance, she would struggle to touch him. It seems you missed that experience? Wufan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Then let us relive it. Before he finished speaking, Bra received yet another thorough lesson. Damn it! Despite her body aching, Bra remained undeterred, gathering energy in her palms to hurl at Wufan. Such games were perilous for a girl. Wufan crushed the energy blast and pinned her across his knee, instructing her to behave. Bra, teary-eyed from the pain, suddenly yanked Wufan's arm and bit down hard. Wufan shook his head in exasperation. Bullying you in this irrational state is indeed dull. You only retaliate instinctively. He suddenly retrieved a capsule from his pocket, producing a crystal vial, an extraordinary elixir acquired from the sacred throne room, nearly costing Xiaofang her life. This rare treasure was not to be squandered. Wufan took a mouthful of the divine water and leaned down to seal Bra's lips with his own. The girl swallowed the sacred liquid, and an intense shiver coursed through her as crimson malevolence surged from her pores. Bra, clutching her head in anguish, soon regained her composure, as the foul energy within her was thoroughly purified. How did I end up here? The girl, now restored to her senses, looked around in confusion. Upon meeting Wufan's gaze, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. The man before her resembled Wufan, yet possessed an even more striking handsomeness. She could not fathom why she felt an inexplicable affinity towards him. Little did she know, Wufan, infused with the essence of the pearl of heavenly path, emanated a unique aura that drew people in effortlessly, particularly captivating women with an irresistible charm. This enchantment often ensnared individuals without their conscious awareness. However, at this moment, Bra, encountering Wufan from a parallel universe for the first time, remained resolute and unyielding, her inner turmoil stemming from his recent actions. Though she had no recollection of being marked with a living egg, the lingering essence of the pearl had etched Wufan's imprint deep within her heart. Who exactly are you? Why am I here? Did you kidnap me to extort my parents? Bra pondered, sensing the oddity of the situation, yet maintaining her composure as she crossed her arms defiantly before Wufan. In the distance, the fierce clash between Wukong and Baby faded into silence, leaving the unconscious figures of Wufan and his companions scattered around like fallen leaves, making it difficult for her to discern the reality of her surroundings. For Bra, as a member of the Capsule Corporation, such desolation was not unfamiliar. If Wufan truly was a kidnapper, she would feel an inexplicable sense of loss, despite not fully understanding the reason behind it. Ransom? Wufan paused, nearly bursting into laughter, before adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, I brought you here, but it has nothing to do with ransom. I want you to return with me as my Lady of the Stronghold. My Lady of the Stronghold. Bra's ears flushed crimson as she stammered. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak with utmost sincerity, Wufan replied, tapping his chest lightly before gesturing towards her. I have left a mark upon you, and you cannot escape it. In that instant, Bra grasped the source of the peculiar sensation, her fury igniting as she realized her lips had been stolen by this rogue. Perhaps she was vexed about missing her first kiss while unconscious? Wufan, with a mischievous grin, seized the moment to pull her into his embrace once more, sealing her lips anew. Bra struggled momentarily, but soon found herself succumbing to his fervent breath, even feeling a twinge of desire. When she finally regained her senses, a mix of shame and indignation surged within her, and she conjured an energy blast in her palm. I will obliterate you. Wufan effortlessly restrained her wrists, causing her energy blast to whiz harmlessly into the void. After a prolonged moment, he released her, clicking his tongue in appraisal. Indeed, a naive girl is far more delightful than a mere child. You scoundrel! My father will tear you to shreds. Infused with Bulma's fiery spirit and Vegeta's pride, Bra trembled with anger, though she refrained from tears. Do not be so furious. Wufan gently patted Bra's back, his tone earnest. Trust in my character. I am truly a rare and worthy companion. Bra suddenly broke free, shaking with rage, her eyes nearly ablaze. After a few exchanges, she recognized the vast disparity in their strengths, realizing she was utterly at his mercy. Brother, a familiar voice suddenly called from above, and Bra saw Xiaofang break free from Bu's grasp, flying towards them like a fledgling returning to its nest, diving into Wufan's chest. Why have you returned so suddenly? Wufan questioned, taken aback, noticing Bu approaching with Satan not far behind. Xiaofang adjusted her position in his embrace and looked up to explain. Bu said Grandpa's energy fluctuations have stabilized, and he is currently engaged with Baby. I couldn't bear to stay away. Wait, Bra exclaimed, her eyes widening. Xiaofang, this frivolous fellow is your brother? Bra, are you awake now? Xiaofeng finally noticed her, joyfully grasping her hand. How wonderful. Just a moment ago. Seeing you two on the brink of confrontation made my heart race. What exactly transpired? Bulma keenly sensed the peculiar tension. After listening to Xiaofeng's account of Baby's invasion and her introduction of Wufan's identity, Bulma found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. What about my parents and brother Trunks? She temporarily set aside her questions, prioritizing inquiries about her family. Xiaofeng fell silent, looking helplessly at Wufan. Wufan winked mischievously at Bulma, causing the girl's ears to flush crimson, before he solemnly stated, Baby has taken control of Mr. Vegeta. So the one battling Uncle Wukong is not only an enemy, but also your father. Aunt Bulma should still be in West City. As for Trunks, he lowered his head, gesturing for everyone to follow his gaze, revealing Trunks, the parallel worlds Wufan and Wutian, all lying unconscious amidst the rubble, their faces bruised. Brother. Bulma immediately disregarded her previous concerns and dashed towards Trunks. Although Xiaofeng was worried about the other two, she felt a sense of security beside Wufan. Shall we go take a look? Wufan gently took her hand and descended slowly. Meanwhile, Bu and Satan, having arrived at the scene, dared not approach and merely observed from a distance. Bulma knelt beside Trunks, cautiously lifting his neck and whispering his name. Don't wake him, Wufan hurriedly warned. Did Xiaofeng not mention that they all have Baby's parasitic eggs within them? If he wakes up, he will attack you. Bulma panicked, abruptly releasing Trunks and retreating hastily. Though Trunks had not been awake, the sudden jolt caused his head to hit the ground, and he groggily opened his eyes. What a good little sister. Wufan silently sighed, mourning Trunks for 3 seconds. Wait. Bulma suddenly widened her eyes, warily staring at Trunks, and shouted to Wufan, if everyone else is under Baby's control, why am I unharmed? At that moment, Trunks staggered to his feet, surveying his surroundings, his expression turning increasingly fierce. You damn Science. Lord Baby will not spare you. Even with his consciousness overtaken by the Z fighters, Trunks was not foolish. Recognizing the precarious situation, he refrained from acting rashly. Trunks. Bulma anxiously turned to Wufan for help. Hey, Xiaofeng's brother, do you know how to bring him back to his senses? She rarely lowered her guard, momentarily forgetting her previous grievances with Wufan. Xiaofeng chimed in, yes. Brother, if you can help, please save my father and Uncle Wutian. Satan, intending to speak, hesitated at the memory of being knocked out by Wufan, retracting his neck and remaining silent. Wufan helplessly raised his hands. What do you take me for? Even without your pleas, I would save them. Xiaofeng playfully stuck out her tongue, while Bulma rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of Wufan's character. Without further ado, Wufan produced the super divine water and handed it to Satan. You feed it to them, just a small sip each. Oh. Satan nervously accepted it, summoning his courage to approach Trunks, who was under Buu's control. Really? Just a small sip? Though Satan is often unreliable, he proves to be an invaluable ally in this moment, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Soon enough, everyone consumes the miraculous elixir. And after a painful struggle, the malevolent energies within them are entirely purged. Surprisingly, Chi-Chi and Bidalai are also rescued from the rubble by Bu, returning to their normal states. Through Xiaofeng's vivid, and somewhat exaggerated, narration, everyone comes to understand the situation and recognize Wufan's true identity. Bra is engulfed in conflicting emotions, while the others express their heartfelt gratitude towards Wufan. The parallel Wufan experiences a tumult of feelings, as he is saved by another version of himself from a different timeline. He feels joy at Wufan's strength and embarrassment over his own powerlessness. Regardless, it is thanks to you that we have all been spared from disaster. I must admit, it is quite shameful that I was manipulated by Baby and nearly harmed Xiaofeng. Had you not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. The parallel Wufan scratches his head, his expression awkward. Indeed, Dad, you were terrifying at that moment. I was nearly scared out of my wits. Xiaofeng mimics the fierce expression of the parallel Wufan, yet her innocent demeanor brings laughter to the group. Bidalai embraces Xiaofeng, her eyes filled with remorse. Xiaofeng, I am so sorry. It was my failure to protect you. If anything had happened to you, I truly would not have known how to cope. Xiaofeng's eyes glisten with tears as she gazes at her mother. Observing the tender embrace between mother and daughter, Wufan feels a sense of discomfort. After all, they are the wife and daughter of his counterpart from a parallel universe, entirely unrelated to him. He inwardly muses, had I known, I would have slipped away before they regained consciousness. Yet, upon catching sight of Bra, A sly smile creeps across his face. Since he feels a sense of imbalance, he might as well take Xiaofeng with him on the return journey. That would only be fair. After all, this is a parallel world, and the outcome bears no consequence for him. Now that everyone is safe, it is time to confront Baby and settle the score. We cannot let Dad bear the burden alone. We must contribute in some way. The parallel Wufan's expression turns serious as he gazes in the direction of Baby's energy. This declaration brings Wufan a measure of comfort, as it reflects well on the name of Son Wufan. Though your words may be harsh, the gap between you and Baby is far too vast. Your efforts would be futile. Leave it to me. Wufan gestures. You all take the miraculous elixir and rescue the other humans who have been controlled. This statement causes the parallel Wufan and the others to lower their heads. From Xiaofeng's description, they can already imagine Baby's terrifying power. Moreover, judging by the energy they sense, Baby may even surpass Sun Wukong. They truly cannot be of any assistance. Well then, I shall entrust this task to you. The parallel Wufan replies with a wry smile. As a fellow Sun Wufan, he can only handle the aftermath, which fills him with shame in front of his wife and daughter. Wufan nods at Xiaofeng, who seems about to speak, and smiles broadly before soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanishes into the distance. Xiaofeng will remain here to assist Grandma and Mom with repairing the house, while I, along with Wutian and Trunks, will go to the heavenly realm to address matters. After Dandy and Mr. Bobo recover, the subsequent efforts will proceed more smoothly, as he is the Earth's deity. The parallel Wufan efficiently allocates tasks. Dad has indeed left me behind once more. Xiaofeng, visibly upset, stomped her foot in frustration. Bidalai chuckled as she gently ruffled her hair, saying, Staying here can be quite helpful. Our home needs you, does it not? Xiaofeng made a face, though a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. In truth, she had intended to follow along earlier, but knew that directly asking would likely lead to refusal. Now, it was more convenient to slip away unnoticed when no one was paying attention. No one noticed Beulah amidst the crowd. This girl was neither summoned for labor nor expected to fight, thus she remained overlooked. Yet at this moment, she fixated on the direction where Wufan had disappeared, biting her lip and murmuring, You think you can take advantage and just run away? It won't be that simple. She and Xiaofeng were both scheming to find an opportunity to pursue him. Though Wufan could not decipher their intentions, he had anticipated that the two would follow, so he deliberately slowed his pace to wait for them. Approximately 10 minutes later, two figures came flying from different directions. Beulah, what brings you here? Xiaofeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. While she could understand her following along due to her attachment to her brother, Beulah's presence puzzled her. Beulah was momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Wufan stifling a laugh, she quickly placed her hands on her hips and declared, My father has been controlled by Baby. Of course, I need to see what is going on. That excuse was rather clever. Xiaofeng did not press further, cheerfully linking her arm with Wufan's. You were waiting for me on purpose, weren't you? Wufan playfully flicked her nose in response. What else could it be? Understanding dawned upon Xiaofeng, her smile blossoming even sweeter as she nearly clung to him. This scene made Beulah roll her eyes. It was evident they were father and daughter. Yet their intimacy felt rather peculiar. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. That guy had brushed her off without so much as an explanation. However, approaching him like Xiaofeng did not align with her character. Ultimately, she could only scowl and silently follow behind, simmering with annoyance. Wufan deliberately teased the girl, knowing that the more irritated she became, the more indelible her memory of this moment would be. Ignoring her, he took Xiaofeng's hand and flew straight toward the battlefield between Sun Wukong and Baby. The deafening sounds of battle echoed continuously. The two were locked in a fierce clash amidst desolate mountains, reducing vast stretches of forest to mere dust. When Wufan and Xiaofeng arrived, the fight was still ongoing. Yet the balance of victory had begun to tilt. Sun Wukong, driven by indomitable will, had surpassed his limits, regaining not only his peak strength but advancing even further, continually enhancing his prowess in the midst of battle. However, Baby had evolved into his third form and absorbed the energy of several scions, including a portion of Wukong's power, making him far superior to the third form depicted in the original story. After a brief stalemate, Baby suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending Wukong plummeting from the sky. With a resounding crash, he crashed into the mountainside, causing the entire peak to collapse into a chasm. How infuriating! He had become this powerful, lying in the deep pit, battered and bruised. Wukong found himself unable to rise again. It seemed that only Wufan's Super Saiyan 4 form could defeat him. Despite his reluctance, Wukong resigned himself to this reality. Son Wukong, you are indeed formidable. Achieving this level among the Saiyans is a rarity. Your willpower is likely the strongest in the entire universe. Alas, you remain no match for me. Bebby hovered high above, gazing down at Son Wukong with a tone laced with disdain. Although Bebby appeared somewhat disheveled, his condition was far superior to the near-lifeless Wukong. Observing Wukong's self-deprecating smile, Bebby scoffed, declaring, "To show my respect for you, allow me to demonstrate my utmost power." Indeed, you were holding back until now. Wukong gasped for breath, utterly unable to move even a finger at that moment. All loyal servants on Earth, all those transformed into Zephyr beings. Channel your resentment towards the Saiyans and gather it all here to me. Bebby raised his hands high, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He had already sensed the approach of Wuquan and was eager to absorb the Earth's inhabitants' animosity. After all, if even Son Wukong could push him to such an extent, he was even more wary of the mightier Son Wuquan. Furthermore, after the fierce battle, he was not in his prime condition. Bebby was fortunate. Had he delayed even slightly longer, the parallel Wuquan and others would have purified all the parasitic eggs within the Earthlings, leaving him unable to absorb their resentment. At that moment, the parallel Wuquan had just arrived in the heavenly realm, using the super divine water to heal Dandy and Bobo. Thousands of humans on Earth, who had been transformed into Zephyr beings, suddenly began to harbor intense hatred towards the Saiyans. These emotions coalesced into energy, surging towards Bebby, akin to Wukong wielding a spirit bomb. With a whoosh, waves of resentment transformed into energy, continuously flowing into Bebby's body. His muscles swelled violently, then contracted back, radiating a blood-red glow. Though his exterior showed no apparent change, the aura he emitted became increasingly menacing. A pitch-black energy sphere formed above his head, surrounded by violent currents of electricity, emanating a palpable sense of destructive power. Humph! Perish, Wukong. I shall shatter you into pieces. No, I will dismantle you into atoms, then utterly obliterate you into cosmic dust, ensuring you can never be restored. With Wukong having broken free from his control over the parasitic eggs, Bebby felt a loss of face and decided against toying with him any longer. He was certain that once this energy sphere was unleashed, even if Son Wuquan arrived, it would be of no consequence. Experience the wrath of the Zephyr beings, revenge death's sphere. Bebby thrust his hands forward, the dark energy sphere slowly descending towards Wukong on the ground. Wukong, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggled to rise. Yet merely standing had already drained all his strength. Alas, my body is completely unresponsive, damn it. Wukong's heart brimmed with reluctance. Although he sensed Wuquan drawing near, Bebby would not grant him the opportunity to stall. Moreover, he doubted that even Wuquan, in his Super Saiyan 4 form, could withstand such a terrifying assault. Boom. The revenge death sphere engulfed Wukong's figure entirely, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Bebby deliberately controlled the explosion's radius, while it utterly devastated the surrounding terrain. It did not harm the Earth's core. Haha, splendid. At last, I have eliminated Wukong. Now, once I deal with Wuquan, the Zephyr being's long-cherished wish shall be fulfilled. Baby clenched his fists, floating triumphantly in the air, and coldly remarked, I wonder what expression Wufan will have when he arrives and discovers that his father has turned to ashes? It is truly something to anticipate, is it not? Why not take a look at my expression right now? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Baby to shudder and turn abruptly. There stood Wufan, supporting the battered Wukong, not far behind him. How is this possible? When did you? Baby's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. In his perception, Wufan had been far away just moments ago. How could he have possibly rescued Wukong and appeared before him without any warning? Wufan paid no heed to Baby, instead shrugging at Wukong. Dad, this isn't like you at all. Hope is not something you can simply abandon. Surely you haven't forgotten that I can teleport? Wukong scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thanks to you, Wufan. Grandpa. Xiaofang rushed in from a distance, her eyes immediately reddening at the sight of Wukong's injuries. Bru followed closely behind, landing gracefully, her ponytail soaring in the brisk wind. Wukong blinked in surprise. What are you two doing here? At a time like this, you still ask that? Xiaofang's voice trembled as she carefully avoided his wounds. Isn't this injury serious? I won't die just yet. thanks to your dad's timely arrival. Just as Wukong attempted to smile, he suddenly gasped. Wufan gently pushed him towards Xiaofeng. We can reminisce later. For now, you two need to get Grandpa to safety. Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, and along with Bru, they supported Wukong. Just before they departed, the girl turned back. Brother, take care of yourself. Son Wufan. Baby's roar reverberated, causing the clouds to churn ominously, dark energy swirling with countless distorted faces. What skill is it to save an old monkey? Rest assured, soon your entire family will reunite in the underworld. Having absorbed the grievances of the entire planet, Baby was enveloped in an ominous purple-black energy. He disdainfully surveyed Wufan, thinking, what if this kid is stronger than Wukong? With my surging power, crushing a scion is a mere trifle. Wufan silently assessed the battlefield. In his normal state, Baby was indeed trivial, but the thought of him transforming into a great ape made his temples throb. Are you left speechless? Baby suddenly spread his arms wide, energy shaking the earth beneath them. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I might grant you a swift end. TCH, Wufan clicked his tongue in annoyance. When did you become such a chatterbox? It seems choosing you as an opponent is a sheer waste of time. Golden energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Let us end this now. Arrogant. Baby crossed his arms, unleashing a massive energy blast, a super electric cannon. The blinding white light consumed everything. Baby's laughter echoed with a sharpness that grated on the nerves. If you can't even dodge this attack, how do you dare to dream of defeating me? Suddenly, a hand entwined with golden light emerged from the smoke, effortlessly extinguishing the residual energy. Wufan's figure gradually came into focus. Is this all you've got? Amidst the fluctuations of energy, a hoarse voice emerged, distinctly different from Wufan's usual tone, yet faintly recognizable in its timbre. It was utterly absurd. Baby's pupils abruptly constricted, realizing that despite enduring his formidable super-electric cannon, Wufan maintained such a rich and powerful voice, entirely uncharacteristic of an injured state. This defied all logic. As the energy aftershocks dissipated and the smoke cleared, Wufan stood transformed in a stunning metamorphosis. Scarlet fur enveloped his body, long black hair danced with the wind, and his golden pupils, framed by crimson eyelids, gleamed with newfound sharpness. This was indeed the complete form of the legendary Super Saiyan 4th stage. What a jest! Could he truly be Son Wufan? Baby's throat involuntarily tightened, overwhelmed by the surging aura that sent shivers down his spine. In the distance, Wukong's eyes shimmered with longing. Xiaofeng's face radiated admiration, and Brala, witnessing the Super Saiyan 4 form for the first time, was left agape in astonishment. What transpired? Why was Brala rubbing her eyes? Her heart racing uncontrollably? One could not deny the visual impact of the Super Saiyan 4 form was profoundly staggering. That fierce aura stirred an unquenchable flutter within the young girl's chest. After breaking through the Super Saiyan 4 realm, having found no worthy adversary, this power had remained dormant within him. Wufan regarded Baby's shocked expression with a dismissive smile, his sharp canines barely visible. During that incident on Planet 2, did you truly believe you could slip from my grasp? It was merely a diversion to alleviate the tedium of life. This declaration sparked a wave of astonishment. Yet Wukong and the others shared knowing smiles, for a true warrior ought to possess such whimsical privileges. Meanwhile, Baby descended into a frenzy. Incensed by the deliberate sparing of the scion he loathed most. What a profound humiliation. Cease your bombastic rhetoric. Waves of menacing energy erupted around Baby, his fury stripping him of all reason. I am the supreme being of planet Zephyr. Sooner or later, the entire universe shall bow before us. Accompanied by his roar, a swirling tempest of thunderclouds gathered in the sky, streaks of purple lightning darting through the leaden clouds. Undeterred by the disparity in power, Baby lunged toward the crimson figure like a moth to a flame. Wufan furrowed his brow, effortlessly repelling Baby's assault while casting his gaze skyward at the strange phenomenon. How could this energy suddenly manifest? This segment was entirely absent from the original narrative. As he focused his senses, his expression grew increasingly grave. In the distance, Xiaofeng and the others also noted the anomaly, gasping in alarm. Baby steadied himself, his expression shifting unpredictably as he scrutinized the changes in the sky. The prior incident of being effortlessly cast aside had made him acutely aware of the power disparity. In this moment, he could only hope that this strange occurrence would bring about a turning point. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow swept across the sky, plunging into the roiling clouds. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Wufan's pupils dilated, his heart racing with alarm. The timeline was utterly disrupted. Even in the Super Saiyan 4 form, he felt the impending complexity of the situation. From the dense clouds emerged two long-haired youths bearing identical features. One clad in a deep blue short-sleeve shirt and the other in a cream-colored jacket, both enveloped in a faint golden glow. "You and I are one," the two murmured in unison, their forms gradually merging. Dazzling golden light burst forth like the sun, blinding in its brilliance. To his astonishment, there were indeed two number 17s. Sun Wukong gazed in disbelief at the celestial phenomenon. What horrified him was not merely the emergence of the clone, but the two swirling masses of dark energy, imbued with extreme emotions such as madness and brutality. This pure malice, stemming from the core of one's being, surpassed even the malevolence witnessed during the era of Cell. Could this be the brother of number 18? Xiaofang and Bra gazed curiously at the sky. Meanwhile, Wufan clenched his fists in silence. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that this unexpected fusion would utterly disrupt the existing narrative. They were familiar with number 18, yet number 17 had long since retreated from the world, and they had never met. Their first encounter occurring under such circumstances left them unnerved for Wufan's sake. How could this be? The crisis with Baby had yet to be resolved, and now number 17 posed another threat. Wufan could hardly manage the situation alone, though Wukong was frantic. His severe injuries rendered him immobile. "This is dire." The anxious voice of the North Kai suddenly echoed through the air. "The barrier between hell and the living world has vanished. The other number 17 you see has escaped from hell. If he merges with the earthly number 17, the consequences would be catastrophic." "From hell, you say?" Xiaofang and Bra turned pale with fear. Wukong scratched his head, murmuring, "Strange, number 17 is clearly alive. How could there be a clone of him in hell?" "Foolishness." The North Kai roared in exasperation. "There's no time for explanations. Quickly, devise a way to prevent their fusion. It is too late." Wukong fixed his gaze on the merging figures in the sky and solemnly addressed the Kai. "Please, use telepathy to contact Wufan and instruct him to retrieve the Senzu beans from Karen Tower immediately." At this moment, a brilliant light erupted, and the whispers of the two number 17s resonated across the heavens. "We are one." As the fusion completed, the once slender youth transformed into a towering muscle-bound giant over 2 meters tall, a surge of energy causing the clouds to churn. This was the ultimate form theorized by Dr. Gero, Super Number 17. Dr. Gero had once declared that number 17 was meant to be a flawless creation, surpassing Cell, but had become a failed project due to its uncontrollable nature. It was only upon encountering Dr. Mu in Hell and utilizing mutant fusion technology that this fiery emissary version of the ultimate killing machine was finally produced. The abilities of the fiery emissary number 17 and the android number 17 complemented each other perfectly. When the two merged, they fit together like a well-crafted joint, forming a stable cube, with all abilities elevated to their peak and achieving perfect balance. Even more astonishing was that after its creation, Super Number 17 would fully obey the commands of its creator, embodying the ultimate android envisioned by Dr. Gero. Haha, at last, the masterpiece is complete. The perfect creation I have sought my entire life, Super Number 17, has finally been born. Amidst the overcast sky, two figures re-emerged, one of whom, a white-haired elder, laughed maniacally toward the heavens. Soon after, countless shadows erupted from the clouds, darting toward Earth like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures streaked across the sky, vanishing into the horizon without pause. Until the final silhouette dashed away, the dense clouds gradually dispersed, and the portal connecting the realms of hell and humanity closed. "Heavens!" Xiao Fong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. So many familiar presences. Among them were Mu Chi, Mo Chi, and Lierda. What on earth is happening? Those fleeting shadows were the longtime adversaries defeated by the Dragon Ball warriors, including members of the Red Ribbon Army that Wukong had vanquished in the past. So it is. Yet, Wukong's gaze remained fixated on Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu, who were positioned behind Super 17. 37 promptly retreated. Although he harbored concerns for the safety of the Earthlings, he understood clearly that as long as he dealt with these formidable foes before him, the minions were of no consequence. Once the parallel world's Wu Fan delivered the Senzu beans, he would be able to manage the aftermath. Did you ever anticipate this, Sun Wukong? Dr. Gero sneered. All the enemies you have defeated have now been resurrected. Their sole mission is to exact vengeance upon you. However, before Super 17, you won't even have a chance to struggle. Just watch as the humans you protect are systematically annihilated. After lying in wait for decades in hell, Dr. Gero finally welcomed a moment to revel in his triumph. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew's gaze was fixed intently on Wu Fan and Baby. Though he remained silent, the fiery intensity of his eyes betrayed his deep-seated hatred for the two. There was no need to elaborate on his feelings towards Wu Fan. As for Baby, the life form he had meticulously crafted, it should have served as his instrument to dominate the galaxy, yet it ultimately betrayed him, remaining a mere bystander when Wu Fan dealt a blow. Collaborating with Dr. Gero to create Super 17 was his means of avenging these two traitors. Wu Fan truly did not foresee the emergence of Super 17 at this critical juncture. Initially, Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong shared the same thoughts. Facing Baby was already challenging enough, and with Super 17 joining the fray, Wu Fan felt somewhat overwhelmed, especially since Sun Wukong had yet to break through to Super Saiyan 4. However, he soon conceived an idea, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he disregarded Dr. Mew's taunts and turned to soar in the direction of Xiaofang. This action immediately captured everyone's attention. Dr. Mew bellowed, "Sun Wufan, are you afraid? Facing the Super 17, that drive Gero and I have forged, have you lost all your bravado from Planet 2? It's futile to flee. Super 17 will utterly obliterate Earth." Wu Fan glanced back at Dr. Mew without responding, merely raising a hand to gesture towards Baby on the ground. At that moment, Baby stood with his arms crossed, a dark expression as he glared at Super 17. He regarded himself as the supreme deity of the universe, believing that the fate of all life and indeed the cosmos should be under his dominion. Yet now, the mutant robot he had created was audaciously generating warriors and flaunting its might before his enemies, entirely disregarding his presence, which infuriated Baby. He inherited all the memories of the Z fighters, considering himself the embodiment of the former Z fighter king. Dr. Mew, in contrast, was merely a mutant robot crafted by the former Z fighter king, meant to supply energy for his revival. In Baby's eyes, he is the true master of Dr. Mew, and he would not tolerate any overstepping from the latter. While his hatred for the Scions runs deep, he can afford to momentarily set it aside, as he is currently unable to defeat Wufan. However, he could never abide Dr. Mew's arrogance. Wufan, having seen through this, swiftly simplified the previously intricate situation. He soared to the mountaintop where Xiaofang stood, and before anyone could voice their inquiries, he produced a universal capsule, pressing it gently to transform it with a resounding pop into a complete set of sunshade equipment. He casually donned a pair of sunglasses from the table and reclined in a lounge chair, sipping on a chilled beverage. A profound silence enveloped the scene, including Dr. Mew floating in the air and Baby on the ground. Everyone fell momentarily silent, struck by astonishment. "Dad!" Xiaofang was utterly bewildered. Wufan gestured for everyone to come and sit, declaring, "Let us now enjoy a splendid performance." He had arranged 4 lounge chairs, enough for each person. Although the others remained perplexed, they mechanically approached. "How dare he belittle me in such a manner?" Baby's lips twitched, yet he was the first to react. Despite Dr. Mew's intentions aimed at Wufan and Wukong, Baby would not tolerate any provocation in his presence. Regardless of the outcome, he would inevitably strike. Wufan chose to observe from the sidelines, planning to reap the benefits once Baby and Super 17 had exhausted each other. However, even understanding Wufan's strategy, Baby was still unwilling to let Super 17 off the hook. "Ah, I see." Wukong looked at Baby's expression and then cast a glance at Super 17 hovering in the air, grinning widely as he donned the sunglasses and took a swig from his chilled drink. Unfortunately, his current youthful form made the gesture resemble that of a mischievous child donning adult clothing. Xiaofang and Bra remained confused, with Bra elbowing Wufan. "How can you remain so calm? What on earth is happening?" Xiaofang echoed, "Exactly. Why do my brother and grandpa seem so strange?" "Patience, patience," Wufan said, pulling both girls into the lounge chair. Fortunately, the chair was spacious enough for their petite figures to nestle comfortably in his embrace. He casually plucked a few grapes and held them to their lips. "Here, try this." The 2 girls were caught off guard by the unexpected treat. Their cheeks instantly flushed. They found themselves unable to escape, and lying there shyly, they could only blush as they allowed Wufan to continue his antics. Wukong, witnessing this, laughed heartily, realizing that this straightforward fellow had no understanding of the distinctions between genders. What a rascal! How dare he humiliate us so? Dr. Gero's mechanical arm sparked with fury, emitting a piercing electronic sound towards Super 17. Eliminate them immediately. However, before Super 17 could act, Baby had already intercepted him like a specter. Evidently, the fare in hell is quite satisfactory. Dr. Mew, Baby's pupils glinted with a dangerous crimson. You haven't forgotten who truly controls your puppets, have you? Emboldened by the possession of artificial weaponry, Dr. Mew disdainfully flicked his mechanical tendrils. Rejects belong in the scrap heap. If they become a nuisance, I won't hesitate to have Super 17 dispose of the trash. Seeking death, the air around Baby erupted with a force that shattered the ground beneath him. The frustration from his previous setbacks ignited into a furious blaze as he bared his sharp, white fangs. Allow me to demonstrate who the true master is. Dr. Mew, displaying impatience, cast a glance at Dr. Gero, who promptly pressed the control button. Super 17, execute the elimination command. At this moment, Dr. Mew had yet to reveal the covert modifications he had made to Super 17, thus it remained under Dr. Gero's control. Enough of your boasting. I can dispose of such filth with ease. Baby roared, extending his palms to unleash a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Super 17. The deafening sounds of the blasts, imbued with astonishing power, detonated in succession, sending shockwaves that hurled Dr. Gero and Dr. Mew into the air, while Super 17 was entirely engulfed in the torrent of energy. Father, what on earth is happening? As the inhabitants from the parallel world, including Goku and Goten, arrived, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Little Pan and Bra instinctively wriggled free from Goten's embrace, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, they quickly realized that no one was paying them any mind, clearly regarded as mere children, leaving them unsure whether to feel humiliated or relieved. Just look for yourselves. Goku pointed towards the sky. By then, the residual energy waves had dissipated, yet Super 17 stood unscathed, casually adjusting his sleeves. Impossible. Baby's heart trembled, while he anticipated Super 17's formidable strength. He had not expected it to be to such an extent. In a fit of rage, he charged forward, declaring, I will slay you. The presence of Super 17 inflicted an unprecedented insult upon his dignity, which he could not fathom tolerating. Ha ha ha, futile Baby. Do you still not comprehend the chasm that exists between you and Super 17? Dr. Mew's chilling laughter echoed from a distance, entirely unconcerned by the threat Baby posed to Super 17. Indeed, despite Baby unleashing a tempest of assaults, Super 17 did not even cast a glance in his direction, let alone adopt a defensive stance. Regardless of Baby's relentless onslaught, he could at most push Super 17 back a few steps, failing to inflict any tangible damage. What on earth is happening? The parallel world's Goten and others watched in stunned silence. Trunks queried, that must be Baby, right? But who is that other one? How can he be so powerful? Goten, did you bring the senzu beans? Goku did not respond immediately. I almost forgot. Goten suddenly recollected, hastily retrieving the senzu beans from his pocket to hand to Goku. Master Karin had recently ceased cultivating senzu beans, leaving only these two behind. With Dende's healing abilities now capable of replacing the need for senzu beans, Master Karin no longer expended resources on such restorative items. One is sufficient. Goku consumed a senzu bean, and his body rapidly returned to its prime state. He stored the other for later use, stretched his limbs, and began to explain the current situation to Goten and the others from the parallel world. Thus, the myriad unfamiliar presences we recently sensed are indeed the adversaries we once vanquished? Parallel Wufan suddenly grasped the situation, his brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that Frieza and Cell have also returned? This is dire. If even they have resurfaced, the situation becomes exceedingly precarious. Wukong smacked his forehead, finally recognizing the gravity of the matter. Before he could finish speaking, two chilling chuckles echoed from above. Kakarot, have you only now remembered us? How dull-witted of you. It is truly disheartening that we concealed our presence just for you to discover us, Son Wukong. The group looked up to behold Frieza and Cell, floating above them in their perfected forms, arms crossed, their eyes brimming with bloodthirsty anticipation. Earlier, they had deliberately suppressed their energy, blending in with the multitude of souls from the underworld. Aside from the perceptive Wufan, no one had noticed their presence. Wufan, take Wutian and Trunks to intercept the fleeing minions. Wukong tensed his muscles, his fighting spirit surging uncontrollably. As for these two old acquaintances, they were mine to handle. Parallel Wufan sighed, exchanging glances with the others, and before departing, he ruffled little Fang's hair affectionately. The trio of radiant figures swiftly tore across the sky. Wukong said nothing more, beckoning to Frisia with a gesture, and in an instant, the three vanished into the distance, tearing through the clouds. Brother, what exactly is happening? On the chaotic battlefield, little Fang clutched her hair and burrowed into Wufan's embrace. Bulma, witnessing this, bit her lip and leaned closer. Half of her body nestled against Wufan's, a mixture of unease and a hint of rivalry with little Fang in her demeanor. Wufan gently pressed down on little Fang's hand that was tugging at her hair, a warm aura emanating from his palm. Do not worry. Clarify everything for yourself. Remember, I am here. Meanwhile, the sky erupted with a series of deafening explosions. Baby relentlessly assaulted Super 17, yet he couldn't even scratch the latter's battle suit. What a joke. I am the epitome of perfection. Baby's pupils constricted, a roar escaping his throat. In the next moment, Super 17 casually swung his fist, sending Baby plummeting to the earth like a meteor. Amidst the swirling dust, Dr. Mew's mechanical voice rang out harshly. Face reality, Baby. Your era has long since concluded. Of course, if you are willing to serve as 17's lackey, I might consider reclaiming you as a failed specimen. In the shadows, Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes. Unaware that Super 17 had been tampered with, he merely smirked silently at Dr. Mew's proclamation. Once the matters on Earth were settled, Dr. Mew would hold no value. Soon, Super 17 would dispose of him, for Gero had already mastered his scientific achievements. Enough with the bluster. Do you think you can easily defeat me? First, understand your own identity. You are merely a mutant robot I created to gather resurrection energy. I am your master. Baby let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all the resentment absorbed from the Earthlings. Revenge Death Ray. A pitch-black energy sphere gathered in earth-shattering force, propelled by Baby's outstretched palms, hurtling towards Super 17. This strike drained him of all his energy, causing his might to plummet back to the level he had when battling Son Wukong. Faced with the world-destroying energy blast, Super 17 not only did not evade but instead excitedly assumed a defensive stance. Fool, this is indeed a culmination of all my energy, a technique you cannot possibly withstand. Baby erupted into wild laughter upon witnessing the scene. Yet, before his laughter could fade, his expression abruptly froze. As the pitch-black energy sphere made contact with the body of Super 17, it was inexplicably drawn into it without cessation. No, this is impossible. Baby's eyes widened in disbelief. How could my revenge death ray be ineffective? Huh, still unwilling to admit defeat? Dr. Mew's eyes sparkled with triumph. Super 17 is the embodiment of perfection. Suddenly, Baby regained his composure, fixing his gaze on his opponent. I understand now. The so-called Super 17 is merely an advanced variant of a mutant robot. Ultimately, a machine is still a machine. Though Baby is not purely human, he is a true life form cultivated from Sphorian mutant cells, fundamentally distinct from mechanical creations. This statement incensed Dr. Mew. Silence. Super 17 is the pinnacle of artificial beings, integrated with my mutation technology. How can an ordinary robot compare? You seek death. Eliminate him immediately. As a non-human entity, Dr. Mew despised any disdain directed at robots, and Baby's words had struck a nerve. Dr. Gero stood nearby, arms crossed, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. He mused to himself. It seems some still fail to comprehend who the true master of Super 17 is. Very well. Let you revel in your arrogance a while longer. Once I deal with that troublesome Son Goku, I shall address you. This deranged scientist is inherently ungrateful, as evidenced by the murderous machines he has created, which perfectly inherit his vile nature. Yet, at this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the core directives of Super 17 were indeed from him. Had it not been for the unforeseen variable of Android 18, which triggered a weakness in Super 17's humanity, Dr. Mew might have truly wielded this ultimate weapon to dominate the galaxy. Ah, Dr. Mew, should I commend your naivety or label you utterly foolish? Just as Baby, who had been retreating, suddenly erupted in wild laughter, dispelling his previous despondency. This unusual behavior sent a chill down Dr. Mew's spine, an ominous premonition slithering up his back like a venomous snake. What are you still doing? Doctor. Mew bellowed sharply. Super 17, eliminate him at once. The silver combat machine's eyes glinted coldly as it concentrated a destructive energy sphere in its palm, locking onto Baby. According to the system's calculations, there was no possibility of evasion. Yet, in the face of this mortal threat, Baby wore an enigmatic smile. Poor old fool. Did you forget that Baby's form blurs at the moment the energy projectile strikes? Where did all your proud knowledge originate? These words struck like thunder, causing even the ever-cool Goku to rise abruptly. Just as he prepared to initiate instant transmission, he witnessed Baby transform into liquid metal, seeping into the body of Super 17. Possessed, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, regaining consciousness. This is bad. Goku's face turned pale as he gravely instructed the bewildered Krillin and Bulma beside him. Evacuate immediately. The situation has spiraled out of control. 38 could actually execute this move. The time traveler, Wu Fan, possesses a keen understanding of the narrative's trajectory. Yet he is not omniscient nor omnipotent. Occasionally, he misjudges situations. His initial strategy was to observe from a distance, waiting for Super 17 and Baby to exhaust each other before he intervened. Super 17 embodies the formidable characteristics of both the strongest artificial beings and mutated robotic entities, beginning with an energy level far surpassing that of ordinary beings, and possesses the ability to absorb the vitality of others, allowing for limitless growth. However, his fatal flaw lies in the necessity of maintaining a fixed stance while absorbing energy, which, for Wu Fan, who masters instantaneous movement, presents a simpler vulnerability than contending with Baby. As a premier artificial life form, Baby can parasitize any organism, even mechanical ones, unlocking the host's latent potential. Yet Wu Fan underestimated a crucial detail. Dr. Mu's mutation technology is derived from the Zenkaans, and Baby inherited all the memories of the Zenkaans. Once Baby discerned Dr. Mu's defensive measures, parasitizing Super 17 became remarkably easier than controlling Wu Fan and his companions. More alarmingly, Super 17's unique physiology rendered Baby, once parasitized, even more formidable. In a flash of light, Super 17 stood with his head bowed, his hair obscuring his visage. The Baby that had initially lunged at him had vanished without a trace. Dr. Gero, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief, while Dr. Mu's complexion paled. What is wrong, brother? Xiao Fang had never seen Wu Fan exhibit such a loss of composure. Bra, too, felt uneasy due to Wu Fan's abrupt dismissal. Wu Fan took a deep breath to quell his emotions. Although the fusion of Baby and Super 17 exceeded expectations, he regarded it merely as a serious adversary. His true frustration stemmed from the situation temporarily slipping from his grasp. You all stay here and do not wander. Earth is not peaceful at the moment, but with me present, no one can harm you. As soon as Wu Fan's words fell, his figure abruptly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at a distance, now cradling another person. Father, Bra exclaimed, hurriedly receiving the unconscious Vegeta from Wu Fan's arms. She focused solely on assessing her father's injuries, oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances. However, the astute Xiao Fang's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed skyward. Super 17 remained motionless, his head still bowed. Baby, how could this be? Xiao Fang's voice trembled, for the scene before her far surpassed her imagination. Baby was already a terrifying force, and now, fused with the even more formidable Super 17, was there anyone in the world capable of standing against them? Wu Fan gently tousled Xiao Fang's mid-length hair, speaking softly. Do not worry, I will handle everything. His confident smile dispelled the girl's unease, as if to reassure her that as long as his presence lingered, even the heavens could collapse without cause for fear. Suddenly, the high skies erupted with maniacal laughter. Super 17 slowly brushed aside the strands of hair from his forehead and then threw his head back in a wild guffaw, exuding an arrogance akin to that of a deity. Baby indeed had the audacity to be proud. Having claimed this body, his power surged exponentially, particularly in his mastery of energy absorption, surpassing even that of the original host. This form seemed crafted specifically for him, and he had Dr. Mu's gifts to thank for it. This is impossible. Dr. Gero finally sensed the anomaly, shouting in panic, Super 17, has Baby's assault compromised your systems? No. My creation is undoubtedly flawless. Silence. Baby's sharp command cut through the air as crimson beams erupted from her fingertips. Dr. Meow had long since implanted a specific directive within the mechanism. Only you, foolishly oblivious, were left in the dark. Now, descend into the abyss with your ignorance. The laser swept through, and Dr. Gallo's head fell with a thud. Until his last breath, his eyes remained wide with disbelief. Why? Dr. Meow trembled, his face ashen. Was the control malfunctioning? Baby smirked, her lips curling derisively. You merely control the shell of Super 17. I have entirely erased his consciousness. You are nothing but a modified machine crafted by the Zephyr people to amass power for me, and you dare to rebel against your master? This will lead to your complete destruction. Before Baby's words could fully dissipate, the energy torrent unleashed from her palm tore Dr. Meow's body into a myriad of metallic fragments. Silver bangs danced wildly in the turbulent air as Baby turned her crimson pupils toward the horizon. It was time to settle the score with our old acquaintance, Mr. Wu Fan. The shell of Super 17 pulsed with dark purple energy veins, infusing his laughter with a metallic resonance. Wu Fan silenced the eager young girls with a mere glance, his boots sparking as he ascended slowly into the air. As he met Baby's gaze, his crossed arms reflected cold light. Did he think he could challenge a scion simply by donning sturdier armor? This body feels as though it was custom-tailored for my symphony. Baby flicked her bangs, the mechanical joints emitting a crisp sound as gears meshed. Now I can orchestrate a massacre of 200. If he doesn't transform into Super Saiyan 4. He deliberately elongated his tone, while a vortex of energy akin to a black hole gathered in the palm of his right hand. At the moment of the golden flame's eruption, Super Saiyan 4 Wu Fan's beastly fur cloak remained motionless in the vacuum. Machines are ultimately machines. His amber vertical pupils reflected the other's gradually distorting visage. No matter how great the output, it could not alter the fundamental disparity. Two opposing energy fields tore the clouds into a ring-shaped vacuum, even causing distant debris on the ground to defy gravity and ascend slowly. Bra suddenly pressed against her wildly beating heart. Realizing her sister Xiaofang's nails had already sunk into her arm, oblivious to the pain. This oppressive sensation jolted Vegeta awake from his control-induced stupor, struggling to prop himself up. His trembling pupils reflecting two suns colliding in the sky. Beneath his tattered battle suit, a faint golden aura emerged like muscle memory, yet he could not even stand. Sun Wu Fan. Baby. Accompanied by a roar that pierced the atmosphere, a golden meteor collided with a deep purple comet in the stratosphere. The shockwave materialized into an expanding crystalline structure, with even the folds of space rendered visible. The violent gusts of energy raged like a hurricane, the ground beneath cracking thunderously. Ancient trees uprooted and swiftly reduced to dust. Slightly further away, Xiaofang and others were swept up in the residual waves, stumbling and falling to the ground. Bra clung desperately to Vegeta, who was nearly swept away, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Damn it! Who was this formidable opponent? Vegeta gasped, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His memories during Baby's control were fragmented, while he sensed Sun Wu Fan's aura resonating with that of parallel universes. Their powers were leagues apart. What astonished him even more was that the golden flames engulfing his opponent were unmistakably the hallmark of a Super Saiyan. Yet the form was strikingly different from his prior understanding. As Goku engaged in combat with Baby, the explanations flowed from Bra like a rapid-fire barrage. The young girl periodically exchanged glances with Xiao Fang, and together they pieced together fragments of information that gradually unveiled the entire situation. Upon hearing of this new realm known as Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, the dormant Saiyan blood within him, which had lain silent since the battle against Bu, now roared once more within his veins. The mere thought of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation of Goku and his son ignited a furious blaze within him. His teeth ground together audibly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. The legendary form that could transcend to such heights without the intermediate stage of Super Saiyan 3 had already stoked the flames of his battle spirit. Golden light streaked across the sky as Goku, having dealt with Frieza, soared into the fray. Sensing the urgency, he acted swiftly, tossing the last Senzu bean to Vegeta. The two warriors stood side by side, gazing into the distance where every clash of fists and feet warped the very fabric of space. Yet, both combatants appeared to be deliberately restraining their power. Otherwise, the entire planet would have been obliterated long ago. The shockwaves continued to resonate, and the phantoms of Goku and Baby flickered within the collapsing void. The pinnacle of martial arts erupted in a series of sonic booms. As the confined energy field enveloped the battlefield like a transparent cocoon, with only the subtle tremors of the ground attesting to the cataclysmic struggle still unfolding. Goku would not stand idly by while Earth faced destruction. Baby sought to exploit the Earthlings, transformed by his machinations, as a launchpad to extend his influence throughout the universe, fulfilling his ambition to dominate all. Little did he know that the Earthlings had already been liberated from his control by the parallel Goku and his companions using the super divine water. Humph, Son Goku, do you still dare to speak boldly? I haven't even used my full power, Baby exclaimed, sending Goku flying with a single punch, followed by a maniacal laugh. Goku, perceptive as ever, noticed the glint of calculation in Baby's eyes, but merely smiled in response, fully aware that Baby, having possessed Super 17, could absorb energy attacks. This provocation was but a ploy to entice him into unleashing the Kamehameha, thereby augmenting his strength. The situation was indeed precarious. Baby's power had already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 4, while Goku was left relying solely on physical attacks, rendering him somewhat constrained. It was time to unveil his final trump card. Goku sighed softly. This technique had originally been devised to combat the Super I Ching Long, yet he was now compelled to employ it prematurely. Baby, you have earned my respect for pushing me to this point. However, your ambition ends here. The initial battle in the Super Saiyan 4 form had been suppressed to such an extent, leaving Goku feeling an undeniable sense of frustration. Yet, faced with the circumstances, he had no alternative. Baby scoffed at Goku's declaration. Possessing Super 17's body had filled him with confidence, and he even anticipated his opponent unleashing a stronger move. Knowing that whether it was a 10-fold or 20-fold Kamehameha, it would only serve to nourish him further. Yet, he ultimately miscalculated. 10 times. Kaioken. The golden aura erupted, suddenly infused with a crimson brilliance, as Goku's energy surged dramatically. Baby's expression froze. The energy attack he had anticipated did not manifest. Instead, he was confronted with a sheer amplification of power. If Wufan continues to exert his physical might, the situation will undergo a complete reversal. The Kaioken. He has mastered this technique. Wukong, watching from a distance, finally felt his heart ease. Xiaofang and Beulah gazed at the fully unleashed Wufan with admiration in their eyes. Vegeta, astonished, muttered, he can actually combine the Kaioken with Super Saiyan 4 perfectly. Kakarot, even you cannot achieve that, can you? Indeed. Wukong admitted that utilizing the Kaioken in transformation mode demands exceptional control over energy. I can barely manage 2 to 4 times the power. Beyond that, I am at my limits. This admission left Vegeta even more astounded. Did you just say you haven't exerted your full strength? Wufan smirked coldly. Then let me witness your true power. In Wufan's perception, a 10-fold Kaioken was sufficient to suppress Super Android 17. After all, the opponent had only absorbed a death revenge bomb, far less than the state depicted in the original, where he consumed a vast amount of Kamehameha energy. However, Baby quickly masked his surprise and retorted with a sneer. Although I am uncertain how you discerned this, you are evidently mistaken. Before you stands the strongest of the Zorflans. Baby, not some Super Android 17. What? Before Wufan could react, Baby had already flashed in front of him, delivering a powerful punch that struck his face with tremendous force. Boom. Caught off guard, Wufan was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit, leaving a long gash in the earth. How could this be possible? Wukong and Vegeta, watching from afar, were left dumbfounded. Although they sensed the disparity in strength between the two, the specific details exceeded their comprehension. Logically, Wufan, using the 10-fold Kaioken, should have had the advantage. Why then was he struck down by the seemingly weaker Baby? Haha, Son Wufan. I know you can enhance the power of the Kaioken. Shall we see if you can try again? Baby laughed maniacally in the air. After acquiring his perfect form, he was finally able to redeem himself, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Cough. Wufan rose from the rubble, awkwardly wiping the blood from his mouth, and ascended once more into the air. For the first time, he displayed a grave expression, completely unprepared for Baby's formidable strength. That previous punch made him realize that perhaps only by employing a 20-fold Kaioken could he hope to contend with him. However, due to the vast difference in power, even unleashing a 20-fold Kaioken might not alter the tide of battle. He was indeed faced with his most formidable foe yet. Haha. Allow me to show you the true power that instills dread. Baby laughed maniacally, his energy surging once more. This declaration left everyone aghast. Could he continue to break through? Wufan's pupils contracted sharply. The situation had spiraled entirely out of control. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, there remained a significant gap between him and Baby. If the opponent were to break through again, would he not surpass even the Super One-Star Dragon? With his father and Uncle Vegeta yet to transcend to Super 4. All the Zorflanified Earthlings, offer all your resentment and power to me. Baby roared, spreading his arms wide. Now parasitizing the body of Super Android 17. He no longer needed to fear the risk of energy overload. Yet, the anticipated surge of energy did not materialize. With arms crossed and a mocking smile, Wu Fan was met with the derisive gazes of those in the distance, including Wu Kong. What is the meaning of this? Baby seethed in fury, demanding to know what tricks they had employed. I have long since purified all living eggs with the super divine water. Wu Fan scoffed, stating that no one would heed Baby's summons now. Absurd. How could my parasitic eggs possibly? The interruption came swiftly. The crux of the matter is that you have lost your final trump card. Suddenly regaining his composure, Baby declared, yet, my power still overwhelms you. With that, he surged forward, carrying the cataclysmic force of destruction. The outcome remained uncertain. 20-fold KO Ken. Sun Wu Fan was not one to concede easily. With a roar, his energy surged once more, charging headlong toward Baby. The narrative of the original work, Dragon Ball, had been thoroughly disrupted, and now Baby's might had reached staggering heights. The impending appearance of the Super One-Star Dragon seemed even more terrifying, leaving Wu Fan feeling somewhat powerless. Nevertheless, he bore the unyielding duty of a warrior. Since the emergence of Super 17 Baby stemmed from his oversight, it was his inescapable responsibility to eradicate this menace himself. A desperate struggle. No matter how much you amplify your battle power, whether 20-fold or 40-fold, the outcome remains unchanged. Baby, effortlessly swinging his fists, pushed Wu Fan back several steps. This was a chasm of dimensional disparity, not merely something that could be bridged by the accumulation of energy. Indeed, while the 20-fold Kaioken could temporarily inflate Wu Fan's energy, its purity paled in comparison to Baby's. It was akin to using countless cotton tufts to block a steel needle. Even a road piled high with cotton could not stop that sharp edge. I shall never concede. A fierce determination ignited in Wu Fan's eyes as he condensed his energy into a compact form. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Take this! Dragon Assault! Dragon Assault!" With that thunderous shout, a golden dragon-shaped energy coiled around the tip of Wu Fan's fist, faintly resembling an eastern dragon roaring towards the heavens. How could this be? The previously composed Baby's expression changed drastically, his muscles tensing instantaneously as he hastily erected a protective barrier. The exquisitely refined energy wave compelled him to brace himself. Wu Fan can actually execute this technique. Wu Kong, watching from afar, felt his pupils constrict. Let the battle commence. This son from a parallel dimension continually brings forth surprises. It seemed that not only had his opponent mastered all the techniques he possessed, but their effectiveness surpassed his own. Yet, Wukong felt only joy in his heart, devoid of jealousy. The onlookers collectively held their breath, even Vegeta silently rooting for Wu Fan. This battle was pivotal for the survival of Earth. If Wu Fan were to fall, none would escape unscathed. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens as the golden dragon, embodying the concentrated power of destruction, collided with the protective shield, erupting in dazzling sparks. The piercing shriek generated by the clash of energies caused the spectators to cover their ears, and the blinding golden light obscured the battlefield's core. This technique, which involved the extreme compression of energy before release, resonated with the essence of the Turtle School's teachings. Although he had not received direct instruction from his father, Wu Fan had instinctively grasped the quintessence of the Dragon Fist through his combat instincts. At this moment, Sun Wufan's Dragon Fist, unleashed with all his might, was unexpectedly blocked by his opponent, leaving everyone present in utter shock. It is worth noting that this technique is not an advanced martial art. In his youth, Wu Fan had once employed a similar move to defeat the rejuvenated Demon King Bick. As the resplendent golden light gradually dissipated, it revealed Baby firmly grasping Wu Fan's fist. Though the protective shield had been shattered and he had sustained some internal injuries, he ultimately managed to withstand this lethal blow. More concerning was the fact that Wu Fan had reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 state to his normal form. Both fighters were breathless and utterly exhausted. Wu Fan had exerted himself to the limit, while Baby, seemingly unharmed, had also depleted his stamina and suffered significant injuries. This unexpected Dragon Fist had caught Baby off guard, nearly costing him his life. What a close call. Baby wiped the cold sweat from his brow and then sneered. Son Wufan, I truly underestimated you. I almost fell into your hands. Alas, the one who laughs last is still me, Lord Baby. It seems I have indeed triumphed. Wufan could only shake his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, he lacked even the strength to maintain his basic form. Although the Tao Pearl within him was rapidly restoring his energy, it was evidently too late. It is noteworthy that Baby, possessing the body of Super 17, was inherently stronger than in his original peak state. With his understanding of mutant genetics, Baby could fully unleash this body's potential. If left unchecked, even the Super One-Star Dragon might not stand a chance against him. Having acknowledged defeat, Baby prepared to strike, yet an inexplicable emptiness surged within him. His greatest adversary had fallen. Henceforth, he feared he would find no worthy opponent in the universe, and this invincible solitude enveloped him. Now that Baby stood unchallenged at this pinnacle, he felt a sense of loneliness, yet he harbored no mercy for his foes. He hurled Wufan away with great force and then extended his arms, beginning to gather energy in his palms. This strike contains all my power. You cannot evade it. As a mark of respect for you as my opponent, brace yourself for the ultimate annihilation wave. The energy sphere took shape in Baby's hand, and he thrust it forward with ferocity. A blinding light cleaved through the sky, and the ferocious energy threatened to rend the heavens apart. Brother! Xiaofang's desperate cry pierced the air. As she witnessed Wufan's defeat, tears had already begun to flow. Now, seeing the energy sphere hurtling towards Wufan, she broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp, trying to rush forward, only to be firmly held back by her father. On the other side, Bra was equally out of control, forcing Vegeta to intervene. Don't be foolish. Going now will only lead to your demise, Vegeta admonished. He was astonished by his daughter's feelings for the alternate reality Wufan and felt frustrated by his own powerlessness. Under such an attack, even if he joined forces with Sun Wukong, they could not save Wufan. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. He loathed Baby's cruelty, but more so, he despised his own inadequacy, forced to watch his son fight alone until his fall. Yet reason reminded him that they must retreat. Only by growing stronger could they defeat Baby and resurrect the fallen with the Dragon Balls. Boom! The ultimate annihilation wave shattered the earth, its brilliant light consuming a radius of 100 miles. The shockwave raised a mushroom cloud, heralding the apocalypse, causing even the tectonic plates of the earth to tremble. From a vantage point in space, a once pristine planetary surface now bears the stark evidence of a colossal fissure. Fortunately, the energy erupted in a concentrated burst. Otherwise, the entire solar system would have been reduced to ashes. Baby was convinced that Wufan had met his demise, for even he himself would stand no chance of survival against such an onslaught. After failing to sense Wufan's presence, Baby erupted into a triumphant, maniacal laughter. In the fleeting moment that followed, a shadow whisked by, carrying away Sun Wukong and the others. The long-cherished ambition, the glorious moment that the Zephyr people had yearned for, was finally brought to fruition by my own hands. The once formidable scion, Sun Wufan, had fallen, and the remaining scion rabble were utterly insignificant. I shall grind them into dust, erasing any trace of scions from the cosmos. After laughing uproariously for a while, Baby regained his composure and turned to where Wukong and the others had once stood, only to find it utterly deserted. They escaped? A frown creased Baby's brow, but it soon relaxed. They may flee from the first, but will not evade the 15th. Even Sun Wufan was defeated by me. Where could these remnants possibly hide? Well, since my strongest adversary has been vanquished, the days ahead may seem somewhat dull. I shall keep these buffoonish remnants around to provide some amusement for the future universe ruler, Lord Baby of the Zephyr. With a sinister grin, Baby showed no urgency to pursue, opting instead to seek a secluded spot to recuperate. Once he had transformed all of humanity into Zephyrs, even if Wukong and the others fled to the ends of the earth, they would find no escape from his grasp. In a corner of a city on Earth, several figures suddenly appeared. Still dazed, the four were taken aback. The one in the center collapsed despondently to the ground. It was Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Xiaofang, and Bra, with Wufan lying motionless. "Uncle!" Xiaofang cried out, rushing to Wufan's side, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Although Bra could hardly contain her emotions, she remained rooted to the spot, her eyes reddened, her heart already entwined with Wufan's fate. I see now. Instant teleportation. How could I have forgotten this technique? Wukong scratched his head with a sheepish grin, his tone filled with a belated joy that was unmistakably genuine for Wufan's escape. Wufan, with a weak smile, admitted, "I concede defeat to Baby, but I have no intention of surrendering meekly." Vegeta, though relieved, remained puzzled. That last blow must have drained all your energy, even with teleportation. You should be too fatigued to execute it. Hey, are you cursing my uncle? Xiaofang flared up, ready to retaliate with a punch had it not been Vegeta. Even so, she glared at him indignantly. Vegeta, equally irate, felt an urge to teach this impudent girl a lesson, but as a proud scion prince. He found himself at a loss against a mere girl. After a moment of glaring, he simply huffed and turned away, his ears turning crimson. Bra, observing the scene, stifled a giggle, fully aware of her father's weakness. It was amusing to see the proud prince rendered powerless in front of other girls. Xiaofang silently rubbed the spot on her head where Wufan had patted her. He murmured, "I sensed that the release of the dragon fist would not be sufficient to completely vanquish Baby, which is why I retracted some of my power at the last moment." This explanation quelled further inquiries from the crowd, yet none were aware that the ultimate technique had utterly drained the last vestiges of energy from Goku. Fortunately, the enigmatic power of the divine pearl within him allowed for swift recuperation, enabling him to barely execute instant transmission. "Brother, please refrain from speaking." Xiaofang pouted in complaint, blaming the last sins of being on that useless old man. She deliberately raised her voice, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. The Scion Prince's forehead bulged with veins. Yet he suppressed his fury. Decades of life on Earth had softened some of his edges. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the gathering. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously launched their attacks, deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Had Baby pursued them? The two exchanged a knowing glance before unleashing their own waves of power. In the distance, the relentless assault from Lurd had instantly reduced the boastful figure on Planet 2 to mere ash. Even Xiaofang could easily deal with him on Earth. "Daddy, Uncle Vegeta." Accompanied by cries, the battle-worn parallel Goku stumbled forward, his entire right arm transformed into metal. It turned out that during the earlier instant transmission, the original Goku had successfully locked onto the energy signature of his parallel self to transfer, but exhaustion caused a miscalculation in his landing. What a waste. To be injured by such a trivial foe. Vegeta seethed with rage. The once mighty warrior who had surpassed him now appeared so beleaguered, filling the proud Scion Prince with a profound sense of shame. The parallel Goku chuckled awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. "What brings you all here? And this one?" He hesitated, glancing at his other self. It was then that Xiaofang noticed his metallic arm and rushed forward in alarm. "Daddy, what happened to your hand?" Jiro arrived with the repaired machine. Although the parallel Goku had encountered metallization, he would soon revert to normal. However, the Jiro of this timeline had long since been eliminated by Goku. The parallel Goku sighed, waving his hand dismissively to indicate that he was fine. While the metallic arm posed some inconvenience, it paled in comparison to the threat posed by Baby. "We have no time to waste. We must evacuate immediately. Baby could pursue us at any moment." Goku's expression was grim. Vegeta spoke in a low tone. "Kakarot, where on Earth is there still a safe haven? Baby intends to fully transform all humanity into his minions. Unless we leave Earth, there is nowhere to escape." Listening to the dialogue and observing the state of the Goku from this timeline, the parallel Goku understood the gravity of the situation, his mood increasingly heavy. It seemed they would have to temporarily abandon Earth. "Once we find a way to defeat Baby, we can summon the dragon to resurrect everyone," Goku lamented. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. "Daddy, Uncle Goku, Father." Trunks and Goten hurriedly approached, with Bick closely behind. After grasping the situation, the group fell silent. "Wonderful. Bick, Goten, and Trunks have arrived. We can evacuate together." Seeing his comrades gathered, Goku felt a slight sense of relief. At the very least, all the warriors had convened. Perhaps there was still a way to confront Baby. As the gathering of individuals reached completion, Wu Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, and he struggled to rise to his feet. Though the duration was brief, he was able to move with some effort, thanks to the restorative power of the Dragon Pearl. What method could this be? Have you even mastered the Spirit Bomb? However, gathering energy requires time, and Baby would not afford us such an opportunity. Wukong felt a deep admiration for Wu Fan's ever-evolving abilities. Wu Fan shook his head, stating, "It is not the Spirit Bomb. I wish for everyone to channel all of their Scion energy into me." Perhaps this would enable me to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of combining the strength of 5 Saiyans to achieve Super Saiyan God. But his intuition warned him that without first reaching the limits of humanity, he could not genuinely enter the realm of the divine. Much like Sun Wukong from Dragon Ball Super, who, despite being able to transform only into Super Saiyan 3, had nonetheless reached his current pinnacle. Only a qualitative breakthrough could shatter the constraints of power. Moreover, Wu Fan still possessed immense potential at the Super 4 stage. Not to mention that he had yet to complete his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. The path to the divine realm was fraught with challenges. At this moment, Wu Fan had yet to solidify his foundation, and recklessly accepting the energy of others could lead to unforeseen crises. As the saying goes, how can one who stumbles dream of soaring through the heavens? Furthermore, when facing Baby, the peak state of Super Saiyan 4 was already sufficient. This idea is truly brilliant. A spark ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Gathering the strength of all would surely vanquish Baby. The parallel universe's Wu Fan and Trunks nodded in agreement. Although they had not witnessed the might of Super 4 firsthand, they had no objections with Wukong's approval. However, Vegeta snorted disdainfully. You expect me to supply you with energy? How utterly unpleasant. Yet, at present, you are the only one possessing the potential to defeat Baby. I shall make an exception and lend my aid. But have you considered that the moment we unleash our energy, Baby will undoubtedly notice? Just like the predicament of gathering the spirit bomb, will he grant us the time to accumulate our power? Suddenly, a melodious voice interjected. Allow me to resolve this conundrum. A flicker of light danced in the void, and before the group appeared a figure who had arrived using instant transmission. Lord Kaishin. Wukong exclaimed with a mix of surprise and joy. This Kaishin of time and space was the fused form of East Kaishin and Kibito. With a twinkle in his eye, Kibito Kai paused briefly on Wu Fan before breaking into a smile. I will take you all to the Kaishin realm, where the Wu Fan of another timeline can absorb your Saiyan energy. In truth, apart from Wukong, the others had already grasped the concept. The slow-to-realize Saiyans then understood. So that's it. Training in the divine realm means we need not worry about our energy leaking. Now please hold hands. The moment Kibito Kai's words fell, countless invisible black threads rose within the vicinity. Vegeta's expression darkened significantly, and Wu Fan inwardly grumbled. Is it truly necessary to interlock fingers for instant transmission? Grasping hands with Xiaofang or Bra would be acceptable. Just then, a sudden rustling emerged from the rubble. A girl with golden hair, now dust-laden, stumbled to her feet. Her pink dress was tattered, and her sobs shattered the stillness. Mom. Dad. The crowd turned to see a young girl, around 13 or 14, with tear-streaked cheeks resembling a pear blossom caught in rain, though she appeared disheveled. Her innate beauty remained undeniable. It was Marin. Wukong immediately recognized her as the beloved daughter of Krillin and Android 18, astonished by their unexpected reunion in this place. Due to Marin's lack of combat abilities and her prior fainting spell that left her breath weak, no one had noticed her presence. Her tearful recounting of events weighed heavily on Wukong's heart, clearly indicating that Krillin and Android 18 had met with misfortune. This sorrow ignited a fierce anger within him. The earth, now ravaged and desolate, demanded the swift eradication of Baby to restore order to the world. Under the urging of the god of destruction, Jebet, the group swiftly transported Marin to the Supreme Kai's realm. Once settled, Marin began to narrate the unfolding events. It turned out that Android 17, prior to merging into Super 17, had attempted to lure Android 18, only to be met with a firm refusal. In a fit of rage, he murdered Krillin and severely injured Android 18. This mirrored the original storyline. Android 18, despite her injuries, managed to secure Marin's safety before embarking on a solitary quest for vengeance against 17. However, it was peculiar that Android 18 never appeared on the battlefield against Super 17. Perhaps she encountered formidable foes along the way, or her grievous wounds rendered her unable to withstand her adversaries. The true circumstances remained shrouded in uncertainty. Xiao Fang and Beulah devoted considerable time to soothing Marin until she gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the old Kai successfully healed the metallic arm of the parallel Wu Fan through the power of the Miko. Let us commence, exclaimed Wu Fan, the god of Super Saiyan 40. As Wu Fan took his position at the center, 5 male Saiyans, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, the parallel Wu Fan, Sun Wutian, and Trunks, lined up in succession. The energy they provided was sufficient for Wu Fan to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4, rendering Xiao Fong and Beulah's participation unnecessary. Despite their eagerness to join, amidst the rising murmurs, the 5 Scions transformed simultaneously, their golden auras continuously channeling energy into Wu Fan. During the lengthy transfer, Beulah leaned closer to Xiao Fong and inquired, "I've heard you can transform into a Super Saiyan now. Is it true?" Despite the deep friendship between their families, the younger generation had seldom interacted. Had it not been for this joint endeavor, these two girls might still be mere acquaintances. Beulah's motivation for initiating conversation was clear. She yearned to extract more information about Wu Fan from Xiao Fong. Xiao Fong, invigorated by the question, replied enthusiastically, "Is there any doubt? I endured quite a bit to master the Super Saiyan transformation. If it weren't for my brother's assistance, I wouldn't be able to transform even now. If you wish to learn, I can have my brother teach you too." She felt a sense of pride, eager to showcase her powerful ally who doubled as both a brother and father figure. If Wu Fan were present, he would surely commend his daughter for her understanding. Acknowledging her efforts in helping him forge connections, her worthiness of his affection evident, Beulah felt a surge of excitement. Although she typically shunned training, the allure of becoming a Super Saiyan was irresistible, especially as it offered a chance to draw closer to Wu Fan. In her youthful heart, the resentment over her first kiss being taken by Wu Fan dissipated each time she beheld his gallant form. Such is the nature of heroes, timeless and eternal. Two young women whispered to each other, quickly agreeing that Xiao Fang should find an opportunity to intercede and assist Bud with his transformation. Nearby, Marin listened intently, and her curiosity was piqued by the praises heaped upon Xiao Fang by Wu Fan. Even Son Wukong and Vegeta gathered around Wu Fan, and it was only natural for anyone to want to uncover the mystery. The energy transmission persisted for over 10 minutes, and unbeknownst to Wu Fan, he had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his internal energy fully charged. "Don't stop. I can endure it," he shouted, prompting the Scions who were about to halt to continue their energy transfer. Although in a fully charged state, he was indeed formidable. Wu Fan sought an overwhelming strength. In the original narrative, Son Wukong had achieved this, and possessing immortality, Wu Fan had no reason to fail. The old Kai stood by, shaking his head. This little madman is risking it all. If he pushes himself too far, Earth will be doomed. Yet, even if calamity struck, it was Wukong and the others who would perish. Wu Fan was destined to survive. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not materialize. With a thunderous explosion, a shockwave erupted, sending Wukong and the others flying. A vacuum zone formed within 100 meters centered around Wu Fan. It worked. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had discovered the secret to rapid advancement. Vegeta shared Wukong's sentiments. These two would never stagnate. Upon witnessing a stronger opponent, they would soon catch up. Since all 5 were simultaneously transferring energy, including Wukong and Vegeta, despite some energy loss, they remained vigorous and showed no signs of fatigue. Boom. The energy surrounding Wu Fan erupted violently, creating a tempestuous wave, only to be swiftly reined back within him. Feeling the power within him break through its limits, Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "This power is incredible. My aura utterly eclipses Babiti's." Wukong clenched his fists, his blood boiling with excitement. The others were equally astounded by the energy emanating from Wu Fan. Big's gaze shifted between Wu Fan and his parallel counterpart, sighing inwardly at the vast disparity despite them both being Son Wu Fan. Suddenly, Wu Fan exited the Super Saiyan 4 state, took a brief moment to recuperate, and then transformed once more, this time into Super Saiyan 2. What was he up to? The crowd was bewildered as Wu Fan bellowed, his golden aura soaring into the heavens, his inverted golden hair lengthening. Boom, boom, boom. Although his energy did not match that of Super Saiyan 4, the pressure of Super Saiyan 3 still left the onlookers in awe, with only Son Wukong able to stand alongside him. "Kakarot, didn't you say he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 3? What do you have to say now?" Vegeta could no longer contain himself, his tone laced with resentment. If it were merely an additional transformation, he was confident he could surpass it swiftly. However, if Wu Fan were to master Super Saiyan 3 on the spot, it would be a crushing display of talent that struck at the pride of the Saiyan Prince. Wukong grinned. "I didn't expect him to break through so suddenly. This makes defeating Babidi even easier." Not far away, Super Saiyan 3 Wu Fan smirked, as if speaking to himself or proclaiming, "So this is how simple Super Saiyan 3 is. One merely needs to accumulate energy and unleash it all at once. Had I known this sooner, I would have mastered it long ago. This realization stemmed from a flash of insight after transcending the limits of Super Saiyan 4, and upon attempting it, he succeeded in one strike. Vegeta's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Simple? Have you been mocking me all these years for my inability to attain Super Saiyan 3? His entire face flushed crimson. And though his words were resolute, his heart was as transparent as glass. The truth had indeed illuminated his long-standing misconceptions. That damn cockroach. It was a matter as thin as a sheet of paper, yet he insisted on toiling in vain. Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Son Goku. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You fear I might surpass you, which is why you refuse to reveal the secrets of achieving Super Saiyan 3. In truth, Super Saiyan 3 was merely an advanced version of Super Saiyan 2. Akin to the progression from the first to the second level years ago. The key lay in the precision of energy control. Despite the staggering increase in power, the corresponding energy consumption escalated exponentially, rendering it unsustainable for long durations. Vegeta had always deemed such transformations crude and unworthy of a Prince of Saiyans. Yet he had forgotten that elevation to a higher realm warranted a different perspective. If it were truly so challenging, how could that little brat Gotenks master it with such ease? Embarrassment burned in his ears as he recalled his own foolish pride. Son Goku, with his tousled hair, wore a perplexed expression. I rely on my instincts when I transform. I've never really pondered the specifics. His Na'vi response sent the gathered crowd into a fit of disbelief. Grandpa, please don't let anyone know you're related to me, Xiaofeng exclaimed, covering her face in shame as she rose. The others either face-bombed or sighed, while the subject of their ridicule continued to smile obliviously. At that moment, Gotenks suddenly retracted his transformation, revealing a mysterious smile. Would you like to witness a new realm that surpasses the limits of Super Saiyan 4? A form even more powerful than the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4? The entire venue fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Could it possibly be Super Saiyan 5? Xiaofeng's voice quivered with excitement. Compared to that exasperating grandfather, she held her reliable brother in higher esteem. This speculation caused gasps of astonishment from everyone present. Even Vegeta's pupils dilated. Title: A new realm of the Saiyans. A warning bell rang in Vegeta's mind. How many more limits must he break through? From Super Saiyan 4 to 3. And now there was yet another form more formidable? Gazing into Gotenks' meaningful eyes, Vegeta keenly sensed the underlying scheme. Gotenks, can you truly achieve Super Saiyan 5? Quickly show me. Son Goku was eager to try. It was not Super Saiyan 5, but an entirely new realm beyond the dimensions of Super Saiyan 4. Gotenks calmly explained. I've sensed something after breaking through my current level, but I need your cooperation to attempt it. This statement was, of course, a ruse. Observant readers had already discerned that what he truly sought to explore was the Super Saiyan God form. After consecutively breaking through Super Saiyan 4 and 3, the barriers that had previously hindered his entry into the Super Saiyan God realm had vanished. Moreover, it was rare for 7 Saiyans to gather in this timeline, an assembly that could not be replicated in the main timeline. Missing this opportunity would likely make it impossible to rally 5 Saiyans for the ritual again. Indeed, there were ulterior motives at play. Vegeta, with an expression of understanding, inquired, "What do you need us to do?" In reality, he merely wished to regain his dignity, while also harboring a profound curiosity about this so-called higher dimension. Similar to before, but this time I need all 5 of you to transmit your mental energy to me simultaneously, Wu Fan instructed. Mental energy? Sun Wukong inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Not just him. All present displayed expressions of bewilderment. Well, it's essentially a fusion of physical strength and mental fortitude. Just feel it with your hearts. Wu Fan added, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. He inwardly cursed the original text for failing to elucidate this concept. Despite their lingering lack of understanding regarding mental energy, through repeated adjustments, they gradually grasped the notion. This required a connection established through the mind as a medium for transmission. The energy form, as Wu Fan had described, was indeed a product of the amalgamation of physical and mental prowess. A golden mist began to rise slowly around them, filling the air with an indescribable resonance. The onlookers' expressions grew serious, yet their hearts remained remarkably tranquil. This is impossible, the old Kai exclaimed in terror. What is wrong, ancestor? Jebet questioned, perplexed. Fool, pay attention. The old Kai admonished, his eyes brimming with fear directed at Wufan. How dare a mere mortal encroach upon the realm of gods? Such an act was a blatant challenge to the laws of the universe. As eternal beings, the number and roles of gods were fixed. If Wufan succeeded, the cosmos would gain an entity transcending its own rules. Jebbet finally noticed the shift in Wufan's aura, yet being young, he could not comprehend why the old Kai was so distressed. A human ascending to divinity? The notion was indeed astonishing. The Kai, Jebbet, felt a profound impact, rendering his divine status seemingly worthless. When Son Wukong and the others successfully transmitted their mental energy, it became evident that Wufan's transformation into a Super Saiyan God was inevitable. The fusion of mental power radiated brilliantly, casting a resplendent golden light that illuminated the sky, more dazzling than the afterglow of sunset. Son Wukong and the others involuntarily transformed into Super Saiyans, as did Wufan. Within the golden radiance, strands of blue energy emerged from their beings, intertwining them as one, ultimately converging upon Wufan. His body began to levitate slowly, rising into the sky, with the other 5 following suit. A consequence of the energy flow rather than an act of flight. The vast golden light enveloped the heavens, while dense golden clouds swirled around Wufan, forming a colossal vortex. It's utterly breathtaking. Like a dream, Xiaofang exclaimed, her hands clasped tightly, eyes sparkling with wonder. Beside her, Bulma and Marlin wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Beerus, Jebbet, and the old Kai were completely awestruck by this grand spectacle. In that moment, even Beerus sensed a profound change in Wufan's aura, though its strength was immeasurable. It seemed to return to its primal essence, unfathomable in depth. Suddenly, all light converged instantaneously, as if time had frozen. Then, a flash of blue light erupted, expanding rapidly to envelop the 6 individuals entirely. It was not blinding, yet difficult to gaze upon, swiftly transforming into a towering beam of light that pierced through the golden clouds, leaving a vast void. The clouds churned, failing to mend the gap, instead solidifying into a tangible mass. Moments later, raindrops began to fall from the opening, and before anyone could react, they turned into a torrential hailstorm. Lightning and snow swept through in an instant, ultimately yielding to tranquility. The transmission of spiritual energy continues unabated, a force of indescribable nature quietly spreading. Although the atmosphere is tranquil, it leaves everyone feeling as if the world has been turned upside down. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson radiance erupted from Wufan, enveloping him like molten lava, leaving only a vague silhouette. Under the impact of the energy, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and others released their grip and descended back to the ground. They gazed in awe at the figure cloaked in the red glow hovering above. A blinding flash passed, and the golden clouds, blue light, and crimson brilliance dissipated, as if everything had returned to its origin. The sole change was the emergence of a new figure from the red light. Has it succeeded? Wukong stared at the figure, his voice intertwined with excitement, fear, and trepidation. Is this the higher realm that transcends Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta murmured in disbelief, his face etched with shock. The Super Saiyan God. Wufan slowly clenched his fists, his expression calm as water, yet a tremendous energy surged within him. This legendary form bore little outward difference from an ordinary Super Saiyan, save for the hair turning a deep crimson and the eyes shifting to a red backdrop with black pupils. However, the internal energy had undergone a qualitative transformation, imperceptible to common warriors, discernible only to deities. While Wufan was still acclimatizing to the divine power coursing through him, Wukong scratched his head, questioning, is this the transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4? It seems rather unremarkable aside from the color. Fool! Vegeta snapped through gritted teeth. How could such immense effort yield no breakthrough? The more unadorned it appears, the more profound the realm it signifies. Although reluctant to admit being surpassed by anyone other than Kakarot, Wufan's demeanor radiated authority, speaking volumes. It is truly astonishing. Trunks' eyes widened. Just as Uncle Wukong said, he could sense no energy at all, being among the first to encounter Wufan. Even without perceiving specific energy fluctuations, he could feel the latent terrifying power. Wufan, hailing from a parallel timeline, spoke solemnly, perhaps due to our shared origin. My perception is clearer than yours. His realm has transcended our comprehension, akin to an unattainable summit. My brother is the most handsome. Little Fong cheered, leaping into Wufan's embrace. In her eyes, regardless of his form, her beloved brother would always radiate brilliance. Just as everyone was in awe, the old Kaioshin suddenly erupted in fury. You ignorant fools! The realm of the gods is not something mere mortals can touch at will. A slight misstep could unleash irretrievable calamities. The Kibito Kaioshin hastily interjected, Ancestor, please calm your rage. Everything is well, and besides, you did not warn them beforehand. Old man, Wukong leaned forward. Do you know the secret behind Wufan's state? This question instantly captivated everyone's attention. Rather than fear the old Kaioshin's wrath, they yearned to understand the Super Saiyan God's essence. At this moment, Sun Wufan had already seen through the old Kaioshin's penchant for alarmism, occasionally revealing genuine wisdom, yet 9 out of 10 statements were mere fabrications. Should he be allowed to continue, who knows what fantastical topics he might delve into. The form I currently possess is called the Super Saiyan God. Wufan spoke directly, succinctly stating that he had acquired divine power. Super Saiyan God. The crowd exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. The old Kaioshin and Jebet God shared expressions of shock. Although they sensed the divine energy coursing through Wufan, this title was utterly unprecedented. I understood the old Kaioshin's concerns. Wufan's gaze briefly swept over the two deities. But could the laws governing the universe be shaken by mere mortals? Unless someone truly comprehended the laws of the world. Those who called themselves deities had yet to even touch the threshold of these principles. The so-called divine power was merely a higher tier than that of mortals. This statement, though not intentionally directed at them, rendered the old Kaioshin speechless and made Jebet God visibly uneasy. While they indeed held divine positions, they had only scratched the surface of the world's laws. In terms of truly mastering these principles, they were far from it. In Wufan's eyes, even a being like the destroyer god Beerus merely borrowed a fraction of the principle of destruction. True mastery? That was nothing but a delusion. The Dragon Ball universe, with its capacity to obliterate planets and destroy galaxies, seemed terrifying at first glance. However, it merely highlighted the fragility of this world's spatial structure. Each universe possesses differing spatial densities, and it is the low density of this realm that allows brute force to shatter stars and annihilate systems. Were it a world with a higher spatial density, their power to crush planets would likely struggle to penetrate even a steel plate. At least from Wufan's perspective, the Dragon Ball universe paled in comparison to the profound intricacies of the Xianxiao world of Huaxia. As for the so-called divine realm, compared to those worlds that emphasized the pursuit of the ultimate path, it was a stark contrast. Sun Wukong and others were naturally unconcerned with the laws of the universe. They were currently engaged in fervent discussions, probing the mysteries of the Super Saiyan God. Wufan, still exploring the nature of this divine energy, could only provide a rough explanation to help the others establish a basic understanding. So, brother, you are truly a deity now? That's amazing, exclaimed Xiaofeng, his most ardent supporter. Wufan smiled gently. This form is a temporary state achieved through the collective power of everyone, with a time limit. Once the energy is depleted, I will revert to my original state. However, as long as you remember the sensations of this moment, I believe, through personal cultivation, you can reach this realm as well. After Wufan finished speaking, he dispelled the Super Saiyan God state. Yet under the influence of the orb of the heavenly path, the divine energy did not dissipate. Instead, it was sealed within him like a stored energy battery. Each use of this divine power would diminish it unless he could comprehend the method to autonomously ascend to Super Saiyan God. Curiously, how did Son Goku and Dragon Ball Super switch forms at will? Wufan found himself perplexed. Without the orb of the heavenly path, to re-enter the divine realm, he would likely need to gather 5 Saiyans to perform the ceremony again. Nevertheless, the exquisite sensation of the Super Saiyan God had been imprinted in his memory. Even without the orb, based solely on his past impressions from the animations, he felt confident in his ability to cultivate the Super Saiyan Blue form himself. The current baby was no longer a threat. As Wufan returned to his normal state, he surveyed the crowd, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Shall you all accompany me back to Earth? The breakthrough into the divine realm has bestowed upon him an exhilarating surge of power, invigorating both body and spirit. With a glimmer of the fierce determination he had upon first arriving in this world now dancing in his eyes. Unlike the bewildered traveler he once was, he has firmly established his roots here, his brow now carrying a hint of the warmth of mortal existence. Suddenly, Sun Wukong turned to his parallel counterpart, Wufan and Wutian. Gesturing with a wave of his hand, please convey a message to Chi-Chi. Inform her that I intend to enter seclusion in the realm of the Kaioshin. You're not returning? Wufan scratched his head in confusion. This kid is holding down the fort on Earth. Sun Wukong tilted his chin towards the primary timeline's Wufan. A grin spreading across his face. Once you restore Earth with the Dragon Balls, remember to call me back to deal with baby. As he clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly, he added, I must focus on breaking through to the Super Saiyan 4 level. As for the Super Saiyan God that requires the ritual of 5, we shall revisit that after surpassing the Super Saiyan 4 limits. I have always been grounded in my approach. Kakarot. Vegeta interjected suddenly, his cape billowing dramatically. This time, I shall personally oversee your training. An opportunity one could not desire more. Sun Wukong's eyes ignited with the fire of battle. Do you think the realm of the Kaioshin is merely a dojo? The old Kaioshin's roar sent leaves cascading from the sacred tree. It was already an exception to have sheltered you during your time of need. The god of destruction, Jebet, swiftly intervened. Ancestors, please calm your fury. Ultimately, Wufan from the parallel timeline must depart, and the guardianship of the universe will rest upon their shoulders. The old Kaioshin huffed, turning away, the reprimand delivered with perfect timing. Haha. Sun Wukong flashed a peace sign at Vegeta. A knowing smile spread among the onlookers. They all understood that this martial enthusiast had been thoroughly inspired by Wufan. With a gesture of his fingers to his forehead, Wufan summoned forth a wave of energy, and in an instant, they had teleported to the Earth's sacred temple. It's you. Dandy and Bobo exclaimed with delight upon seeing Wufan and the others. Their absence had not been long, and with baby yet to make his move. The Earthlings had not yet succumbed to the Zafur transformation. Delaying their return any longer would have undoubtedly altered the situation drastically. Dandy's smile quickly faded. Replaced by a grave expression, baby's power is astonishingly formidable. Even you are at a loss. He added, once he regains his strength, Earth will inevitably face the same fate again. Even with the super divine water to cleanse, it is merely a temporary measure. Do not fret, Bick reassured. Placing a hand on Dandy's shoulder, this Wufan from the parallel timeline will undoubtedly handle it. As a member of the same lineage, Bick had always looked after Dandy. Apart from Wufan from the parallel universe, Dandy was his closest ally. Dandy's eyes widened in surprise as he observed Wufan's radiant demeanor, far removed from the disarray of their previous encounter. Realizing they must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Trunks, Wufan spoke calmly. You and your companions shall gather the Dragon Balls. I will handle baby. Trunks hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. Although he yearned to witness the battle, Wufan could overpower baby without resorting to Super Saiyan God powers, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Having already witnessed the prowess of Super Saiyan 4, it was wiser to await his father and Vegeta's breakthroughs. Naturally, Wu Tian accompanied Trunks. Wufan had initially intended to bring Xiaofeng back home to visit Chi-Chi and Biddy Li. But Xiaofeng clung closely to the primary timeline's Wufan, forcing him to return alone. I shall confront baby, Wufan nodded to Bick and the others, then vanished in an instant with the ever-present Xiaofeng and the scheming Beulah. After merging with the old Supreme Kai, Bick had remained at the temple, capable of overseeing the entire world without needing to be present. Though Marin longed for battle, her inadequate strength compelled her to remain in the temple. As shadows danced, the trio found themselves in an opulent hall. Baby reclined languidly on the sofa, sipping a cold beverage while indulging in a luxurious massage. Sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere, he sprang up as if jolted by electricity, spilling his drink into the air. Son Gohan. Baby's pupils dilated in shock. You are still alive, mother. At that instant, Bra's exclamation reverberated. Behind baby, the figure kneading his shoulders was none other than Bulma from this world. When he had previously possessed Vegeta, baby had gleaned the intricacies of the Capsule Corporation, the wealthiest entity on Earth, which provided the most exquisite sanctuary. After his fierce battle with Son Gohan, he had naturally chosen to retreat here to recuperate. At this moment, Bulma's eyes glowed with a crimson light. Mechanically pressing against baby's neck, the contours of newly implanted ova faintly visible beneath her skin, she had been irrevocably transformed into a Zephyrian. The traitor dares to show their face? Those who oppose baby are destined for demise. Bulma's voice was as cold and abrasive as rusted metal. Brother Gohan. Bra clutched Son Gohan's sleeve tightly, her nails nearly piercing his flesh. Her silence spoke volumes, the strange, acrid scent in the air revealing all. Fury erupted within Son Gohan's chest. Despite Bulma now being a silver-haired matron, and her servitude reduced to a mere massage, witnessing the once brilliant eyes now clouded with a murky red ignited the Scion blood within him. Baby! In that moment, a golden aura exploded forth, the shockwave propelling Baby back 100 meters. The crystalline dome shattered into a myriad of diamond-like shards, and his purple form sliced through the sky like a projectile. Control Bulma. The super divine water can purify the parasite. Gohan transformed into a streak of light, racing ahead, the residual sound waves rippling through the air. I'll flatten that first. Xiaofang and Bra stood frozen. They had never witnessed the gentle scholar unleash such ferocity, leading the girls to share a mutual misunderstanding. Could it be because of Son Gohan? Baby skidded to a halt among the clouds, purple blood seeping from his gums due to excessive clenching. What infuriated him most was not the ambush, but the fact that the opponent had emerged unscathed from his super electric cannon. Yet, he soon smirked, having narrowly escaped. Why return? In response, a leg swept through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere. As the golden fur of Super Saiyan 4 brushed against Baby's cheek, he suddenly realized, at this moment, Gohan's afterimages carried a lethal pressure. When you forced Bulma into such actions, you should have anticipated the consequences. Gohan's fist buried itself into Baby's abdomen. The shockwave erupting from his back created a circular cloud. The Super Saiyan 4's ultimate form already surpassed Baby and Super 17. And now that Gohan had entered the realm of Super Saiyan God, his energy manipulation was even more exquisite. Even the previous Super Saiyan 4 form would have easily crushed Baby. How could this be? Baby's pupils constricted, despite being on guard. He was still sent flying by Gohan's kick, hurtling dozens of kilometers before crashing into the rugged terrain on the outskirts of West City. The strike was powerful and overwhelming. Even the formidable body of Baby suffered severe damage, as if his internal organs had been violently displaced. How could you have grown so much in such a short time? Baby trembled as he propped himself up, his face a mask of disbelief. A former subordinate, now towering above him. Have you finished your dying words? Wufan abruptly appeared before Baby, a pulsating crimson energy sphere dancing in his palm. This marked the first time he unleashed an energy attack on Baby. And sensing the destructive power within, Baby's expression contorted in horror. At such a close distance, he had no time to absorb the energy. Damn it! This power, driven by an obsessive hatred, compelled Baby to pursue answers even as he stood on the brink of annihilation. Annoying. Wufan indifferently swung his arm, unleashing a 20-fold Kamehameha imbued with a fiery red light. The ultimate technique in the Super Saiyan 4 limit state was meant to sever all hope. Yet, amidst the torrent of energy, a glimmer of metallic sheen emerged as Baby shed the shell of Super 17, escaping in his true form. Damn Saiyan! Restored to his original shape, Baby fled frantically, heading straight for West City. He needed a hostage for leverage and intended to use Bulma's spaceship to flee Earth. However, this scheme had already been seen through by Wufan. Would he allow his arch-nemesis to escape? Absolutely not. You have no place to run, Baby. Surrender now. Wufan employed instant transmission, positioning himself directly in Baby's path. Don't push your luck, son Wufan. Fury ignited in Baby's eyes, wishing nothing more than to tear his opponent to shreds. Yet at this moment, as his true self, even after numerous parasitic enhancements, he could only reach the level of Super Saiyan 2 Wufan. Faced with the transcendent Super Saiyan 4, even escape was a mere fantasy. Am I being excessive? Wufan scoffed. If you had simply kept a low profile, perhaps you could have lived a little longer. But you dared to manipulate Bulma. Even though this version of Bulma has no ties to me, I will never forgive you. Baby, though confused by Wufan's words, understood that his life was in imminent danger. He roared in fury. If that is the case, let the entire earth be my burial ground. Son Wufan, this is all you're doing. In an instant, Baby's energy surged uncontrollably, his body inflating rapidly like a balloon. Wufan sighed inwardly. Why must villains always resort to this tactic? Could there not be a hint of originality? Ha! Son Wufan, you cannot stop me. The moment you touch my body, the energy will explode instantaneously, and the entire galaxy will be reduced to ashes. Fear, you detestable Scions. Seeing Wufan hesitate, Baby laughed maniacally. Even if he could not triumph, perishing together would still be a victory. Many have threatened me with this tactic, yet none succeeded in their endeavors. You shall not be the exception. Wufan remained composed, Although Baby acted faster than Frieza and others, he was well prepared. With both hands poised at his waist, energy rapidly coalesced. Kamehameha. Baby, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you insane? This will only amplify the power. Surrender now." Humph. I am not that foolish. As the final utterance escaped his lips, a white energy sphere, trailing flames, hurtled directly toward Baby. The seemingly ordinary Kamehameha elicited an incredulous cry from Baby. How is this possible? No. Yet Baby burst into uncontrollable laughter, only to keenly realize that when the Kamehameha wave made contact with his body, it bore no force. Instead, it propelled him like a feather, slicing through the air and plummeting towards the sun's core. I had warned you. The consequences are solely your own. Wufan, shielding his brow with one hand, gazed into the distance and murmured, "It is unexpected that Baby's fate aligns so closely with the original narrative. It can be considered a rectification of chaos." The Kamehameha appeared no different from usual, yet Wufan had constructed a transparent force field around the energy's periphery. The wave did not directly impact Baby. Rather, it continuously pushed against the protective barrier surrounding him. The force exerted upon Baby was akin to the gentle brush of willow catkins against the skin, yet sufficient to send his balloon-like form into the cosmos. In an instant, Baby was ensnared by the sun's gravity, and before any energy could erupt, the searing heat vaporized his body almost entirely. Job well done. Wufan nonchalantly dusted off his immaculate martial arts attire and turned, darting towards Bulma's residence in West City like a fleeting ray of light. What astonishing prowess! Dandy, far away in the heavenly palace, gasped in shock. Just as it seemed Baby was poised to ignite the earth, he was nearly overcome with despair. Little did he know that Wufan had effortlessly averted the crisis. Bick, exhaling a long-held breath of frustration, felt a sense of relief that the earthly peril had been resolved. However, the power exhibited by Super Saiyan 4 left him feeling despondent, as such a realm felt unattainable, let alone the legendary Super Saiyan God. Perhaps the battle should have been entrusted to Wukong and others, as Bick pondered, contemplating retreat. Wufan's absolute strength rendered him powerless, yet his intervention had spared them from impending sacrifice. In the original timeline, Dandy, transformed by Zephyr, would have presented the Black Star Dragon Balls to Baby, aiding him in creating a new Zephyr. When the Earth was doomed due to the overdue Dragon Balls, Bick had intended to perish alongside the planet to end the calamity. Yet now, the Black Star Dragon Balls lay safely within Bulma's home. If the Earth remained unharmed but he still sought death, that would indeed be the height of folly. What else remained? Undoubtedly, Wufan no longer harbored any special feelings for Bulma. He remained solely due to Bra's insistence to guide her in transforming into a Super Saiyan. After all, given the prior events and Bra's current fervor towards him, Wufan felt unable to decline. To successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, one must first stabilize and enhance their combat power. Given Bra's current foundational strength, it was evidently insufficient. Patience was not an option. Thus, Wufan took it upon himself to provide hands-on instruction. Combat training and physical conditioning naturally involve close physical contact. Whether there were ulterior motives behind this remains uncertain. After several training sessions, Bra's attitude towards Wufan mirrored that of Xiaofeng, growing increasingly close to the point of dependency. However, curiously, despite the foundational training progressing smoothly, at the crucial moment of Super Saiyan transformation, Bra consistently fell short. Though Bra's talent was slightly inferior to Xiaofeng's, and her diligence in training lacking, Wufan had anticipated that. With her hybrid constitution, completing the transformation within 3 days should pose no problem. Yet now, a week had passed without any results. Could it be a lack of energy that leads to repeated failures? Xiaofeng observed Wufan's furrowed brow and could not help but speak up. In recent days, she had frequented this place almost daily, scarcely returning home. Initially, she had intended to invite Wufan to stay at her residence, but Beulah had acted first. The clever girl was acutely aware of Beulah's ulterior motives towards Wufan. Despite their close relationship, she would not easily concede in this matter. Wufan shook his head. No, I can sense that she is on the verge of success each time, only to inexplicably fail at the last moment. It seems unrelated to energy. His gaze swept over Beulah's seemingly indifferent demeanor when a sudden thought struck him. Beulah, you wouldn't be deliberately failing, would you? Beulah paused, a flicker of panic darting across her eyes before she feigned composure. How could that be? I am eager for success. Why would I intentionally fail? Indeed, brother, Xiao Fang interjected, not having considered such a notion. Despite Beulah's playful demeanor, she would never jest with her transformation, would she? If she failed once, subsequent attempts would only become more challenging. Yet, Wu Fan had already seen through her little ruse. Surprisingly, upon hearing Xiao Fang's words, Beulah grew visibly anxious. Xiao Fang, is what you said true? What do you mean true or false? Xiao Fang was momentarily perplexed. The difficulty increases with each failed transformation. Beulah pressed urgently. Wu Fan was taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. Could it be that Beulah had already mastered the transformation but was feigning failure before him? Xiao Fang chimed in. Of course. Each time you attempt a transformation, your body retains that feeling of anger. Upon failure, you will need an even greater surge of anger to succeed next time. Surely, you didn't just discover this? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Beulah was now thoroughly flustered. The situation was far more serious than she had anticipated. Wu Fan sighed, utterly defeated by Beulah's antics. He comprehended that her every failed transformation was intentional, likely aimed at coaxing him to spend more time training with her. In reality, she could have accomplished the Super Saiyan transformation in private, only to feign failure to deceive Wu Fan. Yet, unexpectedly, she had not considered that far. Instead, she had interrupted the process just as she was about to succeed. It was both amusing and exasperating. Fortunately, the failures were few. Had there been more, she might never achieve the Super Saiyan form. After all, emotional outbursts have their limits, and forcibly breaking through is nearly impossible. Xiao Fang appeared bewildered, still trying to grasp why Beulah was so anxious, while Beulah was on the verge of tears, unable to bear her distress. Wu Fan gently patted her head and reassured her, do not worry. As long as you succeed next time, all will be well. But refrain from any more reckless attempts unless you wish to forego the transformation. Is it truly possible to succeed again? Beulah gazed at Wu Fan with longing, no longer concealing her inner thoughts. Upon receiving Wu Fan's affirmative response, she finally broke into a smile, though a sense of dread still lingered in her heart. While she did not relish training, she certainly did not wish to lose to Xiao Fang, as it pertained to a certain delicate emotional rivalry. Beulah, you were actually doing it on purpose? How cunning. Xiao Fang's eyes widened in realization. Even her usual naivety could not prevent her from understanding now. At this moment, Bulma completely relaxed and reverted to her mischievous nature, placing her hands on her hips and exclaiming, I'm happy, and who are you to tell me otherwise? Xiaofeng, feeling exasperated, yanked Wu Fan over and protested, Brother, let us not teach her anymore. Bulma is too naughty. You're the naughty one. You and Brother Wu Fan are clearly father and daughter, yet you keep calling him brother. It's utterly ridiculous. Bulma wrapped her arms around Wu Fan's other arm, refusing to back down. Who says we are father and daughter? Xiaofeng's face turned crimson, her embarrassment mingling with anger. Brother isn't even from this timeline. We have no blood relation whatsoever. Stop making excuses. I've seen through you. You like Brother Wu Fan, and that's why you're so eager to distance yourself. Just as the two girls bristled at each other like agitated chicks, a glint of cleverness flickered in Wu Fan's eyes. If you weren't harboring such thoughts, why would you intentionally embarrass yourself while transforming? Bulma's ears tinged with a rosy hue, as if the remark were directed at her. The unspoken secrets of adolescent girls felt like confetti bursting forth, their usual shyness giving way to a flurry of revelations. When the final heartfelt confession slipped from their lips, the atmosphere fell silent, their flushed faces more vivid than the red lights of a martial arts tournament. Wu Fan's sudden laughter startled both girls, causing them to shrink back, only to be enveloped in his sturdy embrace moments later. The warmth of his breath grazed their hair, as their words hung in the air. Two fluffy heads eagerly burrowed into his clothing, resembling startled chicks. Ultimately, they must return to their original timeline. Wu Fan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his fingertips brushing against their taut necks. As he spoke, he sensed the two girls stiffen in his embrace. Xiaofeng abruptly tilted her face upward, her eyelashes glistening with tears, declaring, Then I will go with you, even if it means never seeing Bulma again. Bulma suddenly grasped Wu Fan's clothing, asserting, I am a Saiyan princess. Her proud chin rose halfway before drooping again, resigned to the idea that perhaps her father could create a time machine. Wu Fan gazed down at their tousled hair, a hidden smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware of the challenges of time travel, but at that moment, he was more concerned with the gentle tremors in his palms. These two resolute sprouts were striving with all their might to break through the soil. This journey through time had allowed his strength to soar once more. He could faintly sense the laws of time and space within the Dragon Ball universe. Although he could not fully grasp them, minimizing time discrepancies during interdimensional travel was no longer a daunting task. For this reason, he was in no hurry to depart. The Super Saiyan God realm had been attained, and the remaining Lone Star Dragon posed no threat, leaving its resolution to Wukong. Xiaofeng remained blissfully unaware, her youthful face still etched with uncertainty. Despite her determination to follow Wufan, the thought of never seeing her parents again tormented her heart. Bulma suddenly spoke up. "I can depart at any time, but Brother Wufan, could you grant me a few days to say goodbye to my mother?" Her words conveyed her resolute determination. She intended to conceal her departure, fully aware that her family would undoubtedly try to stop her. Influenced by Bulma, Xiaofeng too resolved to make a similar decision. For Wufan, managing two girls simultaneously proved to be far more convenient. "Are you all really leaving?" At some point, the petite Marin had appeared not far from them, her expression somber. Since being brought back to the heavenly realm by Wufan, she has frequently visited this place. Marlin, 3 years her senior, has already sensed the subtle emotions between Xiaofeng, Bra, and Wufan. During their time in the God realm, Wufan's Super Saiyan form captivated her, and combined with Xiaofeng's words of admiration, this allure became irresistible. However, unlike the straightforward Xiaofeng, Marlin concealed her feelings deep within. Rather than act impulsively, she preferred to ponder carefully. If Wufan were to extend an invitation, she would most likely decline. In truth, Wufan had already included Marlin in his plans. Since he could not take number 18, he decided to take her daughter instead, harboring a certain dissatisfaction towards Krillin. Upon Marlin's arrival, the two girls hurriedly distanced themselves from Wufan, their cheeks flushed. Yet Wufan calmly remarked, "There is no need to rush. We shall stay for a while longer. This is our little secret, so do keep it safe." Even the most mature young woman finds it difficult to resist the intimacy of sharing a secret. By the time Marlin realizes her feelings, she may already be deeply entangled. Months later, Marlin's vague affections for Wufan gradually blossomed. The thought of him remaining by her side brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Under Wufan's careful guidance, Bra quickly mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Marlin gazed at the girl shining with golden light, a flicker of longing passing through her eyes. She was merely an ordinary earthling, and despite her utmost efforts, she could hardly match the innate advantages of Saiyan blood. Krillin and number 18 had always forbidden her from engaging in combat, wishing only for her safety. Yet, since witnessing Wufan's focused profile while instructing Bra, an inexplicable impulse had begun to stir within her. The festive day at the amusement park significantly enhanced the bond among the four. Although roller coasters held little excitement for Wufan, the sight of the three girls' radiant smiles was enough to satisfy him. Xiaofeng and Bra continued their rivalry, but thankfully, they understood the importance of sharing, for there were no marital restrictions in this world. More subtly, they had already sensed Marlin's feelings and were actively encouraging her involvement. "Let us have Marlin join the training." The two little witches chimed in unison. They calculated wisely. Whoever gained Marlin's support would receive more affection. Furthermore, as they were destined for a life traversing time and space, having more companions was certainly advantageous. Wufan relished the moments surrounded by the young girls, occasionally taking time to study the energy of Super Saiyan. When desires became difficult to suppress, a simple instant transmission could lead him to the comforting presence of his companion. Renu. 3 months passed swiftly. Although close guidance was no longer necessary, the daily training sessions had become an unwavering commitment for the girls. Their parents could only feel gratified, pondering whether this soon-to-depart warrior was nurturing them. This inadvertently benefited someone's audacious educational plans. At this moment, Wufan assessed the results, a dangerous smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Although Marlin had yet to fully mature, she had inherited the superior genes of a warrior race. And with the systematic training over this period, it was time to reap the rewards. Wufan's strength had surged dramatically through time and space, his thought processes transcending ordinary bounds. As long as it did not endanger another's life, his actions were met with far fewer reservations. As he found himself deeply immersed in his reverie, sudden tendrils of pitch-black energy surged skyward from various corners of the earth, the overwhelming sense of dread momentarily causing his heart to skip a beat. What has transpired? His golden eyes narrowed sharply, piercing through the clouds to gaze upon the most potent source of energy. In the far distance along the horizon, Dark mist writhed like a living entity, devouring the sky, as a grim domain expanded at an astonishing pace. Dragons. The familiar scene instantly illuminated his mind. This was undoubtedly the appearance of the 7 heads of calamity heralding the final chapter. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that 7 strands of dark energy, originating from the same source, yet varying in strength, were dragging the entire planet into the abyss, rapidly forming a closed loop that sealed the Earth completely. This was starkly different from the original narrative. According to the storyline, these monstrous entities should have been summoned into existence only after the Super 17 battle, as a consequence of the abuse of the Dragon Balls. Yet now, barely 6 months had elapsed since the last summoning, and no one had collected the Dragon Balls. Could it truly be the butterfly effect I have instigated? The violet-haired warrior mused, contemplating that even the Super 17's premature arrival made the awakening of the dragons unsurprising. However, as he gazed upon the planet utterly isolated by negative energy, a bitter smile crept upon his face. His father and Uncle Vegeta remained in the Kaioshin realm, leaving him to deal with the aftermath alone. "Are we going to fight, brother? Take me with you," exclaimed the little girl who had just awoken, springing up with enthusiasm. Upon hearing of a battle, this naturally gifted warrior's eyes sparkled with excitement. "And me too," chimed in the golden-haired maiden, radiating golden energy, eager to unleash her newly mastered Super Saiyan powers. In stark contrast, the demure Marin anxiously twisted the hem of her garment. At this moment, the Earth had transformed into a hellish landscape. Mountains crumbled beneath the pitch-black lightning, oceans vaporized by negative energy, and countless lives were reduced to ashes the instant the dragons emerged. The dark barrier severing the connection between the Kaioshin realm and the Earth had rendered the 2 Saiyans training there utterly oblivious to the cataclysmic changes befalling their homeland. In recent months, under the special guidance of the old Kaioshin, even Vegeta had regrown his tail, though the process was nothing short of harrowing. It was said that they had not only mastered the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, but that Vegeta had also perfected his Super Saiyan 3 form. No longer reliant on Bulma's inventions, Son Wukong and Vegeta's powers had reached parity, and further training offered little prospect for substantial enhancement. Their original plan to return to Earth had been thwarted by circumstance, when the Kaioshin attempted to reach out telepathically to the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth. Both were engulfed in profound frustration upon realizing they could not participate in the battle. After listening to the Kaioshin's account, Wukong promptly interrupted with irrelevant details, vowing to exert every effort to open a passage for his father and Vegeta to return. Upon hearing this news, Son Wukong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, while Vegeta scoffed, "Humph. We don't need your interference." At this juncture, the Earth lay ravaged by the dragons, the environment deteriorating rapidly, with landslides and tsunamis wreaking havoc, resulting in the demise of innumerable lives. Under the influence of negative energy, the Earth had become entirely disconnected from the outside world, preventing the 2 warriors training in the Kaioshin realm from returning. Throughout their prolonged training, they had not only reactivated their Saiyan lineage, including Vegeta's tail, but had also transcended the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta was now able to transform at will and had perfected his Super Saiyan 3 form. Witnessing the impending crisis on Earth, Wufan, having mastered the transcendent realm of Super Blue, remains unfazed by the adversaries ahead. However, in light of his father's and Vegeta's absence, he reluctantly assumes the responsibility of confronting the threat. Xiaofang and Bulma insist on accompanying him, prompting Wufan to take Marin along as well. Their leisurely demeanor induces a cold sweat on the brow of the Kaioshin, who observes them from the shadows. Do these fools truly comprehend the gravity of their actions? How can they be so nonchalant? If the negative energy continues to spread, it won't just be Earth at stake. The entire universe will face annihilation. The old Kaioshin erupts in fury once more. He hastily reassures, "Please, great ancestor, do not be so agitated." Wufan undoubtedly understands the severity of the situation. His actions signify he possesses ample confidence. Nevertheless, his words betray a lack of complete conviction. Those creatures from Dragon Ball are not easily vanquished. One can discern his true thoughts from the twitching of his lips. Son Wukong, reclining casually with his hands behind his head, muses, "I merely hope Wufan finds a way to open the portal soon, allowing me to return to Earth. I can hardly wait to confront those creatures. Humph. I have no interest in merely watching idly. When we return to Earth, I shall be the one to deal with those monsters." Vegeta provocatively challenges Son Wukong. although inwardly he concurs with his sentiment. Setting aside their individual thoughts, Wufan instructs Bulma to retrieve the dragon radar from home, after which he leisurely leads the three girls toward the location of the first Dragon Ball indicated by the radar. Initially, the creatures exhibited a palpable aura upon their arrival, but now they have concealed their presence, making them difficult to locate without the radar. Nevertheless, Wufan is well aware of their characteristics. Even the weaker ones are no match for Xiaofang and Bulma, so there is no need for alarm. As for the Kaioshin's use of a crystal ball to spy, Wufan chooses not to dwell on it. While it is inconsequential during casual observations, he will naturally employ the orb of the heavenly path to shield private matters, ensuring the Kaioshin sees nothing. Brother, when we encounter the monsters, you must not act first. Only intervene if we truly cannot manage, and you must ensure we remain unharmed. Xiaofang trails closely behind Wufan, her face alight with anticipation. Though not inherently combative, she possesses a playful spirit. What appears to the Kaioshin as perilous, to her is merely a game. Both Xiaofang and Bulma harbor unwavering faith in Wufan's strength, for he has already attained divine power, making it inconceivable that anyone could rival him. Thus, Xiaofang playfully presents a challenge to Wufan. Wufan sighs, "It is permissible, but you must not overexert yourselves, nor intentionally sustain injuries. Otherwise, the next time such a situation arises, I shall not take you along." At times, Xiaofang's spirited nature proves vexing to Wufan, even managing to sway the usually serene Bulma. Fortunately, Marin remains unaffected, maintaining her sweet disposition. Yet it is precisely Xiaofang's vivacity that brings joy, endearing her to Wufan all the more. Xiaofang and Bulma readily agree to Wufan's stipulations, though their true intentions leave him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Just as Wufan and his companions rely on the radar to search for the Dragon Balls, a white figure suddenly appears on the other side of the earth. This individual gazes up toward the heavens, their expression gravely serious. It is truly astonishing that Sun Wukong is absent from this planet. To my astonishment, the mightiest warrior among the Scions is not he, but rather the young Son Gohan from a parallel dimension, whose prowess far surpasses that of Son Goku. Defeating Son Goku with my current strength would not pose a significant challenge. However, facing that alternate version of Son Gohan renders my chances of victory exceedingly slim. It seems I must take the initiative. I cannot afford to remain passive. With the dragon radar in hand, I muttered to myself, gradually focusing my gaze and regaining my composure. I then directed my attention towards the horizon, continuing, I should first seek out the 3-star dragon and the 4-star dragon. Their powers within the dragon hierarchy are second only to mine. Should I acquire their Dragon Balls, I may possess the means to contend with Son Gohan. If fortune favors me, and I manage to collect 1 or 2 more Dragon Balls, perhaps I could even triumph over him. How unfortunate that I, the illustrious 1-star dragon, find myself in such a predicament. Son Gohan, after I resolve this matter, you may confront Son Goku and allow that fellow some respite. Nevertheless, our mission as dragons is to bring an end to him. This debt will be settled eventually. This white figure is none other than the strongest entity among dragons, the 1-star dragon. He possesses the unique ability to absorb 7 Dragon Balls and evolve into the Super 1-star dragon. In this ultimate form, his combat power would surge more than tenfold, enabling him to utilize all of the dragon's ultimate techniques and fuse the powers of the 7 dragons for a cataclysmic effect, rivaling that of several dozen times in his normal state. As the leader of the dragons, he absorbed a significant amount of negative energy generated when the eternal dragon was tainted at the moment of his creation, granting him profound insight into the Earth's current state. Although he cannot accurately gauge Gohan's strength, he is acutely aware that the latter surpasses his current capabilities, thus he is eager to gather the Dragon Balls. The 1-star dragon is convinced that upon evolving into his super form, even if Gohan is formidable, he would be no match for him. Resolute in his decision, he immediately sped towards his objective, deliberately suppressing his presence to avoid revealing his location, relying solely on his astonishing speed to glide over the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Gohan has scarcely acknowledged his existence and has no intention of engaging in combat. At that moment, Gohan and his companions were traversing the mist-laden mountains, surrounded by foul air and a pungent stench of decay. "It smells dreadful," exclaimed Xiaofang, wrinkling her nose in disgust as she covered her mouth and nose. "Where is that putrid odor coming from?" The group looked down to find the entire forest cloaked in an eerie purplish-black hue, with the mountain streams appearing as murky as ink emitting the foul stench. Nestled within the mountains was a lake of relatively clear water, though its color was deeper than that of ordinary lakes. Scattered along the lakeshore were several ramshackle wooden huts, forming a small village that was devoid of inhabitants. Just as they were surveying the area, a rotund, emerald-green dragon was rampaging through the village. This dragon, comparable in size to a human and clumsy in its movements, exhibited tremendous brute strength, causing the villagers to flee in terror, utterly powerless against it. "Look, it's a Dragon Ball." Xiao Fang suddenly pointed to the dragon's head, where a dimly glowing two-star ball was embedded, its surface marred with cracks. Upon seeing this, Gohan immediately recalled the original storyline. Such a creature required no effort on his part. Stop right there. With an overwhelming sense of justice, Xiao Fang could not tolerate the bullying of the weak. Even without the Dragon Balls, she was determined to intervene. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed like an arrow towards the two-star dragon. Bulma, slightly slower to react, quickly followed suit. The two-star dragon, reveling in its cruelty, was caught completely off guard and received a flying kick to each cheek, its rotund body crashing through the wooden shack. The startled villagers scattered in panic, while the two girls exchanged triumphant high fives, their joy at this initial victory evident. Is Wufan really not going to help? Marin, suspended in the air, voiced her concern. Wufan, arms crossed and composed, reassured her, "Do not worry, this is merely an appetizer." With Xiao Fang and Bulma here, they are more than capable of handling such lowly foes, as long as they do not act foolishly. In fact, if it were only the reckless Xiao Fang, Wufan would be more apprehensive about repeating the mistakes of the original story. However, with the calm and astute Bulma present, she would surely see through the two-star dragon's tricks. Noticing Wufan's confidence, Marin felt a bit more at ease, though she could not discern the enemy's true strength. The two-star dragon's demeanor suggested it was unlikely to stir up much trouble. Ha ha ha. The two-star dragon rose from the rubble, shaking off splinters and feigning depth. "At last, I've been waiting for you. What's the matter?" Son Wukong too afraid to show his face. A massive stone tumbled from the debris, landing heavily on the dragon's foot, causing its toes to swell like dumplings. "Ow, that hurts." The two-star dragon yelped, hopping on one foot. The earlier bravado completely vanished. Xiao Fang and Bulma exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Is this the dragon that King Kai spoke of?" Xiao Fang whispered skeptically. Bulma scoffed, "What a letdown. This guy is utterly pathetic." In the King Kai's palace, he scratched his head awkwardly in front of the crystal ball. Suddenly, Yukong clapped his hands, suggesting, "Perhaps he will transform." Many foes do that. Vegeta, arms crossed, snorted in disdain, clearly unimpressed by such a weakling. The two-star dragon abruptly ceased his lamentations, pointing arrogantly at the two girls, declaring, "This wreckage shall be your grave." He laughed maniacally, but his peripheral vision darted towards the lake behind him. Bulma, keenly picking up on this detail, tightened her resolve. As the two-star dragon boasted, "I am the strongest among the 7 dragons," she provocatively retorted. "Is that all you can do?" Xiao Fang joined in, feigning disdain while subtly shifting her position to flank the dragon. The strange ripples on the lake's surface hinted that the real danger might lurk beneath the water. "Very well, then, prepare to witness my true power. Do not come crying to me later, claiming you are just a little girl begging for mercy. I will show no mercy." The two-star dragon mimicked a girl-esque pout, squinting exaggeratedly. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Xiao Fang's figure blurred as she closed the distance to the two-star dragon, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. The dragon crashed into a massive rock, dazed among the debris. "It's not too late to surrender. Otherwise, you might find yourself pleading for mercy, saying, 'Please spare this poor little dragon,' but I will not show any compassion." Xiao Fang hurled the dragon's own words back at him, infuriating the two-star dragon. He stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice ominous. "Don't get too proud. The outcome is still undecided." "Huh, what difference does that make? You are utterly defenseless." Xiao Fang turned to Bra and said, "Leave this fellow to me. Please refrain from intervening." Normally, Bra would be eager to showcase her abilities, but sensing something amiss with the two-star dragon, she remained silent. If the opponent was merely this, her intervention would be futile. If there were hidden tricks, she could provide covert support. Though they often sparred, their bond as deep and loyal sisters meant they would never undermine each other in critical moments. Enough chatter. Quickly hand over the Dragon Ball. With Bra's tacit approval, Xiaofang once again fixed her gaze upon the two-star dragon. The two-star dragon, grinning wickedly, glanced at the lake and suddenly opened its massive maw, inhaling deeply, its body inflating rapidly like a balloon. Without hesitation, Xiaofang dashed forward, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon the colossal beast. The seemingly formidable two-star dragon was forced to retreat, its swollen body deflating continuously. Xiaofang grew bolder with each strike, oblivious to Bra's increasingly serious expression behind her. Get lost. Xiaofang delivered a flying kick, sending the two-star dragon tumbling several dozen meters away. The once imposing figure now lay deflated. I thought there was something special about it, but it turns out to be nothing more than this. I'll finish you off with one final blow. Xiaofang gathered a brilliant azure wave in her palms, launching it toward the two-star dragon, a dazzling light engulfing its form in an instant. What is happening? Bra furrowed her brow, perplexed. This two-star dragon is clearly weak. How can it still be standing after taking so many hits from Xiaofang? Earlier, it had seemed to inhale with such fervor, yet now it appeared to be utterly unfazed. Could it truly be all bark and no bite? Bra would not believe that a creature emerging from the Dragon Ball could be so feeble. There had to be some hidden mystery. She fixed her unwavering gaze on the point of the Kamehameha attack. The corner of Wufan's mouth curled upward. It seems the two-star dragon is about to fall. Indeed. After taking Xiaofang's Kamehameha, it must be finished. Marlin chimed in, only to see Wufan gently shake his head, revealing a look of confusion. Had she misspoken? Wufan chuckled. Look below, and you will understand. This time, Xiaofang has been outdone by Bra. Marlin, bewildered, turned to Bra, who had yet to make a move. At that moment, Xiaofang's Kamehameha began to dissipate, and to her astonishment, the two-star dragon stood unharmed in its original position. Ha ha ha, I told you I am the mightiest evil dragon. Taking advantage of Xiaofang's momentary daze, the two-star dragon charged forward with a stomp. Its clumsy attack posed no threat. Xiaofang easily sidestepped and landed a punch squarely on its round belly. Is that all? Xiaofang was about to mock when suddenly, all her force seemed to dissipate against the fat upon its belly. What the hell? Xiaofang's pupils dilated. She was well aware of the punch's strength. How could it be thwarted by mere fat? Hee hee, now it's my turn to counterattack. The two-star dragon sneered, raising its massive palm, reminiscent of a banana leaf, and struck down towards Xiaofang's forehead with ferocity. Crap. Stunned and slow to react, Xiaofang realized she had no time to evade. Boom. Just as she braced for impact, the two-star dragon suddenly let out a wail, its hefty body soaring backward like a cannonball. Hee hee, now I am your savior. Bra, with a triumphant wink, had just sent the two-star dragon flying with a single kick. Just as she was about to retort, Xiaofang suddenly realized, wait, why has my stamina depleted so significantly? It was then that she noticed. Bra, uninterested in idle chatter, rushed toward the struggling two-star dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon it. Once the foe collapsed again, she immediately gathered her energy, enveloped in a dazzling golden light, preparing for her finishing move. When Xiaofang's Kamehameha failed to take effect, she sensed something was amiss. The lake, tainted by the two-star dragon, continuously emanated toxic mist. Aside from the two-star dragon itself, any other creature lingered too long, suffering severe stamina loss. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaofang engaged with the two-star dragon, Bra retrieved a vial of purified water from her capsule to replenish her energy, temporarily warding off the corrosive effects of the toxic mist. However, having lingered too long in the poison, the restored stamina could only sustain her for a brief moment, necessitating a swift resolution, despite Xiaofang's objections to her intervention. Upon hearing Bra's analysis, Xiaofang stood frozen in place. Suddenly, she realized that the two-star dragon was merely posturing, using the toxic mist to sap her strength. No matter how fiercely she attacked, the opponent remained unscathed. Coming to this realization, Xiaofang bit her lip in frustration, acknowledging that this time, Bra had outsmarted her. As the two-star dragon caught sight of Bra's fierce gaze, it trembled, seeking mercy as it recognized the ruse had been uncovered. Bra offered no quarter, unleashing a Kamehameha that obliterated the creature in an instant. With the demise of the two-star dragon, the overcast sky cleared, and the environment rapidly began to restore itself. The two-star ball, which had automatically fallen into Bra's hands, shed its purple-black taint, regaining its orange-yellow luster, and miraculously healed its cracks. What do you think? Bra shook the Dragon Ball playfully at Xiaofang, forming a victory sign with her fingers. Xiao Fang turned her face away with a huff, flying straight toward Wu Fan. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. You did splendidly. Wu Fan affectionately ruffled his daughter's silky black hair. Ever since he suggested she looked better without her headscarf, the little one had not tied it again. However, it was ultimately Bra who resolved the situation. Xiao Fang pouted. You both worked together flawlessly. Wu Fan explained gently, without your earlier efforts. Bra would have found it difficult to see through the ruse. He directed an appreciative glance toward Bra as she approached. Bra smiled knowingly, setting aside her playful teasing of Xiao Fang. Marwin also joined in, exclaiming, You all were amazing. I could only watch. Hee hee, not too bad. Xiao Fang finally smiled, scratching her head. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Vegeta crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Kakarot, it seems my daughter outshines yours. Could it be that Xiao Fang is even stronger? Wukong expressed satisfaction with his granddaughter's performance, casually remarking, Regardless, Wu Fan taught her, it doesn't matter who is stronger. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He and Wukong were equally matched, neither suited to be a teacher. Bra's strength was indeed irrelevant to him. Attempting to leverage this against Wukong was unnecessary. However, truth be told, Wukong muttered, These dragons are truly unimpressive. At this level, we need not even return to Earth. Even without Wu Fan, Xiao Fang and the others could handle it. Vegeta wholeheartedly agreed. He shared the same disappointment regarding these dragons, especially considering the god of the Kai was posturing as if the apocalypse were imminent. The god of the Kai chuckled awkwardly, admitting that he had not anticipated the weakness of the two-star dragon. However, its prowess and toxic abilities was indeed formidable. Had Bulma not discovered it in advance, Xiaofang would have been in peril. Perhaps each dragon possesses unique capabilities? Ah, that makes sense. Both Wukong and Vegeta's eyes brightened simultaneously, reigniting their fighting spirit. The god of the Kai wiped his brow in secret, finding himself at a loss for words. With Earth on the brink of disaster, these two were solely focused on combat, completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, as the god of the Kai, he felt utterly powerless before the Scions. And even if he thought so, he dared not voice it. At that moment, Wukong and his companions had arrived at the quaint town where the second Dragon Ball was located. The entire town was eerily deserted. The streets were immaculate, devoid of any human presence, not even a single bug in sight. Wukong surmised the hidden dragon's capabilities. It seemed Xiaofang and the others were likely to face danger this time. However, he did not wish for his wives to be mere ornaments. He desired to train them, thus refraining from issuing any warnings. After all, with him around, their lives were secure. Enduring some hardship was preferable to potential calamity in his absence. Of course, should Xiaofang and the others choose not to take risks and instead prefer his protection, Wukong would not force their hand. The choice was theirs. As Xiaofang requested Wukong not to intervene, he and Marin hovered in the sky, remaining undetected while being ready to assist at any moment. What is wrong with this town? After wandering for some time, Bulma could no longer contain her complaints and warily scanned her surroundings. The streets were unsettlingly empty, and the entire town was unnaturally pristine. Xiaofang paid little mind to these details, as her attention was captured by a vending machine at the roadside, prompting her to rush over for a drink. To her shock, the machine dispensed something that made her scream in horror. What is happening? Bulma rushed over, and upon seeing the item, she too screamed, instinctively launching an energy blast that obliterated the vending machine. That substance was utterly repulsive. Bulma clutched her chest, still shaken. The dark red slime writhed, crackling with electricity. Before Xiaofang could respond, they noticed that the entire town's electrical devices were infested with this substance. This place is terrifying, Xiaofang exclaimed, covering her face. Through the explanation of an elderly couple, they learned that this slime was consuming electricity, causing a blackout throughout the town, prompting the residents to evacuate. This couple was the last to leave. Could it be related to the Dragon Balls? Bulma suddenly inquired. Xiaofang deemed it plausible. Let us use the Dragon Ball radar to investigate. If it's the dragon causing this, it would be best to resolve it with the Dragon Slayer cannon. It's just too disgusting. Bulma nodded repeatedly. Neither could endure such a creature. Following the radar's guidance, they advanced, blasting through any slime that obstructed their path. Suddenly, a dark red, long-mouthed dragon leaped out, announcing, I am the 5-star dragon. Defeating the 2-star dragon is quite an achievement, but among us dragons, I am the weakest. How presumptuous. observing its hands on its hips, exuding arrogance. Xiaofang and Bulma nearly burst into laughter. Are you truly strong? Bulma struggled to suppress her amusement. Of course, I am the strongest among the 7 dragons. The 5-star dragon remained oblivious to their expressions. I deeply apologize, I failed to discern it. Xiaofang bent down to get closer. If it weren't for the dim 5-pointed star embedded in the creature's belly, she would have delighted in teasing this being, which stood less than 1 meter tall and resembled a plush toy. Xiaofang, one must not judge by appearances. Beulah feigned seriousness and added, oh, right, it is not human. The sisters' perfectly synchronized mockery provoked the 5-star dragon to a fury, its forehead veins bulging. You wish to provoke me, do you? Prepare for my electric slime attack. The 5-star dragon suddenly spread its arms, and the dark red slime clinging to the surrounding electrical surfaces shimmered with golden light, surging towards Xiaofang and her companion like a tidal wave. How disgusting. Get away. Beulah and Xiaofang hurriedly dodged, but the slime was overwhelming, leaving several patches on their bodies. Just as they attempted to break free, a powerful electric current erupted from the slime, leaving them both numb. Huh, is that all it takes to bring you down? The 5-star dragon boasted, hands on its hips. To its astonishment, the 2 girls stood up as if nothing had happened, leaving it slack-jawed in disbelief. Indeed, this is connected. Beulah shook her tingling arm. Xiaofang, shaking her head, remarked, do you recall what I said earlier? If you dare to use such a revolting substance against us, let us promptly resolve this. Seeing the 2 prepare to strike, the 5-star dragon hastily declared, that was merely a warm-up. Now I shall get serious with slime fusion. The dark red slime around it surged into its body, expanding in an instant to a colossal size, its rotund belly quivering incessantly. That is utterly revolting. Xiaofang grimaced. Stubbornness is futile. Prepare for Dragon Ball lightning. The 5-star dragon unleashed 2 bolts of electric light from its fingertips, instantly striking Xiaofang. Be careful. Beulah swiftly checked, relieved that their unique physiology allowed them to withstand such a degree of current. The 5-star dragon continued to unleash electric beams, yet the 2 girls adeptly evaded them. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaofang leaped and landed a punch on its quivering belly. Take that. To her shock, her fist sank into the gelatinous form, and the next moment, a surge of electricity struck again, sending Xiaofang tumbling to the ground. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Xiaofang lamented, her skin already charred black, feeling as though another shock would turn her into charcoal. Realizing that her punches were ineffective, Beulah swiftly switched to an energy attack. But her energy sphere was shattered by the 5-star dragon's lightning. The backlash nearly hit her, but she managed to dodge just in time. Ha ha. You are no match for me, the 5-star dragon boasted, continuing to unleash lightning in pursuit of the 2 girls. Though it possessed only this single technique, it proved remarkably effective, leaving the duo scrambling to evade. We cannot continue like this. Xiaofang pondered a strategy while dodging. She understood that such an opponent would be effortlessly dealt with by Wu Fan, yet her stubbornness prevented her from seeking assistance. Particularly after Beulah had handled the 2-star dragon last time, she was determined to confront this formidable foe on her own. Huh. Xiaofang transformed into a Super Saiyan, her speed soaring. Observing this, Beulah immediately transformed as well. Although their increased speed made evasion easier, the battle remained stagnant. Unable to close the distance for an attack and unable to cease dodging, they found themselves in a predicament. A thought struck her. That should come in handy. As Xiaofang was evading, she suddenly discovered something that caught her attention, prompting her to fly quickly towards it. Prepare to witness my true prowess. The 5-star dragon, which had been unable to overcome its opponent for some time, began to exhibit signs of impatience. It extended numerous tentacles to connect with the distant high-voltage power lines. As it continuously absorbed electricity, its form began to swell, soon resembling a colossal monster straight from a tokusatsu series. Hee hee, can you feel my power? The 5-star dragon cackled. Beulah gasped, heavens, it's still growing. How are we supposed to deal with this? She was already fatigued from dodging lightning and had no time to devise a strategy. Several attempts to launch energy spheres were thwarted, nearly injuring herself, forcing her to abandon her offensive. As the 5-star dragon continued to absorb electricity and expand, Xiaofang returned, wielding a giant metal cylinder, the water tank from the top of a skyscraper. Xiaofang charged at the 5-star dragon with the enormous water tank, causing the dragon's face to turn pale and its voice to tremble. What? What do you intend to do? Hey! Xiaofang grinned widely, hurling the tank towards the 5-star dragon. That's exactly what I plan to do. The five-star dragon hastily released currents of electricity in defense, but the tank remained unaffected. And with Xiao Fang's full force behind it, the lightning was utterly ineffectual. We're doomed. Evacuate from me. I'm about to short-circuit. The five-star dragon, gripped by terror, realized that it was fully charged with electricity, and contact with water would lead to its self-destruction. In the original narrative, it had perished due to its own hubris, expanding in size and coincidentally encountering rain, causing its electrical slime to become uncontrollable. Xiao Fang, noticing the water tank on the rooftop, had a sudden epiphany. Observing the five-star dragon's reaction, she was confident in her intuition. Just as the tank was about to collide with the enormous dragon, she released an energy blast that shattered the tank. This was no ordinary water tank. It was the largest in town, containing enough water to supply several households for a week. Water cascaded down, soaking the five-star dragon, which found itself overwhelmed as the excess electrical slime could not separate quickly enough, igniting in flames upon contact with the water. Now you're stuck. Xiao Fang hovered midair, hands on her hips, wearing a triumphant expression. Run. It's over. The five-star dragon, no longer concerned with banter, clutched its head in agony and howled in distress. With no further action needed from Xiao Fang, the short circuit sent the five-star dragon spiraling out of control, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion of fiery debris. Yay, this time I've triumphed. Xiao Fang flashed a victory sign at Bulma, finally reclaiming a point. Bulma, who had been gasping for breath while dodging the dragon's lightning, found herself indirectly saved. Although frustrated at not having thought of such a simple solution, she begrudgingly admitted, "Next time, let me handle the evil dragon. This round is yours." "Not a chance. Next time, victory will be mine," Xiao Fang retorted immediately. After these two encounters, both began to underestimate the remaining evil dragons. As the energy gradually dissipated, the five-star dragon lay incapacitated amidst the ruins, barely clinging to life. So, the victor is clear. Isn't it? Xiao Fang and Bulma stood before the five-star dragon, extending their hands, declaring, "Hand over the Dragon Ball at once." "Indeed, I have been defeated. But you will have to come and take it yourself," the five-star dragon replied, adopting a resigned stance. However, as Xiao Fang approached, a multitude of electronic slime surged forth, swiftly encircling her. Ha, you fell for my trap, fool. How could I possibly concede so easily?" Although the power of the five-star dragon is waning, these electronic slimes can be controlled merely by thought. By absorbing Xiao Fang's energy, they can be rejuvenated. Realizing the impending danger, Xiao Fang swiftly leaps into the sky, evading the onslaught of the slime. "How dare you mock me? You shall witness the consequences of offending a teenage girl," Xiao Fang declared fiercely, her hands channeling a Kamehameha wave that shot forth. At the same moment, Bra, who had been preparing to assist, also unleashed her own Kamehameha, and the two energy waves struck their target simultaneously. Under their combined assault, the five-star dragon stood no chance and was obliterated on the spot. Upon landing, Xiao Fang and Bra exchanged celebratory high-fives, dispelling the earlier tension. The five-star Dragon Ball fell from the sky, and Xiao Fang caught it with ease. Much like the previous two-star ball, it quickly reverted to its original form. The polluted environment around them gradually restored itself, and the murky sky became clear once more. With two dragons vanquished, the negative energy shrouding the Earth diminished. However, these were merely the weakest two, and the connection between Earth and the outside world remained severed, leaving Wukong and Vegeta in the Kaioshin realm feeling disheartened. "Look, brother, we've obtained another Dragon Ball," Xiao Fang exclaimed, holding the five-star ball aloft as she called out to Wufan in the sky. Wufan, accompanied by Marin, descended to the ground, commending the two girls for their performance, particularly praising Xiao Fang, who beamed with pride as if she might wag a tail had she possessed one. Meanwhile, beneath the one-star dragon lay two bodies adorned with red and blue hues. It reached out and grasped, and two Dragon Balls soared from within, landing in its palm. The one-star dragon opened its mouth wide and inhaled the Dragon Balls, causing the bodies on the ground to disintegrate into dust. "Are you our next adversary?" Xiao Fang lazily regarded the beautiful girl floating on the sea from her perch on the rocky shore. After facing the two previous dragons, Xiao Fang felt little excitement. In contrast, Brock curiously observed this new opponent. Unlike before, the girl before them, aside from her light blue skin and the six-star ball on her forehead, appeared almost human. "Impudent. How dare you treat me with such disdain?" I am the six-star dragon, master of winds and air. The six-star dragon scoffed, a smirk curling her lips, as a fierce whirlwind erupted around her, even pulling the sea into its frenzy. This display of power was indeed a stark contrast to the previous two malevolent dragons. It doesn't seem that impressive. Xiaofang shrugged off, tossing her ponytail nonchalantly. Then allow me to broaden your horizons. The six-star dragon flicked her fingertips, summoning several transparent energy orbs that suddenly coalesced. Vacuum break. As the energy orbs shot through the air, Xiaofang lightly tapped the rocks. Brah, let's go. The two petite figures darted from either side like swallows in flight, preparing to flank their opponent. The six-star dragon remained suspended above the sea, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth. Just as their attack was imminent, ripples like water waves suddenly spread through the air. What is happening? Before they could react, they were hurled away by an invisible shockwave. The sea erupted in two white splashes as they emerged, dripping wet. From a distance, a deafening sound echoed as rocks were pulverized under the barrage of energy orbs. Could it be a protective barrier? Bra wiped the droplets from her face and called out. Xiaofang, undeterred, conjured an energy sphere, but as soon as the luminous orb approached, it dissipated like foam. Taste this. Bra leaped onto the rocks, her hands coalescing a brilliant wave of light. Turtle-style secret technique. How naive. The six-star dragon, with its arms stretched wide, redirected the light wave into the sky with a fierce gust of energy. She crossed her hands to form a cross, invoking the hurricane thousand blades. In an instant, the sky and sea changed hue, and invisible blades of air howled through the salty sea breeze. The two felt their garments flap wildly, and fabric suddenly tore, revealing porcelain white skin beneath. They collided against the rocks, but fortunately, their rigorous training had significantly enhanced their physical resilience. Xiaofang braced herself against the rubble. Noticing Bra struggling to hold onto a slipping strap, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Marin's face flushed as well, anxiously gazing at the sky. Wufan. This dragon's power far exceeds that of the previous two. Can Xiaofang and the others manage? Wufan shrugged casually. They might face some hardships, but with their strength, they will be fine. The nearby fishermen had long fled, leaving only the four of them behind. Had it not been so, Wufan would have intervened to halt the six-star dragon's attack. To his surprise, Xiaofang and Bra did not falter as completely as his father had in the past. Although their clothing was severely damaged, their modesty remained intact. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, strange. Why has everything suddenly become unclear? The Kaioshin fidgeted with the crystal ball, which only displayed chaotic swirling currents. Son Wukong and Vegeta also fixed their eyes on the crystal ball. Previously disinterested, their spirits reignited upon witnessing the six-star dragon's prowess. Vegeta impatiently urged, "Can't you change the angle?" "I've tried," the Kaioshin replied helplessly. It seems the six-star dragon's special ability interferes with observation. Unbeknownst to them, this was actually an illusion crafted by Wufan using the Pearl of the Heavenly Tao. He intentionally obscured the observations from the Kaioshin realm to see whether Xiaofang and the others would replicate Wukong's earlier disarray. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, as both girls' garments were only partially damaged. "What is that brat up to?" Vegeta fumed, stamping his foot. "Wasn't he agreed that he would help us open a portal?" Son Wukong, however, appeared relaxed. "Vegeta, weren't you the one who said Wufan should mind his own business?" "Shut up," Vegeta retorted in a fit of anger. "Do you want to fight?" "Save your energy for the dragon ahead," Son Wukong replied with a grin. "There are bound to be more formidable foes." After a considerable time, the crystal ball finally regained clarity, yet the scene it revealed left them all in shock. Wait, did Wufan intervene? The Kaioshin blinked in astonishment. In a brief span, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Son Wukong, brimming with fighting spirit, exclaimed, "The six-star dragon could actually force Wufan to reveal himself. It seems formidable indeed. I can't wait to test my strength against her." In truth, they had not missed much of the battle. Xiaofang and Bra had fallen prey to the six-star dragon's strikes, their attire in tatters. As a young girl, she was unwilling to continue battling in such a precarious state, so she decided to let Wufan take over. Of course, the primary reason was their acute awareness of the vast disparity in strength between themselves and the six-star dragon. Even if they identified a weakness, their chances of victory remained exceedingly slim. Wufan was unfazed by this, once Xiaofang and the others changed their attire. He lifted the barrier shielding the king of World's realm. In the presence of Xiaofang and Bra, The six-star dragon appeared quite at ease, yet when Wufan stood before her, her expression instantly turned grave. You are Son Wufan? Why did Son Wukong not come himself, instead sending you little ones to face me? The six-star dragon refrained from acting hastily. Although her knowledge was far less than that of the one-star dragon, she still sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Wufan. Indeed, I am Son Wufan, he replied, shrugging his shoulders. Why are you so fixated on Son Wukong? Is it merely because you are the negative energy born from their wish to the dragon for a girl-less undergarment? And now you seek to slay him out of embarrassment? He continued, even if you were to kill him, it would not alter your origins. Though Wufan maintained a serious facade, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, considering the absurdity of the situation. After all, among the 7 dragons, she was the only female, and the story of her creation was truly ludicrous. Girl-less undergarment? The faces of Xiaofang and the others turned crimson upon hearing this. The young girls, feeling bashful, nearly covered their ears, but were unable to resist straining to hear how the six-star dragon would respond. The six-star dragon's face also flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, he actually wished for something so trivial from the dragon. I am ashamed of this negative energy that defines my existence. Her agitation grew, the air around her swirling violently, conjuring colossal waves. Thus, I must personally eliminate him. At that moment, the inhabitants of the King of Worlds stared at Son Wukong with peculiar expressions, making him feel quite uncomfortable. The old King of Worlds spat with indignation. Fool, how could you misuse the Dragon Balls? You wished for such a ridiculous thing. Ha ha ha, it was merely an accident, an accident. Son Wukong scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Although the wish was not his, the blunder involved his companion, making it feel akin to his own wish. So he offered no further explanation. Suddenly, the old King of Worlds shifted his tone, narrowing his eyes and asking, by the way, do you still have that girl-less undergarment? I am quite curious about what style the dragon would conjure. As he spoke, a lewd grin appeared on his face. Clang! Son Wukong and the others fell to the ground in unison. Ancestor, at a time like this, you are still thinking about such things. The King of Worlds exclaimed, covering his forehead in exasperation. The old King of Worlds chuckled while stroking his beard. It's just a little joke. Why take it so seriously? In the skies above Earth, Wufan shrugged at the six-star dragon. Apologies, it seems my father cannot come at the moment. You will have to contend with me instead. Although you are rather cute, I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Stop being so self-important. The six-star dragon, stung by his words, became infuriated. Whirlwind slash. She understood that Wufan's strength far surpassed that of Xiaofang and her companions, and thus, she unleashed her most lethal attack. Her delicate form spun rapidly, and violent wind blades erupted from the tornado. The blades of wind were significantly more ferocious than those encountered previously with Xiaofang, swiftly reducing the rocky mountains behind Wufan to mere powder. How formidable! Xiaofang's pupils dilated in disbelief, realizing that she had not fully exerted herself before. Bulma, perspiring profusely, mused that had they employed such a technique earlier, they might have met with dire consequences. The two were suddenly aware that even in their Super Saiyan forms, they could not withstand such a terrifying tempest. Fortunately, with Wufan present, their lives were assured. Boom! The sharp wind blades ravaged the coastline, rendering it unrecognizable. Even steel would shatter under such pressure. The six-star dragon, brushing aside her wind-tossed locks, smugly whispered, "No one can survive my ultimate move. If you wish to blame someone, blame your association with Son Wukong." Her ears flushed slightly, for as a female dragon, she harbored some girlish sentiments. Yet, a wicked dragon remains a wicked dragon. Despite her mild fondness for Wufan, she did not hesitate to unleash her fury. "Who are you talking about?" A voice suddenly echoed from above. The six-star dragon looked up in horror to see Wufan hovering in midair, an energy orb radiating a perilous glow from his palm. Impossible. Her complexion drained of color. The swirling vortex of wind surrounding her was, in reality, a product of her rapid rotation manipulating the violent airflow. Consequently, the eye of the storm, where her true form resided, became a zone of calm, revealing a critical flaw in her defense. Little did she expect Wufan to discern this vulnerability and deliver a precise, fatal strike. Ugly little dragon, blame your unsightly transformation. Wufan grinned wickedly, her palm gathering a dazzling orb of energy. Before the six-star dragon could even muster a scream, she was obliterated by the Kamehameha wave. Ding! The six-star Dragon Ball reverted to its original state, leaping into Wufan's hand. The tainted surroundings began to restore themselves. Ugh, this lecher even preys on dragons. Bulma exclaimed, her ears burning with embarrassment. Xiaofang, however, chuckled mischievously, fanning the flames. If it weren't for such a lack of restraint, certain individuals wouldn't cling on so desperately after being taken advantage of. Filthy Xiaofang, you're the one who's clingy. Bulma snarled, lunging at her, only to be deftly evaded by Xiaofang. I never mentioned any names. Someone seems rather adept at this, she retorted. Nearby, Marin blushed just as deeply, knowing well that she too found it difficult to part ways after being taken advantage of, albeit her nature prevented her from being as blunt as Bulma. Enough of this. Wufan interjected, stepping between the two bickering girls and handing the 6-star Dragon Ball to Xiaofang, while scanning for the next one with his radar. Though the situation mirrored that of the original story, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, while his current strength made him unfazed by potential upheavals. The thought of bringing these 3 lively companions along made him anxious, even at the slightest risk of injury. Hey, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, staring at the radar in astonishment. The remaining 4 Dragon Balls were clustered together. The screen displayed only 2 flickering lights, representing the 3 they possessed, and the densely packed 4 in the distance. It appeared that the 1-star dragon had acted prematurely. Wufan narrowed his eyes, his knuckles cracking ominously. On Earth, aside from himself, the only other potential collector of the Dragon Balls was the 1-star dragon. In the parallel universe, Wufan had long entrusted matters to others, making his intervention impossible. Even if a single-star dragon were to gather all 7 Dragon Balls and evolve into a superior form, Wufan remained undaunted, especially since the adversary had only acquired 4 Dragon Balls at present. However, since his ascension to the Super Saiyan God, Wufan found it increasingly difficult to summon the desire for battle unless faced with a worthy opponent. It seemed prudent to summon Wukong and the others back. With a slight smile, Wufan descended to the ground with Xiaofang and the others, then gathered his hands to unleash a Kamehameha wave into the sky. Brother, what are you doing? Xiaofang, already perplexed by their sudden return to the ground, was further bewildered by his actions. Wufan offered no explanation, merely continuing to release energy skyward. Excellent. The 7th Dragon Ball is now within reach. Although they had purified 3 of them, reclaiming them would allow for the recontamination of negative energy. After absorbing the 7 Dragon Balls, the strength of the single-star dragon would surge once more. Yet, similar to when he had absorbed the 3rd and 4th Dragon Balls, he struggled to suppress the energy fluctuations to avoid detection by Wufan, unlike the original narrative where the Dragon Balls were swallowed whole. The current method of absorbing them one by one allowed for a more thorough refinement of their energy, coupled with a complete lockdown of his aura to prevent energy leakage. He was evolving towards a perfect form. This scenario was akin to the stark contrast between directly consuming celestial herbs and concocting elixirs in the realm of cultivation. Unbeknownst to the single-star dragon and undetected by Wufan, his current integration of 4 Dragon Balls had already brought his power close to that of the original narrative's super form. Should he now consume the remaining 3 Dragon Balls and fully unleash their power, the resulting super single-star dragon would far surpass the original tale. At that point, even if Wukong and Vegeta fused into Vegeto, victory would not come easily. However, they possessed the Dragon Radar, making concealment futile. They could only take the initiative to reclaim the 3 Dragon Balls at the opportune moment. The single-star dragon was uncertain if he could defeat Wufan, deciding to seize the Dragon Balls first. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly froze, looking up at the sky, his expression changing drastically. How is this possible? What exactly was Wufan attempting? Meanwhile, Wukong and the others in the Kaioshin realm were equally perplexed by Wufan's actions. The Kaioshin suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming, "He can actually convert the dark energy surrounding Earth into positive energy." Although the range of this transformation was limited and the newly formed positive energy would soon be consumed by the surrounding darkness, a temporary passage to Earth had indeed been opened. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Wufan, he is calling you back. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Son Wukong also possessed this ability, though he was unaware of the dark energy. Nevertheless, true to his character, he was not surprised by his son's displayed power, merely scratching his head and grumbling, "Since this kid can do it, why didn't he act sooner? I've been left anxious over here." Vegeta furrowed his brow. "It seems that kid has sensed something. Perhaps the final battle is imminent." "Really? Just hearing that makes my blood boil." Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. The Kaioshin interrupted. Maintaining the passage requires a significant amount of stamina from Sun Wufan. There's no time for idle chatter. I will teleport you there immediately. No need for that, Lord Kaioshin. Sun Wukong flashed a grin, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. He casually placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and waved goodbye, saying, "Thank you for your care during this time. We shall take our leave." Vegeta, feeling the pressure on his temple from the hand on his shoulder, suppressed his anger for the sake of a swift return. Once Sun Wukong finished speaking, he immediately growled, "Move with more agility." "Grandpa? Dad?" When the two suddenly appeared beside Sun Wukong Fan, both Xiaofang and Bra gasped in unison. Xiaofang tilted her head in curiosity. "Is this the Super Saiyan 4 form? I think my brother looks more handsome after transforming. How did you two just appear?" Although their friends and family on Earth were already aware of their transformation into Super Saiyan 4 in the realm of the Kaioshin, witnessing it firsthand was still a novel experience. To be fair, the differences in the Super Saiyan 4 forms of the father and son were subtle, primarily in their hairstyles and facial contours. Vegeta appeared slightly distinct due to his deeper crimson hair and more robust physique. However, this perception was clearly influenced by Xiaofang's admiration, as in her eyes, her brother would always be the most radiant presence. Is there really that much of a difference? Sun Wukong wondered, touching his face, and then explained, "Thanks to Wufan temporarily clearing some dark energy, I was able to pinpoint your energy signature for teleportation." As he concluded, a hint of pride adorned his expression. Ever since his stature had diminished, he had lost the ability to teleport instantly. He had initially planned to use the Dragon Balls to restore his original height, but the last set had already been used to repair Earth, which had been destroyed by Baby. Now, having transformed back into Super Saiyan 4, he not only regained his teleportation ability, but also returned to a more mature mindset, despite occasionally behaving childishly. His previous remark was clearly intended to impress Xiaofang, yet she seemed oblivious to his boastfulness, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sun Wukong Fan. "Brother, so that Kamehameha you used earlier was to attack negative energy? Incredible." Sun Wukong stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and could only scratch his head sheepishly, finding himself at a loss with his precious granddaughter. "Hey, Kakarot." Vegeta's temple throbbed, his fists cracking ominously as he gritted his teeth, and said, "How much longer will you keep that hand on my shoulder? I've been patient long enough." It appeared that after Sun Wukong had teleported with him, he had been too engrossed in conversation with Xiaofang to remove his hand. For the prideful Vegeta, this was an egregious affront. Coupled with Bra's reaction, which mirrored Xiaofang's but was marked by a cold glance without a greeting, his frustration escalated, and he directed his ire at Sun Wukong. Apologies. I momentarily forgot." Sun Wukong quickly laughed and stepped aside, fully aware of Vegeta's temper and sensing that the latter was on the verge of retaliating. Sun Wukong Fan shook his head in exasperation at the antics of this duo and turned his gaze forward, warning, "Your adversary approaches." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of pattering footsteps echoed from a distance. A white figure, accompanied by a peculiar sound effect, sauntered towards them, prompting Sun Wukong Fan to facepalm in disbelief. The newcomer was none other than the One-Star Dragon. Upon discovering that even Sun Wukong had returned, he felt a twinge of surprise, but remained unperturbed. As long as he could seize the remaining 3 Dragon Balls, none present would pose a threat. With the Dragon Ball radar firmly in Bulma's grasp, he chose not to conceal his energy any longer, boldly revealing himself. However, he refrained from unleashing his full power prior to combat. The One-Star Dragon was not so naive. This creature, unlike the others, possessed formidable strength. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he sensed it. Although he had not encountered other dragons, he could discern differences merely from the aura. Vegeta's gaze fixated on the One-Star Dragon's chest, his pupils contracting sharply. "Kakarot, it appears he bears 4 Dragon Balls upon his chest." Sun Wukong naturally took note of this and called out to the One-Star Dragon, "Hey, just how many stars do you possess? How is it possible for you to have 4 Dragon Balls?" He squinted, scrutinizing the bizarrely grinning figure before him. "How intriguing. You actually know me?" His expression retained a childlike innocence, oblivious to the One-Star Dragon's covert wariness towards Goku. "Of course I know you." The One-Star Dragon replied with a sinister grin as he advanced. "It is thanks to your reckless use of the Dragon Balls that I came into existence. Just look at what this land has become. It is all your doing." Wukong scratched his head, the golden aura around him flickering slightly, The old Kaioshin does often lament this matter, but it is precisely for that reason that I must resolve you myself. Stop with the flowery words. The one-star dragon suddenly roared, his energy surging dramatically. At that moment, the package behind Xiao Fong burst open, and 3 gleaming Dragon Balls shot straight towards the one-star dragon. The young girl barely managed to grasp her now empty backpack before anyone could react. The 3 Dragon Balls had already merged into the one-star dragon's body. As 7 star marks illuminated his abdomen, his energy skyrocketed to a terrifying level. A cataclysmic energy storm swept through, obliterating the entire fishing village in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Son Wukong clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. You will not be forgiven. A blinding cyclone erupted around him, akin to a blazing inferno of fury. Vegeta intervened, grasping Son Wukong's arm, and spoke gravely. Hold on, Kakarot. That creature appears capable of consuming all Dragon Balls and converting them into his own strength. Now that he possesses 7 Dragon Balls, his power has become absurdly formidable. Though I hate to admit it, neither of us can face him alone. Vegeta's rare admission of weakness underscored the terrifying strength of their adversary. Son Wukong, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet the tragic demise of the villagers ignited a fiery rage within him, momentarily clouding his judgment. After hearing Vegeta's warning, he composed himself and replied with a smile. It's rare for you to propose cooperation, but I am indeed of the same mind this time. Vegeta turned his face away, choosing not to respond. Not far away, Son Gohan activated a protective shield, lifting Xiao Fong and the others into the air, narrowly escaping the one-star dragon's energy blast. Fortunately, we reacted quickly, or else you all would be in grave danger, he said nonchalantly, even hinting at a sense of anticipation. Before them stood the formidable Super One-Star Dragon, its power far exceeding expectations. In the original narrative, it was only slightly stronger than the Super Saiyan 4 limit break state. However, this adversary proved to be a challenge even for Wukong, who wielded divine power, making it difficult for him to cope solely with his Super Saiyan 4 form. Is brother really not going to intervene? Xiao Fong gazed anxiously at her father, who was poised for battle. It was rare for an enemy to command such seriousness from Son Wukong. Bra, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Don't worry. The sight of Dad and Uncle Wukong joining forces is a rare spectacle. Even if they struggle, Wukong won't just stand by. Exactly. Brother is the best. Wukong gently descended with them to the optimal vantage point. As per usual, setting up an umbrella and retrieving drinks, they were almost ready to rival a Hollywood blockbuster. Save for the popcorn. On the battlefield, Son Wukong and Vegeta were locked in fierce combat with the Super One-Star Dragon. The magnitude of their struggle was cataclysmic, with each exchange altering the landscape dramatically within mere moments. As Wukong had anticipated, the two found themselves completely overpowered. Despite their combined efforts, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering them nearly defenseless. Having absorbed the 7 Dragon Balls, the Super One-Star Dragon had unexpectedly acquired a power beyond imagination, basking in a swelling confidence that bordered on arrogance. Although Wukong and Vegeta were easily vanquishable, the Super One-Star Dragon chose instead to toy with them, entirely oblivious to the watching Son Wukong and Bra, who had begun to see themselves as the supreme being of the universe. In the midst of the Super One-Star Dragon's hubris, Wukong and Vegeta suddenly unleashed the solar flare in conjunction with the afterimage technique, seizing the opportunity to execute the fusion dance. Is this fusion? How magnificent! Xiao Fong clapped her hands in excitement as she beheld the birth of Vegeto. The Dragon Balls were created for the purpose of being utilized, Bra whispered conspiratorially. Shall we give it a try? I wonder what we would become. What a splendid idea. Xiao Fong immediately turned to Wukong. Brother will surely teach us, right? Upon hearing this, Wukong's eye twitched, pointing towards the arena and asking, do you truly wish to learn that dance? Though he could master the rudimentary fusion technique in an instant, the thought of teaching 2 young girls to perform such a comical pose made his skin crawl. The girls suddenly recalled the awkwardness of the fusion dance, exchanged glances, and vehemently shook their heads, expressing their desire to never fuse. Wukong breathed a sigh of relief. Back on the battlefield, Vegeto erupted with astonishing power, only to be stunned to find himself evenly matched with the Super One-Star Dragon, complicating matters further. As energy depletion set in, the time allotted for their fusion rapidly dwindled. At that moment, the Super One-Star Dragon was similarly engulfed in turmoil. He had underestimated the fusion trick, expecting it to be inconsequential, yet it had sparked a qualitative leap in combat prowess. Even more concerning for him was that, should either of the fighters merge with the observing Wukong, the dragon would need to shift strategies from aggressive attacks to a defensive stance, remaining vigilant against potential threats from the sidelines. This unexpected tactical shift left Vegito at a disadvantage. What had once been an evenly matched contest now found their opponent retreating into a defensive posture, leaving them momentarily at a loss for a breakthrough. In a moment of desperation, Gogeta exposed a fatal weakness while searching for a flaw, and was sent soaring into the skies by a powerful kick from Super One-Star Dragon. Though this strike did not inflict tangible harm, it utterly depleted their fusion energy. With a soft thud, the ragged figures of Goku and Vegeta separated amidst the radiant light. The two stood momentarily stunned, gazing at each other, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Even Gogeta had been defeated, and with their remaining energy dwindling, the two Super Saiyan 4s were likely unable to withstand even a single blow from the One-Star Dragon. How troublesome. Goku scratched his head, still wearing an untroubled grin. Even in such dire straits, his optimism remained unshaken, a testament to his nature, and not merely because he had Gohan's support behind him. Vegeta, however, wore a grim expression, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Kakarot, now's our chance. Let us fuse once more. But even if we fuse again, we cannot defeat him." Goku shrugged helplessly. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins as he shouted, "Enough chatter. Do you think I wish to perform that ridiculous act again? Yet without fusion, we lack even the qualification to resist. All right, let us give it another try." Goku replied casually. The One-Star Dragon approached the two, mocking them with a cold laugh. "Do you think I would grant you another opportunity? Dream on, the best moment has already passed." His aura surged violently, energy wildly coalescing, clearly prepared to unleash a full-throttle assault. Although the One-Star Dragon was unafraid of Gogeta and could afford a stalemate, his patience had worn thin, and he was determined to conclude this battle once and for all. Previously, he had been careless and fell victim to the Solar Fist, then was deceived by the Afterimage Fist, allowing the duo a chance to strike back. However, the serious One-Star Dragon would not grant them a chance to fuse again. Die, Son Goku. The One-Star Dragon's fist gathered volatile energy and surged toward Goku with ferocity. "Oh no, I'm too exhausted to evade." Goku attempted to move, but he was overwhelmed by a profound fatigue. In this state, even if the opponent allowed fusion, failure was inevitable. Moreover, he had forgotten the crucial point that once fusion was undone, a lengthy recovery was required before a successful refusion could be achieved. Boom! Goku's body was struck away, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, causing his Super Saiyan 4 form to dissipate. "Kakarot!" Vegeta shouted angrily as he charged at the One-Star Dragon. "Don't rush, Vegeta, I'll send you on your way shortly." The One-Star Dragon bellowed, lifting his leg and delivering a heavy kick that sent Vegeta flying. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta too fell into a deep pit, reverting to his ordinary state. "Now, let us utterly annihilate this planet." The One-Star Dragon gathered a crimson energy sphere in his palm, surrounded by crackling lightning that signaled the destructive potential contained within. "What did you say?" Vegeta staggered to his feet, attempting to gather energy but failing once more. At that moment, even standing was a strenuous effort. Beside him, Goku was equally ensnared in a state of weakness. "Your resistance is utterly futile." The One-Star Dragon's energy sphere suddenly expanded several-fold, and destroying the Earth was but a mere act of raising his hand. "This is bad. He*s truly serious." Goku gasped for breath. As the scarlet energy sphere hurtled downwards, Vegeta futilely raised his hands. In a moment of sheer brilliance, Goku propelled himself forward, colliding with his adversary, determined to thwart the impending doom. Just before the impact, a fleeting blue silhouette appeared. Goku deftly lifted his leg and kicked the massive energy orb, sending it soaring into the heavens like a mere plaything. As it breached the atmosphere, it transformed from red to white, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the dark energy enveloping the planet dissipated instantly. "Am I so easily forgotten?" Goku mused with a playful smile, flicking his wrist, as he observed the battle. It felt akin to watching a spectacular special effects film, though he could create an even more awe-inspiring scene at will. "Brother is incredible," cheered Pan and Bra from a distance, their eyes sparkling with wonder. This was their first glimpse of Goku awakening his Super Saiyan Blue form. Goku and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, Having already witnessed the awe-inspiring Super Saiyan Red form, what realm did this cerulean transformation represent? What exactly are you? The malevolent Super Shenron inquired, his expression twisted in rage. You've merely converted the negative energy within your attack. Goku nonchalantly adjusted his gloves. Such a trivial feat was well within his expertise. He possessed ample confidence to be audacious. The overwhelming shockwave, infused with all of Super Shenron's negative energy, could not have been entirely purified even by Vegeto in a mere instant. Goku's nonchalant demeanor stirred a tempest within Super Shenron. This young man had not only transformed a lethal strike into pure energy, but had astonishingly eradicated the negative energy field surrounding Earth without disturbing any celestial bodies in space. Such exquisite control over energy was truly terrifying. What are you? Struggling to maintain his last shred of dignity, Super Shenron's voice trembled. He could not perceive his opponent's aura. Yet those seemingly effortless movements sent shivers through his very soul. A dreadful intuition warned him. If this youth wished to take his life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. This is unimportant. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile. His casual demeanor akin to that of a spectator assessing a circus clown, entertaining, but ultimately inconsequential. As a token of appreciation, I shall send you back to where you belong. In truth, even in his Super Saiyan God form, he could easily overpower this foe who had caused so much trouble for Goku and Vegeta. There existed an insurmountable chasm between divine power and mundane strength. Do not become complacent. Enraged, Super Shenron's 7 Dragon Balls blazed with renewed intensity, drawing energy from the entire galaxy. The reformed destructive energy sphere was even more formidable than before, and he cackled maniacally as he hurled the light of death towards Earth. I will make you witness the obliteration of your galaxy. Do not worry. In the face of his father's anxious warning, Goku instead wore a calm smile. He met the torrent of destructive energy with a powerful punch, stating coolly, "Allow me to show you what true despair looks like." With a resonating hum, waves of shock rippled outward. At the moment when the fist and the energy sphere clashed, the Super One-Star Dragon was horrified to witness the energy sphere he had unleashed bizarrely freezing midair. How about tasting your own attack? With a triumphant smirk gracing his lips, Wufan suddenly exerted his strength. The crimson energy sphere instantaneously transformed into a dazzling white light, surging back with an even more ferocious intensity, hurtling directly towards the Super One-Star Dragon's face. Impossible. The Super One-Star Dragon's eyes widened in terror as he hastily thrust his palms forward in a desperate attempt to block. However, the energy sphere, infused with the combined might of 7 wicked dragons and empowered by divine force, possessed a power that far exceeded imagination. Even at his peak, he would have been unable to withstand it, let alone in his current state of near exhaustion. With a despairing scream, the Super One-Star Dragon was utterly consumed by the white light. The torrent of energy, streaking across the sky, trailed a brilliant afterglow, ultimately fading into silence like a shooting star. With all energy precisely concentrated on the target, this devastating strike merely obliterated a few desolate planets along its path. As the last trace of energy dissipated, the entire battlefield remained enveloped in a chilling stillness. The terrifying presence that had plunged everyone into despair was so effortlessly concluded by Wufan. Wufan brother. Xiaofang and Beulah were the first to leap from the mountaintop, transforming into 2 streaks of light, rushing towards Wufan. Witnessing such miraculous power, the 2 girls were unable to contain their excitement in the presence of this closest man. Marin followed closely behind, though she merely stood to the side, modestly allowing the 2 girls to occupy the prime position. Vegeta, observing this scene, couldn't help but frown. Were it not for his physical exhaustion and the awe inspired by Wufan's displayed strength, this proud Scion Prince would never permit his daughter to be so familiar with another. Just as everyone prepared to inquire about the mysteries of the Super Blue form, 7 radiant orange Dragon Balls slowly descended from the heavens, seemingly heralding the end of this catastrophe. The Dragon Balls have returned. Xiaofang exclaimed joyfully, eager to rush forward. The guilt of having lost the Dragon Balls lingered in her heart, and at this moment, she finally felt a sense of relief. However, Wufan promptly seized her wrist. A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and 7 brilliant bolts of lightning shot upwards from the Dragon Balls, intertwining in the sky to form a majestic dragon silhouette. What is happening? We didn't summon the dragon. Xiaofang gasped, stumbling back 2 steps. Had it not been for Wufan's timely grip on her wrist, she would have collided with the imposing dragon form. The group exchanged glances, for since that cataclysmic event, this was the first time they had witnessed the miraculous spectacle of the dragon's unsolicited arrival. Even more unsettling was that this colossal dragon, adorned in vibrant green scales, retained its ancient visage, yet emanated an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. Its amber vertical pupils unmistakably conveyed a sense of impatience. Only Wukong, sensing something amiss, narrowed his eyes, as a message transcending language flowed through the dragon's majesty. Son Wukong. The dragon's eyes suddenly blazed with crimson light, and Wukong felt a warm surge coursing through his limbs. While Vegeta, still bearing countless wounds, stood in stark contrast, the disparity in treatment glaringly evident. The divine dragon lowered its majestic head, its icy voice reverberating with thunder amidst the clouds. Can you discern the connection between the emergence of the Dark Dragon clan, the convergence of the realms of Yin and Yang, and the chaotic resurrection of the dead? Surely, the equilibrium of the Dragon Balls has been shattered, has it not? Wukong, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, replied. The dragon's silhouette, coiled in the heavens, let out a deafening cold snort. Foolish mortals. It is your reckless misuse of the power of the Dragon Balls that has summoned this calamity. From this day forth, the 7 Dragon Balls shall vanish eternally from your world, including my own presence. Just as Wukong was about to respond, a clear, youthful voice suddenly pierced the heavy atmosphere. Let us discuss a matter. Wufan gazed up at the colossal dragon head that obscured the sun, his brow slightly furrowed. Is it necessary for you to converse while hovering directly above me? With that, he summoned a flickering azure flame at his fingertips. Is this not an intentional provocation? The assembled onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. The very dust floating in the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Since the Dragon Balls had manifested, who had ever dared to converse with a deity in such a tone? Even more astonishingly, the imposing dragon suddenly bristled its scales, its massive form curling into an absurd ball, akin to a mountain, its head thudding into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that echoed with a thunderous apology. My deepest apologies. It was my oversight. Is this altitude acceptable? Under the gaze of many astonished faces, Wufan, arms crossed, nonchalantly waved his hand. Your attitude is acceptable, but do not let it happen again. It was evident to all that when Wufan finished speaking, the dragoness taut nerves relaxed considerably. I implore you, divine dragon, cease frightening my father and the others. Is it not merely a slight discomfort from the encroachment of negative energy, a mere annoyance? Wufan, undeterred by the expressions of those around him, spoke with an undeniable tone. The Dragon Balls were created for human use. It is not as dire as you suggest. Honestly, have they truly become overly reliant on the Dragon Balls? Each time, they engage in fierce battles to vanquish their foes, only to allow you to clean up the aftermath. Is there grounds for complaint? If you quibble over such trivial matters, then your position as a divine dragon is rather ineffective. I understand this incident has taken a significant toll on you. You initially intended to take my father away to gradually restore your strength with his pure righteous energy. However, such drastic measures are entirely unnecessary. Wufan, while contemplating the Dragon Balls, harbored doubts as to why the divine dragon sought to take Wukong away and to where exactly. These were not clarified in the original narrative. Only upon ascending to the status of a Super Saiyan God did many enigmas become clear. To put it plainly, the divine dragon merely bullies Son Wukong for his simple and honest nature. Wufan's words left everyone speechless, and the divine dragon remained silent, not daring to interrupt. Noticing its silence, the gathered crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards Wukong. The subject of their scrutiny, however, appeared unfazed, having evidently been aware of all this beforehand. Xiaofang wished to inquire further but restrained herself, sensing Wufan had more to say. If there is concern about further mishaps, we could request Dandy to adjust the interval for using the Dragon Balls, perhaps allowing a wish only once every 100 years. Wufan paused momentarily. As for your energy depletion, simply immersing the statue of the divine dragon stored in the celestial realm in the super divine water will expedite its restoration. The divine dragon's eyes immediately sparkled with renewed brilliance. Compared to the idea of taking away Wukong, this proposal is indeed far superior. The super divine water possesses the innate ability to purify all malevolent forces, naturally including negative energies. The dragon Shenron was not oblivious to this fact. However, Its identity rendered it reticent to voice such thoughts. After all, it has a penchant for maintaining an air of superiority, portraying itself as unattainable. Little did it realize that Wukong had already discerned its true nature through the original narrative. When confronted by the god of destruction, Beerus, it had cowered like a timid house pet, lacking any semblance of the arrogance it displayed towards mortals. Clearly, the dragon possesses a keen sensitivity to divine auras. At this moment, sensing Wukong's overwhelming Super Saiyan presence, it trembled in trepidation, fearing that Wukong's wrath might endanger its very essence. "What say you, dragon? Surely, you have no objections now?" The azure flames of Wukong's Super Saiyan form continued to swirl around him. Even if the dragon harbored reluctance, it had no choice but to acquiesce, hastily nodding and declaring, "I shall adhere to your directives. I take my leave." No sooner had it spoken than it hastily transformed into 7 streaks of light, scattering in flight. It appeared that the esteemed dragon lacked any semblance of authority. Xiaofeng murmured to herself. Once the last golden light dissipated, the others awoke from their stupor, gazing at Wukong with complex expressions. Such is the nature of events. As long as everyone understands, it suffices. Wukong returned to his usual demeanor, lazily resting his head in his hand, seemingly unfazed by his recent display of power. Unbeknownst to him, he was secretly reveling in the fact that what began as a mere test of the dragon's fear of Super Saiyan energy had yielded such immediate results. Demonstrating his strength before the creator dragon was a pleasure difficult to articulate. "Brother, you are so magnificent. From this day forth, you shall be my idol," Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully, leaping once more into her brother's embrace. At this moment, her admiration for Wukong had reached its zenith. She would not hesitate to walk through fire for him. Though Bulma and Marin did not voice their thoughts, the glimmer of respect in their eyes spoke volumes. The former, constrained by her father's presence, and the latter, due to her inherent disposition. "You now have an additional brother," Wukong remarked with a chuckle, scratching his head. His simplicity allowed him to grasp that he had incurred a significant favor this time. Vegeta, however, cut directly to the crux. "What exactly is the nature of that blue state? Shouldn't the Super Saiyan God be red?" Upon utterance of these words, everyone turned their attention to Wukong in unison. The so-called Super Saiyan God is, in fact, the result of 5 pure-hearted Saiyans channeling their collective energy into a 6th. Although this form possesses divine might, it is temporally constrained, essentially a fleeting artificial deity. In the original narrative, Son Wukong, leveraging his extraordinary talent, managed to harness this divine power for himself, transcending the shackles of time. Yet, external forces ultimately lead one astray. Despite its astonishing power, it remains tainted by the essence of a false god. The blue Super Saiyan form is achieved through self-cultivation, signifying a genuine mastery of divine power. And this transformation heralds entry into the true realm of divinity. While both the red and blue Super Saiyan forms belong to the divine domain, their natures are fundamentally distinct. The former relies on external forces for a temporary elevation, merely a brief divine state. The latter is an eternal god attained through personal cultivation. In terms of strength, the blue form possesses a slight advantage over the red, though it lacks a decisive superiority. Its true merit lies in its solid foundation, allowing for a higher purity of energy and the unreserved release of divine power. In contrast, while the red form may unleash greater potency when infused with external energy, it carries the risk of insufficient endurance. More critically, the red form is tainted with excessive ephemeral energy. Without thorough refinement and absorption of this energy, it is nearly impossible to enhance one's strength further. The essential difference between the two forms is that the blue form, grounded in a robust base, can still progress steadily. After Wufan's detailed explanation, Wukong and Vegeta eagerly expressed their desire to summon other Saiyans to experience the red form, to grasp the essence of divinity. Almost forgetting, Wukong suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he had neglected to instruct the eternal dragon to restore the damaged earth. With the Dragon Balls now set to slumber for a century, what would become of the victims? This question rendered everyone momentarily speechless, their gazes converging on Wufan, who standing among them had seemingly eclipsed Wukong. Wufan appeared slightly flustered. In his eagerness to demonstrate power, he had overlooked this crucial matter. In truth, he had not given much thought to the plight of ordinary citizens. However, he proposed a solution, We can gather the 7 Dragon Balls again to summon the Eternal Dragon, especially since Dandy the Supreme Kai has yet to alter the Dragon Ball's parameters. Noting Wu Fan's hesitation, Xiaofang, perceptive as ever, sought to alleviate the tension. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to go back on our word with the Eternal Dragon? Might it not get angry? Wukong scratched his head, mumbling. Yet his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Wu Fan's moment of uncertainty quickly dissipated as he steadied himself, declaring, "There's no need for complications. Wukong, you should go to the other world to explain the situation to Dandy and Beerus, while also conveying our agreement. I will use instant transmission to travel to Namek and ask Porunga to restore Earth." We can also utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, Wukong exclaimed, slapping his forehead, a broad smile spreading across his face. Wu Fan, however, reminded him earnestly, this exception is made solely for Earth's sake. But you must remember that excessive reliance on the Dragon Balls will only invite greater crises. Understood, Wukong replied, unusually serious. This lesson had been profound enough to ensure he would not misuse the Dragon Balls again. Wu Fan mused that this was merely a formality. Otherwise, the Kaioshin would surely erupt in outrage. Considering Wukong's tendency to be somewhat inarticulate, he decided to bring Vegeta along to the other world. Although the Scion Prince was equally unpredictable, Dandy and Beerus had witnessed the events firsthand, making Wukong's presence a precautionary measure. Once arrangements were made for Earth, Wu Fan transported the 3 young ladies to Namek. The simple-minded Namekians readily consented and, through Porunga, restored Earth. This nature-worshipping race had transformed their homeland into a veritable paradise, with breathtaking peaks and cascading waterfalls overwhelming the senses. Engrossed by the alien scenery, Xiaofang and her companions were filled with exuberance, compelling Wu Fan to join them. As he watched the cheerful girls, his thoughts drifted far away. The narrative had reached a satisfying conclusion, with Wukong remaining unclaimed by the Eternal Dragon. This timeline's tale was indeed flawless. It is time to return, he murmured, gazing at the resplendent starry river. Having lingered in this timeline for over a year, he pondered how much time had passed in the primary timeline. Xiaofang, Bra, Marin, Wu Fan interjected, interrupting their playful antics. Let us return directly to my timeline. Should I return to Earth, I fear it would be difficult to extricate myself. Do you have any messages to convey to your families? The young maidens wore expressions frozen in smiles, their eyes a tapestry of anticipation and reluctance. A silvery gleam flickered as Wu Fan, harnessing the temporal rectifying powers of the Heavenly Pearl, vanished with Xiaofang, Beulah, Marin, and the steadfast Reinu, who remained in Galbo village. At that very moment, Wukong and Vegeta seemed to sense something amiss, yet remained unaware that their most cherished daughter, had traversed time with the youth. Concurrently, the thoughts left by Wu Fan reverberated in the minds of various individuals. The first to receive such a message was Wu Fan himself. I have returned to my own timeline. Given our identical identities, a direct farewell might be somewhat awkward, thus I refrained from saying goodbye in person. There is something else I must convey. I have taken Xiaofang with me, as she prefers my company. I sincerely apologize, yet I hope for your understanding. Do not worry. I shall treat her as my own daughter and ensure her protection. In due course, I shall bring her back to see you. If this is truly hard to accept, you and Biddy Lee could consider having another child, perhaps name her Xiaofang? Haha, just a jest. However, be prepared, for father will undoubtedly urge you to procreate again, as this pertains to the birth of the Super Saiyan God. Lastly, I remind you that only through becoming stronger can one safeguard their loved ones and seize control of their own destiny. Strive diligently. Thus were the messages from Wu Fan of another timeline. Despite the courteous tone, he displayed no willingness to relent regarding the matter of taking Xiaofang. Soon after, Bulma in West City received his thoughts. I am sorry, but I must return, and I have taken Beulah with me. Perhaps you have already sensed her unwavering desire to accompany me, rendering any attempt to dissuade her futile. Regardless, this matter is now settled. Finally, there was Android 18. I must inform you that in my world, you are my woman. Yet, in this timeline, you have become another's, and even have a daughter. This causes me great distress. To spare you from feeling guilty, I have decided to take Marin with me, so she may compensate for you. Thus, it is as it stands. You need not dwell on this further. I shall take my leave. Perhaps we may meet again in the future, or perhaps not. Take care. Such were the thoughts left by Wu Fan. Although he urged the 3 girls to bid farewell to their families, ultimately, They merely allowed Wu Fan to convey their sentiments on their behalf. Thus, he communicated his intentions in his own manner. As for their original words and the anticipated reactions of the recipients, he paid them little mind. Perhaps in the future, once he had mastered the abilities of time travel, he might return with Xiaofeng and others to this timeline. Yet, at least in the short term, he would not return. Whoosh. Several figures appeared within the villa of the Sun family in West City, namely Wu Fan and his companions. Young Master Wu Fan? In the midst of her household chores, Lan Shi paused momentarily, then exclaimed with joy, "Young Master Wu Fan, you have finally returned." Without waiting for Wu Fan to respond, she dashed outside, calling out as she ran. "Young Master Wu Fan has returned. Young Master Wu Fan has returned." That familiar voice stirred within Wu Fan a long-forgotten warmth, the sensation of a wayward traveler returning home. "Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. This will be our home from now on, so do not be shy," Wu Fan said with a smile to Xiaofeng and the others. "Wow, brother, this place is so much larger and more beautiful than my previous home," Xiaofeng exclaimed as she dove into the soft sofa, unwilling to get up. Beulah and Marin also curiously surveyed their surroundings, as this would become their long-term abode. Suddenly, a figure dashed into the room and leapt straight into Wu Fan's embrace. Recognizing the soft touch and delicate fragrance without needing to look, Wu Fan knew instantly who it was. "My darling Bulma, I've missed you terribly. Come here. Give me a kiss," he said, cradling Bulma's face and kissing her passionately. Prior to their arrival, Wu Fan had briefly explained the situation to Xiaofeng and the others. But witnessing his fervent kiss with Bulma left them all in shock, especially Beulah, whose expression was peculiar and emotions conflicted. Although they found it hard to accept initially, they ultimately realized they were under Wu Fan's influence and had to adapt. "Humph, no wonder you haven't returned in so long. It seems you've been quite content," came a sour voice from the side. Bulma, startled from her reverie, hastily pushed Wu Fan away and noticed 4 unfamiliar women in the room. Earlier, her mind had been solely on Wu Fan, completely oblivious to their presence. Now, upon recognizing them, feelings of grievance surged within her. She had yearned for him day and night, yet he was out enjoying himself, leaving her behind for so long. Anger flickered across Bulma's face as she thought of this. "Lazili, you shouldn't speak like that. How could you berate your own husband? Come here and accept your punishment," Wu Fan said playfully, opening his arms, only to be deftly avoided by number 18. "Don't touch me. Do you think this is a hotel? I am not one of those casual women," number 18 retorted, equally incensed. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable for Xiaofeng and the others, who had already felt awkward. Even the usually lively Xiaofeng refrained from interjecting, waiting for Wu Fan to handle the situation, as she certainly did not wish to offend anyone. However, to everyone's surprise, Wu Fan neither explained nor soothed but opted for a more direct approach. With 2 swift teleportations, he had enveloped both Bulma and number 18 in his embrace before vanishing from the hall. "Lan Shi, Xiao Wu, please escort Xiaofeng and the others to their rooms." Wu Fan's voice echoed in the air, even as he disappeared, leaving the girls exchanging puzzled glances. Why did Brother Wu Fan leave so suddenly? He didn't even say goodbye, Marin said innocently, clearly oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Beulah's cheeks flushed slightly as she blinked, appearing to comprehend more than she let on. Only Xiaofeng and the precocious Lenu instantly grasped Wu Fan's intentions, their faces turning crimson as they silently gritted their teeth, thinking, "This guy is simply too much. TSK, why can't Master Wu Fan show a bit more restraint?" Peeking from outside the door, Xiao Wu curled her lips in disdain, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. She soon muttered, "Bringing back so many girls at once, truly a flagrant display of infidelity, and with such peculiar tastes." Beside her, Lan Shi chuckled lightly and teased, "Xiao Wu, don't you wish to join them? If you were a bit more proactive, you might just find an opportunity." Being slightly older, she felt at ease speaking candidly to Xiao Wu, despite her shyness. "Come on, you're no different." Xiao Wu shot her a playful glare, quickly diverting the topic. "Let us focus on the task at hand. Otherwise, Master Wu Fan will surely be upset. What is the rush? When has he ever emerged in less than a few hours?" Lan Shi replied with a grin, her hands busy as she turned to arrange accommodations for Xiaofeng and the others in the hall. Meanwhile, Wu Fan embraced Bulma and Android 18. Swiftly entering a room, the two were not genuinely upset. After all, there were still 2 others unaccounted for, and given the situation with Dilly, they had grown accustomed to Wu Fan's nature. However, If they did not offer some resistance, how could they secure their place in his heart? Their apparent struggle was, in truth, a subtle dance of push and pull. Why did you take so long? I thought you weren't coming back, Bulma huffed, a hint of reproach in her eyes. Wufan scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I merely intended to test my time-space abilities, but inadvertently found myself trapped in a certain dimension, which delayed my return. By the way, how long have I been gone? Humph, perhaps you were ensnared by some little enchantress? Android 18 interjected with a scoff. Those three young girls were quite charming. Even I was nearly swayed. Wufan pulled her closer, lowering his voice. It seems I didn't quite satiate you earlier. Shall we continue? This time, it must last for several days and nights. Whatever you do, I am on your side. Android 18's expression shifted instantly. From now on, they were my dear sisters. Wufan secretly reveled in the thought, for within this group of close friends, one was even the daughter from your parallel world. Before coming, he had specifically instructed Xiaofang and the others to keep their origins a secret. Though it was true that secrets could not remain hidden forever, he thought it best to maintain the ruse for the time being. Once the day arrived for Dubai, it would surely be a delightful revelation. As the group settled into silence, Bulma playfully nipped at Wufan. You dare say that? For years without a word. Do you know how we endured? For years. Wufan exclaimed in shock. The last time he traversed into the future, accounting for the mental time chamber, the duration was scarcely over a month. How could this span be so extensive? He had no time to ponder further. If indeed 4 years had passed, he immediately glanced at Android 18, who nodded in understanding. The artificial beings from this timeline have emerged, surprisingly formidable, 17, and the others are comparable to my current self. Moreover, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. Cell not only achieved his perfect form, but also initiated a Cell Games martial arts tournament, declaring that if no one could defeat him within 3 days, he would annihilate the Earth. And what of this timeline's Android 18? Wufan's expression subtly shifted. She is safe. Lazuli interjected quickly, staying at Bulma's house. Cell absorbed 16 and 17, possibly due to 16's energy far exceeding that of my original self, leading to a qualitative change in his evolution. She was acutely aware that on the 18th of this week, there was no escaping from Wufan's grasp. Though Wufan felt a slight sense of relief, he still found the situation perplexing. Where were Son Goku and Vegeta? They should have long since broken through to Super Saiyan 2. How could they allow Cell to wreak havoc? It was hardly surprising that Cell could achieve his perfect form, given his cunning nature and his intimate knowledge of the weaknesses of the warriors due to his absorption of their cells. With a covert strike, it was only a matter of time before he evolved. Speaking of the current state of affairs, Bulma took the opportunity to interject, sharing a peculiar expression with number 18. What is it? Wufan inquired, puzzled. Surely they haven't failed to reach Super Saiyan 2? Absolutely not. After 4 years, it would be utterly inconceivable if Goku and the others had yet to achieve this transformation. After all, with dedicated guidance and their innate talent, they should have attained this level by now. But that's not the crux of the matter. Bulma stifled a laugh and stated seriously, the key point is that Vegeta has a son on Earth, named Trunks. However, even more astonishing is that Goku has also welcomed a son, named Son Gohan. You now have a younger brother. A global live stream? Just what I desired. What? At this revelation, Wufan sprang to his feet, oblivious to his disheveled appearance. The birth of Trunks was within the realm of expectation, but the existence of Son Gohan truly left him astounded. Before departing for the world, he had specifically purchased a luxurious mansion in the city, equipped with a gravity chamber to ensure his father could focus on training. Given Goku's character, he ought to have been immersed in the training room. So how could he have considered cohabiting with Chi-Chi, whom he had yet to see? Wufan's expression changed abruptly. She moved in with Son Goku? The shift in titles revealed his inner resistance. Accepting Chi-Chi as a mother stemmed solely from sympathy for her tragic fate. Yet in Wufan's view, even with a life of comfort, she must uphold her virtue. This was an unyielding boundary. He could not tolerate the idea of the women in his life being involved with others. Such a sense of moral purity led him to prefer severance, offering only economic support at best. Although Bulma and Lazuli understood his temperament, they were unprepared for such an intense reaction. You misunderstood, Bulma quickly clarified. Son Goten's biological mother is not Chi-Chi, though they had married Wufan. They found it difficult to address her as mother-in-law. It was only then that Wufan realized his indiscretion and pressed on. Could it be that Son Goku has taken a new lover? Indeed, That is precisely why I said you would be taken aback. Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. I heard that Vegeta accidentally saved the heiress of the Energon Corporation, Berryman, and she instantly fell madly in love with him. You must understand, the Energon Corporation is the second largest conglomerate after our Capsule Corporation. And what does this have to do with my father? Although Wufan felt pleased that Vegeta could find happiness, and the birth of Trunks offered a reasonable explanation, it was hard to fathom how Son Goku could ever stray. That's the crux of the matter. Bulma shook her finger, her golden hair swaying, with Vegeta's personality. He would never easily accept Berryman. Yet, astonishingly, that girl drugged his drink, and the remaining beverage was inadvertently consumed by Goku. Thus, Berryman had to call her friend, Silly, for assistance, and as a result, both became pregnant. Though Bulma spoke with a nonchalant tone, the intricacies of the situation became abundantly clear. Wufan was left utterly astonished, realizing the extent to which he had altered the narrative, only for history to rectify itself in such a forceful manner. Nevertheless, since Sun Wukong was not the biological father, he felt a sense of relief. How old are those two children? About a year, I suppose. Shortly after your departure, Wukong and the others ventured into the cosmos for training. 2 years later, this incident transpired. Bulma recounted the events with great familiarity, noting that although Wukong had apologized to Chi-Chi, she ultimately chose to divorce him. Consequently, Wukong found himself with only Silly. How dramatically theatrical, Wufan mused internally. Yet he deemed Chi-Chi's decision to divorce quite sagacious. Understood. Now, let's discuss the androids. Wufan shifted the topic. Bulma was not well versed in this matter. However, the ever-knowledgeable Lazili stood by, as it involved her counterpart, Android 18. The timeline of the android's emergence closely mirrored that of the original story, and without Trunks' forewarning, no one could prepare in advance. By the way, Bick and Krillin had returned from their training 6 months prior, their strengths vastly exceeding those depicted in the original narrative. While Yamcha, who remained on Earth, made little progress. Androids 19 and 20 drew attention after the destruction of a city. During their assault, Android 19 was eliminated, and Dr. Gero, who controlled Android 20, escaped as in the original tale, subsequently releasing Androids 17 and 18. Prior to this, Lazili had not engaged in combat. By the time she became aware, the siblings had already awakened. Lazili intervened forcefully and eliminated Dr. Gero. Yet her appearance did not alter the stance of the other 3 androids, and a battle ultimately ensued. With her powers significantly enhanced due to Wufan's influence, Lazili managed to hold her ground against Android 18, but she was no match for Androids 16 and 17. Despite their formidable strength, Androids 16 and 17 were swiftly subdued by the Super Saiyan 2 Wukong and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. Since these 3 androids were not purely evil, coupled with Lazili's plea for mercy, Sun Wukong and his companions opted to spare them. The surviving trio of androids abandoned their vengeance plans and chose to stay temporarily at Bulma's residence. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the long-dormant cell emerged. It began to voraciously consume human life energy, acting with cunning and treachery, consistently evading direct confrontation. Even after Bick fused with the Supreme Kai and experienced a surge in power, they were unable to unearth this lurking threat. By continuously absorbing energy, Cell evolved into his second form, when he ambushed and absorbed Android 17. Only with the desperate assistance of Android 16 did Lazili and Android 18 manage to escape narrowly. Enraged, Cell consumed Android 16 and transcended into a perfect form that surpassed the original narrative, his strength nearing that of the Lightning Cell. With his newfound power, Cell no longer coveted Android 18 and was unafraid to challenge the Super Saiyan 2 warriors alone. To preempt a united front against him, he brazenly initiated the Cell games. The unfolding of the plot is indeed intriguing. Wufan raised an amused smile upon hearing the tale. As long as his cherished ones remained unharmed, he did not mind indulging Cell in a game. Suddenly, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Why such an eerie smile? Lazili frowned, displeased. With a blink of an eye, Wu Fan reassured, "Rest assured, I shall reclaim what is owed to you in a most extraordinary manner." Both Bulma and Lazuli initially exhibited expressions of astonishment, yet soon regained their composure under Wu Fan's assertive demeanor, exclaiming in unison, "Absolutely not." Upon returning home, Wu Fan found Chi-Chi visiting the Ox King. As evening fell, she returned home and was overjoyed to see her son, engaging him in endless conversation. unable to restrain her tears of joy at their long-awaited reunion. Witnessing his mother's overwhelming excitement, Wu Fan felt a twinge of shame for his prior misunderstandings and grew increasingly dutiful and considerate towards Chi-Chi. Although the sudden influx of new daughters-in-law stirred a complex mix of emotions within Chi-Chi, she ultimately embraced her beloved son's whims. In the days that followed, Wu Fan made a special visit to Bulma's home, both to check on his elegant mother-in-law and to foster a connection with Android 18, seeking to establish a cordial relationship. He then proceeded to meet with Biddy Lee. Now 9 years old, Biddy Lee was of the same age as Bra, yet appeared somewhat more petite. Despite the years apart, she vividly recalled their shared moments, nearly moved to tears. After Wu Fan patiently comforted her and promised to visit frequently, the little girl's emotions gradually settled. It is noteworthy that Satan's career was flourishing, with a reputation among the general populace rivaling that of a superstar. Seizing the moment could even elevate him to national idol status. However, the emergence of Cell had plunged the world into panic, with many planning to escape to remote wilderness for refuge, resulting in severe traffic congestion in cities. Authorities, as depicted in the original narrative, deployed heavy artillery against Cell. Yet their efforts seemed futile in the face of his overwhelming power. In this moment of despair, humanity yearned for a hero's emergence. In the original storyline, Satan capitalized on this opportunity, boasting recklessly only to be lauded once the crisis had passed. With Wu Fan present, such antics would not go unchallenged. Had it not been for his consideration of Biddy Lee's feelings, this buffoon would have been dealt with long ago. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, aside from meeting Biddy Lee and nurturing his relationship with Android 18, as well as a brief departure, Wu Fan devoted himself to accompanying Bulma, Xiao Fong, and Chi-Chi. Xiao Fong and the others had seamlessly integrated into this large family. Although Leinu felt somewhat insecure due to her identity and strength, the other girls endeared themselves to Chi-Chi. And both Bulma and Lazuli took a liking to the trio of charming young ladies. Additionally, perhaps due to their long-awaited reunion or the introduction of new companions, Lan Shi and Xiao Wu displayed remarkable enthusiasm, nearly wearing their intentions on their sleeves. Of course, Lan Shi maintained a degree of modesty. Although she had relaxed considerably, she was not overtly forward. Wu Fan harbored plans to seize an opportunity to include the two lovely companions in his circle, lest the passage of time affect their beauty. As for Chi-Chi, assistance from the Eternal Dragon would be sought. Finally, the day of the decisive battle against Cell arrived, with all warriors gathering at the designated combat site. The self-proclaimed savior, Mr. Satan, boldly led the charge at the forefront. Wu Fan chose to venture alone, traveling light without any companions. Xiao Fang and her companions were understandably reluctant to remain idle at home, yet the enigmatic Wu Fan assured them that they could witness the entire event without stepping outside. Though skeptical, they ultimately chose to stay home and await the commencement of this grand spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, only 5 minutes remain until the fateful showdown that will determine the world's destiny. The television host exuberantly announced, as anticipated, only Mr. Satan had the courage to step forward. But that is sufficient. As the world martial arts champion, he alone is more than capable of handling the situation. Salu stood in the arena, arms crossed, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Suddenly, he lifted his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Interesting, they all have come. It seems they have great confidence in Wukong. Alas, even if he joins forces with Vegeta, they are no match for me now. The true purpose of this confrontation is to buy time to fully assimilate the energy absorbed within me. After several days of consolidation, he had completely merged the energies of humanity, number 16 and number 17, reaching the pinnacle of his power. Against the yet-to-break-through Wukong and Vegeta, he felt an absolute assurance of dominance. As the host and Satan exchanged playful banter, likening the arriving warriors to stunt performers, Wukong and the others gradually arrived at the venue. A warm welcome ensued. Salu remained motionless atop the stage. Wukong, flexing his wrists, declared, "I shall take the stage first. Does anyone object?" Krillin chuckled wryly. "Although my strength has increased significantly, it still pales in comparison to yours. I think I shall just be an audience member this time." Tianjin Han, Dumplings, and Yamcha also expressed that they were merely there to observe. Except for Yamcha, the others had experienced tremendous growth, their combat power now surpassing several 100,000, a level that could be deemed formidable across the universe. However, when compared to Wukong and the lightning-fast Salu, the disparity was stark. After merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's combat power had greatly increased, allowing him to exchange blows with Wukong in his Super Saiyan form, yet he remained inadequate against the Lightning Salu. He weighed his options and ultimately chose silence. Kakarot, do not think to monopolize the limelight. Vegeta interrupted sharply, asserting that if Wukong led the charge, he would merely become a spectator. Thanks to their collective strength vastly exceeding that of the original narrative, and having personally experienced the pressure of the Lightning Salu. Even in their Super Saiyan 2 forms, they did not falter as they might have in the original tale. How shall we determine the order? Wukong suggested, shaking his fist. Vegeta huffed, but did not object, and the two immediately began to play rock, paper, scissors. Do you think this is a game? Satan fumed from the sidelines. The television host, trembling, interjected. May I ask if you all are here to participate in the Salu game? Indeed, but not everyone needs to take the stage. Wukong responded amiably. Absurd. This is not a game at all. The host suddenly became agitated. Krillin rolled his eyes. The one who is confused here is you. Huh. How dare there be fools who do not recognize the great name of Satan? Satan crossed his arms, feigning profundity, and the host eagerly chimed in. This gentleman is the world martial arts champion, the strongest of our time. Salu, seizing the moment, interrupted. The time limit has expired. Who will be the first to meet their demise? Naturally, it shall be I. Satan leapt onto the stage with a flourish. As Wukong and his companions exchanged glances, they contemplated the foolishness of the one who might perish, knowing that resurrection through the Dragon Balls would be an option in the future. At that moment, a distinct voice echoed in their minds, causing humanity across the globe to pause in astonishment, even Cell displaying a look of surprise. Greetings, everyone, can you hear me? The voice grew increasingly clear. I am the host of the world's martial arts tournament, and I am currently communicating with you through telepathy. Please close your eyes. As the crowd complied, the image of a bespectacled man with golden hair and a small mustache materialized before them, clad in his signature black suit. This man, a seasoned judge who had presided over the tournament for years, was familiar to Wukong and the others, yet they were puzzled by the purpose of his sudden appearance. The scene abruptly shifted to the arena of Cell's game, where the host's deep voice resonated worldwide. Please allow me to make my entrance. I have been specially invited to officiate this game, and I will be your commentator throughout the event. If fate wills it, this may be the last time my microphone, number 327, will echo. The familiarity of his voice brought tears to the eyes of countless martial arts enthusiasts, evoking nostalgia even in Wukong and Krillin, transporting them back to their youth. Wukong, invigorated, chuckled, how delightful. Every cell in my body is ablaze with excitement. I had sensed something was amiss. The tournament feels complete now with his presence. Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, the mastermind behind this nostalgic spectacle was Wufan. A sudden inspiration struck him. Since Cell aimed to replicate the world's martial arts tournament, why not enhance the authenticity of the experience? His prior disappearance was, in fact, a journey to Namek, where he harnessed the power of Purunga to gain telepathic abilities surpassing that of Babidi. At this moment, he was concealed beside the judge, transmitting the voice to every ear on Earth, while simultaneously allowing the mortal host to perceive the entirety of the arena. What a lackluster performance, Cell remarked after a brief moment of disbelief, quickly losing interest. To him, the fate of Earth was already sealed. Defeating Wukong and Vegeta would lead to the planet's inevitable demise. The final revelry of these insignificant beings is hardly worth a smirk. A global broadcast? Just as he desired. Mr. Satan, invigorated, adjusted his fighting attire, eager to showcase the prowess of the savior, Mr. Satan, to the world. Yet, within the broadcasting van, a suited host shattered his cue cards in a fit of rage. Risking his life to reach the front line, he now found himself overshadowed by a telepath, without viewership, who would remember him as the legitimate host. Watching the smug expression of Satan on the monitor, he clenched his fists, striking the control panel in frustration. For what should have been his moment of glory was utterly ruined. However, he had no alternative. Filled with indignation yet unable to locate the telepath, he reluctantly severed the broadcast signal, retreating with his team from the scene. A program without an audience rendered even the most skilled host futile. Remaining in this place might only draw trouble upon themselves. Setting aside the circumstances of the television host, the martial arts tournament's master of ceremonies, donned in sunglasses, boasts over a decade of practical experience, his professional caliber far surpassing that of an ordinary presenter. With an air of composure, he unveiled the enigmatic lineage of Cell. Utilizing classified information provided by Wufan, and deftly dissected the clandestine history of the Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Gero. This revelation sent shockwaves through the audience. Who? One might wonder, is this enigmatic figure in sunglasses? How does he possess such profound knowledge of critical intelligence? Although Cell and Wukong were filled with questions, those of their extraordinary caliber have long been unfazed by trivial matters. It was the impatient savior, Satan, who nearly faltered upon learning of Cell's origins, his knees weakening, almost leading to a public embarrassment. The ultimate android, a marvel crafted with the essence of all top warriors. An unparalleled war machine forged by the full intellect and resources of the Red Ribbon Army, was surely beyond the reach of a mere third-rate martial artist like himself. Even the arrogant Satan, at this moment, finally grasped the folly of his overconfidence. When the man in sunglasses shifted his focus to introduce Satan, the champion straightened his posture, momentarily suppressing his fear of Cell. The challenger, Satan, is the champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament. In the absence of previous top contenders, he fortuitously advanced to the finals, defeating all his opponents to seize the crown. However, upon hearing the commentary, Satan stumbled and fell to the ground, his face flushed with rage. Nonsense. What do you mean, lucky to qualify? My strength is well known among Earthlings. If you dare, summon those so-called masters, and I shall make them regret their arrogance. Clearly, they must have heard I was competing and were too frightened to show their faces. Wukong and the others suddenly realized that this was the newly crowned champion following their fierce battle against Bicker years ago, which explained their unfamiliarity. The global audience, initially wavering in their perception of Satan's prowess, found his argument surprisingly reasonable. If those strong fighters were indeed fearful, why would they avoid combat? Consequently, doubts began to arise regarding the judgment of the man in sunglasses. Nevertheless, the professional host remained unfazed by the audience's fleeting emotional fluctuations, continuing to calmly state, based on a comparative analysis and objective assessment of martial artists throughout history, Satan's comprehensive combat capability ranks him among the top 100 in the world. The man in sunglasses exclaimed in admiration. The World Martial Arts Tournament has been held 24 times, with innumerable participants, yet fewer than 200 have reached the finals. Not only has Satan secured a place among them, but he also ranks in the upper echelon. This is truly remarkable. Let us applaud him. However, the venue fell into a profound silence. What is this? Just a ranking in the top 100? Why not send the strongest? Where has the top-ranked individual hidden? With Earth facing peril, he dares to cower like a turtle. Should Earth meet its demise, that individual would be the bane of all humanity. Discontent murmured through the audience, with many blaming the absent top martial artists. Several former champions broke into a cold sweat, fearing recognition. To appear now would be to invite ruin. Satan, standing on the stage, was equally drenched in perspiration. The crowd's words made him feel as though his strength had diminished. However, the master of performance discreetly turned and descended from the arena. Mr. Satan has left the stage. Is he attempting to make a hasty retreat? The commentator, clad in sunglasses, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait. He has returned with a bag. What secret weapon could be contained within?" It was tiles. A staggering 15 tiles stacked into a towering formation. The contestant Satan was poised to demonstrate his true prowess. The audience was taken aback. He aimed to silence his critics through sheer strength. Clins and others sighed in exasperation. For after guidance from Wufan, she recognized at a glance that Satan was playing with fire. Had Wufan not promised to safeguard his life, she would have rushed in to intervene. Satan gathered his energy. He struck. Good heavens. 14 tiles shattered upon impact. Truly a testament to his status as one of the top martial artists in the tournament. Just as Satan was about to reveal a victorious smile, the final title caused him to slip, sending him crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, this display of tile-breaking prowess reignited hope among the Earthlings, at the very least. This brave warrior dared to confront Cell, and they held expectations for him. The Battle of the Strong has officially commenced, esteemed audience. The rules are straightforward. Falling outside the arena, conceding defeat, or death constitutes a loss. Although Mr. Satan's chances appear exceedingly slim, this clash of justice and malevolence deserves our applause for his indomitable spirit. The seasoned commentator, having witnessed countless elite warriors, was acutely aware of the chasm separating Satan from true strength. His expert narration allowed the Earth populace to comprehend the true magnitude of this battle. While they might feel fear in light of Cell's displayed power, once the crisis had passed, they would come to appreciate the hard-won peace of the day. Satan, listening to the commentary, was consumed by fury. How could he endure such disdain after becoming the world champion? Alas, at this moment, he was too preoccupied to confront the commentator. The pressing concern was to defeat Cell and silence all naysayers with his strength. The champion steadied his breath, secretly contemplating. Although Cell was formidable as the world champion, he was not without his own chances of victory. Good heavens! Satan launched the first offensive. A textbook spinning kick struck its target. Wait, Cell remained utterly unmoved. Satan's expression suggested he was injured. As a professional referee, I must deliver an impartial commentary. Unless Satan possesses a hidden weapon, the outcome appears inevitable. Through Wufan's mental transmission, the commentator conveyed every painful expression of Satan with stark honesty. With a swift motion, Cell delivered a punch, sending Satan soaring like a severed kite for hundreds of meters, crashing heavily against a cliff. The commentator solemnly announced, "Satan has fallen outside the arena. The match is over. We can only hope he retains his life." Cell's strength is simply astonishing. Even Satan, ranked among the top martial artists in the tournament, was effortlessly defeated by him. However, dear audience, do not despair, for there remain numerous participants eager to engage in Cell's game surrounding the arena. Let us now turn our gaze to see who they are, and if their prowess surpasses that of Satan. The sunglasses-clad host had already noted the presence of Son Wukong and his companions, hence his tone exhibited no hint of panic. Were it otherwise, a mere mortal like him, regardless of his dedication, would find it challenging to maintain such composure. The camera slowly panned over the faces of Son Wukong and his companions. As both Wukong and Vegeta have ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 realm, they no longer struggle to fully harness the power of Super Saiyan 1, presenting themselves in their regular forms. It is exhilarating to note that the competitors present are predominantly the CR de la CR from past martial arts tournaments, their overall prowess surpassing that of the Satan contestants. The host feigned surprise upon learning this news, excitedly introducing the participants. While Kaiatsu and Yamcha were briefly mentioned, their respectable abilities failed to leave a lasting impression on the host. In contrast, Krillin received a more extensive introduction, his gleaming bald head being notably recognizable, even having been mistaken for the moon by a wolf, leading to an unexpected transformation. Moreover, Krillin's performance in the tournament outshone that of Yamcha. Next, Tien Shinhan was introduced. Renowned for having claimed victory in the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, trained under the esteemed Master Roshi, and later redeeming himself by aligning with the Turtle School. Then, the host referred to Piccolo as the demonic youth, who openly acknowledged that his memories as a second-generation demon had been erased by the Dragon Balls. Piccolo was the runner-up in the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament, narrowly losing to Son Wukong, thus deemed one of the most formidable contenders in the history of these tournaments. When discussing Son Wukong, the host emphasized his past achievements. Vivid images of Wukong's participation in the tournaments surged in the minds of the audience, these recollections having been conjured by Wufan through mental imagery based on his anime memories. Notably, Son Wukong has accomplished numerous feats that astonished the world. He is known for his fierce opposition to evil, having single-handedly eradicated the Red Ribbon Army. Even the formidable Demon King Piccolo succumbed to his might. Furthermore, he is a direct disciple of the martial arts deity, Master Roshi. If anyone in attendance could potentially defeat Cell, Son Wukong is undoubtedly the prime candidate. The host relayed all the information provided by Wufan. His initial enthusiasm for Wukong intensified as he uncovered these lesser-known revelations, his excitement reaching a fervent peak. The tale of Wukong and Piccolo uniting to repel an alien invasion years prior was revealed, although the specifics of the extraterrestrial beings were omitted. All of this felt strikingly authentic. Now, all the heroes who once safeguarded the Earth have gathered here. They will not be as easily vanquished as Satan. Just as Satan, who had been recovering, overheard this, his blood surged, causing him to faint once more. His dreams of being a savior lay utterly shattered. In the crowd, Vegeta wore a grim expression. Having attacked Earth solely due to his rivalry with Son Wukong, the database of the sunglasses-wearing individual contained no record of him. During the introduction, the host was preoccupied with his excitement over Wukong, completely overlooking this unfamiliar face. Enough of the trivialities. Cell patiently waited for the commentary to conclude before speaking. The Cell games were officially commencing. Son Wukong, will you be the first to step into the arena? He inquired. Wukong chuckled wryly. I would like to, but the one who loses at rock, paper, scissors is me. No matter. Cell glanced at Vegeta. The outcome has long been predetermined. Saving the grand finale for last will be far more entertaining. How dare you underestimate this prince? Vegeta roared, instantaneously teleporting to the arena, the air cracking with the sound of an explosive shockwave. Through the spiritual connection established by Wu Fan, the actions perceived by the man in sunglasses were slowed down 1,000-fold. Yet, to the ordinary eye of Earthlings, they still surpassed the limits of visual perception, leaving only the likes of Lazuli capable of capturing fleeting shadows through their instincts. Good heavens! This contestant, Vegeta, has made his entrance at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The voice of the commentator trembled, though a newcomer. His ability to stand alongside Son Wukong surely attests to his formidable strength. Silence. Bulging veins throbbed at Vegeta's temples. The contempt emanating from Cell had ignited his murderous intent, and the commentator's idle chatter only served to exacerbate his fury. You shall pay dearly for underestimating the Prince of Saiyans. He sneered, pointing at Cell, declaring Kakarot to be merely a lowly warrior. When I strike, you will find no opportunity for regret. Abandon the foolish notion of conserving your strength. The man in sunglasses continued his diligent analysis. How audacious to be so boastful after witnessing Cell's power, unless he is as blindly reckless as Satan. If you wish to fight, then prove your true capabilities. Cell, growing impatient, interjected, stating that you do not even pique my interest enough to raise a hand against you. You seek death. The golden aura erupted explosively as Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2nd grade amidst dazzling lightning. On the arena, Vegeta's hair transformed into a radiant gold, surrounded by blinding light and crackling electricity, prompting the commentator to abruptly remove his sunglasses. My word, this contestant, Vegeta, has indeed transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Just received authoritative news that such a transformation can exponentially enhance combat power. The tide of battle is about to turn, with such an astonishing increase in strength. Cell is likely to find himself in a grueling struggle. Warriors in the audience exchanged glances. Krillin subtly nudged Tien's arm. How could that commentator possibly know the term Super Saiyan? Big stared pensively, his green pupils narrowing slightly. The crux lies in who provided him with this information. This unseen puppet master knows us intimately while remaining shrouded in the shadows. Son Wukong gazed intently at the swirling storm of energy, stating gravely, at least for now, the opponent seems devoid of malice. Suddenly, Bick raised an eyebrow as if recalling something, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. At this moment, Vegeta, having completed his transformation, appeared as though he were a different being. His crimson eyes locking onto Cell. Insect, are you prepared to witness true power? Before the words had fully left his lips, he surged toward his opponent with the force of thunder. However, reality proved far more brutal than anticipated. Cell mockingly parried the torrential barrage of attacks, effortlessly evading them, which only served to further irritate Vegeta. The commentator's excited voice reverberated throughout the venue. This is undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial arts history. Compared to that legendary battle from a decade ago, this is akin to a mere child's play. No wonder these formidable warriors have withdrawn from public competitions in recent years. They have long since ascended to a realm beyond the reach of mere mortals. The audience held their breath, some even rising involuntarily, as the entire venue resonated with a chilling energy aftershock. Although many were disgruntled by the commentator's remarks, they could not refute them. After all, the fierce clash between Cell and Vegeta had transcended their own limits of perception. The rhetoric of Satan may deceive the common populace, but to true martial artists, combined with the real-time commentary of the man in sunglasses, it became immediately apparent that the disparity in strength was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The commentator, with remarkable rapidity, described the unfolding battle. Even with the unique abilities of Wu Fan, capturing the trajectory of the combat, the words could not keep pace with the rapidly shifting circumstances, leading to a selective narration. The audience erupted in gasps, astonished not only by the astonishing scenes of combat, but also by the seemingly ordinary commentator's profound insight into such a high-level contest. His professional acumen was undeniably exceptional. Even the watching Z fighters were taken aback. Aside from Wukong and Bick, The others could only perceive fleeting shadows, while the man in sunglasses absorbed every detail with clarity. Is this all you've got? Cell mocked, delivering a punch that sent his opponent staggering. You might as well let Son Wukong take the stage. This provocation ignited Vegeta's fury. With arcs of electricity crackling around him, he compressed his energy to its utmost, unleashing a devastating ultimate technique. Prepare yourself. Final flash. Faced with this monumental strike, Cell hastily employed the Kamehameha as a counter. The two forces clashed in midair, struggling for dominance, and due to his lack of preparation, Cell found himself at a slight disadvantage. On the commentary platform, the man in sunglasses barely managed to keep up with the unfolding events, relying on Wufan's discreet guidance. Yet, through his voice, numerous martial arts secrets were unveiled for the first time, fundamentally altering Earth's perception of power. At that moment, in the hearts of the populace, the status of Son Wukong and his companions had transcended that of Satan, becoming true extraordinary beings. The situation was worse than anticipated. The Kamehameha has made its appearance. The commentator exclaimed, adjusting his microphone. Cell has unleashed Master Roshi's secret technique, the Kamehameha. According to the records, this ultimate warrior created by the Red Ribbon Army has fused the cells of numerous strong fighters and possesses the genetic memory of Son Wukong. In the stands, Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. A despicable imitation. He erupted in brilliant golden flames, the super-electric wave crushing the Kamehameha with overwhelming force. Amidst the energy maelstrom, the entire martial arts arena was reduced to dust. When the smoke cleared, Cell was left standing with only half of his body amidst the ruins. Vegeta floated high above, breathing heavily, his golden aura flickering. The live broadcast captured countless spectators erupting in fervor for the Scion Prince's valor. However, something was amiss. Wukong, maintaining a vigilant stance, suddenly issued a sharp warning. Cell's severed body was visibly regenerating at an alarming rate, its viscous tissue writhing and intertwining like a living entity. The commentator's voice fell silent as the broadcast satellite captured the eerie smile forming at the corner of Cell's mouth. Bix suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted up to Vegeta. Vegeta, there are my cells within Cell. He can regenerate from severed limbs. You must finish him off quickly. What did you say? Vegeta's pupils constricted as he gathered energy in his hand. Yet, Cell's mutilated body began to writhe violently. As flesh surged and twisted, the damaged areas rapidly healed, returning to their original state in an instant. However, the spectators could clearly sense that Cell's energy had significantly diminished. This regeneration came at a tremendous cost. Cell suddenly chuckled, appearing behind Vegeta. If you had been more decisive just now, perhaps I would have truly met my end. Damn it. Vegeta spun around in haste, his unfinished energy sphere flickering intensely. But Cell would not grant him the opportunity. A fierce whip kick struck him forcefully at the waist. Accompanied by a burst of dissipating energy, Vegeta crashed into the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sunglasses-clad commentator, now awakening from his stupor, exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible!" After his regeneration, Cell has launched a surprise attack, sending Vegeta out of the ring. According to the rules, the victor is Cell. In the stands, the previously selfish humans exhibited an unexpected unity. Through telepathic connection, waves of concern echoed in the warriors' minds. How despicable! Is Mr. Vegeta all right? Suddenly, the pile of rubble exploded, and the transformed Vegeta staggered to his feet. Hearing their worries, he surprisingly refrained from fury, merely wiping the corner of his mouth and shouting towards a distant spot, "Kakarot, fix this for me." Though gravely injured, his energy and stamina still lingered, leaving him merely fatigued. Goku subtly nodded at Vegeta before sharply fixing his gaze on Cell, who hovered high above. Ladies and gentlemen, Vegeta has risen once more. Despite his weakened state and serious injuries, he is in no mortal danger. Although Vegeta ultimately succumbed to Cell, it was not due to a disparity in strength. He had simply underestimated Cell's regenerative abilities, leading to his oversight. Nonetheless, he had exerted himself fully for the survival of Earth, and though he lost, his honor remained intact. Let us applaud him. The commentator's voice resonated around the globe, igniting a fervor in the crowd, with cheers and applause surging like waves, Vegeta's name echoing in the air. This sound, unassisted by telepathy, nevertheless reached Vegeta's ears in the distant wilderness. Boring. Vegeta feigned indifference, turning his head away, yet a warm current surged within him. Is this the sentiment of Earthlings? He pondered. Compared to his past life of wandering and combat as a scion, this experience was strikingly different, yet not unwelcome. Although he remained obsessed with the thrill of battle, he gradually became accustomed to life on Earth. Moreover, he realized that beyond these ordinary humans, two unexpected individuals in his life, his wife and son, were proud of him. Currently, Vegeta had been defeated. Although fighters like Piccolo and Tien possessed considerable strength, they were no match for Cell, and no plans for action were in place. At this moment, the only one capable of contending with Cell was Son Goku. According to intelligence, Goku's strength had always been on par with Vegeta's. After witnessing the previous battle, if he approached with caution, defeating Cell should not be insurmountable. Now, the fate of Earth rested solely in Goku's hands. However, the arena had been utterly destroyed. What would they do next? Would they pause the battle to await reconstruction, or seek an alternative battlefield? The commentators silently exhaled, relieved. Earth's fortune seemed not yet exhausted. Vegeta had nearly defeated Cell, and with Goku's comparable strength, a steady approach would yield great odds of victory. The vast majority of Earthlings shared this hope, yet only the warriors on the battlefield knew the truth. Cell had yet to unleash his full power. His previous errors were merely oversights. The ultimate outcome, at this moment, remained an unknown variable. Your performance has been exceptional. It appears that appointing you as the commentator was indeed a sagacious choice. Just listening to your impassioned narration makes me yearn to join the fray. The man wearing sunglasses felt a gentle pat on his shoulder from Sun Wufan in acknowledgement. They currently stood atop a mountain, distanced from the battlefield. With Wufan's keen eyesight, the unfolding battle lay vividly before him, yet Sun Wukong and his companions remained oblivious to their presence. The man in sunglasses respectfully inclined his body towards Wufan. Expressing gratitude, I am honored by your recognition and deeply appreciate the opportunity to preside over such a high-caliber confrontation. As a commentator, this marks the pinnacle of my career. You have allowed my dreams to materialize ahead of time. Even if the Earth were to meet its demise now, I would have no regrets. With my presence, the Earth shall remain unharmed. Wufan's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His words enveloped the man in sunglasses with a powerful aura. Despite having never witnessed Wufan's true strength, he believed it wholeheartedly. Though I am unaware of your true identity, I place complete faith in your words, the man replied, his eyes filled with reverence. This young individual, despite his youth, evoked a sense of facing the divine, as if all affairs of the world lay within his grasp. Let us focus on the match. It seems they have reached a decision. Wufan's words redirected the man's attention back to the battlefield. Their conversation unfolded entirely under Wufan's control, ensuring it remained unheard by others. On the battlefield, Cell descended to match Sun Wukong's height, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sun Wukong, I have finally awaited the chance to engage you in combat. Shall we alter the rules? Although uncertain of who was stronger between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Cell, having grown up on Earth and bearing a long-standing grudge against the Red Ribbon Army, harbored a deeper obsession with Wukong. Until he achieved a fair confrontation with Wukong, he had no intention of seeking other opponents. Wukong, too, sensed this intense battle fervor, his heart brimming with anticipation as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, how would you like to change it? For warriors of their caliber, the arena and the stakes were paramount. Those on the brink of life and death felt an overwhelming concern for the fighters. Even the most self-absorbed among them sincerely hoped for Wukong and his companion's safety. Even if Earth were ultimately doomed, as long as Wukong and the others survived, perhaps they could still turn the tide. Regrettably, this sentiment could not be conveyed. Without hesitation, Wukong accepted the challenge. That suits me perfectly. As the strongest among the Dragon Ball warriors, if even Sun Wukong were to falter, in Wufan's absence, it seemed unlikely that anyone could thwart Cell's rampage. The onlookers remained unaware that Wufan had quietly returned, still placing their final hopes on Wukong. It was precisely for this reason that Wufan chose to conceal himself. He wished to witness firsthand the extraordinary power these warriors would unleash when pushed to their limits, for it would undoubtedly be more captivating. In midair, Wukong and Cell faced off, an invisible wave of energy rippling between them. Transform, Sun Wukong. You wouldn't want to engage in your ordinary form, would you? Cell broke the silence first. Even in the presence of Wukong's normal state, he dared not underestimate him. The combat prowess of this man far eclipses that of Vegeta, who appears to be of a similar caliber. Yet, once engaged in battle, Goku invariably unleashes a more astonishing level of power. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Goku's eyes as his golden aura swiftly transformed into a silver-white arc of energy. A signature smile gracing his lips. I have no time for warm-up exercises when it comes to dealing with you. Enough with the idle chatter. Cell scoffed, crossing his arms. You wish for me to attack first? Then I shall not hold back. No sooner had he spoken than Goku darted forward like a streak of light. Transformed into a lightning bolt, Cell was already comparable to a Super Saiyan of the second tier, and with the days of accumulated power behind him. Even though he had previously expended some energy in his battle with Vegeta, he still maintained a significant upper hand over Goku. The two figures clashed fiercely in the skies. Thunderous sonic booms resonating throughout the atmosphere. Except for Vegeta and Broly, the other warriors could hardly perceive the trajectory of their combat. However, the spectators were not watching with their eyes, but rather through Goku's mental link, which allowed them to witness the ongoing battle through a consciousness that remained locked onto the battlefield, enabling them to perceive the flickering afterimages with greater clarity. The bespectacled commentator was left with only intermittent gasps of astonishment, utterly speechless. This confrontation, which had barely begun, already surpassed the previous battles in ferocity, reflecting Cell's respect for Goku and affirming the latter's extraordinary combat talent. While Vegeta could only compel Cell to exert 70% of his strength, Goku forced him to go all out. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures battled from a height of 10,000 meters down to the ground, the tumultuous aftershocks tearing through the clouds and shattering mountains. Even with deliberate restraint on their energy, they left countless craters of 1,000-meter diameter on the surface. As Cell had remarked, the confined arena could no longer contain their immense power. At this moment, the entire Earth had transformed into a battlefield, with each collision triggering seismic upheavals, an awe-inspiring spectacle far beyond what a mere ring could showcase. The referee stood in stunned silence. The global audience was entranced, and even the Dragon Ball warriors present were left agape. Though they possessed the capability to alter terrain, they were still light years away from achieving such cataclysmic devastation in the blink of an eye. Fascinating. Goku truly lives up to his reputation. Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a composed smile. Perhaps the Saiyan cells within me are also surging with excitement. Just as the words left his lips, he gathered a brilliant wave in his palms and hurled it towards Goku. Just as I had hoped, Goku bellowed, forming a seal. But as the wave approached, he abruptly vanished. The azure energy beam pierced through the afterimage, soaring into the heavens. As Cell's pupils narrowed, the golden figure had already materialized behind him. Kamehameha. A concentrated beam of light struck precisely at Cell's back, all the destructive force being channeled into his body. While this technique may not rival the grandeur of Vegeta's super electric light cannon, the 100% energy conversion rate resulted in even more terrifying actual damage. Kakarot. Vegeta's clenched fists creaked ominously, while the other warriors remained immersed in the realization that such a bewildering technique had transcended the boundaries of speed. Heavens! Goku has indeed performed a miraculous turnaround. The commentator's voice quivered with excitement, declaring it an absolutely lethal strike, even if Cell possesses regenerative abilities. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the bespectacled youth murmured to himself, "Instant transmission? It seems my father mastered this technique during his training in the universe." He adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Revealing one's trump card only at critical moments demonstrates an unparalleled combat intelligence. A flicker of amusement appeared at the corner of Wukong's mouth. He had always held a particular fondness for the character of Son Wukong during his days of following the series, and even now, as the animated world transformed into reality, he refused to see Son Wukong reduced to mediocrity. However, facing an adversary of Cell's caliber would undoubtedly prove formidable. As anticipated, while some cheered exuberantly and others breathed sighs of relief, Wukong's expression remained taut. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze like lightning piercing towards the distant horizon. High above, Cell hovered unscathed, arms crossed, surveying the ground with disdain. Noticing Son Wukong's awareness, Cell leisurely clapped his hands. "As expected of you, Son Wukong. Your disguise was indeed insufficient to deceive you. I had hoped to deliver a fatal blow." "What?" Gasps erupted from the audience. This monster managed to escape unscathed? Even the typically haughty Vegeta displayed surprise at the notion that anyone could evade Kakaroto's instant transmission during their training journey to outer space. They had learned this extraordinary technique while passing through Yardrat. Unfortunately, Vegeta's arrogant demeanor clashed with the locals, rendering him unable to seek tutelage. Although Son Wukong intended to pass on the skill, Vegeta's princely pride led him to reject such offers outright. How did you evade it? Wukong silently rejoiced at his intuition's warning. Had he misjudged and thought Cell was defeated, he might have already succumbed to a lethal strike. Now that he had seen through the ruse, there was no need to dwell on past fears. What truly perplexed him was the combination of instant transmission and the Kamehameha wave executed by his opponent. This technique should be nearly impossible to counter unless one comprehended its intricacies. Otherwise, it was inevitable to fall prey to it upon first encounter. Just moments ago, Cell had shown no signs of warning, and only upon Wukong's emergence did he realize, theoretically leaving no time for evasion. Your technique is indeed peculiar. Cell smirked derisively. Though he did not grasp the underlying principles, the subtle tremor in the space at the moment of Wukong's appearance had betrayed his presence. The Kamehameha wave merely struck a phantom created by my afterimage technique. I have learned much. Wukong's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. He had not anticipated such a flaw in instant transmission. Since mastering this skill, he had regarded it primarily as a convenient means of traversing distance, only recently applying it to combat. Little did he know that his first battle would expose such a vulnerability. While it may sound simple, capturing the faint ripples of space requires extraordinary skill. It was precisely due to Cell's unwavering focus during their confrontation and his extraordinary prowess that he could detect such subtle signs. Had he remained in the state he exhibited while battling Vegeta, there would have been no possibility of timely response. Wukong felt a shiver of dread. While Cell remained on edge, had he been a fraction slower, he would have been reduced to ashes. Instant transmission? Intriguing. Cell's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Son Wukong. I admit I underestimated you. No one paid heed to the ramblings of the man in sunglasses. The fearful grew increasingly anxious. And those concerned for Wukong and Earth's fate clenched their fists, their teeth grinding in frustration, wishing they could rush to the battlefield themselves. Damn it! Wukong gritted his teeth, enduring as the offensive faltered, the ground beneath him cracking and forming deep grooves. The oppressive presence of Cell caused his arms to tremble, and despite retreating several dozen meters, he could not halt his decline. Was it still the time to adhere to rules? Amidst the chaos, Big's hands erupted with torrents of purple energy, followed closely by Tien's new cannon strike. The intertwining attacks of Piccolo's special beam cannon and Krillin's Kienzan formed an intricate web, while even Yamcha, barely holding on, unleashed the last burst of energy from his Wolf-Fang fist. Enough of underestimating others. Vegeta once again ignited a golden aura around him. Although the arcs of electricity were less dense than before, he poured all his energy into his palms. Final flash. Cell scoffed, dispatching one hand, and the green energy sphere shattered their combined assault as effortlessly as crushing an ant swarm. The shockwave sent the warriors tumbling to the ground. Yamcha crashed through 3 stone pillars before halting his momentum, while Krillin, bloodied, still attempted to rise. This brief moment of respite allowed Goku to seize the opportunity. A cerulean shockwave surged back 100 meters, revealing the first signs of fine cracks on Cell's surface. No matter how many ants there are, they remain ants. Cell roared, unleashing energy, as the shockwave was once again suppressed, and the earth fissured under their struggle, creating a chasm 1,000 meters wide. Suddenly, Big tore through the smoke, his tattered cloak flapping wildly. The Namekian's unique regenerative abilities allowed his wounds to heal rapidly, and the wisdom of the Kaioken enabled him to exploit the subtle gaps in Cell's energy recovery. The situation was worse than anticipated. Tien murmured as he wiped the blood from his forehead. The three-eyed warrior could clearly see that within Cell still lay an unutilized core of energy, its total exceeding even Goku at his peak. Vegeta knelt on the cracked rock, his Super Saiyan golden hair gradually reverting to black due to energy depletion. Outside the broadcast, countless Earthlings dug their nails deep into their palms. The convenience store owner smashed the cash register, donating all energy capsules, while schoolchildren spontaneously formed a human chain to pass their meager energy, despite its insignificance in the grand scheme of battle. The trembling voice of the commentator echoed across the continent. Please, stand up once more. Look, Big has risen. Flames of fierce battle spirit ignited in his eyes as he roared and charged at Cell, a resolute determination that stirred hearts. Was he prepared to perish alongside Cell? With all other warriors injured and down, only Bick remained steadfast. It was clear that his power was second only to Goku and Vegeta. Perhaps his actions would be the pivotal point to turn the tide of battle, the last hope for Earth's salvation. The commentator's words propelled Bick's popularity on Earth, second only to the two Saiyan heroes. In this moment, everyone silently prayed, hoping that, as the commentator had said, Bick's actions would indeed save the planet. Noticing Bick's movement, Goku poured all his strength into the Kamehameha, desperately fending off Cell's counterattack. He had to distract Cell. As long as the foe was preoccupied with Bick, the Kamehameha could seize the opportunity to annihilate this formidable enemy. As the battle progressed, even ordinary spectators understood that victory hinged on this moment. Every action of Bick tugged at the heartstrings of the entire world. Yet Bick had no time to ponder these matters. His focus remained solely on Cell. If this enemy was not eradicated, doom awaited them all. Once consumed by an unwavering obsession with Wufan, Bick has long since integrated into earthly life, no longer perceiving himself as a Dark Lord. Since merging with the divine, safeguarding the earth has become his solemn duty, and he will not permit anyone to threaten this planet. It can be said that while Wufan's past actions inspired him, they ultimately did not distort Bick's true nature. Human capability has its limits, and amidst the currents of history, one can often only alter minor details. The path of destiny follows its own predetermined course. Just as the union of Wufan and Bulma influenced the emotions of Wukong and others, Trunks and Sun Wutian still came into existence. Gazing into Bick's eyes at this moment, Wufan was overwhelmed with reflection. He sensed that even if he were to eliminate Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Bick, leaving the Earth devoid of its protector and the Dragon Balls, fate would still find ways to resurrect these warriors to continue safeguarding the planet. Although the narrative of the Dragon Balls might shift as a result, the pivotal moments would ultimately return to their rightful path. This encapsulates Wufan's current understanding. While the sensation of being bound by the laws of destiny is disquieting, it also provides a measure of solace. For changes inadvertently wrought by excessive power will invariably be rectified by the forces of destiny. However, this Cell is indeed cunning. Having only employed 70% of his strength to contend with Wukong, yet still retaining a further 10% in reserve, one must concede that he is significantly more formidable than the Cell from the future timeline. Wufan smirked slightly and murmured, "Creating such a spectacle for a live broadcast is not for your benefit. It is time for me to take the stage." No sooner had he spoken than Bick, who was charging towards Cell to unleash his super explosive wave, suddenly froze in place. "I've waited long enough, Bick. If I eliminate you, the Earth shall never recover." "Will it?" Cell taunted, parrying Wukong's onslaught while turning to reveal a malevolent grin to Bick. This expression sent shivers down Bick's spine, with hands charged with energy. He prepared to unleash the super explosive wave, infusing it not only with all of his strength, but also igniting the essence of his life. He was acutely aware of the chasm in their respective powers. Only this method could harm Cell. Yet the cost would be his complete annihilation, yielding a force far beyond conventional techniques. But as Wufan stated, Cell had always concealed nearly 10% of his strength. This reserve was intended both to handle unforeseen circumstances and to set a lethal trap for the Dragon Ball warriors. Now, as Bick walked willingly into the snare, Cell would not allow him to succeed. Beam. Cell suddenly opened his mouth, and a searing white beam shot directly towards Bick's heart. This technique, learned from Bick himself, bore a cruel irony as it approached with alarming speed. Should the beam strike true, Bick's gathered energy would collapse like sand, never to erupt. Bick's pupils constricted sharply, and he ultimately despondently lowered his hands. The outcome was already determined. Bick, Wukong on the ground, was on the verge of madness. Despite possessing the ability to teleport, he found himself unable to move an inch at this moment. If he attempted to evade, Cell's Kamehameha would obliterate the earth in an instant. The other warriors also appeared ashen. Should Bick perish, the 7 Dragon Balls would become mere stones, and Wukong's defeat would spell the Earth's doom in the blink of an eye. A beam struck the chest, yet the sound of boiling water evaporating resonated, and amidst the rising blue smoke, the energy dissipated in an enigmatic manner. Although it disrupted Bick's charge, it did not inflict a single wound. What could possibly be happening? Cell's smile froze upon his face. His expression shifted dramatically. for he was well aware that the power behind this strike was sufficient to pierce Big's heart, yet somehow it failed to even breach the surface of his skin. The crowd was astonished, and even Big himself was engulfed in confusion. Cell's charged attack should have been a certain victory. Who would have imagined that the energy would simply dissolve upon contact with Big's exterior? Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Big was enveloped by an unseen protective barrier, which, while it thwarted the energy's encroachment, did not negate the force of the impact. Who was intervening? Cell immediately recognized that, given Big's capabilities, it was impossible for him to achieve this alone. Someone must have been assisting him in secret, simultaneously restraining Big's movements. Though the figure remained unseen, Cell felt a chill creep over him. To so effortlessly neutralize his assault indicated that this presence possessed power at least equal to his own, with a mastery over energy far surpassing his. Even without Son Wukong's interference, facing such an opponent left him with no chance of victory. Oh, does he not realize that Earth is under my protection? A cold, resonant voice emerged as a shadow silently stood behind Big. Big swiftly turned, his pupils constricting sharply. Son Wukong. Upon seeing the newcomer, the tension in Big's nerves finally relaxed. The live-streamed event and the soldier's understanding of the situation left no room for doubt. Aside from Wukong, he entertained no other thoughts. After merging with the memories of the celestial god, he complexly discovered that the hatred he once harbored for this man, who had once sought his life, had diminished significantly. Now he had saved his life. The other warriors similarly felt relieved, as Wukong's appearance signified the abatement of Earth's crisis. Only Son Wukong remained in a fierce deadlock with Cell's Kamehameha. Don't look at me like that. It could lead to misunderstandings, Wukong suddenly teased Big. Instantly, Big's green visage flushed crimson, and he plummeted from midair, transforming the tense atmosphere into something peculiar. The energy intensity remained formidable. It seemed it was time to get serious. Wukong scrutinized the entangled waves, and suddenly, a golden aura erupted around him. As his Kamehameha sliced through the air, 3 beams of energy simultaneously extinguished amidst a deafening roar. Wukong staggered back, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained, yet wearing a joyous expression. The preservation of Earth outweighed all else. Cell was pushed back by the energy shockwave, barely regaining his footing, and glared at Wukong, asking in a somber tone, "You are Son Wukong?" He hailed from another timeline where Son Wukong had succumbed to heart disease, leaving only Trunks barely surviving, while androids 17 and 18 had been ruthlessly eradicated. By the time he was born, those 2 android siblings had already been eliminated by the returning Trunks. When Trunks activated the time machine in hopes of reporting success, the lurking Cell launched a surprise attack, taking his place in this realm. However, the timeline before him was entirely different, with no trace of the future Trunks. Everything had deviated from the script. Suddenly, a mysterious youth emerged, effortlessly dispersing the Kamehameha, even eliciting fear from Cell. The livestream continued unabated. The commentator, wearing sunglasses, skillfully sidestepped the underlying details, merely speculating in real time. This Son Wukong differs from Son Wukong in name only. Could there be a hidden connection? However, it is crucial to note that his prowess may very well surpass that of Cell. The savior of Earth has arrived. Without further ado, the populace has already succumbed to his charm. The majestic figure of Son Wukong, with an imposing demeanor and the radiance of the Pearl of Heaven, resonates magnificently. In the blink of an eye, he neutralizes the apocalyptic crisis, instantly garnering countless fervent admirers. At this moment, he appears, having meticulously orchestrated the perfect timing. The atmosphere has been thoroughly ignited by Son Wukong and his companions, completely captivating Earth's citizens. Just then, Son Wukong manifests as if a celestial being has descended, effortlessly resolving the existential threat, a spectacle that drives humanity to the brink of madness. Would he truly elevate Son Wukong and the others for no reason? That is but a fantasy. Yet, to be fair, he finds himself rather bored, as he has no need to rely on any system to amass fan value or faith. Garnering the reverence of Earthlings is merely a whimsical jest. Ultimately, overwhelming strength allows one to act with impunity, while capriciousness is simply for amusement. You haven't responded to me yet. Wufan cast a sidelong glance at Cell, and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap. Does he not understand whose domain Earth belongs to? How dare you question me? With every utterance, Wufan unleashed another slap. Astonishingly, Cell neither dodged nor evaded. remaining stationary like a punching bag. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the global audience. Who exactly is this young man named Son Gohan? Not only did he effortlessly defuse the dire crisis, but even the notoriously fearsome Cell appears as timid as a house pet before him. Only a master like Wukong can discern the truth. Cell is not willingly standing as a target. He is evidently ensnared by Wufan's energy field, unable to move a single finger. Although Cell's strength has waned due to overexertion, the more critical factor lies in Wufan's realm, which has already left them light years behind. He is incredibly powerful, Wukong murmured, gazing skyward. This lad's strength has surged once more. Initially believing that the gap would narrow after his breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, he was taken aback to find it widening instead. The mere display of dominance indicates that Wufan has yet to reveal the true extent of his capabilities. Yet he has rendered Cell utterly defenseless. Had he and Vegeta taken the stage, the outcome would have been even more disastrous. After all, for years ago, when Wufan demonstrated the Super Saiyan transformation, he exhibited merely the full power of Super Saiyan 1. Who could have anticipated that in such a short span, Wufan would evolve into a realm entirely beyond his comprehension? Why remain silent when I pose a question? Wufan suddenly mimicked Stephen Chow's exaggerated tone, raining down punches and kicks. Choosing not to respond, are we? Not answering, are we? You are making this quite difficult for me. Cell's face flushed crimson, akin to a purplish liver, struggling with all his might, but unable to break free from Wufan's confinement. The fury blazing in his eyes seemed poised to consume him, yet he remained at a loss. The bespectacled host has already deified Wufan, and the global audience has descended into madness, while the Dragon Ball warriors exhibit profound reverence. Even Beerus has abandoned thoughts of vengeance. The chasm between them is akin to a vast chasm, for even if he were to exhaust his life, he could only hope to reach the level Wukong currently possesses, while the evolution of the Saiyans knows no bounds. In truth, the extent to which Goku has cultivated his abilities has far surpassed the original narrative's parameters, fulfilling the initial aspirations of Goku himself. Yet, little did he anticipate that in the blink of an eye, he would transcend into the realm of Super Saiyan God. Regardless of how immense Goku's potential may be, he shall forever remain incapable of reaching such heights. The prior arrangements now appear superfluous. Humph, this fellow is clearly showing off. I have begun to feel pity for Cell. Bulma, within the confines of Capsule Corporation's villa, let out a soft huff, bemused by Goku's ostentatious display. The others exhibited similar expressions, save for the uninvited Android 18, who was utterly astonished. The young girls, however, remained unconcerned, their hearts filled with unwavering admiration for Goku. After such a prolonged battle, I find myself somewhat fatigued. How about you? Goku's words nearly drove Cell to the brink of bloodshed, prompting him to adopt a grave demeanor. He coldly gazed down upon Cell. In this world that I protect, transgressors shall face annihilation. In an instant, the playful Goku transformed, radiating an aura of sovereign dominance. These two starkly contrasting personalities harmoniously coalesced within him, creating a strikingly seamless presence. Without affording Cell the opportunity to respond, the energy sphere coalescing in Goku's palms swiftly obliterated him, dispatching him directly to the abyss. All is well. Cell has been utterly vanquished. There is no need for further concern. Goku proclaimed to the entirety of Earth through telepathy. To those who have lost loved ones, please accept my condolences. They shall return shortly. However, do remember, the peace of Earth is upheld by a select few guardians. The tranquility you enjoy is secured through the blood and lives of others. Gratitude does not entail disturbing these protectors, but rather, in times of peril, each individual must contribute their strength. Even the most insignificant effort, when united with the resolve of millions, can coalesce into a formidable force capable of altering the very fabric of reality. With his words concluded, Goku severed the telepathic connection, leaving all, including the sunglasses-clad host, unable to perceive the battlefield's circumstances. It was evident that although Goku had not explicitly acknowledged his contributions, all understood that he was the one who had sacrificed the most, and their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards him. The populace respected Goku's wishes. Even in encounters, they refrained from intruding, silently harboring their reverence. After all, no one could predict when formidable adversaries might emerge again, necessitating their vigilant guardianship. To disturb them could lead to dire consequences. Goku, once again, we rely on you, exclaimed a rejuvenated Vegeta with a smile. Though my power has significantly increased, I still ultimately depend on you to save the day. Your timing was impeccable. Had you arrived a moment later, Earth would have perished. The Senzu beings safeguarded by Krillin were just sufficient, though Vegeta remained unaware, given their still fractured relationship. However, following this battle, the group began to reassess the Scion Prince, starting to view him as an ally. Kakarot, you fool, Vegeta scoffed. This imbecile has been observing us from the shadows all along. The earlier telepathy was undoubtedly his doing. He intentionally delayed his intervention, leaving us in a state of anxiety for no reason. The proud Scion Prince felt ridiculed, had the disparity in power not been so vast. His words would have been far more scathing. Is that so, Goku? It was only at that moment that Son Wukong realized the purpose behind such actions. Wukong had always been straightforward. Once the enemy was dealt with, everything was resolved. He cared little for accolades and failed to grasp the distinction between public acknowledgement and secrecy. He merely found his son's live commentary somewhat superfluous, although it did evoke memories of amusing moments from the martial arts tournament. Wu Fan disregarded Vegeta and explained to his father, the spirit bomb you learned on King Kai's planet, while capable of absorbing energy automatically, would be considerably more potent if it received voluntary contributions from people. Indeed, I completely overlooked the spirit bomb. Had I remembered it sooner, so would have been no match for me. Wukong lamented, thumping his head in frustration, only to become despondent again as he added, but the charging process is too lengthy. So would never grant me that time. He turned to Wu Fan, his face a mask of confusion. But what you just did has what connection to this? The group collectively facepalmed. Krillin elucidated, Wu Fan is paving the way for the future, ensuring that the people of Earth will trust us completely and willingly lend their energy in crucial moments. By the way, Wukong, you've been hiding such a technique. You must demonstrate it to me someday. Wukong scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. Demonstration is possible, but I must control its power. It is no simple feat. I am still not entirely adept at it. Excessive energy can easily spiral out of control. King Kai has repeatedly warned against its reckless use. In truth, Wukong had only employed the spirit bomb against Vegeta and Frieza. In this timeline, he had never encountered an opportunity to utilize it, and over time, he had almost forgotten this remarkable skill. Were it not for Wu Fan's prompt, even he would not have recalled it, leaving others in the dark. Damn Kakarot. Vegeta seethed with fury. What else are you concealing? Are you waiting to humiliate me at the decisive moment? He had believed he had surpassed Wukong. But this battle once again revealed the disparity between them. What infuriated him further was the knowledge that his opponent still had hidden trump cards, driving him to the brink of madness with jealousy. I did not intentionally keep it from you, Wukong replied earnestly. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. But King Kai has stated that only those with a heart for justice can wield it. This statement was tantamount to direct mockery. Vegeta, seething with rage, retorted, You must be doing this on purpose. Who does not know that I, Vegeta, have no association with justice? Observing Wukong's complete oblivion to the situation, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces flushed. Let us cease reminiscing for now, Wu Fan interjected with a sudden seriousness. The crisis on Earth has been resolved, and it is time to address our domestic matters. Upon hearing this, those in the know, including Krillin, quickly sought excuses to depart. I just remembered something urgent. I must relay the news of our victory. I will go find Dandy and Bobo and gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect the fallen. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a righteous official to resolve family matters, and moreover, outsiders have no authority to interfere. Even friends, wishing to offer counsel, refrained from doing so, daunted by Wu Fan's strength and demeanor. In the blink of an eye, aside from the unabashed Vegeta, even Bick cast a glance at Wu Fan before swiftly departing. Son Wukong stood frozen in place, wanting to call out to them, but unable to find an appropriate reason. At that moment, he dreaded the mention of this matter, feeling profound guilt toward both Wu Fan and himself. Though the world was not strictly monogamous, the dynamics shifted significantly when the female partner was dominant and the male partner was submissive. Son Wukong possesses extraordinary strength, yet finds himself utterly at a loss when confronted with matters of the heart. His inherent nature leaves him unaware of how to navigate such complexities. Relax. I am not here to hold you accountable. Wu Fan's words brought a wave of relief to Wukong, stimulating his thoughts as he hastily clarified. This was truly an accident. Bulma has informed me of the circumstances. Wu Fan raised a hand to halt him. I know you are not one to abandon old affections, and I trust this was indeed a misfortune. However, A mistake has been made. You are divorced from your mother, and you owe a debt to this family. A flush of shame appeared on Wukong's face. Indeed, whether accidental or not, he must bear full responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, I recognize my errors and have felt profound remorse. Whatever your requests may be, I will strive to make amends. That is unnecessary. Wu Fan shook his head. In truth, I do not blame you, and you need not worry about mother. I will take care of her. However, since you have let this family down, you must ensure that another family does not fall into disarray. This was Wu Fan's true intent, to bind Wukong with a sense of duty, anchoring him firmly to another family, thus preventing further disturbance. Toward Chi-Chi, Wukong felt only guilt and an uncomfortable disorientation from their sudden separation after a prolonged companionship. Yet, he held no profound understanding of family ties, nor of romantic relationships. As long as everyone remained at peace, he was content. At this moment, receiving Wu Fan's forgiveness meant more to Wukong than anything else, and he readily acquiesced. After conversing with Wu Fan, the heavy burden on Son Wukong's heart finally lifted, the long-accumulated weight dissipating, leaving him feeling remarkably unburdened. What he sought throughout his life was the pinnacle of martial arts. Everything else was but fleeting moments. With a heart free of encumbrance, he could devote himself entirely to his cultivation. To speak candidly, aside from his concerns for Chi-Chi and Wu Fan, his current life was precisely what he yearned for. The woman who bore Son Wukong's child was named Silly. Although her lineage did not match that of the elite heiress Bulma, nor did it rival that of the affluent Berryman, she was still considered a wealthy socialite, being a close confidant of Berryman. Interestingly, Silly met Wukong during Berryman's pursuit of Vegeta. This martial artist, innocent as a blank slate, captured her affection. However, respecting his existing commitments, she could not express her feelings as boldly as Berryman. Later, when Wukong inadvertently ingested a substance, Berryman sought Silly's assistance, intending merely to discuss a strategy. Unexpectedly, Silly offered herself to help Wukong detoxify, thus forging their relationship. Silly's disposition is exceptionally gentle. Over time, she became entirely compliant to Wukong. Furthermore, her family's substantial assets relieved Wukong of the need to work for a living, allowing him to immerse himself in a life of unwavering cultivation, provided he did not entirely forget Chi-Chi and their child. While Wukong indulged in this comfortable existence, he remained unaware that Wu Fan was even more at ease. The dissonance from his previous life had finally dissipated. He could now face this nominal father with poise and wholeheartedly embrace life in the Dragon Ball universe. After all, bearing the illustrious title of the world's protagonist's son had previously hindered his ability to fully integrate into the role. As the conversation between the father and son concluded, Vegeta, who had been pacing nearby, could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Hey, Son Gohan, what level are you at now? To hold back your words until now is an unprecedented display of restraint, especially given his volatile nature. Had it not been for the fear of being overpowered, he would have interrupted the dialogue long ago. But Gohan was not one to suppress his anger. With a sudden sharpness in his gaze, an invisible force struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Cough. The recently healed Saiyan Prince once again spewed blood, crashing into a rock wall dozens of meters away, creating a spiderweb-like crater swiftly buried under falling debris. Goku, who was about to inquire about his son's strength, was left astonished, unable to comprehend this sudden conflict due to his emotional naivety. Gohan's outburst interrupted his question, and in a fit of rage, Vegeta broke through the rubble. His golden aura surged violently to the level of Super Saiyan 2, and with a fist imbued with the force of thunder, he aimed a blow at Gohan's face. You scoundrel! Go to hell! Vegeta had always been one to impose humiliation on others. He had never been on the receiving end of such indignity. Being unexpectedly attacked by Gohan, he felt compelled to retaliate. Vegeta, let us talk this out calmly. Don't be too hasty. Goku attempted to intervene, but it was too late to stop the impending clash. Faced with Vegeta's fierce assault in Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage in his normal state. Yet, he remained unflustered, a slight smile gracing his lips. Aren't you curious about my current strength? Allow me to show you. I hope you won't be too frightened afterward. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant azure aura erupted around Gohan, his golden hair standing on end and gradually transforming into a sky blue hue, while his eyes sparkled with a crystalline blue light. Just standing there, Vegeta felt as if he had collided with an invisible mountain, His assault abruptly halted, and he was left reeling from the shock. His fists could not penetrate the layer of blue energy enveloping Gohan. What is this? Vegeta struggled to suppress the metallic taste in his throat, staring in disbelief at Gohan, who had completed his transformation. He was rendered speechless by the sheer power radiating from him, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe that shattered his fighting spirit. This is too strong. Gohan managed to block Vegeta's attack solely through his aura. Goku stood agape, his arms suspended in midair, frozen in shock. Why could he not sense Gohan's energy? Was this a new form that transcended Super Saiyan 2? To be precise, it was Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly referred to as Super Blue. With a casual glance at the duo, Gohan's aura swelled slightly, sending Vegeta flying back once more. Had Gohan truly intended to kill, Vegeta would have been obliterated. This was merely a light reprimand to teach the proud prince the importance of respect in dialogue. Thus, the force of the aura was contained, merely pushing him away without causing any real harm. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Goku was bewildered by the lengthy title and bluntly asked, "What exactly is this transformation? Can I learn it?" "At your current level," Gohan replied, reverting to his normal state and gently shaking his head, "you are still far from it. This form belongs to the realm of the gods." "What did you say?" "The realm of the gods." Vegeta staggered back, having reverted from his transformation, now too wary to confront Goku. Yet, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can you guide us in our training?" "I'm afraid not," Goku replied, turning away. "Let us talk once you can sense the divine energy." He had no inclination to mentor Goku. His earlier display of the Super Saiyan Blue form had merely been a fleeting whim, a momentary showcase of skill that he now regretted. If these two persistent individuals clung to him, his leisurely days would be irrevocably disrupted. After a moment of contemplation, Goku decided to impart the technique of the Super Saiyan transformation to Goku. Unbeknownst to him, this spontaneous decision would inadvertently awaken a slumbering entity. In the depths of the universe, on a distant planet far from Earth, a circular cat bed floated. A gaunt cat-like being named Beerus lay upon it, surrounded by enormous clocks. The instant Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Beerus's eyes snapped open. Boom, boom, boom. The clocks were, in fact, timing devices. The cat god's movements stirred the air, triggering a chain reaction that instantly leveled the room. "What has transpired, Lord Beerus?" inquired Whis, a tall figure with turquoise skin, hovering gracefully nearby, his voice naturally gentle. As the angel of the seventh universe, he served as both the god of destruction's attendant and martial arts instructor. Only 28 years of slumber? That is considerably sooner than anticipated. Beerus, having splashed water on his face with a paw, became fully alert and fell into contemplation. "What has disturbed you?" Whis asked curiously, for those clocks could only activate upon contact, and no one could infiltrate Beerus's realm. Beerus rubbed his temples, trying to recall a figure from a dream, a fleeting presence that eluded his grasp, akin to the incessant rustle of earwax in the ear. "You understand? Your prophetic dreams have never been particularly accurate," Whis remarked, narrowing his crescent-shaped eyes. "The last time, he dreamt that a celebrity moved in next door to cause trouble. Didn't he?" Beerus shot him a sidelong glare. Whis merely chuckled lightly, the implications left unspoken. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Beerus. He seemed to have made a new discovery. Whis remained unperturbed, stating, "Who in the seventh universe could possibly pose a threat to Lord Beerus? Perhaps we should consult the Oracle Fish." "Hey, Oracle Fish, are you there?" Beerus called out, immediately receiving a response as a small blue fish sped toward him, dragging its aquarium along. "You summon me?" The slender, peculiar fish floundered within its tank. Beerus cut to the chase. "You foretold that my rival would emerge in 39 years. It seems they have appeared ahead of schedule." The Oracle Fish, already aware, replied, "Indeed. That entity has arrived today, just as I suspected." Beerus exclaimed with excitement. The Oracle Fish continued, "The Super Saiyan God, who was meant to awaken in 39 years, may either vanish or appear sooner due to alterations in fate's trajectory. However, the Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan that has manifested today is your destined adversary, even more formidable than originally predicted." "Whis, did you hear that? I told you my ultimate rival would inevitably appear," Beerus proclaimed triumphantly, entirely disregarding the latter part of the Oracle Fish's statement. As the most formidable god of destruction in the seventh universe, his gaze is solely fixated on opponents capable of providing him with exhilarating battles. Whis, twirling his crystalline staff, reminded, However, Lord Beerus, do not forget that the Scion homeworld, planet Vegeta, has long been obliterated by Frieza. Indeed, that was at my behest. Beerus abruptly recalled the time when King Vegeta had hoarded treasures, offering him only inferior tributes. A grievance that still lingered in his mind. Whis conjured an image of Earth through his staff. The surviving Scions now reside on this azure planet. The crystal ball showcased Goku, Goten, and Vegeta, capturing the moment when Goku had just regained his Super Saiyan Blue form. Earth? Is that the planet that was rendered extinct due to the tyranny of dinosaurs? Beerus vaguely recalled. Precisely. Whis fixed the image upon Goku's face, revealing him as the hybrid offspring of a Scion and a human, the very individual who had vanquished Frieza. Frieza was defeated? Beerus expressed astonishment. In his memory, the Scions lacked such prowess. Upon confirmation, the god of destruction grinned. Fascinating, a Scion who can defeat Frieza? Whis emitted a soft gasp, prompting Beerus to turn and catch a fleeting glimpse of Goku casting a glance in their direction. Could he have sensed us? Whis displayed a look of surprise. Utilizing the spatial traversal abilities of his crystalline staff, he had always observed the universe unnoticed. This was the first indication of being detected. However, Goku merely paused momentarily before shifting his gaze, making it difficult to discern whether it was mere coincidence or an actual perception. Regardless, this detail piqued the interest of both Beerus and Whis. If the defeat of Frieza had only slightly surprised them, this subtle action truly captured the attention of the two deities. The situation was becoming intriguing. Beerus eagerly rose, exclaiming, Whis, we must immediately set forth to Earth and meet this Scion named Goku. As you command, Lord Beerus. However, it is pertinent to note that Goku is actually a hybrid of Scion and human lineage. Such details are inconsequential. Let us depart at once. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku furrowed his brow in contemplation. Where did that sensation of being watched originate? Was it the Kaishin? Or perhaps, endowed by the Super Dragon Balls? His perception was sharper than that of ordinary beings. At his current level of mastery, he should be capable of detecting any form of surveillance. If he had yet to reach the Super Saiyan God stage, he would indeed be unable to sense the Kaishin's observational methods. However, now possessing divine power, even if the Kaishin employed a crystal ball for observation, he could perceive it clearly, just as he had during the time of the Tournament of Power. Yet, the sensation he experienced was significantly feebler than that, only allowing him to capture a vague trace. Goku speculated that it might be related to the impending events involving the Majin, suggesting the Kaishin might be laying plans ahead of time. As for Whis' presence, due to the divergence in timelines, he had yet to connect those dots. Nevertheless, even if someone were indeed watching, he felt it was of little consequence. If one harbors ill intentions, it is only a matter of time before they reveal their true colors. Wu Fan withdrew his thoughts and turned to Wukong, saying, I have imparted to you all the essential techniques for achieving Super Saiyan 3 transformation, which should suffice for your dedicated cultivation for quite some time. In the original tale, Son Wukong mastered this formidable transformation only after years of toil in the afterlife following his sacrifice during the Cell Games. Even with Wu Fan's guidance, it would take at least 2 to 3 years for Wukong to break through to the Super Saiyan 3 realm, as the energy accumulation required from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 is no trivial matter. This implies that for the next 2 or 3 years, Wu Fan need not worry about frequent disturbances from Wukong. Indeed, upon learning the secrets of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Wukong promptly cast aside his training for the Super Saiyan God. As Wu Fan had pointed out, since there exists a higher realm above Super Saiyan 2, it is only natural to prioritize the pursuit of a more potent transformation before delving into the divine domain. Thus, there is no need to rush into the Super Saiyan God matters. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the subject of Wu Fan's jest. What a surprising turn of events. In truth, one does not necessarily need to achieve the Super Saiyan 3 state to awaken the powers of the Super Saiyan God. Even reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2 can suffice. Just like in the original story, where Vegeta, despite being unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3, was still able to ascend to the Super Saiyan Blue form. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue prowess is significantly diminished, falling short of Wukong's full power state, and he may even struggle against Wukong in his Super Saiyan Red phase. After imparting the secrets of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation to Wukong, Wu Fan elegantly departed using instant transmission, leaving no room for further entanglement. Our savior from Earth has returned triumphant. As he stepped through the door, a teasing remark filled the air. The living room was abuzz with laughter and chatter, the sweet scent of mixed perfumes wafting through the atmosphere, with both Android 18 and Biddy having been invited. Ever since recognizing the Lazuli sisters, Android 18 frequently visited. Meanwhile, Biddy had taken to coming over with great regularity since her first visit, a mere fleeting journey for these aerial warriors. Xiaofang held a fondness for the younger Biddy, and soon the group of young girls was playing merrily together. With Bra and Marin as companions, Biddy made her visits to the Sun household even more frequent. Only Android 18 appeared somewhat reserved, as this artificial warrior had yet to discover her purpose in life. However, under the guidance of Lazuli, she gradually integrated into this large family. Dare to mock me? You shall face the family law. Wu Fan chuckled as he playfully delivered a crisp slap to Bulma's posterior. The typically generous heiress blushed fiercely, feeling embarrassed under the teasing gazes of those around her. This playful interaction elicited peals of laughter throughout the room. Even Chi-Chi stifled her giggles. Now that all the daughters-in-law were content, combined with Bulma's beauty secrets, the 30-something matriarch appeared as youthful as a woman in her early 20s. Though she may not rival the youthful exuberance of her daughters-in-law, she felt utterly satisfied. The atmosphere in the Sun Villa was filled with warmth as everyone rejoiced in Wu Fan's return, marveling at his global live-streaming feat. It was unclear who proposed a grand maritime feast, but it soon evolved into a lavish plan to charter the world's largest cruise ship. Undoubtedly the brainchild of Bulma and her daughter. As the daughters of a top-tier tycoon, they were well-versed in orchestrating the finest social events. Suddenly, Gohan recalled the opening plot of Dragon Ball Super. However, this time, the protagonist was not Bulma's 40th birthday celebration. Could that previously sensed aura indicate the awakening of Lord Beerus? Gohan's heart tightened as he immediately remembered the god of destruction who had wreaked havoc at Bulma's birthday party. Perhaps his transformation into Super Saiyan Blue had disturbed the slumbering deity. Although he bore no fear of Beerus, facing him with his current strength seemed futile. He lacked the unique charm of his father, which could persuade the god of destruction to reconsider annihilating Earth after a defeat. Should he engage in battle, a loss would spell doom for the entire planet. The safest course of action would be to assist his father in achieving Super Saiyan God, allowing him to confront Beerus first. Once Gohan's own strength was sufficient, he could then face Beerus directly. However, having caught the attention of this deity, it would likely be impossible to evade him, nor did it align with his character. It appeared he had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Gohan clenched his fists, a spark of battle spirit igniting at the corners of his mouth. Although the disparity in strength compared to Beerus was even greater than during his encounters with Baby and Super Android 17, the Saiyan blood coursing through him thrived on combat. The stronger the foe, the fiercer his fighting spirit. Gohan. The first to notice the shift was Android 18, her inquiry halting all conversation as everyone turned to look. The group clearly perceived the mixture of suppressed tension and excitement on the young man's face. Despite the terror that the title of God of Destruction instilled, even the Supreme Kai regarded him with reverence. What truly concerned Gohan was not his own safety, invulnerable as he was. He feared not annihilation, but rather the fate of Earth and his most cherished companions. This constituted the gravest crisis he had faced in the Dragon Ball universe. A true battle with no retreat. The boiling Saiyan blood within him erupted under the immense pressure, unleashing an unprecedented thrill and excitement, audible even to Android 18, who sat beside him, as his heart raced like a drum. Gohan's expression grew serious, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. Xiaofang, Bra, and Marin were most aware of his capabilities, while others remained ignorant of his potential to transform into Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Gohan's warning had clearly taken the divine power into account, and the level of danger surpassed all expectations. Before anyone could inquire further, Gohan abruptly looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade. It was here. The aura of the deity was utterly chilling. He could hardly contain his excitement, neglecting even to bid farewell as he surged forth into the cosmos. He understood why Beerus had come and opted to confront him directly to prevent any repercussions for Earth. The aura of a god. Lazuli was taken aback, having never witnessed Gohan in such a state of disarray. What kind of terrifying presence could send Gohan into such a frenzy? I understand now. Xiaofang exclaimed suddenly, with Bra following closely behind. No wonder Gohan reacted so strongly. Under the persistent inquiries of the group, Xiao Feng explained. In our timeline, my brother has already become a Super Saiyan God. Bra added. If the newcomer is indeed a true god, it is likely that he is drawn to Gohan's divine power. Though their speculations were not entirely accurate, they profoundly unsettled everyone present. Bulma was the first to rise, declaring, I must go with him. As the one who had accompanied Gohan the longest, she could not possibly rest easy. Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed towards the door, her skirt billowing in the rush of air. Xiaofeng shook her head, expressing her dismay. No, we have no idea where my brother has gone. Mere mortals cannot perceive the essence of deities. Moreover, he must engage in this battle with all his might and cannot afford to divert his focus to telepathy. She, too, was concerned about Wufan and wished to assist. Yet she was at a loss regarding where to search. There was no time to ponder further. If Wufan aimed to prevent Earth from being embroiled, he would undoubtedly choose to fight in space. I shall commandeer a spaceship to seek him in the cosmos. With a flash of inspiration, Bulma established her plan and added, anyone wishing to accompany me is welcome, but I cannot guarantee we will find him. Even if we do, we may be caught in the aftermath of divine power and perish in the void. No sooner had she spoken than Bulma flew swiftly towards her family's home. For only Dr. Brief's residence housed a spaceship. Surprisingly, nearly everyone pursued her without hesitation, aside from the unable to fly Xiaowu and Lan Qi, who were left behind. Stamping their feet in frustration, even Android 18 followed suit. Her motivation was not rooted in concern for Wufan's safety. Their bond was not yet profound enough. Instead, her curiosity about the realm of the gods spurred her on. Furthermore, should Lazili encounter misfortune, she would be at a loss regarding her own path. Thus, it was better to face fate together. Thus, a number of graceful figures traversed the skies above West City, heading straight for Capsule Corporation. Those citizens halted to observe. They merely assumed that Capsule Corporation was conducting a new experiment, more captivated by the stunning beauty of the group. Without a moment's pause, Bulma and her companions swiftly arrived at Dr. Brief's abode. Without uttering a word, she activated the spaceship, seized from Chio-E and remodeled multiple times, launching into the atmosphere. Uncertain of Wufan's location, they arbitrarily selected a direction and activated the life detection radar for a comprehensive scan. Are you waiting here for us? Deep within the cosmos, two figures, one blue and one purple, appeared in an instant. The one who spoke was the destruction god Beerus, resembling a Siamese cat, while the angel Whis stood behind him, observing Wufan suspended in the vacuum with keen interest. According to his knowledge, ordinary Scions could not survive in space. Wufan's presence here confirmed that he indeed sensed their arrival. Wufan scrutinized the unexpected visitors. Although Whis possessed extraordinary power, he could be disregarded for now. This angel had always been subordinate to Beerus and was generally good-natured as long as his boundaries were not transgressed. His gaze was primarily fixed on Beerus, this seemingly adorable fluffy cat was hardly reminiscent of the destruction god's fearsome reputation. Son Wufan met Beerus's gaze with composure. Since you have come specifically to find me, let us dispense with any unnecessary preamble. Beerus arched a finger and tapped his arm, amused. You seem to be aware of my intentions? Perhaps, Wufan replied. And before he could finish, a brilliant azure aura erupted around him. This is what you seek, is it not? The lenses of Whis's glasses glimmered, while Beerus could no longer contain his eagerness for battle. The destruction god, usually half asleep, now bore a sharp gaze, as if he had discovered a new toy. An extraordinary divine presence. Whis clasped his hands in admiration, acknowledging that Lord Beerus's prophetic dreams had indeed come to fruition. Beerus, licking his sharp fangs, remarked, what was it again? Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Whis smiled and added, in short, the super blue state. Goku reverted to his normal form, his golden hair returning to its natural black. He calmly explained, in my ordinary state, I am certainly no match for you. With a roar, a golden aura surged into the sky. This is Super Saiyan 1, a transformation triggered by extreme rage, amplifying my power 50-fold. With the right technique, any skilled Saiyan can achieve it. Beerus watched the transformation with keen interest and suddenly inquired, I heard you are a hybrid? Could this anomalous power stem from your earthling bloodline? A subtle smile graced Goku's lips. The divine energy coursing within him rapidly replenished his stamina, providing him the confidence to demonstrate his transformations freely. He proceeded to unveil his Super 2 form, followed by Super 3, culminating in the ultimate form, Super 4. Goku released his battle forms layer by layer, the silvery aura intertwining in the air, captivating both the god of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis. Through the boys' explanation, they glimpsed the astonishing potential harbored within the Scion bloodline. Any warrior of Scion descent with exceptional talent could ascend to such heights. This revelation left the two deities secretly astounded. Had planet Vegeta not faced annihilation, the Scions, with such innate gifts, might have already dominated the 12 universes. Goku prudently added a critical limitation. Only warriors with the purest sense of justice can break through the barriers of transformation. Even those with extraordinary talent would find it nearly impossible. This statement finally eased some of Beerus's tense nerves. After all, allowing Scions to proliferate unchecked would undoubtedly become a headache, even for a god of destruction. At this moment, a golden-red vortex of energy swirled around Goku. Driven by the resonance of terror deep within his blood upon first encountering the god of destruction. Only by continually releasing energy could he suppress the boiling warrior instincts within his cells. In battles among top-tier fighters, even the slightest emotional fluctuation could become a fatal flaw. What followed was the miracle bestowed by his earthly lineage. Goku clenched his fists tightly, a luminous, crystalline energy enveloping him, perhaps as you suggested. The hybrid lineage had triggered some form of qualitative transformation. Beerus's purple pupils suddenly constricted. The mysterious form that erupted in his normal state could generate such a violent energy transition. Within the translucent pale flames danced a frequency he recognized. An incomplete transformation. Goku reined in his energy, breathing heavily, his hair still shimmering with residual silver light. Given time for deeper research, he might reach the divine realm you mentioned. Beerus tapped the armrest of his throne with his claw, a playful glint flickering in his crimson eyes. The peculiar state lying between Super 3 and Super 4. How fascinating. This word seemed to slice through the fog like lightning, causing Goku's pupils to tremble violently. For many years, I have been dedicated to integrating the enigmatic powers into the Super Saiyan system, yet I have overlooked the most crucial direction of evolution. If I could ascend to the divine realm in this form, perhaps I could forge a new path that transcends the Kaioken technique. Beerus's words suddenly illuminated Wufan's realization that his thinking had veered off course. Why must the bloodlines of Earth and Scions be fused? Even when considered separately, the Earth bloodline is not necessarily inferior to that of the Scions. At the very least, the mysterious power he has awakened has already surpassed the intensity of Super Saiyan 3. What if this power could also break through in layers like the Super Saiyan transformation? With this thought in mind, Wufan felt an overwhelming urge to return immediately and delve deeper into the study of this mysterious power. Next, it is time to showcase your Ultra Blue form, is it not? Beerus's remark brought Wufan back to his senses. Although the Ultra Red form had not been mentioned, Wufan merely nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, he had completely calmed down and did not wish to engage further with Beerus. Moreover, the Ultra Red form was achieved through the collective efforts of several Scions. There was no need to elaborate on it. Very well, since you have elaborated, allow me to introduce myself. Beerus, who places great importance on etiquette, stated solemnly, I am Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, tasked with the annihilation of planets and life. Thus, you can imagine that my power far exceeds that of other deities. While it may seem boastful, this assertion is indeed not a lie within the confines of the 7th universe. Whis interjected from the side. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction corresponding to the Kaioshin and is the mightiest being in the cosmos. Wufan inwardly scoffed. Were it not for his knowledge of the original narrative, he might have genuinely fallen for their facade. After all, Whis appeared refined and devoid of malice. With no detectable fluctuations of power, who could have imagined he was the most terrifying entity? Nonetheless, it is not incorrect to assert that Beerus is the strongest. Whis is merely Beerus's shadow, never acting independently, always obeying Beerus's commands. All right, can you now reveal your intentions? Surely, you did not come to annihilate me? Despite knowing full well, Wufan still inquired. Humph, your demeanor is quite unappealing. Beerus chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. How about a wager? Noticing Wufan's silence, Beerus continued unabated. Let us engage in a divine battle with your strongest form. Should you be defeated, the earth behind you, along with your life, shall be reduced to cosmic dust. What do you think? He anticipated witnessing Wufan's alarm, yet was disappointed. Wufan responded calmly. Since this is a wager, the stakes for both parties should be equivalent. What if you were to lose? I would naturally relinquish the notion of destroying Earth. That seems quite fair, does it not? Beerus smirked. Whis chimed in with a chilling remark. Indeed, it is a fairness that is profoundly moving. Beerus rolled his eyes, directly ignoring Whis's jest, and pointed his thumb at himself. Come now, do you truly believe that your slight frame could defeat a god of destruction? You are being rather unreasonable again, my lord. Whis drawled, propping his chin and elongating his tone. Silence. Go away. Beerus felt a slight flush in his ears. Whis made a gesture of helplessness towards Wufan and leisurely floated into the void, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the edge of the galaxy. The heart of Goku knows well that attempting to negotiate a wager from the god of destruction is nothing but a fool's errand. His true desire, however, lies in using this life-and-death confrontation to transcend his own limits. Just as the two are about to clash, they simultaneously cast their gazes aside. The disturbance emanating from the direction of Earth leaves Beerus perplexed, while Goku, with a wry smile, presses his fingers to his temple. A colossal spacecraft pierces the starry expanse, hurtling towards them, only to come to a sudden halt several light years from the battlefield. Sensing the presence of Bulma and others, warmth surges within Goku. Though he secretly worries that these foolish girls have no comprehension of what a battle among deities truly entails. Even being far away on Earth, they would suffer the consequences, let alone being present at the epicenter of the conflict. Even more unexpectedly, Goku's companions have arrived, piloting the Namekian ship in pursuit. Clearly drawn by the divine energy he had unleashed, they had contacted Bulma before hastening to join him. Just as he frets over how to ensure everyone's safety, Whis has already teleported between the two ships. With a gentle tap of his crystalline staff, a rippling light envelopes the vessels, providing a sense of relief to Goku as he feels a guardian angel's presence. Now he can truly unleash his full potential. Is that enough ink? Beerus lazily digs at his ear, yet the crimson fire in his eyes ignites in anticipation of battle. What answers him is an explosive burst of azure energy. The area where Goku once stood erupts into a celestial nebula, his iron fist aimed directly at his opponent's face. Beerus nonchalantly raises a hand to absorb the impact, the residual force sweeping across the surrounding planetary belt like a scythe. A hint of amusement dances across Beerus's face. Merely engaging in this initial skirmish has stirred the dormant power within him. Goku's eyes sparkle with the fervor of combat as he beams brightly. That was quite the surprise. Likewise, Beerus growls, forcefully pushing Goku away, his form a phantom in relentless pursuit. Time reversal? This initial probe has allowed both parties to gauge each other's strength, instantly elevating their energy levels. Utilizing the momentum, Goku creates distance, only to suddenly reappear behind Beerus, launching a fierce spinning kick aimed at his back. Beerus reacts with remarkable speed, pivoting to block with a punch. The collision of their fists and feet ignites a dazzling brilliance. The visible shockwave sweeps through the cosmos like a tsunami. In the violent upheaval, dozens of desolate planets disintegrate in an instant. Even the distant Earth feels the repercussions. Fierce winds erupting, causing crowds on the streets to gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, the battlefield is sufficiently far from Earth, otherwise, even the sturdy planet would struggle to escape a shattered fate. Is this the caliber of divine combat? The warriors in attendance are left speechless, truly grasping the essence of a god. Just the aftershocks of such a battle could obliterate them. Compared to this power, the threat posed by Cell, which once plunged Earth into crisis, seems utterly insignificant. Who would have imagined that Super Saiyan Blue possesses such might? Goku clenches his fists, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Vegeta scoffs. Don't get ahead of yourself, Kakarot. I will be the first to break through. Goku shrugs nonchalantly, his focus unwavering as he gazes toward the distant clash. Krillin chuckles wryly. We can hardly make out their movements. In truth, even Goku and Vegeta can barely catch the fleeting shadows of their battle. However, this did not in the slightest diminish their ability to feel the fervor of the battle. Do you wish to observe? It seemed that Whis could hear the thoughts of the crowd outside the spaceship. With a gentle tap of his crystal staff, a live combat feed was instantly projected within the cabin. Even as the two fighters momentarily vanished and reappeared, the image remained steadfastly locked, always focused on them. This projection was reminiscent of the images transmitted through thoughts by Wufan. Though the quality was slightly inferior, nonetheless, it was sufficient for everyone to see everything clearly. Hey, Kakarot, where are you going? Vegeta suddenly exclaimed, noticing that Son Wukong had leaped out of the spaceship. Before Wukong could respond, Vegeta immediately followed suit. leaving the remaining passengers in bewilderment. It quickly became apparent that they were heading to meet Whis. Through the projection, everyone observed Wukong engaging in lighthearted conversation with Whis, who appeared to be utterly unpretentious. After a brief moment of hesitation, the others followed suit and rushed out of the spaceship. Although humans could not survive in space, for Whis, conjuring a protective shield was a trivial task. Eventually, even Bulma and the other women could no longer suppress their curiosity and joined the others outside. Whis was indeed amiable and forthcoming, sharing nearly everything he could. Through their discussions, the group quickly learned of Beerus's identity and the purpose of his visit to Earth. Kakarot, do you think Wufan can manage? If he loses, Earth is doomed. Vegeta recalled the terrifying shadow of Beerus that had been etched into his memory since childhood. Just how immense was the psychological burden he carried. His home planet, Vegeta, had long been destroyed, and having finally found a sense of belonging on Earth, he could not permit his home to face annihilation once more. Wukong stared intently at the projected image, confessing, "To be honest, I cannot discern it. Their powers exceed my comprehension. I cannot tell who holds the advantage." As soon as he finished speaking, a furious roar erupted. "Is that even a question? My Wufan is undoubtedly the strongest. That god of destruction is no match." Wukong turned to see his wife, Chi-Chi, fuming, and he fell silent, his expression turning uneasy. Chi-Chi huffed and turned her face away. Compared to her former self in the original story, she now enjoyed a life free from worries, affording her more leisure time. Given Wufan's frequent absences, she decided to train alongside Lazuli and the others. Although she was not on par with true warriors, she had accumulated a fighting power of at least 1,000 or 800 and was currently hovering in outer space using the flight technique. Disregarding Chi-Chi's reaction, Vegeta respectfully inquired of Whis, "Mr. Whis, from your perspective, who currently holds the advantage in the battle?" Although uncertain of Whis's full strength, he knew that as a servant to the god of destruction, Whis was far beyond their level. Whis readily provided an answer. "At present, Wukong appears to have a slight edge." Before the crowd could display their relief, Beerus continued, "Indeed, Wukong has exhausted every effort." But Lord Beerus, before he could finish his sentence, everyone understood, their expressions suddenly turning grave, with concern flickering in their eyes. The clash of two figures resonated with fervor, their bodies entwined in a relentless melee, eschewing any form of energy attacks. Consequently, the aftermath of their battle merely devastated a few nearby diminutive planets, sparing greater destruction. As Whis had remarked, Goku had nearly reached his utmost limit, while the slightly disadvantaged Beerus appeared utterly enraptured, clearly relishing this contest. This signified that Goku had yet to compel his adversary to take him seriously. Despite his mental preparation, Goku found it difficult to reconcile with this reality. He abruptly withdrew, his palms erupting with dazzling radiance, the Kamehameha wave. He had believed that his base power had surpassed that of the original Goku, and thus his transformed state should be even more formidable. Now, facing Beerus in his Super Saiyan Blue form, he thought that even if he were to falter, he would at least force his opponent to unleash his full potential. Yet the reality dealt him a crushing blow. At lower power levels, even a minor disparity could shift the tide of battle. However, upon reaching their level of mastery, even the slightest difference loomed like a chasm, magnifying any nuances infinitely. To truly vanquish Beerus, one must achieve a complete transcendence in realm. Through their recent physical skirmish, Goku had come to understand the magnitude of their disparity. Yet, as a Saiyan, he would never concede easily. He was determined to continuously break through in battle until he triumphed over Beerus. His immediate objective was to elicit the true extent of the god of destruction's capabilities. Goku summoned two energy spheres in his hands, merging them into one, transforming into a super wave with a power amplification of 50. This technique was inspired by Son Goku's special move. "So, you are finally serious? Now this is intriguing." A flicker of excitement danced in Beerus's eyes as a crimson energy orb swirled in his palm. The seemingly petite energy sphere, upon release, expanded hundreds of times, colliding with a thunderous impact. Boom! The two energy forces clashed violently in midair, momentarily locking in a stalemate. This scenario caught Beerus off guard, but he soon grinned and remarked, "It seems you have quite the grasp on divine power." With a dismissive snort, Beerus's crimson energy sphere suddenly swelled multifold. The previously balanced confrontation was shattered, and Goku's Kamehameha was swiftly overpowered. But that was not the end. Goku shouted with fury, the power of the Scion God surging within him, transforming into a tempestuous wave that pushed back Beerus's onslaught. At this moment, he disregarded the peril of energy overload, solely intent on drawing out the true strength of the God of Destruction. Observing the frenzied youth, a rare battle spirit flickered at the corners of Beerus's mouth. For the first time in millennia, someone had compelled him to treat them with seriousness. Neither the eternally courteous Whis nor the playful Compa had ever instilled such exhilaration in him. How fascinating! A crimson glimmer sparked in the God of Destruction's eyes, and the torrent of energy surged once more. The energy column formed by the Kamehameha began to tremble violently as Goku was forced to the ground, carving deep furrows into the earth. Damn it! The young warrior gritted his teeth, suddenly sensing the dormant fury within him awakening. Crimson flames intertwine with divine energy, ultimately transforming into a torrent of power that spans the heavens and the earth. His muscles swell with intensity, the martial attire rustling in the tempest of energy. Beerus gazes at the radiant beam piercing the clouds, finally revealing a joyous smile. The nostalgic surge of passionate silver-purple energy bursts forth from his fingertips. Two cataclysmic forces colliding in midair, unleashing shockwaves that paint the entire sky in resplendent auroras. In an instant, Wufan's Kamehameha and Beerus's crimson energy sphere erupt simultaneously, a tidal wave sweeping across the starry expanse. The dark universe is illuminated by blinding light. As mortals below gaze upwards, the firmament seemingly suspended with a second blazing sun. The terrifying ripples of energy sweep across, and even ordinary humans, devoid of any divine aura, acutely sense the power capable of shattering celestial bodies. In the face of this overwhelming pressure, warriors find it difficult to breathe, as if they might be crushed into dust at any moment. Only Whis remains composed, though a hint of astonishment flickers in his gaze directed at Wufan. The significance of Beerus's full-force strike is perfectly clear to the angel. With a gentle tap of his crystal staff upon the void, a protective barrier ripples into existence, enveloping all within. Such a level of combat is beyond imagination. Krillin stares at the utterly distorted cosmos, his voice trembling. Except for Whis, no one can maintain their composure. The defiant Piccolo finally lowers his gaze, no longer daring to compare himself to that figure. Meanwhile, Wufan and Vegeta's eyes ignite with the spirit of battle. The former yearns to step into new realms, while the latter aspires to ascend to the ultimate throne. As for Wufan's family, they tremble at the brink of destruction alongside millions of Earthlings. As the shockwave sweeps through the atmosphere, the entire planet quakes. Hurricanes tear through the clouds, tsunamis engulf continents, and countless cities crumble amidst the tremors of the tectonic plates. Fleeing crowds are buried beneath collapsing buildings, while out-of-control aircraft explode into fireballs on the streets. The rescue teams dispatched by the military barely leave their base before being swept into the sky by the hurricane. In the ruins scattered with bodies, survivors futilely call out to the heroes who once saved the world, unaware that even the heroes themselves may not survive this calamity. Despair, much like this tempest of energy, envelopes every beating heart. Within the Son family residence, Xiaowu and Lan Qi find themselves trapped in a sturdy villa, though they have not sustained any substantial harm. A profound sense of hopelessness weighs upon them. In the vast house, only the two of them remain, and this solitude feels more suffocating than death itself. They would rather fight to the last moment like Bulma and the others. At this moment, neither Wufan nor Bulma can spare a thought for Earth. Both can only bear the pain of being forsaken by the world alone. This calamity, however, brings them a profound realization. Since death could arrive at any moment, why not cast aside worldly shackles and relish every moment spent with Wufan? From now on, every sunrise will be cherished as a gift of life. Meanwhile, an even graver disaster spreads throughout the universe. A tumultuous energy maelstrom engulfs the galaxy, and countless planets vanish silently into oblivion. The tremor reverberated not only through the powerful beings of the seventh universe, but also captured the attention of formidable experts from other universes, all drawn to the heart of the galaxy. Some trembled in fear, while others were eager to engage. The entire multiverse's focus converged upon this very spot. At this moment, Beerus found himself powerless to control the residual energy waves, helplessly witnessing the extinction of countless lives. The God of Destruction maintained a fa of composure, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. He had anticipated easily suppressing the energy unleashed by Goku, yet it spiraled into a catastrophe that threatened to engulf much of the universe. What compounded the predicament was that this destruction grossly violated the cosmic laws that a god of destruction was bound to uphold. Cursed science. Beerus glared at the eye of the energy storm, his teeth clenched in frustration. Had Goku willingly accepted his punishment, such a calamity would never have arisen. Now, the only recourse seemed to be the complete annihilation of this source of chaos, perhaps that could appease the Omni King. Crimson destructive energy surged wildly in his palm, and in that moment, the god of destruction was entirely consumed by fury. The instigator must be eradicated. As long as he could absolve himself of responsibility. His culpability would be significantly diminished. Though not a bloodthirsty fiend, Beerus was well versed in the art of self-preservation. In a flash, he resolved to obliterate Son Goku, the Scion deity. Unbeknownst to Goku, he was not only compelled to confront Beerus, but was also unjustly branded a villain. His very life now on the god of destruction's execution list. As the chaotic energy turbulence gradually subsided, Goku stared in astonishment at the devastation he had wrought. In the past, Son Goku had only managed to elicit 7/10 of Beerus's power, nearly leading to the disintegration of the seventh universe. Now, he stood equally matched against the fully unleashed god of destruction, resulting in a calamity of unfathomable scale. Looking around, he saw that the surrounding domains had been reduced to nothingness, leaving only the blue planet and a few colossal celestial bodies adrift in the void. Cursed Scion God. I initially intended to keep you around for amusement. Beerus seethed, his fangs bared, violet-black energy swirling in his claws. Now, I shall reduce you to ashes. Goku had yet to stabilize his breath when a purple shadow tore through space, closing in on him. The hasty block of his arms resulted in a bone-cracking sound, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. The energy from his previous Kamehameha had nearly drained him, and now this heavy blow felt as though his very organs were shifting, each cell crying out in agony. Is losing not an option, leading to this berserk state? Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, deep in thought. He remained unaware that his recent strike had breached the divine taboo. In truth, even at his peak, Goku could only barely match Beerus in his normal state. Now, exhausted and weakened, the god of destruction remained calm. The outcome had long been sealed. Oh dear, little Goku is doomed, Whis chuckled lightly, shaking his staff as if commenting on an afternoon tea delicacy. Yet this seemingly casual remark was far more chilling than the decrees of the underworld. As an angel whose realm far surpassed both, he clearly perceived that the threads of fate had already snapped. On the projection screen, Beerus's lethal follow-up strike drew near, blood lotus blooming. If I were to conclude the entire tome at this moment, would readers come through the internet to strike me? Goku. Amidst the explosive crimson mist on the surveillance screen, Chi-Chi and Bulma, along with other womenfolk, appeared ashen-faced. Goku's wife let out a mournful cry, collapsing directly onto the floor of Capsule Corporation. The once revered and seemingly invincible Goku has been so casually obliterated by a single blow, leaving not just the womenfolk in disbelief, but even the assembly of Dragon Ball warriors in shock. Yet, the stark reality stands before them, and they possess no time to process their astonishment, for Beerus's gaze has swept over them. According to their previous agreement, should Beerus emerge victorious, Earth would face utter devastation. With the mightiest Goku fallen, the remaining motley crew is utterly powerless. To everyone's astonishment, Beerus appears indifferent to them, instead shouting at Whis, "Hurry, Whis. Find a way to remedy this." Whis, with his crescent moon eyes, chuckled softly, "Lord Beerus, I never anticipated you would be flustered." Silence. This is not the time for flippant remarks. Beerus, in a flash, positioned himself within Whis's protective barrier, sternly asserting, "If Lord Zeno learns of this, we are all doomed." The sheer magnitude of lives extinguished in the recent clash of Universe 327 is beyond concealment, which is why Beerus is so agitated. Whis, no longer jesting, calmly replied, "There is but one way to revert time to before the energy explosion. I will eliminate it. However, if time rewinds, Goku will resurrect. Is that acceptable, Lord Beerus?" The onlookers pondered who exactly Lord Zeno was, capable of inciting such trepidation in the universe's most formidable destroyer. Upon hearing Whis's latter statement, they swiftly dismissed their earlier curiosities. Rewind time? Goku was the first to voice his confusion. Whis nodded. "Indeed, I can turn back time by 3 minutes. If not, It will be futile, Lord Beerus. He continued. Without hesitation, Beerus commanded, rewind time immediately. That scion is of no consequence. Once was sufficient. This reflects Beerus's temperament, wildly reckless in anger, yet indifferent afterwards. His nature resembles that of a cat, agitated when provoked, even daring to attack its master, but returning to a docile state once calm. Lord Beerus. Goku is a hybrid of scion and earthling. Enough with the chatter, act swiftly. As you command, Lord Beerus. Whis' leisurely demeanor might be exasperating, yet it often conveys a sense of reliability due to his unwavering composure. Although others were unaware of the specifics, they gleaned from the conversation that Goku might be resurrected. And perhaps Earth could avert disaster, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Just as Whis raised his crystalline staff to initiate the time reversal, his arm abruptly froze in midair. Sensing something, Beerus swiftly turned to scan the center of the ruins. In the direction where Goku's blood mist lingered, a divine presence, surpassing comprehension, suddenly engulfed the realm, tightening the very fabric of space itself. Even those warriors, unable to perceive the divine aura, were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, struggling to breathe. The fluid motions of Whis were abruptly interrupted by an overwhelming pressure, causing the radiance at the tip of his staff to dissipate in an instant. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. The source of this anomaly was inconsequential. However, the disruption of the time reversal rendered a second casting impossible, signifying that the lives obliterated by Beerus would vanish entirely. As a seemingly subordinate, yet truly superior figure, Whis possessed strength that transcended that of the god of destruction. If Beerus were rated a 10, then Whis would be a 15, while the Super Saiyan God Goku would scarcely measure up to a 6. Yet, at this moment, merely the residual waves of energy had thwarted his divine technique. Even accounting for a degree of overconfidence, what entity could exert such influence as the Grand Minister's envoy? When Whis exchanged glances with Beerus, flesh and blood in the void began to flow backward. Countless crimson particles coalesced like a reflection of time, gradually outlining a humanoid form. The scion could hardly be. Beerus' pupils trembled as he sensed the source of the aura. It was a hybrid, Whis murmured. The instant the blood mist dissipated, the reborn Goku shattered the perceptions of those present. No one knew he possessed the immortal trait of a soul that could not perish, allowing his physical form to be remade. Beerus could destroy his body, yet he could not harm the indestructible soul. This was precisely the calculation that led Goku to endure a fatal blow, rather than exhausting himself in a futile struggle for survival. It was wiser to conserve his strength for rebirth. After all, he had never experienced death and was unaware of the costs associated with resurrection. In hindsight, his concerns were unfounded. The reconstruction of his body not only preserved his stamina, but also restored him to peak condition. Even more astonishingly, the traits of his scion bloodline seemed to be fully ignited, enabling him to surpass his previous limits. This enhancement was not merely an increase in energy, but a transcendence in the very essence of life. Once reliant on transformation to touch the realm of the divine, he now exuded divinity with every breath. Upon truly entering the divine realm, he finally comprehended why Zamasu consistently derided the Super Saiyan God Goku and Vegeta as mortals while proclaiming himself a true god. True divinity is not merely a matter of strength, but is imprinted in every drop of blood, every inch of bone, and even deep within the soul. Now, even without transformation, Goku radiated divine power. The Super Saiyan God form had become superfluous for him. In his normal state, he had become one with the divine, merging divine power and corporeal form to surpass his former self. This transformation was utterly unforeseen. As he felt the surging tides of divine energy within him, Goku could not help but smile. The pseudo-divine status he once attained through transformation had always been shrouded in a veil of separation from true mastery of power. Now, every movement he made resonated with an inherent divine elegance, achieving optimal energy efficiency. With this alone, he could easily overpower the previous Beerus. Moreover, the scion traits triggered during his reconstruction had propelled his strength to new heights. Although uncertain of the precise level he had attained, defeating Beerus was no longer in doubt. Whether he could rival Whis would only be determined through combat. "You little brat, what trickery have you employed?" As Beerus reappeared, his taut expression revealed his unease. He vaguely sensed that the reborn Goku might have completely surpassed him. Yet the arrogance of the god of destruction still sustained his feigned demeanor, his tone steeped in condescension. Just moments ago, when I was weak, you delivered a fatal blow, did you not? Wufan retorted suddenly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Before the other could respond, his fist had already torn through the air, crashing against Beerus's face. Boom. The immensely compressed divine power erupted in an instant, contorting Beerus's visage under the force of the blow, sending him spiraling backward like a top, shockwaves radiating in concentric circles. This unforeseen turn of events left the entire arena in astonishment, not merely due to Wufan's sudden strike, but also because of the overwhelming power he displayed. Dazed and reeling, Beerus struggled to steady himself, flames of rage erupting from his eyes. At that moment, all thoughts of cosmic existence were cast aside. As a deity, he could not tolerate such humiliation. You have struck me twice. Wufan, like a tempest, surged forward, closing the distance to Beerus in an instant. Faced with his incredulous gaze, a mighty fist once again hurtled towards his face. This strike, still a return. Yet, before the fist could reach its destination, a pristine white hand intercepted it with unwavering steadiness. That is enough, Mr. Wufan, Whis interjected with a crescent-eyed smile. After all, Lord Beerus is indeed the god of destruction. Despite the angel's smile, the force transmitted through his fingers made Wufan acutely aware that should he insist on striking, this amiable demeanor would likely vanish in an instant. Beerus internally calmed his breath, yet humiliation surged within his chest. When had the mighty god of destruction fallen so low? Ironically, it was this scion before him who had completely overpowered him. Since Mr. Whis has aided my friend, Wufan gradually withdrew his fist, conceding this courtesy. Whis, having just retracted his hand, was inwardly alarmed. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly been unable to withstand the force. What astonished him further was that this was evidently not Wufan's full strength. The angel found himself lost in contemplation. The scion race was truly unfathomable. Just moments ago, they had been struggling under Beerus's oppressive might, and now they could stand toe-to-toe with him. Then I shall temper my strength, he thought. But before the words left his lips, Beerus had already shot away like a meteor. Whis was astonished to discover that this punch had indeed held back some of its power, yet the dignity of the god of destruction had been utterly obliterated. Mr. Wufan, you truly are. Whis shook his head in resignation, yet he refrained from intervening. After all, given the current circumstances, should he truly clash with Wufan, the entire seventh universe might not emerge unscathed. By the way, Wufan suddenly shifted the conversation. Mr. Whis, do you have a penchant for gourmet cuisine? Earth boasts an endless array of delectable dishes, eagerly awaiting your presence. This sudden leap in conversation momentarily stunned the angel, but the mention of food instantly illuminated his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Beerus's embarrassment was flung into the far reaches of the cosmos. Wow, this is a surefire win, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth like a cat. He had long seen through Wufan's intention to strike Beerus as a mere adolescent rivalry of you hit me, I hit back. After receiving those two punches, the proud god of destruction felt surprisingly invigorated, though his pride remained bruised. Hey, Earth has volcano pudding drizzled in chocolate sauce, Wufan exclaimed, throwing out the bait. Beerus's ears perked up. Ahem, this king merely went for an inspection. Should anyone dare to deceive a deity with instant noodles? The elongated tone of Wufan's voice drew the collective attention of the onlookers, who were momentarily stunned. Who could have anticipated that Wufan could reconstruct his body as effortlessly as leveling up in a game? Now he wielded divine power, and with a mere snap of his fingers, he could cast the Super Saiyan form into the annals of forgotten history. After covertly comparing their power levels, Wufan chuckled. Why scores a mere 15, while I stand at an astonishing 15,999? This is nothing short of an overwhelming display of magnanimity. However, he caught Whis's subtle sigh, realizing that the universe's bento boxes were likely non-refundable. After much deliberation, Beerus ultimately resolved to seek assistance from the Kaioshin realm. After all, a deity who governs life and creation should possess the means to restore cosmic balance. Yet, before embarking on their journey, they planned to indulge in a sumptuous meal on Earth, venting their earlier frustrations through culinary delights. That sounds delightful. May I partake as well? Just as Wufan and his companions were preparing to return to Earth, a youthful voice suddenly echoed from behind them. The sound startled Beerus, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly plummeting from the sky. The god of destruction stiffly turned around, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Truly, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Welcome, Your Excellency, Beerus exclaimed, disregarding his dignity as he knelt in midair. What brings you here today? The others, aside from Wufan, displayed perplexed expressions. Before them stood a diminutive figure, resembling a toy, flanked by two unusually tall attendants. Although it was evident that the two were bodyguards, the onlookers found it hard to fathom what kind of entity could render the god of destruction so flustered. Your Excellency is the supreme deity who governs the 12 universes. Weiss's brief introduction left everyone astonished. The angel Weiss had no time for detailed explanations and promptly knelt before the Omni King. As the envoy of the gods, he felt no room for disrespect in the presence of the King of all. Conversely, Wufan and his Earth companions, being outside the divine hierarchy, were not bound by such formalities as long as they remained within acceptable bounds. The Omni King paid little heed to the kneeling figures and, in a childlike voice, addressed Wufan. You mentioned that there are many delicious foods on Earth. Could you take me to try some? Wufan, who was discreetly observing this legendary supreme being, rumored to possess the power to render all universes to nothingness, was taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Upon grasping the content of the request, he could not help but smile. This deity, with a voice and appearance akin to a child, exhibited an innocence in demeanor as well. Though the true nature of the Omni King remained shrouded in mystery, Wufan maintained his composure. With a perfectly measured smile, he replied, Indeed, Earth boasts a plethora of culinary delights. Should you be interested, you are always welcome. I delight in making new friends. Those familiar with Wufan could not suppress a smirk at the irony of this notoriously haughty individual professing his fondness for friendship with such an unflinching demeanor. Truly, even a ghost would find it hard to believe. The crowd discerned the weight of the King of all from the cautious demeanor of Wufan. If even he treated the situation with such gravity, it was evident that the visitor was of considerable significance. Excellent, let us depart at once. The King of all gazed at Wufan with enthusiasm. Wufan nodded, raising his hand to conjure a transparent energy that enveloped the entire area, and in an instant, the light of day shifted, transporting everyone to the Sun family estate in West Capital, Earth 327. The two attendants standing behind the King of all, initially tense and poised to counter the spatial disturbance, remained still at their master's silent command. Their expressions, concealed beneath their voluminous robes, could not hide their astonishment at the intricacies of this spatial leap. An intriguing technique. Is this an advanced application of instantaneous movement? The King of all surveyed the courtyard layout with keen interest. In the corner, Beerus and Whis maintained their kneeling posture, afraid to move, merely shifting positions with the change in space. Previously, physical contact was required for such movement, but now it sufficed to connect through energy. Wufan's succinct explanation resonated with the skilled individuals present. Master Wufan. Two graceful figures darted forward, Xiaowu and Lanqi nearly unable to contain their excitement, but halted upon seeing the unfamiliar faces in the room. The earlier turmoil on Earth had left them anxious, and now they felt a sense of relief. Wufan gestured for them to wait and turned to Bulma, saying, It would be prudent to hold the feast we discussed earlier. Please make the necessary arrangements. Bulma's expression faltered as she replied, But the custom cruise liner is not yet complete, even with the vast resources of the Capsule Corporation. Realizing such an ambitious vision in the short term proved challenging. How about purchasing a ready-made luxury yacht? That should be a simple task for you. It can be prepared within half an hour. Though uncertain, Bulma swiftly acquiesced. The efficiency of the Brief's family was on full display, as what would take an ordinary household a fortnight to accomplish was done in mere moments under her direction. Brilliant crystal tableware began to levitate throughout the venue, orchestrated by an intelligent system into an exquisite banquet arrangement, as if a spectacle of technology and opulence were unfolding. After only a brief wait, Wufan grew concerned that the King of all might become displeased with this half-hour delay. An idea struck him. He leaned down to whisper in Bulma's ear, Prepare some unique appetizers. They need not be extravagant, but they must be novel and delicious. A shared glance conveyed understanding. This esteemed guest must be graciously entertained. Soon, Bulma rallied her sisters into action. With the connections of the Brief's family, fulfilling this request was a mere trifle. This planet's environment is rather pleasant, the King of all suddenly remarked, his youthful voice causing a shiver among the warriors present. The recent battle had influenced tectonic movements, and it seemed that disaster loomed within a year. Though it was known that the aftermath of Wu Fan's conflict with Beerus was formidable, none had anticipated it would lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth. In a moment of reflection, the crowd regained their composure. After all, there was still a year until the crisis, and the Dragon Balls remained a final safeguard. Wu Fan had indeed sensed the anomaly, but had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Nevertheless, in his eyes, this still did not constitute an insurmountable challenge. Given your warm hospitality, the Omni King suddenly remarked, let me offer a small favor in return. As soon as the words left his lips, an invisible force subtly expanded. When he revealed his innocent smile once more, the entire Earth had returned to its original state. The crust was calm once again, the fissures healed, and even the cities regained their former appearance. Only the lives that had been lost could not be revived. Wu Fan's pupils constricted. Indeed, the Omni King was as renowned as his reputation suggested. The abilities he had just demonstrated transcended the realm of ordinary superpowers, perhaps akin to the distinction between mortals and deities. Initially, he had merely found this childlike supreme being quite intriguing, but he had not anticipated witnessing such unfathomable power so soon. Such effortless prowess was incomparable to that of the gods of destruction or the supreme Kais, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Before long, Bulma had the Earth's signature delicacies presented. These culinary delights, which even Beerus and Whis had never tasted, left the Omni King with crumbs on his lips, singing their praises. Meanwhile, one particular god of destruction could only kneel on the ground, eyeing the food with longing. It is worth noting that Son Wukong, the unruly fellow, completely disregarded the notions of respect and hierarchy. Having just become familiar with the Omni King, he unceremoniously snatched food from the king's plate. Wu Fan, arms crossed and standing nearby, did not intervene, fully aware that his father's innate charm was unparalleled in the Dragon Ball universe. It was far more suitable for him to handle the Omni King than for Wu Fan to step in. As anticipated, under the watchful eyes of the Omni King's guards and the anxious gazes of those present, Wukong quickly established a camaraderie with this supreme being. The Omni King even gifted him a summoning button, a privilege akin to acquiring immortality. Could one not even fulfill the modest request of restoring the battlefield? Unfortunately, this monkey was entirely oblivious to the significance of such a gift, preoccupied with making plans to share culinary delights and amusing tales with the Omni King in the future. Once the appetizers were finished, Bulma's preparations were perfectly timed. In an instant, the guests moved to the luxurious cruise ship anchored on the sea. Within a mere 30 minutes, the lavish decor of the venue rivaled that of Bulma's 40th birthday celebration. The only difference was that the guests were all burdened with their thoughts, while Wukong and the Omni King, the two lively spirits, reveled in joy. Wu Fan decided to lounge on a beach chair to soak up the sun, casually admiring the bikini-clad beauties, leaving the task of entertaining the Omni King entirely to his father. On the other side, Beerus and Whis maintained their kneeling positions in space, the scene having shifted twice, a sight that even Wu Fan could not help but regard with pity. As the sun set and Wu Fan awoke from his brief slumber, he finally saw the Omni King returning, thoroughly satisfied. "Thank you for the delightful hospitality," the Omni King exclaimed, swinging his feet. "Next time, be sure to invite me for such fun." Though Wu Fan was the most remarkable presence on Earth, it was the carefree Wukong with whom the Omni King truly resonated. Throughout the day, as they competed in eating contests, Wukong realized that this significant figure's appetite rivaled that of a scion, fostering a sense of mutual admiration. With this summoning device in hand, he would not forget it. Wukong waved the button, laughing joyously without a care in the world. Though his mind was simple, he had already discerned from the reactions of others that forging a friendship with the childlike Zeno was undoubtedly a venture with guaranteed returns. The next matter at hand was to address Zeno's sudden change in tone. "Beerus, at your service." The once mighty god of destruction now trembled like a leaf, a stark contrast to his earlier bullying of Goku. Witnessing this disgraceful display, even Goku, who had been a former opponent, could only sigh in exasperation. What indeed was Beerus so fearful of? Even if Zeno's power was unfathomable and he could erase Beerus with a mere thought, what did that truly signify? In the realm of Dragon Ball, death is not an end. Souls do not dissipate. They merely transition from the mortal realm to either hell or heaven. Even if cast into hell, the soul continues to exist, suffering only minor torments. Just like Cell and Frieza, who, despite being shattered into fragments, could swiftly regenerate. As a god of destruction, Even should Beerus fall, neither heaven nor hell would dare to lay a finger on him. Moreover, he had no obligation to report to either realm, much like the elder Kaioshin from the Buu saga, who bestowed his lifespan upon Goku, merely acquiring an additional halo without any substantial impact. Could it be that Beerus was so obsessed with his title as God of Destruction that he feared even the slightest misstep might anger Zeno and cost him this power? Regardless, today was destined to be a day of misfortune for Beerus. Zeno gazed at him, his tone calm, yet unequivocal. Do you understand that instigating strife leading to the imbalance of the seventh universe is a grave offense? Beerus dared not retort. Bowing his head in submission, I am aware of my transgressions. You have relied on your strength, believing everything was within your control, yet you have wrought calamity. At its core, it is your excessive arrogance that has led you here. You are no longer worthy of this title of God of Destruction. Zeno's words left the people of Earth unmoved, yet they rendered Beerus pale as a ghost, and even Whis behind him was taken aback. Goku's earlier assumptions were still somewhat misplaced. Although souls in the Dragon Ball universe cannot be annihilated, if the universe were to perish, they would have no place to reside, ultimately leading to their demise. This was the root of Beerus's fear of Zeno. What troubled him further was the potential loss of his divine status. This not only concerned his pride, but also his ability to stand tall before Kampa. Zeno, however, chose not to elaborate further and turned to Goku. Goku, you are now officially a deity. Do you have any interest in this title of God of Destruction? Me? Goku was genuinely surprised that Zeno had chosen him. Indeed, your strength is adequate, and your character is commendable. You would not repeat Beerus's mistakes. Zeno's expression was earnest, clearly not jesting. The people of Earth rejoiced at the prospect of such a high-ranking deity emerging among them, a delightful surprise indeed. Yet, what was more astonishing was that Goku, without a moment's hesitation, outright declined. I refuse. Before anyone else could speak, he continued, I am enjoying my carefree life on Earth and have no desire to take on this burdensome task. Even if the duties of a God of Destruction are light, I do not wish to be constrained. Moreover, he added with a smirk, I have no interest in inheriting a position that others have vacated. Goku's candid attitude instantly provoked a fierce aura from the two attendants behind Zeno. No one has ever dared to speak to the Omni King in such a manner, and Wufan's audacity is indeed unprecedented. Beerus regarded Wufan with a peculiar expression, pondering whether this individual believed that defeating him would enable a challenge to the Omni King's authority. Did he truly comprehend the supreme status of the Omni King? However, upon discerning Wufan's refusal to assume the role of the God of Destruction, a flicker of secret joy swept through Beerus's heart. The Omni King, unfazed by Wufan's demeanor, raised his hand to halt the attendants and mused, should you accept the position of God of Destruction, the transgressions incurred during your earlier battle with Beerus would be forgiven. Since you refuse, punishment is inevitable. Given that you were compelled to respond defensively, the sentence shall be mitigated. Xiaofeng gently tugged at Wufan's sleeve, anxiously urging him to accept the divine role. In her view, the title of God of Destruction exuded immense prestige, and refusal would lead to retribution, a scenario she could not bear to witness. The other women, though silent, shared similar sentiments. Wufan resolutely shook his head, expressing gratitude for the Omni King's favor but asserting, I have no intention of becoming the God of Destruction. I shall bear the responsibility for the cosmic imbalance I have caused. If I can resurrect all the deceased affected by this conflict, would that suffice? This declaration astonished everyone present. The representatives from Earth seemed to recall something, their faces lighting up with knowing smiles, their worries dissipating. A thoughtful glimmer passed through the Omni King's eyes as he replied with a smile, if resurrection can indeed be achieved, I shall make an exception and grant you a divine position. A new divine position? Beerus and Whis exclaimed in unison. Since the dawn of the universe, the number of divine positions has remained constant, change only occurring upon the demise of a deity. The Omni King intended to break this age-old rule for Wufan? Wufan, equally taken aback, inquired, what divine position might that be? I must clarify that I cannot commit to duties that would encumber my life. Such words nearly ignited Beerus and the attendants' fury. To bestow a divine position was an unparalleled honor, and this individual dared to bargain? The Omni King remained unperturbed. The newly established God of Order shall oversee the Kaioshins and the gods of destruction. However, should chaos arise again as it has today, you shall bear the greatest blame. The Omni King's proclamation resonated like thunder, causing an uproar in the assembly. Even Beerus, typically composed, altered his expression. This newly appointed god of order could balance the Kaioshin and the gods of destruction, supervising the work of the deities, effectively placing him above all gods in the seventh universe. The title God of Order was indeed intriguing. Wu Fan stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative demeanor. In his eyes, divine titles were mere illusions. In the world of Dragon Ball, strength reigned supreme, and even mortals could gaze down upon the gods if they were powerful enough. His divine power was forged through relentless effort, and his actions were guided by an unwavering conscience. Even the exalted Omni King could find no grounds for punishment, which led to today's invitation. Yet, Wu Fan, who now dismissed the role of God of Destruction, pondered whether accepting such a divine mandate would necessitate subservience to the Omni King, akin to Beerus's obsequiousness. If that were the case, he would rather continue to wander freely through the cosmos as a solitary spirit. The Kaioshin serves the role of creation, while the God of Destruction is tasked with purification, and the God of Order maintains the balance of the universe. The youthful voice of the Omni King echoed throughout the hall. The three deities are essentially equal in essence, though the God of Order wields slightly more supervisory authority. As further details emerged, it became increasingly clear to all, this newly established divine office was rather leisurely, with only the Kaioshin tirelessly attending to the countless lives within the vast cosmos. For Son Goku, this arrangement was indeed a perfect compromise, neither needing to bow to Beerus nor forfeiting his status as an equal. The Earthlings present were filled with anticipation, hoping he would nod in agreement. With this guardian deity in place, their home planet would be as steadfast as a rock. Though Beerus felt an unease akin to a thorn in his side, his guilt-ridden conscience kept him from expressing his anger. Reflecting on Goku's forthright nature, he reassured himself that Goku would likely not be deliberately difficult. Thus, a weight lifted from his heart. For as long as Goku accepted the divine staff, he could retain his position as the God of Destruction. The arduous task of restoring cosmic balance was far preferable to losing his divine status. Unexpectedly, Son Goku countered, "What benefits would accepting this divine position bring me?" A series of thuds resounded as everyone present collapsed in shock. How dare this audacious individual negotiate with the Supreme Omni King? After careful consideration, the Omni King replied, "Firstly, you will gain a unique realm, transcending all existence. Secondly, you may appoint divine attendants, much like Whis serves Beerus, who I cannot directly command." This revelation left the crowd in a daze as they glanced at Whis. Divine attendants can be appointed or personally selected. If you choose them yourself, even if they lack strength, I can grant them corresponding abilities. The Omni King continued, stating that he would not enumerate all other divine privileges, and that further details could be consulted with Whis. This was an opportunity so grand that it seemed unimaginable. The attendees were left bewildered. Goku contemplated privately. Even if he declined the divine position, he would always be beneath the Omni King in stature unless he surpassed him one day. "May I select 2 divine attendants?" Goku inquired suddenly. This request left everyone perplexed. The significance of divine attendants lay in their unique abilities. Why require 2? The Omni King readily agreed. Yes, but they must work in harmony to fully unleash their divine powers. Well then, do you already have candidates in mind? This exchange effectively signified the tacit acceptance of his divine appointment. Lazuli, number 18, come here for a moment. Without hesitation, Goku called for the pair of twin android sisters nearby. Dividing abilities was inconsequential. What mattered was that, as a level 58 God of Order, he would be flanked by 2 stunning female guardians, a display that was simply flawless. In truth, as a deity, he did not require attendants. However, having a male attendant felt rather awkward. Opting for females aligned with Goku's nature, he would invariably take the lead in protecting them, thus rendering the attendants more as decorative figures. For this reason, he chose the combat-oriented Lazuli and number 18 as his bodyguards instead of selecting Bulma or others. Number 18 appeared momentarily stunned, not expecting to be called upon. After a moment's consideration, she accepted the arrangement, reasoning that it made sense, especially since Lazuli had no objections. Under the watchful gaze of the Omni King, Whiffin was officially bestowed the title of the God of Order for the 7th universe, becoming a divine attendant. Although Bulma and the others felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts, they maintained their composure in public. As Whiffin still needed to address the aftermath of the battle with Beerus, he was currently only a provisional God of Order. The Omni King graciously granted him 2 semi-finished divine staffs for joint use, which could only unleash the full potential of Whis' staff when combined. These miniaturized staffs possessed the capability to monitor the dynamics of the entire universe and facilitated spatial jumps, enabling travel to any corner of the 7th universe within half an hour, while their other functionalities will not be elaborated upon. Although he was considered a member of the divine clergy, Whiffin would only be recognized as a formal member once he officially assumed his position. With a contented heart after a delightful meal, the Omni King departed from Earth. His treatment of Beerus was remarkably lenient. He merely required Beerus to assist Whiffin in reviving the deceased and restoring the ecological balance of the universe, while allowing him to retain his position as God of Destruction, though further transgressions would result in severe consequences. At this moment, Whiffin had undeniably become the pivotal figure in determining Beerus's fate, and the God of Destruction no longer dared to maintain his previous haughty demeanor. Should Whiffin remain indifferent to the perished lives, he might only face a minor reprimand from the Omni King, resulting in the loss of his divine status. However, Beerus would be subjected to a terrifying fate that he could scarcely dare to imagine. Do not be so reserved. Since I have promised to handle this matter, I shall see it through to the end, Whiffin declared, observing Beerus's overly subservient demeanor with a sense of absurdity, having grown accustomed to his former arrogance. The obsequiousness was rather unsettling. May I inquire, Lord Whiffin, is it truly possible for you to resurrect shattered stars and lost souls? Whis timely posed the question, addressing Whiffin according to his newly acquired status. Are you familiar with the Dragon Balls? Whiffin countered. Whis' pupils flickered. The wish-granting orbs of the Namekians? Precisely. After briefly explaining the characteristics of the Dragon Balls, Whiffin smiled and added, thus, you need not worry. With the power of the Eternal Dragon, we can resolve the crisis. Upon hearing this, the 2 deities felt a tremendous sense of relief. Who would have thought that such a daunting challenge could have such an expedient solution? No wonder Whiffin dared to make a bold declaration in front of the Omni King. Now that the Omni King had departed, it was time for everyone to lower their guard. Whiffin raised his arm and proclaimed, for the next 3 days, let us revel in unrestrained joy. The atmosphere, long suppressed, suddenly erupted into exuberance. When the omniscient presence of the Omni King loomed above, none dared to act recklessly. Now liberated from their constraints, a wave of jubilation swept through the gathering. Beerus, in particular, was elated. Having watched the Omni King and Whiffin indulge in a feast, he had long been salivating. Casting aside his duties, he transformed into a glutton and joined the ranks of those devouring the banquet. This God of Destruction, despite his fearsome reputation, was quite affable when others did not tremble in his presence. He was always capable of engaging in light-hearted conversation. His initial desire to annihilate Earth stemmed solely from Majin Buu having devoured all the puddings. With the Buu era yet to arrive and Whiffin at the helm, even Beerus had tempered his demeanor. While Whis also participated in the festivities, his manner of eating remained elegant and composed. The Earth Warriors, having just endured the harrowing Cell Games, and subsequently encountered both the God of Destruction and the Omni King, finally relaxed their taut nerves and immersed themselves in the revelry. Only Whiffin quietly slipped away from the festivities. Upon entering the divine realm, he still required time to acclimate to his newfound powers. After bidding farewell to Bulma, he departed alone. The subtle manipulation of divine energy necessitated a tranquil mind for refinement. Son Gohan had already stepped into the domain of the gods, and with a brief period of adjustment, he fully mastered this novel force. The vital energy he wielded during his mortal days resembled gas, while now, the spiritual energy he commanded in the divine realm flowed like liquid. The density of energy experienced a geometric surge, resulting in a staggering disparity in the power unleashed from the same volume. During the process of his physical body disintegrating and reconstituting, all transformative energy had thoroughly integrated into his flesh and bones, with some even permeating his soul. This extreme compression induced a qualitative transformation in energy, ultimately evolving into divine power. The godly strength that once required transformation to attain had now become his fundamental state. According to the characteristics of the Science, if he wished to continue transcending, he must first hone this divine state to its utmost limit before embarking on further transformations. By contrasting the mortal and divine realms, Son Gohan caught a glimpse of the formidable mysteries surrounding the Omni King, a being who had likely ascended to an even more astonishing level. Perhaps the energy controlled by the Omni King was no longer liquid spiritual energy, but rather a form of ultimate energy approaching solidity. To pursue the Omni King would prove as challenging as the entirety of his journey from the moment of his crossing to the present. With each advancement in his realm, the effort required escalated exponentially. Absurd. Could he not even meet the demands of restoring the battlefield? On planet Namek, Beerus's furious roar sent chills down the spine of the dragon god Purunga, rendering the surrounding Namekians silent with fear. As the Dragon Balls on Earth were in a cooling period for reviving the victims of Cell, the group had no choice but to seek assistance on Namek. However, Purunga was unable to repair even the damage caused by the residual energy of the battle. Trembling, Purunga explained, "The energy fluctuations from the conflict between the two lords have reached the fundamental laws of the universe, far exceeding my capabilities." Son Wufan interjected, "What if we first lift the cooling restrictions on the Earth's Dragon Balls, and then you collaborate with the Earth's Dragon to cast a spell?" It was evident he had anticipated the limitation of the Namekian Dragon Balls, which could only revive one individual at a time, and had devised this contingency in advance. The reason for Purunga's inability to complete the revival was not merely the restriction on the number of revivals, but rather the overwhelming energy from the battle, which was indeed surprising. It was well known that Purunga's power surpassed that of the Earth's Dragon. It was simply a matter of differing rules. Given that Purunga was unable to restore the universe due to excessive energy, the Earth's Dragon would likely be even more powerless. After a moment of contemplation, Purunga ultimately shook his head, stating, "I'm afraid that is still not feasible. Your dimensional level is simply too high, and we." He cast a glance at the Grand Elder of Namek, the implication clear. The Elder's insufficient dimensionality limited Purunga's capacity. The Grand Elder could only respond with a wry smile. In a fit of rage, Beerus mockingly retorted, "This cannot be done. That is unachievable. Your Dragon Balls are utterly useless. What purpose do they serve?" This statement left the Namekians pale with fear, apprehensive that the god of destruction might direct his wrath towards Purunga. They turned pleading eyes towards Wufan, for he had previously visited Namek and shared a bond with them, appearing even closer after ascending to divinity. Before Wufan could speak, Purunga hastily clarified, "Lord Beerus, please do not be angry. There is indeed a compromise. Speak quickly if you have an idea. Do you require me to take action?" Beerus had lost his patience. Yes. Purunga spoke in a hurried tone. "If I collaborate with the Earth's Dragon, we could restore approximately one galaxy's worth of damage each time. By this calculation, it would take at most a little over 10 attempts to fully rectify the aftermath of the battle." Why didn't you mention this sooner? Waiting a few more times is inconsequential. Even if it takes 10 days or half a month, it matters not. Beerus nonchalantly gestured for him to continue. However, Purunga cautiously added, "But each time we cast the spell together, it will require a year of Earth time for our powers to replenish." "What? You expect me to wait for over a decade?" Beerus roared in fury. Though a decade was but a fleeting moment for him, the matter pertained to the Omni King, and delays were unacceptable. "Enough," Wufan timely interjected. "Since we are unable to proceed, you should withdraw for now, and we will seek alternative methods." Purunga cast a furtive glance at Beerus, quickly bowed, and transformed into 7 streaks of light, vanishing. "Hey, Son Wufan," Beerus fumed, "you cannot even handle such a trivial matter. I was about to obliterate it. What do you mean by this?" The Namekians, upon hearing Beerus's remarks, discreetly wiped the sweat from their foreheads, casting grateful glances at Wufan. Whis quietly reminded Beerus from behind, "Lord Beerus, Mr. Wufan is now your superior. Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner?" Silence. Beerus momentarily faltered. His imposing aura noticeably diminished. Wufan, already well acquainted with the temperament of the god of destruction, had no intention of asserting his authority. He shrugged casually. "Arguing with Purunga is futile. I anticipated that matters would not be so simple, hence I prepared a backup plan." Beerus paused, muttering softly, "This fellow always speaks in riddles." Wufan cast a mild glance at him, prompting the god of destruction to fall silent and adopt a posture of earnest attentiveness. "As far as I know, the Namekians can create Dragon Balls because they have scraped fragments from the surface of the colossal wish orbs known as Super Dragon Balls. Thus, the wish effects of ordinary Dragon Balls pale in comparison to those of the Super Dragon Balls. In other words, if we can locate the Super Dragon Balls and make a wish to the Super Dragon, this minor issue will surely be resolved." Wufan eloquently recounted the information from his memory, weaving it into an ancient tale. This account was meticulously crafted, as this history had long since faded into the annals of time, with even the Namekians' texts failing to document it. Presently, the Namekians and the Earth's gods still utilized materials inherited from ancient times. These materials had fused with the Creator's extraordinary abilities. Whenever they employed their powers to craft Dragon Balls, fragments of the wish orbs would naturally merge within. However, these materials were finite. The Dragon Balls could not be produced indefinitely. Such secrets exist. We, who have dwelled here for generations, have never heard of this. The Namekians exchanged glances. Beerus, brimming with confidence, waved his hand. What are we waiting for? Even if we must turn the entire universe upside down, we shall retrieve the Super Dragon Balls. Your words have indeed reminded me, Wufan replied. As Wufan lightly tapped his fingers, the 7 Super Dragon Balls were scattered across the cosmos. And only by combining the resources of both the 6th and 7th universes could a complete set be assembled. This implied that we would need to traverse both universes to achieve our goal. Suddenly, Beerus collapsed to the ground. On another note, must we truly venture into the 6th universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls? A sly smile crept across Beerus's face. The destroyer god Kampa of the 6th universe is only slightly inferior to me in strength. If he discovers our incursion, it would surely be an entertaining affair. At that moment, Beerus, Wufan, Lazili, Android 18, and Bulma were under the guidance of Whis, engaging in hyperspace travel. Although Wufan's instantaneous movement abilities had significantly improved, crossing the vast distances between universes remained beyond his reach. Furthermore, instantaneous movement required sensing energy signatures, and aimlessly searching through the boundless cosmos was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Lazili and Android 18 had yet to fully acclimate to their current roles and were still mastering the divine attendant's unique abilities. Thus, Whis's direct mentorship was the most efficient means of enhancement. Upon learning of their quest for the Super Dragon Balls, Bulma insisted on accompanying them. Ultimately, Wufan had to relent, as she leveraged her refusal to create a Super Dragon Ball locator as leverage to join the expedition. The lively Xiaofeng also insisted on tagging along. And after extensive persuasion from Wufan, coupled with a promise to organize a family interstellar trip in the future, she finally settled down. Lord Beerus, it was your suggestion to prioritize the 6th universe, Whis pointed out with an unperturbed demeanor. Moreover, you and Lord Kampa have never seen eye to eye. Creating trouble for him has always been a source of amusement for you, has it not? Whis, Beerus retorted angrily. It seems you are always targeting me lately. You are overthinking it, Whis said, feigning innocence with a smile. Wufan seized the moment to propose. While we are not averse to confrontation, to avoid unnecessary complications, our primary focus should remain on discreetly gathering the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Even if we encounter forces from the 6th universe, we should prioritize negotiation, potentially trading the current usage rights for complementary access once the next round of Dragon Balls is available. Objectively, while Kampa might be slightly inferior to Beerus in terms of physical prowess, his divine attendant, Vados, surpassed Whis in strength. When comparing the two groups of destroyer gods, Kampa's side held a distinct advantage. Of course, should Wufan engage fully in battle, he could indeed turn the tide swiftly. However, divine confrontations, even if resolved quickly, could result in immeasurable devastation. Considering that the ecological restoration of the 7th universe was still underway, instigating turmoil in the 6th universe would be utterly unreasonable. Even if both parties exercised restraint and avoided conflict, Kampa might propose a cross-universal martial arts tournament, which would severely delay the original plan. Though Wufan had an interest in the tournament, he firmly believed that collecting the Super Dragon Balls should take precedence. This stance found support from Whis, who also disapproved of initiating provocations. What a buzzkill! Though Beerus was in the minority and brimming with grievances, he had no choice but to accept the collective decision. It is important to note that traversing universes and jumping through parallel spaces are fundamentally different endeavors. As the universe itself is a closed spherical structure, conventional space tearing cannot achieve a true transcendence. This necessitates the unique spatial folding abilities of Whis to transcend the limitations of physical dimensions. After approximately half an hour of temporal and spatial transition, Whis successfully guided his companions through the cosmic barrier, arriving seamlessly in the domain of the 6th universe. The 6th universe stands in stark opposition to the 7th universe. While the supreme deities differ, their other components are entirely identical. The divergence in historical processes has triggered a chain reaction, ultimately leading the two universes down remarkably distinct developmental trajectories. This relationship mirrors that between the world of Goku and the original Dragon Ball world, akin to two parallel timelines. From a cosmic vantage point, the initial appearance of the sixth universe is nearly indistinguishable from that of the seventh universe. Bulma, detecting the energy response of the Dragon Balls, immediately issued a command after a brief survey upon crossing the cosmic boundary. Oh, right away, Bulma snapped back to reality after traversing the universe. In truth, the journey through space did not elicit any extraordinary sensations. However, Bulma's acute sensitivity to technological creations meant that after a few more observations, she might be able to replicate the traversal device. She swiftly activated the Super Dragon Ball radar. There was currently no signal, likely due to the vast distance. If they reached the center of the universe, they could ascertain the total number of Super Dragon Balls in the sixth universe. Upon hearing this, Whis accelerated their journey. With his speed, crossing the universe would take less than an hour. However, considering they were in someone else's domain, they had to avoid detection by the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai. Beerus, bored, yawned repeatedly, while Goku casually rested his head on Android 18's lap, appearing very much like a tourist. "We've got a response," Bulma suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Whis promptly altered their course. Although having this woman along was somewhat irksome, she had proven to be quite useful. Beerus muttered under his breath, momentarily catching Goku's eye and quickly adding with a forced chuckle, "Just a joke." Bulma, initially ready to scold him, could not help but laugh at his antics. Whis sighed, realizing that this god of destruction had lost much of his authority in the presence of Goku, who easily surpassed him in strength. Frieza was correct, with Bulma, the technological expert operating the radar. Their positioning was precise, and soon they had locked onto the coordinates of the first Super Dragon Ball. "Is this the legendary Super Dragon Ball?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as the group stood before the massive crystal orb, akin to a planet in size. The visual impact far exceeded their expectations. As one of the first Earthlings to encounter the Dragon Balls, Bulma felt a profound sense of awe that surpassed that of her companions. These orange-red orbs held countless memories for her. Goku gazed up at the translucent giant sphere. Despite knowing the size of the Super Dragon Balls, witnessing it firsthand was breathtaking. The flawless orb, refracting dazzling light under the starlit sky, left him momentarily breathless. This solid surface, comparable to a planet, radiated a peculiar halo, and its aesthetic value undeniably surpassed any man-made creation, though it seemed somewhat absurd to describe it merely as an ornament. 1, 2, 3, Bulma suddenly frowned, counting the scarlet star patterns on the orb's surface. "It's a 3-star ball." Yet, with such an immense size, she murmured while biting her nails, the conventional universal capsule technology could not possibly accommodate it. The angel Whis approached, gently swaying his staff, saying, "Leave it to me." At the tip of the staff, a rainbow light shimmered, enveloping the entire Dragon Ball in an instant. Once the radiance dissipated, the colossal object had vanished without a trace. "Is this the technique of spatial storage?" Number 18 squinted as she gazed at the staff, pondering if mere mortals could master such an art. "The staff is connected to a dimensional space, after all." Whis playfully winked, asserting that containing half a universe's worth of life forms was no trouble, albeit the environment might not be particularly hospitable. "If you wish to learn." Number 18 exchanged a knowing glance with Android 17, and they suddenly bowed in unison. "Please, Lord Whis, guide us." This unexpected request for mentorship stemmed from a hint dropped by Son Gohan. As a traveler of dimensions, he had considerable insight into this angel. Although Whis did not embody the traditional notion of a righteous envoy, his transcendent purity was indeed rare. Of course, the angel's obsession with gourmet food could be a different matter entirely. To their surprise, Whis turned his gaze toward Gohan, gently yet firmly shaking his head. "I don't mind imparting techniques, but the title of master and apprentice can be omitted." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in his azure eyes. After all, the two were divine attendants of Mr. Gohan. This, however, was not the sole reason. The angel astutely sensed that, while the scion appeared unconcerned, if he were to accept these two female androids as disciples, a certain awkward individual might experience subtle ripples of discontent within. Such instincts had always proven remarkably accurate. "All right, we can discuss this matter later." Bulma quickly ascertained the location of the next Dragon Ball. With Whis' command, Wufan immediately understood, signaling to Lazuli and the others to pause. Bulma swiftly pinpointed the target. This time, it was the 7-star ball. The radar indicated that the 6th universe contained 3 Dragon Balls, and with the final ball's position confirmed, success seemed imminent. However, just as Whis was about to utilize his staff to collect the last 2-star ball, 2 figures unexpectedly blocked his path. I knew someone was lurking here. It's you, Beerus. The round, purple-furred Catman scoffed, his eyes sparking with hostility. Indeed, it was Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, and Beerus's twin brother. Since that infamous incident over a birthday cake, their encounters had been fraught with animosity. Although they no longer engaged in physical altercations, they relished comparing the culinary delights of their respective universes, quite juvenile in nature. At this moment, Kampa, witnessing Beerus loitering on his territory for so long, was on the verge of losing his composure. Dare you explain what you are doing here? None of your business, Beerus retorted with a cold laugh. Certain that Kampa would not dare to escalate matters, knowing full well that any conflict would only bring ruin to the 6th universe. As Kampa seemed ready to explode, Beerus's attendant, Vados, lightly tapped her staff. My lord, they are likely here for the Super Dragon Balls. At this juncture, they had yet to grasp the clues to the Super Dragon Balls. They merely sensed something special about this planet, unaware of its true value. Observing Whis preparing to collect this planet, Vados drew a connection. Thanks to her timely reminder, Kampa quickly regained his composure. Noticing a subtle shift in Beerus's demeanor, he coldly remarked, "It appears this planet holds great significance for you, Beerus. How about we engage in a contest? Should you emerge victorious, this planet shall be yours. However, if I triumph, you must publicly acknowledge my superiority. You still fret over the possibility of defeat. Such folly." Beerus, infuriated, retorted, "No matter how many times we compete, you will never best me." In truth, he had suffered more defeats than victories in past encounters, and without Whis' assistance, he might have lost every single one. Enough with the grandiloquence, Kampa scoffed. As per tradition, let us first locate a planet teeming with life to descend upon. He brimmed with confidence in his own prowess, harboring no concerns that Beerus might resort to any underhanded tactics. Just as Kampa was poised to have Beerus lead the way, Beerus suddenly erupted into laughter, declaring, "You've fallen into my trap." He then launched a surprise attack. The two were evenly matched in strength, and although Kampa was caught off guard, he was only slightly at a disadvantage. They exchanged blows in rapid succession, managing to keep their energy levels within a controlled range. "Have you lost your mind?" Kampa exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, bewildered by Beerus's sudden aggression, especially since they had previously agreed to a culinary contest. Meanwhile, as Whis made a move, Vados immediately became alert. As a divine attendant, she prioritized Kampa's interests above all. Just as she prepared to intervene, a figure suddenly emerged, launching a punch. Sensing the immense energy within the punch, Vados had no choice but to abandon her pursuit and swiftly raised her staff to defend herself. She was utterly unprepared for the presence of another deity lurking among the crowd, one whose strength was on par with her own, completely beyond her expectations. Previously, her focus had been solely on Whis, and she had assumed that any action from him would warrant her intervention. Years of habit had caused her to overlook the presence of others like mistaking them for mere mortals in Beerus's entourage. It was only now that she realized this ingrained way of thinking had placed both her and Kampa at a disadvantage. Whatever intentions Beerus and his companions harbored, it seemed they could not be thwarted. Indeed, as swung his fist, although he did not strike Vados, his blow was deflected by her staff. Simultaneously, Whis discreetly retrieved the 2-star Super Dragon Ball through the inner space of the staff. "Who exactly are you?" Vados questioned, having expended all her strength to block the attack. Her mind reeling with shock. She prided herself on being slightly stronger than Whis, who had never compelled her to unleash her full power. Yet this unfamiliar young man had managed to do so. Having stabilized his divine state, had enhanced his abilities slightly, enough to breach the threshold and genuinely reach a strength of 16 points. In contrast, although Vados was approaching 16 points, she had yet to fully break through, rendering her slightly inferior. If it came down to a life-and-death struggle, Vados would be no match for With a calm smile, retracted his fist. Taking advantage of Vados's momentary distraction, he instantaneously teleported behind her, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while gently lifting her chin with the other. This unexpected gesture left Vados momentarily stunned, causing her to forget to resist. Bulma and the other women merely scoffed, having long grown accustomed to such antics. After securing the Dragon Ball, Whis bore witness to this scene, rendered speechless in astonishment. "You wretched fool. Beerus, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" As Kampa sensed the precariousness of the situation, his anger flared, yet he felt a deeper apprehension towards the ease with which Whis had subdued Beerus. Beerus stepped back a few paces, laughing heartily. Witnessing Kampa's humiliation brought him immense satisfaction. They were not mere mortals, and thus would not be overly astonished by Whis's actions. With Battles now under restraint, Kampa found himself lacking the confidence to confront him directly, which only added to Beerus's amusement. In fact, Beerus had initially intended to engage Kampa in battle, but upon receiving a telepathic message from Whis instructing him to hold Kampa in check while seizing the Super Dragon Balls, he reconsidered his strategy. Should Beerus feel any sense of indebtedness towards Kampa, he could always make amends after completing the task assigned by the Omni King. Initially, he had no intention of confronting Kampa, but the mere mention of the Omni King's name swiftly altered his resolve. Observing Kampa's expression now further affirmed that he had made the right choice. "My dear, when you next visit Universe 7, I shall extend to you the warmest of welcomes. Although I have taken something from your universe without permission this time, should you come to Universe 7, I shall not hinder your desires." Whis gently tapped Battles and then retreated to his own side. After all, Battles was not one to be trifled with. Such small gestures had already satisfied Whis, and it was wise to retreat while she remained unaware. "What have you done to me?" Surprisingly, Battles appeared merely puzzled, neither angry nor embarrassed, but rather inspecting herself as if to ascertain whether any mischief had been played upon her, yet finding nothing amiss. Witnessing Whis's flustered expression, Bulma and Lazuli could not suppress their laughter. It was the first time they had seen Whis falter, and to have failed so utterly at his own game of charm was indeed a source of amusement. Vegeta, suppressing a smile, explained, "Apologies, Lord Whis. Battles and I are siblings. We were born as divine attendants, lacking any notion of romantic entanglements. Though they have not experienced love, they have witnessed much over the long ages." Whis understood well the implications of Whis's earlier actions, but Battles' lack of feminine awareness prevented her from recognizing it immediately. Upon hearing Whis's words, Battles finally comprehended but remained unfazed, merely smiling lightly. "Whis is correct. Even if you touched me just now, I would not feel anything peculiar." This candid remark left Whis feeling quite embarrassed, while Bulma and the others erupted into even more raucous laughter. "Today, this habitual charmer has finally met his match," Bulma teased. "Whis, if you can truly win her over, I wholeheartedly support the idea of adding another sister to our household." Lazuli nodded in agreement. "Why not simply take her and let her join us as your divine attendant?" Android 18 merely stifled a laugh, choosing not to engage. Although her relationship with Whis was not as close as that of Bulma and Lazuli, after spending a few days together, she too was gradually succumbing to his gentle advances. Moreover, as a divine attendant, she had long been considered Whis's. Upon discovering someone even more extraordinary than herself, she could not help but feel a burgeoning curiosity, adopting the role of an observer as she awaited the unfolding events. At this moment, Kampa and Beerus both soared back to the scene. "Beerus, you must give me an explanation," Kampa bellowed in a fit of rage, though Bardos was beset with numerous inquiries. The sight of Kampa's return quelled the urge to question, and she instead scrutinized the enigmatic yet formidable young man, Goku. Beerus, wearing a sly grin, remarked, "We are here on the Grand Minister's orders. Do you intend to thwart us?" This display of bravado genuinely unsettled Kampa, considering Beerus's habitual demeanor, which revolved around culinary delights and slumber. It was implausible that he would visit the sixth universe without cause. The annihilation of the Science, ostensibly provoked by Beerus's ire, was in truth dictated by the laws of the universe. The overwhelming power of Super Science simply could not be allowed to proliferate, and Beerus's seemingly capricious actions often aligned with the duties of a destroyer god. However, this lethargic deity, who could sleep for decades, could not have come without reason. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's name, Kampa suppressed his fury and shifted the topic. "Who, then, is this young man? When did the seventh universe give rise to such talent?" It was precisely this unexpected variable, Goku, that had caused them considerable distress. Had they been aware of his true prowess, they would never have permitted Whis to easily acquire the Super Dragon Balls. "His name is Son Goku," Beerus proudly declared. The Grand Minister has appointed him as the God of Order in the 7th universe, on par with the Destroyer God and the Supreme Kai. Now, our 7th universe boasts one more supreme deity than yours. What? Kappa and Bardos exclaimed in unison, casting incredulous glances at Goku. Bardos exhibited a look of astonishment. No wonder Whis refers to you as Master. You are indeed. Observing Kappa speechless, Beerus reveled in this rare moment of triumph against his longtime rival. Goku smiled and said, I may have been a bit presumptuous earlier. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Son Goku, 18 years old, surrounded by many young ladies, yet still unmarried. I wonder if Bardos would be interested in embarking on a romantic relationship with me? I promise to let you experience true emotions. Just then, he felt Bulma pinching his waist from behind, yet he remained unfazed, inciting Bulma to stomp her feet in frustration. She merely sought attention, and Goku was fully aware of her intentions. He would not neglect her, so he let her have her fun. His words left the audience in stunned silence, prompting Kappa to seethe. Are you attempting to steal my assistant right in front of me? Goku feigned thoughtfulness, replying, Isn't that a stretch? Bardos is merely your aide, not a partner. She has the right to choose her happiness. Are you suggesting that being with me does not bring her happiness? Kappa's forehead throbbed, and his fists crackled ominously. That is a question she must answer herself. Goku replied nonchalantly. This attitude thoroughly incensed Kappa, yet Bardos stifled a laugh, calming the furious Kappa. I am Lord Kappa's dedicated angel, required to serve him at all times. I appreciate your sentiments, but I must decline. Although she was unaware of romantic matters, being sincerely confessed to brought her a hidden joy, for she was, after all, still a girl. Goku, unimpressed, shifted the conversation. But what if your master were to disappear? This statement rendered the atmosphere thick with tension. You are exceedingly arrogant. I shall not let you off lightly today. After a moment of silence, Xiangpa suddenly realized that the discussion was about him, and he erupted in fury. Bardos firmly restrained him, urging, My lord, please remain calm. You are no match for him. Xiangpa's momentum diminished slightly as he huffed. Then you teach him a lesson for me. Observing his master's blustering yet insecure demeanor, Bardos couldn't help but shift from tidying to admonishing, her tone softening. Mr. Wu Fan should understand that even if something were to happen to Lord Xiangpa, the position of the destroyer of the 6th universe would remain unchanged, unless commanded otherwise by the Omni King. A smile danced in Bardos' eyes. Xiangpa interjected, That last remark was unnecessary. Besides, how could anything possibly happen to me? You are right. Let us pretend I never mentioned it. Bardos chuckled lightly. It was evident to any discerning observer that she was thoroughly flattered by this confession, and her final words were clearly intended for Wu Fan's ears. Whis could not help but cast an appreciative glance at Wu Fan. His sister, appearing gentle, concealed a shrewd intellect. It was unexpected that she could be so easily bewildered by Wu Fan's few words. How unfortunate. Wu Fan shrugged, but Bardos. One day you will experience the essence of being a woman. Bulma and Lazuli appeared somewhat displeased, while the others remained indifferent. As Bardos stated, her identity as Xiangpa's attendant would remain unchanged. Even if Xiangpa were to be stripped of his divine status by the Omni King, she would inevitably share in the consequences. Unless Xiangpa were to voluntarily change his attendant or the Omni King were to forcibly assign one, neither scenario was likely to occur. It is time to return, Beerus. Wu Fan signaled to Whis to prepare for their journey home. Suddenly, Xiangpa barked, Wait. You think you can just take things from the 6th universe and brush it off with the Omni King's name? Even if it were indeed a task assigned by the Omni King, what does that have to do with the 6th universe? You shall not leave until it is clarified. Having faced setbacks in front of Wu Fan and Beerus, this destroyer evidently harbored pent-up rage. Direct conflict among deities was not appropriate, and given that Wu Fan's side held the advantage, Xiangpa could only exert pressure through rules, for this was his domain. Revealing the truth might provoke a more complicated entanglement. The balance of the 7th universe was not Xiangpa's concern. Even if he agreed to lend the wish orbs out of respect for Beerus, he would undoubtedly demand a considerable recompense. Then let us decide it through a contest. Wu Fan's proposal left everyone astonished. You wish to challenge me? Xiangpa narrowed his eyes. Although he was not as powerful as Wu Fan, the dignity of a destroyer could not be compromised. No, Wu Fan shook his head. We shall select 5 human warriors from each universe to engage in a wheel battle. Whichever side is completely defeated will lose. This echoed the previous storyline where a wager was made over Earth's cuisine, Yet the proposer was now Wufan. If the sixth universe wins, we shall reveal everything to you and grant you one request. If the seventh universe prevails, you will no longer pursue the previous matters and must fulfill one condition of ours. What do you say? Everyone immediately grasped the intent behind the proposal. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiangpa's mouth as he nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. I endorse this contest. Although the seventh universe has gained an additional god of order, who is currently enjoying an advantage in the divine conflict when it comes to human combat prowess, Kampa is brimming with confidence. The proposal was swiftly accepted, and both parties commenced discussions regarding the specific details. Wufan, well versed in the original rules, made slight adjustments based on the model of the World Martial Arts Tournament, quickly finalizing the general plan. Unlike Vegeta, who might suggest a futile written examination, essentially inviting trouble, Wufan recognized that while Son Wukong had barely scraped through due to his protagonist aura in the past, he could not guarantee the same outcome in the present-day context. At Wufan's level, aside from the ambition to surpass Xeno, there are no further aspirations. However, transcending Xeno is no simple feat. It is utterly unattainable in the short term. Therefore, hosting this martial arts tournament serves not only as a means to evade Kampa's entanglements, but also as a leisurely diversion. What is not to like? Ultimately, the venue was decided to be the floating nameless star in neutral space, the very location of the final Super Dragon Ball in the original narrative. The timing was set for 2 weeks in the solar calendar, roughly translating to 10 days on Earth. Kampa had initially proposed to commence the tournament within a week, but considering the inadequacy of the Earth fighters' strength and their need for more training time, along with the requirement for the seventh universe to gather the Dragon Balls, Wufan cleverly delayed the date by an additional week under the pretext of the unfinished task from Xeno. This period would suffice for Whis to train Wukong and the others. Wufan planned for them to remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for at least a week in real time, equating to 7 years within the chamber. The remaining 3 days were allocated for them to adjust their states. Otherwise, even that meager buffer would be forfeited. As for the rule permitting entry only twice a day with a limit of 2 participants, it no longer constrains them. Even Bu had managed to break such limitations, let alone them. Once everything was settled, Whis took Wufan and his companions back to the seventh universe. Along the way, Beerus skeptically inquired, "Why are you so adamant about holding this tournament? It seems utterly unnecessary. Even if we force our way out, Kampa cannot stop us." He had little interest in such competitions, could not participate himself, and found no worthy opponents. What was the point? He considered opposing the idea at that moment. But Kampa had acquiesced too readily, and subsequent discussions quickly ensued, leaving him with no opportunity to voice his thoughts. With the matter established, he chose to remain silent, revealing his stance only now. It must be said that Beerus had gradually come to acknowledge Wufan in his capacity as the god of order. Wufan reclined on Lazuli's lap, eyes closed as he relished her massage, while simultaneously explaining to Beerus, the martial arts tournament is merely a fade. The crux is that once this is established, he will cease fixating on the Super Dragon Balls. By the time we summon the Dragon of the Gods to make our wishes, it will be too late for him to react. Don't you want to see Kampa hopping mad? Wufan, well acquainted with Beerus's temperament, noted the glimmer of interest in Beerus's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. However, Beerus soon furrowed his brow. What about the participants? Even if it's just a stall, I do not wish to lose. If I am defeated, not only would Kampa gain a victory, he could also impose conditions. It would be too costly. Have no worry. Wufan languidly waved his hand. There are 2 individuals on Earth who will absolutely vie to participate. Both possess the potential for divinity. A few days of intense training from Whis will suffice for them to dominate. Beerus remained puzzled, while Whis had already grasped the implication. You mean Son Wukong and Vegeta? Precisely. The potential of the Scions can be awakened to master divine powers. With 2 Super Saiyan gods in battle, should you still be concerned about defeat? Cease at once. This is the palace of the Omni King. The mention of the Super Saiyan God causes Beerus's pupils to narrow, for it was this very name that the prophecy fish initially alluded to, claiming it could rival him. However, with the emergence of the Super Saiyan God transformation, the prophecy became obsolete, and thus the title was set aside. Now, as it is brought up again, he immediately inquires for further details. Previously, in preparation for battle, Whis had explained the Saiyan transformation hierarchy, but the discussion was cut short during a shift in mindset, leaving out the specifics on Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus had anticipated this and refrained from probing at the time, but now that it pertains to the crux of the matter, he naturally seeks clarity. Whis candidly states that Super Saiyan Red equates to 60% of Beerus's power, while Super Saiyan Blue approximates 80%. However, my usual battle power is notably higher, allowing Super Saiyan Blue to reach 90% of your strength. So, can Goku and Vegeta truly break through to Super Saiyan Blue in such a short span? Beerus remains skeptical. He knows that Super Saiyan Red requires the combined power of 5 Saiyans, yet this form has limited energy, making it difficult to sustain even with 60% of 1's strength. Competing in their current state would yield little chance of victory. Their true trump card lies in the Super Saiyan Blue form. This form can achieve 80% power and can be executed simultaneously by 2 combatants, thereby significantly increasing their odds of success. This aspect is what concerns Beerus the most. I shall address this question, Whis interjects. Having engaged with these 2 warriors, I can attest to their exceptional talent. If Super Saiyan Blue is indeed as Lord Whis describes, they should be able to master it through their own training. However, if I may be frank, completing the transformation in 2 weeks is nearly impossible. Whis nods in agreement and adds, thus, we require your guidance to accompany them into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. He elaborates on the chamber's functions and continues, we shall return to Earth directly. And you, Whis, will escort Goku and Vegeta to the chamber. Beerus and I will focus on locating the remaining Super Dragon Balls. This arrangement brings a collective sigh of relief. Training in the time chamber for 7 days equates to 7 years in the outside world, providing ample time for both to ascend to the realm of Super Saiyan Blue. There is one more matter. Whis suddenly recalls, before we return to Earth, we must first visit the neutral zone. We need to procure the Super Dragon Balls there before Kampa constructs the arena. Although it was agreed to host the martial arts tournament in the neutral zone, the area is vast. The so-called nameless stars refer to undeveloped planets and do not specifically point to the one harboring the Dragon Balls. Are there Super Dragon Balls in the neutral zone? The others exclaim in astonishment. Whis clarifies, if our assumptions are correct, there are 3 in both the 6th and 7th universes, with the last one located in the neutral zone. This area lies at the intersection of the 2 universes and is typically not traversed. However, this time, for the sake of the Dragon Balls, Whis has made a special trip to investigate. This Super Dragon Ball appeared to have been neglected for years, still covered in dust upon discovery, resembling an ordinary desolate planet. Fortunately, Bulma's radar accurately pinpointed its location, allowing for the successful retrieval of this 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon returning to Earth, Goku, having heard of the upcoming inter-universal martial arts tournament, immediately bursts into excitement, eager to sign up on the spot. Although Vegeta feigned modesty, he ardently insisted on participating in the competition. Upon learning that he would train alongside Whis in the time chamber, a fire of determination ignited in both their eyes. While they did not dare to dream of surpassing Goku immediately, they were resolute in seizing this opportunity to significantly narrow the gap. They understood that Whis's prowess was second only to Goku's, and surpassing Whis would signify a step closer to Goku's level. Little did they realize that this seemingly small disparity in the realm of gods was akin to a chasm. To exceed Whis was no trivial matter. It was far from achievable in the short term. After settling Goku's son, Vegeta and the reserve candidate, Broly, went to train with Whis. Meanwhile, Goku instructed Lazuli and Android 18 to collaborate and utilize their spatial traversal ability to continue searching for the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls. Initially, Lazuli and Android 18 were not adept at wielding this newfound ability, but with the assistance of the Staff of the Gods, their speed, though not on par with Whis, was sufficient to avoid mishaps. As their search progressed, the 2 gradually mastered the nuances of their technique, their cooperation becoming increasingly harmonious. Eventually, their combined speed and traversal could rival that of Whis. However, it is important to note that this ability relied heavily on the staff, requiring only a minimal amount of divine energy to activate, and their inherent strength had not significantly increased. Despite sharing the same divine realm, the disparity in strength was vast. According to Goku's estimations, even if they ascended to godhood, their battle prowess would only see a marginal increase. Yet, there was no need for concern with Goku ahead bearing the brunt of the combat pressure. Moreover, as time progressed, he had his methods to gradually enhance their strength, undoubtedly in a manner they would find most agreeable. At this moment, Goku was already contemplating how to assist Android 18 in improving her constitution. believing that such enhancement would yield greater potential post-ascension. The quest for the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 7 unfolded remarkably smoothly, and within half a day, they had gathered all 7. In a serene part of outer space, they summoned the Eternal Dragon. The immense form of the Super Dragon was awe-inspiring, occupying nearly half of the galaxy. Having fully entered the divine realm, Goku had naturally comprehended the language of the gods, seemingly an intrinsic aspect of this world. He did not bother to delve deeper, as there was no need for understanding. Nevertheless, Goku pushed Beerus to the forefront, assigning him the responsibility of making the wish. After all, the onus of this matter rested heavily on him, and with the Omni King observing closely, Beerus had no luxury to slack off. The Super Dragon Balls were forged by the dragon god Zalama in the year 41 of the divine calendar, each adorned with 1 to 7 red starfish symbols etched on their surface. This unique structure employed the principle of refraction, ensuring that the symbol retained its starfish shape from any angle of observation. To date, the Eternal Dragon had never encountered a wish it could not fulfill. Naturally, the wishes of Goku and Beerus were easily realized. With the wishes granted, the universe was restored to its original state, allowing Goku to finally set down this burden. Observing Beerus exhale a sigh of relief, Goku couldn't help but chuckle before adopting a serious demeanor, stating, "Next, we should report to the Omni King, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Beerus tensed once more, forcing a wry smile. "To visit the Omni King's realm, I can only trouble the Supreme Kai. I hope there are no further complications." "Do not worry. The Omni King is not as daunting as you imagine," Goku replied dismissively, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at him, caught between words. Some words ultimately remain unspoken. In truth, this brash young lad does not comprehend the terror of the Omni King. Yet, such reminders are destined to fall on deaf ears. So it is best to refrain from speaking. "Bulma, you may return to Earth. Do not follow us to the Omni King." Wu Fan turned to the female president of Capsule Corporation. As an ordinary human, she is neither a deity nor summoned. An uninvited visit could potentially stir chaos. Until one reaches the level of the Omni King, one must adhere to the established protocols. Bulma pouted but eventually nodded in agreement. Though she felt discontented, she understood the importance of propriety. The return journey did not require the spatial transition of Zeely and the others. Wu Fan directly initiated instant transmission to bring everyone back, in the hands of a god-level warrior. Interstellar travel is merely a breath away. This technique proved quite useful. Beerus's eyes brightened. He had not noticed during the last encounter with the Omni King, but now realized that crossing half a universe with instant transmission was dozens of times faster than conventional space traversal. As long as one could lock onto a life force, the entire 7th universe could be traversed at will. Interested in learning? The boy's lips curled into a teasing smile, calling out, "Master, teach me." "Dream on." The god of destruction's expression darkened immediately. To humble himself and become a disciple, he would rather continue his millennia-long slumber. After ensuring Bulma's comfort, everyone gathered in an open area. Beerus suddenly widened his eyes. "You don't mean to instantaneously transport us to the Kaishin realm, do you?" Wu Fan smiled without answering. Long ago, in another dimension, he had memorized the Kaishin's energy signature. Although the current Kaishin had not fused with Kibido, the essence of their energies was inherently connected, and there was no need to explain this to the god of destruction. Any location with a coordinate could not escape the tracking of instant transmission. The boy's fingertips sparked with starlight. The Kaishin realm was merely an alternate dimension attached to the universe, ultimately linked to the main universe. Just as the order he was about to establish would, in essence, be an extension of the cosmos. Wu Fan directly executed instant transmission, bringing everyone to the Kaishin realm, startling the Eastern Kaishin, who was napping on a stone. "Mr. Wu Fan." "Lord Beerus." The Eastern Kaishin hurriedly slipped off the stone and rushed over, scrambling on foot. The previously drowsy Kibido instantly awakened, hastily approaching yet forgetting to assist his superior. Although the Eastern Kaishin was initially unfamiliar with Beerus and knew little of the god of destruction's reputation, being the last surviving Kaishin, many legacies had been interrupted. However, after the cataclysmic battle between Wu Fan and Beerus that resonated throughout the universe, he could not remain oblivious. "What brings you both here so unexpectedly?" the Eastern Kaishin stammered, standing with trepidation. In his mind, these two had long been categorized as individuals one must never offend, even though the Kaishin ranked on par with them. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. To be honest, it is somewhat tragic for the Kaioshin, for at this moment, neither Wufan nor Beerus regarded him with any significance. Beerus casually surveyed the scenery of the Kaioshin realm and bluntly stated, "We wish to visit the Omni King's palace. You shall guide us." The authoritative tone of command left the Kaioshin with no room for hesitation. "It would be my utmost pleasure to serve you." The Kaioshin's journey to the Omni King realm was not facilitated by instantaneous movement, but rather through special permission granted to them. They were able to connect with the Omni King realm through sheer will, directly entering that ethereal space. Under the influence of the Kaioshin's abilities, the group swiftly transitioned from the Kaioshin realm to the Omni King realm. At first glance, the environment of the Omni King planet bore no distinction from its depiction in the original work. However, as soon as Wufan arrived, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere here was entirely different. More precisely, it was the texture of the air. A cursory impression might suggest an oppressive and solemn ambience. Yet in reality, the air was rich with an unusually dense spiritual energy, imperceptible to the naked eye. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. We regret not greeting you at the entrance." Upon their arrival, the long-awaiting attendant approached and offered a slight bow. "It has been a while." The Kaioshin promptly returned the gesture, while Wufan and Beerus remained indifferent. This attendant, although standing beside the Omni King, held a lower divine rank than both the god of destruction and the Kaioshin, yet akin to the favored attendants of ancient emperors, despite their modest position. All officials were required to show deference. Thus, the Kaioshin maintained a considerable level of respect towards him. Regrettably, Beerus was known for his lofty disposition, giving no regard to anyone's status except that of the Omni King, a fact well known throughout the divine realm. As for Wufan, he had not even bowed to the Omni King himself, let alone to a mere attendant. A flicker of confusion crossed Wufan's mind. This attendant was not the esteemed top-tier warrior praised by Whis in the animation, but rather another, taller attendant. Although they bore a resemblance, the expression on his face was far from amiable. Noticing Wufan and the nearby Lazuli standing upright and unresponsive, the attendant could not help but furrow his brow. "You must be the illustrious Mr. Wufan, the designated order god of the seventh universe, personally appointed by His Majesty the Omni King?" The attendant's face bore what seemed to be a friendly smile, yet he deliberately emphasized the word designated with an undertone of condescension. Indeed, Wufan was currently only a designated deity, strictly speaking not yet a formal god, let alone the two apprentice attendants behind him. Even the Kaioshin showed utmost respect towards this attendant, and the demeanor of Wufan's group evidently irked him. The shift in the attendant's tone was immediately perceptible to those present. Beerus frowned slightly, while the Kaioshin grew anxious, wondering if this would lead to any disturbance. However, they remained silent. Beerus understood Wufan to be a person of strong conviction, and interjecting at this moment would bear no fruit, while the Kaioshin, lacking sufficient familiarity with Wufan, dared not speak out of turn. Wufan maintained his calm demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "Indeed, I am Wufan. To be precise, His Majesty the Omni King has appointed me as the formal order god. There is no designation of designated." Your deliberate emphasis on that term. Are you attempting to remind me of something? This statement directly brought the conflict to the forefront, indicating that Wufan was not swayed by the attendant's insinuations. In truth, even if Wufan had exhibited deference, this attendant was not one to remain compliant. The seemingly formidable priest is, in essence, merely a servant without an official divine rank, compelled to bow before the true gods. Much like the attendants of Whis, regardless of their exceptional strength or significant contributions, these priests, bound to serve the Omni King for life, can attain no higher than the position of high priest, equivalent to that of a chief eunuch, devoid of any authority in matters of governance. In contrast, Wufan, though only slightly stronger, has been favored by the Omni King and directly appointed as a god of order. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of destruction and the god of the universe, his status only second to that of the Omni King. If the priests were of a tranquil disposition, they might merely lament Wufan's fortuitous rise. However, confronted with a priest of unscrupulous intent and considerable self-interest, such a disparity becomes intolerable. Wufan's candid remarks instantly transformed the priest's countenance. The previously feigned cordiality darkened into a sullen glare. After years of service in the Omni King's realm, no one had dared to speak to him with such audacity, not even the notoriously arrogant Beerus, who had never confronted him so directly. The priest sneered. his tone dripping with sarcasm. One must learn to be adaptable, be it as a person or a deity. Otherwise, one shall face dire consequences. Even if you do become a god of order, a mere word from the Omni King could see you stripped of your position. This thinly veiled threat caused both Android 18 and Lazuli to pale, their gazes anxiously darting towards Wufan. After all, the priest was a close attendant of the Omni King, and a slight provocation could sway the Omni King's decisions. Yet Wufan remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "Does the Omni King require the counsel of a mere gatekeeper in his affairs?" A collective gasp filled the room. No one anticipated Wufan would audaciously liken the priest to a watchdog. While the metaphor was apt, such humiliation was indeed outrageous. Beerus nearly burst into laughter. This exemplifies Wufan's character. When treated with respect, he reciprocates in kind. When wronged, he retaliates 100-fold. The priest's eyes glinted with cold fury as he menacingly replied, "It seems that before an audience with the Omni King, we must first ascertain one's true identity, lest we allow undesirables to infiltrate." No sooner had he spoken than a tangible aura, akin to searing flames, began to manifest. He was preparing to strike within the realm of the Omni King. Although there are few priests in the Omni King's realm, each surpasses even the god of destruction in power. The current priest, the youngest and most ambitious, was already dissatisfied with his subservient position. Wufan's action struck a nerve. Reminiscent of Zamasu's extreme measures in the past, this priest, too, was blinded by rage. Beneath the guise of grandiloquent justification lay a predatory glint. And even if the Omni King were to learn of it, the most he would do is issue a reprimand. The position of priest is not one to be casually exchanged. How intriguing. Wufan smirked, pondering the prospect of engaging in combat here. Since entering the divine realm, he had yet to unleash his full might. Among known adversaries, only the Whis siblings could spar with him, yet they would hardly engage him earnestly. As the impending battle loomed, the pressure emanating from the priest rendered the air thick with tension, yet Wufan trembled with excitement. Such an opponent was a rare find, perfectly suited for testing his limits. "Stand down. This is the Omni King's palace." Beerus barked, cold sweat trickling down his purple fur. In this moment, he truly felt integrated into this world. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of inciting the Omni King's wrath. Regrettably, Whis was absent. Had these two truly engaged in conflict, no one would have been able to intervene. The priest's icy gaze swept over Beerus. The selection of the new god of order is paramount to the balance of the universe. Those who dare to obstruct shall face merciless retribution. The Kaioshin collapsed to the ground, and Beerus was staggered back a step by the force of the young priestess' presence. This young official's power far surpassed that of Whis, rendering him a formidable opponent. Unexpectedly, Beerus moved to stand beside Wufan. "This lad is under my protection," he stated with a shrug. "Should you wish to harm him, you must first contend with me." Wufan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The usually carefree god of destruction was displaying loyalty at such a critical moment? Foolhardy indeed. The priest's energy storm swiftly sent the Kaioshin and Android 18 flying. Beerus managed to erect a shield in time, yet even combined, they found themselves struggling to breathe under the overwhelming pressure. "Hey, god of destruction," Wufan grinned amidst the tempest. "From this moment forth, you are truly my ally." He was acutely aware that within the realm of the Omni King, he would remain unharmed. However, Beerus's intervention changed the dynamics entirely. Even if the Omni King chose not to pursue the matter later, it would still spell trouble for him. Yet, this gluttonous cat had stepped forward, driven by the simple reason of having arrived together. In this Dragon Ball universe, Beerus was the first friend he genuinely acknowledged. As for that scion father who was perpetually training, could he even be considered a friend? Beerus understood Wufan's disposition, recognizing that the young man was even prouder than himself. Upon hearing Wufan's words, a smile crept upon his face. "It seems I should feel honored. A mere insect, no matter how numerous, is of no consequence. Do you truly believe that by uniting you can oppose the divine?" The priest, displeased by their dismissive demeanor, bellowed as his aura surged once more. Wufan and Beerus were forced to retreat under the pressure of this force, despite their efforts to maintain their stance. They had reached their limits. Meanwhile, their opponent appeared utterly unperturbed, and should he choose to strike, they would be utterly defenseless. Within the palace, several figures observed this confrontation through visual projections. "Lord Omni King, please permit me to intervene." Phoebus has grown excessively presumptuous, implored a short figure with greenish-blue skin, kneeling in trepidation. Had Wufan been present, he would recognize this individual as the Grand Priest from the original narrative. The priest Phoebus, who now posed a challenge to Wufan, had been elevated by the Grand Priest himself. Although aware of Phoebus's unstable temperament, the Grand Priest believed that by keeping him within the Omni King's realm and by his side, his character could be refined over time. He never anticipated that Phoebus, upon first encountering the outside world, would unleash his repressed nature with such ferocity. Yet the Omni King watched the unfolding spectacle with rapt interest, murmuring, "Isn't this rather amusing? This universe has languished in silence for far too long. The occasional surprise is far more entertaining. Let us see how Son Wufan and Beerus will respond." As the supreme being, the Omni King rarely engages with the outside world, his mind imbued with a childlike curiosity, which is precisely why he coexists harmoniously with the equally whimsical Wufan. The Grand Priest, compelled to step aside, silently harbors concerns for Phoebus. We can no longer allow him to continue amplifying his aura. Otherwise, we shall be utterly defenseless and must take the initiative, Beerus uttered with great difficulty under the pressure. Just as he was about to launch a full-scale attack, he was sternly halted by Wufan. "No, we must not act recklessly." Seizing the moment, Phoebus pursued, launching a dual assault that sent both Wufan and Beerus hurtling away as they were momentarily subdued by his overwhelming force. The two figures plummeted to the ground like cannonballs, rolling several yards before halting their retreat. The ground of the Omni King's realm was remarkably resilient, leaving no trace of the impact despite the ferocity of the blow. If ordinary planets are as fragile as tofu, this place resembled a forged metal, causing both to feel a deep ache in their bones. "You insolent fool! Do you know why I took the risk to come here?" Beerus scolded, wiping the blood from his lips. He had come to offer assistance, only to find himself entangled in this predicament. Wufan, too, felt his blood boiling. Phoebus's power exceeded at least 20 tiers, making it difficult for the two to contend against him even when united. Yet, the sense of impending doom sparked a latent potential within him, his blood seething like boiling water. Now, Wufan spat out a mouthful of blood, flexing his wrists with a spirited smile, ready to unleash his full capabilities. The clash of their fists ignited a circular shockwave that swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Although Wufan exerted himself to the fullest, he was still sent flying backward. Beerus followed suit, crashing to the ground. Ultimately, the prowess of divine beings is extraordinary, and the two quickly regained their footing. This time, they concentrated their divine energy in advance, surrounded by a brilliant radiance. "You had better provide a reasonable explanation," Beerus roared amidst the rising divine power. Had he not been interrupted earlier, he would not have suffered two unexpected blows. If he had struck first, it would have solidified their culpability. Wufan's aura surged, now taking the initiative. "We are acting in self-defense, and even the Omni King would have no grounds to object." He was not one to show weakness, yet his restraint was a strategic move to uphold a righteous cause, distinct from merely testing the weak. Initially, he refrained from attacking first and absorbed those two strikes merely to repay a favor to Beerus. The true contest was only just commencing. "So, this is the situation." Beerus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Wufan did not harbor intentions to set a trap. Otherwise, Beerus would likely have already withdrawn from the battle. Humph. No matter how you scheme, the outcome will remain unchanged. Phoebus charged once more, dismissing Wufan and Beerus as worthy opponents. Since the battle had commenced, there was no need for further hesitation. Whether the Omni King would hold them accountable was a matter for later. At least he had not intervened thus far. "Do you truly believe we are easy prey?" Wufan bellowed, his surging divine power soaring into the heavens, awakening the Scion's battle instincts, engaging fiercely with Phoebus. While Beerus roared and joined the fray, the three became embroiled in a chaotic melee, despite Wufan and Beerus's alliance remaining at a disadvantage. Their full eruption of divine power made it difficult for even Phoebus to secure an easy victory. The combat prowess of Wufan is particularly remarkable. Despite being outmatched in strength and speed, he consistently restricts the capabilities of Phoebus with his astonishing reflexes and masterful positioning. With the assistance of Beerus, a temporary stalemate ensues between the two sides. "You arrogant deities seem to have forgotten the origin of your power. With no reverence for Lord Zeno, you dare to intrude upon his realm with such audacity. Today, allow me to teach you the meaning of reverence." Phoebus stands upon his moral high ground, rebuking them as if he were the very embodiment of Zeno. Yet his offensive remains unrelenting and fierce as lightning. Although Beerus harbors a fear of Xeno, his actions over the years have strayed far from their original intent. While he has not grossly neglected his duties, his feigned indifference has become increasingly apparent. As he exploits his divine authority, turning his responsibilities into a mere sideline. Consequently, Phoebus's accusations hold a kernel of truth, albeit tainted by excessive personal bias, this bias being jealousy. He envies Beerus, who, despite being weaker, enjoys freedom and reverence throughout the cosmos. He is further envious of Wufan, a mere mortal who has transcended to become a god of order. Meanwhile, he remains forever confined to this minuscule space, oblivious to the world beyond. Gazing at Wufan, Phoebus is overcome by an indescribable bitterness. This youth, barely a few years old, appears to him no different from a newborn. Yet, it is precisely this nascent existence that has garnered honors surpassing those of Beerus, the god of destruction. Reflecting on his millennia of arduous training and sacrifice, an unquenchable fire of jealousy surges within his chest. Phoebus's words, sharp and piercing, rain down like a torrential storm. As Beerus is struck at his vulnerable point, his movements falter, becoming a burden to Wufan instead. Who is truly the arrogant one? Wufan's eyes glimmer with icy resolve, seizing the opportunity while Phoebus assaults Beerus. He unleashes a powerful punch that causes Phoebus to stagger back slightly. Herald of Xeno? Guardian of Order? With every word Wufan utters, his aura swells, and in an instant, he stands defiantly against Phoebus, merely a gatekeeper confined to Xeno's realm, a pitiable creature consumed by jealousy. Why cloak oneself in the guise of righteousness? My greatest disdain is reserved for hypocrites like you. Each word strikes at the very core of Phoebus's soul. Unlike Beerus, who feels shame when his thoughts are pierced, Phoebus reacts with a twisted smile born of fury, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to a volcanic eruption. Boom! As Wufan is hurled away by the violent winds of Phoebus's punch, the latter's visage contorts. You cosmic deities have indulged for far too long. It is time for reckoning. His roar reverberates through the fabric of space, particularly aimed at you, Wufan, who dares to be so brazen before attaining divinity. His harsh declaration of judgment is abruptly halted. Phoebus's fist suddenly freezes in the void, as Beerus's bony hand clamps down on his wrist like a vice. Close your insolent mouth. Beerus's face is shrouded in a palpable aura of menace, with destructive purple light swirling in the depths of his pupils. This punch transcends the confines of temporal perception. Before Phoebus can comprehend the motion, his entire being plummets to the ground like a meteor. The cracked earth bears witness to the true wrath of the god of destruction, whose divine might has endured for eons. How could mere insects dare to challenge it? The spirit of battle surged forth. Beerus was right. His adversaries clearly did not grasp the weight of a god of destruction. Even though Beerus often indulged in slumber, his divine status was no trivial matter, not to be trifled with by outsiders. The actions of Phoebus had thoroughly incensed this deity of destruction. With a sense of awe, Wufan exclaimed, "Are you attempting to transcend limits? Enough with the idle chatter." Beerus's expression was grim, devoid of any joy, as it was evident that the Omni King had no intention of intervening. To survive, they had no choice but to vanquish him. Wufan understood this all too well. They may have overestimated the Omni King, who was merely a capricious child, treating this life and death struggle as a mere game. Even if they were to perish, the Omni King would likely applaud, viewing it as an exquisite performance. Yet, how could they defeat an enemy with strength exceeding 20 points? The odds were laughably bleak. It seemed they would have to fight with all their might. Gazing at the unscathed Phoebus, Wufan's lips curled into a fierce determination. Beerus, do not fall easily. At their level, death was merely a halo above their heads, but the loss of face was the most unbearable fate of all. Mind your own affairs, Beerus scoffed. Do you think you can once again rely on physical reconstitution to surpass your limits? Perhaps, Wufan replied, a fiery resolve igniting in his eyes. Although each reconstitution offered limited enhancement, the ability to fully restore energy might allow him to exhaust his opponent. Of course, this was his last resort. Such a self-destructive fighting style was ultimately too reckless. No more negotiations. Phoebus gazed at the two in the sky, his voice cold. Next, I will unleash my full power, commencing the divine purification plan with you as the first targets. He was not foolish. Rather, he stubbornly believed that his ideology would surely gain the Omni King's approval. Once the cleansing was successfully completed, Supplanting those negligent deities would be merely a matter of time. Just as I desire. Beerus erupted with a formidable pressure, unleashing his divine power. Wufan poured all his strength into this moment. There was nothing left to do but fight to the bitter end. The momentum of both sides soared to its zenith as they charged towards one another. This encounter would be far more significant than mere skirmishes. The divine energy of the priest radiated a brilliant blue, while Wufan's was a deeper hue, and Beerus was surrounded by a purplish-red glow. The three figures, enveloped in their respective auras, collided with a cataclysmic force, unleashing a tremendous energy that reverberated across the land. Like the force of a Category 12 hurricane, the shock waves spread outward, fracturing the ground below into a spiderweb of cracks. Lazuli, Android 18, and the Supreme Kai barely escaped the ensuing waves, having swiftly erected protective barriers with their staffs, managing to stabilize themselves just in time. This is terrifying. I have never witnessed such power. The Supreme Kai murmured in astonishment, realizing that compared to this level of battle, even the Majin Buu who nearly obliterated their realm was trivial. Although he had sensed the energy fluctuations from Wufan and Beerus's confrontation, witnessing it firsthand was a completely different experience. Lazuli and the 18th were equally astonished. However, having witnessed the previous battle, they found this encounter to be of even greater intensity. Moreover, as they gradually acclimated to their divine powers, the experience became somewhat more manageable. Nevertheless, resisting the aftermath of the conflict proved to be immensely challenging. Without the protection of the divine staff, they would have likely been reduced to ashes. It is worth mentioning that the Supreme Kai was fortunate to have their support for survival. As Wufan had anticipated, the Omni King clapped with delight, reveling in the extraordinary spectacle, a rarity in the realm of the Omni King, which had languished in silence for far too long. Yet, the most palpable sensations were felt by the three combatants engaged in the fierce struggle. What appeared to be a simple clash was, in truth, a display of their utmost efforts, even pushing their divine energy to an unprecedented 200 capacity. Though Wufan and Beerus, armed with their extensive combat experience, could momentarily hold their ground, they still fell short compared to the might of Phoebus. Despite Phoebus's overwhelming power, he lacked practical combat experience, having previously relied solely on brute strength to dominate his opponents, never needing to consider the nuances of battle technique. This time, he had indeed encountered a formidable challenge. No matter how he summoned his divine energy, it felt sluggish and cumbersome, as if his joints were ensnared, hindering his ability to unleash his full potential. Nonetheless, his explosive power remained far superior to the combined strength of Wufan and Beerus, albeit failing to be fully exerted upon them. On this Omni King planet, had they been on the battlefield of the seventh universe, half the cosmos would have already been obliterated. Yet at this moment, only a few fissures marred the ground, a testament to the astonishing density of this celestial body. Wufan and Beerus had exhausted all their resources, yet they found themselves relentlessly pushed back. Phoebus clearly operated with ease, while they had reached the end of their tether. How infuriating! A mere canine guardian is about to best me, the god of destruction? Beerus bellowed, his energy surging forth like a flood unleashed from a dam. He borrowed the term used by Wufan to refer to Phoebus, his contempt unmistakable. Wufan, too, felt a deep sense of frustration. Engaging in battle alongside the god of destruction was already a rare exception for him, yet he still faced overwhelming suppression. The disparity in strength was glaring. Phoebus's energy intensity exceeded his by a considerable margin of 4 points, a result that had long been foreshadowed. Still, Wufan had never encountered such a disheartening defeat. Even with the prospect of reconstructing his body, the odds of victory remained slim. Suddenly, Beerus coughed up blood, his violet aura rapidly diminishing. He looked at Wufan with a gaze filled with remorse, yet he had no strength left to speak, only able to extract the last remnants of his energy to barely endure. As a second spurt of blood erupted, Beerus was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Phoebus divided his energy into two streams. One continued to press down on Wufan, while the other surged towards the severely injured Beerus. However, Phoebus was oblivious to the fact that Wufan was quietly undergoing a profound transformation. Upon his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, Wufan had perceived this as a mere game to enhance his abilities, vanquish villains, and pursue romantic interests, as if completing some strategic quest. Yet, as time passed, he began to realize that these were vibrant lives, surrounded by numerous confidants. In addition to the familial bonds he shared and the love for various enchanting figures, he felt that a crucial piece of his emotional landscape still remained absent. Until Beerus stepped forward, that void of friendship was finally filled. In that moment, he truly integrated into this world. It was time to fulfill my promise. At this juncture, he could not possibly stand idly by while Beerus faced annihilation, nor could he accept such a devastating defeat without a fight. As a certain indescribable power within him began to awaken. Boom! A blinding golden light erupted suddenly, instantaneously dispersing all of Phoebes' attacking energy, allowing Beerus to narrowly escape death. At this moment, no one was paying attention to Beerus. Even he disregarded his injuries, as all eyes were fixated on that dazzling golden radiance, obscured yet palpable. Everyone sensed that within the golden light, an unimaginable and terrifying energy was coalescing, which, once unleashed, would surely bring about cataclysmic destruction. This is impossible. Phoebes staggered back several steps, his face etched with horror, as all his assaults were shattered. He gazed in disbelief at the golden light. Could it be that this boy was about to transform again? Beerus, relieved to have escaped death, concentrated more on the source of the energy, where Wufan had originally stood. He was all too familiar with this scenario. Each time Wufan transformed, his power surged, just as demonstrated in various forms before. Yet this time was even more astonishing. Having already stepped into the divine realm, he was still able to break through further. What a farce! Blue flames enveloped Phoebes as he reformed his divine power. Did he think compressing energy would enable him to combat me? Naive. He charged full force toward the golden light, convinced that no matter how Wufan struggled, the outcome would remain unchanged. It was he who was naive. Prostrate on the ground, Beerus was too weak to move, yet a smile graced his lips. Although Wufan's new form had distanced him greatly, witnessing this arrogant, godly attendant being taught a lesson was worth celebrating. At that moment, Android 18 and her sister arrived with the Kaioshin. Pardon my intrusion. The Kaioshin lifted Beerus and, under the sister's protection, quickly retreated from the battlefield. They were acutely aware of the transformation that even Beerus could perceive. Any residual energy from the battle could cost Beerus his life. Boom! The tremendous sound of the energy explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The golden flames receded, revealing a tall and imposing figure. Wufan's originally black hair had completely transformed into a dazzling golden radiance, standing upright, with only a few strands falling over his forehead. Super Saiyan 2? Lazuli and the others widened their eyes, but soon detected the anomaly. It resembled it, yet was entirely different. That golden hue was far richer than that of a Super Saiyan, akin to flowing liquid gold. The surface of his skin shimmered with a faint golden glow, as if coated in a layer of light film. His eyes were not the emerald green of a Super Saiyan, but rather a gilded hue set with pitch-black pupils. Instead of being enveloped in a fiery aura, he was now surrounded by a golden energy pulsating with electric sparks. This could be termed as Super Saiyan God. A cold, sharp smile curved Wufan's lips. A single word made all the difference. Unlike the ceremonial transformation of the Super Saiyan God, this metamorphosis represented a genuine evolution transcending the divine tier. While a typical Super Saiyan only achieved a 50-fold increase in power, this divine strength had already surpassed the mundane calculations, with combat capabilities skyrocketing from 16 to over 26, likely due to his direct entry into a quasi-Super Saiyan 2 phase. Beerus gazed at the battlefield, his lips twitching. The Super Saiyan God? This lad. The oppressive aura that emanated when the golden light converged rendered the atmosphere stifling, causing even the king of all to hold his breath. The lethal strikes unleashed by Phoebus dissipated in the face of the golden radiance, and the energy sphere capable of inducing a nuclear explosion merely stirred a few ripples. This Saiyan is truly blessed. With a mere transformation, he can rival a century of others' cultivation. Enough of this pompous display. Do you think changing your color can secure a victory over me? Phoebus felt an unsettling trepidation within, unwilling to concede, and ferociously roared as he lunged at Gohan once more. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength, vowing to utterly obliterate his opponent. He distanced himself and once again conjured an astonishingly powerful energy sphere. Had it been the untransformed Gohan, he would have had no choice but to evade, as even the slightest touch would reduce him to ashes. Yet, the youth remained immovable, and as the energy sphere approached, he nonchalantly waved his hand, effortlessly swatting it away as if shooing away a mosquito. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, and the shockwave generated a hurricane that swept across the arena. Yet it caused no damage whatsoever. How could this be? The audience had anticipated Gohan's surging power, but never imagined he could so effortlessly neutralize Phoebus's lethal attack. Not only was Phoebus left speechless, but even Beerus and the other members of the King of All's court were taken aback. You were unworthy of battling me before. Now you are even less so. Gohan sneered as he flashed before Phoebus, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. The so-called deity with a combat power exceeding 20 crumpled to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. You wretched being! How dare you! Before he could finish, another punch struck his face, sending him hurtling back like a kite severed from its string. Bloodline? Heritage? Gohan flicked his wrist. Such notions were mere jokes before a warrior's prowess. That was splendid. Beerus, lost in the moment, wildly gestured with his fists, nearly exacerbating his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fear of missing any detail of the thrashing, shouting, "Hit him harder! If anything happens, I'll take care of the remains." At that moment, the god of destruction disregarded his image entirely, revealing the depth of his animosity toward Phoebus. Without hesitation, Gohan proceeded to pummel Phoebus into a battered state, releasing all the pent-up rage within him. Phoebus was already beyond the capacity to resist. He understood he was no match for Gohan. Yet, with each punch he received, his hatred only deepened. He clenched his teeth, vowing silently that if he ever had the chance to rise again, he would ensure Gohan and Beerus paid dearly. What convinced him even more was the realization that the divine realm had become utterly corrupt. It needed a thorough cleansing of these so-called deities, who lacked even the most basic awareness. Gohan, of course, sensed Phoebus's animosity. Even if he hadn't he would not allow this man to leave alive. Phoebus was akin to Zamasu, obsessively mad. If left unchecked, he would inevitably become a threat. Although Gohan was unafraid of threats, he would never leave himself vulnerable. I am not like you, self-proclaimed righteous one. To kill you is purely personal. Gohan gathered energy in his palm, aiming it at the incapacitated Phoebus. Phoebus's pupils dilated, his voice trembling. Do you dare to kill me? Unlike Wu Fan and others, he was neither human nor divine. Upon death, he would be utterly extinguished, leaving not even a trace of his soul. He was terrified of death, and faced with Wu Fan's frigid, murderous intent, he was thoroughly unnerved. This was the realm of the Omni King. Do you dare to kill me in front of the king? He shouted with a fade of bravado. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Wu Fan sneered. So you remember where you are? Weren't you just boasting with arrogance? Proclaiming justice? Why are you afraid now? You can kill me, and even Beerus. Why should I not be able to kill you? This question rendered Phoebus speechless. He could not plead for mercy, nor was he willing to die so easily. His gaze darted about in a frenzy, hoping for someone to rescue him. Wu Fan, unwilling to delay, was about to strike when suddenly a figure materialized out of thin air. Please show mercy. Phoebus has committed grave sins, and I shall ensure he is punished severely. But for the sake of the Omni King, spare his life. The newcomer did not intervene, merely standing at a distance, speaking earnestly. Wu Fan understood that this individual was expressing their stance, unwilling to oppose him, hoping he would show leniency towards Phoebus. Turning to look, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Priest? This sudden apparition was indeed the Grand Priest who had welcomed Son Wukong and his companions to the Omni King's palace. And Wu Fan recognized him instantly. He truly lived up to Whis' commendation of being in the top 5. With Wu Fan's current strength, he still could not gauge the true depths of this being. The Grand Priest stood still, his presence utterly void, as if he had melded with the surrounding environment. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, one would not even be aware of his existence. Not a ripple disturbed the space around him. I am here to pay my respects to the Lord of Order. The Grand Priest respectfully bowed to Wu Fan. Do you believe I should spare him? Wu Fan replied with a cold laugh. When we faced defeat earlier, why did you not step in to stop it? The Grand Priest was momentarily at a loss for words. Phoebus, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart sink once more. Grand Priest, it would be best if you did not interfere. Even if Wu Fan shows mercy, I will not let him go. Beerus, supported by the Kaioshin, approached, his steps unsteady. Yet his voice rang out loudly, almost exhausting all his strength. Just as the Grand Priest was about to speak, Wu Fan had already struck. A concentrated sphere of energy shot forth in an instant. Even the Omni King's presence would be unable to alter the outcome now. Phoebus, having relaxed his guard upon the Grand Priest's appearance, was completely engulfed by the energy sphere in an instant. He had no time to react, and under the impact of the compressed divine energy, he was reduced to primal force, utterly obliterated without a trace. Witnessing this, the Grand Priest's expression turned anxious, yet it was ultimately too late for him to intervene. He could only sigh lightly and say, "Please follow me. I will take you to meet the Omni King." Regardless of his profound cultivation or remarkable cunning, he appeared to bear no grudge regarding the earlier incident. Wu Fan silently took note of this individual, a formidable character, shrouded in mystery, deserving of close attention. Now returning to his usual demeanor, Wu Fan looked at the weakened Beerus and sighed. This appearance does not befit the name of a destroyer. Confronted with mockery, Beerus freed himself from the support of the Supreme Kai and managed to stand upright, indignantly retorting, "Spare me your sarcastic remarks. Do you think I chose to be like this?" Wu Fan smiled knowingly, expressing his gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Beerus." This marked the first instance since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe that Wu Fan had expressed thanks to another. He had never owed anyone a favor before, but this time he genuinely felt indebted to Beerus. Had it not been for his timely transformation into a Super Saiyan God, Beerus might have already met his end or been wandering the mortal realm as a spirit. Who knows? Lord Zeno, Wu Fan, and Beerus have arrived. The Grand Minister guided the two into the palace of Zeno, respectfully bowing before him. Zeno waved his hand to signify dismissal, and the Grand Minister again bowed and retreated to the side. "Wu Fan." Zeno leaped down from his throne, gleefully approaching. "I heard you intend to compete with the 7th universe? Can I join?" This statement left everyone present in stunned silence. Zeno made no mention of the incident involving Phibius, nor did he address the conflict between Wu Fan and Beerus that disrupted the balance of the universe. Instead, he was filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Even more surprising was that rather than reprimanding the gods for privately organizing a competition, Zeno was eager to participate. Fortunately, Wu Fan, being well-versed in the original narrative, quickly grasped the implication. "Of course, Lord Zeno can come," Wu Fan shrugged, "but it would be best if you did not reveal yourself publicly, as I fear the participants might become too anxious and underperform upon seeing you." This remark was rather impudent, causing Zeno's two attendants to glare angrily. Yet they recoiled at a mere glance from Zeno. The authority of those attendants proved to be rather limited. "Not a problem." Zeno clapped his hands joyfully. "When you are ready, have Wu Fan press the button I gave him. I will hide and watch the battle. After witnessing your confrontation with Phibius, I believe the martial arts tournament will be quite exhilarating. Perhaps we could even organize a universe-wide event in the future." Clearly, the fierce clash between Wu Fan and Phibius had stirred even this supreme deity's excitement. Though human fighters were far inferior in strength compared to Wu Fan and his companions, they would surely provide their own brand of entertainment. Only after relaying this information did Zeno casually remark, "Let us put the matter of Phibius behind us. He has paid the price for his folly, and you have incurred no losses." A glimmer of light flickered in Zeno's eyes, and instantly, Beerus's spent stamina and energy were restored to their former state. This miraculous scene astonished Beerus and the others, though Wu Fan's expression grew contemplative. Unlike the previous incident on Earth, he sensed something amiss this time. An elusive energy flowed through the void, swiftly merging with Beerus's being, healing his wounds. Though this energy was as thin as mist, it contained an unimaginable, overwhelming power, perhaps akin to the high-level energy he had previously speculated, even transcending the realm of spiritual energy. He resolved to request Dandy to demonstrate his healing techniques at a later date. Perhaps they could validate the methods employed by Zeno. This thought flitted through Wu Fan's mind. The gaze of the Omni King lingered momentarily upon Wu Fan, his glass-like eyes shimmering with an elusive curiosity, as if he were privy to the depths of his thoughts. Both parties maintained a tacit silence. "Wu Fan, you have come to report back from the Omni King star. I presume the damages in the 7th universe have been fully repaired?" The voice of the Omni King flowed like a clear spring over stone. Despite his ability to perceive the changes across the 12 universes at a mere thought, he displayed little interest in mundane matters, only acknowledging visitors when they sought to set foot on the Omni King star. "We utilized the wishing ball of the dragon god, Salama," Wu Fan replied with calm assurance. The Omni King nodded slightly, appearing unsurprised by this response. "Then it is time to fulfill my promise." As his words fell, 3 radiant halos enveloped Wu Fan and his 2 female companions. When the brilliance faded, Their attire had transformed completely. These garments were inspired by the most resonant images within their memories. The Omni King regarded his creation with satisfaction, a ripple of joy evident in his gaze. As it seemed, the effect was quite commendable. At that moment, Wu Fan was clad not in the Egyptian garb reminiscent of Beerus, nor in the peculiar warrior attire of the Kaioshin, but in an elegant outfit of moonlight and flowing clouds, artfully reimagined. His inherent ethereal quality was accentuated by the billowing sleeves, adding an air of celestial grace. Behind him, Lazuli and Android 18 were so captivated by Wu Fan's transformation that they momentarily forgot to examine their own changes upon gazing at him. They were rendered as two shimmering pools of admiration. The transformation was far beyond mere appearance. Wu Fan sensed a profound connection forming, as if the laws of the seventh universe were revealing greater mysteries to him. This seemed a characteristic of divine authority, the specific intricacies of which would require further contemplation in time. What was certain, however, was that the deities of the seventh universe would henceforth acknowledge his elevated status. To his surprise, the realm of the Order gods had opened independently, allowing him to return with the slightest of thoughts. It remained uncertain whether this was a customary privilege of the God of Order or a special boon from the Omni King. Much like the Kaioshin, Wu Fan had acquired the right to access the Omni King star. As for his two companions, their pristine skirts were equally unbound by this timeline, the silks fluttering in the breeze still bearing the essence of Wu Fan's memories. He held a particular fondness for the flowing silk gowns traditional to the Hua dynasty, which inspired the designs of Lazuli and her companions. Deities need not concern themselves with the material of their garments, under the protection of their divine power. Even the coarsest fabric would remain undamaged in battle. At that moment, clad in their snow-white gowns, Lazuli and her companions resembled ethereal fairies from the clouds, their innate cool demeanor akin to Chang'e of the Moon Palace. "I shall take responsibility for resolving this," Wu Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with an uncontrollable impulse. Wishing to claim them as his own immediately, he vowed to savor this exquisite beauty upon his return, especially as they had now ascended to the ranks of true deities, their divine power accelerating its transformation, an opportune moment to subdue Android 18. "Beerus, since you have turned your transgressions into merit, let past grievances be bygones." The admonition from the Omni King left Beerus feeling as if he were treading on thin ice. "I hope you will remember this lesson and refrain from reckless actions." Although Phoebus harbored ulterior motives, some of his insights held merit. As the Omni King concluded his words, Beerus felt an immense sense of relief and promptly acquiesced. Upon departing the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest personally escorted him. Just before their separation, a whimsical thought struck Beerus. "How about we first visit your Order of God's realm?" The route initially guided by the Kaioshin would lead back to the Kaioshin realm, but if Whis were to lead instead, they could directly reach the Order of God's realm. This suggestion not only piqued Beerus's curiosity, but also ignited a sense of anticipation among the Kaioshin, Zamasu, Android 18, and even Whis himself regarding the newly established Order of God's realm. Whis readily agreed, enveloping everyone in an energy shield and executing the technique of dimensional transfer. Unlike instantaneous movement, this technique allows for precise teleportation between fixed dimensions, enabling one to traverse planes simply by mentally reciting the destination. Currently, this ability is limited to travel between the Omni King's planet and the Order of God's realm. Although Whis could also connect the Kaioshin realm with the Destroyer realm, he deemed it unnecessary. As for Earth and other cosmic spaces, including the afterlife and the residence of the Kaioshin, they fall under a singular space rather than a dimension, rendering this technique inapplicable for transfer. However, instantaneous movement remains useful, apart from the Omni King's planet, which requires dimensional transfer due to its lack of detectable energy. Any other corner can be reached through instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, the group transitioned from the Omni realm to the Order of God's realm, curiously surveying this novel world. Strictly speaking, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Whether it be the Destroyer realm, the Kaioshin realm, or the Order of God's realm, they were essentially just planets. Nonetheless, the material density of these celestial bodies is exceedingly high, making them resilient even against the formidable powers of Whis and Beerus. Especially the Order of God's planet, which is further protected by divine laws. Even though they possess destructive capabilities, they cannot breach this barrier of rules. It was precisely for this reason that, when Beerus was incensed by the Kaioshin of 15 generations past, he could only opt to seal him within a divine sword. Had it not been for the connection between the Kaioshin and the Destroyer, the entire Kaioshin realm might have long since perished. I expected something more surprising. Beerus remarked with a smirk, finding it quite similar to my Destroyer planet, perhaps with a slight edge in ecological conditions. The Kaioshin, however, eagerly surveyed the surroundings. The initial forms are indeed similar, allowing for modifications based on the master's preferences. This explanation alleviated the group's concerns. For Whis, possessing an entire planet was already an ideal scenario. Unauthorized entry would be forbidden, and the prospect of constructing a lavish palace and hosting grand celebrations here was the ultimate dream for any man. Nonetheless, considering the lingering presence of the Omni King, such plans would have to await the time when one could surpass the Omni King in strength. Although Whis bore no intent to oppose, he despised the feeling of being constrained. Who would willingly entrust their life to the whims of the unpredictable Omni King? While Zamasu and Android 18 went to inspect their new residence, Whis turned to the two deities. I have always had a question. How does one delineate the distinction between deities and mortals? Why are some wielders of divine powers still regarded as mortals in the presence of officially sanctioned deities? And how do deities like you acquire your divine status? What is meant by innate divinity? You have posed more than one question. Beerus sighed in exasperation. The Kaioshin spoke up, seemingly aware of Lord Wufan's concerns regarding the remarks made by Phoebes. Please, elaborate, he urged. Without hesitation, Beerus tossed the dilemma into the air. As a being positioned at the bottom of the food chain, the Kaioshin resigned himself to the task of explaining. Within the realm of Dragon Ball, the 12 universes exhibit a unique correspondence. When the numerical designations of two universes sum to 13, they resonate with one another like mirrored twins. The theory of the origin of universes posits that at the dawn of the multiverse, all life and matter existed in a homogenized state, adhering to the same evolutionary trajectory. However, subtle variances led to the eventual differentiation of each universe's ultimate form. These discrepancies could be minuscule or drastically pronounced. This is akin to the mirrored relationship between the 6th and 7th universes, or the paired existence of the 1st and 12th, as well as the 2nd and 11th universes. The hierarchy of life presents a stringent pyramid structure. At its base lies the human collective that self-designates titles such as Galactic King, whose essence is akin to that of Earth's police or regional officials, albeit with an expanded dominion. Ascending, we encounter the divine system endowed with planetary management authority, applicable to select celestial bodies, followed by a system governing the cycles of life and death across universes, wherein each universe is divided into several territories with multiple overseers, breaking away from the original singular setting. The mid-level management system comprises the Kaioshin system, responsible for galactic affairs and divided into 4 regions, overseen by the Grand Kaioshin. The Kaioshin also presides over planetary creation and ecological maintenance, similarly arranged into 4 areas, subject to the Grand Kaioshin's authority. Within the higher echelons of power, the Kaioshin collectively stand on par with the gods of destruction. However, individual capabilities exhibit marked disparities. Only the Grand Kaioshin can rival the gods of destruction, while the remaining Kaioshin must remain deferential. Above both the gods of destruction and the Kaioshin towers the absolute authority of the Omni King. The divine origin mechanism dictates that the gods emerge from elite humans, conferred after rigorous assessment by the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin and the Kaioshin gods are innate deities, birthed from a colossal planet known as Kaioshin Star. The inhabitants of this planet are born in humanoid forms through the fruit of the Kaiju tree, devoid of gender distinction. The average lifespan of these beings is approximately 75,000 years, during which they receive comprehensive training in an academy-like environment. Should the ruler of the Kaioshin Star pass away, a successor will be selected from the core populace. Ordinary Kaioshin derive from standard fruits, while candidates for Kaioshin gods are born from the rare golden fruits core life forms. Kaioshin Star also harbors a minority of fallen individuals who adhere to dark ideologies, often aligning with demonic forces. Notably, exceptional Kaioshin have the opportunity to ascend to the status of apprentice Kaioshin gods, attaining formal positions after undergoing systematic training. Zamasu from the Dragon Ball Super series exemplifies this mechanism of identity transformation. On Kaioshin Star, apart from the core life forms nurtured by the fruits, there exists a tribe known as the Aoku, tasked with the care of the Kaiju tree. This tribe is a product of the interaction between the kaiju tree and the natural energy of the cosmos. Although they are connected to the tree, their societal standing is relatively low due to their non-fruit-based origin, and they primarily engage in service-oriented roles. As the native race of the world of Jishin, the Ayaku people possess an innate aura of energy, a gift that categorizes them alongside the primordial deities. Specifically, the classifications are as follows: ordinary fruit core life forms, candidates for World King; golden fruit core life forms, candidates for Divine World King; Ayaku individuals, candidates for Divine Attendant. In truth, the strength of the Ayaku far surpasses that of the fruit life forms. They not only embody the essence of the world tree, but also harmoniously integrate the energies of heaven and earth, rendering their value on par with that of the world tree's fruits. However, the fruit life forms, proud of their pure lineage, have long suppressed the relatively few Ayaku, buoyed by their numerical advantage and the support of the orthodox deities. Fortunately, most Ayaku are naturally gentle and take pleasure in horticultural pursuits, diligently executing the commands of the fruit life forms to maintain the overall harmony of Jishin. Is it merely their origin from Jishin that leads them to feel superior? Upon understanding the circumstances, Wufan couldn't help but scoff. How absurd. The god of destruction, Beerus, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is laughable. Indulging in the glory of lineage only serves to stagnate one's progress and stifle ambition. You speak the truth. The Divine World King added that whether fruit life forms or Ayaku, most are diligent and responsible. Extremists like Phabes are truly rare. As time passed, the Divine World King gradually shed his reservations and could express his views with ease. Wufan cast a sidelong glance at Beerus, a playful smile gracing his lips. The esteemed god of destruction is neither of the fruit core lineage nor of Ayaku blood. Could it be that he deliberately elongated his tone, akin to my own transcendence from mortal origins? No wonder Phabes considers us akin. Beerus's pupils suddenly constricted, the fur on his neck bristling. Insolence. Am I to be compared to you mere insects of the lower realm? His claws scraped against the golden armlet, producing a jarring sound. Do you think all beings can effortlessly transcend the shackles of life like those scion monsters? Oh, Wufan leaned in closer, scrutinizing. Then why does the esteemed one's ear tremble? His finger abruptly poked at Beerus's furry ear, which bore patterns reminiscent of the mutated cats from a neighboring galaxy. Golden pupils narrowed to slits. Divine might erupted, seeking death. A welcome challenge. Wufan's aura materialized, causing the floor to crack under the pressure. As the explosive winds of clashing energies sent the decorative columns flying, Beerus suddenly retracted his aura. Humph. Engaging in earnest with a fool like you is beneath my dignity. I concede. Wufan casually dissipated the residual energy waves and turned to the Divine World King, who appeared hesitant to speak. It seems you are aware of something intriguing. The old Divine World King, stroking his time-space ring, chuckled wryly. In truth, Lord Beerus is indeed of the fruit core lineage. However, he caught sight of a certain god of destruction whose tail had suddenly stiffened, and with great reluctance, explained that he hails from the mirrored world of the inner Jishin. No wonder, Wufan exclaimed with realization. So it is the spatial refraction that caused the genetic distortion? Before he could finish, an emerald shield had already blocked the incoming destructive energy. Today's update is complete. I will address the subsequent chapters later. As the fragrance of golden osmanthus wafts through the air, may you all revel together under the moon. The world of light and the world of darkness coexist in mutual dependence, though they are mirror images of each other. The relationship is not one of simple opposition wherein one exists at the expense of the other. In various dimensions, there may exist individuals who bear striking resemblances to one another, yet their dispositions and natures could be utterly disparate. Take, for instance, Son Wukong from the surface world. He is inherently virtuous, with a passion for martial arts and gastronomy. In contrast, his counterpart from the Shadow Realm might be a treacherous tyrant, accustomed to commanding subordinates to do his bidding while remaining indolent himself. This is merely a hypothesis, and the true existence of this scion in the Shadow Realm remains uncertain. The hierarchy of deities in the Shadow Realm corresponds to that of the surface world, classified from highest to lowest as follows: the Supreme Evil Demon King, the Malevolent God; the Dark Prison God King, the Dark Prison King; the Lord of Hades, the Malevolent Spirit, and the Demon Race. In this comparative framework, the demon race equates to mere mortals, The malevolent spirits are akin to celestial deities. The Lord of Hades corresponds to the Dark Prison King. The Dark Prison God King is equivalent to the God of the universe. The malevolent god is comparable to the god of destruction. And the supreme evil demon king parallels the Omni King. In the Majin Buu saga, the Dark Prison King Dubra, controlled by Babidi, originates from the Shadow Realm. The principles governing the Shadow Realm diverge significantly from those of the surface world, rendering conventional judgments inapplicable. This dimension adheres to the doctrine of power supremacy, with the supreme evil demon king reigning supreme, followed by the malevolent god and the Dark Prison God King, while the Dark Prison King occupies the third tier. Within the realm of the Dark Prison, a collective term for the human domain of the Shadow World, excluding the highest entities like the supreme evil demon king. The Dark Prison King indeed dominates effortlessly. As he wields authority over the Dark Prison realm, his influence surpasses that of the Dark Prison God King, earning Dubra the title of the foremost warrior of the demon realm. The Shadow Realm exhibits a strict alignment between divine ranks and power, devoid of any inversion of strength seen in the surface world, irrespective of origin. Consequently, while the fruit core beings of the surface world may be candidates for the god of the universe, their status in the Shadow Realm pales in comparison to that of the Dark Prison King, unless their martial prowess is exceptional. Just as there are fallen fruit core beings who ally with the demon realm, those from the Shadow Realm with righteous hearts are equally ostracized, prompting Beerus to seek refuge in the surface world. When the world tree births life, it typically yields singular fruit core beings or proud aka species, with rare exceptions of twins, such as Beerus and Kampa, or Whis and Bados. Although these concurrently born individuals are referred to as siblings, they lack the mundane blood ties of mortals. As an outcast in the Shadow Realm, Beerus faced considerable exclusion in his original world and found little acceptance upon transitioning to the surface world. Even as a god of destruction, his origins remain a closely guarded secret, yet he does not go to great lengths to conceal it. Upon learning these profound secrets, Wu Fan was profoundly astonished, never having imagined that the Dragon Ball universe concealed such intricate spatial laws. If there exists another realm beyond the universe, with time and space possessing hierarchies, then the existence of both positive and negative facets of space becomes comprehensible. Wu Fan quickly grasped this notion and even contemplated embarking on an adventure to the inner world, hoping to encounter something novel. Ah, Beerus, who would have thought you are, at your core, a rebellious spirit? It seems my previous remark about your misguided nature was not unfounded. The sly smile of Wu Fan caused the veins on Beerus's forehead to bulge. Yet he was no match for Wu Fan now. He merely turned his head, pretending not to hear, as the lad was clearly seeking trouble, and any explanation would be futile. My lords, since the official business has concluded, I shall take my leave. The god of universe was about to depart, when he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned back to add, there is one more matter to report. Perhaps Lord Beerus remembers the sealed Majin Buu. Majin Buu? As Beerus stroked his chin in contemplation, the name sounded somewhat familiar. Noticing the two seemed rather uninformed, the Supreme Kai elaborated. In ancient times, when humanity had just learned to walk upright, a sorcerer named Babidi dwelled deep within the cosmos. By chance, he created a being born solely for destruction, the pink creature known as Majin Buu, capable of distorting its form at will and treating slaughter as mere sport. The 5 Supreme Kais of that era were formidable enough to vanquish Frisia with a single blow, yet 4 of them perished during the campaign against this monster. Even its creator, Babidi, feared this abomination, and during its slumber, he placed a seal upon it. Later, Babidi brought the sealed egg to Earth, where he was ultimately slain by the Eastern Supreme Kai. However, the seal remained intact, posing a potential threat of awakening Majin Buu, as it was believed that only Babidi could break it. Recently, we discovered that the Supreme Kai's expression had turned grave. Babidi had a more cunning son, Babidi, who was currently plotting a resurrection ritual with the stolen sealed egg. Due to Babidi's ability to mask his energy signature, the Supreme Kai could not pinpoint his location nor ascertain where Majin Buu was concealed, thus remaining on high alert with no results. Should Majin Buu truly escape his confinement, the Supreme Kai understood he would be no match for the creature. Hence he forewarned Goku and Beerus, hoping they would lend their aid in a moment of crisis. I see now. So the Supreme Kai lineage has dwindled to just you due to the havoc wrought by Majin Buu? Beerus remarked with a hint of realization. When Majin Buu rampaged across the universe, he had fortuitously been in slumber, unaware of these events. Nevertheless, despite the calamity Majin Buu had inflicted upon the Supreme Kai, Beerus regarded such power as utterly trivial, scarcely worthy of warming up against. Thus, when discussing the near annihilation of the Supreme Kai, his tone bore a touch of disdain. The Supreme Kai awkwardly scratched his head, replying, "Yes, that is correct. For the two of you, Majin Buu is undoubtedly not a concern. However, in the 7th universe, apart from you, it seems there is no one else capable of contending with him." "Very well," Beerus replied languidly, shrugging his shoulders. "After all, this is my responsibility. The fall of the Supreme Kai also reflects my shortcomings. If that creature reemerges, I shall handle it. It seems one cannot judge the participants of the universe by appearances alone. Were it in the past, Beerus would never have been so agreeable. Yet, following the events on Xeno's planet, he recognized the need to refrain from his former complacency, lest he risk being dismissed by Xeno at any moment. This declaration left the Supreme Kai both astonished and elated, and he hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you immensely, Lord Beerus." Beerus, nonchalantly cleaning his teeth with a nail, remarked, "However, if Babidi fails to successfully unseal Majin Buu, this matter will no longer concern me." "That is understood. I shall keep watch over Babidi, and as long as Majin Buu remains confined, I will not trouble you too," the Supreme Kai hastily assured him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the Supreme Kai formally took his leave, returning to his realm. Once he had departed, Beerus turned to the ever-silent Whis. "You seem rather disinterested in Majin Buu? Since just now, Wu Fan has exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, as if this matter were entirely unrelated to him. In truth, it is. Being well-versed in the original narrative, Wu Fan is acutely aware of the backstory of Majin Buu, knowing that his emergence is still several years away. Even if his own time travel has incited a butterfly effect, it is unlikely to precipitate this crisis, especially since the Kaioshin has not mentioned the Demon King Dabura, indicating that Babidi has yet to gain control over this minion and would not recklessly seek to unseal Majin Buu. Most importantly, Majin Buu is merely marginally stronger than Super Saiyan 3, a level of strength that Wu Fan currently finds beneath his notice, preferring instead to leave the challenge to Goku and his companions for practice. This is precisely the intent behind Wu Fan's training of them. Enemies he finds uninteresting are to be dealt with by the elder generation, reserving his personal intervention for foes that they cannot overcome. Presently, with Wukong even training in Super Saiyan God, what significance does Majin Buu hold? Even Beerus is too lethargic to stir. Wu Fan casually articulates his thoughts, and the god of destruction, after a moment of contemplation, nods in agreement, swiftly dismissing the pink behemoth from his mind. However, they both overlook the fact that, given the nature of Son Goku and Vegeta, even if they could easily overpower Buu, they would surely not resolve the matter swiftly, opting instead to toy with him, inevitably stirring up chaos. Of course, that is a concern for another time. For now, with matters settled, Wu Fan and Beerus find themselves unencumbered, relishing a rare respite. With several days remaining until the grand martial arts tournaments of the two universes, Wu Fan resolves to first restore order to the divine realm, as the Sun family villa is set to relocate here. However, the youthful deity only articulates his intentions, delegating all practical affairs to the omnipotent genius scientist Bulma. In just 3 days, the Order Star undergoes a remarkable transformation. The original flora and fauna are preserved, yet the atmosphere is imbued with vibrant life. Wu Fan offers only minor suggestions regarding the design, with the bulk of the work being undertaken by Bulma. Yet he himself is not idle, working harder than the construction crew. The reason is simple. While the planet is indeed beautiful, it is hauntingly desolate. Aside from their small group, there are no other living beings. Thus, Bulma assigns Wu Fan a task to gather gentle and endearing creatures from across the universe. Birds, fish, rabbits, and deer, all non-aggressive beings are included in the list. This task is one that only Wu Fan, with his mastery of instant transmission, can fulfill. Even if entrusted to Android 18, her efficiency would pale in comparison. As the god of order tirelessly traverses the cosmos, he nearly wears out his legs. Yet for the promise of a leisurely future, he grits his teeth and accepts his fate. When the 3-day deadline arrives, the Order Star presents a drastically different visage. The air is filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, teeming with vitality. Naturally, Beerus, the god of destruction, cannot linger for long, and is promptly invited back to his own realm by Wufan. Once the construction team completes their mission, they are also sent back. Now, aside from Wufan and his beloved companions, the only one with a special status permitted to reside on the Order Star is his mother, Chi-Chi. As for the cheap grandfather, the Ox King, Wufan leaves him the original Sun family villa and supplements him with some wealth to send him on his way. Chi-Chi is somewhat dissatisfied with this arrangement. But the Ox King cares little. He enjoys a comfortable life now, often passing his time in idle conversation with Master Roshi, preferring not to interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. After settling in the realm of order, Wufan spent his days wandering and exploring the mysteries of the Order Star. However, what is most commendable is that he managed to complete all necessary tasks. Time swiftly passed amid Wufan's frolics, and before long, the day of the martial arts contest between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, as agreed with Kampa, was approaching. Lazuli and Android 18 skillfully controlled the shuttle cube, transporting all inhabitants of the Order Star to the neutral space. Although this cube could be operated by an individual, they were not as powerful as Whis, and thus, it was more efficient to collaborate as a duo. Meanwhile, Whis was responsible for ferrying the Earth contingent, including Son Wukong and Vegeta. Both sides had already agreed to arrive at the venue on the day of the match, leaving Wufan unaware of the current abilities of Wukong and Vegeta. However, he was well acquainted with their potential under Whis' guidance. They would surely ascend to the Super Saiyan Blue realm with ease. Whether they could reach or even surpass the power levels of the Dragon Ball Super era remained uncertain. Nevertheless, as long as they maintained the Super Saiyan Blue standard, their victory was almost assured, unless Kampa managed to recruit a fighter more formidable than Hit. If that were the case, Wufan would have to accept his fate. In less than half an hour, the group arrived in the neutral space. Following the fluctuations of energy, they quickly located the planet designated for the contest. The originally chosen Super Dragon Ball planet had been claimed by Wufan, and now, they were at a planet resembling it. In fact, the planets in the neutral space bore a striking similarity, differing only in size. The venue's arrangement was not much different from the original narrative, but perhaps due to the presence of Wufan, the Order God of the 7th universe, Kampa refrained from erecting the image boards of both parties. After all, displaying the images of two deities would only serve to diminish his own stature. Upon their arrival, Kampa and Beerus's teams had already been waiting for some time. Kampa, with a sullen expression, complained, "Just because you've become the Order God, you're acting all high and mighty, making all of us wait for you." Wufan completely ignored him and turned his attention to the beautiful Vados behind Kampa, spreading his arms as if to embrace her. "Vados, my dear, it's been a while. Have you missed me? I've been thinking of you every day." Vados stood still, smiling gently, not flinching. She was confident that Wufan would not make any inappropriate advances in public. However, just as she was about to respond, she was taken aback as Wufan suddenly leaped right in front of her. "Well, it seems you haven't faced any hardships in the 6th universe." "That puts my mind at ease," Wufan stated earnestly. His words left everyone present speechless, while Bulma and the others covered their faces, pretending not to know him. Kampa, unable to contain his frustration, shouted, "Order God, Vados is my attendant. Please mind your manners." "And what do you mean by saying she hasn't been treated well in the 6th universe?" "She is my subordinate, and it's South not your place to comment." Beerus shrugged, stifling a laugh, and remarked, "The Order God and Destroyer God are on equal footing. He can do as he pleases, and I have no authority to intervene." Initially, Beerus found Wufan somewhat embarrassing, but seeing Kampa grow increasingly agitated only amused him further, as he wished for the chaos to escalate. Wufan curled his lips in disdain, stating, "Indeed, Vados is your attendant, but she is not your wife. The angel race does not recognize gender distinctions. What is your haste in my embracing her?" His words left Xiangpa blushing furiously, rendering him momentarily speechless. Vados, suppressing her laughter, interjected, "Lord Wufan, might you release me for a moment?" Additionally, much like Lord Xiangpa, though I may appear feminine, I am devoid of any gender concept. Wufan paused, yet instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it, grinning mischievously, "Do not deceive me. You merely lack an understanding of love. In your mind, there may be no distinction between male and female, but your physical form undoubtedly signifies femininity. A fact I am most aware of." The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, questioning what he meant by most aware. Had he truly verified this? Vados felt a wave of embarrassment. As an attendant, She was bound to serve Xiangpa yet could not defy the god of order. With resignation, she pleaded, "Even so, would you kindly release me?" "Very well. Since you have asked, to persist in holding you would seem like an unwelcome pursuit," Wu Fan replied, albeit reluctantly stepping back, adding, "Remember, I am owed a personal favor." Bados nearly rolled her eyes, exasperated. "It was you who insisted on holding me." Bills cleared his throat, declaring, "Enough of this jesting. Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence with the serious matters at hand." The atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, with anticipation and excitement flickering in the eyes of the gathering. This confrontation would epitomize the pinnacle of human martial arts, far surpassing the Earth's martial arts tournaments, and even eclipsing the games with Cell, having transcended numerous tiers. In the ranks of the Sixth Universe, alongside Lord Xiangpa and Angel Bados, there were 5 participating warriors and 2 Supreme Kais, as well as several spectators. The Seventh Universe boasted a similarly formidable assembly, with Wu Fan and his companions numbering 12. Included were the God of Destruction Bills, Angel Whis, the Supreme Kai, and their attendant Jebet, along with Earth's warriors. Notably absent was the old Supreme Kai, still sealed within the sacred sword, but unexpectedly, 2 women accompanied Wu Fan and Vegeta, brought forth by fate. It is worth noting that due to Bulma's relocation and potential deviations in the time-space continuum, both Goku and the King of the Galaxy were not present at the venue. Furthermore, while Zeno and his attendants had accepted Wukong's invitation, they remained concealed from sight. Please remain patient. The martial arts selection tournament between the 6th and 7th universes is about to begin. A familiar host took the stage, proclaiming, "Let us commence with a chorus of the Cosmic Ode." What is this arrangement? The crowd exchanged confused glances, while only the 2 gods of destruction and their attendants stood solemnly. At that moment, a penguin-like cosmic singer gracefully approached the stage, adjusting the microphone before launching into a melodic rendition in a unique alien tongue. "The universe is vast." As the concluding notes faded, the penguin bowed formally and slowly exited the stage. Applause surged from the 6th universe's camp, yet the Earth warriors remained perplexed. Regardless, the event had finally commenced. The host's fervent voice ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. "The first contenders in this duel are..." Turning to face the 6th universe, he announced, "The 6th universe's participant, Bardamo. Go. Victory is ours." Amidst the tumult of the 6th universe, a brawny giant bear of a creature flexed its muscles and leapt onto the stage. The representative of the 7th universe was introduced by the host, gesturing towards the opposite side, "Brah." With a laughter as melodious as silver bells, the petite girl gracefully ascended the platform. Faced with a colossal adversary that dwarfed her, she exhibited not a trace of fear in her eyes. As both contenders took their positions, the disparity in size became even more pronounced. Bra's height barely reached her opponent's abdomen, rendering her figure notably fragile. The audience from the 6th universe erupted in disdainful jeers, lamenting the inequity of this contest. The original roster for the 7th universe had only confirmed Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, leaving 2 spots uncertain. Initially intending to call upon fighters like Krillin to fill the gaps, Son Goku's daughter, Pan, unexpectedly claimed one of the slots, insisting on taking the lead. Not to be outdone, Bra swiftly seized the last available position. Due to her lack of rigorous training, Bra's abilities were slightly inferior to Pan's. Hence, she volunteered to be the first to face the challenge. To this, Pan merely scoffed, stating that had she gone first, there would be no chance for Bra to showcase her skills. Son Goku and Vegeta held no sway in this matter. They had always found themselves at a loss with these young girls, and given that both Bra and Pan were family, the 2 scions could only retreat to the background in silence. "Ha! Kampa couldn't resist mocking. Is there truly no one else from the 7th universe? Sending this blonde girl to compete is tantamount to conceding defeat." Aside from close allies like Goku, even the audience, including Beerus, failed to perceive the latent strength that Bra deliberately concealed. Although there was some dissatisfaction regarding the 2 girls occupying slots, with Goku and Vegeta present, the members of the 7th universe felt no trepidation regarding the outcome of the match. Beerus retorted, "Enjoy your laughter while it lasts, Kampa. When we emerge victorious in the 7th universe, don't come crying and whining." The 2 gods of destruction then engaged in a fervent debate concerning the potential victor. On the Earth side, Vegeta was derisively addressing Goku. "Kakarot, is it truly acceptable for me to stand before you? You may not even get a chance to compete." The order of appearances was directly arranged by Whis. With the absence of Majin Buu and the slots claimed by Pan and Bra, the actual combatants dwindled to a trio. Whis assigned Piccolo to follow Pan, Vegeta next, with Son Goku as the final ace. This arrangement left Vegeta exceedingly displeased, whether in terms of actual power or public opinion. He was consistently considered slightly inferior to Goku. In the arena, Goku was fretting over the order of appearances. "Vegeta, let me go first. Or at least leave me a worthy opponent for last," he pleaded, hands clasped in earnestness. Vegeta responded without hesitation, "Dream on. Saiyans never show mercy. If the roles were reversed, you wouldn't grant me any chances either." "Oh, come on," Goku interjected, seeking support. Piccolo, arms crossed, chimed in. "Perhaps I alone could handle all the opponents." After intense training with Whis, his strength had surged remarkably. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, there were few who could rival him. In the audience, the competitors of the Sixth Universe observed their bickering with concealed amusement. As the competition commenced, the arena fell into an instant silence upon the announcer's declaration. Bardamo activated his protective shield, enveloping the combat stage in a cocoon of energy. Without hesitation, he launched an aggressive attack, stating that even against a small girl, he would show no mercy. With an agility that belied his size, he charged at Bra, his colossal fists cutting through the air. Bra skillfully evaded, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she retorted, "Big clumsy bear, I won't hold back either." With a deft movement, she tripped him, causing Bardamo to tumble and roll several meters across the ground. This unexpected turn of events left the audience in stunned silence. While only Wufan and a few others remained unfazed, having already anticipated the outcome. They were more curious about how far Bra and Xiaofang could progress. Initially, Bardamo had underestimated Bra, but given their stark size difference, this petite girl had effortlessly sent him sprawling with a mere trip. What was happening? This little girl possessed surprising skills. Avoiding Bardamo's onslaught was indeed no small feat. It seemed that one could not judge the competitors by their appearances. Yet, Bardamo thought it was worth the risk to deal with her. However, he had yet to unleash even 10% of his strength, and no matter how formidable she was, victory was still within his grasp. Observers from Universe 6 whispered among themselves, surprised by Bra's display of power, yet still skeptical. In Universe 7, aside from the contestants, many were astounded by Bra's performance, with Krillin and others feeling a sense of inadequacy. Among the participants, Vegeta and Bick were merely slightly surprised, while Goku cheered loudly with excitement. Brushing off the dust, Bardamo coldly remarked, "I underestimated you. Next, you will witness my full power. Try not to fall too quickly." He calculated that even with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to incapacitate his opponent immediately, as the rules forbade the taking of lives. "Then I won't hold back either," Bra replied, a sly smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, she shouted, and a golden aura enveloped her as she transformed into a Super Saiyan. The crowd gasped in unison, astonished by her surging energy. Universe 6 was shocked by her transformation, while Universe 7 was taken aback that she could achieve Super Saiyan status. A Super Saiyan? This is impossible. Vegeta and Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta muttered to himself, "How could there be another Saiyan besides us, let alone a Super Saiyan?" As he glanced towards Wufan, recalling the miracles his son had brought forth. "This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Beerus observed, a playful smile creeping onto his face as he noted the somber expression of Kampa. According to previous encounters, Bardamo had been defeated by Goku in his base form. Though Bra might not match Goku in base, her Super Saiyan form clearly surpassed his, making her victory seem inevitable. However, the underlying circumstances hinted at unforeseen complexities. "Remarkable. You harbor such immense power within you," Bardamo sneered, regaining his composure. "But you're still far from winning against me." He lunged at Bra with a chilling laugh, his fists descending like rain, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, utilizing every ounce of his strength. Who would have thought that Bra would effortlessly deflect all attacks? Playfully sticking out her tongue, "I expected something formidable, but it turns out you're just a boastful fool." Seizing the opportunity while Bardamo was momentarily exhausted from his relentless assault, Bra abruptly lifted her leg and aimed a kick at his rotund belly. Thud! A golden glimmer flashed. Her kick felt as though it struck a wall of iron and bronze, not even grazing his clothing. What on earth? Bra's pupils dilated in surprise. She was acutely aware of the force she had exerted. Logically, this hefty fellow should have been sent flying several meters. Yet, The rotund man stood unscathed, grinning at her. Heh, now you see who truly only knows how to talk big. In the blink of an eye, Bardamo swung his fist to strike. Bra hastily attempted to block it, but she was distracted and slow to react, sending her hurtling backward. This is bizarre. Bra adjusted her posture midair and landed gracefully. She simply couldn't fathom how, with the physique of a super scion, she could be in this predicament. Let's see how you fare against this. She suddenly clasped her hands at her waist, a pale blue energy beginning to gather furiously. It was the Kamehameha wave. The audience, particularly Wukong, was nearly propelled from their seats with excitement. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. What a fuss. She certainly bears the blood of a scion. Yet, he was more concerned about this girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Unfortunately, he could never have guessed that this was, in fact, the cherished daughter of his future self. In this timeline, Bra's existence was somewhat superfluous. Even though the laws of the universe dictated that Trunks would be born, after all, he bore the weighty responsibility of saving the world. Bra was, to put it bluntly, merely a footnote in the history of Dragon Ball. Even if Vegeta and Bulma were to have another daughter now, she would not resemble this wild child before him. Kamehameha, the dazzling energy orb shot forth. And Bra firmly believed, if physical attacks were futile, surely this technique would prove effective. The surrounding audience shared a similar sentiment, witnessing Bra unleash such a fierce wave. The warriors of Universe 6 grew anxious for Bardamo, while those from Universe 7 were poised to cheer. Humph. In the face of the onslaught, Bardamo emitted a peculiar laugh, bracing himself to meet it head-on. This unexpected move left everyone in shock, and before they could comprehend, the wave was inexplicably rebounded back. How is that possible? Bra's pupils constricted in disbelief. My Kamehameha, now it's my turn to be on the offensive. Bardamo laughed heartily, curling into a ball, and launched himself off the ground with a thud, his speed more than double that of before. Fortunately, Bra had anticipated this and nimbly evaded the attack. After several exchanges, Bra's breathing grew heavy. Although her Super Saiyan form was powerful, the physical toll of sustained combat weighed upon her. In contrast, her opponent appeared remarkably composed after multiple exchanges. What should I do? She instinctively glanced towards the audience, seeking her brother Wukong, but was met only with his calm smile. Wukong was not heartless. He understood that excessive reliance would hinder his sister's growth, especially when he noticed the scrutinizing gaze of Xiaofang. In that instant, Bra grasped the lesson. She must not be underestimated. A fierce determination ignited in the young girl's eyes. As Bodhidharma propelled himself once more, he summoned all his strength to deliver a formidable blow. Is this endless? Accompanied by a dull thud, his plump opponent was sent soaring. Bodhidharma sprang back to his feet. Unscathed. Hee, little girl, you might as well concede now. How long can you sustain this feeble effort? He cracked his knuckles, squinting playfully, resembling a rotund raccoon. The audience from the 6th universe erupted in laughter. While they were astonished by Bra's explosive power, failing to land a hit ultimately rendered the effort futile. Wufan, hurry and take your little friend home, Xiangpa chuckled, resting his chin on his hand, relieved to prevent any damage to the delicate girl. Since meeting Wufan, he finally found an opportunity to gloat. Wufan remained unfazed, celebrating with champagne before the outcome is decided. Be careful, you might end up with a sore face. I have faith in Bra, he added. Xiangpa, resembling a duck with its neck pinched, begrudgingly retreated to his seat. He secretly calculated how he would mock Wufan once Bodhidharma emerged victorious. Alas, fortune did not favor him this time. Upon hearing Wufan's words, Bra's pupils ignited with golden flames. She suddenly recalled the peculiar sensation from earlier, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hey, Meatball, do you truly not see the disparity between us? She raised her index finger and gently shook it, teasingly suggesting that it was not too late to concede. I am Bodhidharma. The furious orb launched itself once more. A projectile aimed at who would plead for mercy first. Bra danced gracefully around the assault, suddenly exclaiming, Phantom Punch. Dozens of Bra's silhouettes filled the arena, beckoning. Come catch me, Meatball. The audience responded with boos. Such a basic technique could easily be executed by a 3-year-old. Xiaofang and Lazili exchanged puzzled glances, while only Wufan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Childish. Bodhidharma rolled over the illusions, determined to shatter them. To his surprise, the last phantom reached out to stop him. The real Bra's palm pressed against his abdomen, where a bruise from earlier still lingered. Bodhidharma transformed once again into his massive, spherical form, charging towards Bra's multiple phantoms. Suddenly, the repulsive orb struck. First blow. A Bra's figure swung fiercely. Home run. Second blow. Another Bra stepped in to follow up. Targeting. Third blow. A third silhouette delivered another strike. An absurd scene unfolded on the arena. Bodhidharma had completely become a punching bag, bouncing wildly around the platform, unable to halt his momentum. 35 consecutive strikes. 78 consecutive strikes. 156 consecutive strikes. The audience fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief at this one-sided pummeling. Though Bodhidharma possessed immense strength, it was said that his astonishing defensive capabilities made it incredibly challenging, even for Super Saiyans, to breach his defenses. Due to the premise that has not been officially adopted, this narrative embraces the concept of an infinitely resilient character endowed with unparalleled defensive capabilities. As a result, despite being mercilessly battered like a mere plaything, Bada Mo emerged unscathed except for a slight dizziness. At that moment, he would have preferred to be gravely injured and unconscious rather than endure such torment any longer. Bra, on the other hand, was indifferent to his plight, relishing in the release of her pent-up frustration. I told you it would be dreadful. 248 consecutive strikes. Feeling a bit tired, 249. Let us make it an even 250. With a final, thunderous slam, she brought her hands down forcefully onto Badamo's abdomen. The impact echoed through the arena, sending his rotund form flying off the stage, bouncing several times like a rubber ball before finally coming to a halt. Surprisingly, the ground remained intact. Bada Mo has exited the ring, the referee promptly declared, announcing Bra's victory for Universe 7. All of her duplicates seamlessly merged back into one. In fact, throughout the brutal onslaught, Bra had reverted to her normal state to conserve energy, resulting in only a modest decrease of 2 or 3% in her combat prowess post-battle. I won, Bra exclaimed, beaming as she flashed a victory sign towards Goku. The audience from Universe 7 finally snapped back to reality, erupting into thunderous applause. This battle not only showcased Bra's formidable strength, but also highlighted her exceptional tactical acumen. In light of Bada Mo's astonishing defensive capabilities, the majority of the audience believed that Bra could only deplete his stamina or face inevitable defeat. However, Bra's actions demonstrated that there are manifold paths to victory. Even without throwing her opponent from the ring, Bada Mo's psychological defenses had already crumbled, and he would likely avoid Bra in future encounters. The atmosphere in Universe 6 was somber. Kampa even dared not meet Goku's gaze, intentionally avoiding the mocking glances from Beerus. He had intended to reprimand the dejected Bada Mo, but upon witnessing his despondent state, he refrained and instead placed his hopes on the forthcoming contestants. Meanwhile, on Universe 7's side, Xiao Fong pouted in complaint. It was just good luck that she won this match. The next opponents will surely fall at my hands. Her words elicited knowing smiles from the crowd. Although she feigned stubbornness, she secretly felt joy for Bra's inaugural victory. The arena filled with the announcer's voice. Next, the victor Bra will face Frost from Universe 6. As the announcement rang out, a dark purple figure ascended the stage with measured steps. A tightly packed schedule of consecutive battles, Vegeta murmured, his attention fixated on Frost. This adversary, resembling Frieza, had already captured the group's attention, especially Vegeta, whose memories of being forced to bow to Frieza for over 20 years were still painfully vivid. A Universe 6 version of Frieza? This does not bode well. Bra had just emerged from a fierce battle, and Krillin and the others shared worried glances. While they might have held their own against Frost in peak condition, their previous exertions left them apprehensive about facing him now. Just as the audience was still judging Frost by Frieza's notorious standards, the Frost Warrior's unexpected actions left everyone astounded. Please, be gentle with me. With a warm smile, Frost extended his right hand towards Bra, a sudden gesture of camaraderie that left the entire assembly in stunned silence, save for the furrowed brow of Gohan, whose eyes glinted with cold disdain. In the original narrative, Goku could comprehend the treachery of a weakened Frost, but Bra had already unveiled her full prowess. Was he truly attempting to employ the same ruse again? Fortunately, the emerald-haired maiden politely declined. I'm sorry, but I shall only shake hands with Gohan. This response managed to quell Gohan's impulse to intervene. She must weather the storm. If victory were solely determined by strength, then so be it. What a pity, Frost remarked, retracting his hand with an air of composure, his facade of insincerity unblemished. Let us engage in battle with fervor. His masterful performance deceived the onlookers from Universe 7, even momentarily bewildering Bra. He is certainly no good person, Xiaofang, biting her nails, suddenly exclaimed. Gohan raised an eyebrow in surprise, as even the two divine attendants failed to sense anything amiss. How could this little one have such intuition? It's merely a beastly instinct, the girl replied, lifting her chin with pride. As the referee's whistle echoed, the stage for battle was set. Frost momentarily shelved his schemes, adopting a stance ready for combat. Unaware of the underlying intricacies, Bra maintained her Super Saiyan form, initiating a cautious assault with her base power of 2 million. In an instant, the Frost warrior found himself retreating under relentless pressure. You are far easier to deal with now than that earlier blubbery form, Bra remarked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Where is the formidable adversary I was expecting? To Bra, Frost's strength paled in comparison to that of Bergamo, allowing her to dominate effortlessly without transforming. It appears I underestimated you, Frost acknowledged with a shrug, a hint of resignation in his tone. I intended to provoke your transformation, but the disparity is greater than I anticipated. What do you mean by that? Bra keenly discerned the subtext in his words. Those familiar with Frieza understood that Frost must possess a transformation ability as well, though uncertainty lingered regarding whether his form would resemble Frieza's. What I mean is, I too can transform, Frost bellowed suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy emanating from his being. With a roar, his body began to swell and contort dramatically. The warriors of Universe 7 had anticipated this. Yet the audience from Universe 6 was left in shock. In the blink of an eye, Frost had morphed into a grotesque form with a long, insect-like head. Though repugnant in appearance, his power had multiplied several times over. This transformation was a first for Vegeta and the others. When Frieza had descended to Earth in his final form, the tales had only reached them through Vegeta's accounts of his initial state. Even Gohan, who had battled Frieza, had never witnessed this intermediate form. Is this your transformation? Bra realized with clarity, yet remained unimpressed, acknowledging that his surface power had indeed increased several-fold. To be precise, it exceeds 5 times, Frost admitted candidly, but this form is specifically designed for ambush, with an actual speed enhancement surpassing 10-fold. Upon hearing this, Bra chuckled lightly, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, and in a flash, delivered a punch that sent Frost hurtling away. What? Not only Frost, but even the audience from Universe 6, including Kampa, were left utterly astonished. With a power increase of 5-fold and a 10-fold surge in speed, how could Frost fail to keep pace with Bra's movements? I forgot to mention, Bra proclaimed with pride, that in this form, I am 50 times stronger than my base state. All the warriors present, familiar with the Super Saiyan transformations, Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and others, unanimously exchanged knowing smiles. To flaunt such a level of enhancement, in the eyes of Super Saiyans, it was akin to a novice displaying their skills before a master. Bra's words shattered the confidence of the Universe 6 participants, indicating that they were on the brink of defeat once again. Frost was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Wiping the blood from his lips and forcing a bitter smile, it seems I must resort to my trump card. Are you planning to concede? Bra raised an eyebrow, eager for her opponent to surrender, as it would allow her to conserve energy for the next challenger. Quite the contrary. Frost's disappointing reply came. Your strength is unexpected, but I still have a chance to win. No sooner had he spoken than his face contorted, letting out a thunderous roar. Bra's pupils narrowed. Could this guy also transform a second time like a Saiyan? As the golden light surged, Frost revealed an ultimate form strikingly similar to Frieza's. This battle posture, which instilled dread throughout the universe, now emanated an overwhelming pressure. The complete state is difficult to control, which is why I seldom employ it, Frost admitted, his body enveloped in violent energy fluctuations. However, against you, it is worth the risk. This transformation brought an enhancement far beyond what he had previously achieved. Even without fully releasing his aura, the spectators could already feel an oppressive dread. Victory was assured. Kampa finally smiled. Vados gently stroked her staff in agreement. After all, he is the strongest fighter in our universe. Bra tightened her nerves, finally feeling a sense of equal threat. She had always loathed tedious training. Reaching her current level was purely a matter of not wanting to lose to Little Fong. At this moment, she calculated, I must defeat at least 3 opponents to firmly surpass that rival. Enough chatter, let us see the true skills in action. Frost's energy roared to life. Maintaining his complete state was a tremendous burden for him. Just as I hoped, Bra assumed her combat stance, golden flames soaring to the heavens. With a fierce roar, Bra unleashed her energy, a tempest of wild energy swirling around her. This terrifying aura alone was enough to demonstrate her formidable strength. Frost was unwilling to linger in battle, and the impatient Bra was certainly not one to temper her emotions. What concerned her more was the undeniable sensation that she was not without a chance of victory. Bra's fiery aura radiated a dazzling gold, while Frost's energy was a gloomy dark purple, deeper than Frisia's hue, yet distinct from Beerus's crimson. It instead shimmered with an eerie glow reminiscent of dark energy. One's true nature can be concealed, but the essence of energy cannot deceive. As this primal power was fully unleashed, the spectators frowned in unison, a certain conjecture surfacing in their minds. At this moment, the fierce battle raged on, both sides unleashing their full strength without reservation. Amidst the intertwining shadows of combat, energy surged with explosive force, leaving the arena untouched by dust despite the rampant gales. Yet, even without the interference of particles, the manifested energy turbulence rendered the figures of the two combatants nearly indistinguishable. Coupled with the protective barrier established by Bardos, the audience could only surmise the state of the battle through the residual waves of energy collisions. The strength of the two was nearly equal, with perhaps Frost possessing a slight advantage, though it was so minimal that a clear victor would be difficult to discern in the short term. However, after the preceding battles, Bra's stamina was evidently waning, and following her all-out effort, her decline became apparent. This cannot continue. Bra's heart raced with anxiety as she felt the pressure mounting. Despite her valiant efforts, it appeared she was ultimately one move short of victory. If she were to exhaust Frost's stamina only to be defeated, would that not allow Xiaofeng to reap the rewards? This was certainly not the outcome Bra desired. Though she loathed the fiery determination in Frost's gaze, she found herself with no other choice. Suddenly, Bra unleashed a straight punch, meeting Frost's assault head-on. Previously, she had been avoiding direct confrontation due to her fatigue. This unexpected action momentarily startled Frost, who then felt a sense of delight, viewing it as a reckless act born of desperation. Yet, at the moment their fists collided, an overwhelming force surged from the tip of Bra's punch. Frost's pupils constricted, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the arena floor and creating a shocking crater. How could this be? The spectators gasped in astonishment, for Bra had seemed to be at a disadvantage only moments ago. Had she been concealing her true strength all along? Observant eyes discerned that at the instant of Bra and Frost's confrontation, her petite form had suddenly expanded several-fold, her muscles bulging with newfound power. Though she returned to her original state immediately after knocking Frost away, it was this fleeting transformation that enabled her to launch him. It turned out that Bra had merely shifted from her Super Saiyan full power state to the third stage in an instant. While this phase lacked practical combat effectiveness, it possessed an explosive power nearly equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan's second stage, which, if utilized wisely, could yield unexpected victories. However, Bra was discontent with this outcome. If only her strength were a touch greater, she could have secured an instant victory. Was it the depletion of her stamina that hindered her? As she watched Frost slowly rise, a flicker of unwillingness crossed her eyes. The relentless battles had drained her energy, leaving her at less than half her full strength. "I never anticipated you could control energy to such an extent," Frost remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Had you employed this technique earlier, I might have already been defeated." "Enough with the chatter," Bra retorted fiercely, charging forward once more. She understood the odds were slim, and the prior burst had exhausted her remaining energy. Yet, at that moment, she was singularly focused, pushing her potential to its utmost limit. A glint of cold light flashed in Frost's eyes. This initial opponent had pressed him to such a degree that he found himself compelled to reveal his trump card. He secretly tightened his gauntlet, resolved that his next strike would conclude the battle. With her waning strength, Bra concentrated all her remaining power into her fist. Frost's pupils dilated in shock as he realized that after abandoning defense for offense, her power had not diminished but rather intensified. Such formidable force rendered a direct confrontation unwise. In a state of minor injury, Frost could at best achieve a stalemate with Bra, with his chances of victory being exceedingly slim. If Bra were to unleash that previous technique of hypertrophy once more, Frost's likelihood of defeat would only escalate. Yet, confronted with Bra's taunts, he could not retreat. Otherwise, the image he had just established would be utterly tarnished. "Then do not blame me," A cold glint flickered in Frost's eyes as he let out a low, thunderous roar, launching his fist in retaliation. The outcome was on the brink of revelation, and all understood that the crux lay within this final blow. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as their fists were about to collide, a figure suddenly intruded upon the fray, taking the full brunt of Bra's strike upon his back, while simultaneously grasping Frost's fist with one hand. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiangpa, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Son Wufan, have you no shame? Are you really going to interfere, just as your ally is about to lose? This is utterly disgraceful for a deity." Beerus remained silent, while Whis and Babidi scrutinized Frost with contemplative gazes. Although they found no concrete evidence, they had begun to form an inkling of the truth. The audience outside was incensed, with the inhabitants of Universe 6 vociferously demanding that Universe 7 concede voluntarily. The intruder in the arena was none other than Wufan. The protective barrier set by Babidi had no effect on him as he teleported directly into the arena. Bro? Bra was equally startled. Although her full-force strike had failed to harm Wufan, she anxiously checked him over, only relaxing once she confirmed he was unscathed. Nevertheless, that previous blow had been an extraordinary exertion. She now felt dizzy and was unable to continue fighting for the time being. Wufan gazed coldly at Frost, his voice eerily calm. "Are you tired of living?" A flicker of panic crossed Frost's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, "I do not comprehend your words. As the deity of Universe 7, it seems rather inappropriate to interfere in a fair competition, does it not?" Although he feigned calmness on the surface, a tempest raged within him. He dared not confront Bra's punch directly, yet this young man had not even budged an inch. While Frost had not exerted his full strength, that punch was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. This fellow was indeed a deity, his power truly unfathomable. Regardless of his internal musings or the reactions of others, a sudden cold light flashed in Wufan's eyes as he clenched his fingers, and with a swift motion, Frost's entire arm was brutally torn from its socket. The delayed agony twisted Frost's features, causing him to stagger backward, blood gushing from the severed limb. His heart-wrenching wails resonating throughout the arena. Wufan casually discarded the severed limb, the sound of his military boots grinding against it eliciting a nauseating squelch. "Son Wufan," Xiangpa roared, rising in fury, his corpulent form resembling a cannonball as he charged toward the stage. "Are you instigating a divine battle?" Yet, two beams of light swiftly intercepted his path. Whis and Babidi bent down to examine the gruesome remains, the angelic staff emanating a faint glow. "Oh dear," Babidi exclaimed, pinching his nose and stepping back, while Whis extracted a delicate, purplish needle from the mangled mass of flesh. The force of Xiangpa's charge abruptly ceased, his face turning a deep shade of purple, resembling that of a liver. Whis's fingertips grazed the needle, and a hint of gravity emerged on his otherwise tranquil visage. "Where are the contraband items?" The moment the referee grasped the poisoned needle, he collapsed to the ground like a fallen tree. Frost's brow glistened with perspiration, yet he stubbornly protested, claiming, "This is my biological tissue." It is the 7th universe's god of destruction who intervened. His defense was abruptly silenced by the thunderous crack of air. Wufan's fist plunged into Frost's abdomen, rendering him limp like a ragbag. Did he wish for death? The young warrior's murderous intent coalesced into a palpable essence. Whis twirled his staff, the poisoned needle refracting an eerie glow in the sunlight. Mortal tricks, before the divine, resemble the scribbles of a child. Batos had long returned to the high platform, casting a cold, indifferent glance as her skirt billowed around her. Xiangpa, with a grim countenance, returned to his seat, and the arena was engulfed in an oppressive silence. The god of destruction found himself utterly humiliated, his nails digging deep into the armrest of his throne, wishing fervently for Wufan to snap Frost's neck at once. Frost sat slumped at the edge of the ring, the poisoned whip coiling like a dead serpent at his feet. As the cacophony of boos surged from the audience like a tidal wave, he finally realized the magnitude of his foolish error. Cheaters fear not the exposure of their lies, but dread the blinding spotlight that accompanies such revelations, particularly with 100,000 pairs of eyes piercing through him with icy disdain. Pretending to be dignified, he had the audacity to smear his weapon with neurotoxin. The sound of a glass cup shattering echoed from the stands of the 6th universe. Clearly capable of confronting him head-on, had he not seen that girl's final energy blast? The rebutter pointed towards the large screen replay. Noting the purple energy sphere exceeded the critical threshold, had Frost not resorted to underhanded tactics, he would have already been cosmic dust. Vegeta suddenly found the spectacle dull. He released his crossed arms, casting a glance at Frost, as if he were observing a moldy jelly. Both embodiments of malice, at least Frisia's malevolence, shimmered with brilliance. Whereas this one was so cheap, he wouldn't even qualify as a counterfeit. Wait. As Wufan's fingertips gathered energy, illuminating Frost's pallid face, a rainbow-colored afterimage swept across the audience. The moment Xiao Fang's toes touched the ground, the entire arena erupted in a kaleidoscope of light. Let this teach him what true combat etiquette is. Wu Fan glanced at Bra, whose fingers still radiated residual energy, as she gripped an empty vial of antidote, the sound of it creaking under her hold. So be it. Bra hurled the empty vial at Frost, for she was assured victory, as she pulled Wu Fan off the stage. The facade of aloofness on her lips betrayed a glimmer of a smile, just as the referee, who had just risen from the stretcher, was knocked off balance by the colorful wave of energy. His voice trembled as he announced, "The special death match is established." The only rule displayed on the big screen reflected Frost's enlarged pupils, mirroring the swirling galaxy-like cyclone in Xiao Fang's palm. To descend from the arena alive is to claim victory, with the approval of several deities. The host proclaimed the rules of the rematch aloud, then announced with vigor, "The competition officially begins." The one-armed Frost had already tended to his wounds. Faced with the transcendent presence of Wu Fan, he found himself utterly defenseless. However, the 10-year-old girl before him elicited a quiet disdain. In his view, Xiao Fang was at best comparable to Brawler in strength. Even though he had not yet recovered from his injuries, surviving at the hands of this naive young girl was, to a sinister man like him, akin to child's play. "Put away that facade," Xiao Fang remarked coldly, her disdainful gaze preventing her brother from intervening, as she refused to let his tainted blood tarnish his hands. "Against someone like you, I could take your life with just one hand." Frost feigned terror, but inwardly he scoffed. "I have no such intention." Silence. A golden radiance erupted as Xiao Fang transformed. Enveloped in crackling electric energy, she had ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. When did this happen? Wu Fan's astonishment was palpable as he turned to the equally shocked Brawler and the others. Brawler, stamping her foot in frustration, was met with Xiao Fang's triumphant tongue gesture. "This is a surprise I prepared just for you." The Earth Warriors exchanged silent glances. The emergence of two female Super Saiyans was remarkable, with one achieving the formidable Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Wukong and Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment, having only recently attained the Super Saiyan 2 level themselves. Without Wu Fan's guidance, they would likely have still struggled to master even the first form. At that moment, Frost found himself plunged into despair. The girl's power surged exponentially, and even in his prime, he would have stood no chance against her. It dawned on him that it was too late for regrets. The energy consumed by the Super Saiyan 2 transformation far exceeded that of the first. As Xiao Fang unleashed a relentless barrage upon Frost, she had indeed meant what she said. He should now contemplate how to meet his end with a semblance of dignity. Frost was utterly defenseless against Xiao Fang's fierce onslaught, rendered powerless to retaliate. "You despicable and treacherous wretch, how detestable you are! Die!" Xiao Fang unleashed her fury without mercy, avenging Brawler and returning the assault tenfold, leaving Frost a disfigured wreck. Ultimately, with a powerful Kamehameha, she obliterated him into nothingness. Such duplicitous individuals, who resort to underhanded tactics, are a burden to the world. His demise stirred no sympathy, nor did it provoke any ripples. The crowd was simply astonished by Xiao Fang's extraordinary prowess. Who could have anticipated that this young girl would possess such strength, surpassing even Brawler? Surely, she could not be more than 10 years old. Indeed, even with one of his arms severed, Frost was formidable, yet he was unable to withstand her assault. It appeared that this tournament boded ill for Universe 6. While Universe 7 still had 3 competitors yet to reveal themselves, undoubtedly stronger than her. What is there to fear? Universe 6 has hit at the helm. How could it matter if the opposing side fields 5 more fighters? The competitors from Universe 6 murmured among themselves, all profoundly impressed by Xiao Fang's combat abilities. Those aware of Hit's prowess felt no trepidation, and even the uninformed found solace in the explanations of others. Regardless of whether it was Universe 6 or Universe 7, both sides brimmed with confidence, and the outcome remained uncertain. "Hey, Kakarot, you aren't developing an interest in that little girl, are you?" Don't forget she belongs to Son Wufan. Keep staring, and you might provoke his wrath. Vegeta reminded Son Wukong, who had been fixated on Xiaofang. However, Son Wukong remained indifferent, pondering. I simply sense a familiar aura about her, yet I cannot pinpoint its origin. Vegeta, taken aback, instinctively glanced at Bra beside Wufan, realizing that he experienced a similar sensation regarding her. To this day, he remained perplexed by the identities of these two young girls capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Yet he understood that no amount of questioning would elicit answers from Wufan. The next match commenced. Contestant Xiaofang from Universe 7 faced off against contestant Magetta from Universe 6. As the announcer declared the match, an anticipatory hush enveloped the arena. Emerging from the ranks of Universe 6 was a colossal metallic being, resembling machinery but belonging to an extraterrestrial race known as Metalmen. Did you see his moves? Magetta's entrance astounded the crowd. His heavy footsteps crushed the reinforced tiles of the combat arena, showcasing an astonishing weight. After consuming a liquid akin to motor oil, a furnace on his chest erupted with flames, and scalding steam billowed from his head, allowing him to move with the swiftness of lightning, leaving shattered remnants in his wake. Xiaofang astutely sensed the challenge posed by her opponent. This guy is formidable. She quickly assessed the attributes of the metallic giant. Determined to avoid the fate of Vegeta in the original story, who had attempted to lift his opponent only to be overpowered. It was crucial to recognize that Magetta weighed a staggering 1,000 tons. Only a Super Saiyan god might possess the strength to alter his weight. As the battle began, Xiaofang immediately transformed into Super Saiyan form. Confronting Magetta's reddened metallic body, she decisively abandoned close-quarters combat, soaring into the air to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. However, to her astonishment, her opponent remained unscathed. In shock, Xiaofang switched to her Super Saiyan 2 form and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, forcing Magetta back several steps, yet failing to inflict any significant damage. Magetta retaliated by lifting his head to unleash a viscous liquid attack, inciting Xiaofang's fury. How dare this heap of scraps spit at me? In her rage, she gathered energy in both hands, merging it into a colossal wave directed at her adversary. Electric arcs danced around her, showcasing the unique battle fury inherent to the Saiyan royal bloodline. The Kamehameha struck Magetta with unbridled force, surpassing her earlier efforts, sending him hurtling away. The impact rendered him incapacitated, and he was ultimately pushed off the stage, having succumbed to unconsciousness before hitting the ground. The audience witnessed Xiaofang's decisive victory, yet the finer details eluded them. Many felt a chill as they recalled her earlier ferocity. This young girl was already so formidable. What would she become in the future? Humph. Did you think you could escape my wrath? Now you see my strength. Xiaofang, blissfully unaware of any abnormalities, stood with hands on her hips, exuding pride. I've won 2 matches in a row. She gestured triumphantly towards Bra in the distance. You were fighting my opponent in the last match. Bra immediately interjected, leaping up to refute her. That only counts as 1 victory. If you're capable, win another. Only then did Xiaofang remember that Frost was not originally on her list of opponents. At Bra's remark, she became irate, stomping her foot. I was just trying to help you. How ungrateful. Beulah lightly scoffed and turned her head, though she felt appreciative within. Meanwhile, Weiss was explaining Magetta's unusual state, anxiously advising the soon-to-enter Gabe. As a Scion, one must never bring shame. Gabe outwardly agreed, yet inwardly he was filled with trepidation. Bardos waved his divine staff to repair the damaged arena, and the announcer promptly declared the continuation of the match. Are you also a Scion? Xiaofang scrutinized Gabe's slender, bookish physique, which was starkly different from the traditional wild image of a Scion, yet his spiky hair and battle attire betrayed his identity. Yes, esteemed senior. My name is Gabe. I humbly seek your guidance. He bowed respectfully. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Xiaofang pressed on. Super Saiyan. Gabe shook his head in confusion. Is that the state you and that golden-haired senior possess? I'm sorry, but I cannot. Outside the arena, Vegeta and the others were taken aback. How could someone who couldn't even perform a basic transformation participate in such a high-level competition? Could you teach me? Gabe earnestly requested. Xiaofang chuckled softly. Want to learn? First, you must defeat me. Xiaofang was not of royal Scion blood. Neither the Scions of Universe 6 nor those of Universe 7 had any connection to her. Please bestow your teachings. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Gabe's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself and assumed his stance. To Xiaofang's surprise, after witnessing the pressure of her Super Saiyan 2 form. This green-haired youth still managed to maintain his composure. Considering her opponent's inability to transform, Xiaofang also chose to remain in her base form to initiate her assault. With a sharp shout, the girl's punch was already upon Gabe. The continuous transformations had clearly taken a toll on her, rendering her movements threefold slower than usual. After 10 exchanges, Xiaofang gracefully leaped back, creating distance, her bangs dampened with fine sweat. "You truly have some skill," she remarked, shaking her tingling wrist. During their exchange, Gabe had not even exerted his full strength. Merely countering her attacks had left her struggling. If she had faced someone as cunning as Frost, she might have already sustained injuries. It was no surprise, as even Vegeta had admitted that Gabe's base combat power was comparable to his own. Xiaofang was still relatively new to her training. Despite being personally instructed by Wufan, her innate Saiyan physique was still somewhat inferior. "Are you going to transform now?" Gabe's voice was taut with anxiety. A 50-fold power increase felt like an insurmountable chasm, let alone the legendary higher forms. Among the representatives of Universe 6, his strength was only superior to Batamo, and that peculiar penguin's defense had yet to be breached. Xiaofang understood the intricacies well. Perhaps due to her Saiyan blood, she suddenly found the idea of overpowering her opponent through transformation to be rather dull. However, in the current situation, it was clear she could not defeat him without transforming. She pouted slightly. Her fighting spirit waned like a receding tide. Observing his earnest demeanor, she decided to offer him a hint. Raising her index finger, she said, "The first transformation requires an intense rage. Your current strength is sufficient. All that's missing is that spark." As the morning breeze brushed across the training ground, Xiaofang's ponytail traced a languid arc as she turned. This lackadaisical opponent truly failed to ignite her competitive spirit. Should Gabe successfully complete his transformation, this contest may indeed become more intriguing. However, if he fails to transcend his own limitations, defeating him will bear no psychological burden, as it is merely the inevitable outcome of insufficient talent. Anger? Gabe appeared slightly perplexed, and soon began to attempt to incite his emotions. Unlike Vegeta, he found it challenging to provoke his anger under normal circumstances. His initial attempts quickly ended in failure, merely intensifying the white aura surrounding him. "It seems I have overestimated you. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless." With a slight huff, Xiaofang immediately entered the first stage of Super Saiyan. Faced with an opponent who could not even master his transformation, she deemed it unnecessary to employ the power of the second stage. Just as she prepared to strike, Gabe, who had not given up, suddenly exhibited an unusual change. His black hair continuously flickered between gold and black, and his aura alternated in shimmering platinum, signaling an impending transformation. Oh, this unexpected development caused Xiaofang to pause momentarily, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "You do possess some skill." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Gabe not only succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan, but astonishingly ascended directly to the second stage. Feeling the surge of energy within him, he whispered incredulously, "This is the power of a Super Saiyan?" Xiaofang gasped in surprise, her mouth agape as the situation surpassed all expectations. Initially, even in his normal state, Gabe was no match for her. Now, having entered the Super Saiyan 2 form while she was already fatigued, the outcome became utterly unpredictable. Yet, the proud Xiaofang would never retreat without a fight. With a cold snort, she completed her transformation in an instant and launched a fierce assault on Gabe. The previously calm atmosphere shattered as Xiaofang seemingly entered a furious state. If she were truly defeated by Gabe, how could she face Sun Wufan and the others? Gabe was still adapting to his newfound power when Xiaofang charged at him, brimming with rage. "What is happening?" Before Gabe could contemplate, Xiaofang's fist was already upon him. In a hasty response, this newly transformed warrior was sent flying. Xiaofang immediately grasped the situation, her eyes narrowing, refusing to give Gabe a moment to recover as she closed in like lightning, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. The resonating sounds of flesh meeting flesh filled the air as Gabe was forced to retreat, barely able to defend himself. His arms, struggling to gather more energy, were no match for Xiaofang's full-on assault. Ironically, had Gabe failed to transform, he would have only been knocked off the stage by a single punch from Xiaofang. Yet, not only did he succeed in transforming, but he also ascended to Super Saiyan 2. This left the embarrassed and enraged Xiaofang fearing ridicule, and she unleashed all her pent-up fury upon him. Nevertheless, Even in his hasty defense, Gabe was ultimately a Super Saiyan 2, his base strength comparable to Vegeta's. Although Xiao Fang seized the initiative, completely suppressing him would not be an easy task. The spectators from Universe 6 watched in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. The inhabitants of the 7th universe were well aware of the transformation into Super Saiyan, and although they were astonished by Gabe's remarkable ascension, they could not help but chuckle at Xiao Fang's antics. Clearly, this clever girl was a victim of her own cleverness. Wu Fan shook his head with a wry smile, gently advising his companion Bra, "Please don't tease Xiao Fang after the match. I'm afraid she might end up in tears." The young ladies stifled their laughter, fully aware that with her proud disposition, any mockery would likely bring forth her tears, while Bra nodded in agreement. Her mischievous gaze hinted that while she would not laugh openly, she would certainly find ways to provoke her subtly. At that moment, Xiao Fang was oblivious to their exchange, wholly focused on her relentless assault, determined not to grant Gabe a moment's respite. Gabe, filled with grievances, could only endure, experiencing firsthand the frustration of a hero rendered powerless. Suddenly, disaster struck. Gabe's foot slipped, shattering the edge of the arena, and the loss of balance changed his expression dramatically. "I've got you now." Xiao Fang grinned wickedly, seizing the opportunity to launch a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Gabe found himself trapped. Dodging would lead him off the stage, while bracing for the impact would also result in defeat. In the face of this dire predicament, he sighed inwardly, closing his eyes to accept the blow, though he remained unaware of the reason for Xiao Fang's anger. After all, it was her guidance that had enabled his transformation. He resolved to regard this impending strike as a means of settling their karmic debt. After waiting in silence for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated blow did not arrive. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find Xiao Fang triumphantly holding her index finger against his forehead. Their eyes met, and Xiao Fang suddenly broke into a smile, her poised fingers swiftly snapping against his brow with a crisp sound. Accompanied by the sharp noise, Gabe stumbled backward, falling out of the arena and stirring up a cloud of dust. Gabe is out of bounds. Xiao Fang from the 7th universe emerges victorious. The referee's excited voice echoed throughout the venue. Xiao Fang exhaled in relief, releasing her transformation, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet her lips curved into a victorious smile. The earlier misstep nearly led to calamity, but fortunately, she had managed to turn the tide, thus redeeming herself. Though she had only pushed him outside the ring, facing Gabe, who was at the Super Saiyan 2 level, this exchange had drained her of all her energy. Before the referee could announce the next match, the young girl raised her hand in surrender, declaring, "I forfeit." Having achieved 3 consecutive victories, she felt satisfied, leaving the final silver-haired opponent for her grandfather and the others to contend with. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, yet the 6th universe competitors wore grim expressions. Now, only Hit remained to bear the burden, while the opposing team still had 3 fresh members, rendering the situation quite clear. Wukong anxiously pleaded with Hit to concede, while Vegeta directly grasped the Namekian's collar in threat. Meanwhile, Gabe intercepted Xiao Fang as she prepared to leave the arena. Seeking revenge, the young girl took a cautious step back. To her surprise, he bowed earnestly, saying, "Thank you for your mercy. If you would not mind, I humbly request to be your disciple." Sunlight danced upon his silvery hair, and his sincere gaze bore no semblance of deceit. Gabe's expression was genuine, with no lingering resentment over the earlier events. Yet he remained puzzled as to why Xiao Fang had suddenly directed her ire at him. His temperament was reserved. Even in confusion, he would not directly inquire. "Preposterous," Xiao Fang gasped, stepping back in shock, resolutely refusing. "Who would want to be your apprentice? Could it be that my charming demeanor has incited some improper thoughts?" Upon closer inspection, I noticed that Gaby's physique was rather slender, and her features appeared even more juvenile than those of her peer, Xiao Fang. Misunderstanding. Gaby's face flushed with urgency. "I genuinely wish to become your disciple. Enough is enough." Wu Fan suddenly appeared, lightly patting Gaby's shoulder. "You have already gained much today. Do not be overly greedy." "Father." Xiao Fang joyfully leaped into her father's embrace. Wu Fan affectionately tousled her hair, smiling in approval. "You performed splendidly." The once fierce girl now resembled a docile kitten, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Gaby awkwardly bowed. "My apologies, esteemed god of order from the 7th universe." Indeed, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. It is natural to be eager when first encountering such realms. Although rejected, he understood that he had been too hasty. Wu Fan, fully aware, offered a parting suggestion. If you truly seek a master, consider approaching the last two Scion competitors from our universe. However, he paused meaningfully. They are not exactly benevolent teachers. Gaby's eyes sparkled with excitement. The yet-to-emerge Scions. Surely, they must be formidable champions, stronger than Xiaofang and her companions. Thank you for your guidance. He bowed deeply. Wu Fan had already teleported with his daughter back to the audience. The 7th universe's big competitors were about to battle. The host's voice resonated throughout the arena. Facing the final competitor from the 6th universe, Hit. The previously restless audience fell into a profound silence. No sooner had the host's words faded than a purple-skinned warrior clad in a long trench coat strolled out from the competitor's passage, with his hands deep in his pockets. He ascended the stage with a steady gait, his cold expression exuding an unsettling aura of lethal intent. Although he was the final competitor, Hit's words should confidently guarantee victory. Battles gazed at the arena and remarked. Zampa interjected. Is that the legendary Hit? It is astonishing that he has truly agreed to battle, with the condition that he receives a dimensional travel device upon victory. Battles calmly added. What? Zampa exclaimed in shock. With that device, wouldn't he be able to traverse any universe at will? Should we cancel the agreement now? Battles cast a sidelong glance at Zampa, recalling that it was indeed you, my lord, who insisted on inviting Hit to compete. Very well, Zampa huffed, crossing his arms, though he understood that without Hit, there was absolutely no chance of victory. On the arena, after the referee announced the start of the match, a strange silence enveloped the atmosphere. Hit remained in his pocketed stance, his purple eyes as tranquil as a deep well. Meanwhile, Bick, facing him, began to sweat profusely, the overwhelming pressure rendering him unable to find an opportunity to strike. As the audience began to stir, Bick suddenly widened his eyes. I cannot sit idly by. Before he could finish his thought, a tempestuous white aura erupted, with countless bolts of lightning dancing within it. This was his second transformation as a Namekian, achieved under the guidance of the Angel Whis, with power rivaling that of Majin Buu. On the stands, Sun Wufan couldn't help but grip the railing tightly. Uncle Bick has actually reached this level. Yet everyone understood that, in the face of the legendary Hit, such power was still woefully insufficient. Bick clenched his teeth, channeling all his energy into his right fist, transforming it into a meteor as he charged towards the purple figure. With all his might, Bick launched a fierce assault against Hit. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, the air suddenly erupted with a muffled explosion. Bick's form froze abruptly, his eyes widening as blood spewed forth. He bent over like a shrimp and was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily outside the ring and losing consciousness. The arena fell into a profound silence, the spectators staring in astonishment at this inconceivable scene. Only a few individuals privy to Hit's true nature and the diligent referee hurried forward to assess Bick's condition. Hey Vegeta, did you catch a glimpse of his technique? Sun Wukong inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Things are about to get serious. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his jaw grinding audibly. Damn it, how could I possibly know? This rebellious Scion prince was visibly agitated, loathing such an unfathomable opponent, reminiscent of his previous encounter with Wufan. The competitor Bick is unconscious but not in mortal danger, the referee announced loudly, declaring the victory of Universe 6's Hit. Although the crowd remained bewildered, the ability to defeat the enraged Bick in an instant left no doubt regarding Hit's prowess. Xiaofang tugged at Wufan's sleeve. Brother, have you discerned anything? Wufan smiled and shook his head. Just keep watching, and you will understand. Had he not been aware of Hit's time-skipping abilities from the original work, he might have missed the brilliance of this match. Like Whis, Wufan chose to remain silent. Revealing the answer prematurely would diminish the intrigue. Without Gak's keen observations, Wukong and the others might not even perceive the existence of the time skip. How the battle would ultimately unfold remained uncertain, even for Wufan. However, Universe 7 still maintained the upper hand. Hit's true mastery lay in technique, which would inevitably be constrained under the rules of the ring. Next up from Universe 7 is Vegeta. Vegeta approached the arena with steady strides, his expression seemingly calm, though only he knew the tumultuous waves surging within. Both Wukong and Vegeta had long since noted the silent Hit, directing their primary focus towards this enigmatic adversary. Yet, Hit had yet to reveal his true strength. Even when defeating Bick, it was unclear what techniques he had employed. Let me show you the might of a Scion. Vegeta bellowed, directly entering his Super Saiyan Blue state. Though he feigned disdain, his immediate exertion of full power demonstrated the significance he placed on Hit. From the stands, Wufan sensed Vegeta's aura, a slight smile gracing his lips. In his estimation, Vegeta's current combat power reached 7 units, perhaps even mastering the Super Saiyan 3 form. With an overall strength surpassing that of the original Dragon Ball Super era, Wukong, on the other hand, should achieve 8 units, although lacking the Super Red transformation. His growth rate under Wufan's guidance was evidently swifter than in the original narrative. Vegeta's transformation left the audience of Universe 6 in shock. Zampa and Bardos could distinctly perceive the divine aura, while Gabe, also a Scion, found it hard to believe. Although he sensed no divine power, the transformation itself, far exceeding that of a typical Super Saiyan, spoke volumes. In response to Vegeta's provocation, Hit's gaze merely flickered with a hint of intrigue. He maintained a posture with his hands tucked into his pockets, standing silently in place. This utterly infuriated Vegeta. "I will shatter you into 1,000 pieces." Vegeta roared as he charged towards Hit. Having successfully mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, he regained the arrogance of his former self as the Saiyan Prince. Despite a significant increase in power due to his lack of experience, his temperament had become even more irritable and impatient than in the original narrative. Observing Hit's nonchalant demeanor, he unleashed a powerful strike in fury. As Vegeta prepared to attack, an invisible force suddenly froze him in midair. What is happening? The blue-haired warrior's pupils constricted. He had assumed that Hit was merely careless. He was fully focused on anticipating Hit's moves. Yet, despite Hit's apparent stillness, he felt a heavy blow land squarely on his chest. Vegeta fell backward, quickly creating distance, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. The defensive capabilities of the Super Saiyan Blue form far surpassed those of Hit. Although the invisible attack caused him pain, it did not hinder his mobility. However, the peculiar nature of the assault entirely exceeded his comprehension. With this realization, Vegeta's gaze sharpened, and his divine energy surged, amplifying his speed and strength exponentially as he charged once more at the purple-haired fighter. This time, Hit ceased his arrogance, beginning to dodge and maneuver in place. Even so, he maintained a relaxed pose with his hands in his pockets, effortlessly neutralizing the storm of attacks directed at him. Bam! Just as Vegeta prepared to escalate his energy, an invisible kick suddenly struck. Following that were a series of relentless blows that sent him flying. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Rising to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The spectators, including Wukong, could not help but clench their fists. They were completely unable to perceive the attacks. Although they could see his every movement, the strikes seemed to vanish at the moment of impact. This martial genius was also lost in thought. Vegeta was convinced that Hit's speed could not surpass his own. The only explanation was that Hit had concealed his attack actions through an unknown method. This frustrating sense of powerlessness drove the proud Saiyan Prince to the brink of rage. A mere parlor trick. In the face of absolute strength, all such tactics are meaningless. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the energy of the Super Saiyan God erupted entirely. A terrifying wave of energy swept across the arena, forcing even the perpetually composed Hit to abandon his relaxed demeanor. Vegeta transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, launching a ferocious assault with the intent to annihilate. Confronted with the rampaging Super Saiyan, Hit was finally compelled to extend his arm to block. In this pure contest of strength, the purple-haired fighter was clearly at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Yet, deep within his calm gaze, concealed strategies still flickered. Vegeta, oblivious to these subtleties, cackled triumphantly. So this is all you can do? But before he could finish his taunt, a heavy punch slammed into his abdomen, folding him over like a shrimp. How could this be possible? Vegeta, clearly overwhelmed, found himself on his knees, racked with pain in his abdomen from a devastating blow that left him trembling. Moments ago, Hit had dominated him with ease, leaving Vegeta with no means to retaliate. And though he had managed a feeble defense, defeat was merely a matter of time. Yet, in an instant, Vegeta inexplicably fell victim to another attack. This time, the distance was minuscule, yet he could not discern his opponent's movements, inciting a fury within him. Regardless of the tricks Hit employed, the ability to deceive him at such close range signified that unless Vegeta could deliver a fatal strike, his fate was sealed. "I am under no obligation to provide answers," Hit remarked coldly, his first word since entering the arena. nearly causing Vegeta to explode with rage. Damn it! I will slay you. I will absolutely slay you. Vegeta snarled as he struggled to rise, once again lunging at Hit with renewed ferocity. Fueled by his wrath, his assault grew increasingly savage. In stark contrast, Hit, who had initially appeared tense, relaxed his brow and deftly evaded the barrage. Then came the sound of thunderous impacts. Bang, 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 as Vegeta, bloodied and battered, collapsed to the ground, already a mass of injuries. This fool. Beerus fumed from the sidelines, incensed by Vegeta's disarray in the face of his opponent, exposing every flaw and rendering defeat indistinguishable from surrender. This is Vegeta's nature. He will never surpass Wukong, was stated calmly. TSK. Beerus clicked his tongue in frustration and turned to Wukong. Have you devised a strategy to contend with Hit? With Vegeta's defeat seemingly inevitable, only Wukong remained from Universe 7. Should he also fall to Hit, their universe would face utter annihilation. Wukong gazed intently at the arena, speaking solemnly. Only by engaging can we ascertain the outcome. Not a single reliable ally. Beerus raged, lamenting the blind faith placed in Son Wukong. He didn't care about victory or defeat, but could not tolerate the thought of losing to someone like Pa. Whis maintained his composure, reassuring, "Do not worry, Lord Beerus. Wukong will surely prevail." Beerus narrowed his eyes. "Whis, did you already know of Hit's abilities?" A chuckle escaped Whis's lips, a signature sound of his. Though Beerus was unaware of Whis's reasons for withholding information, he trusted him implicitly and refrained from probing further. "Curse you. Go to hell." On the arena, Vegeta was consumed by rage, launching relentless attacks, yet failing to land a single blow on Hit, who struck back with devastating force, leaving Vegeta bruised and battered. Nevertheless, the Scion's indomitable spirit allowed him to rise time and again, where lesser beings would have perished. Unlike in the original tale, Vegeta's current power had not surged dramatically. Rather, he was merely expending his abundant stamina to unleash the full extent of his Super Saiyan Blue energy. Even so, it only enhanced his resilience. In his disarray, his attacks were haphazard and posed no threat to Hit. Enough. Hit, weary of the battle, uttered coldly, his words piercing Vegeta's pride. In an instant, he vanished and delivered a crushing blow aimed at Vegeta's vital points. As a top-tier fighter, Hit understood the weaknesses of the human body. However, Vegeta's formidable physique was exceptionally resilient. Yet this time, Hit held nothing back, finally breaking his opponent completely. "Before you draw your last breath," announced the result. With his hands in his pockets, Hit strolled back to the 6th Universe's arena and addressed the referee. Upon confirmation, the referee promptly declared Hit the victor. However, this triumph did not bring him joy. Though others might not perceive it, a sense of unease stirred within Hit. The effectiveness of his time skip had evidently diminished. Had it not been for Vegeta's failure to notice, his next opponent might have already caught on. Could it be related to the intensity of his adversary's energy? It seemed imperative that he amplify his energy for the upcoming battle. Yet, maintaining his full power state proved challenging, allowing its use only at critical moments. Next, the 6th Universe's champion, Hit, was set to face the 7th Universe's final contender, Son Goku. With the announcement, Goku instantly appeared on the stage, stretching his limbs before clasping his hands in greeting. "I'm warmed up. Let us dive right in, shall we?" Hit found himself momentarily speechless, unable to fathom the intentions of this brash individual. Yet he cautioned, "Aren't you a Scion too? Shouldn't you be able to transform?" "Oh, that." Goku scratched his head. "Transforming consumes too much stamina. I must save it for crucial moments." Hit scoffed. "You believe you can endure a prolonged battle? I have yet to devise a method to defeat you. Thus I wish to buy some time." Goku replied candidly. Hit shook his head. To utter that so plainly, how naive. Their dialogue drifted from the crux of the matter, leaving those familiar with Hit astonished at his unusually loquacious demeanor. This was the charm of Goku, effortlessly influencing others around him. On the observation platform, Beerus could no longer contain himself and inquired of Whis. "Can we speak now? What exactly are Hit's abilities?" At this moment, Goku was already in the arena, and as long as he moderated his volume, it would not disrupt the battle. Recuperating alongside Vegeta, both listened intently, having previously suffered under that enigmatic ability. Whis readily unveiled the secret of Hit's time skip, marveling. "To think he possesses a similar ability to mine. Truly astonishing. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Beerus raised an eyebrow. Although surprised, he deemed Hit's time skip inconsequential before him. Seeking one's own answers is also a form of training, Whis remarked, casting a glance at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta wished he could vanish into the ground. Proud as he was, he had never felt so humiliated. He had assumed Hit concealed his attack trajectory, constantly searching for signs of his moves. Had he known earlier that it was a time manipulation ability, he would have adopted a different strategy, disrupting Hit's rhythm, anticipating his post-time skip attacks, or simply overpowering him. In truth, Hit's ability bore similarities to that of the Ginyu Force's Goldo, perhaps even weaker. It was merely his formidable strength that rendered it troublesome. In equal circumstances, countering Hit's time skip would be simpler than managing Goldo's time freeze. Of course, comparing different realms is complex. Perhaps if Goldo reached Hit's level, he would be even swifter. Nonetheless, the principles of countering remain unchanged. Vegeta had relevant experience, but failed to recall it in time. Whis' subsequent remarks shattered Vegeta's composure entirely. He glanced at Vegeta with a smile, saying, "In truth, Hit's time skip is only effective against those whose energy is slightly inferior to his." Originally capable of evading for 1 second, under the suppression of Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue energy, its effectiveness diminished significantly, rendering it ineffective on several occasions. Had Vegeta detected this earlier, mere energy suppression would have sufficed to nullify the time skip. I believe that Wukong has already discerned some clues, but further validation is necessary. Beerus paused momentarily. Is this why you are so certain that Wukong can triumph over Hit? Indeed. Whis replied emphatically. In other circumstances, the outcome would be uncertain. After all, Hit is a master of lethal techniques born from the shadows. However, in this open and fair arena, Wukong is destined to prevail. Now I understand. Beerus finally felt a sense of relief. In contrast to the emotionally unstable Vegeta, Krillin remained remarkably composed. The disparity in strength between him and Hit was evident, and losing to the latter's time manipulation was understandable. Yet, Vegeta was consumed by regret, not only for neglecting Hit's vulnerabilities, but also for relying solely on his overwhelming power while disregarding even the most fundamental strategies. Consequently, despite briefly suppressing Hit, he left himself wide open to counterattacks. In other words, Vegeta at that moment was incapable of forcing Hit to reveal his true abilities. On the arena, the pleasantries between Wukong and Hit had concluded. Suddenly, with a bang, as Wukong leapt upward, he was struck by an invisible punch, pain radiating through his face. Ouch! I still can't see it. He covered his face, hopping around with tears streaming down. Give up, Hit remarked coolly. Not a chance. Wukong flashed a grin. But this time, I can see clearly. Delusional, Hit scoffed. If my time manipulation could be so easily thwarted, I would not possess the reputation I hold today. Then let us test it again. Before Wukong's words had fully escaped his lips, he charged forward once more. He was never one to unleash his full power right from the start. Even having grasped the essence of Hit's time manipulation, he still wished to probe further, hoping to secure victory through conventional means. Yet, reality proved harsh. Merely anticipating the movements bore no fruit, and he only managed to land a couple of inconsequential blows when Hit was momentarily distracted. How did you accomplish that? Hit, for the first time, was struck head-on while executing his time manipulation, and the mask of coldness he wore began to crack. Earlier, when you fought Vegeta, I noticed you could bypass certain moments in time, though it lasts but a fleeting instant. If I can seize the moment before you vanish, I can predict your subsequent actions. Wukong, as per his usual manner, laid his strategy bare before his opponent. Fascinating. But why share this with me? Hit furrowed his brow. If you reveal this, I can easily alter my movements to render your predictions ineffective. Wukong pointed at Hit's hands, which he had kept hidden in his pockets. You conceal your hands within your coat to prevent me from discerning your moves, correct? Since the battle commenced, Hit has indeed only revealed his palms at the moment of attack, otherwise keeping them well concealed. The preparatory movements before your evasive maneuvers cannot be disguised, can they? Noticing his opponent's silence, Wukong added, the audience is chuckling. It seems no one else but me would expose their strategy so candidly. Now it's time to get serious. Golden flames ignited around Wukong as he assumed an offensive stance. What do a few decades matter? Hit retorted with a scoff. Can't you directly transform into Super Saiyan Blue? Of course I can, but there's no need. Wukong grinned. It seems I have been underestimated. Finally, Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, assuming a fighting stance. As you wish, it's time for me to take this seriously. Originally concealed within his pocket, the action indeed remained discreet. However, once exposed, It proved more advantageous to liberate his hands for a more effective performance. The atmosphere on site grew tense, with every soul holding their breath in anticipation of this pinnacle confrontation. Wu Fan, feeling a sense of ennui, stifled a yawn, expecting to witness something novel. With Bra and Xiaofeng having claimed victory in the initial 4 rounds, only Hit remained as an opponent, and he had anticipated an unexpected turn of events. Yet, the narrative unfolded as per the original script. Though Goku sought to observe and strategize, he ultimately faced defeat. Consequently, Wukong mimicked the tactics from the source material, resulting in a familiar rhythm of combat. Should more formidable adversaries emerge later, it was likely they would witness a repeat of the another day battle trope. Nevertheless, contemplating the impressive performances of his daughter and niece, a smile crept upon Wu Fan's lips. The 2 young girls, barely over 10, already exhibited formidable prowess that should not be underestimated. With further training to enhance their physical capabilities, their future achievements could very well rival those of Wukong and Vegeta. Brother, you must have anticipated this scenario, didn't you? Xiaofeng blinked inquisitively. Wu Fan had already elaborated on Hit's time-skipping abilities to them, as Wukong had taken to the stage, rendering further concealment unnecessary. However, even with knowledge of Hit's capabilities, accurately predicting the flow of battle remained a daunting task. Indeed, had Wu Fan not read the original work, he could not have been so assured. Observing the admiration etched on the faces around him, he naturally adopted an air of sagacity. Considering the strengths and personalities of both parties, the conclusion was, in truth, quite evident. Wu Fan feigned profundity, crossing his arms, given Wukong's current state. A stalemate with Hit was the best possible outcome. Yet, Hit's time-skipping exerted minimal physical toll, while the high-speed movement in Super Saiyan form would rapidly deplete Wukong's stamina. The longer the standoff persisted, the more pronounced his disadvantage became. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong began to show signs of fatigue. What appeared to be an intense clash was, in reality, the golden-haired warrior desperately evading, while the figure in purple needed only slight adjustments in movement to keep him on the run. Wukong not only had to anticipate Hit's every maneuver, but also remain vigilant against the potential activation of his time-skipping ability. This dual strain was, for a Saiyan not known for contemplation, far more taxing than executing 20 times the Kaioken consecutively. Slowing down, Hit's breathing remained steady, unchanged from the beginning. Where was the momentum you had just displayed? This cold-blooded fighter was, in truth, secretly agitated. His lethal strikes were repeatedly thwarted by Wukong's preemptive defenses, and the frustration of being unable to unleash his full might rendered this contest exceedingly tense. Yet, it must be acknowledged that clashing with such a worthy opponent rekindled the long-dormant warrior spirit within him, which was why he still refrained from exerting his full strength. It seems I cannot prevail without employing my true abilities. Wukong wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his golden aura flickering slightly. Continuing this war of attrition would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Even transforming into Super Saiyan 2 or 3 would prove futile, while speed and power would substantially increase. Stamina would deplete even more swiftly, making endurance a challenge. He remained ensnared by Hit's rhythm, merely predicting and blocking his opponent's attack paths, rather than truly dominating the fight. Only the Super Saiyan Blue form can be summoned. Wukong bellowed, unleashing a brilliant azure flame that soared into the heavens. His golden hair transforming instantaneously into a deep cerulean hue. In this state, victory or defeat was unmistakably determined. As the last warrior of the 7th universe, I must prevail. You had better be prepared. Although this transformation consumes stamina, the surging divine power swiftly stabilized his energy. The burden of the initial transformation was relatively light. Repeated shifts between forms would lead to severe exhaustion. Wukong was confident that he could conclude the battle in an instant. In truth, he yearned for a spirited contest with Hit, relishing the rare opportunity to face such an opponent. Regrettably, the constraints of the arena prevented Hit from unleashing his full potential, and Wukong could not afford to disregard the fate of the universe for personal gratification. What appeared to be reckless was, in fact, a manifestation of his meticulous nature. In the original narrative, it was precisely because of the existence of the mightier Monaka that he chose to concede when in a position of advantage, both to preserve a fair contest and to allow his companions room to shine. However, as the ultimate force, he would not retreat unless he faced true defeat. At last, have you revealed your blue form? Hit smirked. Then let me showcase my peak state. With clenched fists, a terrifying torrent of energy erupted forth. That fellow still harbors such power, Kampa exclaimed in astonishment. Beerus of the 7th universe was equally taken aback. Hey, that guy is also augmenting his energy. Whis could hardly conceal his astonishment. The singular entity of the 6th universe indeed lives up to its legend. Why do even the gods of destruction and angels find themselves moved? Hit, who already stood above all with his time-skip abilities, now unleashed an energy that even the divine found formidable. For a human who had not mastered divine power to reach such heights through mere training was nothing short of astonishing. Wukong's heart trembled. The energy Hit unleashed far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 3. I did not expect you to possess such strength. His gaze reflected genuine surprise. He had assumed Hit relied solely on his time-skip techniques for combat, perhaps with some unique methods, yet he never anticipated that his opponent harbored such astonishing energy. Hit smirked slightly. Full power mode. This body might not endure for even a minute. He shook his numb arms, initially intended as a trump card for the decisive moment. But since you hold nothing back from me, I too shall not take advantage of the situation. Let us clash with our utmost strength. Wukong grinned upon hearing this. It seems you have finally discovered the weakness of the time skip. The aura of the Super Saiyan God surged around him, perfectly aligned with my desires. In the spectators area, Kampa impatiently clicked his tongue. Two fools. What do the true enemies care about such matters? As the god of destruction of the 6th universe, he has always revered absolute power, scoffing at this contest imbued with the spirit of warriors. Vados gently shook her staff, casting a meaningful glance toward Beerus. At this moment, the gods of destruction from the 2 universes unexpectedly found common ground, a rare camaraderie that was quite displeasing. On the battlefield, crimson and violet energies clashed violently. The onslaught of Hit raged like a tempest, yet his physical strain gradually impeded his momentum. Wukong, in his divine realm, held the upper hand, though beads of perspiration began to form on his brow. This clash, transcending life and death, distilled into the most genuine confrontation between 2 warriors. Hit's ultimate eruption bore no fruit, his time-skipping ability utterly sealed by divine power, rendering even a 0.005 second maneuver impossible. Nevertheless, upon entering his full energy state, he displayed astonishing combat prowess, facing the ultra-blue form of Wukong with only a slight disadvantage. You truly are formidable. Prepare yourself, Kamehameha. Wukong seized the moment, exploiting Hit's inability to initiate time-skipping, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Subsequently, he gathered a radiant energy wave infused with divine might in his palms, directing it at the airborne Hit with sudden force. Boom. The blinding torrent of energy shattered the protective barrier at the edge of the arena, piercing the heavens and vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. Outside the arena, Beerus could hardly conceal his astonishment. My barrier was shattered. However, Kampa was more concerned about the battle's outcome. What of Hit? Is he unharmed? If Hit is defeated, the 6th universe forfeits its wager with Beerus. Huh, you dodged. Wukong's lips curled into a smile brimming with battle spirit. Although Hit bore a scratch on his cheek from the attack, he remained largely unscathed. As Beerus repaired the barrier, Hit had already landed securely back in the arena. To think there exists a rival such as you, it truly stirs my blood. Even the typically aloof Hit felt a long-lost excitement. Yet, he understood that even with half the time remaining in his full energy state, prolonging the struggle would not alter the outcome. Before Wukong could respond, he decisively raised his hand. I concede. This abrupt declaration left the entire arena in shock. Hey Hit. Wukong found himself momentarily speechless. Continuing to fight is futile. I have no desire to be the sole target of your attacks, Hit replied coldly. His once reliable time-skipping ability was rendered ineffective against the ultra-blue form, and the toll of maintaining his full energy state was immense. Even if he were to force a time skip or two, Wukong had already anticipated his moves entirely. With that, he leaped off the arena, his back retreating with resolute determination. At that moment, the referee regained his composure and announced loudly, "The victor is Wukong from the 7th universe. The ultimate champion of this inter-universal martial arts tournament belongs to the 7th universe." The arena erupted in ecstatic cheers. Even the audience of the 6th universe rose to applaud. Though the loss was regrettable, this pinnacle showdown earned the respect of all present. Hey Hit, Wukong called out to the retreating figure. How about we meet again in a different venue? A smile tugged at Hit's silent lips as he mused. Kakarot, I've set my sights on you. I no longer desire the cube. Take me back, Hit stated, walking directly towards Kampa. The frustrated god of destruction seethed, his fury igniting upon hearing that command. Did you intentionally throw the match? Do you dare to challenge me? The tension in the air thickened, as Kampa's muscles tensed at the thought. Yet, the king of the dark world never bowed. Even in the face of divinity, he would dare to draw his sword. Fool! Look over there. Beerus's roar shattered the stalemate. Whis quietly reminded, is it appropriate to point at that esteemed individual? The god of destruction hastily withdrew his finger. As the two deities hurriedly bowed, the warriors of Earth merely acknowledged them with a nod. The voice of Goku startled Kampa, causing his legs to tremble. While Goku approached with his entourage, maintaining the composure befitting a Scion prince. The Grand Zeno remarked, hosting a private tournament is technically against the rules, yet it is rather amusing. Perhaps we should consider a universal version. The disdainful glares from the attendants behind him were entirely disregarded. This was not the first time he had uttered such words. Previously, it was merely a casual conversation, but this time it was a public declaration, clearly indicating a decision had been made. Goku, upon hearing this, reacted just as he had in the original tale, rushing forward to earnestly plead for the event to take place. He then exchanged a high five with the Grand Zeno, leaving Beerus and Kampa astonished, silently wiping the sweat from their brows. The Grand Zeno then turned to Goten and proposed, Son Goten, how about you take charge of organizing this universal martial arts tournament? While participating might pique his interest, being responsible for the organization was an entirely different matter. The expressions of the two gods of destruction and their attendants changed dramatically. This young man had the audacity to directly refuse the task assigned by the Grand Zeno. Was he courting disaster? Such a shame. The Grand Zeno, however, did not take offense and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, then let the Grand Priest handle it. As the supreme ruler, the Grand Zeno seldom concerned himself with mundane affairs, and ordinary matters rarely captured his attention. This time, having been whimsically entertained by a spectacular match, he was eager to witness even more intense confrontations. However, deities were not permitted to partake in such contests. Any mishap could disrupt the cosmic balance, yielding far-reaching consequences. Even the Grand Zeno could not act with impunity. Moreover, with merely two top-tier warriors approaching the level of a god of destruction, a tournament encompassing the entire universe would inevitably attract even stronger beings. The organizer of the event must possess the authority to command respect, and clearly, Beerus and Kampa were insufficient for such a role. Only Goten possessed the requisite qualifications, which is why the Grand Zeno proposed him as the organizer. Now that Goten had declined, the Grand Zeno ultimately opted for the Grand Priest. After issuing these instructions, the Grand Zeno reminded the two gods of destruction to fulfill their duties and advised Goku to remember to contact him for leisure activities before departing. This left the others exchanging glances, astonished that the Grand Zeno, who instilled fear even in the gods of destruction, could be so childlike. Naturally, no one dared to voice such thoughts, much less discuss the merits or faults of the Grand Zeno, as incurring his ire could jeopardize the entire universe. Hey Beerus, when did your universe become so close to the Grand Zeno? Once the Grand Zeno and his retinue had departed, Kampa finally voiced the question he had been holding in. Beerus merely smiled and remained silent, a look of pride on his face, as if it was he who had forged a bond with the Grand Zeno. Vados observed the Earthlings with surprise, her gaze lingering on Goten. Having previously overlooked, she now noticed that Goten's aura had solidified significantly since their last encounter. Although she could not ascertain the precise extent of his power, it was evident that he had grown immensely stronger, far surpassing her own capabilities. How could such a remarkable enhancement occur in such a short time? Hey gorgeous, have I enchanted you? Goten boldly extended his arms, unabashedly inviting, don't be shy. You're always welcome to join me. Son Goten, Xiangpa, consumed by rage, exclaimed, dare to covet Bardos again, and I shall tear you apart. She is mine in life and mine in death. TSK, still dreaming are we? Wufan tilted his head, deliberately provoking, speaking of which, you from the 6th universe lost the battle, shouldn't you honor your promise? How about handing Bardos over to me? In an instant, Xiangpa's fury erupted, and he clenched his fists, ready to charge into a brawl. You scoundrel, have you been waiting for me to fall into your trap? Go to hell. Unfazed, Wufan stood his ground, eager to show Xiangpa a lesson. Unfortunately, Bardos swiftly grasped the enraged Xiangpa, Lord Xiangpa, The Omni King is still nearby. The mention of the Omni King doused Xiangpa's fury like a bucket of cold water, leaving him to glare at Wu Fan with venomous eyes. It was evident to all that even if bound by a promise, Xiangpa would never relinquish Bardos. After all, a deity's attendant is a matter of divine dignity, personally appointed by the Omni King. How could such a prize be wagered away? Wu Fan, well aware of this truth, had merely been jesting. As Bardos had stated, wishing to exchange attendants? Only with the Omni King's explicit consent. Unfortunately, Wu Fan had yet to attain such stature. I apologize for Lord Xiangpa's outburst. Bardos nodded soberly, adding, "Your kindness is appreciated, but please refrain from such jests in the future. Each word stems from the heart. How can it be deemed a jest?" Wu Fan blinked innocently. Seeing Bardos shake her head in resignation, he decided not to press further. Only Xiangpa remained, still huffing in indignation. Ultimately, no specific demands were made. Merely an acknowledgement of this lingering obligation. In comparison to Beerus, witnessing his brother's embarrassment was sufficient amusement. However, Wu Fan's sole interest in Bardos was destined to remain unfulfilled. Thus, Xiangpa left, clutching an empty promise, his spirits dampened. As they bid farewell, Wu Fan entrusted his Earth companions to Whis. Currently, Earth was left with merely echoes of past delights, as the important ones had settled on Order Star. Following the conclusion of the interdimensional martial arts tournament, life returned to tranquility, and Sun Wufan relished the simplicity of everyday existence. It is noteworthy that although Bidalai now resided permanently on Order Star, her father, the doting Satan, was reluctant to part with her. Yet Wufan was indifferent to his father-in-law's sentiments. Having secured Bidalai's consent, he departed without hesitation. Several young maidens of suitable age ought to have been pursuing their studies, yet their education was overseen by Xiaowu, Lanqi, and others, ensuring that their academic pursuits did not falter. Wufan's primary duty each day was to frolic with the girls in playful merriment. Of course, he never neglected his own training. However, upon reaching such a level, the relentless practice akin to his father yielded little progress, unless he encountered an equally matched opponent. On Earth's side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were diligently training under Whis' guidance. As Sun Wukong and Trunks gradually matured, the two Scion princes began to rigorously train their offspring. Despite the vast disparity in strength, Bick was equally determined, immersing himself in specialized training. It is said that he is making history, striving to become the first Super Namekian deity. The Omni King's planned Universal Martial Arts Tournament would require time to organize, as synchronizing the time flow across 12 universes is no trivial task. For deities blessed with an enduring lifespan, mere moments pass in the blink of an eye. However, for individuals like Wu Fan, the wait is excruciating. Must it truly be this way? Asked Lazuli, crossing her arms. If you continue to vanish, your little lovers will not be so forgiving. The monotony of daily life weighed heavily on Wu Fan, prompting him to secretly embark on a temporal journey with the two designated as number 18 in search of novelty. Fear not, you both possess eternal youth. What are a few years in the grand scheme of things? Wu Fan dismissed casually with a wave of his hand. Number 18 teased. Are you merely waiting for them to mature? Caught off guard by the truth in her words, Wu Fan hastily shifted the topic. Why not stay with us? You dare. The two androids exclaimed in unison, gripping his ears tightly. A spectacle rarely seen in the 12 universes, such treatment of a god of destruction is virtually unparalleled. Unbeknownst to him, 69 had transformed into an unexpectedly formidable force. A desperate roar echoed from the mountaintop. Curse it! Why must it end this way? The blue-haired youth struck the ground with a fierce punch, sending shards of rock flying and blood seeping from his knuckles. Beside him, his black-haired companion clutched the tattered remains of his clothing, their battle-worn attire flapping in the chilling wind. Pull yourself together, Trunks, the black-haired youth rasped, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed embers. The moment they defeat that fiend, his words faltered, choked by the weight of despair. That once hopeful emerald planet had long since disintegrated into cosmic dust. The Dragon Balls no longer existed. Trunks erupted with fury, blue energy radiating from him, pulverizing the nearby stones. The Earth was doomed. Namek was lost too. Wu Fan, if you still have Scion blood coursing through your veins. A tempest of dust and sand lashed at the two survivors. They stood in a future ravaged by androids. A world once granted a fleeting peace 7 years prior by Wu Fan's interventions across parallel timelines. Yet now, A new malevolence had transformed the planet into a graveyard in just 3 days, with warriors who fought valiantly for survival reduced to mere remnants, their bodies barely recognizable. Do you wish to let Uncle Bic's blood be shed in vain? Parallel Wu Fan's fist, accompanied by a sound akin to tearing through the air, propelled Trunks into a rock wall, fissures spider-webbing from the impact. Listen, even if this world is left with just the two of us, he gripped Trunks' collar with trembling hands. As in the distance, the last city vaporized beneath a violet energy wave. The acrid scent of scorched earth invaded their nostrils. Trunks gazed into Wu Fan's eyes, where fury danced like flames, reflecting the agonizing cries of the dying planet beneath their feet. His fists clenched so tightly they turned blue, collapsing to the ground, his teeth grinding until blood seeped from his gums. Yet, the pain was nothing compared to the torment of his own inadequacy. He loathed his weakness, and even more so, the merciless cruelty of their adversaries. Trunks, the heavens always leave a glimmer of hope, urged Wu Fan, now resolute in his determination to confront the demon. He carried with him the wisdom imparted by the original Wu Fan at their parting, which he had etched into his memory. Throughout the years, despite a life of stability, he had never neglected his training. He had not only comprehended the mysteries of higher realms, but had also transcended to the third level of Super Saiyan. Yet, even such power felt insignificant before his arch-nemesis. Even the fused entity of Super Trunks and Goku met a disheartening defeat. He was at a loss regarding how to overcome such a formidable beast. Perhaps even transcending his current limits would prove futile. However, he was no longer the aspiring scholar. Son Gohan. Even in the direst of circumstances, as long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would never yield. Trunks gazed up at the fierce-eyed Gohan, his wrath slightly tempered. What are your plans? He inquired. I intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for arduous training. But that demon is far too familiar with our capabilities and is likely well prepared for us. Gohan's knuckles whitened as he contemplated their situation. The only course of action now was to abandon Earth and escape into the vastness of the cosmos. Trunks bit his lip. Realizing this was their last resort, forsaking their beloved homeland, fleeing the universe like a lost dog. For anyone with a shred of dignity, such a decision was agonizing. Yet for the sake of vengeance and to grant peace to the departed, they must endure humiliation and survive. To West City, Trunks suddenly rose, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. Gohan felt a sense of relief. At least the young man had learned restraint. Suddenly, several shadows intercepted their path. Who goes there? They both exclaimed in alarm. Trunks' pupils constricted as suppressed fury erupted within him. Enraged, he shouted, "Damn it, since you've pursued us, I won't hold back." Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, channeling all his strength into his right hand and launching a decisive blow at his opponent. Gohan, seeing this, urgently called out, "Stop! Trunks, he is not an enemy." But it was too late. Trunks' strike was like a torrential storm, overwhelming and unstoppable. Astonishingly, the assailant effortlessly deflected Trunks' attack with a mere finger. He turned his gaze toward Gohan, perplexed. Did you just mention an enemy? Does he resemble me? The newcomer was none other than Goku, accompanied by his two companions, Zamasu and Android 18. Goku furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with confusion. Logically, a dark entity should have manifested in the form of Goku, so why did it take on his own likeness? Initially, Goku had only intended to escort Zamasu back to her timeline for a brief visit, without plans to linger. In his memory, after resolving the crisis in this future world, Goku, Vegeta, and the Earth's dragon had all been revived, leading him to believe that this world could sustain itself. Although the god of destruction Beerus in the main timeline awoke prematurely, Goku thought this would not affect the appearance of the dark entity in the future world. He believed that with Goku's abilities, even if the dark entity manifested earlier, it could be managed. However, reality dealt him a resounding blow. Upon their arrival in this timeline, they were met with a desolate Earth, ravaged and scarred from battle. Initially, Goku suspected it was the work of Majin Buu, but after sensing Trunks and Gohan's auras, he instantly teleported to them. It was only upon hearing Gohan's words that Goku comprehended the reasons behind the devastation in this timeline. Yet what perplexed him even more was the fact that the Dark One had taken on his own visage. According to the original narrative, the emergence of the Dark One was a consequence of Zamasu's profound disdain for humanity, as he sought to annihilate all existence and reconstruct it anew. After witnessing the formidable power of Son Goku, Zamasu utilized the Super Dragon Balls to wish for a servant with the same physical attributes as Son Goku. Subsequently, Zamasu, employing the Time Ring, traveled a year into the future to once again gather the Super Dragon Balls, thereby acquiring immortality. Although the Dark One possessed the physical prowess of Son Goku, he fundamentally remained a divine attendant. Once he fully acclimated to his new body, he inherently possessed divine traits, further augmented by the Super Saiyan transformation, rendering him far more powerful than Son Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue forms. This led Zamasu to consider himself a true deity, regarding Son Goku and his companions as mere mortals. However, strictly speaking, he was more akin to the nature of a Kaioshin, fundamentally distinct from Goku's true form. Goku concentrated all his power within himself, his divine body's strength far surpassing that of the Dark Son Goku, and the might of his Ultra Instinct form eclipsed that of the Super Saiyan God. If the Dark One in this realm were to adhere to the original character design, even in transforming into a Super Saiyan Rose, his strength would merely rival that of Beerus, the god of destruction, rendering him insignificant against Goku. The genuine complication lay in Zamasu's immortality. No attack could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Despite his combat prowess being inferior to Trunks, he could withstand the full force of Dark Son Goku's Kamehameha without a scratch, whereas Super Saiyan Blue Goku had been thoroughly defeated. However, Zamasu had never crossed paths with Goku. Should they confront each other, Goku would undoubtedly eliminate him instantaneously, leaving no chance for him to pursue the Super Dragon Balls. Notably, the Dark One in this realm manifested in Goku's form, rather than that of Son Goku. This suggested that his power might also bear significant discrepancies from the original story. The entire situation remained shrouded in mystery, indicating that this timeline concealed peril for Goku as well. In a fleeting moment, Goku contemplated numerous possibilities, though in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. At that juncture, Trunks regained his composure, hesitantly retracting his hand to inquire, "Are you the Goku from the parallel timeline 7 years ago?" When Trunks and the parallel Goku noticed the presence of Lazuli behind him, their certainty grew. Though perplexed by the simultaneous appearance of two Android 18s, their primary concern lay in Goku's display of power, effortlessly blocking Trunks' full-force attack in his Super Saiyan second form with merely a finger. What could this signify? Has it truly been 7 years? No wonder you all have grown so much, Goku mused softly. Although he had mastered the art of time travel with precision, the differing temporal flow between the main timeline and the parallel timeline left him bewildered. It had only been just over 4 years in the main timeline. And with his experiences in time, not even 6 years had passed, yet 7 years had elapsed here. Just as Goku was about to speak, a subtle shift crossed his expression. "Let us converse elsewhere." A transparent aura swiftly enveloped everyone, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location. Moments later, a figure emanating a dark aura materialized in their previous spot. He surveyed his surroundings with confusion. Moments ago, he had distinctly sensed their presence, and he gradually descended, revealing a visage that was an exact replica of Goku's. However, the parallel Goku, unaffected by the Pearl of Heaven's Way, bore a more mature visage. If the two were to stand side by side, onlookers would merely perceive them as kin of close blood relation. The shadowy figure's gaze suddenly fixed upon a certain spot on the ground, a smirk of intrigue gracing his lips. It was no illusion. His fingertips brushed against the fresh fist imprints left on the concrete, the little mice having departed not long ago. The remnants still lingered in the air, the essence of their presence dissipating like a pencil sketch erased from existence. The damp, musty odor fermented within the confined space, and figures materialized abruptly amidst the rusted pipes. Son Goku retracted his hand, which had formed a seal, as a blue and white energy dome enveloped everyone like an inverted bowl. For the time being, they were safe. His gaze swept over the two battle-scarred temporal travelers, and now he could inquire about the extent to which this world had crumbled during his absence. The sound of dripping water from a leaking pipe echoed outside the energy dome. The price of the premature resolution of the android crisis was a more chaotic temporal paradox. The emergence of Majin Buu a year ahead of schedule, the fall of the Kais at the hands of Dubra, and the fragments of his own memory replaying in Goku's mind, that furious Super Saiyan 3 silhouette amidst golden flames. The despair of a regeneration speed unable to match the speed of destruction, ultimately vaporized in the Kamehameha's embrace. "The training methods you taught me saved this timeline," He touched the still-healing wound on his forehead, but after the arrival of the dark figure, even Bu had become a mere minor nuisance. Suddenly, Son Goku pressed his temples. 800 meters away in the subway tunnel, a darkness transcending the laws of physics seeped through the rock layers. "I have found you." A whispering murmur resounded in everyone's minds, and the energy dome shattered into luminous dust. The ensuing years passed without incident. As parallel, Goku frequently trained alongside Goku Black and Vegeta, steadily enhancing his usual prowess. One day, he inadvertently unleashed a mysterious potential within, his power skyrocketing instantaneously, positioning him as the unrivaled strongest warrior of this timeline. However, this bliss was short-lived. A dark figure, identical in appearance to Goku, suddenly emerged, vowing to annihilate the world in the name of a so-called justice, which began with the eradication of the Science. The dark figure possessed an intimate knowledge of the Science and Earth warriors, even being well aware of Goku's previous incursions into this timeline. He commenced by obliterating Namek, then descended upon Earth, with his primary objective being the extermination of the new god, Dend, thus severing the Earth warriors' escape routes entirely. The warriors joined forces to confront him, yet they fell one after another to the dark figure's might. Even more shocking was the revelation that the dark figure's initial strength was not particularly remarkable, merely a shade stronger than Goku's mysterious form. Yet, as the battle raged on, his power surged at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, Goku Black and Vegeta were compelled to perform the fusion dance, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 Vegeto, whose strength far surpassed that of parallel Goku. Even so, the two sides remained evenly matched. As the dark figure broke through once more, Vegeto began to falter. As time dwindles, Gogeta finds himself unable to gather the energy needed for a decisive attack, resorting instead to a desperate struggle against the Dark Man, striving to buy precious moments for the parallel Goku and Trunks to escape. Before their flight, the duo witnesses the Dark Man's power surge dramatically, as he undergoes a transformation that overwhelms Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta. Fortunately, the adversary is still acclimating to his new form and neglects to pursue them, allowing their escape. Subsequently, Goku and Trunks conceal their whereabouts while the Dark Man unleashes havoc upon the Earth. Within 3 days, the entire planet's inhabitants face annihilation. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Goku falls into deep contemplation. As a clone of him, the Dark Man possesses not only all relevant intelligence, but also knowledge of his time-traveling experiences. This suggests that the mastermind originates from the same timeline and wields the time ring of the Supreme Kai. The suspicion falls squarely on Zamasu. Yet Goku finds it hard to reconcile. If Zamasu were the culprit, there would have been prior animosity between them. Had a grudge existed, he would have surely resolved it, rather than allowing his foe to escape into the future. If another culprit lurks in the shadows, no character in the original narrative aligns with this role. Perhaps, this situation surpasses the bounds of the established storyline. How intriguing this all becomes. A smirk graces Goku's lips. After arriving in the Dragon Ball universe, he has finally encountered events that exceed his expectations. His opponent's meticulous scheming indicates a profound understanding of his strength. Above even the Grand Zeno, he might finally meet a true adversary. After hearing the accounts from the parallel Goku and Trunks, it becomes evident that the Dark Man, who mirrors his essence, has surpassed Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta in base power, likely having fully replicated his divine physique. Thus, it stands to reason that the Dark Man's newly unveiled form is indeed the Ultra Instinct state. Dare I inquire, how strong are you at present? The parallel Goku, noticing Goku's unexpected delight, cannot help but cautiously ask. When Goku departed this timeline, he was undoubtedly far superior, yet, over the years, the parallel Goku believed he had surpassed him. However, when Goku effortlessly deflects Trunks' full-force strike with a mere finger, he realizes the gap has not only remained, but has widened. Even Gogeta could not achieve such a feat in his standard form. This revelation ignites a profound curiosity within him regarding Goku's true capabilities. Trunks, too, leans in, eager to understand the magnitude of their power disparity that could result in such a striking contrast. According to your understanding, I should now be beyond Super Saiyan 3, having undergone 4 additional breakthroughs. One might refer to this as Super Saiyan 7, but in truth, it is the god form of Super Saiyan. Goku explains with a hint of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, he has grown so immensely powerful. Perhaps indulging in a moment of self-admiration is permissible. This proclamation leaves the parallel Goku and Trunks speechless, struggling to comprehend. And as for Lazuli and Android 18, they can hardly contain their disbelief. Is this even a valid calculation? If we include the godly standard form, wouldn't that elevate him to Super Saiyan 8? Nonetheless, Goku's exaggerated claims rekindle a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the parallel Goku and Trunks. As Wufan has surpassed level 7, what significance does the dark figure hold? A faint smile graced Wufan's lips as he declared his understanding of the situation. It was time to confront the Dark Man. Perhaps he could uncover the latter's origins. This scene evoked a profound sense of melancholy, yet I could envision the resplendent future that awaited the Earth once humanity, a pestilence, was eradicated. The establishment of the Peach Blossom Spring was imminent. Ignorant humanity, prepare to face judgment. The dark figure, having replicated Wufan's physique, stood aloft, gazing upon the ravaged Earth with a languorous sigh. His voice, akin to Wufan's yet deeper, resonated through the air. Aside from his peculiar sartorial choices and the divine earrings and rings he adorned, he bore no other differences from Wufan. At that moment, a brilliant beam of golden light suddenly erupted from the distant horizon, causing him to squint involuntarily. This spectacle mirrored the original narrative. Wufan could have employed instantaneous movement to directly target the dark figure, yet he opted for patience, waiting for his adversary to reveal himself. He instructed Razali and the others to retreat to a safe distance, merely needing to avoid the aftershocks of the impending conflict without the necessity of hiding. Parallel Wufan and Trunks were still in the dark about Wufan's true capabilities, placing all their hopes upon him. For them, departing Earth was a reluctant choice. Should they have the opportunity to remain, they would not yield easily. Boom! The dark figure shattered the dense clouds, accompanied by a thunderous roar, hovering directly above Wufan. Upon recognizing Wufan's unyielding stance, his pupils dilated in shock. Son Wufan, it seems you, too, have your miscalculations. Wufan gazed up at this doppelganger with a tone laced with intrigue. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the sentiments of Sun Wukong and Vegeta when confronted with an opponent who mirrored them. The impending clash invoked a peculiar sense of dissonance. As if he were to strike at himself, the dark figure's reaction further validated Wufan's suspicions. He undoubtedly hailed from the primary timeline or was connected to its creator. Without the time ring, how did you traverse timelines? The dark man's voice, once frigid, now carried an unmistakable tremor of astonishment. This unexpected reaction left parallel Wufan and Trunks in a state of bewilderment. In their recollections, the dark figure had always been a merciless machine of slaughter. Could it be that Wufan instilled a sense of threat? Razali cast a glance at the stunned duo, a playful smile gracing her features. This is merely the beginning. The true spectacle lies ahead. Meanwhile, Android 18 frowned in contemplation. He bears Wufan's aura, yet it is tainted with other energies. What could be his origin? Whoever he is, it matters not, Razali retorted, arms crossed, and an air of disdain surrounding her. Encountering Wufan is his misfortune. Perhaps he fled here out of sheer terror. However, Wufan did not share Razali's levity. Though maintaining an outward calm, he was acutely aware that the dark figure's strength far surpassed that of the original version, likely having breached the threshold of 16 points in his normal state. Do not presume that by appropriating my genetics, you can glimpse true power, Wufan scoffed, deliberately employing a tone of derision. In the end, you are merely a frog confined to a narrow well. The Dark One cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Wufan, revealing a chilling smile. A mere mortal ascending to a divine position, indeed a cause for boastfulness. Your physique does surprise me. Yet do you truly believe you are worthy to mock me? My realm is beyond the comprehension of an insect like you. Nevertheless, since your demise is imminent, discussing such trivialities is utterly superfluous. Arrogant. A glint of cold light flashed in Wufan's eyes. He discerned the deeper implication in the Dark One's words. Even with a divine body, he remained fundamentally an ordinary being. Even if the target were someone else, the Dark One's condescending tone would remain unchanged. It seems you have no intention of revealing your identity, Wufan probed in a low voice. Spare me the pleasantries. The Dark One erupted in a surge of purple-black energy, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Wufan, bellowing, I have foretold your end. In an instant, the thunderous clash of fists and feet echoed throughout the heavens. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling dozens of rounds without exerting their full strength. This was merely a warm-up, an unspoken test of one another's capabilities. In a parallel dimension, Wufan and Trunks were left utterly dumbfounded. They strained their eyes, yet could not capture even the trajectories of their movements. Incredible. Is this the realm of transcending the 7th level of Super Saiyan? The actions are simply indecipherable. Trunks' voice trembled. What astonished him further was the realization that the Dark One's displayed power would likely remain unattainable even if they devoted a century to arduous training away from Earth. 18, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, "Hey, are you really buying into that kid's nonsensical 7th Super Saiyan?" However, the parallel Wufan maintained a solemn expression. Regardless, their strength undeniably surpasses our comprehension. The inability to keep pace with the rhythm of the battle not only implied an inability to confront the Dark One, but also made it challenging to assess who held the upper hand. Rest assured, Wufan is undoubtedly the strongest, Lazuli asserted with conviction. In her mind, even the Omni King was merely a figure destined to be surpassed. The chasm between Wufan and every opponent he left behind would only widen. Enough. This battle is utterly meaningless. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended, and a figure with wings stood suspended in the air, issuing a commanding halt to the fierce conflict between Wufan and the Dark One. Once again, Wufan and the Dark One found themselves evenly matched. Taking advantage of the moment, the Dark One retreated and soared into the sky, hovering beside the mysterious newcomer. Zamasu. Though he confirmed it was indeed Zamasu, the situation before him was utterly bewildering. Under normal circumstances, Wufan and Zamasu should not have intersected at all. At this moment, Zamasu should still be the North Kai of the 10th universe, yet to receive the old Kai's favor to become a candidate for the Kaioshin. Even if his presence had altered the timeline, causing Zamasu to ascend earlier, theoretically, it should not have incited hostility toward him. Wufan felt a chill within. Should they encounter in the main timeline, he would ensure that this individual would not return. Or perhaps this Zamasu belonged to this parallel dimension. You are the one who, in human form, ascended to divinity, specially chosen by the Omni King to become the god of order, Son Wufan? Zamasu's scrutinizing gaze held a hint of probing, as if they were meeting for the first time. Though the reason eluded him, Wufan gathered his thoughts and coldly remarked that, since his opponent dared to reveal himself, he must possess some form of assurance, perhaps even an immortal essence. Before he could finish his sentence, Zamazu's pupils constricted and his expression transformed dramatically, nearly escaping a startled exclamation. This revelation shattered his expectations entirely. In his meticulously crafted scheme, the Earth Warriors were supposed to be mere pawns under his control. Even if Wufan's arrival from across time and space introduced an unpredictable variable, it should not have destabilized his dominion. Moreover, if he could eradicate this significant threat, it would be a stroke of genius. Yet, at this moment, Wufan not only unmasked his identity, but also pierced through to his most profound secret. The sense of superiority he had been basking in began to crumble rapidly. Surprised, Wufan smirked slightly. I am also aware that you are the apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 10, convinced that humanity must submit to divine authority and ruthlessly eliminate any uncontrollable entities. Am I mistaken? Each word struck Zamasu like a hammer, his countenance growing increasingly grim. No matter how he reasoned, he could not fathom how Wufan had come to know such confidential information. Observing Zamasu's darkening expression, Wufan felt a surge of satisfaction. Since his arrival in this timeline, the true identity of the Dark Man and Zamasu's emergence had remained shrouded in mystery. Now, that burden had finally returned to its originator. Regardless of Zamasu's motives for appearing or the reason the Dark Man was his doppelganger, Wufan now clearly understood. These two were destined to be adversaries standing on opposite sides. That was sufficient. Zamasu's face remained somber for a moment before he slowly relaxed his brow and applauded. No wonder even Lord Zeno regards you highly. The title of God of Order is indeed well-deserved. Although I am unaware of how you acquired these secrets, I comprehend that the enigma swirling in your mind extends far beyond this. Regrettably, I shall not provide you with the answers. Wufan had initially intended to unsettle Zamasu with provocation, but unexpectedly, his opponent's depth of cunning allowed him to swiftly regain his composure. Since my ideals and sense of justice do not earn your approval, Zamasu suddenly withdrew his smile and signaled the Dark Man. I must ask you to remain here indefinitely. Two figures, like phantoms, launched a coordinated assault, employing tactics reminiscent of the past encirclement of Sun Wukong. One focused on ferocious offense, while the other relied on his immortality to wear down the opponent. Wufan, witnessing this, scoffed repeatedly. Had he been unaware of their trump card, he might have fallen into their trap, but now, having seen through their ruse, their so-called lethal moves seemed nothing more than clumsy theatrics. Bring it on. In the moment the golden flames erupted, Zama's was sent sprawling 100 meters away by a sweeping kick. The Dark Man seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of punches that matched Wufan blow for blow. The sparks from their energy clashes illuminating the ruins in a flickering dance of light and shadow. The evenly matched combat prompted both sides to forego transforming into Super Saiyan forms, knowing that while it would amplify their power, the ensuing energy drain would hinder their endurance in a protracted battle. Just then, Zama's returned with renewed vigor. He understood that a sneak attack was futile, yet he still managed to strike like a venomous serpent while Wufan was engrossed in their fierce exchange. Allow me to handle this. Trunks erupted with crackling electricity, ready to charge forward, only to be halted by the sudden appearance of Lazuli, who effortlessly blocked his path with a single hand. Compared to the lone warrior burdened by the future in the original timeline, the hybrid Saiyan at this moment still bore the impetuousness unique to youth. The android exerted a slight force, and the energy of Super Saiyan 2 vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Having long been nurtured by divine power, her mere display of aura caused Trunks' pupils to tremble. How had that killing machine from years past become so formidable? Do not complicate matters, she admonished, her fingertips shimmering with divine brilliance. Did your father not teach you? A true warrior must discern the battlefield's dynamics. These words made Trunks' ears burn, transforming his earlier fury into a profound silence of shame. Zamasu attempted to ensnare Wufan with his immortal body, but ended up thwarting the dark figure instead, dragging him down instead of providing assistance. Whenever Zamasu lunged, Wufan needed only to teleport out of harm's way, using the momentum to push him toward the dark figure, forcing Zamasu to interfere with his allies' actions. After several rounds of confrontation, Wufan gradually began to dominate the situation, while the dark figure grew increasingly agitated. Zamasu, too, suffered a blow to his confidence. Is this the immortal body you take pride in? Ridiculous. The so-called divine form depends on the wielder. A fool cloaked in divine garments remains a fool. Wufan scoffed as he unleashed an energy blast, sending both adversaries flying. In Wufan's eyes, the immortal body was merely a shield imposed by the Super Dragon. Just as the Earth Dragon could not fulfill wishes beyond its capacity, the Super Dragon Balls had their limits defined by their creator, the Super Dragon. The strength of the Dragon of God would not surpass that of the Omni King, Wufan mused. If the shield's strength were merely a few dozen units, he could easily break through with his Super God form, coupled with penetrating techniques like the God Slicer. Even if he could not annihilate them completely, so what? Zamasu could not even graze his clothing, while he could freely pummel his opponent. If he could not kill him, he could keep him as a punching bag, releasing his frustrations by beating this arrogant fool. You dare to call me a fool? Zamasu's energy surged, yet only reached the level of Super Saiyan 1. Wufan barely lifted an eyelid. Boom. Zamasu was suddenly kicked into the ruins. In the stunned gazes of onlookers, the dark figure slowly retracted his legs. That title suits you indeed. You scoundrel. We are of the same origin. Zamasu leaped from the rubble. But before he could finish his sentence, the dark figure seized him by the throat and lifted him. The sudden internal strife left bystanders aghast. Yet Wufan stood with his arms crossed, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. The information Zamasu inadvertently revealed was far more valuable than mere combat. The laboratory's temporal monitoring device emitted a piercing alarm, the numbers freezing at 576 seconds. On the projection screen, the energy curves of two Zamasus intertwined at an eerie angle, one from the main universe, exhibiting bizarre behavior, while the other, concealed within Wufan's replicated form, claimed to originate from a more distant future. The records of the Super Dragon Balls indicated a 7-year interval between wishes, precisely filling the years missing from the primary timeline. Do you not understand? The dark figure suddenly tore through his disguise, revealing a cold, mechanical laugh. Time and space are akin to a bias strip. Wufan's teleportation veered off course amid the energy storm, helplessly watching as Zamasu was disassembled into binary code-like streams of light. As the readings of the monitoring device wildly surged to 343, the entire sky began to undergo a digital collapse. This was a dire predicament. The Dark One's original strength was formidable, now augmented by the indomitable body of Zamasu, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. The amalgamation of the Dark Shell with the immortal trait was far beyond the mere essence of Zamasu. Even if Wufan exerted all his might to breach the shield of the Dragon God, the Dark One would never grant him a moment to gather strength. Nor would he allow any opportunity to strike at his core. Moreover, Wufan felt no certainty regarding the possibility of penetrating that barrier. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Even someone as powerful as Wufan felt a flicker of dread, not from fear of the opponent's strength, but from the chilling intricacies of their schemes. Throughout the history of Dragon Ball, no villain had ever reached such a level. Cell, in his ultimate evolution, merely absorbed the energy of humans to seize the artificial beings. Bu had devised Wukong and the mysterious Wufan only after his retreat to seek alternate paths. Yet the individual before him had already laid out the chessboard, meticulously sculpting himself into an impeccable ultimate warrior before making his appearance. Although Wufan was perplexed as to why the Dark One did not simply wish for immortality directly, opting instead to achieve his goals through Zamasu, such considerations were now trivial. What mattered was that his plot had succeeded. The moment Zamasu fully integrated into his body, while the Dark One's appearance remained unchanged, the ecstatic expression on his face signified that the trait of immortality surged through every fiber of his being. "Are you quite bewildered, Son Wufan?" The Dark One grinned menacingly. Only a fool like Zamasu would fail to comprehend that the wish orbs cannot grant desires that surpass the dragon's authority. The so-called immortality is merely a special protective shield. Are not your Earth-S Dragon Balls governed by the same rules? Wufan's pupils suddenly constricted. It must be me. Ha ha ha. The Dark One cackled madly, clenching his fists, reveling in the torrent of power coursing through him, his face alight with satisfaction. My soul can devour all. Zamasu's immortality merely clung to the surface of the body, but through the alchemy of my soul he abruptly spread his arms wide. This power has been etched into my very marrow. It has fused with my spirit. This is the true essence of an immortal body. Not even you, nor even the Omni King himself, could inflict the slightest harm upon me. In the midst of his maniacal laughter, he suddenly leaned forward, his crimson gaze locking onto Wufan. I must thank you. This perfect form shall allow me to dominate all realms, including the reality you inhabit. His frenzied declaration reverberated through the void. If his words bore any truth, then an immortal monster that even the Omni King could not obliterate might indeed reign supreme across all worlds. Not only did he possess Wufan's scion physique, but he could also transform into a super god, with his strength continuously escalating. One day, should he surpass the Omni King, he would inevitably usurp his position. This unexpected adversary certainly posed a significant challenge for Wufan. If what you say is true, then indeed, you have attained a state of perfection. Wufan's gaze turned icy. The ability to enhance my body to such an extent is, to some degree, commendable. Equivalent strength implies formidable difficulty in vanquishing one another, and the opponent's immortal form left Wufan feeling utterly helpless. As physical stamina wanes, defeat becomes merely a matter of time. After all, an immortal being implies an infinite reservoir of energy. Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, to perish at my hands is indeed your honor. The Dark One has already regarded Gohan as a mere plaything. In a parallel universe, Gohan and Trunks are engulfed in a heavy gloom, as the situation descends into despair. They initially believed they could uncover a flaw in their adversary, only to find their advantage evaporate in an instant. Although Android 18 and Lazuli harbor concerns, they are aware that Gohan possesses the same immortality. Since the battle with Beerus, this secret has ceased to be won. The worst outcome would be their sacrifice, leading to a prolonged conflict between Gohan and the Dark One. However, they firmly believe that ultimate victory belongs to Gohan. I am more concerned about your identity. Gohan, disregarding his opponent's arrogance, coldly inquires, are you still unwilling to confess? The Dark One retorts mockingly, to reveal it now would be rather mundane. Let us descend into oblivion with your questions. Before the opponent can make a move, Gohan transforms into a golden flash, rushing towards the Dark One. Allow me to test your immortality, Kamehameha. The blinding energy wave strikes the Dark One's chest. Watching from afar, the parallel Gohan and Trunks are astounded. This form appears akin to Super Saiyan, yet it harbors an entirely different divine essence. Gohan is now exerting his full strength, and the battle is set to escalate. Lazuli and Android 18 exchange a knowing glance, simultaneously raising their staffs to create a protective shield around the parallel Gohan and Trunks, swiftly initiating a spatial transfer. The earlier clash between Gohan and Beerus nearly obliterated the universe, and this confrontation threatens to surpass that. Remaining on Earth would be tantamount to self-destruction. The two hastily retreat with the parallel Gohan, simultaneously projecting real-time images with their staffs, locking onto the heart of the battlefield. The projections provide a clearer view than the naked eye, accurately capturing the rapidly moving figures. Though the parallel Gohan and Trunks are taken aback by Lazuli's capabilities, they have no time for further inquiries, their gaze fixed on the projection. The brilliance of the Kamehameha begins to fade, and the Dark One emerges unscathed, merely pushed away by the force of the impact. Although Gohan's attack was not at full power, it was still formidable. The Dark One, caught off guard, could not fully defend, but it sufficed to validate the authenticity of his immortality. Son Gohan. The Dark One casually brushes off his attire, a smirk playing on his lips. Let me impart yet another revelation. My strength far exceeds your perception of parity. It is beyond your comprehension. Before the words can settle, he unleashes an energy surge that astonishes Gohan. This power nearly rivals Gohan's transformed state, yet it is merely the Dark One's baseline. Gohan realizes the truth. The Dark One can still ascend further. The parallel Gohan had previously mentioned that the Dark One transcended into a new form upon vanquishing Super Saiyan 3 Goku, flawlessly replicating the Saiyan's physique. Achieving a Super God transformation would be no challenge. Did you deduce it? Then brace yourself for this terrifying power. The Dark One bellows, his energy surging once more. Enveloped in a dual aura, outer layer crimson, inner layer a deep violet, akin to Black Goku, but more substantial. After the Super God transformation, his hair shifts to a blend of purple and gold, his aura more tempestuous than Gohan's, with all other features nearly identical. As his energy explodes forth, the already fragmented Earth can no longer withstand the onslaught, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The power of the planet is immensely terrifying, triggering a chain reaction that instantaneously engulfs numerous uninhabited celestial bodies, resulting in a spectacular display of fireworks throughout the solar system. Witnessing this awe-inspiring phenomenon through holographic imagery, the parallel Goku and others, including Lazuli and Android 18, are rendered speechless, utterly astonished. The sheer force of a mere initiation has obliterated so many planets. One cannot help but ponder the magnitude of the ensuing conflict. This scenario starkly contrasts with the previous battle against Beerus, where Goku and Beerus were unable to fully control the residual energy, leading to spatial tremors and a chain reaction, not a true capacity to annihilate the universe in one fell swoop or to enable energy to traverse across the cosmos. However, the Dark One has, with sheer energy impact alone, annihilated such a multitude of planets. Should he unleash his full power, he could likely sweep away a significant portion of the universe. Lazuli and Android 18 silently express relief at their quick reactions, as they now find themselves half a universe away from Earth. Nevertheless, they remain on high alert, understanding the necessity of maintaining a safe distance from the battlefield to allow Goku to confront the challenge without distraction. The thoughts of parallel Goku and Trunks diverge from those of Lazuli and the others. While equally stunned by the Dark One's might, their hearts ache more for their devastated home. With the Dragon Balls rendered non-existent and loved ones long gone, this planet was their last remnant of hope, now nearly annihilated. Despair fills their hearts. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, the Dark One's energy fluctuations nearly engulf the entire solar system, destroying countless planets. Although the ferocity of this onslaught is overwhelming, it fails to unsettle Goku, who withstands it entirely with his protective barrier. Yet, the aura emanating from the Dark One is exceedingly potent, far surpassing the realm of a Super Saiyan God. Goku cannot help but doubt. Even if he were to reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue, he might not stand a chance against such power. Clearly, the Dark One's strength is not solely attributed to his absorption of Zamasu. There must be other factors at play. Aware of the perilous situation, Goku recognizes that victory is unattainable with his current strength. His only recourse is to fight desperately, leveraging his immortal essence in battle, though he harbors uncertainty about the extent of his capabilities. Of course, a strategic retreat is also an option. However, the Dark One possesses the Time Ring and shares Goku's physiology, undoubtedly granting him instantaneous movement. No matter where Goku might flee, he would soon be located again. Moreover, the Dark One claims that even Zeno cannot eradicate his immortality. While the truth of this assertion is debatable, it is highly plausible that even Zeno would be unable to save him, making the prospect of seeking Zeno's protection unlikely. Thus, Goku is left with but one choice: to fight with all his might, to confront the enemy with countless lives. Are you afraid? Are you in despair? The Dark One hovers in the void, letting out a maniacal laugh. An aura of palpable energy encircles him, its density approaching the point of becoming tangible. The Dark One's power is nearing the pinnacle of divinity, potentially even touching upon the exalted realm of Zeno himself. Son Goku, I sincerely thank you. To express my gratitude, let me allow you to personally experience the unparalleled might contained within this ultimate form. Before the words have fully escaped his lips, the Dark One has already flashed to Goku's side. Wherever the fist strikes, the space contorts and collapses, firmly imprisoning Wufan in place. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Wufan, despite his prior readiness, finds himself unable to retaliate, hastily raising his arms in defense. The might of this single blow propels him into the vast void, his form piercing through over a dozen stars, leaving destruction in his wake. It is only upon colliding with a high-density planet that his retreat finally halts. In just one strike, he feels his insides churn and his bones ache, a substantial portion of his internal divine energy dissipating. Such terrifying power nearly shatters even Wufan's formidable physique. Yet, how could the fervor of a warrior's blood ever cool? With a fierce cry, Wufan unleashes his full energy. If his normal state proves inadequate, he shall transcend his limits. If breaking through those limits is futile, he will continue to surpass. Super explosive magic wave. As the dark figure launches another assault, Wufan instantaneously ignites all his energy. A dazzling brilliance engulfs the surroundings, compelling the dark figure to raise a hand for protection. The cataclysmic energy erupts violently, the planet that served as a buffer disintegrating instantaneously. The ensuing shockwave obliterates all nearby celestial bodies. This decisive strike, centered around the dark figure, possesses such potency that its influence even reaches the outer realms of the solar system. The entire star system is rendered non-existent amidst the tempest of energy, leaving only the sun suspended in the void. In the energy vacuum, Wufan gasps for breath as he exits his super god state. This super explosive magic wave, a culmination of his lifelong cultivation, has drained him of all strength. At this moment, the sun, floating in the cosmos, stands as the sole witness to this monumental confrontation. The suffocating torrent of energy sweeps past, annihilating even stars in its wake. However, the majority of the destructive energy precisely strikes the dark figure, with only a few residual waves dissipating into the void. How much damage can an immortal body truly endure? Wufan steadies his chaotic breath, his sharp gaze piercing through the blinding maelstrom of energy. He understands all too well that the absolute disparity between them renders that previous strike non-fatal. Yet, if he can inflict even a single wound, there may be a glimmer of hope in this deadlock. A crisp sound of clapping suddenly echoes, creating a strange resonance in the vacuum. Gradually, a figure emerges from the energy turbulence, each step causing the surrounding flames to dissipate. When the dark figure fully reveals itself, even the fibers of its battle suit remain intact. A laughable test, indeed. A smirk of derision curls at the corners of the dark figure's mouth. Exhausting energy merely to confirm a known answer? Even if I were truly injured now, what could your hollow shell possibly achieve? Disappointed, he shakes his head, his fingertips coalescing a dark orb of light. Do not worry. Soon, your family and friends will. The destructive energy carves a crimson trajectory. Wufan finds even his fingertips immobile, the two supreme beings in the distance unable to utter a sound in time. As the world-ending radiance ignites, the dark figure's pupils remain fixated on the core of the flames until he confirms that the figure has completely vanished. The clone, as expected, cannot comprehend the terror of the original. He murmurs to the void, unaware that within the obliterated flames, a speck of dust begins to glow. It is truly regrettable. I had hoped you would witness my endeavor to reshape this world. Perhaps then you would comprehend my choices. The shadow murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a profound loneliness, as if lamenting the loss of a worthy adversary. There is no need for regret. You will never succeed, and I shall never endorse your cause. The sudden, icy voice caused the shadow's pupils to contract sharply. He gazed in disbelief at the figure of Wu Fan, who stood unharmed in his previous position. Not only was he unscathed, but the energy and stamina he had once depleted were now fully restored. Is this surprising? Wu Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. As you noted, I have always been adept at contemplation. Did you think I exerted myself solely to validate your immortality? He fixed his gaze upon the shadow, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Now, I believe I have discerned your true identity. The shadow's initial astonishment swiftly faded. Regardless of Wu Fan's recovery, the stark disparity in their strengths remained, and the outcome was all but predetermined. What difference does it make, knowing or not? The shadow replied indifferently. It is destined that only one of us shall survive, and it shall undoubtedly be I. I shall relish the opportunity to see how many times you can resurrect. Wu Fan suddenly unleashed his divine power, crimson flames surging anew. The outcome remains uncertain. Oh. The shadow raised an eyebrow in disdain, the traits of a scion pushing the limits of life and death. But do you truly believe such a modest enhancement can contend with me? How could one know without attempting? Wu Fan transformed into a red comet, hurtling forward. He was acutely aware that, even if he surpassed his limits, an insurmountable chasm still lay between them. But so what? If one breakthrough is insufficient, he would continue to strive until he could shatter that immortal defense. Perhaps he lacked the tenacity of his father, but the resolve to protect his loved ones burned more fervently than anyone else's. The cost of failure was a burden he could not bear. Initially, he thought removing you would be a loss. The shadow adeptly blocked his onslaught, suddenly launching a punch that shattered the very fabric of space. Yet witnessing your foolishness only convinced me that I must end you. Wu Fan spat blood, his figure streaking across the sky like a meteor. This time, with no planet to cushion his descent, he soared across much of the solar system. However, unlike before, the fighting spirit ignited in his eyes now shone brighter than ever. Wu Fan calculated in silence. His current combat power should have surpassed 30, yet he still fell far short of his goal. That fiend's strength was at least over 50. The precise value above 30 might be 31 or 32, while 50 and above indicated far more than 50, perhaps even nearing 60. As he had yet to reach that echelon, he could not make an accurate assessment. He understood well that unless he achieved a higher transformation, even repeated breakthroughs would not suffice to bridge this gap in power. Kamehameha. Wu Fan no longer awaited the shadow to unleash his explosive energy wave. He instantaneously teleported behind him, releasing a formidable blast. The shadow reacted swiftly, executing a spinning kick that deflected the wave and immediately launched a relentless barrage. Each clash between the two sent ripples through space, as numerous fissures rapidly appeared and then swiftly mended themselves. The battlefield has expanded from the solar system to encompass the entire galaxy, with countless planets transformed into splendid interstellar fireworks under the impact of energy. In this cataclysmic struggle, there may lie numerous planets harboring intelligent life. The aftershocks of the clashes among superlative beings have obliterated countless civilizations, leaving the galaxy utterly transformed by this fierce conflict. Wu Fan has consistently found himself at a disadvantage, yet this time, he meticulously regulates his energy expenditure, gradually attuning himself to the rhythm of the Dark One's attacks while maintaining a tenuous defense. Everything you do is futile. Can you not see the chasm of power that separates us? The Dark One, having discerned Wu Fan's intent, sneers as he launches a decisive strike. This punch, imbued with overwhelming force, shatters all defenses, sending Wu Fan hurtling through space. The Dark One relentlessly pursues him, unleashing a barrage of lethal blows that leave Wu Fan unable to counter, smashing through numerous planets along the way. Despite enduring severe punishment, Wu Fan's expression remains eerily calm. Unperturbed by the Dark One's provocations, he senses a peculiar state. Although each injury sends waves of agony through his body, a chilling energy surges within, nurturing him. Every cell is undergoing subtle transformations. Initially, he attributed this to the restorative capabilities of the Pearl of the Heavenly Path, but as time passes, he realizes that this repair process is markedly different from before. Previously, it allowed for rapid healing, whereas now, the speed of recovery cannot keep pace with the frequency of his injuries amidst ongoing destruction. Perhaps it is precisely due to this that Wu Fan's internal restoration ability is quietly advancing. Not only is his healing efficiency significantly enhanced, but it also continuously fortifies his bones, muscles, and even cellular structures to withstand the relentless onslaught. In this moment, though Wu Fan is on the defensive, his strength ascends like a sword tempered in fire, its enhancement surpassing the previous phase of physical reconstruction. His body becomes akin to wrought iron, evolving under the storm of the Dark One's assault. The initial excruciating pain gradually subsides, and the substantive damage he endures diminishes correspondingly. This anomalous phenomenon is soon detected by the Dark One, who, noticing Wu Fan's persistent silence, feels a strange sense of foreboding. Suspecting that Wu Fan may be plotting in secret, this tedious stalemate must come to an end. The Dark One would never concede that his decision to conclude the battle stems from unease. In his worldview, all things should submit to his dominion. Allow me to send you on your way with your own ultimate technique, Kamehameha. After propelling Wu Fan into the depths of the universe, the Dark One gathers energy waves capable of extinguishing stars. He is certain that this attack will bring all to an end. The same technique will not work against me. Wu Fan suddenly opens his eyes and, while hurtling backward, unleashes a resplendent wave of energy. The two forces of destruction collide in the void, expanding to planetary proportions in an instant, vaporizing the remaining celestial bodies. Initially, the Dark One holds the advantage, but soon finds himself in a stalemate. As he attempts to increase the pressure once more, Wu Fan's voice pierces through the chaotic energy. The so-called warrior race relies not merely on bloodline gifts. With a thunderous battle cry, Wu Fan's energy wave surges dramatically, leveling the playing field. All bluster. The Dark One, though briefly stunned, quickly regained his composure and taunted. All the potential of this body has been thoroughly analyzed by me. Remember, before you stands a deity. With that, he unleashed his full power without reservation, causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The Dark One erupted with his entire strength, overwhelming Wu Fan, who was unable to respond in time. As he was engulfed by a black shockwave. A mere Wu Fan has consumed so much of my effort. At last, I have removed the final obstacle. The Dark One surveyed the shattered galaxy, his eyes betraying no emotion. In this time and space, there are no gods nor scions, except for me. A cold smirk graced his lips, but he would never admit to being of such a base lineage. Since seizing this replica body, he had allied with Zamasu to obliterate all the gods of the 12 universes, sparing even Namek. If he despised scions, why then did he covet my body? The sudden voice caused the Dark One's pupils to constrict. Wu Fan was still alive. Impossible. The Dark One fixated on the unharmed Wu Fan, who had just moments ago sensed his presence vanish completely. Did you not replicate everything about me? Wu Fan mocked. It seems you shall never grasp the essence of a scion. The Dark One's countenance darkened. He had indeed allowed Zamasu to copy the scion body, yet he had deliberately overlooked the memories of mortals, an arrogance befitting a god. Listen well. The true strength of a scion lies not in physical prowess, Wu Fan ignited in a golden aura, but in a spirit that grows stronger with every battle. As the energy surged, his combat power shattered the limit of 25 units. At the zenith of his energy, Wu Fan transcended into the form of a super scion god, enveloped in an increasingly fierce divine aura. With the elevation of his base power, the amplification from the divine realm surged correspondingly. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that his battle power had surpassed the critical threshold of 40 units. Though this strength still fell short of the Dark One's, it was sufficient to expose a flaw in his arch-nemesis. Science. Every time I hear that title, it makes me nauseous. The Dark One bellowed, channeling all his energy into a crimson comet hurtling forward. Despite his ferocious assault, a discernible weakness lay beneath the surface. Although his power still dominated Wu Fan, the latter's two inexplicable resurrections had thoroughly disrupted the Dark One's rhythm of battle. Wu Fan raised a single hand effortlessly, steadying the Dark One's lethal strike. Your mind is in disarray, yet you refuse to acknowledge it? If you have the courage, stop hiding behind the science shell. With a mighty punch infused with golden light, the Dark One's facial armor shattered, sending him careening backward like discarded refuse. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wu Fan interlocked his palms to form a seal. The azure and golden energies intertwined perfectly, coalescing into an unprecedented Kamehameha wave. As the torrent of destruction swept through, countless stars were reduced to cosmic dust. Amidst the tidal waves of energy, untold civilizations quietly perished. Should this transpire in the main universe, even the king of All's temple would tremble in response. Yet, In this realm where the gods have fallen silent, even shattering the 12 universes elicits no concern. For the Dark One has long calculated that the Supreme Entity never intervenes in the rise and fall of parallel dimensions. Boom. A figure cloaked in dark energy tore through the center. The Dark One wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the starlight of the entire galaxy suddenly dimmed. Excellent. This time I shall erase time and space along with your existence. Accompanied by this declaration, a chaotic vortex that devours all emerged behind him, shattering planets along its path like mere bubbles. In the face of such terrifying pressure and resolute intent to kill, Sun Wufan remained remarkably composed. Unfortunately, you will never have that chance. He slowly raised his palm, golden flames swirling with a crimson glow. My immortality surpasses yours in perfection. Even the annihilation of the entire cosmos cannot harm me in the slightest. By the way, after my second breakthrough, my power now rivals yours. The explosive energy shattered countless stars, and the intertwining waves of gold and crimson painted half the universe in a resplendent twilight. His hair danced with hues of gilded gold and fiery red, and his pupils mirrored the same gradient effect. Most astonishing to the Dark One was the fact that the escalating aura swiftly matched the power he had painstakingly cultivated. What a joke! The Dark One's energy field experienced violent fluctuations. He understood better than anyone the disparity in strength between them, which should have been akin to that of a deity and an insect. Yet this scion not only resurrected twice, but also displayed a growth rate that sent chills down his spine. To combat the scion bloodline, he had specifically seized this perfect body. However, everything unfolding before him utterly subverted his understanding. Damn it, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Dark One's voice trembled with unprecedented fear. In a fit of rage, he suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Could this be the second stage of the Super Saiyan God? Almost. Wufan felt the surging power within him. In his normal state, he possessed 25 times the strength, at the first stage of the Super God 40 times. And now the second stage was nearing 60 times in intensity. Although still slightly inferior to the opponent's 62 times, this minor difference posed no fear. Nonsense. The Dark One's eyes widened in fury. If you can break through, I have no reason to be unable to do so. Wufan had previously lacked the strength to elevate through battle, yet he always believed he possessed divine talent, capable of mastering transformations with a mere glance. However, now he found no opportunity for a breakthrough and concluded that Wufan must have employed some unknown means to forcefully enhance himself, rather than genuinely achieving the second stage of Super God. In truth, regardless of whether he had attained the second stage of Super God, Wufan's current power was already sufficient to contend with the Dark One. It was simply the Dark One's unwillingness to accept this reality. I have always said, you do not understand what a true warrior nation is. Our greatest disparity lies here. Even if you replicate my body, you cannot unleash the potential of a Saiyan God. Nor can you hope to break through to the second stage of Super God. Wufan was utterly convinced of this. Unless the Dark One wished again to replicate his current state, could he truly hope to surpass the second stage of Super God? It is not so simple. Furthermore, when strength reaches such a pinnacle, the divine dragon may find it challenging to fully replicate his essence. Surely, you have not forgotten? The Dark One, in a fit of rage, let out a mocking laugh, as if to bolster his own courage. I am the true embodiment of immortality. Even if you attain the second or third tier of the Super God realm, what of it? You cannot kill me, yet I can annihilate you time and again. I am eager to see how many times you can resurrect. 73. Make your presence known. It is time for a discussion. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the Dark One summoned an overwhelming surge of energy, nearly engulfing the entire starry sky, and launched a casual yet devastating punch aimed directly at Wu Fan. Although Wu Fan had previously mentioned immortality, the Dark One dismissed the notion entirely. Even if it were real, he remained steadfast in his belief that his own immortality was unparalleled. Wu Fan's current strength was still beneath his own. Even if he were to surpass it, what difference would it make? As long as he remained unkillable, he would forever stand invincible. Wu Fan's gaze sharpened as he too unleashed a torrent of magnificent energy, meeting the attack head-on. In an instant, the two forces collided like titans, ripping open countless spatial rifts throughout the cosmos, leaving planets in ruin. Though the rifts were destructive, their devastation paled in comparison to the spatial tremors. At least the energy was concentrated near the point of explosion, preventing a catastrophe that could engulf the entire universe. Both combatants were enveloped in formidable energy barriers. Their clash a pure exchange of energy rather than a mere physical confrontation. This form of battle was far more perilous. A moment's lapse in focus could lead to one being utterly consumed by the ferocious energy. Since Wu Fan's breakthrough to the second tier of the Super God realm, the intensity of the battle had escalated once more. The Milky Way was on the brink of collapse, with energy shockwaves rippling outwards into other galaxies. Such a level of conflict had long surpassed the comprehension of individuals like Laziri and others, leaving only awe in its wake. Since the onset of the battle, Laziri and Number 18 had been traversing through the cosmos with the aid of a divine staff, and now found themselves 2 universes away from Wu Fan, yet still felt the residual force of the clash. As the battle approached its climax, the outcome was imminent, and this caliber of confrontation was beyond the grasp of mere spectators. Wu Fan and the Dark One clashed with fervor, and after several intense exchanges, Wu Fan found himself slightly at a disadvantage. Yet, rather than being suppressed, he grew increasingly formidable amidst the fierce struggle. His strength had surged to such a level that even he was taken aback, though the Dark One had claimed his life twice before. It now seemed that such a price was worth paying. At this moment, it was time to bring everything to a close. Boom. Following yet another violent collision, Wu Fan used the momentum to retreat, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your prideful immortality, whether or not it can withstand the Omni King, I cannot say, but before me, it holds no significance whatsoever. Is that so? The Dark One's expression darkened as he coldly retorted. Then why is it that I have not a single scratch upon me to this day? Arrogance should have its limits. I acknowledge that your current strength exceeds my expectations. But no matter how hard a mortal struggles, they can never triumph over a deity. His tone was laced with suppressed agitation, despite the situation spiraling beyond his control. He remained convinced of his invincibility. Wu Fan scoffed derisively. To still be uttering such words at this juncture is truly pitiful and laughable, Fabius. The Dark One's pupils constricted sharply as he gritted his teeth. You truly are aware of it. When you previously expressed gratitude, I initially thought it was merely due to your replication of my form, and I failed to ponder it deeply. Wu Fan's demeanor remained tranquil, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. However, when you repeatedly expressed your gratitude, even referencing not only your physical state, but also your abilities, I could not help but harbor doubts. While Zama's certainly harbors a profound disdain for humanity, it bears no relevance to me. Even if our paths were to intersect, I would swiftly resolve the matter. His animosity towards me is utterly unfounded, and in this world, the only entity capable of obsessively targeting me to such an extent, even influencing the existence of the Supreme Kai, apart from the Grand Minister, is difficult to ascertain. Indeed, I personally brought about your demise on Universe Kingstar. As a being devoid of divine rank or cosmic affiliation, your soul should have returned to its origin upon death, reincarnating within the world tree. Yet, how did you manage to survive and guide Zamas to this point step by step? If my conjecture holds true, perhaps it is your soul's inherent uniqueness, or the peculiar circumstances at that time that led to an anomaly, granting you the abilities of parasitism and fusion. It is likely that you only realized this after my obliteration, hence your gratitude towards me. In the vast realm of Dragon Ball, there are but a few characters that align with the identity of the Dark One. Upon careful consideration, Wu Fan swiftly identified the singular possibility. Initially, he harbored suspicions regarding the Grand Minister, but the Grand Minister's original power vastly eclipsed that of the present Dark One, leading to his prompt exclusion. Ultimately, only one answer remained: Febis. Febis harbors an intense loathing for the existing divine authority, and once the opportune moment arises, he will undoubtedly seek to reconstruct the order of the divine realm, a goal he has consistently proclaimed. Essentially, his ideology closely mirrors that of Zama's, albeit with a stark divergence in scale. While Zama's despises humanity, Febis targets the gods, readily transforming Zama's into a mere pawn. As a descendant of the Ayaku, Febis possesses extraordinary strength, with base combat power exceeding 20 units. After acquiring a more formidable vessel, his growth potential becomes astonishing, and with the fusion of Zama's divine power, his combat prowess logically ascends to over 40 units. Should it have been the Grand Minister, his strength would have escalated exponentially. The relationship between the universe core beings and the Ayaku is akin to that of beasts and deities, and when combined with the Scion God's bloodline and immortality, It indeed renders them an insurmountable existence. Thus, Phoebes' assertion that even the Grand Minister cannot inflict harm upon him is not mere bravado. Yet the ultimate outcome remains to be validated, for no one knows the true extent of the Grand Minister's destructive capabilities. The original plan was to deal with you after concluding everything. However, since you have voluntarily traversed into this temporal realm, the Dark Phoebes did not contest his identity upon being discovered. With a sardonic smile, he recounted past events, revealing how you had poisoned him on Universe King Star. And upon awakening, he persisted in a spectral form. In a void state imperceptible even to the Supreme Kai, my wandering soul drifted to the 10th universe, fortuitously discovering Zama's. Wufan's deductions were largely accurate. Phoebes awakened his soul traits only after his demise, coinciding with Zama's, the candidate Supreme Kai, developing sinister thoughts towards humanity. He immediately began to covertly manipulate Zama's through soul parasitism, subtly influencing his actions. The intelligence regarding Wufan actually stemmed from Zama's participation in the Supreme Kai selection, during which he overheard discussions between the East Supreme Kai of the 7th universe about his fierce battle with Beerus, and had observed footage from the cross-universe martial arts tournament. Even in the absence of the influence of Phoebus, Zama's would inevitably revert to his original trajectory upon witnessing the overwhelming power of the God of Order and the participants, far surpassing that of the Supreme Kai. Although this Zama's from the future timeline was not directly affected by the father-son duo, the seeds of radical ideology had already taken root. Phoebus thus urged him to ally with his counterpart in the primary timeline, advancing their plan with meticulous strategy. The ultimate aim of Phoebus was to overthrow the old pantheon through action, establishing a new order to demonstrate to all kings that his path is the true essence of truth. Initially, this was indeed the case. However, as power rapidly expanded, so too did greed. Ultimately, a mad thought of slaying all kings and monopolizing the multiverse and time itself took shape. Aside from the most crucial statement, he divulged all other information, for with the wisdom of the God of Order, even without his words, the truth could be discerned. Ah, what a brazen excuse. The God of Order nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. These self-righteous hypocrites are truly laughable, fundamentally mere fanatics blinded by the lust for power. Phoebus, in particular, appeared absurd. The so-called divine order was nothing but a clumsy fade, his true intent merely coveting the position of the high priest. As Phoebus's countenance darkened due to mockery, the God of Order restrained his laughter and coldly declared, "The divine order you wish to establish must inherently involve my elimination. Why waste time persuading? We are destined to be mortal enemies." Indeed, such is the case. Phoebus regained his composure, never intending to persuade you. Now that your identity is exposed, it would be prudent to let you grasp the truth. It seems you have forgotten my words. Your immortality is a mere jest in my eyes. The energy surrounding the God of Order suddenly collapsed. Though he returned to human dimensions, his density surged geometrically. Arrogance. Phoebus simultaneously compressed his energy. When the scales of power were nearly equal, only mass could determine victory. This fierce battle had endured too long. It was time to conclude it. Two spheres of energy, compressed to their utmost limits, collided with a thunderous roar. In this pure contest of strength, dominance equated to life and death. Phoebus was confident of his assured victory. His energy level still surpassed that of his adversary. This time, he would shatter the spatial structure itself, completely obliterating any possibility of the God of Order's revival. However, since the God of Order dared to assert that his immortality was a joke, he possessed his own reliance. Boom. In the moment of energy turbulence, the entire galaxy was reduced to ashes, the aftermath even shaking neighboring star systems. Although the God of Order found himself at a disadvantage in the energy clash, Phoebus was horrified to discover that his destructive energy could not harm him in the slightest. Phoebus's heart trembled violently, and in the instant his pupils constricted. The young warrior's lips curled into a dangerous arc, golden energy compressed into a needle at his fingertips, tearing through the air in an instant. When the fist pierced through his chest, Phoebus finally heard the sound of his own bones shattering. Dragon Fist. The roaring torrent of energy transformed into a dragon shape, bursting forth from the wound. Phoebus looked down at the gaping cavity the size of a bowl in his chest, thick, dark blood dripping from the edges. The immortality crafted by the rules was gasping as it reverted from transformation, crystalline beads of sweat trickling down his chin, merely shackles waiting to be broken. The pearl of the way of heaven glimmered softly in the palm of his hand. This was indeed the key prepared for this moment. Governed by the rules even the divine dragon must adhere to. The scion, Wufan, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, continuously transcending his limits in battle. He deliberately omitted crucial information. Ordinary warriors could not withstand such a lethal trial. Suddenly, Phoebes emitted a hoarse, sinister laugh as his shattered form began to swell. The day I am reborn will never come. Wufan raised his hand to concentrate energy, sparks illuminating his cold gaze. Farewell, dreamer. Do not underestimate my divine consciousness trait. Phoebes abruptly fell silent, his expression shifting dramatically. Impossible. Why is my divine consciousness? Wufan coldly replied. Return to your core star reincarnation obediently. The heavenly pearl not only counters the laws of this realm, but can also eradicate Phoebes' divine consciousness trait. Should Wufan desire, he could instantly scatter his soul, though he was merely disinclined to act. Unlike ordinary beings, Phoebes would lose his consciousness upon demise, unable to retain awareness, only to return to the world tree's furnace, merging with myriad energies to birth a new life. Furthermore, before confirming that no one in the Dragon Ball world could threaten him, Wufan was reluctant to reveal his means of countering divine consciousness, for fear of inciting trepidation and provoking a collective assault. How dare you? Phoebes let out a final, unwilling roar as his body transformed into countless specks of starlight, dissipating. This vessel, obtained through the Super Dragon Balls, could not endure without the support of divine consciousness. Thus, Phoebes was utterly erased from the Dragon Ball world. As a member of the Omni King's court, he would leave no trace even in parallel dimensions. Wufan exhaled a breath of stale air and suddenly turned his gaze towards a certain point in the starry sky. Show yourself. It is time we converse. A tempest of bloodshed seemed inevitable. Can you sense my presence? The space rippled, and a figure emerged, astonished. The chilling light flickered in Wufan's eyes. Did all of Phoebes' actions arise from your council, esteemed Grand Minister? This unexpected visitor was indeed the Grand Minister, a servant of the Omni King. Ranked among the top 5 strongest beings in the universe, Wufan had not anticipated this encounter. He had merely captured another force attempting to obliterate divine consciousness while activating the Heavenly Pearl. In truth, Phoebes' divine consciousness trait had been eradicated by this mysterious power. Through the power of the Heavenly Pearl, Wufan had traced this hidden Grand Minister in the void. Without this energy as a guide, even Wufan would have struggled to detect his presence. However, at this moment, a deeper suspicion began to surface. Perhaps Phoebes possessed no divine consciousness trait at all. Everything might have been endowed by the Grand Minister. The true intentions of this supreme divine servant, whether aligned with Phoebes or not, remained shrouded in mystery. Wufan was somewhat surprised to find the Grand Minister's reaction remarkably calm. He merely shook his head and smiled lightly. Do not overthink it. I harbor no hostility towards you. Who can say for certain? Wufan maintained his vigilance. The last time they met, he was unable to sense the Grand Minister's strength, yet now he could discern it clearly. Although the Grand Minister was slightly more powerful, it was unlikely he could eliminate Wufan in an instant. Even in combat, Wufan felt confident in his ability to protect himself. The relentless battles have left him utterly exhausted, and he is reluctant to act again unless absolutely necessary. If the High Priest harbors malevolent intentions, it can be addressed in the future. The pressing concern lies in whether the adversary might suddenly strike. At present, it appears that this priest is indeed deliberately exhibiting a facade of friendliness. I understand that my presence at this moment may inevitably provoke suspicion. However, please trust that as a servant of the All-King, I would never take action without explicit permission. The High Priest spoke with sincerity. Wufan keenly discerned the underlying implication. Are you suggesting that all of this is orchestrated by the All-King? The High Priest did not respond directly. Although Phoebus is overly self-serving, some of his viewpoints are undeniably worthy of consideration. The implementation of any new system will inevitably encroach upon the interests of the status quo, and only through practice can its authenticity be verified. Wufan vaguely grasped the implications but remained silent. The All-King seeks eternal balance within the cosmos. Since Phoebus speaks with such conviction, it may be prudent to grant him an opportunity for experimentation. The High Priest extended his arms, indicating that this parallel world, existing outside the main timeline, would remain unaffected regardless of the outcome. Thus, even if it all perishes, it is of no consequence. Wufan scoffed, recognizing the quintessential political maneuvering. The high priest gently replied, while Lord Wufan may disagree, he must surely comprehend the rationale behind it. Wufan certainly understood, though he had never engaged in the power games. He grasped the fundamental logic. The All-King covertly authorized the resurrection of Phoebus, permitting him to implement his so-called new system within this experimental arena. If the outcome is favorable, the divine hierarchy of the main timeline will undergo restructuring. If it reveals Phoebus's power scheme, this timeline will be utterly obliterated, as if it had never existed. No one anticipated that Wufan would effortlessly traverse time and space, coincidentally encountering the nefarious Phoebus. Even if Wufan did not appear, Phoebus was destined for elimination. His actions were excessively extreme, completely betraying the initial promises, ultimately spiraling out of control. However, this would result in the complete erasure of this timeline, obliterating every trace of Phoebus's existence. For the All-King, this is merely an insignificant experiment, the success or failure of which holds little importance. If even the main universe can be effortlessly annihilated, what of a mere parallel world? Yet, as events unfolded, even the All-King found himself ensnared, which was entirely unforeseen by Wufan. Do you consider your experiment a success or a failure? Wufan inquired deliberately, seeking to gauge the true sentiments of his counterpart. The high priest, fully aware, nonetheless stated openly, it is undoubtedly a failure. Even if Phoebus acted without selfish motives and adhered strictly to the original plan, the outcome would not align with his desires. After the fall of all deities, the cosmic order collapses, plunging the world into chaos. In the short term, this may be imperceptible, but I can foresee a world devoid of deities millennia hence, where that which should come into being fails to manifest, while that which ought not exist dominates all. Even if a new pantheon of gods is introduced, the results will remain unchanged. Moreover, should the initial new deities struggle to adapt to their duties, turmoil is inevitable. Ultimately, however, the decision rests with the All-King. I am merely responsible for faithfully reporting what I have witnessed. With a cold smile, Wufan remarked, this matter is glaringly evident, yet you insist on sacrificing a parallel dimension. Very well, it concerns me not. However, I must say, I have rendered you quite a service. Even with your prowess, contending with the immortal Phoebus must prove challenging. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Lord Wufan, the high priest replied with a faint smile, unfazed by Wufan's sarcasm. Thus, should you have any requests, as long as they fall within my capabilities, I shall strive to fulfill them. He indeed owed a debt of gratitude to Wufan, were it not for Wufan's intervention. Given Phoebus's formidable strength and immortality, even with the privileges granted by the All-King, the high priest would have expended tremendous effort to subdue him. As for Phoebus's claim that the All-King could not overcome immortality, that was sheer nonsense. No one truly understood the extent of the All-King's destructive power. Yet the high priest was aware that the All-King possessed countless methods to obliterate Phoebus in an instant. In truth, prior to dispatching the high priest, the All-King had already imparted the secrets of overcoming immortality. Yet, with Phoebus's sudden surge in strength, even with strategies at hand, it remained no simple task for the high priest to subdue him. Without hesitation, Son Wufan declared, in that case, I have a request. I wish to preserve this parallel dimension, restoring everything to its original state. The high priest appeared somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward request. Originally, the task assigned by the All-King was merely to eliminate the remnants of the malevolent Phoebus. He had indeed considered the complete eradication of this dimension. According to the laws, a parallel dimension born of accidents that disturbs spatial balance must be cleansed. This was the All-King's responsibility, carried out by the high priest. However, as long as it does not affect the primary dimension, preserving the parallel dimension is permissible. As for erasing Phoebus's traces, it need not entail the destruction of the entire dimension. This task was manageable, and the high priest readily agreed, though it would necessitate the complete eradication of all existence related to Phoebus within this dimension, including the memories of mankind. Son Wufan nodded gently. His desire to preserve this dimension stemmed not from pity but from the fact that it was the homeland of his beloved Laziri. Having conveyed his wishes, Son Wufan vanished in an instant. Gazing at the desolate starry expanse, the high priest murmured, the growth of the Scion race is truly remarkable. With Lord Wufan's current strength, he is already my equal. It is but a matter of time before he surpasses me. And that esteemed son Wukong, favored by the All-King, possesses equally astounding potential. Are they truly father and son? As he tidied up the aftermath, he pondered, shall we not pay a visit to number 17? Sun Wufan inquired of Laziri beside him. Although number 17 of the primary dimension had been revived, he was ultimately the brother of the number 18 from another dimension. Staring at the azure planet, Laziri calmly shook her head, knowing he as well as sufficient. There is no need for a meeting. The trio lingered in space. The sights of Earth laid bare before them. Given their capabilities, even the tiniest creatures on the surface were not beyond their perception. They held no interest in trivial matters. At that moment, a year had elapsed since the turmoil caused by Phoebus. Following their conversation that day, the High Priest had harnessed the power of the Dragon Balls to restore all things, while simultaneously erasing humanity's memories of the Dark One. As the Dragon Balls had just been utilized by Phoebus, the Grand Minister, without waiting for the cooldown period, either through his own formidable power or with the authorization of the Omni King, accelerated the flow of time and space, allowing the Dragon Balls to regain their power instantaneously. As for how the Grand Minister, lacking a dragon radar, managed to search for the Super Dragon Balls, Wufan chose not to delve into it. After all, those who serve the Omni King possess means beyond the reach of ordinary beings. The year-long leap through time did not affect Wufan's team. Even the duo from the parallel universe, shielded by the Staff of Divinity, remained oblivious to any anomalies. As residents of this timeline, they vaguely recalled that Earth had once faced utter destruction, which, thanks to Wufan's efforts, was ultimately averted. After escorting everyone back to Earth, Wufan did not linger. Since Lazili was unwilling to bid farewell to number 17, he activated the Celestial Pearl and departed this timeline, which had returned to its rightful path, along with his two companions. Whether they would return again depended solely on Wufan's future inclinations. Suddenly, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, spatial ripples emerged, and three somewhat disheveled figures stumbled forth. At last, they were home. Wufan stretched his limbs, as though he had just endured a trial of life and death. With a triumphant smile, he remarked, "Thanks to your husband's unparalleled intellect. You dare say that." Both golden-haired beauties simultaneously tugged at his ears, as cross-temporal counterparts and divine attendants. Their reprimands were perfectly synchronized. If it weren't for your reckless experimentation with time travel, we would not have encountered such predicaments. This level of harmony surpassed that of ordinary twins, allowing them to utter identical words without the need for communication. "Hey, weren't you both in favor of it back then?" Wufan muttered softly. "Be quiet." Their voices overlapped perfectly. Lazili scoffed. "What if you couldn't return? What would happen to your beloved acquaintances?" They, however, were free from such entanglements. Number 18 cast a sidelong glance at her husband. Wufan could only concede, "It's my fault. All my fault." Indeed, their synchronized rebuke elicited a wry smile from Wufan. Upon returning from the future, they discovered that the flow of time in both realms was entirely congruent. After some calculations, Sun Wufan confirmed that the temporal flow rates of the two realms were synchronized. Spending a year in the main world equated to a year passing in the parallel world. The reverse held true as well. The initial discrepancies in time were merely due to his still developing mastery over time travel. Now, with frequent traversals, this ability was firmly within his grasp. For Wufan, conventional parallel world travel posed no difficulty, which sparked bolder aspirations, since he could traverse parallel dimensions using the Celestial Pearl. Perhaps he could also explore more distant realms, such as the universes of Naruto or One Piece. If this could be realized, eternal life would be imbued with countless delights. With the main world in a period of tranquility, the Grand Minister was wholly engaged in addressing the Phoebus incident. The Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament was yet to be organized, and the awakening of Majin Buu was still some time away. Thus, Wufan seized this opportunity to experiment with cross-dimensional travel. As divine attendants, Lazili and number 18 remained ever present, eagerly participating in this endeavor. Their enthusiasm was palpable, and they cooperated wholeheartedly throughout the process. However, any groundbreaking endeavor is accompanied by risks. After enduring numerous setbacks, they finally succeeded in reaching an unfamiliar world beyond the Dragon Ball universe. The inhabitants of this realm possessed no extraordinary powers, and their level of civilization was even more primitive than that of Earth, as remembered by Wufan. After a brief stay, they encountered unforeseen circumstances on their return journey, nearly losing the coordinates of the Dragon Ball world amidst the tumultuous currents of time and space. In this critical moment, The protagonist's aura once again came into effect, allowing for a safe return without mishap. This adventure also enabled him to grasp the essentials of interdimensional travel, ensuring that he would navigate future journeys with greater ease. Presently, the urgent task at hand was to ascertain the passage of time in the outside world. Wufan attempted to divert the conversation to evade further teasing from his companions. However, the two androids simultaneously emitted soft huffs. Lazuli raised her chin defiantly. For us, a millennium or 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment. To which 18, in perfect synchrony, added, if decades have truly passed, your little girlfriends who never came to fruition might have turned to dust by now. How pitiful. This remark struck a chord with Wufan's anxieties. While it was unlikely that a millennium had actually elapsed, the discrepancy in time coordinates was indeed a concern. An error of a few years, as previously encountered, might be tolerable. However, if the deviation spanned decades, returning to Order Star would likely lead to a turbulent upheaval. Where to next? Should they directly seek out Bu? The Earth saga had transformed. The pressure from the instantaneous movement stirred up dust. And as Wufan's boots made contact with the ground, he sensed something was amiss. The once thriving metropolis had morphed into a crystalline structure resembling radioactive glass, with the outlines of buildings contorting into bizarre sculptures under intense heat. The core temperature was abnormal. Android 18's pupils constricted as tactical data cascaded like a torrential downpour. The global biological energy readings plummeted to zero. Yet, suddenly, she pressed her temple, sensing something consuming the mantle layer. Lazuli's fingertips brushed against a charred flagpole, where an uncarbonized strip of fabric displayed remnants of text. In the distance, a sonic wave reverberated, causing her eardrums to seep blue artificial blood. The aura of Beerus flickered like a candle in the wind. When the trio arrived on the battlefield, they witnessed the god of destruction impaled through the right shoulder by a pink, gelatinous entity, the surface of which continually revealed the faces of the devoured, while Vegeta's phantom howled in anguish before vanishing. Genetic amalgamation. Wufan's Kai ear pendant suddenly radiated heat, interpreting Mr. Kakarot's cells as a growth medium. Before he could finish speaking, Majin Buu's 12 pairs of compound eyes simultaneously locked onto them, emitting a high-frequency scream upon scanning Lazuli's circular scar on her neck. In an instant, the pink form collapsed into an escaping wormhole, leaving behind a remnant of tissue that displayed the double helix light bands used for bloodline testing. Is this the monster you nurtured? Lazuli kicked away the pulsating heart tissue, its surface riddled with nanoscale modifications from the androids. The purple blood expelled by Beerus vaporized into toxic mist in the air. The stability coefficient of the seventh universe had plummeted below the critical threshold. He snapped the crystalline shard embedded in his ribs. That entity had consumed 12 timelines of Wufan. Wufan momentarily froze, unable to suppress a chuckle. How is this my fault? Am I to be the scapegoat for my absence? It makes no sense, as the god of order. My role is merely to oversee your endeavors and those of the Kai, not to clean up the mess. Beerus snorted in dissatisfaction, muttering, have you forgotten what you told me when the Kaioshin left the realm of the gods of order? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gohan suddenly grasped the situation, stifling a laugh as he remarked, could it be that Goku and Vegeta have stirred up some trouble again? Who was absorbed by Bu first? Or did they both fail to escape? You still find this amusing? The situation has escalated. Beerus replied coldly, at this point, Bu might even be a match for you. Oh, why then did he run away when he saw me? Gohan's retort left Beerus momentarily speechless, though he persisted, do not take this lightly. Goku, Vegeta, and even Whis are not to be trifled with, but now Bu has absorbed Whis. His power now undoubtedly surpasses what you exhibited at the Xenos realm. Whis was absorbed too, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, before quickly recovering with a sardonic smile. It's curious that Whis is fine while you seem to be in trouble. Could it be that you are the one who hindered him? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Beerus's face as he cleared his throat. That is not the point. Bu only fears you because he has digested Goku's memories. Once he realizes this, he will undoubtedly return to exact vengeance. You had best prepare yourself. You need not worry about that. Gohan waved dismissively. In the past, perhaps I would have taken this seriously, but now, given my strength, why should I be concerned? Both the energy I sense and your descriptions do not warrant my alarm. At most, Bu is slightly stronger than my previous Super Saiyan form. With a combat power just above 30, I could easily triumph using Super Saiyan. If Bu were wise, he would absorb more powerful beings before returning. That would make for a more interesting challenge. Influenced by Gohan's demeanor, Beerus also regained some composure. I must admit, it is rather shameful. As a god of destruction, I once feared none but Zeno, yet now I find myself intimidated by this Majin. However, I cannot entirely fault myself. Buu's strength exceeds all expectations, and with Whis absorbed and you absent from this timeline, it is only natural to feel afraid. I truly regret allowing Goku and Vegeta, those two fools, to handle Buu. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. With a soft sigh, Beerus began to recount the details of the Buu incident. The timeline of Buu's arrival was hastened by 5 years, coinciding precisely with Gohan's departure from this realm. The Kaioshin tracked the sorcerer Babidi to Earth. Due to the temporal shift, the World Martial Arts Tournament could not proceed as planned. Under Babidi's control, Spopovich and Yamu scoured the Earth for powerful fighters, ultimately targeting Krillin, Tien, and others. Utilizing their immortality, they successfully drained the energy from numerous warriors. Notably, the fighters from this timeline possessed strength far exceeding that of the original narrative, and the sum of their drained energy rivaled that of a normal Gohan. However, this energy was still insufficient to awaken Majin Buu. The subsequent developments mirrored the original tale. The Kaioshin joined forces with Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus to track down Spopovich, leading them to Babidi's hideout. At this juncture, the protagonist has successfully achieved his training goals, mastering divine power and attaining the ability to transform into the godly Super Namekian, albeit without any significant alteration in form. The trio makes progressive breakthroughs within their spacecraft, with the immense energy expended during the process being absorbed by Buu. Although Vegeta remains unrestrained, he insists on releasing energy to aid Buu's awakening. Given that all three possess divine power, the resurrected Buu not only experiences a substantial surge in strength, but also inherits divine attributes. The initial appearance of Fat Buu allows him to break free from Babidi's control. After a fierce battle, it becomes apparent that his combat prowess is on par with the godly protagonist, yet he still falls short against the Super Saiyan Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta. Following a crushing defeat, Buu consumes Fat Buu, resulting in a significant increase in power, propelling him to the level of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, whose combat index had already reached a staggering 9 points. The warriors, accustomed to solitary combat, find themselves in a dire struggle, ultimately leading to Goku narrowly defeating Buu, shattering him into fragments. However, the group overlooks Buu's regenerative abilities, and when chunks of flesh suddenly envelop Goku and Vegeta, it is far too late. The evolved Buu completely overpowers Goku, severely injuring the Supreme Kai, who is rescued by Jebbet through instant transmission. By absorbing the two warriors, Buu simultaneously acquires fragments of their memories and abilities. In this arc of Dragon Ball, the Majin Saga, Buu has long sensed the presence of numerous deities within the universe, particularly wary of the God of Order, Son Goku, who surpasses all beings in the 7th universe. In a bid for self-preservation, he ensnares Kakarot, ultimately transforming this scion into an extension of his own power. Subsequently, the playful Son Goku and Trunks arrive, and Buu deliberately allows the two children to fuse. However, the overloaded energy of Gotenks can only be maintained briefly, and even within Buu's form, they are compelled to disband, inadvertently diminishing part of Buu's strength. Yet, the immense energy from the three divine warriors, Goku at level 9, Gotenks at level 85, and Vegeta's son, still elevates Buu's power to the critical threshold of level 20. Through the memories of those he devoured, Buu gains insight into the destroyer god Beerus and the angel Whis. In the absence of Son Goku, he seemingly becomes an uncontested force. The rampaging Majin transforms humanity into candy at will, leaving cities in ruins amidst a frenzy of destruction. The Supreme Kai's distress signal reaches the realm of the destroyers. Yet unbeknownst to them, Beerus slumbers lazily, having grown complacent due to Goku's previous warnings. Upon awakening, the furious destroyer, despite cursing the God of Order for his negligence, is compelled to engage in battle himself. However, even armed with the Supreme Kai's intelligence, Beerus and Whis underestimate Buu's terrifying power, leading to their retreat in battle, an ordeal reminiscent of the time when Son Goku and Beerus faced off against the formidable Phoebus. More critically, Buu acquires the ability of instantaneous movement by absorbing Son Goku, making it exceedingly difficult for even Whis to evade. The Majin covets the energy of these two formidable beings, seeking to amass strength to counter the returning Goku. Although Beerus and Whis maintain a vigilant defense, thwarting Buu's attempts multiple times, Whis is eventually compelled to initiate a time rewind. Ultimately, Buu feigns an attack on Beerus, successfully consuming the angel as Whis comes to assist. The unrefined power of Whis has created an energy shackle, preventing Buu from immediately absorbing Beerus. When Son Goku arrives by tearing through the fabric of space-time, the weakened demon promptly retreats, leaving the battered god of destruction gasping on the shattered battlefield. Buu contemplates mastering the newfound power within him before engaging Goku in combat. In his estimation, the energy bestowed by Whis is sufficient for him to reach Goku's level, perhaps even surpass it. Even if he falls slightly short of Goku's strength, Buu remains undaunted. With his ability of infinite regeneration and devouring, he feels assured of victory. Should he successfully merge with Goku, he might even have the audacity to invade the King of All's palace. By devouring a few more deities, even the King of All could become his prey. At that point, who in the universe could stand against him? He would become the true master of destruction, annihilating everything at his whim. However, Goku hardly regards Buu as a threat. Although he perceives that Buu's power exceeds that of the original narrative, he still considers it negligible compared to his own. So much so that he cannot be bothered to track Buu's departing energy. So what? Do you wish to prove Buu's strength, or acknowledge your own inadequacy? Even your own attendant has been dragged down by you. Goku leisurely crossed his arms, casting a derisive smile at Beerus. Having regained some of his strength, Beerus fumed in anger, yet suddenly realized the vast disparity in their powers. Moreover, resolving the chaos caused by Buu would still rely on Goku, so he begrudgingly stifled his fury. You, as a god of destruction, are increasingly losing your credibility, Goku disdainfully remarked. If you do not strive for improvement, you will inevitably be deposed by the King of All. Do you think everyone is as freakish as the Scions? Beerus retorted, gaining strength is not as simple as that. Do you suppose one can grow stronger merely by sleeping all day? This rebuttal left Beerus speechless. He privately lamented that had he not been negligent in his training, he could have at least reached Whis' realm. I will handle the matter of Buu, and those who have been devoured can be rescued, Goku stated, choosing not to elaborate further as he prepared to depart with the Zamasu sisters. Wait, Beerus exclaimed urgently, are you just going to leave me here? Only then did Goku remember that this god of destruction was entirely incapable of spatial movement. After transporting him to the Kaioshin realm, Goku departed without a backward glance. Though unspoken, this incident had evidently pricked Beerus's pride. Whether he would resolve to strive harder in the future remained uncertain, but at the very least, he would no longer overly rely on Whis. Where to now? Should we go directly to Buu? Zamasu inquired after traversing through space. Brother 70SIX's smile seems rather suspicious. Goku mused thoughtfully. There is no need to rush to Buu just yet. With his current absorption capacity, he can continue to grow stronger. But aside from the King of All's realm, there are few worthy opponents left in the universe for him to absorb. He should not be reckless enough to immediately head to the King of All's realm. In my view, his next target will undoubtedly be me. Even if we do not actively seek him out, he will come knocking at our door. At this point, Goku could not help but feel a sense of ennui. Given Buu's current strength, he found it difficult to muster much enthusiasm for battle. However, upon reflection, it becomes evident that within the vast expanse of the universe, there exists no one but oneself capable of confronting Buu, rendering this battle ultimately unavoidable. I see you are eager to return to your family. 18 bluntly exposed Wu Fan's intentions. Wu Fan chuckled, rubbing his nose, and remained non-committal as he instantaneously transported the two ladies back to Order Star. The 5-year absence naturally invited a torrent of grievances from the women upon his return. The cacophony of voices from the several young ladies was overwhelming for Wu Fan, compelling him to resort to his usual tactics. This heartless one is truly insufferable. Little Fong, now blossoming into a graceful young woman, fumed and stamped her foot in frustration. She never imagined that upon Wu Fan's return, he would not even spare her a glance. In stark contrast, the increasingly radiant Bra appeared remarkably composed. She covered her mouth with a laugh and remarked, Little Fong seems to be feeling jealous. Who would envy that scoundrel? Little Fong huffed, turning on her heel and running away. When Bra pursued her, she discovered Little Fong had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at a distant mountain, clearly venting her pent-up fury. It was hardly surprising. The vivacious little Fong had harbored resentment over Wufan's solitary absence for 5 years, and coupled with his indifference upon his return, her impatient nature could hardly contain itself. Although the spatial structure of the divine realm was exceptionally robust, even the might of Super Saiyan 3 could not inflict significant damage, and any harm would automatically mend itself. "Let me join you for some practice," Bra cheerfully suggested, fully aware of little Fong's sentiments. While the divine realm could self-repair, the delicate flora would not withstand the onslaught. With that, she too transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and engaged in battle. The two immediately clashed, their duel fiercely contested, though it paled in comparison to battles among deities. Throughout the years, they had been not only partners in learning, but also rivals in training. In academics, Bra held a slight edge. However, in practical combat, little Fong had the advantage. Nevertheless, the contest between the two Super Saiyan combatants was evenly matched, especially since little Fong was merely seeking an outlet for her emotions rather than striving to defeat Bra. The fierce sparring session concluded only when their stamina was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, leaving the two behind, Videl hurried away, her cheeks flushed. "Videl, you truly are the most understanding," Wufan remarked as he noticed her quietly flipping through a book, unable to resist the urge to tousle her hair. In truth, upon seeing Wufan, Videl's heart fluttered with joy, though she maintained a composed exterior. Although the pages of her book lay open, not a single word registered in her mind. Wufan was well aware of her feelings. Yet he complimented her warmly before gently saying, "I have a few matters to attend to. Please, occupy yourself for a while, and I shall spend quality time with you once I am free." At 15, Videl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, and her youthful charm quickened Wufan's heartbeat, as she was indeed his destined partner. However, he had just conceived a new idea that he was eager to implement, hence he did not linger long. Videl, ever well-mannered, though not as serene as Marin, was far less boisterous than little Fong and Bra, and upon realizing Wufan had matters to attend to, she nodded in understanding. "How annoying. Don't touch me." Xiaofang forcefully pushed him away, feigning a fierce glare. Beside her, Beulah stifled a giggle, for anyone could see that Xiaofang was no longer angry. Her current resistance was merely a manifestation of shyness. Wufan playfully pinched the tip of Xiaofang's nose, causing her ears to flush a deep crimson, and she exclaimed in a soft, indignant tone, "What are you looking at, you big bad wolf?" Of course, she was referring to her two little ones. Wufan embraced them tighter, reflecting on how, after years apart, both Xiaofang and Beulah had blossomed into young ladies. This overwhelming sense of satisfaction from holding them close was something he had never dared to imagine before his journey through time. The two sisters, though their cheeks burned with embarrassment, could not conceal their delight. Despite a lingering grievance over Wufan's abrupt departure 5 years prior, his gentle advances had dissipated any residual annoyance. At that moment, Wufan lowered his voice, suggesting it was time to contemplate lifelong commitments. Oh no. The two were taken aback, quickly attempting to wriggle free from his embrace. Yet Wufan was prepared, his arms encircling them like iron bands. Xiaofang and Beulah, usually inseparable, now found themselves too shy to meet each other's gaze. In the past, when Wufan was stationed in the Order of the Divine Realm, he had often stirred their hearts, leaving them both exhilarated and helpless. Though they had not fully grasped the meaning behind it all, they had yearned to be close to him, just like everyone else. Having chosen to follow Wufan, they should have anticipated this day. Unfortunately, no amount of coaxing had yielded results due to their youthful age. Just as their tender moments subsided, an extraordinary transformation surged within them, akin to a rebirth. This should suffice. Wufan noted the effect of the heavenly pearl on the two young girls, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Xiaofang and Beulah exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. The previously stagnant energy pathways had become unimpeded, their senses heightened, and even their control over their breaths had ascended to a new realm. To their astonishment, not only had their internal energies undergone a qualitative transformation, but the total amount had also increased after the impurities were expelled. If their strength had once only surpassed that of Son Wukong and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan form, they could now stand toe-to-toe with the Super Saiyan 3 in its golden great ape state, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. This signified the dismantling of the physical limitations that had long plagued female Saiyans. "Wufan, what on earth have you done?" Xiaofeng inquired, her fingers tracing the suddenly smooth surface of her arm. Though accustomed to the surprises brought by her elder brother, such a revolutionary metamorphosis still left her voice trembling. In truth, Wu Fan's ability had hinted at itself when he was adjusting Marine's physique. However, since the serene girl had no aspirations in martial arts, the transformative changes had gone unnoticed by the two eager young ladies. As they listened to Wu Fan unveil the mysteries of the heavenly pearl, their eyes widened in astonishment. Finally, Xiaofang flicked her ponytail and laughed. Well, becoming stronger is certainly a good thing. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy coursed beneath their skin, banishing the pain from their previous fusion. You must have heard about Majin Bu? Wu Fan suddenly shifted the conversation. Of course. That fellow could even make Grandpa and the others feel the crunch of his fists, the vibrant energy causing spiderweb-like cracks to form on the ground. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound strength. However, he soon felt disheartened, pondering whether Lord Beerus had already dealt with him. After 5 years confined to a restrictive planet, this long-simmering battle spirit compelled Bra to nod in agreement. Indeed, Beerus had fallen, a gleam of mockery flashing in Goku's eyes, though it was merely at the hands of Majin Bu. Should we give it a try? In the form of a Super Saiyan God. Observing the immediate spark in their eyes, he added, such an opponent is hardly worthy of my effort. It would be an intriguing endeavor to have the two Saiyan girls join forces against Bu. Xiaofang and Bra's eyes lit up. In unison they asked, Brother Goku, are you going to teach us the Super Saiyan God transformation? Goku nodded and explained, given your previous physical conditions, it was indeed a stretch, but now it's different. You should grasp it swiftly. He was well aware that even if both could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they would still be no match for Bu. His true plan was to have them attempt fusion, as that would be the key to victory. Imagining the appearance of the two girls after fusion filled Goku with anticipation. And he couldn't help but wonder if they could achieve something extraordinary in that state. The trio arrived at the training space within the staff of the Goddess of Time. This place, akin to the hyperbolic time chamber, was imbued with a denser spiritual essence. The air thick enough to feel almost tangible. Interestingly, this space exerted a corresponding resistance against those who resisted, allowing ordinary individuals without any training to move freely. This characteristic was perfectly suited for training energy control, greatly beneficial for mastering the Super Saiyan God transformation. Here, the flow of time was such that 1 year in the outside world equated to merely 1 day within. After imparting the essentials of divine power usage, Goku proposed a friendly competition to see who could complete the transformation first. This suggestion immediately ignited their competitive spirits. The golden-haired girls exchanged glances, and their fighting spirit ignited. Soon they were embroiled in a spirited clash. Within this space, the more they unleashed their full potential, the more they could feel the resistance of the environment. And this unique setting was ideal for them to grasp Goku's divine power through battle. Goku watched with a smile, knowing that for Xiaofang and Bra, breaking through was merely a matter of time. Once constrained by the physical disadvantages associated with their gender, that burden had now been lifted. As for the higher realm of divine mastery, he could gradually teach them after they had mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form. He had always been generous with his beloved Prot GS, achieving a breakthrough in just 6 years beyond the Super Saiyan 3 limit. The growth rate of Xiaofang and Bra was astonishing. Had they possessed the same innate physicality as their male counterparts, even Goku would have found it hard to keep pace. This achievement, of course, was inextricably linked to Goku's meticulous guidance. Throughout the training journey of the two girls, Goku had always given his all to impart his insights, making such rapid progress quite reasonable. Although he was unaware of the time his father and Vegeta spent training for Super Saiyan Blue, Goku firmly believed that Xiaofang and Bra's breakthrough efficiency far surpassed that of their predecessors. Within the confines of the Divine Staff space, a mere span of 7 days witnessed the emergence of 2 azure flames. First, the radiant Xiaofang ignited with newfound brilliance, completing her transformation, while the slightly slower Bulma, drawn by the resonance of her energy, promptly achieved her own breakthrough. This minuscule delay was not a reflection of innate talent, but rather stemmed from Bulma's absence of Xiaofang's overtly competitive spirit. Observing the remarkable accomplishments of her two sisters, the gratified Wu Fan bestowed upon them the coveted rewards they so eagerly anticipated. The young maidens, now fully adept in their divine powers, reveled in their newfound freedom within this realm. As the lingering clouds and rain momentarily subsided, Wu Fan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, The next technique will undoubtedly counter Bu. Xiaofang, wary of her brother's suspicious smile, narrowed her eyes with keen intuition, her hair tips swaying like a fox's tail. What nonsense are you speaking? Without transforming, we could never hope to defeat him. Hastily, Wu Fan waved his hand. I am merely delighted by your progress. When the conversation unexpectedly shifted to the fusion technique, both young women reacted in unison. Xiaofang sprang up, exclaiming, that ridiculous pose is absolutely off the table. Though Bulma remained silent, her disdainful expression conveyed her thoughts clearly. The memory of Wukong and Vegeta's awkward movements had long become a source of embarrassment for them. After finishing his explanation, Wu Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. How could he possibly allow his sisters to assume such ridiculous postures? The mere thought made him cringe. Noticing Xiaofang still maintaining a stern expression as if ready to flee, he quickly added, it's a modified version. Despite her evident reluctance, Xiaofang, trusting her brother, crossed her arms to grant him the opportunity to elaborate. Bulma also edged closer, her hair tips crackling with faint electricity. Wu Fan, with a resigned smile, reassured them. Do not be anxious. Even if you wish to learn those movements, I would be unwilling to teach, as I must first demonstrate myself. His words eased the tension in the two girls. Given Wu Fan's nature, it was indeed implausible that he would adopt such ludicrous poses. The initial movements of the dance fusion technique were, in essence, designed to enhance the synchronization between partners. Wu Fan elucidated that as long as their breathing, rhythm, and energy fluctuations were completely in sync, they could effortlessly bypass these steps. Even identical twins struggle to achieve perfect synchronization. However, considering your current level of energy control, coupled with your innate rapport, with diligent practice, it should pose no challenge. Wu Fan had meticulously recorded and analyzed the fusion process between Wukong and Vegeta using the Divine Pearl, thoroughly mastering the principles of this technique. The true essence lay in both parties releasing their energies to attain complete resonance, thereby naturally generating the pull necessary for fusion. While the explanation seemed straightforward, the execution was far from simple. Eagerly, Xiaofang and Bulma commenced their attempts. Their curiosity about the fusion technique piqued as long as they could avoid those awkward poses. On a mountaintop somewhere on Earth, a pink figure stood poised at the cliff's edge, as still as a statue. Suddenly, a tempestuous aura erupted from within, swirling red clouds around the soaring energy column, causing the very heavens to change hue. This astonishing phenomenon persisted for a full 15 minutes before gradually subsiding. When those eyes opened once more, a sharp glint flashed briefly, soon followed by a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Indeed, it is no surprise that Whis, the angel serving the god of destruction, stands as the paramount force of the seventh universe prior to the birth of Son Goku. Bu mused to himself, licking his lips in astonishment at the vast disparity in strength, noting that despite this, he had managed to withstand the divine barrier for an extended duration. However, he had now fully digested the essence. Although the process took longer than anticipated, he was now confident that he could easily overpower Son Goku. No, one might say he had approached the level of the Grand Priest. As his consumption of targets increased, Bu's intellect had significantly improved. Although he could not rival the geniuses among humans, he had at least reached a standard level of intelligence. It had been 3 days since his last encounter with Goku. During this time, Bu had been engaged in a relentless battle within himself against Whis. The angel, already at a disadvantage, had to both fight and resist the corrosive effects of the digestive fluids. Yet he persevered for 3 days, exemplifying his exceptional combat talent. Ultimately, however, Whis succumbed. The disparity in their powers, compounded by the fact that he was fighting on enemy territory, rendered his endurance until this moment a miracle. Once the Majin completely consumed the angel, the purest energy of the seventh universe became an eternal part of him. This power had now surpassed the level at which he had once overwhelmed Whis and the god of destruction together. Gazing across the universe, perhaps only that name could compel him to pause. Oh, it seems digesting Whis has brought you great pleasure? A sudden chilling voice pierced the silence. Bu's pupils dilated, and a ripple of alertness surged across his body. Son Goku. Despite having only glimpsed him in fragmented memories, the tremor etched within would not deceive. As 3 figures stepped forth from the void, the Majin immediately recognized the most perilous variable. However, this time, the legendary warrior was accompanied not by the twin goddesses, but by 2 radiant young maidens. Xiaofang's clenched fists turned slightly pale, and nearby, Bra's breath quickened in tandem. They could distinctly sense the terrifying energy before them, still not fully unleashed, and knew that facing it alone would yield no chance of victory. Just the right opportunity for you to test your mettle. Goku casually retreated a step, igniting 2 crimson blooms. The last time he had uttered such words, another had hastily shaken off the enchanting memories of their fused forms. Divine power coalesced into brilliant blades in the palms of his hands. Suddenly, Bu chuckled. He could sense that while the energy fluctuations of the 2 young girls were intricate, their total power was barely a third of his own. The true threat emanated from the man leaning against the edge of the spatial rift, from whom Bu detected a more chilling aura than that of darkness itself. Fixating on Son Goku, Bu wore a scornful smile. You think these 2 little girls can confront me? How amusing. Goku did not respond, his gaze intently observing the unfolding situation. Bu privately calculated that the warriors he had previously absorbed held a deep respect for Goku's strength, and this memory instinctively instilled a sense of caution within him. Yet, he was no longer the same as before. Moreover, Goku had the audacity to send forth only 2 young maidens to battle, which he deemed an affront. Had he only absorbed Vegeta, Bu would likely be seething with rage at this moment. However, after the fusion of Goku, Son Wukong, and Vegeto, his demeanor transformed into one of remarkable composure. He keenly discerned that these 2 girls must hold great significance for Wufan. Should any misfortune befall them, it would undoubtedly disturb Wufan's focus, thereby granting him a substantial advantage. Do not underestimate us, Xiao Fang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, her voice resonating with determination. We are more than capable of handling you. Allow us to demonstrate what a true warrior embodies. Beulah nodded in agreement, and the 2 swiftly assumed their stances. Although their previous transformation had been interrupted by Wufan, preventing them from testing their strength, they were confident they would not falter against Bu. Bu regarded them with confusion. Although he recalled the fusion technique of Goku and Vegeta, the movements of the 2 before him were entirely dissimilar. They stood silently, devoid of any superfluous actions. I am eager to witness what warriors surpassing Son Wufan look like, Bu mused, crossing his arms and waiting with an air of nonchalance. He brimmed with confidence, utterly unconvinced that the 2 young girls could deliver any remarkable performance. In the arena, Xiaofang and Beulah's energies gradually synchronized. After countless hours of practice, they had become intimately familiar with one another's rhythm. When they simultaneously shouted fusion and charged towards each other, Bu's expression finally shifted, revealing a flicker of intrigue. In a dazzling burst of golden light, the 2 figures merged into one, reminiscent of the fusion of the 2 android 17th years prior. By the time Bu registered the event, it was far too late to intervene. Nonetheless, he swiftly regained his composure. For it was well known that female scions possessed inherent physical traits inferior to their male counterparts. Even if the fusion succeeded, how formidable could they truly be? Bu observed the fusion process of Xiaofang and Beulah with an air of disdain. In his estimation, their power ceiling merely equated to that of Goku and Vegeta, perhaps slightly enhanced by their youth, yet they were far from his equal. He surmised that Wufan had merely granted them the opportunity for experience. With this thought, a chilling smile crept upon Bu's lips. He had secretly resolved to make Wufan pay dearly for this decision, even with Wufan present to oversee. He believed it impossible to thwart his plans. Should their post-fusion strength prove adequate, he even contemplated absorbing them both. In an instant, the fusion ceremony reached its conclusion. The golden light flared and then receded, unveiling a striking new figure. This fused warrior boasted lustrous blue-violet hair and eyes, her visage a perfect amalgamation of Xiaofang and Beulah's finest features, radiating elegance and charm. She donned a pink base shirt, layered with a sleeveless red dress, complemented by red arm sleeves. Her lower half consisted of deep blue shorts and knee-high red socks, her ensemble seamlessly blending the distinct traits of both girls. Most striking was her alluring hourglass figure, deemed nothing short of perfection. The magnificent Super Saiyan girl, Fangula, made her entrance. The newly formed warrior playfully tossed her hair and cast a captivating glance towards Wufan, an action that nearly caused him to lose his composure. Bu, however, felt a swell of impatience. He could not fathom the human reaction to such a display, though he absorbed fragments of human memories. Matters of romantic affection remained a blind spot in his understanding. Upon calm evaluation, Bu was reluctantly compelled to concede that Fangula surpassed Goku and Vegeta by a considerable margin. Sensing the remarkable surge in his opponent's strength, he remarked with a hint of anticipation, "It seems this battle may prove to be quite interesting." While Fangula may possess some abilities, he remained unconvinced that she could pose a genuine threat. Merely a flicker of expectation lingered in his mind. Fangula chuckled lightly, her voice embodying both Xiao Fong and Bula, resonating with a dual tone. "When you witness my prowess shortly, do not be frightened to the point of tears." Despite repeated reminders from Wu Fan, the inherent nature of fusion appeared inevitable. Much like Wutian Keisai and Wujida, Fangula had also acquired a touch of arrogance. Before her words could fully dissipate, she darted towards Bu, delivering a kick that sent him flying, while simultaneously conjuring several energy blasts to pursue him. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the relentless cacophony, although the energy blasts were not unleashed at full power, each strike was comparable to the full force of a Super Saiyan 2. However, such an assault was akin to a mere tickle for Bu in his current state. Fangula was fully aware that her intention was merely to establish her dominance. The ultimate perfect girl was not as simple as he might have imagined. As the dust settled, Bu, unscathed, yawned and teased. "That was quite a delightful massage. I nearly dozed off." Furious at his insolence, Fangula's anger flared, and she once again launched a furious onslaught. Yet, her consistent attacks were effortlessly deflected by Bu, failing to even disturb a single hair on his body. "Enough, Fangula," Wu Fan sighed from a distance, exasperated. "You cannot win without transforming." He had hoped his warning would prevent her from repeating the mistakes of Wutian Keisai and the others, but alas, the fused warrior, having gained an exponential increase in power, could not escape the pitfalls of inflated pride. "Why the rush? Can't we let them play a little longer?" Fangula complained, yet she withdrew to gather her strength. With a commanding shout, a brilliant blue aura erupted, heralding the activation of the super blue form. The previously languid Bu widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly plummeting from the sky. What kind of joke is this? He certainly recognized this form. Wukong and Vegeta's super blue had once caused him immense suffering. Yet, to think that two young girls could achieve such a state through fusion was utterly beyond his comprehension. It is crucial to note that the fusion technique has a fatal flaw. The faster the energy consumption, the shorter the duration. Standard fusion can last half an hour. If it transitions to Super Saiyan 3, it lasts less than 5 minutes. By this calculation, even if Fangula could transform into Super Blue, she should theoretically disband the moment she transformed. Under Wu Fan's guidance, Xiao Fong and Bula had made tremendous strides in their abilities, each capable of standing toe-to-toe with Son Wukong and Vegeta individually. The fused Super Blue Fangula, however, possessed a fighting capacity that exceeded that of Super Blue Son Wukong by over 100-fold. Such power, while not reaching the true realm of divinity, surpassed Wu Fan's super god form. Nevertheless, the extent to which it could be harnessed remained to be validated in actual combat. Bu, sensing this newfound energy, adopted a suddenly grave expression. He had not anticipated that the fusion of these two young women could yield such formidable strength. Though it might not be enough to easily defeat him, it certainly presented a considerable challenge. It seems that Wu Fan's decision to dispatch them into battle is not merely a reckless act, but perhaps a testament to his secret weapon. Within his heart, Bu contemplated this notion, though his demeanor remained outwardly disdainful. "The transformation into Super Blue indeed caught me by surprise. Your strength can certainly pose a threat to me. However, the duration of this fusion is limited. How long can it endure?" "Long enough to deal with you." Fangula, incensed by the contempt directed at her, let out a fierce shout and launched a ferocious assault on Bu. In her super blue state, Fangula's power surged dramatically, her attacks relentless and devastating, shattering Bu's form in mere moments, leaving him with half of his body in ruins. "Humph, this is the price of underestimating me." Fangula hovered in midair, gazing down with haughty pride, choosing not to pursue further. Bu's regenerative abilities, hampered by the limitations of his absorption, diminished significantly. However, after a brief respite, he quickly restored himself to his former state. Observing Fangula's triumphant demeanor, Wu Fan sighed, supporting his forehead in exasperation. The arrogance that accompanied their fusion was proving difficult to correct, yet fortunately, he had anticipated this. Otherwise, Fangula might have repeated the mistakes of Wutian Kex and Wujida, exhausting the fusion time before defeating her opponent. Having endured a brutal beating, Bu responded not with anger, but with a grin of intrigue. How delightful. To encounter an opponent like you after an increase in power is truly exhilarating. He deduced that Wufan had pinned his hopes on Fangula, leading him to conclude that his own strength was likely inferior. If he could vanquish Fangula, everything else would fall into place. Now it is my turn, Bu growled, his body enveloped in swirling pink energy as he darted towards Fangula. The clash erupted with a cacophony of strikes, fists intertwining as energy coalesced to its zenith, sparing the earth from devastation, yet unleashing a tempest that crumbled mountains and reduced forests and stones to mere ashes. To my surprise, you possess quite a bit of skill, Fangula remarked, her eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. It seems I must get serious, huh? With a swift kick, she sent Bu hurtling away, her blue aura surging ominously. Up until now, Wufan had been guiding her in energy control, and although the fusion state had not yet undergone practical training, she was now adapting to her new form through combat. Even without fully mastering the entirety of her fused power, Fangula's strength already appeared to surpass that of Bu. Bu's previous full-throttle counterattack had not even grazed her clothing. With her energy once again amplified, Bu found himself devoid of any chance of victory. Sensing the sudden surge in energy, Bu's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How can you still grow stronger? His astonishment at her transformation into Super Blue had already been profound, and after their brief skirmish, he believed he had witnessed her limits. This revelation shattered his understanding. I have long told you that I am the ultimate, perfect warrior, Fangula declared with a proud smile, her form flickering into motion. Before Bu could regain his senses, she sent him flying, following up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Much like before, when she had not yet gathered her energy, Bu found himself once again on the receiving end of a merciless beating. Had it not been for the divine energy shielding him, his physical form would have surely collapsed. Even so, his body twisted and contorted under the force of the blows. If Fangula unleashed an energy attack, a single full-powered energy blast would suffice to reduce him to ashes. What nonsense! There is no way I can lose. Bu roared in fury, unleashing a wave of energy that caused Fanfura to sway slightly in response. Yet, before she could retaliate with a punch, a powerful kick sent her flying, never allowing her to lay a finger upon him. What perplexed Bu the most was that the same fusion technique manifested so differently in Fanfura compared to Wutian Keisai. Not only could she transform into Super Blue, but her fusion duration far exceeded the 5-minute limit, showing no signs of disintegration whatsoever. Confused, are you? Fanfura declared, hands on her hips, floating in the air, gazing down at Bu with disdain. It's only natural you would be. The realm of supreme power is beyond your comprehension. How foolish of you to bear the title of Majin Bu, thinking you could prolong this battle. She gently shook her finger, asserting, prepare to witness the true disparity in our strengths. If Bu's power is likened to 40, then Fanfura in her Super Blue form has undoubtedly reached a level of at least 45. Initially, as her combat prowess surged, she struggled to fully adapt to this sudden influx of power, yet even then she was capable of suppressing Majin Bu. After a fierce exchange, she had completely mastered her newfound energy, leaving Bu with no chance of victory. Though this fusion warrior possessed a degree of arrogance, she did not toy with her opponent like Wujida, nor act with the reckless impulsiveness of Wutian Keisai. Her confidence remained firmly within the bounds of control. At this moment, having embraced the demeanor of a true warrior, Fanfura resolved to end the confrontation swiftly. Unexpected events always transpired during moments of complacency, and even with Wufan's support, she would not take chances. As she concentrated destructive energy in her palm, Bu finally felt a pang of panic. He sensed the power capable of obliterating him. Even if, by some miracle, he survived, the energy and stamina expended during regeneration would significantly diminish his strength, making it impossible to escape Wufan's pursuit once the fusion was undone. The method of evolution through absorption of powerful beings harbored a fatal flaw. The original form of Bu possessed infinite regeneration and eternal energy, yet as he absorbed more beings, both his regeneration speed and energy reserves dwindled. Each resurrection now came at a considerable cost, and should he be completely annihilated, his power could potentially fall permanently. Fleeing to recuperate was not a viable strategy. By the time he regained his strength, the new generation of warriors would have already completed their fusion. And to attempt a surprise attack before fusion, Wufan's formidable presence was not merely a fade. Son Wufan, a man of stature hiding behind a woman. Bu screamed in despair. Such a pathetic taunt. Wufan was keenly aware that they could sustain their fusion state for at least 5 minutes. In the past 2 years of rigorous training within the Divine Staff's realm, both Fanfura and Bra had specialized in energy manipulation. Their energy expenditure during fusion was significantly lower than that of Wutian Keisai and Wujida, allowing them to maintain the super blue form for over 10 minutes. Even without fusion, their super blue forms were on par with Sun Wukong, but thanks to their mastery of energy control. Even a combined effort from Super Blue Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta might not suffice to defeat either of them. Wufan's training for them was not only aimed at prolonging fusion time, but also laying the groundwork for the complete transformation of energy into divine power in the future. Upon hearing this, Bu's expression shifted, and he sneered. "You only dare hide behind a woman, afraid to confront me directly, aren't you?" Before Wufan could respond, Fangbula glared angrily and exclaimed, "Do you disdain women? Do not forget that you are currently being defeated by a woman." The energy orb in her hand was poised and ready to strike, yet she refrained from attacking, noticing that Wufan still had time to converse with Bu. Her mastery over energy had reached perfection, allowing her to precisely gauge the fusion time, unlike Wujida and Wushins, who remained oblivious to the shortening of their fusion duration. As long as she released the energy orb before the fusion was undone, a slight delay would pose no significant issue. Bu, disregarding Fangbula, fixed his fiery gaze upon Wufan, seemingly eager to engage him in battle. However, Wufan, well-versed in the original storyline, was aware of Bu's intentions and replied with a calm smile. "Their strength has been cultivated solely by me. Even if they fight in my stead, it is still a testament to my power. But since you harbor doubts, are you bold enough to attempt to absorb me?" With arms crossed, Wufan regarded Bu with a teasing demeanor. Bu found himself at a dead end. Apart from his absorption ability, he had no other recourse. However, he could only absorb beings of equal or lesser strength, or those caught off guard. At that moment, neither Wufan nor Fangbula was within his reach. Originally intending to seize one of them at the opportune moment, Bu's expression shifted dramatically upon having his thoughts exposed. Previously, he had far surpassed Whis, yet had been delayed for 3 days. Now, faced with the prepared Wufan and Fangbula, success was even more improbable. The last vestige of hope vanished as Bu, on the brink of a desperate struggle, suddenly stiffened, his energy fluctuating uncontrollably. With a pained scream, he contorted his face in agony. "What is happening?" Fangbula gasped, nearly releasing her energy orb but managing to stabilize herself just in time. With only 3 or 4 minutes remaining before the fusion was undone, Bu was now as powerless as a trapped beast. Wufan closed his eyes to sense the situation for a moment before breaking into a smile. Whis truly lives up to his reputation, far surpassing certain so-called divine beings. He then cast a seemingly indifferent glance toward a certain area, eliciting an irate reaction from a watching god of destruction. Several dark shadows erupted from the openings atop Bu's head, rapidly expanding into the figures of Whis, Wukong, Vegeta, Bic, Wutian, and Trunks. Aside from Whis, who appeared disheveled and weary, the others lay unconscious. Wah! Bu's contorted body continued to shrink, emitting anguished howls. "Is his energy being purified?" Fangbula inquired, retracting the energy sphere in her palm. Realizing Bu's strength had plummeted, she lost her desire to fight. The potential target for absorption had been rescued, and he was reverting to his original form. Wufan gestured appreciatively at the unconscious Whis on the ground, then asked Fangbula to keep watch over the now degraded Bu. To quell his curiosity, Wufan inquired further about the details from Whis. It turned out that well before the battle commenced, the astute Whis had prepared for both contingencies. He had feigned defeat to be absorbed while secretly storing a portion of his energy within his staff S space. During Bu's engagement with Fangbula, this energy successfully disrupted Bu's absorption ability. Truly worthy of being a future relative, Wufan commended, giving a thumbs up. "Even if I do not return, you would be more than capable of handling Bu on your own." Upon hearing the term future brother-in-law, Whis exhibited an expression of bemusement. The audacity of that fellow. Still preoccupied with his sister, Bardos. "Son Gohan, is it not enough for you to take jabs at me?" The voice of Beerus resonated from behind. Utilizing Jebit's instantaneous movement, he and the Kaioshin arrived at the scene together. The Kaioshin and Jebit nodded in acknowledgement to Gohan, while Whis offered a respectful bow to both Beerus and the Kaioshin. Gohan, however, could hardly muster a response. "Indeed, Beerus, you should count yourself fortunate to still be of some use." "Humph." Beerus, momentarily at a loss for words. Could only turn to Whis in irritation. I'm glad to see you unharmed. Thank you for your concern, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile, accepting Jebbet's energy treatment. Though not fully restored, it at least alleviated some of his fatigue. I never imagined you would escape from the belly of the Majin and even rescue Son Goku and the others. Beerus cast a pointed glance at Gohan, implying that certain deities who hide behind women are utterly ineffectual. This Majin is hardly formidable. Whis could only manage a wry smile. He dared not engage in such banter. Despite possessing considerable power, he adhered to decorum, often jesting with Beerus but maintaining a respectful demeanor towards other deities. At this moment, the Majin Buu had reverted to his original form. Although his strength had surged due to the revival of divine power, he was steadily being overwhelmed under the combined pressure of the separated Xiaofang and Bra. He barely held on, relying solely on his remarkable regenerative abilities and boundless stamina, for he would falter against either of them alone. Indeed, Gohan interjected, this Majin is truly lacking. Even my two little girls can best him. Unlike a certain destroyer god who, unable to protect his own attendant, must hide in the Kaioshin realm, only daring to show himself once the enemy is weakened. Son Gohan. Beerus erupted in fury. Gohan remained resolutely turned away. What? Do you wish to stretch your limbs? Beerus instantly deflated. Being a destroyer god was proving to be exceedingly vexing. The Kaioshin and Jebbet, in unison, pretended not to hear, their attention fixed on the battle unfolding above. At that moment, the awakened Son Goku and others were receiving treatment from Jebbet, but due to the vast power disparity, they could only replenish their stamina and not restore their energy. Incredible. When did Xiaofang and Bra break through to Super Saiyan Blue? Their power is nearly on par with Lord Beerus. From the very beginning of the battle, Son Goku's gaze was riveted on the fierce combat above, neglecting to inquire about the experiences of his companions after being absorbed by Buu. The remaining allies maintained a harmonious silence, while only Son Goten's eyes flitted between the battlefield and Son Gohan. This was the first time the half-brothers encountered each other so closely. Although Goten had seen his elder brother from afar during the joint martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, they had never truly met. The young Goten had long heard tales of this legendary brother, but had never had the chance to meet him. Gohan, showing no particular interest in the child, did not initiate conversation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xiaofang and Bra maintained their Super Saiyan Blue forms. Even though they had mastered energy control to perfection, continuous combat was still exhausting a considerable amount of their stamina. Both individuals were acutely aware that if the battle were to drag on, they would likely be ensnared by the boundless stamina of Buu, leading them into a precarious situation. Blah, full power Kamehameha. With a glance of determination, both fighters concentrated radiant orbs of energy in their palms. Sensing the imminent threat, Buu emitted a furious roar, unleashing a vortex of dark purple energy around him. Had he been the more cunning version of Buu, he might have opted to absorb more warriors or strategically retreat. However, the primal Buu was driven solely by the instinct to destroy, showing no intent to withdraw even when faced with a dire crisis. Confronted with the dual Kamehameha threat, he chose to gamble everything, unleashing all of his energy. In the instant of their energy clash, the battle lost all suspense. Buu's attack was swiftly suppressed, and in an instant, he was wholly engulfed by the merged wave. Amidst the cataclysmic turmoil, the final resistance of this fiend proved utterly futile, as he was reduced to ashes within the devastating torrent of energy. In disbelief, Sun Wukong, who witnessed the entire spectacle, could hardly contain his excitement. Buu had managed to endure until this moment. May he redeem himself in his next life. When that time comes, I shall undoubtedly seek a fair rematch. With an innate talent for combat, he had already deduced that even the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis had fallen before Buu's might. Thus, when Buu was ultimately vanquished, he still made the same wish in accordance with his destined path. Yet this time, it was not Buu himself who brought about his demise. Whether he would internalize Wukong's words remains uncertain. Beside them, Wu Fan, upon hearing his father's words, paused in surprise before breaking into a warm smile. Indeed, it was the familiar Sun Wukong. At this moment, Vegeta was gritting his teeth in frustration, his face a canvas of resentment. While Beerus maintained his usual demeanor, he was inwardly reflecting on his shortcomings. In stark contrast, Wukong seemed entirely indifferent to victory or defeat, eagerly anticipating a fair contest with Buu. Yea, The transformed Xiaofang and Bola flashed victory signs to the crowd. Defeating an adversary who had bested even the god of destruction Beerus filled the two girls' eyes with a radiant gleam. Although this was not their original timeline, being able to confront a foe that even their father, could not defeat was enough to give them ample cause for boasting. The last time they met, they had only achieved Super Saiyan levels 2 and 1, yet now they had surpassed even me and Vegeta. Wukong gazed at the two descending figures, his fists unintentionally clenching. It seems I must double my efforts in training. Having long been accustomed to looking up to Wufan, whose power consistently eclipsed his own, Wukong had redirected his aspirations toward other goals. Before the emergence of the Majin Buu, he, Vegeta, and Beerus had dedicated themselves to rigorous training in preparation for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, he believed he was nearing Beerus's level, with only Whis' pinnacle left to conquer. Now, with Xiaofang and Bola advancing ahead of him, a fervent determination ignited within Wukong. Though Vegeta and Beerus remained silent, they too were unwilling to lag behind. The ever-proud Vegeta, needless to say, was unyielding, while Beerus, having experienced a significant boost in strength after mastering godly power, now brimmed with fighting spirit. We must push ourselves. After all, we've endured considerable hardship to reach our current level. Xiaofang, embodying the demeanor of a mentor, patted Wukong on the shoulder, her heart blooming with joy. Before knowing Wufan, her grandfather had always been her most revered hero. Little did she expect to one day impart wisdom to Wukong, who earnestly accepted her guidance. Whis, returned to the destroyer planet. Beerus interrupted this tender moment with a scowl. Comprehending the command, Whis nodded respectfully to Wufan and the Supreme Kai, lightly tapping his staff on the ground, and in an instant, disappeared alongside the destroyer. Beerus was evidently shaken, and it seemed he would immerse himself in rigorous training, the extent of his growth remaining to be seen. The Supreme Kai addressed the gathering, stating, "Now that the Majin has been vanquished, it is time for us to take our leave. Wufan, we shall depart first." With that, the Supreme Kai and Jebet bid farewell and exited. Wufan initially intended to leave, but Xiaofang, increasingly animated, began to instruct Wukong and the others on the essentials of their training, inadvertently revealing even the techniques of godly power transformation she had just mastered. Though Bra was not as exuberant as Xiaofang, she too could not restrain herself in front of Vegeta, filling in the details Xiaofang had overlooked. Wufan sighed softly at the thought that such precious insights into training were being casually shared. It would not be long before Wukong and the others grasped the method of evolving from mortal to divine. However, Wufan remained unconcerned, even without Xiaofang's guidance. With Wukong's innate talent, the transformation into a godly being was inevitable. It was better for Xiaofang to do him a favor. Moreover, with Wufan present, no matter how many shortcuts Wukong and the others took, they could never surpass him. "All right, that will suffice," Wufan interjected as Xiaofang and Bra continued their discussion. He then addressed Wukong and the others. "You can train at any time. For now, it is best to handle the aftermath on Earth." "Right," Wukong suddenly exclaimed, recalling, "Aside from us, everyone else was killed by Buu. I hope Chi-Chi isn't angry with me." "Humph." Vegeta scowled, fiercely protective of his wife, his thoughts turning to Berryman, who had fallen victim to Buu, igniting his ire. It seemed a visit to Namek was in order, as Dend and others had also met their demise at Buu's hands. After sensing the energy from the other world, Bix stated, "Earth is nearly unrecognizable, and the spaceship is undoubtedly lost. We can only rely on Wukong's instant transmission." Wufan, of course, would not involve himself in the cleanup. After exchanging simple farewells, he took Xiaofang and Bra back to Order Star. With the Buu incident resolved, there was little left in the Dragon Ball world to capture Wufan's attention. As for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, although Wufan planned to spectate, his strength did not ignite much interest. However, Xiaofang and Bra were eager, declaring their intention to register for the competition. Following the Buu incident, Wufan returned to the tranquil yet chaotic daily life on Order Star. Additionally, due to Earth's frequent disasters, Bulma forcibly brought her mother to reside on Order Star. As for Dr. Brief, he adamantly refused to relocate, choosing instead to focus on his research and the operation of the Capsule Corporation. Considering the scarcity of male companions on the planet aside from Wufan, Bulma ultimately refrained from insisting that her father accompany them. Utilizing the power of the Dragon Balls, Wufan granted both Bulma and her mother the wish for eternal youth. This simple request, which does not involve absolute defense, was easily fulfilled by the Eternal Dragon. Upon returning to Earth, Xiaofeng and Bra gradually mastered the techniques of divine evolution, transforming ordinary energy into divine power. Once they complete the qualitative change of their entire energy, they will officially ascend to a divine level. Among many companions, only the divine attendants Lazuli and Android 18 diligently train for both duty and to uphold Wufan's dignity. The safety of the Order Star is entirely safeguarded by Wufan, allowing the other women to remain unconcerned about battles. Wufan consistently respects individual choices. Even if the two divine attendants wish to resign, he would never obstruct their decision. However, they evidently would not relinquish this opportunity to be constantly by his side, particularly since Xiaofeng and Bra have dominated most of his time under the pretext of training, amidst a rotation of more than 10 companions. Notably, there is Videl. As the legitimate wife in the original narrative, her unassuming nature has instead garnered Wufan's affection. The exclusive 3 days of solitude have completely soothed the subtle melancholy within her heart. Even while guiding the younger generation in their training, Wufan himself has never slackened. Although the Dragon Ball universe now lacks formidable foes, the omnipotent authority of the Omni King, capable of erasing all existence, hangs ominously like the sword of Damocles. The Omni King, seemingly adhering to the laws of balance, still poses an unpredictable threat, as evidenced in the Dark Man incident. Had it not been for the Omni King's tacit approval, Phoebes could never have instigated such chaos. Should the situation escalate further, even a failed reform could result in consequences that Wufan would deeply regret. To maintain the cosmic equilibrium, Wufan harbors a lingering resentment towards the Omni King. However, the disparity in their strengths keeps this sentiment subdued. Through extensive training in the Divine Staff space, Wufan successfully mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, resulting in another leap in power. This form shares a fundamental essence with the transition from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3, both of which involve unleashing energy to its utmost limit, manifesting as a layered state of golden, red, and purple flames. Although the explosive power multiplies, the nature of the energy remains unchanged, leading to a significant increase in consumption. He had attempted to compress liquid spiritual energy into a higher-tier solid state, yet always faltered at the last moment due to some elusive deficiency. Wufan gradually realized that breaking through this bottleneck might enable him to contend with the Omni King. Yet, until that point, he felt insignificantly small before the Omni King, a sense of helplessness that he found intolerable. Initially, he planned to venture to other worlds in search of a breakthrough opportunity, but the differential in the flow of time dissuaded him. During a previous brief stay in another realm, only a few days had passed. Yet 5 years had elapsed in the main world upon his return. If he were to linger for hundreds of years, the Order Divine realm could face upheaval. Weighing these factors, Wufan resolved to remain in the Dragon Ball world to achieve his breakthrough, thus freeing himself to explore elsewhere without concern. Now, aside from the Omni King, there is no one in the Dragon Ball world who can rival him, even against the likes of the Grand Priest. Wufan can easily suppress them merely in his Super Saiyan 2 form. His strength in Super Saiyan 3 approaches the pinnacle of divinity, and he is confident that no higher existence remains. The Omni King should not be trifled with, but what of the Dark King? Suddenly, Goku recalled the realm mentioned by the Supreme Kai and Beerus. This place, undisturbed by the main universe, might be the key to his breakthrough. Should he challenge the Omni King, even a minor misstep could endanger his companions. However, entering the realm presents a different scenario. It is not Goku's domain, allowing him to act with fewer reservations. Since the Majin Buu incident, Beerus has seemingly dedicated himself to training with renewed vigor. One wonders how formidable he has become. Inviting him to the realm for training would surely be met with enthusiasm, as it would be akin to a homecoming. A smile graced Goku's lips, and he had made up his mind. On this journey, he wouldn't bring Zeely and Android 18. Even if he were to fail against the Dark King, it wouldn't matter, for he possessed the true gift of immortality. Boom, boom, boom. On the God of Destruction's planet, two figures clashed with astonishing speed and power, the sound of their battle echoing relentlessly as the very fabric of space crumbled around them. Even though the God of Destruction's realm is dense and possesses self-healing capabilities, it remained in a state of ruin under the relentless assault of their combat. Since Beerus and Whis returned from Earth, Beerus had plunged into an obsessive training regimen, neglecting sleep and sustenance to the point where even Whis found it challenging to keep pace. Yet, This fervent state of dedication had propelled Beerus's strength to new heights. A natural combat prodigy, he could not have ascended to God of Destruction without remarkable talent. Now, having cast aside his former lethargy and fully committed to his training, coupled with the influx of formidable adversaries broadening his perspective, he could stand a chance against the likes of the Omni-King Phoebus. In other words, Beerus's current prowess has approached the level of 20, not merely a simple doubling of his previous capabilities, but rather a significant augmentation of his combat strength by several multiples. Whis, too, had not been idle. Though he no longer surpassed Beerus to the extent he once did, he still maintained a clear advantage. In truth, while Whis appeared nonchalant, he held the dignity of the God of Destruction in great esteem. Beerus's defeat at the hands of Goku was somewhat acceptable, given that Goku had ascended to the rank of Order God. However, a loss to Majin Buu was intolerable. Moreover, the strengths of Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were escalating rapidly. Should Beerus fail to progress, the role of God of Destruction might become untenable. Thus, even if Beerus were to falter, Whis would enhance his own powers, ready to intervene should the need arise. Lord Beerus, training requires a balance of intensity and relaxation. You have diligently trained for a month. It is time to rest. The Order Star has just sent a delightful assortment of treats. Observing Beerus's exhaustion, Whis offered his timely counsel. After Bulma relocated to the Order Star, she brought many of Earth's treasures along. Her love for indulgence made delectable food an absolute necessity. Under Goku's arrangement, Bulma frequently utilized Android 18's staff to send treats to both the realm of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai's domain. The Supreme Kai merely assisted out of convenience, but Beerus was the first friend acknowledged by Goku, and Whis was recognized as Goku's future family. Given their fondness for gourmet cuisine, and the fact that these delicacies posed little challenge for the Order Star, Goku was more than willing to accommodate them. Has another month already passed? Beerus clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him. Yet he couldn't help but remark, though I've grown considerably stronger, I still fall short compared to the formidable Majin Buu of yesteryears. That said, Beerus was undeniably fatigued. Moments ago, he had been barely holding on. But the instant he relaxed, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He descended to the ground for a brief respite, and Whis followed suit. Indeed, Whis commented, retrieving some snacks sent from the Order Star, a smile gracing his face. After all, Majin Buu absorbed so many powerful beings, even I was consumed by him. However, I have also mastered fusion techniques akin to that of Goku and Vegeta. If Lord Beerus is willing, we could give it a try. TCH. Only that Son Goku would resort to such underhanded tactics. I am, after all, the dignified God of Destruction. This is delicious. Hey Whis, slow down. Beerus's words trailed off as his attention was immediately captured by the snacks, abandoning any pretense of superiority. My, Lord Beerus is rather unrefined. Whis chuckled softly, his hands never slowing, as he unabashedly engaged in a friendly contest for the treats. It is worth noting that while fusion may be a shortcut, its successful execution results in a truly astonishing increase in combat prowess. Though Beerus feigned disdain, he couldn't entirely dismiss the thought. Faced with the power of Goku and Vegeta, it would be peculiar if he remained unmoved. Moreover, with Goku's improvements to the fusion technique, the previously comical dance steps had been eliminated. Even Beerus, with his pride, would not genuinely reject such power. Yet, as this ability belonged to Goku, he felt a twinge of reluctance to adopt another's technique. Why do you look down on me, yet indulge so heartily? A sudden voice startled Beerus and Whis. Upon recognizing Goku, they both exhaled in relief. His approach was silent, catching even them off guard. Beerus huffed in dissatisfaction. What do you take the God of Destruction's realm for? You come and go as you please. What truly irked him was Goku's ability to block access to the Order Star. Without permission, even a God of Destruction could not enter without forcibly breaching the barrier. Lord Goku, Whis greeted with a composed smile and a respectful bow. Goku raised a hand, signaling Whis to remain calm, and then took a keen interest in Beerus, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Impressive. In just a few months, you've made such remarkable progress, truly befitting the God of Destruction. Beerus's ears tinged with a hint of crimson, his tail twitching irritably against the ground. Enough of your cryptic remarks. Speak plainly, or be gone. It was evident he discerned the underlying barbs in Goku's words. If he possessed such extraordinary talent, why was he so engrossed in rigorous training? Goku's playful demeanor faded as he spoke earnestly. You must have realized that mere seclusion and training have reached a bottleneck. Even if you were to train for another year, you would likely struggle to match Bu at his peak. At our level, the growth of power cannot merely be resolved through the passage of time. Only by breaking through the constraints of your current limits can you achieve a qualitative leap. Otherwise, you would merely be spinning your wheels and find control. Did you come specifically to pour cold water on this? Beerus bared his teeth, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, Whis' eyes brightened. Could it be that Mr. Wu Fan has taken an unconventional approach? Wu Fan shot Beerus a disdainful glance before nodding at Whis. Indeed. Therefore, this time, you are fortunate, Beerus. I shall take you out to broaden your horizons. The term inner space caused both deities to change countenance simultaneously. Whis hastily advised, trespassing into the alternate dimension is a grave offense, far more severe than temporal transgressions. If we were to alert the Omni King, temporal chaos could still be rectified, but contact between the positive and negative dimensions could incite a full-scale war among the divine and demonic factions, a line that all supreme deities have strictly prohibited. However, Beerus slammed his palm down emphatically. Right. That place is indeed. My lord, think carefully. Before Whis could finish, Wu Fan had already waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. I have my own measures. Seeing that both had made up their minds, the angel could only remain silent. Some matters, much like the time machine created by Bulma, are best kept under wraps, as long as they do not attract attention. All parties understand implicitly. Yet, if a discerning individual were to expose it, it would lead to irreversible consequences. How do you consider this? Wu Fan fixed his gaze on the flickering eyes of the god of destruction. This is not absolute. Observing the sly yet barely contained smile on Beerus's face, the answer was already evident. Beerus collected his thoughts and stated, I can certainly take you, but we must include one more person. Who? Wu Fan was somewhat surprised. This arrangement was unexpected. Zampa. Beerus merely uttered these two words without further elaboration. Wu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps these two deities from inner space have other pressing matters. Although they often clash, they are, after all, brothers of the same bloodline. Moreover, if Zampa joins, there's a chance of encountering the long-lost Bados, which would be a pleasant surprise. With Whis' reluctant assistance, the three swiftly arrived at the sixth universe. Wu Fan promptly activated his instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, they landed on the territory of the god of destruction of the sixth universe, as the god of order from the seventh universe. Despite his exceptional abilities, Wu Fan is still bound by the laws of the cosmos and cannot directly traverse universes through instant transmission. However, within a single universe, his mobility is on par with that of the Kaioshin attendant, Jebit. Of course, were it not for these restrictions, Wu Fan's transmission skills would undoubtedly surpass them. The sudden arrival startled Zampa and Bados, nearly making them jump. After explaining their intentions, Zampa's reaction mirrored that of Beerus, while Bados wore an expression of resignation akin to Whis'. The two attendants, seeing that their persuasion bore no fruit, could only privately deliberate on how to maintain the balance between the two realms without disturbing others. Does Lord Wu Fan not bring attendants on his journeys? Bados swiftly changed the topic after being questioned again by Wu Fan. Wu Fan casually explained, the situation in inner space is unclear, so I decided not to let them accompany me this time. You truly care for your subordinates, don't you? Bados chuckled softly, believing she had successfully diverted the conversation. Little did she know, Wu Fan pivoted. So, have you really not considered joining me? The treatment is superior. Bados was instantly rendered speechless. No matter the roundabout way, the topic always circles back to this point. She has always been puzzled as to why this deity of order is so fixated on her. Although a flicker of delight inevitably stirs within her heart, such dialogues ultimately yield no fruitful outcome. Xiangpa has long since grown immune to these exchanges, feigning ignorance instead. What truly concerns him is that after a brief absence, Beerus's aura has become unfathomably profound. Even though the latter deliberately restrains himself, one can still perceive the formidable surge of power that has transformed him. He wishes to inquire about the reason, but cannot bring himself to do so. Would not such a question imply that he is inferior to Beerus? After much contemplation, he decides against it and discreetly signals to Beerus to remain vigilant. After all, they are on an expedition, and clarity will come in due time. There is no need to rush. Where lies the entrance to the inner dimension? Once they have concluded their conversation with Beerus, Wu Fan finally broaches the matter at hand. Had he not been unable to locate the entrance, he would have ventured forth alone. Accompanying Beerus and Xiangpa proves beneficial, as they are both familiar with the inner dimension's circumstances. Their guidance will undoubtedly alleviate many potential troubles, preventing him from unwittingly stumbling into difficulties. Beerus responds, "The entrance is located at the core of the world tree on the core star. However, it is under constant guard, and a formidable protective barrier surrounds it, making it nearly impossible to approach silently. If the inhabitants of the core star are alerted, subsequent troubles will multiply." She deliberately omits the most crucial detail. Without permission, the guards will never allow passage. Should they attempt to force their way in, it would be tantamount to treachery. The two destroyers are, after all, fugitives. Should they dare to invade the entrance of the world tree, neither realm would likely harbor them. She is curious to see what clever stratagem Wufan, the instigator of this endeavor, will devise in light of such a predicament. If they cannot even access the entrance, that would indeed be amusing. Beerus and Xiangpa are well aware of the implications, yet due to their natures, they would not engage in prior scheming. They believe that when the time comes, they will navigate the situation as it unfolds. Wufan notices the significant glance exchanged between Beerus and Xiangpa, but merely smiles with indifference. This trivial matter does not daunt him. He will adapt spontaneously when they arrive at the scene. The core star exists beyond the 12 universes, forming its own realm. To describe it as a universe would be an exaggeration, for this expanse contains but a single core star. It is no wonder that the inhabitants of the core star carry an innate sense of superiority, as if transcending all existence. As they approach the core star, Beerus raises a protective barrier with his divine staff, concealing their presence. They hover in space, gazing at the planet, which is roughly half the size of Earth, entirely verdant, indicating vast land and lush vegetation. From this distance, while the minute details are obscured, the overall landscape is readily apparent. Is that the world tree? Wufan gazes intently at the prominent giant tree. The entire tree displays shades of blue, with a deep blue trunk and pale blue leaves. Its scale comparable to a small mountain, standing out distinctly on the core star. At the pinnacle of the world tree hangs an unusual pink bud, still in the process of blossoming, yet its size rivals that of a skyscraper. The fruit born of such a colossal flower must be astonishing. However, the resulting inhabitants of the core star are strikingly similar to ordinary beings, a contrast that is indeed remarkable. Wufan merely casts a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. The entrance to the inner dimension is at the core of the tree, in the line of sight. A shadowy tree hollow near the base of the trunk became vaguely visible. The entire world tree was enveloped in a colorless, transparent barrier, so robust that even Beerus would struggle to breach it. The one who set this formation must possess at least the power of a high god. How troublesome, Beerus remarked, suggesting they retreat into the staff space, allowing Whis to infiltrate alone. Why not send Bados instead? Kampa countered immediately. In truth, both were shifting the dilemma onto the angel, eliciting a wry smile from the latter. No need. Whis shook his head, asserting that he could teleport them inside without the guards noticing. Are you mad? Kampa sternly admonished. The protective barrier can even block teleportation, unless you have the power of the Grand Zeno. Before he could finish, with a poof, Kampa was sent flying out after breaching the protective shield. Whis, Bados exclaimed, unable to intervene in time. Whis shrugged, a minor punishment for a major lesson. Bados could only smile bitterly. As Kampa returned in a flurry, seething with anger, Whis didn't even spare him a glance. Had Bados not intervened, Kampa would have surely humiliated himself in his fury. Wait a moment. Do you think this mere protective barrier can obstruct me? A transparent aura began to emanate from Whis, enveloping both him and the barrier set by Bados, and in an instant, they found themselves inside the world tree. Ordinary warriors indeed cannot breach such a barrier. It is akin to a spatial enchantment, its effects varying based on the caster, either concealing presence, isolating space, or strengthening defenses. As a vital location, the world tree's protection combines spatial confinement with enhanced defense, allowing only the most adept to move to the barrier's periphery. Yet for Whis, who possessed the celestial pearl, this was trivial. Without contravening the laws of the universe, his teleportation range had surpassed conventional limits. Moreover, they were not far from the world tree and were well within the unanchored teleportation range. Just as Kampa was about to mock, he realized the surroundings had transformed, leaving him to begrudgingly silence himself. The interior of the tree was simple, fertile soil beneath their feet, walls of trees surrounding them, yet surprisingly bright. The air was rich with spiritual energy, invigorating the senses. Being several kilometers from the entrance and isolated from any presence, the inhabitants of the world core were oblivious, allowing Beerus and the others to finally breathe a sigh of relief. By traversing that dark passage, one could reach another dimension. Whis contemplated the 5-meter-high, 3-meter-wide elliptical tunnel ahead, its depths cloaked in a mysterious azure ripple. Simply proceed through. The environment on the other side is akin to this one. Beerus recalled the past, his expression complex. Whis moved forward directly. The crossing was uneventful, yet the surrounding atmosphere abruptly shifted, losing its spiritual energy, replaced by a dense energy laden with negativity. Reminiscent of the world's dark dragon, he immediately realized practitioners reliant on positive spatial energy would find themselves in a perilous situation here, cut off from their sustenance. Leading Beerus and the others, Whis replicated the process, utilizing instantaneous movement to quietly depart from the world core, the entire procedure flowing smoothly without disturbing anyone. Although being discovered would not pose a significant problem, given their unfamiliarity with the inner space, caution was paramount to avoid complications. Despite Beerus and Kampa hailing from this inner realm, the passage of years rendered them uncertain about the current state of affairs within. The universe within the inner space is indistinguishable from that of the outer realm. The vast expanse of deep space remains in impenetrable darkness, save for the serene flow of endless star rivers. However, upon entering a planet, the scene transforms entirely, enveloped in a subtle violet glow, with the air thick with negative energy, making it difficult for those from the outer realm to adapt. Even Beerus and Kampa find themselves in a similar predicament. Having long since converted the negative energy within their bodies into positive energy, their return to their homeland renders them ill at ease. You did not mention this situation, Wufan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the two. After departing from the core star, they had randomly chosen a direction to teleport and arrived on a planet to investigate. Kampa's demeanor was distinctly displeased, his expression darkening as he chose to remain silent. Beerus let out a dry chuckle, attempting to elucidate, having been away for so long. Memories tend to blur. However, there is no need for concern. While negative energy may be disconcerting, the rules of the inner space differ from those of the outer realm. An energy will not be forcibly extracted. Oh, how so? Wufan inquired, intrigued. As for Kampa, as long as there was no provocation, he would not hold a grudge. Considering Beerus and Bardock's presence, Beerus continued, the inhabitants of the inner space, or rather, the denizens of the demon realm, derive their energy from a substance known as magic crystal. Whether for cultivation or energy restoration, it is all reliant on this. Look over there. He gestured towards a distant purple mountain. That is a magic crystal mine. Once extracted and refined, it can be transformed into magic crystals, varying in quality and energy. Through Beerus's explanation, Wufan gained a general understanding of the system here. Unlike humans, the denizens of the demon realm do not require sustenance to survive. They merely need to absorb a daily quota of energy from the magic crystals. In other words, magic crystals are the cornerstone of their existence. From this perspective, the quantity and quality of magic crystals determine the strength and status of the demon realm inhabitants. The more they possess, and the higher the quality, the more their power and status naturally rise. Of course, this is not an absolute measure. Is this a love-hate relationship? At best, magic crystals serve merely as a reserve of energy, usable for cultivation, but the true determinants of strength lie in innate talent and potential. Compared to the outer realm, the growth of demon realm cultivators is indeed considerably swifter. They simply need to refine the energy within the magic crystals to convert it for their use, unlike cultivators from the outer realm, who must accumulate their strength over many years. Essentially, these are two distinct paths of cultivation, each with its merits and drawbacks. Demon realm practitioners can rapidly ascend from novice to pinnacle, but breaking through their own limitations proves to be an arduous task. Their ultimate achievements are entirely dependent on their innate endowments. In contrast, cultivators from the outer realm, though their progress is slow, possess a solid foundation. Provided their resolve is steadfast, breaking through their limits becomes a natural progression. As for the yield of magic crystals in the inner space, it is intimately linked to the outer realm. The greater the negative energy generated in the outer realm, the more abundant the magic crystal deposits here. I see. Wufan turned to Beerus, but you mentioned there is no need for concern. Does this mean you can also restore energy in the inner space? It is noteworthy that even the indigenous demon race cannot replenish their energy independently, let alone these interdimensional visitors. The elemental energy of this realm cannot be directly absorbed. However, after a series of attempts, Wufan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could transform negative energy into his own advantage with the aid of the Pearl of the Heavenly Path. This revelation rendered him virtually unbound by spatial limitations. The dilemma lies in the fact that beings such as Beerus do not possess such divine artifacts. Should their energy be depleted without a means of replenishment, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Beerus grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and remarked, "Although the demon crystals are infused with negative energy, we can still absorb them and convert them through our own aura. This is in stark contrast to the energy that drifts in this realm. Therefore, before we proceed, we must first gather some demon crystals." Wufan gazed upon the sprawling veins of minerals beneath their feet. Although the extraction process is not overly complex, it is indeed time-consuming and laborious. The most expedient method would be to seize the ready-made demon crystals directly. The group exchanged knowing smiles. They were not ones to adhere to convention in their original dimension, let alone in this realm governed by different laws. Thus, they dispersed to plunder the demon crystals from the nearby planets, scouring every nook and cranny as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. With their formidable strength, only a handful of fallen deities within this realm could pose a challenge. The indigenous inhabitants of these remote planets were utterly powerless to impede them. Fortunately, Wufan and his companions retained a modicum of compassion, taking only the finished products and leaving the foundational veins untouched. Given time, these planets would still be able to resume production. After raiding over a dozen planets, although the quality of the demon crystals varied and might not sustain them throughout their endeavors, they should suffice for a considerable duration. Weiss and Beerus stored most of the collected demon crystals in the space of their scepters, while Wufan, accustomed to carrying a universal capsule filled with various items, found that even after setting aside several capsules specifically for the demon crystals, he was unable to fill them to capacity. While he could directly convert energy using the Pearl of the Heavenly Path, having a reserve of demon crystals remained a more prudent choice. More importantly, Wufan was reluctant to reveal the existence of the Pearl too readily. The demon crystals also piqued his interest. Studying their characteristics during the energy absorption process might prove beneficial for his cultivation. The group acted independently, and after sweeping through the nearby planets for demon crystals, they reconvened. The quantity and quality of their respective harvests remained known only to them, due to their close proximity during their ventures. The quality of the demon crystals did not differ significantly, as it depended on the environmental conditions of the various regions within the demon realm, which is divided into different tiers. Although the star domain they occupied was not barren, high-grade demon crystals remained a rarity. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Kampa's brow furrowed slightly. He pondered to himself, while this batch of demon crystals may not be of superior quality, what Beerus had gathered in his scepter was indeed the finest available in the vicinity. For Kampa, a single crystal would suffice to restore his energy. However, Beerus had just stated that he could not fully recover, which confirmed Kampa's earlier suspicion. Beerus's strength had indeed increased. This realization stirred a sense of discontent within Kampa. He and Beerus were twin brothers, sharing similar talents, and their strengths had always been on par. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Beerus has quietly surpassed him. What infuriates Kampa even more is that, even if he were aware of Beerus's arduous training in advance, he would likely find it impossible to catch up. The formidable Majin Buu, once encountered in the 7th universe, has granted Beerus a glimpse into a higher echelon of power, an experience far beyond Kampa's reach. Vados keenly perceives the fluctuations in Kampa's emotions, though the others remain oblivious. Beerus turns to Whis and inquires, "Is the preparatory work complete? What are our next steps?" Although this journey serves as a means of training, the demon realm is teeming with powerful beings who are free to challenge without the constraints of their divine roles. However, acting recklessly could incite widespread ire, leading to a potential assault. Whis nonchalantly shrugs, "I am entirely unfamiliar with this place. I have no plans. However, I am curious to see what the earth of the demon realm is like. Perhaps we should venture there and assess the situation." Despite his Scion heritage, Whis has always felt a profound connection to Earth. Now, having entered the inner realm, he naturally desires to witness this dimension's version of Earth. Beerus dismissively waves his hand. Alas, the inhabitants of the demon realm are devoid of earthly pleasures. This Earth likely offers little in terms of delectable fare. Lord Beerus. It remains uncertain whether Earth exists in the demon realm, Whis softly reminds him. Indeed, we can ascertain the truth by simply going there, Beerus replies, mimicking Whis's casual shrug, though it appears rather stiff. Suddenly jolted from his thoughts, Kampa barks, why should we heed your words? What is there of interest on that wretched planet of the 7th universe? Despite Whis having altered their original course, Kampa had previously engaged in a culinary contest with Beerus after the Tournament of Power, ultimately losing to Earth cuisine. Now that the Super Dragon Balls have been used, the Earth of the 6th universe cannot replicate human civilization, a lingering source of frustration for Kampa. We are not obligated to accompany you, Beerus taunts. If you wish to leave now, no one will prevent you. As Kampa prepares to erupt, Vados interjects at an opportune moment, my lord. The inner realm is vastly different from what you remember. A collective approach would be more prudent. This statement preserves Kampa's dignity, as he and Vados alone would likely face dire consequences should they encounter a fallen deity or the Demon King. The group then sets off towards the inner realm's 7th universe. Interestingly, this realm also contains 12 universes, mirroring their counterparts in the outer realm. When the Omni King purged certain universes in the outer realm, the Demon King executed similar measures in the inner realm simultaneously. Upon entering the vicinity of the 7th universe, Whis, at Whis's request, slows their pace. They stop to investigate each life-bearing planet, gathering intelligence while simultaneously scavenging for quality demon crystals. This journey exposes Whis to the harsh survival laws of the demon realm, where might reigns supreme and only the fittest endure. The laws of this inner world are both simple and ruthless, as exemplified by Lord Beerus. Absolute power is everything. Even if one were to plunder an entire demon crystal vein, the terrified inhabitants of the demon realm merely cower in the shadows, too fearful to utter a sound. Were this in the outer universe, an interstellar fleet would have long since enveloped this star region, perhaps even prompting the attendance of a destroyer god. The only hope of these demon beings is to witness the swift departure of these few radiant harbingers of calamity. They were, of course, oblivious to the lethal temperature differential created by the positive energy, skillfully restrained by Wu Fan and his companions, in contrast to the murky negative energy of the demon realm. The witnesses present lacked even the qualification to detect their energy ripples. After traversing several planets, Wu Fan observed an intriguing phenomenon. Despite the starkly different environments, most demons retained a humanoid form. However, their skin generally bore a leaden gray or indigo hue, as if permanently stained by negative energy. In this realm, the skin tones akin to those of earthlings appeared as a fantastical notion, and possessing a gentle disposition would be regarded as a shameful stigma. The entire demon realm resembled a colossal military encampment. Even the weakest of demons boasted a combat power index in the hundreds. Owing to the magical crystal stones upon which they depended for survival, even the most inferior shards, over time, would endow the user with basic combat abilities. Naturally, the lower-tier demons were perpetually ensnared in a vicious cycle. Substandard crystals merely sustained their existence, while dreams of empowerment remained a distant fantasy. As the spacecraft descended upon the demon realm of the 7th universe, a profound, deep blue planet came into view. Beerus furrowed his brow as he stepped onto the cracked earth. Such a polluted land, kicking aside the corrosive slime at his feet, made it hard to fathom how he once endured this place. Whis chuckled lightly, remarking, we often perceive the underworld as harsh. Perhaps these demon beings would feel equally out of place in the surface world. Indeed, Wu Fan snapped his fingers, declaring, you have long grown accustomed to the comforts of the surface world, breathing its air. Arriving here would certainly provoke a bout of discomfort. After all, so many years had passed. Remarkably, Wu Fan refrained from bickering with Beerus this time, instead surveying the surroundings, his gaze suddenly captivated by the scene unfolding below the mountain. They stood atop a dark peak, where the flora of this underworld displayed deep hues of black, dark purple, or indigo, occasionally interspersed with dark red and deep green, which could be considered vibrant. Even the soil was pitch black. For them, hailing from the surface world, there was little to behold. Wu Fan's attention was not on the scenery, but rather on the two battling factions at the foot of the mountain. Each side comprised hundreds of warriors, engaged in an exceptionally fierce skirmish. The weakest among them possessed combat power exceeding 1,000, while the two strongest leaders soared to tens of thousands. Such a scale of combat was rarely witnessed in the surface world, and Wu Fan was entranced, as were the others, by the brutal clash. Oh, aren't those your old friends from Earth? It seems they have evolved into two distinct factions, Beerus remarked with enthusiasm. Wu Fan chuckled knowingly. Indeed, it is rather fascinating. Could this be considered a love-hate relationship? It was time for this repugnant race to be utterly eradicated. One faction consisted of burly, bald warriors whose dark purple, rough skin bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings. Most notably, each possessed a third eye on their foreheads, akin to the character Tianjin Fan from the surface world. The strongest leader among them was almost a demonic version of Tianjin Fan. The opposing faction, however, was a diminutive group, their black-gray skin adorned with purplish-red circular spots. Their leader is unmistakably a demonic version of the Dumpling. In the primary world, Tianjin Fan and the Dumpling are inseparable, with Tianjin Fan dismissing the infatuated Lan Shi for the sake of the Dumpling. However, in this mirrored world, the two have become bitter rivals, each leading their tribes into battle. This ludicrous scene is indeed cause for amusement. After surveying dozens of planets, it became apparent that the conflict revolves primarily around the magical crystal mines. The fighting prowess of both factions is evenly matched. Despite the fierce skirmishes, neither side has gained the upper hand, and casualties are yet to be seen. The leaders of the two tribes confront each other in midair, with Shadow Dumpling sternly declaring, "The three-eyed tribe must not overstep their bounds. This territory belongs to my tribe. Do you dare treat the Doin tribe as insignificant?" Wu Fan could not suppress a chuckle. The peculiar name of the Doin tribe is indeed fitting. Unexpectedly, Shadow Tianjin Fan scoffed. "Do not twist the truth. This crystal mine was discovered by my tribe first, and according to ancient law, it rightfully belongs to the three-eyed tribe. If you were negligent in your explorations, you have no one to blame but yourselves. Then let us settle this with strength," Shadow Dumpling declared, enveloped in swirling dark mist, her palms surging with dark energy. Shadow Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, stating, "A mere trick. If you do not retreat today, I shall ensure the Doin tribe is erased from the Demon Star." No sooner had he spoken than he shattered the spiritual shackles and launched a sudden assault. Seeing his attack thwarted, Shadow Dumpling flicked her fingers, unleashing a barrage of dark energy blasts. The air crackled with explosive sounds. Both sides were evenly matched. Yet Shadow Dumpling's martial arts were slightly inferior. Her telekinetic control and ranged attacks, however, kept Shadow Tianjin Fan on the defensive. Observing from the shadows, Wu Fan realized, this realm, Earth, is actually called Demon Star. With Tianjin Fan and Dumpling present, it is likely that other Dragon Ball warriors have also taken root here. It remained uncertain whether the demonic scions truly possessed the prowess to contend with the three-eyed tribe. Such thoughts seemed far-fetched. At this impasse, Shadow Tianjin Fan suddenly commanded, "Three-eyed tribe, reveal your true abilities." In response, the energy of the three-eyed warriors surged, revealing that they had previously held back. The faces of the Doin tribe changed drastically. Yet only Shadow Dumpling remained composed. "I knew you would hide your skills. I am not without my own preparations." With that, she unleashed a formidable attack, momentarily illuminating the skies. Instantly, hundreds of figures surged towards them from a distance, obviously having lain in wait for some time. "What? How dare you form an alliance?" The demonic Tianjin Fan gasped in shock. "Didn't he see this coming, did you?" The demonic Dumpling laughed menacingly. "Even if your three-eyed tribe is strong, you cannot withstand the combined forces of our Doin tribe and the Turtle Demon sect. This group, diverse in appearance, all donned unifying dark red martial arts uniforms. The front bore a palm-sized turtle emblem, while the back displayed a turtle insignia nearly the size of a head, occupying almost the entirety of their backs. They hailed from different races, but formed a martial arts faction known as the Turtle Demon sect. Their leader was a diminutive bald man, his head marked with scars, none other than the demonic version of Krillin. Beside him stood the demonic Yamcha, as well as several martial artists of some repute, including the figure of the demonic Satan. It became clear that a plot had been laid long ago to annex the territory of the three-eyed tribe. After a brief moment of astonishment, the malevolent Tin Shinhan sneered, declaring that even united, they were no match for the three-eyed clan. Enough of this idle chatter. The impatient Majin Krillin gestured to Majin Gyoza, taking the initiative to attack. The two coordinated their assault, leveraging their numerical advantage, determined to overpower the three-eyed clan. Initially, the three-eyed clan had been evenly matched with the doubting clan, but now they unleashed their full potential, surprisingly gaining the upper hand against the odds. Such a low-level skirmish lacked any spectacle. The figure atop the mountain, Zangya, had grown increasingly impatient. He hardly recognized these Earth warriors. And even if he had encountered them at the martial arts tournament, his stature rendered him indifferent to the mundane spectators of Universe 7. Wu Fan and his companions were not particularly interested in the battle either. They were merely intrigued by the familiar faces now appearing as adversaries. As Zangya had observed, even the mightiest Meijin Tian Shinhan possessed merely tens of thousands in battle power, rendering them rather dull in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Wu Fan had already dashed onto the battlefield, positioning himself between Meijin Tian Shinhan and Meijin Krillin. Seeking death, Meijin Tian Shinhan was taken aback by the sudden appearance, immediately launching a powerful kick. The altered Krillin's expression shifted dramatically, swiftly intervening to intercept. To everyone's surprise, he did not attack Wu Fan. Instead, he unleashed a force exponentially greater than before, swiftly countering Meijin Tian Shinhan's assault and sending him flying. This strike was not a deliberate concealment of power. Wu Fan could distinctly sense that it was Krillin's latent potential awakened in a moment of desperation. However, this action was utterly perplexing. Ah, so you were in collusion all along. Meijin Tian Shinhan wiped the blood from his lips, his expression growing increasingly grave. Dealing with Meijin Krillin and Gyoza had already left him at a disadvantage. And now the emergence of this enigmatic yet terrifying presence had transformed his earlier confidence into chilling dread. The three-eyed clan was in peril. Fool, if you wish to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Meijin Krillin glared intensely at Tian Shinhan, then bellowed across the battlefield. Everyone, cease your attacks. The thunderous command reverberated across the combat zone, causing the fighters to instinctively halt. Confusion etched on their faces as they looked up. Even Meijin Gyoza exhibited a flicker of doubt, clearly indicating that this was not a premeditated strategy. Wu Fan too was filled with suspicion. What trickery was this Meijin form attempting? Had he perhaps discerned his true strength? Yet he was certain that not a hint of his aura had leaked, making it impossible for these mere insects to perceive it. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, Meijin Krillin suddenly knelt in midair, bowing with utmost reverence. Esteemed Lord Scion Demon, I beg your pardon for any offenses committed. As the name Scion Demon was uttered, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With a chorus of kneeling sounds, the crowd collapsed like waves of wheat, some even fainting on the spot. Both Meijin Tian Shinhan and Gyoza turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. A Scion Demon? Wu Fan stroked his chin, pondering quietly. It appeared that the mirrored world also harbored Scions. Although this title seemed rather cheap, he wondered if their understanding of the Scion Demon was akin to that of Meijin's father. He noticed Meijin Krillin occasionally glancing at the tail behind him, and he understood. This Krillin from the mirrored world was just as astute as his original counterpart. Come here. Wu Fan beckoned calmly. As the corrupted Krillin immediately bowed and stepped forward, he implored respectfully, Please, my lord, give your command. The air was heavy with the scent of blood, and the corrupted Krillin stood before Wu Fan, his posture humble, akin to that of a servant. In this underworld, the rules were unequivocal. One's status was dictated by the might of their fists. When Wu Fan's fingertips grazed the bare forehead of his counterpart, the corrupted Krillin shuddered. Memories surged like a tidal wave, revealing the nature of this planet. The demon planet was a breeding ground for violence. There were no enforcers of order, only factions battling for the precious demon crystals. Different races formed alliances and staked their territories, much like beasts claiming their domains. Yet, this place remained ultimately barren. The indigenous demons possessed limited strength, struggling even to breach the atmosphere, let alone venture into the cosmos. Meanwhile, powerful extraterrestrial races exhibited no interest in this desolate land. The 360 incident was indelibly etched into the hearts of all demon planet inhabitants, a disaster wrought by passing scions that lingered as a collective nightmare. Specific intelligence regarding this race remained enshrouded in mystery, yet the overwhelming disparity in power was undeniable. Amidst the fragments of memory, Wu Fan beheld familiar faces, his corrupted father, Uncle Vegeta, and two Scion warriors who were both strange and familiar. It seemed the Scion bloodline thrived well in this universe. The spectacle came to a close. As Wu Fan withdrew his finger, the corrupted Krillin remained frozen in his rigid stance. Impatient snaps echoed from the mountaintop where Beerus resided. Locating the Scion demon planet proved simpler than anticipated. Like a torch in the darkness, the violent auras stood out vividly amidst the cosmos. just before teleporting. Wufan glimpsed the two warring factions below. His mere fluttering wings altered the course of events. They were completely oblivious to the thoughts of Wufan and his companions. And in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the Scion Demon planet. The moment Wufan set foot on this land, he instinctively furrowed his brow and murmured, "Indeed, trouble has arisen. The situation here is worse than expected, with the very air thick with the scent of conflict." He had sensed something amiss while tracking the Scion Demon's energy, but the distance had hindered confirmation. Humph, such are the laws of the demon realm. The strongest dictate the truth, where the weak must either bow in resignation or be beaten into submission. Beerus crossed his arms and scoffed. Though this god of destruction exuded an arrogant demeanor, he was not one to revel in bloodshed. He preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. Were it not for the plethora of powerful beings in the seventh universe that nearly overwhelmed even him, he would have preferred to slumber for a century rather than step foot in such a contentious place. However, this time, accompanying Wufan was not only for training, but also to settle old scores. It appeared the Scion demons had encountered a formidable foe, as everyone was in the sky. Suddenly, Whis looked up toward the heavens, where the fierce battle raged. Initially, Wufan assumed it was his old adversary, the corrupted Frisia, causing chaos. But upon closer inspection of the energy signatures, he was taken aback by a wave of energy that felt oddly familiar. That Namekian? Whis articulated the revelation. Equally astonished, the Namekian from the demon realm possesses such power? As the mentor of Goku, Vegeta, and Bick, he possesses a profound understanding of the inherent disparities between the two races. Although Bick's current strength rivals that of the Scions, his potential remains ultimately constrained by his racial heritage. The fact that Bick has reached his present level is nothing short of miraculous. While Goku and his companions still harbor hopes of transcending into the true realm of the divine. However, the unfolding battle has shattered their perceptions. As the entire Scion demonic faction finds itself subdued by a singular Namekian demon. Even more astonishing is the energy emanating from this adversary, which surpasses that of Demon King Dabura, a rarity in the demon realm. It is evident that this Namekian demon has transcended its limits through rigorous training. Concealing their auras, Goku and his companions quietly materialize at the outskirts of the battlefield. In the skies above, several hundred Scion demons, led by the demonized Goku and Vegeta, are locked in confrontation with a towering 3-meter-tall alien Namekian demon. This formidable foe exudes an aura of power that reaches at least the threshold of Bick's awakened divine strength. While the Scion demons are limited to their Super Saiyan transformations, the tide of battle has decidedly tilted in one direction, the purple-flamed, demonized Super Saiyan, alongside hundreds of Scion warriors transformed into great apes, remains unable to unseat the demon from Namek. Upon Goku and his companions' arrival at the battlefield, they are met with the remnants of fallen Scion warriors strewn across the ground. A familiar yet strange figure moves across the battlefield with the grace of a cat toying with a mouse, each motion heralding the demise of a Scion warrior. Kiskako. The roar of demonized Vegeta pierces the air as a torrential downpour of purple energy blasts rains down. The name, reminiscent of a long-buried memory, instantly triggers recollections of a legend from a parallel universe, where, during the devastation wrought by Frisia's army on Namek, the surviving Namekians achieved an unprecedented fusion. The ultimate warrior born from the combat genius Nail now stands before them as this very demon. Possessing the capability to overpower Majin Buu without any transformation and boasting an almost limitless regenerative ability, the energy storm gradually subsides, brushing against the non-existent dust on his armor. Kiskako reveals a look of disappointment. The so-called warrior race of Scion demons lacks even the qualification to warm up against him. He raises his palm, glowing with emerald light, declaring that it is time for this repugnant race to vanish entirely. This proclamation ignites the fury of the Scion demons. Vegeta, his crimson gaze shifting to his side, exclaims, "Kakarot, now is the time to utilize that." The residual energy crackling at his fingertips. Kakarot, pouting in reluctance, mutters, "If it comes to it, we can just retreat. Why must we fuse? You insolent fool. Are you looking for a fight?" Vegeta retorts, veins bulging on his forehead. "The Scion star is our root. We cannot forsake our ancestral land, even at the cost of our pride." Kakarot shrinks back, crouching down and drawing circles in the dirt while quietly murmuring, "Fine, we'll fuse. No need to be so fierce." Hurry up! Vegeta's roar reverberates, shaking the clouds above. The fusion dance in the skies mirrors that of the main universe. In the distance, Geskako, though hearing their exchange, remains oblivious to the intricacies of the fusion technique. A throng of Scion warriors charged forth relentlessly, creating a moment of respite for the two. They were dispatched like fireworks by Geskako as casual strikes. Unless he intervened, this fusion could not be halted. This was precisely the fatal blunder that Geskako committed. As the kaleidoscopic brilliance faded, it revealed none other than Vegeta standing proudly among the clouds. The energy principles of different dimensions had forged a more perfect being, whose mere presence instilled a cold sweat in Geskako's palms. Even more terrifying was the fact that this temporal fusion consumed almost no energy, signifying that Vegeta could maintain his peak form indefinitely. Impossible. Geskako was sent reeling by the last of the attackers, his black cloak tearing in the turbulent air. What of your Namekian warriors if they all fused together? Vegeta cracked his knuckles, his pupils glowing a sinister crimson. Do you know how Frieza met his demise? The expression on his face in his final moments will soon mirror your own. Geskako felt as though struck by lightning. The frost demon that once sent the entire universe trembling was destined to perish in this form? He suddenly realized the irrevocable error he had made in allowing two Scions to fuse. This was far more perilous than an entire legion. When Frieza's forces were overtaken by the Scions, it should have been anticipated that a far more dreadful power lay behind it. The Scion race's intimidation factor paled in comparison to Frieza's. Though they harbored grand ambitions of cosmic domination, they remained a considerable distance from achieving such an aspiration. Recently, the Scions had issued a stern ultimatum to the Namekian warriors: submit or face total annihilation. Reluctantly, the Namekian beings ultimately chose to fuse and become Geskako. With Geskako's strength, he should have easily crushed the Scions, yet the revelation of their hidden trump card was utterly unexpected. Geskako, who initially required only the timely tribute of magical crystals from the Namekian planet, now found himself the sole survivor of the entire world, still daring to provoke. Vegeta returned Geskako's taunts with equal measure, lamenting that today, the Namekian race would surely face extinction. After a brief moment of shock, Geskako regained his composure. Indeed, it was unforeseen, but the outcome remained uncertain. How intriguing! Vegeta clapped and laughed, seemingly eager to engage in a desperate struggle. This confrontation piqued Beerus's interest as well. Although the power of both parties appeared trivial in the eyes of deities, it was rare for mortals to reach such heights. Beerus keenly observed that Vegeta was merely in his normal state. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength would undoubtedly surge. If he were to attain the Super Saiyan 3 form, he might even surpass the Super Blue forms of Goku and Vegeta. What brings you here? Kampa yawned with boredom, stating that had he known it was merely an investigation into the demon realm, he would not have come. Vados smiled and remarked, "My lord, the prowess of these two mortals is quite astonishing. In our universe, perhaps only Hit could stand shoulder to shoulder with them." Although she appeared indifferent to the unfolding battle, her insights were profound. Kampa, slightly curbing his impatience, acknowledged that Hit's strength was nearing that of the gods. And for these two, by the standards of the normal realm, not even reaching the level of a Supreme Kai to possess such combat capability was indeed remarkable. In this comparison, Xiangpa realized that he was far from a match for the fallen god and the demon realm king, and he had no choice but to temper his ambitions. Although it consumed time, this opportunity allowed him to discern the distribution of power within the realm, facilitating future actions. Should he encounter formidable foes, he must further conceal the identity of the otherworldly visitor. Before him, Geskako and Vegeta were locked in an intense battle. Even though Vegeta maintained his normal state, Geskako still found himself retreating under relentless pressure. However, Geskako was, after all, a naturally combative Namekian warrior, and with his exquisite combat skills, he could consistently evade Vegeta's lethal strikes at the last moment. The Kakarot of this timeline had never crossed paths with the demon realm. He had neither encountered the demonic transformation of Bick nor met the shadowy sovereign of the demon realm, and thus had no opportunity to learn the ancient combat techniques of the Namekians. Consequently, Vegeta's fighting style remained at a rudimentary level, relying solely on brute force and instinctive reactions. Because of this, despite his superior strength, he could never swiftly triumph over Geskako. Instead, his rapid depletion of energy left the outcome uncertain. Yet, Even across the fabric of time and space, Vegeta's arrogance remained unchanged. He was in no hurry to dispatch his opponent. Rather, he mocked. Interesting, Geskako, your evasive skills are far superior to your actual abilities. However, mere evasion cannot secure victory. Are you contemplating a retreat? Such words stung Geskako. He indeed entertained thoughts of withdrawal, having recognized the disparity between them. In secret, he plotted to dismantle the fusion technique once it was lifted, aiming to obliterate this secret art entirely. The rules of the demon realm have always prioritized results. He never considered genuinely enhancing his strength for a rematch. During Frisia's reign, at least the order of the demon realm was intact. Having been exposed, Geskako resolved to fight with all his might, declaring, "You Scion demons bring nothing but endless turmoil. I swear to eradicate you." Foolish dreams, Vegeta scoffed. Survival of the fittest is the true doctrine of the demon realm. War eliminates the weak, freeing resources to nurture the strong. Frisia's approach of maintaining stability and order is but a farce. Amidst the thunderous sounds, the battle intensified further. Although Vegeta remained in his base form, he gradually seized control of the situation. The silhouettes of the two warriors flickered in the energy storm, reducing the jagged rocks within a 100-mile radius to mere dust. Judging by Vegeta's condition, it would take a considerable time to undo the fusion, and Geskako clearly could not hold on until that moment. Vegeta maintained dominance throughout, offering Geskako no chance of escape. Other Scion warriors had retreated to a safe distance, as the residual energy from their clash could prove fatal. A moment's negligence could result in being torn apart by the energy shockwave. "Die!" Geskako shouted, unleashing a powerful energy blast as he distanced himself. Vegeta contemptuously waved his hand to counter, and the two energies collided, establishing a suppressive force. In close combat, Geskako could still rely on his skills to maneuver, but in pure energy confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, to his surprise, through meticulous energy manipulation, he gradually began to turn the tide of the confrontation. "Impossible!" Vegeta exclaimed, exerting all his energy, yet found himself being progressively suppressed. The Scion demons had always revered brute strength, lacking any understanding of refined energy control. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Vegeta as he instantaneously transformed into his Super Saiyan God form, with an abrupt surge in energy intensity. Just as he was poised to unleash further power, a sudden force from the energy core repelled both fighters. From within the core emerged a mysterious figure. Who could it be? An alarm rang in their minds. The ability to effortlessly neutralize their full power energy blasts while remaining unscathed at the center indicated a level of strength that even Vegeta found daunting. More astonishing was the fact that the energy was perfectly contained within a minuscule range, suggesting that the newcomer had absorbed the entire shock with their body. Such power was at least on par with that of Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God form. Clearly, a formidable entity had arrived. In the distance, Beerus raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, the figure that appeared at the energy core was unfamiliar to them. Even more alarming was the pressure emanating from this being, rivaling that of Beerus himself. With a combat power rating exceeding 200,000, Wufan stood still, gazing at the energy vortex with a hint of astonishment, murmuring, "It seems a deity has intervened. Yet, I wonder if this visitor hails from the fallen god realm or the demon king domain." After all, the intensity of the auras unleashed by Vegeta and Geskako was so overwhelming that even the demon king Dubra paled in comparison. It would be illogical to believe that such a presence did not attract the attention of higher-dimensional deities. The crucial question remained, did this unexpected guest come with intentions of annihilation or recruitment? Wufan and his companions silently chose to observe from the shadows, for the outcome was of no concern to them. However, the existence of this enigmatic deity sparked a yearning for exploration among the onlookers. As the dark green figure tore through the energy veil and stepped into view, the residual chaotic energy receded like a receding tide. Upon recognizing the visitor's true form, Wufan's pupils dilated in shock, nearly gasping in disbelief. It was unmistakably Cell. More precisely, it was the demonic version of Cell. While retaining the physical characteristics of the main universe's Cell, its exoskeleton bore a darker, murkier green hue. "I am the ruler of the demon realm in the 7th universe, Cell, the god of destruction," he proclaimed. His indifferent gaze swept over Vegeta and Geskako, stating, "Your combined strength has severely disrupted the balance of the demon realm. Now, Will you choose to submit or be obliterated? Though Wufan had sensed this possibility, he was still taken aback by the weight of such an identity. Who could have anticipated that the supreme god of the mirror universe's demon realm would be this killing machine created by humanity? Should Cell ascend to the position of god of destruction, it posed the unsettling question of whether the infamous Majin Buu could also rise. After all, the hierarchy of the demon god realm had always recognized strength above all else, disregarding origins. While Majin Buu, as an ancient remnant, could be understood, Cell's existence was paradoxical within the main universe, where he was a bioweapon forged by Dr. Gero for vengeance. Yet in this mirror world, where Son Goku did not exist, Dr. Gero had never even encountered a scion. I shall never impose my will, he thought. Perhaps, as the currents of fate suggest, those destined to stir the winds of change will always arrive in some form. Even without the original opportunity for existence, Cell would inevitably manifest through other means. At this moment, Vegeta and Gascarco exchanged glances. The former suddenly raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk, saying, "To claim the title of God of Destruction without evidence is mere bravado. Why not present your proof?" Though outwardly resolute, Vegeta is acutely aware of the rigid hierarchical structure within the demon realm, where even the most defiant warrior must bow before a true deity. However, for beings of their caliber, the value of freedom has long transcended life and death. Vegeta deliberately prolongs the encounter, seeking an escape strategy. After all, the identity of the demon realm's deity is of paramount significance. No one dares to impersonate it, nor possesses the capability to do so. Thus, he is unwavering in his belief regarding Cell's true nature, merely stalling for time. As the deity of the demon realm, Cell possesses extraordinary insight, immediately discerning Vegeta's intentions. With a tranquil smile, he emanates a greenish-blue aura, a testament to divine authority. I understand your thoughts, including those of Gascarco. Were it not for a lack of options, would you willingly submit? Cell's tone remains calm, yet his gaze exudes a chilling intensity. This statement sends a jolt through both Vegeta and Gascarco, prompting them to bow their heads in respect, fearful of inciting the wrath of their formidable opponent. While they might possess the strength to confront the Demon King, the power of the demon realm's deity far surpasses their expectations. Even Vegeta dares not show the slightest disrespect, let alone consider rebellion. Yet submission entails entering the realm of the demon god, a place of exalted status but devoid of freedom. Their aspirations, ideals, and the very essence of their lineage would dissolve into nothingness, a prospect they find intolerable. Just as the two are drenched in cold sweat, on the verge of collapse, Cell unexpectedly retracts his imposing aura and chuckles lightly. I was merely jesting. There is no need for such tension. This sudden shift leaves Vegeta and Gascarco utterly astonished, while the distant group, led by Wufan, also reveals their surprise. Wufan, in particular, is taken aback. He knows Cell's true nature well, having both read the original narrative and engaged in battle with him twice. Yet the Cell before him resembles a mischievous child, his smile warm and devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. Such demeanor is jarring in anyone, let alone in the demon realm. Let us dispense with idle chatter. I have appeared today for a singular purpose. Cell's expression becomes more serious, yet he no longer exudes hostility. His gaze shifts toward the concealed figures of Wufan and his companions. Those over there, would you care to reveal yourselves for a conversation? This action catches Wufan and his group off guard. They had been discovered. Although astonished by Cell's keen perception, having already been exposed, Wufan and the others decide to abandon their concealment and reveal themselves. Previously, they had utilized Whis' staff to create a barrier, rendering them undetectable to Vegeta and Gascarco due to their vast disparity in power. Now, as they suddenly appear, both Vegeta and Gascarco are left in sheer disbelief. Who are you? Vegeta's expression grows grave. While Wufan is nearly unmatched in the demon realm, the presence of these individuals, though subtle, is profoundly enigmatic. Before Wufan can speak, Vegeta's attention is drawn to the tail behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "A Scion demon? But I have never encountered you on our home planet." Though both Scion factions possess tails and share a similar appearance, Wufan's skin tone markedly contrasts with the typical dark complexion found in the demon realm. Cell observes the group with keen interest. It seems the seventh universe harbors such formidable beings. Even I cannot discern your true depths. He smiled knowingly, as if he had already discerned something profound, yet chose to remain silent. Wufan disregarded Vegeta entirely and addressed Cell directly. If the Demon Realm King has something to say, let it be known. We are mere passers-by and wish not to become embroiled in trouble. Cell shrugged, adopting an innocuous expression. The decision rests entirely in your hands. With your capabilities, I cannot impose. Vegeta and Gascacco felt a jolt at his words. When Cell claimed he could not see through their strengths earlier, they had assumed it mere politeness, but now they recognized the extraordinary nature of these individuals. Enough of this nonsense. Beerus interrupted impatiently. Were it not for their presence in the demon realm, he would have long since wished to avoid wasting time here. Cell remained unruffled. The Millennium Demon Realm Selection Tournament is about to commence. With your prowess, you will undoubtedly advance with ease. Representing Universe 7 in the competition for the title of Demon God. The selection tournament? The group displayed expressions of keen interest. However, Wufan suddenly spoke with startling candor. It seems your position as Demon Realm King is not as commendable as one might expect. Cell appeared perplexed. What do you mean by that? The so-called Millennium Selection Ceremony is intended to determine the future Demon God for the next millennium, is it not? Wufan languidly toyed with his fingers, responding nonchalantly. Since you claim you wish for us to represent Universe 7, surely each universe has its quota. Yet, you come to us, suggesting that even under your esteemed leadership, you cannot gather a worthy contestant? At these words, realization dawned upon the others. If the demon realm truly possessed a wealth of talent, why seek assistance from outsiders? Such a significant event concerning the allocation of divine positions would surely be a fiercely contested opportunity under their governance. The fact that they now sought external aid spoke volumes. Cell wore a wry smile. Universe 7 has always been the weakest among the 12 realms. Even if powerful beings from other universes were invited, they would be unwilling to take the place of Universe 7 in battle. Even the promise of divine status would be futile. His golden-hued eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. The term weak had become synonymous with Universe 7. This explanation brought a sense of relief to the group. Even the mighty Demon Realm King, in the face of a lack of candidates, had to humble himself. Should he adopt an arrogant stance, he might miss this final opportunity altogether. Wufan and the others privately lamented. The plight of Universe 7 stood in stark contrast to that of the main universe. In the primary universe, even without considering Wufan's exceptional nature, the trio of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus was more than sufficient to command respect. With Wufan at the helm, it would undoubtedly be the strongest universe. You wish for all of us to compete. Wufan raised an eyebrow slightly. This so-called selection tournament resembled an advanced version of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. What was even more enticing was that, aside from the Omni King, powerful beings from all corners would be present. As he contemplated this, not only did a spark of battle intent ignite in Wufan's eyes, but Beerus and Kampa also felt a surge of eagerness. They had come seeking experience, and this was indeed an excellent opportunity. Vegeta and Gascacco could hardly contain their excitement. For them, who had reached the pinnacle of their powers, ordinary challenges had long lost their allure. Though Vegeta harbored grand ambitions of conquering the mortal realms, his strength rendered such endeavors as mere trifles. It is precisely for this reason that Kakarot and Vegeta opted against the brute force of fusion to dominate. Instead, they preferred a gradual approach akin to the metaphor of boiling frogs in warm water. Gascacco's appearance was solely to liberate himself from the control of the Scion Demon, harboring little ambition of his own. At this moment, the news that reached them was akin to the opening of a door to a new world, rekindling their zeal for life as if they had discovered an uncharted land. The Millennium Tournament for the selection of the Demon God was presided over by the Demon King himself. The entire Demon Realm was divided into 12 universes, each selecting 12 representatives, culminating in a total of 144 participants for the preliminary rounds. The Demon King would observe the proceedings in their entirety, designating the future Demon God based on the performances of the competitors from each universe. Typically, the position of Demon God was held by the strongest, with the Demon King merely announcing the results as a formality. Contestants could only vie for the Demon God seat of their own universe. Even if they vanquished all opponents from other universes, a defeat against a rival from their own universe would render them ineligible for the divine position. Consequently, in certain universes brimming with talent, formidable warriors aware of their inability to secure victory might choose to ally with other universes as external support. By the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the fate of the Demon God would be largely determined, with the top 8 competitors advancing to contest the Ultimate Championship. It is noteworthy that each registrant was required to pay a substantial fee in magic crystal stones, the total of which for over 100 competitors was quite considerable. These resources would all be awarded to the finalists, with higher placements yielding greater rewards, thus providing an advantage to universes with more participants advancing to the finals. Typically, the current demon god would bear these entry costs, and even if a contestant were to win, they could only claim a small portion of the prize, with the remainder needing to be surrendered. Even with the transition of divine authority, these magic crystal stones would be utilized for the development of their respective universes. One could assert that the selection tournament was not merely a contest of honor, but also a prime opportunity for the overt plundering of resources from other realms. The stronger universes could cultivate more finalists, garnering richer rewards and consequently amassing more resources to nurture new talent, creating a virtuous cycle. In contrast, weaker universes would find themselves in a downward spiral. Regrettably, the 7th universe had not produced a finalist for several consecutive tournaments, leading to a complete loss of registration fees each time. In the eyes of other universes, the 7th universe had become a barren land, with even external support showing little interest. Even if one were to serve as the demon god here, resources were scarce and strength stagnated. A millennium was ample time for former equals to be left far behind in the cosmic expanse. The 7th universe, lacking in resources, would see even the occasional martial prodigy swiftly defect to other realms due to the dearth of support. Consequently, the current demon king, Sheru, found himself with few capable individuals at his disposal. Upon sensing the prowess of Veget and Gascarco, Sheru promptly approached them, seeking not only to prevent internal strife, but also to bind these two formidable beings to the glory of the 7th universe before they ascended to even greater heights. However, to Sheru's surprise, he discovered that several masters with demon god-level strength were lurking in the vicinity, some of whom possessed a level of cultivation that even he struggled to perceive. As an inhabitant of the demon realm, Sheru remained hesitant about whether to invite figures such as Wufan to participate. Allowing them to compete could jeopardize his position as the demon king. However, upon reflection, if we fail to assemble 12 competitors, becoming the laughingstock at the divine selection tournament would be far more humiliating than finishing at the bottom in terms of strength. The demon realm has always revered power and regards honor as sacred. Such disgrace must never occur. Even the loss of the title of demon god would be preferable to becoming a jest throughout the universe. Moreover, if Wufan and others are genuinely interested in the position of demon god, they could easily challenge the current participants or even confront me, the demon realm's reigning deity. To secure their eligibility, Sheru candidly elucidated the details of the divine selection tournament, including the inherent disadvantages of the 7th universe, which could not be concealed once the competition commenced. Ultimately, he admitted, the decision rests in your hands. Even if you decline, I shall not impose. The 86th divine selection space is indeed markedly distinct from the main universe, showcasing a rare forthrightness from Sheru. Vegeta and Gasakako were solely concerned with the prospect of encountering formidable opponents. Once they received an affirmative response, they readily declared their disinterest in power, seeking only martial advancement. Conversely, Wufan and his companions had to weigh more factors. Their interest in the tournament was palpable, yet as visitors from the righteous universe, their bodies thrummed with positive energy. While they could suppress their auras in daily life, to manifest such energy under the scrutinizing gaze of many would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire demon realm. They could only participate without reservation if they publicly pledged their allegiance to the demon realm. After all, they were newly arrived and had yet to complete their energy transformation, which would likely arouse little suspicion. Wufan understood that both Beerus and Kampa possessed their own pride and would never compromise for the sake of training. Sheru's gaze swept over the group as he calmly remarked, I am well aware of your concerns, but they are not insurmountable. If I can assist you in alleviating these issues, would you be willing to participate? As the demon realm's god of destruction, Sheru had long speculated about Wufan and his companions' backgrounds, naturally perceiving their apprehensions. Being a native of the demon realm and a figure of high standing, he indeed had the capability to mask their presence, a fact Wufan did not doubt. Nevertheless, Wufan raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you truly exerting yourself solely for the sake of the divine selection tournament? Sheru shrugged. The 7th universe has languished for too long. If a modicum of sacrifice can alter the situation, I would be more than willing. As for belief, that is entirely up to you. Do not regard me with such suspicion. Wu Fan cast a glance at Beerus and the others, stating, "We shall make our own decisions. I have no lingering concerns. Count me in, Sheru, the god of destruction of the demon realm." Upon hearing Wu Fan's agreement, Sheru secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, even feeling a sense of joy. Among this group, only Wu Fan remained an enigma to him. The sole explanation was that Wu Fan's strength far surpassed his own, with Sheru's capabilities. While participating in the Divine Selection Tournament might not guarantee a place in the finals, there was still a possibility. Should Wu Fan enter the competition, the seventh universe would almost certainly secure a spot in the finals, thereby shattering the previous embarrassment of failing to advance in prior tournaments. In this way, even if the final participant count fell short, it would not be too difficult to find some weaker individuals to fill the gaps. What is your attitude? Do not forget who brought us here. Are you now only considering your own interests? Beerus continued to weigh the pros and cons, while Kampa was already seething with anger. In his perspective, the true reason for his anger stemmed from the fear that if he declined Sheru's invitation and abandoned Wu Fan, he would likely perish in this place. Wu Fan merely cast a cold glance at him, as if to question whether he wished to experience the sensation of being a spacefaring cat once more. Previously, Wu Fan had shown mercy towards Beerus and Bardoss. Zangpa could not guarantee he would survive another assault. Instantly, his arrogance diminished somewhat. "Very well, it is decided. We shall participate." Beerus finally lifted his gaze and exchanged a knowing glance with Whis. "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Whis responded, seemingly anticipating this turn of events. Nodding at Sheru to indicate that he and Beerus would also join the competition. "Lord Zangpa, let us partake as well," Bardoss whispered to Zangpa, subtly advising him not to be outpaced by Beerus. Should Beerus succeed in transcending himself during the God Selection Tournament, his strength would undoubtedly advance, leaving Zangpa unable to keep pace, forever remaining in his shadow. With Bardoss also expressing support for participation, the others readily echoed her sentiments, making it increasingly difficult for Zangpa to voice dissent. Sheru's delight was palpable. The unexpected arrival of Vegeta and Geskako had already surpassed his expectations, and securing their assistance was a significant achievement. Furthermore, the sudden inclusion of Wu Fan and his companions greatly enhanced the seventh universe's chances. Even if they ultimately fell short of the finals, at least their defeat would not be as humiliating as before. The God Selection Tournament would commence in 3 days. Should there be any unfinished business, it would be wise to address it promptly. "We will gather in the Demon King's realm. Simply call upon me at that time." Although Sheru stated this, Wu Fan and the others felt no lingering concerns. Geskako, the last of the Namekian demons, was equally unencumbered. Vegeta offered a brief explanation to the nearby Saiyan demon before departing with nonchalance. "In that case, let us proceed directly to the Demon King's realm." Sheru shrugged and activated a transparent energy shield, swiftly carrying everyone along. This ability, akin to that of Whis and Bardoss, did not require a staff or physical contact. The power of time and space seemed to have become an inherent part of him. Noticing the astonishment of Wu Fan and the others, Sheru elucidated. "The demon realm venerates absolute power, and this power naturally encompasses unique abilities. As the Demon King, one must possess corresponding might." Though unspoken, the implication was clear. In the regular universe, certain divine powers were delegated to attendants, who exercised them through staffs. However, the demon realm was entirely different. All power resided with the demon gods. The so-called divine attendants were merely servants handling trivial matters, wholly subservient to the supreme demon god. Vegeta displayed little interest in these intricacies, fixating instead on Wu Fan. "You are also a Saiyan demon, are you not? I can sense the surging power within you. Even the Demon King acknowledges your strength." "And so?" Wu Fan shot him a sidelong glance, refraining from a direct reply. This super demon warrior, born of a fusion of dance and power, was equally proud and unruly, yet adhered more closely to the hierarchies of order. In the presence of Sheru or Wu Fan, he maintained a reverence that the regular universe's Vegeta lacked. Only when addressing Geskako did he display a hint of that familiar rebellious spirit. Perhaps this was a reflection of the conceptual differences shaped by their disparate timelines. Son Gohan immediately discerned that Vegeta was filled with curiosity about him, yet he restrained himself from asking too much, merely probing with a few polite inquiries. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Vegeta instinctively sensed the formidable power of his opponent, and thus his demeanor was markedly different from how he treated Geskako. However, Vegeta's subsequent speculation nearly caused Wufan to stumble. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan Demon King? Vegeta's expression turned grave, as if he had confirmed this answer. In his understanding, only such a legendary being could surpass him, even though his knowledge of the Super Saiyan Demon King was quite limited. Wufan, likewise unfamiliar with whether this title was related to the Super Saiyan, decisively denied it. I'm sorry, but I am not a Saiyan demon. Impossible, Vegeta retorted excitedly, despite some differences in skin tone. The most distinctive trait of a Saiyan demon is the tail, a feature absent in other races. As he spoke, he revealed his tail, which had never been severed, noting that both Vegeta and Kakarot retained this characteristic in the demon realm. Because I am a Saiyan. After a brief silence, Wufan spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Neither Beerus nor the demon realm's Kaioshin, Sheru, had anticipated his forthright declaration of identity. However, for Wufan, there was no longer a need for concealment. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the demon realm, even the exposure of his identity mattered little. Hey, this is not what we agreed upon. Beerus could not help but complain. Kampa immediately echoed. Are you planning to bring disaster upon us all? Whis remained silent with a smile, while Batos chuckled lightly. Why should Lord Kampa be so anxious? After all, the demon realm's Kaioshin has already promised to help cover this up. Sheru smiled wryly. He could indeed temporarily convert positive energy into negative energy to mask their presence, but if the information leaked, the situation would spiral beyond control unless Wufan and the others were willing to submit to the demon realm. Even so, this would require the approval of the Demon King, and a complete energy transformation would need to be achieved before they could publicly reveal themselves. Sheru's current act of shielding them was already a violation of regulations. Had it not been for the seventh universe, he would never have taken such a risk. Geskako observed the reactions of those present, pondering deeply. Yet Vegeta, perplexed, pressed on, what difference does it make? The crowd nearly doubled over in laughter at this line of questioning. Despite his prowess in battle, his thought process was uniquely perplexing. Little Wufan sighed, exasperated. It's too convoluted. Figure it out for yourself. With a light exclamation, he emanated a cerulean aura, a divine presence flooding forth like a tide. The Whis siblings simultaneously tapped their staffs, and a transparent barrier was swiftly erected. The energy that erupted within the confined space, though not at its peak, was enough to astonish Vegeta and the others. Sheru's gaze turned sharp. Indeed, unfathomable, the crimson tip of his tongue flicking over his fangs, elevating little Wufan's danger level to its maximum. Ugh, every cell in my body is resisting, Geskako thought to himself, yet he found himself rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by an absurd level of suppression. Vegeta, however, pressed on despite the pressure, proclaiming, Coach, I want to learn this. In the wake of the fleeting energy tempest, the training grounds returned to a serene calm, as though the preceding events had been but a collective illusion. The character Wufan declined any further instruction. Vegeta scratched his head, finally grasping the distinction between the Saiyan demons and the Saiyans, for he was not entirely naive. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the fabric of space, through which Sheru produced several purple crystals to distribute among the group. The Demon Crystal Cores, a limited edition from the seventh universe. The gems twinkled with a dim radiance in the palm, yet were hollow within. A converter for positive and negative energy, essential for traversing the realm. Sheru raised an eyebrow and added, originally intending to discreetly bestow them upon the Saiyan subteam, he opted instead to distribute them openly, as two of the primary characters were unworthy of such gifts. The Demon Crystal Cores originated from the Demon Crystal Stone mines, precious as the essence of the veins themselves. Only the highest quality deposits bore a minuscule chance of yielding them. In the resource-scarce seventh universe, the mere discovery of these few was miraculous. Through Sheru's elucidation, Wufan and the others quickly mastered their usage. The most convenient method was to ingest the crystal core, integrating it as an energy nexus. However, if retained within the body for an extended period, one's own energy might be completely assimilated. For beings transitioning from the positive realm into the demon world, obtaining the Demon Crystal Core was the swiftest route compared to the gradual energy conversion process. Alternatively, the cores could be fashioned into jewelry for adornment. During combat, one could first channel energy into the core before releasing it, facilitating energy conversion, albeit less efficiently. This method required a longer duration and incurred losses, and carrying them externally made it easier to reveal traces of demonic energy. Sheru explicitly advised against the external carrying option, considering the initial mistrust between the parties. He offered merely a suggestion without insistence. After confirming its authenticity with the Tao Pearl, Wufan signaled to Beerus, who unhesitatingly swallowed the crystal core. Although Kampa intended to dissuade him, upon observing Beerus' safety, he too promptly ingested it. The two angels naturally followed their master's lead. Wufan, capable of energy conversion through the Tao Pearl, chose to refrain from utilizing the treasure for now, focusing instead on Sheru's spatial abilities demonstrated while retrieving the cores, similar to the storage space of the angel's staff, yet a unique talent of Sheru himself. Though it was an uncomfortable topic to inquire about due to its private nature, Wufan had recorded and analyzed the details with the Tao Pearl, confident that he would soon unravel this not overly complex spatial technique. The venue for the Divine Selection Tournament was located in the remnants of the former 13th universe, now referred to as the Divine Selection Space. This universe, devastated by the Demon King, was subsequently reshaped into a special domain, specifically designated for hosting inter-universal pinnacle tournaments. The ultimate goal of 87. The scale of the Divine Selection Space is far inferior to the former complete form of the 13th universe, retaining only a special area roughly the size of the solar system of the 7th universe. Within this void, there exists a slightly smaller azure planet than Earth, accompanied by dual suns, with no other celestial bodies in sight. This planet, named the Divine Selection Planet, is dedicated solely to the tournament, although it possesses an ecosystem. It is inhabited solely by birds, beasts, and insects, with no trace of higher intelligent life. For this reason, the Divine Selection Space remains in a state of closure, only to be unlocked for the sacred tournament held once every millennium, as it is a remnant of a universe personally obliterated by the Demon King, making its use as a competition venue a rare honor. At this moment, the Millennium Tournament is being reignited. Although both participants and spectators are formidable elites meticulously chosen from various universes, the gathering of the 12 universe champions is undeniably grand. These rebellious beings from the demon realm often find themselves in conflict due to their status and identity. However, within this space meticulously crafted by the Demon King, all adhere to a final boundary, content to engage in verbal sparring while refraining from any true physical confrontation. The team representing the 7th universe, led by their guide, the Demon King Sheru, traverses the spatial barriers. Among the 12-member delegation, besides the 5 from the Wufan team, there are also Vegeta, Geskako, Sheru, and his entourage. The fallen god Frailer accompanied by his demonic servants, and the warriors secretly nurtured by Sheru. Notably, the fallen deity Frailer possesses strength surpassing that of Sheru, and his true identity is surprisingly not that of the anticipated Majin Buu. Although Sheru's revelations about the demon realm do not penetrate its core, they provide Wufan and his companions with necessary intelligence. This foundational knowledge and understanding of the rules are sufficient to aid them in avoiding any blunders while navigating the demon realm. The two divine servants possess slightly lesser strength than their masters, though the disparity is not pronounced. Sheru's servant is named Utriad, while Frailer's is called Kenna. Most striking is the formidable warrior Zalari brought by Sheru. Ostensibly a cultivated aide, Wufan keenly senses that Zalari harbors an unusual power within. If fully unleashed, this force would surpass even Sheru and pose a significant challenge to the fallen god Frailer. Currently, Zalari displays strength marginally greater than that of Utriad, yet slightly inferior to Sheru. Intriguingly, it appears that Sheru has not perceived the true potential of this subordinate. Wufan speculates that Zalari must have completely mastered this power to conceal it so adeptly. It seems that this individual, groomed to bring glory to the 7th universe, harbors ulterior motives, potentially aiming to seize the position of demon god unexpectedly during the tournament. Finding this conspiracy intriguing, Wufan opts for silence, refraining from informing even Beerus and others. The 7th universe indeed finds itself in a precarious situation. As Sheru leads the group into the venue, they are immediately met with a cacophony of jeers and mockery. Look, the trash from the 7th universe has arrived. How dare they compete at this level? Truly a self-inflicted humiliation. Besides the finals, watching them embarrass themselves is the most entertaining aspect. Thank goodness I'm not from the 7th universe. Even if born there, I would instantly switch to another universe. With the strength of the seventh universe, they lack even the qualification to change sides, right? Go back. This is not a place for you. But they cannot avoid it. Would they dare defy the command of the Demon King? These brazen insults reached the ears of the seventh universe participants. Although Sheru and Frailer had forewarned them, none anticipated the seventh universe's reputation would be so lamentable. Wufan remains unperturbed, indifferent to the provocations. However, his companions tense, knuckles whitening as they suppress their anger. Even the destroyers Beerus and Kampa are no exception. Oh, is that not the Demon King of the seventh universe and the esteemed fallen god? It has been a while. Observing the poised demeanor of the two individuals, one cannot help but wonder what remarkable skills they have prepared to astonish the audience. This playful tone rendered the entire venue momentarily silent. The initial phrase seemed complimentary, yet the latter part, which suggested enlightenment, provoked an eruption of laughter from the spectators. A figure clad in dark purple, accompanied by over a dozen attendants, approached leisurely. And even before his arrival, an aura of anticipation began to permeate the air. Sheru, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Frost, are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Upon hearing this name, the warriors from the main universe fell into a state of stunned silence. Both Vegeta and Giskako's expressions shifted dramatically. Frisia, the fallen deity, Furiel, calmly elucidated, "This is Frost, the Demon King of the sixth universe. The sixth universe mirrors our own. This Frost is akin to our universe's Frisia." As Frost drew closer, he scanned the crowd, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. In his perception, the deliberately restrained energy of Wufan was only slightly superior to that of Beerus. What astonished him was not a singular individual, but rather the fact that the seventh universe had managed to gather such a formidable assembly. Though still lacking the capacity to pose a genuine threat, it was nonetheless a significant improvement over previous competitions. He had not anticipated that the resource-depleted seventh universe could cultivate such fighting prowess. In truth, the sixth universe ranked second to last among the 12, slightly surpassing the seventh universe. However, thanks to the resources acquired through Or's entry into the finals, its overall strength indeed eclipsed that of the seventh universe. "What of your provocations?" Frost retorted, casting a scornful glance at Sheru. "The reality is clear. Among all the universes, your seventh universe is the proverbial soft fruit. Who else would we target if not you?" This scathing mockery turned Sheru's complexion an ashen hue, while the other competitors from various universes erupted in jeers. A hint of derision crossed Frost's visage as he continued, "Were it not for the compulsory participation rules of the Divine Selection Tournament, the seventh universe would likely lack even the courage to step foot here. Considering your meager resources, even if the Demon King's throne were handed over, I doubt anyone would dare to claim it." As his words echoed, laughter erupted around him, resonating with the sentiments of the crowd. Indeed, had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Wufan and his companions, Sheru would still be struggling to assemble a team for the competition. The grinding of Sheru's teeth was audible, his rage rendering him speechless. In contrast, the fallen deity Furiel maintained his composure, his piercing gaze fixed upon Frost's countenance. "You can only display your bravado in our presence. In the eyes of the other universes, the sixth and seventh universes are merely two sides of the same coin. If you've come to deliver these empty words, you may take your leave." Frost's expression darkened abruptly, for Furiel's words struck a nerve. "Very well," he sneered coldly, his cloak billowing as he turned. "I shall see whether your prowess matches your sharp tongue in the arena." With that, he departed, the atmosphere thick with mockery. As Furiel had remarked, in the eyes of the gods, both the sixth and seventh universes were equally at the bottom of the hierarchy. "There is no need to engage with a cornered dog," he mused. Shallow uttered these words and, accompanied by Wufan and others, made his way towards the resting area of the seventh universe. Each universe possesses its own designated spectator and resting area. Although the God Selection Tournament gathers hundreds of participants and an even greater number of spectators, the stands of the seventh universe remain utterly devoid of life. The very essence of beings capable of reaching the God Selection planet signifies strength, and the formidable warriors of the seventh universe have long since dwindled. Aside from the competing team, it is nearly impossible to find any notable combat power within the universe. This suggests that the number of beings from a universe present on the God Selection planet directly reflects its level of strength. Wufan's gaze swept across the formations of other universes. Whether by coincidence or deliberate design, The first universe had the most substantial assembly, closely followed by the 12th universe. Then the 2nd and 11th universes, with the 3rd universe trailing behind. This symmetrical distribution resembled a meticulously crafted scale. According to this pattern, it was only natural that the 6th and 7th universes would occupy the bottom positions. Wufan's brow furrowed slightly. If this truly adhered to a predetermined rule, would their group's intervention disrupt the balance and trigger a chain reaction? However, this thought was swiftly cast aside. From the moment Wufan stepped into the demon realm, his focus had been firmly locked on the Demon King. The constraints of rules held no significance for him, even if he were to wreak havoc throughout the demon realm. What of it? The prime space would remain untouched. Yet, having resolved to take action, it was imperative to do so with precision, leaving no trace behind. The lessons learned from the disappearance of the 13th universe were vivid. A certain correspondence existed between the two spaces. Wufan understood that only by meticulously managing affairs on the demon realm side could he ensure that the prime space would not spiral out of control. While Wufan calculated calmly, the others lacked his composure. Frost's arrogant demeanor ignited flames of anger among the group. Even Beerus and Kampa felt offended. They were representatives of the 6th universe of the demon realm participating in the God Selection Tournament, with their sights set firmly on the finals. The magic crystal cores provided by Shalu perfectly alleviated concerns regarding their identities. This unique crystal, sourced from the demon realm, could transmute positive energy into negative energy, allowing visitors from the prime space to disguise themselves flawlessly. Although the inhabitants of the demon realm were aware of the magic crystal core's capabilities, this rare item had long fallen off the radar, enabling Beerus and the others to use it with peace of mind. However, merely wearing it as an ornament would necessitate infusing energy into the core for transmutation and subsequent release during combat, which not only proved inefficient and detrimental to combat prowess, but also risked revealing vulnerabilities, especially in the presence of a powerful contender like the Demon King. Consequently, Beerus and Kampa opted to swallow the cores, directly converting the energy within, ensuring they would not expose themselves even when facing the Demon King. However, the magic crystal cores were not meant for prolonged retention within the body. They had to be removed promptly after the conclusion of the God Selection Tournament. Otherwise, the positive energy might permanently transform into negative energy, requiring a complete retraining to reverse, as the magic crystal cores could only facilitate unidirectional conversion. Despite Shalu's thorough explanation of the principles, the others still harbored trepidation before engaging in real combat. Unlike Wufan, who possessed extraordinary power, formidable beings within the demon realm capable of threatening them were abundant, and any exposure of their identities would mean utter doom. Vegite and Gaskarko, though somewhat less formidable, exhibit no fear. Rather, they eagerly anticipate the commencement of the grand tournament. For these powerful beings, the cosmos has ceased to provide further challenges, and now the only pursuit that ignites their interest is the ultimate goal of the Divine Selection Tournament.